Chapter 1 Arriving at the Mushroom House. Zishuang Bana. The Colorful South. The Mushroom House. This is truly a wonderful place. A flower-lined path surrounded by banana trees, papaya branches, mango branches, and pineapple fields, everything you could imagine. Just a glance at it lifts the spirits. Huff, huff, huff. Early in the morning, Huang Lei returned from his jog outside and saw Zhang Zifeng reading in the pavilion. Zifeng is up quite early. Wiping his sweat, Huang Lei asked, "What about Pang Peng? That kid's still not up yet? So lazy." At this moment, bullet comments floated by. Teacher Huang's daily teasing of Pang Peng 1. Pang Peng, I'm so pitiful. So it's just me, Pang Peng, who deserves to work like a horse. Zhang Zifeng's eyes moved away from the book and she showed a sweet smile, saying, "My brother must have been exhausted from carrying bananas yesterday, Teacher Huang. Let him sleep a little longer." The barrage continues to scroll by. Still, it's my sister who truly cares about me, Pang Peng. Pang Peng, sister, I won't marry anyone but you. Now. Teacher Huang. Teacher, he came out of the room and shouted. A guest just called and said they want to eat bao shao. What the heck? Bao shao? Teacher Huang's mouth twitched. That thing is not easy to handle. Where's my knife? Tell me who ordered this thing. At this moment, the scene suddenly shifts. Arrived at the flower-lined path outside the mushroom house. A man and a woman came together. The girl was truly exquisite, with a figure that was jaw-dropping, especially those beautiful legs. Even for professional leg enthusiasts, there was absolutely nothing to criticize. Yang Mi. Oh my god, the first guest is actually Sister Mi. Sister Mi's legs, I never thought I'd see them again in my lifetime. The barrage of comments flew by so quickly. By the way, who's the guy next to Sister Mi? He looks so refined. Is he an assistant? Wow, have you noticed how perfectly matched they look standing together, him and Sister Mi? Taking off his sunglasses, Sutong carried Yang Mi's luggage with a somewhat helpless expression, saying, "Sister Mi, I've already brought you to your destination, can I go back now?" As a transmigrator, Sutong just wanted to quietly be the behind-the-scenes big boss, the sugar daddy of entertainers, without wanting to step into the limelight. No. Yang Mi turned around, pointing at Sutong with her delicate jade-like fingers, and said coquettishly, "Tong Tong, since you're already here, just come with me, okay?" When this woman acted cute, Sutong could never refuse her. He could only sigh inwardly and agree. "But you mustn't reveal my identity. Just say I'm your assistant or a friend accompanying you." Yang Mi smiled sweetly, linking arms with Sutong as she spoke with honeyed affection. "Let's go quickly." And so the two of them walked together down the center of this flower-lined path. Speaking of which, this flower path would look even better with a red carpet, huh? Sutong said with a laugh. Mushroom House. Where's my knife? Ha! Teacher Huang was still searching for the knife and even woke up poor Peng Peng to help. Teacher Huang. The voice of Big Honey came from outside the door. Oh. Hearing this familiar voice, old Huang trembled slightly. Then, friends came out one after another to greet her. "Oh, Nini, long time no see." Teacher he warmly went over to hug her. The others also greeted her one after another. She's a top-tier actress and now also the boss of another top-tier actress. What a big shot. Hey, who's this? Only then did they notice Sutong standing behind them. Sutong cleared her throat, originally planning to introduce herself as Yang Mi's assistant. But who would have known? Yang Mi directly hooked her arm with his, giggling as she said, "This is Sutong, the little brother I just acknowledged. What do you think? Handsome, right? Sutong." Neither friends nor assistants. Sister Mi ended up choosing a younger brother instead. Isn't this just asking for netizens to criticize her? As expected, the barrage of comments flew by. Oh my god, the goddess actually hugged this kid? My blade is 50 meters long. Does Sutong dare to face me in battle? What virtue does this kid have to be my goddess's younger brother? Ah! The evil dragon roars. Oh, hello there. The teachers at the mushroom house were all quite hospitable, shaking hands and greeting Sutong warmly. Seeing this, Yang Mi smirked mischievously and said, "Don't underestimate him, he's actually..." As she was about to spill his little secret, Sutong quickly covered her mouth. "Ahem, how about we go inside first? This stuff is pretty heavy, haha." He quickly pulled Yang Mi inside. Pang Peng and Zifeng helped carry the things. As for Teacher Huang and Teacher He, they weren't in a hurry to go in. Instead, he stood at the door. Teacher Huang asked, "Teacher He, don't you think this young man Sutong looks somewhat familiar? And his name sounds even more familiar, doesn't it?" Teacher He had also been puzzled, but upon hearing this, his eyes lit up as he asked, "No way, you think so too? Could it be that this young man Sutong is actually someone extraordinary?" Teacher Huang was a bit puzzled. Nini seemed like she wanted to say something earlier. Maybe I should try to get some information out of her later. Chapter 2 The Staggering Layers of Identity. What does Brother Sutong do for a living? Putting down the luggage, Peng Peng handed him a cold drink and asked politely, "Oh, thank you. I work behind the scenes. Su Tong replied casually. Behind the scenes? Behind the scenes production? Zhang Zifeng also asked. More or less. Su Tong answered with a smile. He. For some reason, Zhang Zifeng's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head to say, Brother Su Tong, you're so handsome. On the other side, Peng Peng's face twitched slightly, feeling that his status as the visual pillar of Mushroom House was about to be challenged. Behind the scenes? Teacher He, who happened to be passing by, overheard this remark. He couldn't help but recall in his mind. Yet, I couldn't find anyone named Su Tong among the behind-the-scenes teachers I know. Hey, what are you guys looking at? After entering the room, I saw Teacher Huang showing Yang Mi some photos on the wall. Look, this was from our first season. Yes, this one right here. Looking at photos, huh? Teacher He glanced outside, then back inside. After pondering for a moment, he finally approached and quietly asked Yang Mi. Mimi, what exactly does Su Tong do for work? Would it be okay to share that? Teacher Huang on the other side also laughed upon seeing this. We didn't mean to pry into his privacy, it's just that both of us always felt he looked somewhat familiar. The two of you clearly have a strong thirst for knowledge. Seeing this, Yang Mi couldn't help but chuckle as well. You guys have such short memories. And you call yourselves veterans in the circle? You don't even recognize him? Ha! Hearing this, the two teachers exchanged glances again, looking utterly confused. From Yang Mi's tone, it sounded like Su Tong was a well-known figure in the industry. They did seem to have some vague recollection of him, but just couldn't remember where they'd seen him before. Come on, Mimi, stop keeping us in suspense. Teacher He shook Yang Mi's arm and asked. Yeah, come on. Teacher Huang also said. At the same time, even the barrage comments flew past. Is Brother Su Tong part of the inner circle? But why couldn't I find him on Baidu? I couldn't find him either. What should we do if we can't track him down? This is driving me crazy. Nini, just tell us already. Amid everyone's anticipation, Yang Mi burst into giggles. She didn't keep them in suspense any longer and said directly. Think carefully about who won Best Instrumental Composition and Best Arrangement, Instrumental or a Cappella at the 60th Grammy Awards. Who wrote the Best Original Screenplay at the 93rd Academy Awards? Look for his name among last year's recipients of the National Top 10 Outstanding Youth Award. One of the 5 great masters of online literature, the real name behind the pen name Seeker of the Tao. Also the lyricist and composer of With Full Name, South of the Southern Mountain, You at the Same Desk, composer, and Pushing Open the Door to the World. As Yang Mi's words fell, the barrage from the entire program team exploded instantly. Oh my god. I just searched it up, and the winner of the 60th Grammy Award for Best Instrumental Composition and Arrangement is none other than Su Tong. The Best Original Screenplay for Parasite was actually written by him? He's even one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the country. And he's also a master of online literature? Oh my god. He's actually Go Shuendo. I never realized that the lyricist and composer of those viral songs were actually the same person? Not to mention the barrage comments. Even Teacher Huang and Teacher He in the Mushroom House were instantly dumbfounded. When they recalled all this in their minds, they actually found Su Tong's name listed among those awards, as if it were a perfect match. Oh, I remember now. The drama Eternal Love from Your Company a few years ago was written by him, wasn't it? Teacher Huang suddenly exclaimed. I remember reading the script back then, and the screenwriter's name was Su Tong. I remember too. Teacher He clapped his hands. 2 years ago, I hosted an online literature IP awards ceremony, and I met him Shuendao, Su Tong. So it's him. I recall that year our happy camp even invited him, but he turned us down. That's not all. Yang Mi chuckled at this moment and chimed in. Most of our company's scripts are written by him. Many of our artists, including Reba and Yunlong, came here because of him. On paper, I'm the big boss, but in reality, he's the largest shareholder. As she spoke to this point, people can hardly believe their eyes when they see that young man sitting outside in the pavilion, casually chatting and joking with Zhang Zifeng and Peng Peng, without any airs at all. He has another identity that you absolutely wouldn't expect. Yang Mi is being mysterious again. He is the youth of the post-90s generation. What? Speak up. Teachers He and Huang asked in unison. He, it's a secret. Yang Mi glanced at Teacher Huang and said, let's reveal it at dinner. I'll let him show you himself. By the way, Teacher Huang, the Bao Shao was his order. You'd better make it well. If he's not satisfied, he won't cooperate properly. Originally, if Teacher Huang had heard that the Bao Shao was ordered by Yang Mi, he would have been quite speechless. But now I heard it was Su Tong who ordered it, and she had to eat her fill before revealing her other identity. He clapped his hands. Alright then, we'll see tonight. Chapter 3 Bareface? Could it be him? This thing must be delicious. Just look at how it's roasted with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Teacher Huang is busy working at the cutting board. Scallions, garlic, onions, perilla leaves, cilantro, Thai chili peppers, and lemongrass roots are used as marinade ingredients. Take a whiff, it smells amazing. Teacher Huang extended his wrist for Yang Mi to smell. Yang Mi sniffed lightly, then nodded and said, "Add a drop of lemon, and it's absolutely perfect." As she said this, she tugged at Su Tong beside her, puckering her lips slightly with a smile. "You really have good taste. How did you think of ordering something so delicious?" Su Tong just smiled. "If you come to Mushroom House, you have to experience Chef Huang's culinary skills." "Oh, really?" Teacher Huang looked up at Su Tong, his eyes gleaming as he whispered, "I've secretly stashed 2 bottles of fine liquor away from the production crew. How about we have some tonight?" Su Tong grinned. "Let's do it." Dinner time had finally arrived. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. When the various grilled dishes wrapped in banana leaves were served, the tantalizing aroma made everyone's mouth water. "Try this. The chicken tendons are absolutely amazing." Teacher He began to pick up his chopsticks. Brother Su Tong. Zhang Zifeng, blushing, helped Su Tong pick dishes, making the onlookers grit their teeth in frustration. "No way, little sister. You've known him for less than a day." "That's right, little sister. You need to be more reserved." "Pang Pang, sister, don't you love me anymore?" Su Tong, however, appeared quite natural. "Thank you." After taking a sip, she let out a contented throaty sound. Yang Mi, who was beside them, seemed somewhat sour upon seeing this scene. She tugged at Su Tong's sleeve, opened her mouth slightly, and pointed to her cherry-like lips, saying to him, "Feed me, ah." Su Tong. The onlookers were all green with envy. "Damn, is it really necessary?" Su Tong is impressive, but goddess, you can't just throw yourself at him. "Goddess, Zifeng is still young and doesn't know better, but you should." Restraint. You all need to show some restraint. Left with no other choice, Su Tong had no option but to feed her a bite. This woman, how old is she, still competing for attention like a little girl who hasn't even gone to college, really? Mimi's having a second spring, haha. Teacher Huang teased. "Well, that depends on who it is." Yang Mi tightly hugged Su Tong's arm and said with a smile, "This is our Su Tong. I'm so happy for him to have a second spring in life." However, Zifeng nearby seemed a bit unhappy. "Phew, I'm so full." After finishing his meal, Pang Pang slumped to the side, letting out a long sigh of contentment, utterly satisfied. Pang Pang's appetite truly lives up to its reputation, huh? Su Tong chuckled. The others burst into laughter. "Hey, Mimi." Teacher He suddenly gave Yang Mi a meaningful look. "Didn't we agree to reveal Su Tong's other identity after dinner tonight? Just how many hidden identities does Su Tong have? It seems everyone is extremely curious." Even. At this moment, even the barrage comments were completely flooded. People began to eagerly anticipate. Yang Mi giggled mischievously. She leaned close to Su Tong's ear and whispered, "Look how great the atmosphere is. Why don't you sing a couple of songs? What do you think?" Su Tong's lips twitched on the spot. It was supposed to be just accompanying for fun, but if he started singing, wouldn't he be instantly exposed? Wouldn't everyone immediately know who he was? "Oh, just sing one song, just one song, okay? My birthday is coming up soon. If you sing this song for me, I won't ask you for a birthday present, alright?" Yang Mi coquettishly pleaded. Hearing this, Su Tong's lips twitched. He really didn't want to expose himself, otherwise after the show, he might end up getting ambushed by obsessive fans at his doorstep. And also, seeing him like this, Yang Mi decided to fan the flames by whispering coyly in his ear, "When we get back, I'll give you a surprise. I haven't worn that outfit you bought me last time yet." "Alright, bring on the guitar." Su Tong agreed without hesitation. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't because of that outfit, no, definitely not. As for the guitar, Teacher He had already asked Pang Pang to fetch it. Strap on the guitar. He adjusted the strings with great professionalism. Teacher He and the others watched this scene with eager anticipation. No one knew what Su Tong's other identity was. And clearly, it seemed this song could reveal his true identity. This can't help but make people wonder, could he actually be an unknown singer? Only Yang Mi watched with anticipation. What she anticipated was the look of astonishment on others' faces. "Ahem, pardon my poor performance." Su Tong smiled faintly. Strummed the strings. The crisp sound of the guitar rang out. And the moment the intro played, the barrage exploded. "Ha! This melody sounds so familiar? This is plain face. Oh my goodness, could it be that he's..." Even Teacher Huang, Teacher He, along with Pang Pang and Zifeng, couldn't help but freeze upon hearing this intro. And now, Su Tong began to sing. Another quiet evening, alone in a rocking chair, enjoying the cool breeze. I admit it's truly peaceful, just like the old man downstairs. This moment. No one could possibly not know who he is. Anyone watching Back to Field Season 4 would definitely know who he is. Chapter 4, My Youth Has Returned. As the director of Longing for Life Season 4, Wang Yi is really at a loss today. Now, looking at the dense barrage of comments, he's completely dumbfounded. To be honest, for today's first episode, they originally invited 2 guests, but one couldn't make it due to scheduling conflicts, so only the goddess Yeonmi came. The young man she brought along, named Soo Tong, was initially thought by everyone to be just a minor assistant-like figure. Who would have known that he actually had so many identities? And those previously exposed by Yeonmi in the Mushroom House. In the eyes of the public, so many awards, though impressive, are merely impressive in name. But now, when he sings this familiar song Plain Face, when he voluntarily reveals this identity of his, the crowd finally realized the true identity of this treasure boy. It's VE. It's VE. My youth. It's him. I'd recognize his voice anywhere. Youth. So it's you after all. The barrage comments are flooding the screen, it's almost exploding. Even to the extent that this is the first time in the 4th season of Longing that the server nearly crashed. Once upon a time, during the adolescence of the post-90s generation, there was a wave of internet singers. Although they were later labeled as non-mainstream, it's undeniable that their songs truly represented youth. Among them, V, one of the big 3 of QQ Music and even considered the leader of the trio, rose to fame across the internet with the song Plain Face. Back in those days, if someone couldn't hum a line like "If I look at you one more time, will I still feel the same?" Back then, with a plain face, so pure it could be, they were definitely out of touch with the trends. Later, he successively released popular songs such as "A Thousand Baidu," "What's Wrong," and "Rain on Qingming." His musical style and vocal tone are both utterly captivating. This person is a genius. Yet, he remains faceless, and no one knows what he looks like. Some say he's like Xiao Biluo, others call him Kai Shukuan. There are all sorts of opinions. But for some reason, gradually, he faded into obscurity, not even releasing songs anymore. All these years, not a single word from him. When people had almost forgotten about him, he unexpectedly appeared on the 4th season of Back to Field and performed this familiar song Plain Face. Do you know? Right now, how many goosebumps have risen on the skin of those born in the 90s sitting in front of the TV, computer, or lying sideways with their phones in bed? And at this moment, countless posts from 90s-born individuals are being shared across social media. VE appears. VE appears. My youth has returned. Without makeup. He's singing without makeup. It's him. It's really him. And as more and more people saw, more and more people came to watch, the show's server almost got overloaded. Ratings skyrocketed non-stop. On the scene, even many staff members let out screams of surprise. They watched the man in the pavilion, playing and singing by himself, and burst into screams of surprise. It's really him. The post-90s generation back then has now entered the workforce. Many of the production crew present at the scene are almost all post-90s, and they've all heard this song Plain Face. They probably never imagined in their wildest dreams that they would get to see VE perform Plain Face live in their lifetime. This man is back. And he's not Xiao Biluo. No. He's super handsome. He's a sunny, cheerful young man. Moreover, he has achieved outstanding accomplishments in so many fields. When he reappeared in the public eye, people were astonished to realize just how exceptional this person truly is. At the center of the pavilion, Soo Tong did not stop. Looking at the excited staff of the live show crew, he suddenly felt a bit moved too. In the first few years after crossing over, with a playful mindset, he released several internet songs that were huge hits in his previous life. But later, he didn't want to be in the public eye too much, fearing it would affect his daily life. So he simply used the skills he mastered in his previous life to work behind the scenes, becoming the man behind countless artists. Now that I think about it, was his sudden disappearance also a form of irresponsibility toward his fans? And his unwillingness to be exposed? Was that, perhaps, a bit too much? Since it's hitting the right note, won't you join in? He simply started waving his hands, swaying while playing the guitar. If I were to glance at you once more, do you still have that feeling, back when you were barefaced, as pure as could be? The crew members joined in singing along, and some young girls even cried while singing. No one knows how long the fans have waited for this man to return. Fortunately, he has truly come back. Now, to all the screens across the nation tuning into the program, people are struggling to hold back tears and joining in singing. No need for half-done eyeliner, no need to blend foundation. On stormy days, still strolling the streets, secretly laughing at others' smudged faces. If I glance at you once more, will feelings still arise? The truest joys and sorrows all buried in yesterday. No acting involved, those years were so intense. I miss it. Don't miss it. Even if you miss it, you can't go back to the past. Was the feeling we once shared just an illusion? What has passed will never return. No performance at all, those glorious years. A feeling of regret. Why this feeling? The vanished bare face. Chapter 5, The undisputed behind-the-scenes tycoon, Sugar Daddy Soo Tong. The song came to an end. Incredible, absolutely incredible. In the mushroom house, within the pavilion. Teacher He repeatedly clapped his hands, his face unable to conceal amazement. No wonder Mimi said he was the youth of the post-90s generation, so this is why. Teacher Huang couldn't help smacking his lips, saying with a look of intoxication. He was once a singer too, and even though his age doesn't fall within the post-90s generation, he had heard this catchy song Plain Face. Really admire it. Especially the atmosphere just now. Even the production crew joined in the chorus, and that young girl was moved to tears. You can tell he's really popular. Wow, bro. Are you really VE? Peng Peng has completely become Su Ton's little fanboy. He's also a post-90s kid, and just now, being so close, it gave him goosebumps all over. Never imagined that the idol from his student days would actually be sitting right beside him. Yeah. Although Zhang Zifeng is a post-aughts, she also appreciates the song Plain Face. She admires Su Ton even more. I say, handsome little brother, now you should admit it, right? Yang Mi tugged at his clothes and playfully stuck out her tongue. Su Ton gave a bitter smile, knowing it was too late to say anything now. From the moment he sang Plain Face, he had decided he had to reveal himself. He nodded. It's me. God knows how excited the on-site staff and the netizens in front of their screens were after he admitted it. He's back. This topic began to appear on major platforms and quickly climbed the rankings. The hype just won't die down. I never expected that our show would invite such a big shot for the very first episode. Teacher He sighed and looked at the director, asking, Director, you're not being fair, you didn't even tell us. Exactly. Teacher Huang also shot a reproachful glance. The director quickly shrugged his shoulders innocently. Totally unfair. If he had known about Su Ton's identities earlier, how could he have given him so little screen time? He wished he could have taken Peng Peng's scenes and given them all to him. Ha ha. In the pavilion, a burst of laughter erupted. This is it. Su Ton looked somewhat helplessly at the woman beside him and said, It's your fault, I've been sold out by you. Bullet comments keep scrolling. On behalf of everyone, thank you Goddess Mimi. If it weren't for Goddess Mimi, we wouldn't have known Su Ton's true identity. Thank you one. Yang Ni giggled and said, Since we've already sold it anyway, why not let us listen to our heart's content, oh great one. How about another 100 million songs? As soon as she spoke, many people around instantly started cheering. Peng Peng, bro, I admire you so much, can I request a song? What's the harm? Zhang Zifeng, yeah, one more song. I want to hear Rain on Qingming Festival. Teacher Huang pats Peng Peng, Peng, step back for a moment, let me request 1,000 times first, that's a famous song that made it into textbooks. Teacher He, you guys? The crowd erupted in excitement. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. There's no other way. Su Tong could only shrug and say, One by one, the night is long, we have plenty of time. Fans. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. It was already past midnight, but there was still no sign of dispersing. Not only the audience in front of the screen, but even the staff on site couldn't get enough. Alright, it's getting late. Yang Mi stood up and said, If everyone wants to hear more, we can sing again tomorrow. But let our Su Tong rest for now, okay? After singing for several hours straight, even an Iron Man couldn't hold up. Exactly, let my idol get some rest. Among the staff, there was a very lively young girl who even spoke on behalf of the guest. Just like that. Amidst the laughter and joy, the people in the mushroom house washed up and went to rest. Oh, but some didn't rest. For example, Teacher He, Teacher Huang, and the production crew. I said. Director Wang Yi leaned in close to the two teachers with a sly grin and said, Teachers, could I ask you for a favor? Teacher He and Teacher Huang exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Huang said, Do you want us to help you keep Su Tong around and see if he'd like to be a permanent guest? Director Wang Yi said excitedly. Teacher Huang really gets me. None of you know this, but when Su Tong sang Plain Face earlier, our servers almost crashed. I'll have to go fix them tomorrow. So ruthless? Teacher He was also somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Tong to have such a big influence. Yes, Wang Yi said excitedly. So, I beg both of you, please do your best to persuade Brother Su Tong to stay. We don't ask for him to be a permanent guest, but even if he could record 1 or 2 more episodes, it would be a huge win for our show. As for the appearance fee, it's negotiable. As long as Brother Su Tong's quote isn't too outrageous, we'll accept it without bargaining. The ratings for this season depend entirely on whether Su Tong stays or not. By then, their Back to Field 4 will truly become the nation's favorite variety show. I see. Teacher He thought for a moment and said, Alright then, we'll do our best to help you try, but Brother Su Tong's status is special, he might not be interested in that small appearance fee. Yeah. Teacher Huang also sighed and said, Mimi secretly told me tonight that not only their company, but also many leading entertainment companies in China have Su Tong as their largest shareholder. Who would have thought? Such a young guy. Surprisingly, he holds so many prestigious identities at the same time. He is truly the mastermind behind the scenes, the ultimate financial backer. Chapter 6 Mimi, I don't need any appearance fees, just let me stay with Sutong. Early the next morning, it was a clear day with not a cloud in the sky. The sky in the south of Kaiyun is always so clear. But in the mushroom house, things were a bit strange this morning. Permanent resident? Sitting on the rug downstairs, Sutong rubbed his head. Took a sip of the pao lu de that Zifeng made especially for him. And choked on it. This morning. Teacher Huang didn't make breakfast. Teacher he didn't go for morning exercises. Zhang Zifeng didn't work on the exam questions. Even Peng, who was sleeping in, was called up. Everyone came to attend to Sutong. I feel a bit embarrassed. Originally, I just agreed to accompany Yang Mi for some fun, but not only did things escalate, now I've even been invited to be a regular guest. Yes, to be honest with you, Xiao Sutong, Bossy talked to us for a long time last night. Teacher Huang pointed at the director and chuckled, saying, Bossy said that as long as you're willing, you can even handpick the guest list yourself. That is to say, whoever you want to invite, we'll invite. Teacher he chuckled beside them and explained. And Director Wang Yi finally stepped in and said, as long as you stay, President Su, whatever you want to eat, Chef Huang will make it for you. Our show has countless sponsors this season. Even if you want to eat a whale from the sea, we'll find a way to get it for you. Whether it flies in the sky, walks on the ground, or swims in the sea, as long as Sutong stays, if it has a name, they'll spare no effort to get it. Chef Huang. This guy really isn't reliable, huh? So he's not the one cooking after all? Ha ha. The production crew burst into laughter. Bro, just stay. Fanboy Pang Pang also chimed in. Yeah, brother Sutong, I don't want you to leave. Zhang Zifeng also shook his hand and said in a crisp voice, pouting. Stay. Yeah. Many people from the production team also spoke out. Even the barrage comments were flooding the internet at this moment. Stay, Sutong, stay. Everyone, go call for help. We must not let Sutong leave. Last time he disappeared, it was for over a decade. Who knows how many years it'll be this time if he vanishes again. We can't let Sutong go. Today's gathering is even more formidable than yesterday's. Just like that. A hashtag titled Sutong Don't Go quickly soared to the top of the trending list. It was almost the center of everyone's attention. Everyone's enthusiasm was truly hard to refuse. Sutong, who was sitting there with a somewhat overwhelming presence, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Wouldn't it seem a bit inconsiderate if he refused? With so many people, wouldn't they all be disappointed? Then should I try recording 2 more episodes? He tentatively asked. Although he didn't agree to be a permanent guest. But these words had already revealed his stance. Great. You go ahead and record 2 episodes first, try it out to see if it's good. If it's not, I won't stop you if you decide to leave. Director Wang Yi declared on the spot. Our mushroom house is a big, happy family. Sutong, you're definitely going to love it here. Teacher he said with a chuckle. Yay. Brother Sutong is staying. We get to hear Brother Sutong's beautiful voice again. Pang Pang and Zhang Zifeng, this brother-sister duo, started dancing with joy. I've never seen my little sister this happy before. Teacher Huang said with a smile. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, his daughter has grown up. What's going on? Why so noisy? Before long. Early in the morning, Yang Mi, who was woken up by the noise, walked out of the room with her beautiful legs. The goddess who got up in the early morning was still sleepy-eyed, rubbing her eyes as she walked to Sutong's side. She seemed like she hadn't fully woken up yet. Aha! She leaned directly against Sutong's shoulder. As if by instinct. Bullet comments floated by. Look at Nini's habitual action, seems she often does this with Sutong at home too. TSK, the goddess has fallen, but if it's Sutong, then it doesn't matter. Nini, Sutong agreed to stay and record a few more episodes with us, so sorry, you'll have to go back alone today. Teacher he said with a smile. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yang Mi instantly sat up straight, her spirits lifted. She looked at Sutong with some surprise and asked. Really? As she spoke, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly, thinking to herself, why has this usually low-key guy suddenly changed his ways today? Isn't that all thanks to you? Sutong rolled her eyes speechlessly in response. If it weren't for her exposing herself, who would have kept Sutong around as a nobody? Yang Mi was instantly left speechless. Thinking back in a flash, she immediately asked Director Wang Yi. Boss E, do you still need regular guests here? I can be a regular too. Wang Yi's lips twitched momentarily as he forced a smile and replied. I'm not lacking for now, huh? With Sutong joining, the appearance fees have already exceeded the budget. He'll have to be paid according to the standards of Teacher Huang and Teacher He. How much would it cost to have a top-tier female star like Yang Mi appear? Even with more sponsors this season, we can't afford to be this wasteful. Seems to have noticed the director's embarrassment. Yang Mi said with an understanding smile. I don't need appearance fees, just cover my food and drinks. When her words fell, The looks in the eyes of some people around turned strange, and even Teacher He and Teacher Huang couldn't help but feel secretly amused. I said, Mimi, are you really in heat? If Suton stays, you have to stay too? What's going on with you? Chapter 7 Old Boss? You should be more careful, aren't you afraid of being caught up in a scandal? Teacher Huang also chimed in. Let me tell you, our show is super popular now, it's a national level program. Aren't you just asking to be caught in a scandal? Many people also don't understand. Why is Yang Mi so brazen? You know. Even last night, when she acted coquettishly, she didn't hold back at all, completely unafraid of being exposed or anything, which can't help but make people wonder. Teacher He and Teacher Huang were also just hinting at her out of concern for her safety. But who would have thought? What are you afraid of? Yang Mi, however, pouted and immediately grabbed Suton's hand, pointing at him and saying, Ask around in the industry which company dares to expose anything about him? I guarantee that any company that dares to leak news about him on the first day would be forced into bankruptcy before the second day arrives. Do you really think this guy could have stayed under the radar for so many years without anyone noticing if he didn't have some serious skills? Teacher Huang. Teacher He. Onlookers. Even the director twitched at the corner of his mouth. Because what Yang Mi said was damn right. No wonder there's been no news about our Ching-chun for so many years. Turns out he's a hidden big shot. Salute to the hidden master. A role model for our generation. The barrage is starting to fly again. Suton's face twitched, and she quickly tugged at Yang Mi. He now truly regretted agreeing to accompany her here. This woman kept exposing his secrets endlessly. He. Yang Mi smirked mischievously and said, Stay here then. Serves you right for not coming with me. After what she said, if Sutong actually let her stay, he'd be a fool. Didn't you already arrange those announcements? I remember you bought a noon flight ticket, right? Sutong smiled. The production team doesn't need you, so you should leave right away. Keeping her for even one more minute would risk Sutong's secrets being exposed by her. Yang Mi clenched her teeth in anger instantly. At that moment, the director noticed the show's ratings were skyrocketing. Keeping President Su was indeed a brilliant decision. I don't want to leave. Standing at the door of the mushroom house, Yang Mi stomped her feet in frustration, holding Sutong's hand and acting coquettishly. Once I finish my work these 2 days, I'll definitely come back. Alright, Nini, you'd better hurry or you'll miss your flight. Teacher He said helplessly. Then I'm off. Yang Mi went over to hug Teacher He and whispered. Teacher He, you all need to be careful. This guy still has many identities that haven't been exposed yet. Also, when guests arrive, there's no need to introduce them to him. After saying such a vague and meaningless remark, she planted a kiss on Sutong's face and then waved goodbye as she left. This woman. Sutong let out a helpless laugh. Then he followed Teacher He and the others back. I said, Teacher Huang. After seeing Yang Mi off, Teacher He walked up to Teacher Huang, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked. Just now, Mimi said something cryptic to me, something about not letting me introduce Sutong to the guests when they arrive. Hey, don't listen to her nonsense. Teacher Huang disagreed, scooping the greens out of the pot and pointing at her head with a laugh. Mimi's having a second youth, her brain's not working quite right. Really? Teacher Huang didn't take it seriously and just laughed it off. We're here, this is the place. On the flower-lined path outside, 2 graceful figures slowly approached. At first glance, those were all stunningly fair and slender legs. We have guests. At this moment, Sutong was sitting with Peng Peng and the others chatting. Upon seeing the newcomers, she also walked to the door to see who had arrived. Sister Reba. Sister Ju. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Zifeng and Peng Peng quickly went over to greet them and helped with the luggage. Hello. The 2 actresses also greeted them one by one. Oh my, long time no see. Teacher He went over and hugged each one of them. Teacher He. Long time no see. These 2 are both very lively girls, and he hugged each one of them. Come, let me introduce you to each other. The highly emotionally intelligent Teacher He, to avoid awkwardness, stepped in to introduce them. This is Peng Peng, this is Zifeng, and this is. Just as he was about to introduce Sutong, Reba and Xiaoju simultaneously cast their beautiful gazes towards Sutong. Before Teacher He could finish introducing, they all exclaimed in unison. Boss? What are you doing here? Old boss? For a moment, it was somewhat quiet nearby. Even the audience watching on screen was dumbfounded, staring at the scene where 2 glamorous female stars were calling Sutong boss in confusion. Oh my god? Boss? Is Sutong the boss of Reba and Xiaoju? Youth, how many more identities are you hiding? The barrage exploded instantly. Even the production team was completely dumbfounded. Teacher He also froze in place, only now realizing why Yang Mi had said there was no need to introduce Sutong. It seems. This guy is even more familiar with the artists in the industry than they are. Sutong scratched the back of his head and smiled helplessly. Long time no see, you 2 have become even more beautiful. Chapter 8, No need, no need. Ahem, so you two know each other. Teacher, he chuckled, not showing any embarrassment. Of course I know you. Reba was as delighted as an 8 or 9-year-old girl, bouncing around like a little animal before throwing herself onto Sutong, coquettishly saying, "Ah, boss. I missed you so much." In an instant, the barrage of comments started flooding in again. Rebar. Composure. Composure. Big honey, stealing my man, boss? Ahem, watch your behavior, watch your behavior. Sutong quickly distanced himself from Rebar. After all, they were on camera, so it was better to keep a low profile. You guys seem really close, huh? Pang Pang smacked his lips and grinned foolishly as he asked. Didn't Mimi mention yesterday? Reba joined her company as an artist all because of Sutong. Only then did teacher he recall yesterday's incident. Yeah. Reba didn't hesitate to confirm, nodding repeatedly as she added. Our boss is a real big shot. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be where I am today. That's what she said. But it contains a wealth of information. So, is Sutong still the benefactor in Reba's life? The bullet comments slowly drift by. Look at our Ching-chun, how many people has he helped? Exactly. Maybe your idol's idol is our Sutong. My turn now. When Reba finally finished her affectionate moment, Xiaoju pounced like a little rabbit, standing on tiptoe and wrapping her arms around Sutong's neck. Her petite figure clung directly to Sutong. My big boss, moi. Another extremely passionate female star, leaving netizens utterly stunned. Meanwhile, some people were puzzled. Speaking of Sutong being Reba's boss, I believe it after all, Sister Mi testified to it yesterday, didn't she? But Xiaoju and Reba aren't from the same company, so how could he be the boss of Xiaoju's company too? This isn't just a question on netizens' minds. Even the people on site? Reba also asked curiously. Xiaoju, wait, isn't your company's boss also our boss? Yes. Suddenly, teacher he raised his head and asked. I don't remember it being Sutong either. For a moment. On the internet, there were actually smear campaign bullet comments. Hype. This is nothing but blatant malicious hype. Do they take us viewers for fools? Ha! We know you're trying to promote Sutong, and we admit he's talented, but such obvious hype, do you really think the audience is blind? Obvious. Some people believe this is just hype. After all, Xiaoju and Reba are not from the same company. It's inevitable that some might think the show's producers arranged this with Reba and Xiaoju to hype Sutong. For a time, rumors spread wildly across the internet. Giggle. After releasing Sutong, faced with teacher he and the others' confusion, Xiaoju let out a silvery, bell-like laugh. Exchanging a smile with Sutong, she asked. Boss, should you speak or should I? Sutong. He rolled his eyes. Great, it seemed that with every guest, another layer of his identity would be exposed. This is really torturous. I told you so. The considerate Xiaoju clearly noticed Sutong's helplessness and chuckled knowingly. Then she explained. Who says just because Brother Su is your boss, he can't hold shares in other companies? The largest shareholder of our company is also Brother Su. It's just that this guy usually doesn't show up once in a blue moon unless the company faces a life or death crisis, otherwise, no one can get him to come. As soon as these words were spoken on the internet, those trolls and keyboard warriors who were angrily denouncing it as hype instantly shut their mouths. And what followed was a netizen exposed a piece of news. I have a friend who specializes in this. Just checked the shareholders of Xiaoju's company and found that the largest shareholder holding 40% is indeed Sutong. For a moment, the trolls and keyboard warriors felt like they had been force-fed a mouthful of. Yet, they couldn't swallow it or spit it out. Who made them rage just now? In an instant, the barrage was flooded again. Youth. How many more things are you hiding from us? Oh my god, I can't even imagine. Didn't expect that, boss. Rebar puckered her lips sourly and glared at Sutong. She had long known Sutong had many identities, but when the truth came, she still expressed surprise. Alright, don't just stand at the door, come on in, everyone. The hospitable teacher he, after listening to the explanation, smiled and invited the guests inside. Let me help you with your luggage. Sutong, as a regular guest and a warm-hearted guy, decisively went to help his two delicate and lovely employees with their luggage. No need. Rebar and Xiaoju quickly waved their hands in refusal and said, You're the boss, how could we possibly let you help carry the luggage? Rebar said sourly. If Sister Mi finds out, who knows how she'll deal with me. Yeah. Xiaoju also shrugged and laughed. Otherwise, when we meet again at the next annual meeting, my bonus might be completely deducted. These two big-name actresses caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. Ha ha. Teacher he let out a loud laugh and patted Pang Pang. Ah Pang, didn't you get it? Hurry up and help carry the things. Chapter 9 I'm really busy. Here, have some fruit, freshly cut and fresh. After taking a seat, Teacher Huan brought over a chilled fruit platter. Thank you. The weather was getting hotter, and both Reba and Xiaoju had fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Have a taste. Su Tong handed over the fruit platter. As a result, Reba and Xiaoju exchanged glances and actually smiled at each other, then said to Su Tong with a laugh, "Boss, how dare we eat if you don't?" Ha ha. Both Peng Peng and Zifeng, the brother-sister duo, couldn't help but burst into laughter. For some reason, Reba and Xiaoju always seemed to enjoy teasing Su Tong. Su Tong scratched the back of his head, rolled his eyes helplessly, and said, "Do you even remember I'm the boss here? If even the boss gets teased by employees, where's the dignity in that?" Giggle. The two girls burst into a fit of charming laughter and stopped teasing Su Tong, turning their attention to the fruit. "You two are so popular now, you must be very busy with work, right?" Teacher he brought over some milk and asked with a smile. "Well, not bad." Rebar is a foodie, chewing on a piece of papaya and mumbling indistinctly. Xiaoju also shrugged, unconsciously glancing at Su Tong. Said, "No matter how busy we are, we're not as busy as he is." This time, the spearhead is pointed at Su Tong again. The number of enterprises under his name is countless. Even if we want to see him once, we have to make an appointment half a year in advance. Ribaba also chimed in. "Never thought I'd run into him here, what a surprise. Brother Su Tong is still a busy man? Didn't notice that." Zhang Zifeng sat to the side and cautiously added a comment. "I see." Even teacher he couldn't help but click his tongue, as if he wasn't that busy himself. "Me?" Facing their gazes, Su Tong actually burst out laughing. "Who told you I'm busy? What am I busy with? Rebar, huh? Xiaoju, aren't you busy? Others?" Even the audience in front of the screen couldn't help but flood the comments. "If you're not busy, how come you disappeared for over a decade? If you're not busy, why don't you interact with fans more often?" Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Such a Su Tong, bouncing back and forth on the screen. Infuriating the audience who came for him, making them grit their teeth in anger. Yet Su Tong just shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I'm not busy at all, really not busy. Over the years, he's simply been making investments, applying knowledge from his past life across various industries. Moreover, he's the hands-off type, never getting directly involved himself, always leaving it to professional teams. He remains the majority shareholder himself. Just sit back and wait to count the money. If you weren't busy, we wouldn't see you for over half a year?" Xiaoju twitched the corner of her mouth, glaring fiercely at Su Tong. "Exactly." Reba also rolled her eyes and looked over. "Speak. If you don't talk, I'll finish you off today." The audience in front of the screens also erupted. "Aren't you usually too busy to come out and interact?" Watching the ratings surge again because of Su Tong's few words. Director Wang Yi couldn't help but burst into tears. Keeping President Su was indeed a wise decision. Facing everyone's questioning, Su Tong suddenly felt a bit helpless. Scratching the back of his head. Hesitating for a moment. He smiled. Facing the gentle breeze of this colorful southern land, his smile was radiant. He said, "If we're really talking about being busy, it should be busy traveling, touring the world, right? Reba. Xiaoju. Peng Peng, so envious. Zhang Zifeng, envious +1. Audience in front of the screen, so all these years you've been absent, you were just busy traveling the world? I'm speechless." Even Teacher He and Teacher Huang exchanged glances, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Teacher Huang thought to himself, "Where's my knife?" Just now. Teacher He was secretly admiring this young man Su Tong, so accomplished at a young age, even busier than him. As everyone knows, he was already the busiest person in the circle. At the same age, he wasn't as busy as Su Tong. Back then, I still admired him. Hearing his words now. Admiration? Get lost. What's there to admire? Nothing. This guy's busy traveling the world, that's what he calls being busy? How dare he say he's busy? If there were a way to infuriate someone to death without consequences, Su Tong might have already mastered it to perfection. This guy. So infuriating. Yet, even so, the ratings just keep soaring, staying at the top of the charts, isn't it strange? While viewers are shouting, "This is so infuriating, I can't watch anymore. Dropping this show, bye. Call me back when that annoying guy is gone. Good heavens, I've never seen someone so shameless, where's my knife?" Then. Yet despite the complaints, they remained utterly engrossed, watching intently so as not to miss a single detail about Su Tong. Director Wang Yi, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen audiences cursing while still being unable to bring themselves to abandon the show. And the cursing doesn't even have any bite to it, it's soft and fluffy, like cotton candy. Is this cotton candy meant to hit people or to be stuffed into mouths for sweetness? Ha ha. Su Tong laughed heartily a few times and said, "I'm really busy, didn't you say I'm very busy?" Chapter 10, he's actually a Michelin 3-star chef? Dinner was truly sumptuous. Steamed pot chicken, braised pork knuckle, and garlic grilled fish all are hearty dishes. Plus a few stir-fried greens and assorted vegetables. And the most important of all, lard mixed rice. Wow! Teacher Huang, you've worked hard. Looking at this big table of dinner, Reba's mouth is practically watering. As everyone knows, she's a foodie, and when she sees meat, she really can't resist. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Teacher Huang chuckled to himself, thinking that the production team was really going all out for Su Tong, serving both chicken and fish. Alright, hurry up and eat. Su Tong tore off a piece of braised pork knuckle for Reba and placed it in her bowl, saying, "Look how eager you are. Boss." Little Ju pouted. "I want it too." These two really came to compete for attention. "Here, take it, take it." Su Tong smiled wryly helplessly and also picked up some food for her. "Hey, these two." Teacher Huang was amused too, picking up a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Teacher Huang, you shouldn't always be the one cooking in this scorching weather." Xiao Ju smirked at Su Tong and then said, "Our boss is also an amazing cook. The steak I had at his place last time, wow, I still remember it vividly." She smacked her lips, wearing an intoxicated expression as if genuinely savoring the memory. Can Su Tong actually cook? Wait. Key point. Xiao Ju went to his place for steak. Barrage comments floating by. Really? Is that true? Peng Peng and Zifeng, among others, were genuinely a bit skeptical such a handsome man usually wouldn't know how to cook. Even Teacher Huang looked at Su Tong with considerable surprise. Su Tong, cough. He quickly signaled Xiao Ju with his eyes he wasn't here to cook, he was here to eat. Isn't this selling him out? Of course it's true. Completely ignoring Su Tong's gaze, Xiao Ju nodded on the spot. To prevent everyone from doubting. She even took out her phone, opened the photo album, and showed everyone a picture. Look, he even got a Michelin 3-star chef certificate, it's right there in his Bali home. Originally. Including Teacher Huang, Teacher He, and others, they all thought this was just joking around for fun. Just take it as a joke and let it pass. Who would have thought? Xiao Ju actually pulled out all the certificates directly. In an instant. Everyone looked at Su Tong with renewed admiration. This handsome man completely overturned everyone's worldview. A man. Being tall and handsome is one thing, but this is just too much. He's not only talented but also wealthy. A behind-the-scenes big shot. Now. He's even earned 3 Michelin stars as a chef. This is simply unbelievable. Even Huang Lei, the renowned chef Huang, instantly looked at Su Tong with newfound respect. As chefs, everyone knows just how difficult it is to earn 3 Michelin stars. Logically speaking, someone as young as Su Tong, even if fully dedicated to culinary arts, shouldn't necessarily be able to achieve it. Yet he balances so many professions, yet still reaches the pinnacle in culinary skills. How can one not admire him? The internet is about to explode right now. I just looked it up, he's actually a Michelin 3-star Chinese cuisine chef. Oh my god, he's even a Michelin 3-star head chef. Is there anything our Su Tong can't do? Such a man is simply flawless. The ratings have reached a new high. Even some of the young girls in the production team had stars shining in their eyes when looking at Su Tong. Su Tong. Unbelievable. He's the ideal partner every girl dreams of. Who could possibly be better than him? Seriously. Previously, seeing Yang Mi, Reba, and Xiao Ju all smiling happily at Su Tong, they didn't hesitate to hug him in public. They even competed for his attention, not afraid of causing a scene. Some people were indeed jealous, thinking he was too ostentatious. But now, those people suddenly understood. Just think, what kind of woman wouldn't be captivated by such a perfect man? Not to mention A-list actresses, even women who are more perfect would likely fall for him, right? When was this taken? Su Tong silently facepalmed. Great, yet another layer of herself had been exposed. Never expected. Just as one Yang Mi left, 2 or 3 more Yang Mis arrived. Brother Su Tong, is that really true? Zhang Zifeng turned into a little fangirl and cautiously asked Su Tong. Even Teacher Huang fixed his gaze and asked expectantly. Young man Su Tong, this. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Tong smiled wryly and nodded, saying, just a hobby, really. When I have free time, I like to get together with friends for meals and enjoy cooking. By chance, a friend who's a Michelin chef came over to visit and helped me register for it. He thought the certificate looked nice, so he casually hung it up in the kitchen. Wow. Really? Peng Peng once again transforms into a little fanboy, looking at his increasingly plump belly. Thinking to himself, why can he only eat, while others can do everything so well? Envious. Envious of others. After receiving confirmation, Teacher Huang couldn't help but twitch his face and smiled. So it seems, I was really teaching fish to swim. Ha, no. Su Tong laughed heartily. Teacher Huang's words sounded rather pitiful, but his tone was more like teasing. Chatting with these industry veterans is always so refreshing. Teacher, he raised his glass. Here's to Su Tong. Chapter 11, Fame Brings Trouble. These past couple of days, Longing Season 4 has been incredibly popular. The reason for its popularity is, of course, widely known. It's Su Tong, also known as the long-awaited VE, making a dazzling appearance and showcasing her voice. It successfully attracted over 99% of post-90s generation to watch. This was indeed a huge gimmick, especially as his identities were revealed one after another. People became even more curious about how many more layers of identity this guy had yet to uncover. The audience engagement is incredibly high. It nearly set a historical record for yearning since its premiere 4 years ago. Su Tong-related trending topics have also remained at the top of various charts. What? Su Tong, don't go. VE makes an appearance. How many more identities does the big shot Su Tong have? Wait, these almost dominate the entire top 10 trending searches. When someone suddenly becomes wildly popular, forget about doing anything significant. Even picking their nose can send their crazy fans into a frenzy and land them on the hot search list. Of course, as they say, fame comes with drama. When these trending topics all appeared, Su Tong became wildly popular. Some discordant voices emerged at just the right moment. A veteran singer named Dingy suddenly posted on Weibo, saying, "I really don't understand what you fools are so crazy about. Isn't she just some washed-up internet singer? Is all this frenzy really necessary? This guy is just asking for trouble." From the moment he posted this Weibo to it trending on the hot search list, it took less than an hour. Of course, this doesn't mean that Dingy is some kind of big shot. It's just that Su Tong is popular and he's riding on her coattails, which incidentally made him famous too. At this moment, any negative voices will be noticed. Netizens left comments one after another. "Aren't you just a washed-up singer too? What are you barking about, you idiot? Our Su Tong disappeared, not faded into obscurity, got it? Unlike you, who's been milking the same old song for decades, living off past glory. Disgusting. A dumb dog remains a dumb dog, only capable of envy." Dingy's Weibo follower count isn't actually that high. He's a veteran singer who did compose 1 or 2 popular songs back in the day. Then, he's been living off just 1 or 2 songs for over a decade or two. Later, as he gradually became an old-timer in the industry, he started riding every trend. Whenever there's a major event in the circle, he has to stick his nose in it, acting like some kind of senior figure. Usually, if he wants to run his mouth, let him. It's his mouth, he can curse whoever he wants. Besides, he's just a washed-up nobody, a complete non-entity. Who cares? But this time, it's different now. This bastard is actually riding on Su Tong's popularity. If he had just come out to praise a couple of words, that would have been fine. It's just that this is worse than using negative comments to ride the wave of popularity. This has really angered a lot of netizens. You simply can't imagine the combat power of the post-90s generation in this era. All at once, Dingy's Weibo was flooded. Ironically, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. For the first time in years, his Weibo comments surpassed 100,000. However, they were all scathing criticisms. Scrolling through the comments, not a single one was supportive. They cursed him out so fiercely it was like pouring dog's blood over his head. It was too painful to watch. But just you wait. Dingy wasn't the type to back down easily. After seeing so much criticism, he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened, almost exploding with rage. He immediately furiously posted a second Weibo. "Calling you idiots and you still don't believe it? No matter how much you hype him up, you can't hide the fact that he's run out of talent. If you're so capable, tell me what good works he's produced in recent years. Show me." After this Weibo was posted, the criticism still persists. But it's noticeably less intense. No choice. Indeed, Su Tong hasn't released any songs for a long time. As he said, he's been busy traveling around the world these years. And it was precisely this point that Dingy seized upon to attack Su Tong's fans. Watching the gradually weakening comments, Dingy, at home, let out a sigh of relief and laughed heartily as he posted his third Weibo. What's the matter? Got the guts to bring it out? He's acting outrageously arrogant. Yet there are still some fans who refuse to accept this and have launched a trending topic online. A petition signed in blood by 10,000 people, kneeling in plea for Su Tong to release new music. One person takes the lead, 10,000 rise in rebellion. This trending topic quickly soared to the top of the hot search list. The hype remained unstoppable. And it dominated the charts in one fell swoop. Everyone was waiting for Su Tong to release a new song and bury that idiot Dingy 6 feet under. In the mushroom house. Snap. Su Tong and Pang Pang are playing the finger slapping game. Ouch, that hurts. Brother Su Tong, how do you keep winning every time? That's amazing. Pang Pang clutched his wrist, hissing and muttering. On set, he was known as the master of the finger slapping game, but who would have thought that after playing with Su Tong for over half an hour, he hadn't won a single round? His arms were already red from Su Tong's slaps. Seriously, what's going on with you? Rebar and Xiao Ju's arms were also flushed red. The two of them played with Su Tong for quite a while, but ended up losing every time. Ha ha. Su Tong smiled. Rock paper scissors actually has its tricks, but he wasn't going to tell them. Brother Su Tong. Just at that moment, Zhang Zifeng, who had been busy preparing for exams and studying in her room, suddenly came out. Look! She showed Su Tong the trending topic on Weibo's super topic. After understanding the situation, Su Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud. A bit interesting? Chapter 12, the counterattack begins. This guy has gone too far. Also joining the crowd were Reba, Xiaoju, and others. I've said it before about this Ding Yi. Teacher Huang was somewhat speechless. Clearly, he knew Ding Yi. He said. Earlier, this guy liked to jump on the bandwagon for no reason, and this time he even dragged Su Tong into it. It's really. Even the usually easygoing teacher, he couldn't stand it anymore. He directly said. Don't worry about Su Tong's matter, I'll give him a call later to warn him. This is going too far. Instantly, the barrage of comments exploded. Teacher, he is so domineering. Teacher Huang is mighty. Everyone's protecting our Su Tong. Let that stupid dog bark all at once. Seeing how kind both teachers are, Su Tong didn't refuse either. Then thank you both, teachers. Laugh. Didn't take it seriously. Alright, it's getting late, everyone should rest early. Before long, everyone was ready to retire for the night. The early morning in Zishuangbana is shrouded in a layer of mist. The morning sky is as clear as a reflection. Everyone woke up unusually early this morning. Su Tong, however, was rarely seen waking up late. Is brother Su Tong still asleep? Zhang Zifeng cautiously asked Peng Peng. MHM. Peng Peng nodded and asked Teacher Huang. Should I wake him up? No rush. Teacher Huang said, we'll talk after breakfast is ready. On the other side, Reba and Xiaoju huddled together, whispering in discussion. Do you think the boss won't care about what happened yesterday? Who knows? But that dingy is really notoriously annoying. Exactly. Now he's offended someone, just wait for the boss to blacklist him. Both of them were indignant, having secretly checked the trending topics earlier in the morning. Hey! Today, the Mushroom House welcomed guests again. While everyone was resting in the pavilion, a graceful figure slowly approached along the Hanami path outside. She was very beautiful, petite in stature yet not appearing fragile, with long straight black hair accentuating her delicate facial features. In her hand, she was also carrying a suitcase. Nabi? It's you! Seeing the visitor, Xiaoju and Reba were pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected it to be Ouyang Nana. She's quite the little princess, known by many. Everyone rushed to the door to greet her. Oh my, welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Teacher, he went out to welcome her, and everyone took turns introducing themselves. Come in, come in. They invited Ouyang Nana inside. Aha! Just then, Su Tong walked out yawning. The weather here is so pleasant, I couldn't resist sleeping in a bit longer. Nah. Who would have thought that as soon as I stepped out, I'd see the newly arrived guest, Ouyang Nana. Brother Su Tong? Is that really you? The two stood in the small courtyard, looking at each other, and couldn't help but laugh. Su Tong, do you two know each other? This made Teacher He, who was about to introduce them, ask with amusement. Yes, of course we know each other. Ouyang Nana said with a smile. My song Tree Hole was written by brother Su Tong, and he also helped with the recording. How could we not know each other? Instantly, the barrage exploded again. Tree Hole? No way. That was written by Su Tong? Brother Su has gained another identity, this guy is just too outstanding. Really? Speaking of which, that certain Ding named celebrity is about to get slapped in the face. Yeah, that be seemed to say Su Tong hasn't produced any noteworthy works in recent years. Brothers, stop spamming here, save your energy, let's go bomb that Ding named idiot's place. So then, in no time, netizens flocked to Dingy's Weibo. They posted pictures and even recordings as proof, cursing Dingy outright. Really? There's such a thing? The few guests present were also somewhat surprised. Ouyang Nana nodded repeatedly and even said, Brother Su Tong prefers to keep a low profile. Many of the songs he's written for others don't even credit his name. Over the years, he's produced albums for almost all the top-tier singers. Netizens who witnessed the scene once again took screenshots and recordings, then flooded the comments section of Ding's Weibo to protest. Old dog surnamed Ding, get out here. Open your damn eyes wide and see clearly our Su Tong hasn't stopped making music, she's just shifted to working behind the scenes. Look at this. If you had even half this talent, you wouldn't be so old and still desperately chasing clout. Shame on you. Scum. Disgusting. Faced with the netizens' crazy street-blocking behavior, Ding Yi, who was also watching Back to Field Season 4, was instantly stunned. But he's stubborn. He can't back down. If he backs down now, that would really be embarrassing. He immediately posted on Weibo, saying, just because someone says they wrote a song means they did? I could also claim many singers have performed songs I wrote. I say I'm low-key too, do you believe me or not? This old dog is truly insane, shamelessly chasing clout with no limits. Seeing so many people so angry they're cursing even worse. But honestly, It seems they really couldn't argue back. Ding Yi watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Looking at Su Tong on the screen, he sneered. "Humph, I said you're a washed-up online singer, and that's exactly what you are. What's with the act? Do you think I can't tell it's the show's packaging? How naive." He never expected that. Shortly after he posted this on Weibo. In the music industry, every single top-tier singer are all speak up. Chapter 13. On this day, the music industry was shaken to its core. This day, Weibo exploded. Perhaps many years from now, someone will recall this day and sigh, saying, "That was a story about our youth and a silly dog." Here's how it went. Let's start from the beginning. Because of Su Tong, she revealed her identity on Longing For. Then, the buzz remained high for a while. Some old dogs are trying to ride the wave of popularity. Criticism, condemnation, mockery, sarcasm, and more. Whatever it takes to be sarcastic. Even though he was humiliated on live TV, he still shows no remorse. Keep mocking him. Not backing down at all. It's as if someone had killed his entire family. And after Ding Yi posted that on his Weibo, he said that Su Tong writing songs for others was just the show's publicity stunt. Not even a few hours had passed. Countless top-tier singers quickly came forward. Chinese live music king Zhang Jia. Without Su Tong, there would be no of the past, and there would be no me today. Thank you. As one of today's top male singers, Zhang Jia's influence is undeniably vast. When he posted this on Weibo, within minutes, the number of likes surpassed 10,000. Even the number of shares also surpassed 10,000. Jie Gu posted on Weibo. "Ding Yi, you old dog, open your eyes and take a good look." What? So tough? Say something else. Didn't you say you write songs for others too? At that moment, Ding Yi's Weibo exploded again. Ding Yi has been completely baffled these past few days. He had originally planned to ride the wave of popularity. Get some exposure and make sure the netizens didn't forget about him. Just get a little attention while you can. But then the cat went wild. His Weibo hasn't been this lively in years. Now, almost every post he makes is flooded with an overwhelming tide of angry comments. He's been really busy lately. More famous than many top celebrities. I don't want to become an outdated old star. But now that he's famous, he suddenly doesn't want it anymore. Because the one who posted it on Weibo was Zhang Jia, the current top-tier singer Zhang Jia. He's at the peak of his career, completely unmatched by an old has-been like him. And you should know that. Zhang Jia's Weibo post is essentially an indirect endorsement. He didn't give him the slightest bit of face. This is infuriating. He was so angry that he stamped his feet. But not long after that, his Weibo was flooded with another wave of fans. Ding Yi took a closer look. Ha? Chen Ishuan's fans? What the hell is going on here? He was completely baffled because he discovered that Chen Ishuan's fans had come out to confront him. When he scrolled down to read the comments, he was even more stunned. 2 minutes earlier, Chen Ishuan had posted on Weibo. "Some people say Su Tong has no works and has run out of ideas, so I'll share some of the songs he's written for me over the years. 10 years, listen to me, long time no see, exaggeration, love transfer." Is that enough? If not, there's more. Should I keep going? When Ding Yi saw the second singer step forward, he panicked. One of them was Zhang Jia, the current king of live performances. One is the absolute king, Chen Ishuan. What's more, their popular songs were all written by Su Tong. He didn't know what to say and was so startled that he broke out in a cold sweat. But he thought, was that the end of it? No. We're still a long way off. Following Zhang Jie and Chen Ishuan, various singers are now jumping on the bandwagon. Shui Zhiqian. The Actor, The Accident, Just Right, The Ugly One by Ding Yi. Is that enough? If not, there's more. Sun Yanji. Encounter, Beginning to Understand, Dark Knight, What I Miss, Green Light by Ding Yi, Just to State My Position. Li Ronghao. Li Bai, Youthful Achievements, Quitting Smoking, Old Street Ding Yi, Everyone, Bear Witness I've Chosen My Side. Tong Ge, I've Chosen My Side, okay? Moonless Sky. Gentle, Suddenly Miss You, Contentment by Ding Yi. Zhan Liangying. Painting the Heart, My Dream, If This Is Love, Ding Yi, Please open your eyes wide and take a good look. People have eyes to see things. Lin Junjie. Jiangnan, she said, Cultivating Love, Smiling Eyes. Yeah, that's it. Ding Yi. There's so much more to it. There's even more. This is the day. Weibo exploded. Almost every singer in the Chinese music industry who has a notable hit song has spoken out in the past 2 weeks. Even the top-tier superstars have joined the fray. Those who once dominated half of the entertainment industry are now all attacking Ding Yi. This day, the comments under Ding Yi's Weibo post broke the staggering 1 million mark for the first time. This is a major event. Later, people who heard about these events all flocked to Ding Yi's Weibo to express their excitement. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Ding Yi sitting at home, listening to his phone, the constant beeps coming from it almost never stopping. He was completely dumbfounded. What did I do? This time, he's basically offended half the music industry for over half a month. Chapter 14. It seems like it's time to step down. Stop whining. Ding-yi was already extremely frightened, and now he could hear his phone ringing non-stop. It was driving him crazy. He picked up his phone. Bang! He fell to the ground in an instant. The phone went black and didn't make a sound. Ding-yi's home was temporarily quiet. His world, too, was temporarily quiet. But, in his heart, I just can't seem to calm down. It's like a raging storm. Rising up, waves as high as the sky. His current situation was so dire that he would have done anything to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Take a look. He was clearly just trying to ride the wave of popularity, as usual. Usually, hardly anyone pays him any attention. He thought this time would be the same. Seeing Su Tong dominating the scene, he decided to jump on the bandwagon. Who knows? That it would lead to such a series of events. That's the music scene for over half a month. Those top-tier singers who took to Weibo to voice their grievances represent half of the entire Chinese music industry. They also frequently release a few high-quality songs, firmly securing their place at the pinnacle of the music industry. He is certainly not someone who can be compared to the self-proclaimed veteran who was just going through the motions. What shocked him even more was, the singers had released nothing but their hit songs. And every single one of those songs was a masterpiece, a chart-topping hit. But unfortunately, these are the very items. Really? Written entirely by Su Tong. Oh my goodness. Sitting on the sofa at home, Ding-yi looked utterly dejected and let out a dragon-like roar. To be honest, just getting started. He really. I thought it was just the production team hyping up Su Tong to boost his popularity. Such tactics are obvious within the industry. Claiming that Su Tong has written numerous songs for many people is a lie and merely a publicity stunt. But who would have thought that this is actually true? It's actually true. How is that possible? And all the hit songs of so many famous singers were actually written by Su Tong? Is this guy a monster? And those top-tier singers, they rarely post anything on Weibo in their daily lives, and they've never taken sides in any controversy. As public figures, their identities are sensitive. Who would dare to take sides lightly? Who isn't afraid of offending people? But it just so happens that they did it without hesitation, in unison, and without beating around the bush. And they even collectively sided with him. Not even a shred of respect. This is a slap in the face. A group of people are slapping him in the face. And their respective fans. Summary. The current Ding-yi has almost offended all fans online and half of the Chinese music industry just by trying to ride the wave of popularity. This time, this is it. You've stirred up a hornet's nest. He was sitting at home. Was filled with dread. He knew he had really messed up this time. With so many top-tier singers dissing him all at once, which show would dare to invite him, Ding-yi, as a guest afterward? He knows it even better. What he should do now is apologize to Su Tong. A public apology. Even holding a press conference to apologize. But for some reason, whenever he thought of Su Tong, the online singer, he couldn't help but get angry. He, Ding-yi, as an old senior, as a big brother in the music industry, to be so publicly shamed by someone who was once just an online singer? Damn it. Just thinking about it makes him so angry he can't contain himself. So angry that he knocked over the teacup right next to him. He cursed loudly. This isn't over. I won't give up. This guy really is stubborn. He thinks. Anyway, it's come to this. We've offended nearly everyone in the music industry over the past month and a half. It's come to this. Anyway, I'm already doomed to never find work again. Is that so? Could it possibly get any worse? Is that really possible? Could he possibly be any unluckier? And the one responsible for putting him in this mess, Su Tong, is still on the show, enjoying everyone's admiration. Think about it. He's so angry. He's furious. He's not giving up. He's not willing to accept it. Why should he be so unlucky while Su Tong reaps the benefits? No way. Absolutely not. He roared angrily. He immediately grabbed his backup phone and logged into his nearly exploding Weibo account. Gritting his teeth and glaring, he posted a Weibo message. There are so many paid commenters. I never thought that so many so-called top singers in the Chinese music industry were also paid commenters. Great, really great. I ask you, where is the new song by the person surnamed Su? Is it really coming out? Did you even release it? Did your petition with thousands of signatures work? As long as he doesn't write a new song live in person, I want back down. I'll never believe it. Those hit songs were written by Su Tong. He just thinks that those singers are forced to side with Su Tong for some reason. Originally, this battle is already over. But that old dog Ding-yi is still looking for trouble. So many top-tier singers have personally come forward to confirm that their songs were composed by Su Tong, yet he dares to claim they're all paid trolls? However, one must admire Ding Yi's courage. This is going to take one person's strength, going up against the entire music industry. When it comes to being mentally challenged, dare I ask, in this world, how many can rival him? Who can stand alongside them? In the mushroom house, Su Tong also saw this Weibo post. He just smiled. It seems like it's time to get in the game. Chapter 15, The Terminal Exploded. That's right, sister, drink your milk. In the mushroom house, Zhang Zifeng handed Ouyang Nana some milk. Oh, thank you. Ouyang Nana was holding her phone, looking at what had happened over the past 2 days. This person is absolutely despicable. So many people have spoken out, yet he still refuses to apologize. It's truly. After reading Ding Yi's Weibo post, Ouyang Nana let out a furious outburst. The fact that Ouyang Nana, who is known for her sweet demeanor, was so angry shows just how excessive Ding Yi's actions were. Yeah, I think it's pretty excessive too. Reba was so angry that she waved her delicate hands and slapped the table. Ouch, my hand. The pain made her quickly look at her little hand and blow on it. Slow down, what's the rush? Xiao Ju couldn't help but roll her eyes, rubbing her hands while glancing at Su Tong in the distance. Boss, should we post a few Weibo posts to help you take him down? This guy is really despicable. I think it's necessary. Mr. He also said. Even Mr. He, who is such a nice person, said that. It's clear that Ding Yi did something really bad. A Pang and Zifeng, get ready too. We'll edit it together and send it out. Mr. Huang also picked up his knife and started preparing. Pang nodded repeatedly. I've been ready for ages. Zhang Zifeng raises his hand to signal. Right now. The comments are flying. Half of the music industry has joined in. Is this about to turn into the entertainment industry now? Oh my goodness, an epic showdown. All because of Su Tong alone. Wow. So proud. Hurry up. Everyone, get out there. Everyone knows the influence of the Mushroom House crew. To name just two, there are Mr. He and Mr. Huang, two seasoned veterans in the industry. When they speak, everyone listens and follows their lead. It could instantly shake up half the entertainment industry. If this were to be exposed, it would be almost equivalent to shutting down Ding Yi. In the end, if you really go all out. Even his Weibo account has been deleted. Everyone, please stay calm, stay calm. Seeing so many friends willing to speak up for her, Su Tong couldn't help but feel a warm glow in her heart. At the same time, she waved her hands repeatedly, gesturing for everyone to calm down. How could they not be excited? Reba bit her lip, rubbed her own reddened hands, and said, Mi Jia sent me a message last night, saying she's mobilized all the artists under her company. As soon as you give the order, we'll all attack together. Exactly. Xiao Ju also raised his hand and said, we also posted an announcement in our group last night. As long as you give the word, both of our companies will be your strongest support. That adds 2 more companies to the list. This really looks like preparations for a holy war. Yeah. Go for it, Su Tong. Na Bai will support you too. Ouyang Nana took a sip of milk and clenched her fist as she said, Tong Gu, give the order. Don't wait any longer. Let's all fire together and take out that stupid dog named Ding. The bullet hell is going wild. If before, it was thousands of people writing blood petitions and begging Su Tong to release a new song, then now, it should be tens of thousands of people writing blood petitions, begging Su Tong to give the order to bombard Ding Yi. In other words, as long as he gives the order now, that old dog is finished. Everyone, don't get too worked up. There are some things I'm not very good at explaining. But Su Tong hadn't actually rushed to issue this order. Because if he wanted to, he could not only eliminate Ding Yi but also ensure that he would never have a good life again. Over the years, the achievements he has made in various fields are beyond Ding Yi's imagination. But such methods are still insufficient to vent his frustration. What would truly be satisfying? Use what he used to attack himself. Use it to shut him up. Slap him hard across the face. Give him a good slap. That's the best part. He said, I write songs. Didn't Ding Yi say he couldn't come up with any songs? Then let him show it. Let that guy stare with his eyes wide open and take a good look. He can't just ride on someone else's coattails. After I finished writing the 3 words I write songs for Su Tong. The comments paused for a moment. Inside the mushroom house, Xiao Ju, Reba, Ouyang Nana, Peng, Zhang Zifeng, He teacher, Huang teacher, and even the entire production team all stared blankly at Su Tong. Quiet. Keep quiet. You can hear a pin drop. People looked as though they had heard something incredible. But everyone knew. This is it. The calm before the storm. Next. It's going to be a storm. Ah. A die-hard female fan of Su Tong from the director's team let out a loud scream. She didn't know how excited she was. She shouted, Go, Su Tong. Her shout seemed to trigger a chain reaction, a butterfly effect. Immediately afterward. Go boss. Looking forward to it. Reba didn't care if her little hands still hurt, her eyes sparkled like stars. Boss, you're such a real man. Xiaoju also gave him a thumbs up and winked at him. Go, Su-tong. Ouyang Nana said, I believe in your abilities. After all, you wrote Tree Hole in less than 10 minutes, didn't you? Well, we'll look forward to it then. Mr. He said together with Pang Pang and Zifeng. I'll go prepare something good so that Su-tong can eat her fill and have the energy to get things done. Mr. Huang immediately stood up and went to ask the production team for ingredients. The production team was also very generous, giving him whatever he asked for. But Director Wang Yijing was chatting with Mr. Huang about ingredients. Director! Director! Several program staff members rushed over, looking anxious and saying, Our terminal is down. Chapter 16 is so hilarious. What? 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 The entire production team of Longing for 4 was suddenly left speechless. At this moment, they finally had time to react and take a look at their comments. They realized it hadn't been updated in a long time. Has there been no update? No. Yes. There are too many bullet comments. This is crazy. The netizens are so ruthless. Directly crashed the terminal server. The server can't handle it anymore. We're done for. This. Director Wang Yi and the many artists who heard about this matter exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. Should he be crying now, or should he be laughing? The server has already been repaired once. And that time, they significantly increased the capacity. But even so, it still blew up. And it happened to Su-tong, who rarely speaks, in just one sentence. It blew up. He'll have to go fix the server again and spend more budget. When you add it all up, it's enough to make you cry. But then again, there are too many bullet comments, the server can't handle it and crashed. What could be the reason? Because of the crazy netizens, there are just too many of them. They're too intense. This indirectly indicates that their ratings have been skyrocketing and showing no signs of slowing down. Who could have imagined this? After 4 seasons on the air, this is the first time such a situation has occurred. This is terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Ha, ha, ha. Is it really that exaggerated? Looking at director Wang Yi's face, which was a mix of tears and laughter, and the program crew's miserable expressions, Mr. Huang couldn't help but burst into laughter, sounding like a pig. Ha ha ha. Even Mr. He and the others behind him were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. This is too funny. The entire mushroom house was filled with laughter and joy. Su-tong, you're truly great. Director Wang Yijin, seeing this, smiled bitterly and said, This is the 4th season of our show, and this is the first time something like this has happened. We really have to thank you. But why does this thank you sound so reluctant? Ha ha. The entire mushroom house erupted in laughter once again. In that case, our production team should thank Ding Yi. At this point, Mr. He chimed in to agree. If it weren't for him, our show might not have such high ratings. Ha ha. This despicable Ding Yi has become the laughingstock of everyone in an instant. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Even the production team couldn't help but silently thank Ding Yi. They thought to themselves, this guy is really a good person. This move of his isn't just riding the wave of popularity, but rather, help promote Longing for the Past 4. Let's do the math. Su-tong herself made a big splash when she appeared on Longing for the Past 4, which was already a huge hit, driving the show's ratings to new heights. At this point, Ding Yi stepped in and stirred up some buzz, directly causing the music industry to come to a standstill for over half a month. Fans of so many big-name singers in the music industry have all flocked to Longing for. This alone represents a fan base that cannot be underestimated. And then, key points. The climax is coming. Then Su-tong spoke up on the spot and said she wanted to write a song. This was a big surprise. This is serious. This is really unbelievable. Originally, Su-tong already had countless fans, and the 90s generation has long since grown up. Following the incident involving Ding Yi, many veteran figures in the music industry have stepped in, revealing to the public that those beloved classic songs were all written by Su-tong. Wouldn't everyone be even more eager for his new songs? Just imagine. Such a legendary figure who has composed the majority of the finest songs in the Chinese music industry. What would his new song sound like? How captivating will it be? How moving would it be? Who wouldn't look forward to it? Plus the recent buzz. Fans are going crazy sharing it. Plus, those who are looking forward to it are watching all sorts of things. This day, not only did the servers for Longing for the Past 4 crash, but even the Weibo department responsible for the super topic was about to explode. The super topic related to the petition signed by thousands of people begging Su-tong to release a new song has already surpassed tens of millions of views. It truly deserves to be called a phenomenon. Ha ha. The entire mushroom house was filled with laughter and joy. Su Tong was also inside, enjoying himself immensely. To be honest, I really felt that the mushroom house was filled with laughter and joy, and the atmosphere here was truly comfortable. Alright, I'll go prepare something delicious. Pine, keep an eye on things and make sure no one disturbs Su Tong. We're all looking forward to it. After laughing, Mr. Huan went to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Meanwhile, Su Tong also needs to come up with a new song. With so many people expecting it, how could he let them down? Such a grand spectacle is rarely seen. But at times like this, some thoughtless, reckless fool dares to step forward and make themselves a target, seeking trouble. In that case, our production team should thank Ding Yi. Without him, our show might not have such high ratings. Ha ha. Watching TV on. The joyful laughter of the people inside the mushroom house. Ding Yi was so angry his heart ached. He was so angry he didn't know where to start. How did he end up being the one to make them famous? He's in such a terrible state, a public enemy, yet they're laughing and having a good time? That's not fair. That's way too unfair. So, Ding Yi once again posted an angry message on Weibo. Chapter 17, everyone, I've kept you waiting. Ha ha ha. He just said one sentence and you're all so amused? If I called you idiots, you wouldn't believe me. Do you really think those hit songs were written by him? Do you really think he can write another hit song? What a joke. This is the original post from Ding Yi's Weibo. As a singer, he knows that a masterpiece is something that can be encountered but not sought after. No one can claim that every song they sing is of the highest caliber. Otherwise, Ding Yi wouldn't have gone all these years without releasing a second hit song. It's not that he can't write them, but rather that he doesn't feel inspired. It's something that can be encountered but not sought after. He absolutely couldn't believe that all those exquisite songs were written by Su Tong. He certainly didn't believe that a song he wrote on the show could be a masterpiece. That's just wishful thinking. What a joke. Within minutes of Ding Yi posting this on Weibo, the comments had already surpassed 10,000. As expected. The same chorus of criticism. Sour. So sour. Lemonheads are just sour. You've been living off one song for most of your life, unable to write your own, while others keep releasing hit after hit. Jealous. Hey, you old dog, I've never seen such a smooth talker before. Alright, everyone, stop commenting on him. Are we really going to let him ride the trend? Hurry up and watch Longing For instead. Don't miss Su Tong's new song. Yeah, the person above is right. Who wants to bother with this old dog? Hurry up and leave. If we're late, the server for Longing For 4 might crash again, and we won't be able to get in. Hurry up and go. Let that old dog stay here and wallow in his own little world. Go be jealous. After venting their frustration, netizens promptly returned to watching The Good Life 4. Who would still care about this pitiful fool Ding Yi? Me. Ding Yi was so angry that he smashed the cup he was holding onto the ground again. He cursed angrily. Reading the comments sometimes really makes him so angry that his head feels like it's about to explode. Right now, he's feeling dizzy. He never saw it coming. This time. This group of once crazy, brainless online trolls actually stopped arguing with him. Not even paying attention to him anymore. They even said they were going to watch Longing For 4, leaving him here to feel bitter? This is absolutely infuriating. I refuse to believe this. He turned on the TV and watched Longing For as well. I'll see if you can write another masterpiece. I'll watch you make a fool of yourself. We'll see who's the fool then. He absolutely won't believe that Su Tong can write another masterpiece. Absolutely not. Mushroom House. At noon, there were spicy chicken cubes, sweet and sour pork, fried yellow croaker, and other delicious dishes. I also simmered a pot of seafood soup. Since it's the height of summer, I also squeezed a large glass of iced mango juice. Plus the main dish, scallion oil noodles. That taste. Unbelievable. TSK. Phew, I'm so full. The three beauties, Ouyang Nana, Reba, and Xiaoju, who were all full, were lying back on the small chairs in a rather unladylike manner. I said, "You three, could you please watch your manners?" "Mister," he said with a wry smile. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. I ate too much." Reba puckered her lips and said this as a foodie. "Hey, where's Su Tong?" Ouyang Nana suddenly realized that Su Tong was gone. "Oh, I think I saw my brother go into the room to get his guitar just now," Pang Pang said. "Really?" Those who had just finished eating suddenly lit up. "Is it about to begin? Are we really going to start?" And just at that moment, ding dong ding dong. In the room. Suddenly, the sound of guitar strings being plucked echoed through the air. "Hey! There's a sound coming from outside." Zhang Zifeng suddenly pointed toward the room and said, "Is Su Tong already writing a song?" "It should be," Ouyang Nana said. "The last time he wrote a song for me, he just hummed it once in his room, then wrote it down. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Is he that talented?" Xiaoju gasped in surprise. She had never seen the boss write a song before. The others also began to look forward to it. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Hurry up, Sutong. Don't keep us waiting. Looking forward to it. The comments are back, but even so, the anticipation has skyrocketed from 1 to 100 in an instant. And within seconds, it reached 1,000. A few more seconds later. 10,000. 1 minute. 10,000. Breaking 100,000 in a minute, and this is just the bullet comments. This clearly shows how much people are anticipating Sutong during this time period. At the same time, director's team. Director Wang Yi issued a strict order. You must give it your all, at any cost, and ensure that the servers do not experience any issues before Sutong finishes her performance. Gu Gu Lu. Gu Gu Lu. The staff member in charge swallowed hard. Undoubtedly, this was a huge undertaking. Even now, the number of people here has already surpassed the number of people when the server crashed this morning. Several staff members couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Oh my goodness. That's insane. Almost. Under the spotlight. Sutong, carrying his guitar, slowly walked out. The sunlight in the south of Kaiyuan was brilliant, shining on his striking features and making them even more radiant. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Chapter 18, Sunny Day. You finished writing a song so quickly? When Sutong came out, Mr. He was still surprised. He was also somewhat familiar with the music industry and knew that writing songs was not easy. Sometimes inspiration strikes, and it's done in a few minutes. Other times, when inspiration is lacking, even hitting a wall won't help you write a single word. But Sutong clearly doesn't look like someone who's feeling inspired. He's only been in there for a few minutes? You're already done? That's about it. No need to spend any more time on it. Facing Mr. He's confusion, Sutong gave a wry smile. The comments started flying. Tonggu is so cool and powerful. Well said. A song only takes a few minutes, doesn't it? Some people have been coasting on their past achievements for decades and still can't write a single song. Tong Ji's words really hit home. Looking forward to 100,000. The production team, specifically the staff responsible for the live comments, are working hard and sweating profusely. Director Wang Yi kept exclaiming, "Hold on. Hold on. Mr. He, don't you know?" Ouyang Nana smiled and walked over, taking the notebook from Sutong's hand. She looked at it and muttered to herself. Sutong is known for being fast. The songs that his older brothers and sisters have been posting for him these past few days ask them if any of them took more than 10 minutes to compose. The song title is great, Sunny Day. Wow. The melody and lyrics are also wonderful, especially the intro and the chord progression. She speaks so naturally. Very direct. It seems like it's just the way things are supposed to be. At this moment, several top-tier singers who were also watching the program, specifically those who had sided with one of the contestants. They all recalled the past. Surprise discovery. Yes. Sutong wrote songs for them, and none of the songs he wrote on the spot were longer than 10 minutes. This guy is a genius. Songs that others consider rare gems, he can compose one in just 10 minutes, and each one is completely unique, with no repetition in style. Watching this scene on TV, Dingy clenched his teeth. Blow. Keep blowing. Let's see if you can still blow after a while. Now that's a master. Mr. Huang smacked his lips and sighed with emotion. Sutong, the sky is clear, the rain has stopped, you'll definitely make it this time. Mr. Huang has always had a great sense of humor. This made the entire mushroom house burst into laughter. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter and joy, Sutong walked over and sat down on the small bench in the center of the pavilion. She crossed her legs and propped up her guitar. If you sing badly, no one is allowed to stop you. Boss. You're being too modest. Xiao Ju rolled her eyes. It's Sutong, you're so modest. Zhang Zifeng smiled innocently. That Peng Peng moved slightly to the side. Poor Peng Peng hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and Reba already told him to move aside a bit. She had already set up her phone stand and said, "I've got everything ready to record it right away. Honey told me to send it to her as soon as possible." "Okay, got it." Poor Peng Peng hurriedly backed away. And accidentally. Ouch. He stepped on Little O's tail, and it hurt so much that Little O yelped. "Ah, Peng, be careful. You're so clumsy." Mr. Huang burst into laughter. Peng Peng scratched the back of his head, laughing so hard he looked adorable. No doubt, he had always been the class clown. Alright, let's begin. Finally, everyone is in position and everything is quiet. Cleanup is complete. Everyone gathered around the pavilion. They were sitting together in a circle, looking at the handsome guy in the center holding a guitar. It's finally about to begin. The bullet comments are also unusually quiet at this moment. This at least gave the two staff members, who had nearly worked themselves to the point of exhaustion, a moment to breathe. However, the crowd continued to grow steadily. Everyone, stay tuned. Even including Ding Yi. Here's a song called Sunny Day for everyone. I hope you like it. In such circumstances, Sutong pursed her lips and smiled faintly, then began to pluck the strings of her zither. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The prelude begins. So many people were drawn in. They all lit up with starry eyes and exclaimed, "Just for this intro, I'm a fan. This intro alone is already a role model for our generation, isn't it? So memorable. Amazing. Goosebumps. Goosebumps. Oh my goodness." As soon as the intro started, some people already got goosebumps. Sitting in front of the TV, Dingy listened to the prelude and felt his heart sink. No matter how bad his character is, he's still a professional musician. He fully understands how exquisite and captivating this intro is. Most people were eagerly awaiting Sutong to speak. The comments were well-mannered and didn't get too heated. This couldn't help but make the two staff members who were almost bald with worry breathe a sigh of relief. Wow! The production team has so many young girls already screaming. As the intro slowly faded out and the main verse began, Sutong slowly opened her mouth. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year it was born. The swing of childhood, swaying with memories all the way to the present. As I play this prelude and gaze at the sky, I think of petals trying to fall. This part brings everyone back to that hot summer. Little yellow flowers and swinging on a swing, those are memories from my school days. They are the most beautiful memories deep in everyone's heart. He sang, and the others remained silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to praise him, rather, they were so deeply immersed in the song that they couldn't bring themselves to interrupt it. This song is amazing. Just this part alone is already. It completely left Dingy speechless. But, dare you think about it? The climax chorus hasn't even arrived yet. Chapter 19, refreshingly sweet and sour lemon tea, the perfect finishing touch. At this point, Sutong suddenly changed her tone, switching to a half-spoken, half-sung style. The day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell, the classroom we were in, why can't I see it? The rainy day that vanished, it feels like I'm getting drenched all over again. I never thought the courage I lost was still there. If I were to ask again, would you wait or leave? Slowly, Sutong also became immersed in it. He closed his eyes. Hoo-hoo. All around, a fragrant breeze carried the scent of fruit, gently blowing in. Immersed in his own song, he reminisced about his student days. Those summers were unbearably hot. Students were walking home from school, sharing the interesting things that had happened that day. At that time, they were happy. They are happy. Every day is carefree. Young boys and girls make a promise together: when the sky's clear, they will come together to compose a pure love story. Looking back, the innocence of campus life. Sweet and innocent love. Rebellious and unruly. Sutong begins to gently pluck the strings of the zither. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand, but the rain grew heavier and heavier, until I could no longer see you. How much longer must I wait before I can be by your side? Maybe I'll feel a little better when the sun comes out. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But alas, the wind gradually blew us apart, leaving us far apart. Finally, we can love each other for one more day. But in the end, it seems like you still said it. Bye. All around, there was complete silence. Not only the closest people like Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Riba, Xiaoju, and Ouyang Nana. Even the entire production crew was at a loss for words. Even director Wang Yi was deeply moved by this song. To be honest, when the director heard Sutong say he was going to write a song, the production team just thought it was a big gimmick. Their show's popularity was about to skyrocket. Even before Sutong started singing, all they could think about was how much buzz his performance would generate. But who knew? When Sutong finished the first chorus, the first climax, they, too, were deeply moved. They completely forgot about the heat. Even many cameramen with cameras in hand were moved and turned their lenses toward Sutong. At that very moment, the netizens watching the screen have all forgotten to post comments. Everyone was staring blankly at the scene. No one could have imagined that a single song would evoke such memories of their student days. Back then, love was pure and innocent. But no matter what, I couldn't seem to hold her hand. And no matter what, there's no good outcome. As the lyrics say at the end. But in the end, it seems like you still said goodbye. These lyrics are amazing. It captures all the regrets of our student days. Sutong hasn't finished singing yet. Everyone else also remains silent. Sutong continued to pluck the strings and sing on. Lost in the music. I didn't expect to still have the courage I thought I'd lost. It's as if I'm asking again, will you wait or leave? On that windy day, I tried holding your hand. But alas, the rain grew heavier, and I could no longer see you. How much longer must I wait before I can be by your side? Maybe I'll feel a little better when the sun comes out. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Change the tune. Key change in the second chorus. The audience is listening, and it's so thrilling. But alas, the wind gradually blows, carrying the distance farther and farther away. Finally, we can love each other one more day. But in the end, it seems like you still said it. Bye. When the last chord falls. When everyone thought Su Tong had finished singing. When the show's crew had already started clapping in unison. When netizens had already confirmed the end and were ready to post comments. When Dingy had already given up hope and felt there was no point in living. Su Tong suddenly continued plucking the strings and rapped a verse. On that windy day, I tried to hold your hand. But unfortunately, the wind gradually picked up. Maybe I'll feel a little better when the sun comes out. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But in the end, it seems like you still said goodbye. One strum, and it's over. Clean and crisp. Not a single unnecessary word. If I were to say, the previous part told a story of pure love. Perhaps it was a bit sappy. That final rap section is like a refreshing iced lemon tea to cut through the richness. It showcases the decisiveness of a young man who has moved on from the past with a clean break. And speaking of which, after singing the verses and chorus of the traditional arrangement twice, it would make sense to end with a song. But this song has such an intense atmosphere. After hearing the final chorus, people couldn't help but feel a bit unsatisfied. And at this very moment, Su Tong decisively launched into a rap, quickly running through the chorus. Not only was it not awkward, but she also perfectly filled the lingering sense of anticipation among the audience. The icing on the cake. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Sunny day. This song is absolutely amazing. One song done. Who? Su Tong slowly stood up and placed the guitar in his hands gently on the small table. He smiled slightly. He smiled at the camera, at the director, at his friends, and at the audience. He bowed deeply. Thank you all. Chapter 20, The Generous Su Tong Let Us Pay Tribute to Ding-yi. Snap. At the scene, a series of loud applause erupted. It came from the heart. From the depths of one's soul. Every person is sincere and wholeheartedly admiring, clapping their hands in appreciation. For Su Tong. For Sunny Day. For today, for this performance. If they had to evaluate Su Tong's song, I guess most people have only one word in their hearts: impossible. For them, in today's Chinese music scene, it is rare to find songs that are as refreshing as a clear stream, melodious, and rhythmically captivating. If we were to say that the big names in the music industry and top-tier singers who took sides a few days ago, the songs Su Tong wrote for them can truly be called masterpieces. Well then, this song, Sunny Day, is undoubtedly a phenomenon. Yes, it is truly a work that can touch the heart. Yes, even as time passes and circumstances change, it remains an exceptional work of timeless significance that will never be outdated by the times. Do you believe it? This song, even if another 10, 20, or even 30 or 40 years pass, it will still sound just as popular when you listen to it. And such a song. Actually, it was Su Tong who created it in less than 10 minutes. How could this not be mind-boggling? You must understand. From the time Su Tong suddenly disappeared during dinner to when he emerged with his guitar, it had been less than 10 minutes. As Ouyang Nana had said, Su Tong, one song every 10 minutes, never repeating, and everyone a masterpiece. Oh, I guess I shouldn't call them masterpieces anymore. It should be called a phenomenon-level work. This work has truly reached a new level. It has reached the level of a classic. Classic is something that can be widely passed down. Oh my goodness. Ouyang Nana, who was sitting closest to him, let out a scream first. As a celebrity, she didn't care about her image in front of the camera and screamed out loud. With a starstruck expression, she stared at Su Tong, waving her delicate hands and shrieking. Su Tong! From now on, you're my idol. I love you, idol. And at this very moment, there were more than just Ouyang Nana who had become Su Tong's little fans. You're amazing, boss. Xiao Ju grabbed Su Tong's hand tightly, looking at him with eyes full of love, as if she were about to pledge her life to him. Though I don't understand it, I know I'll be playing this song on repeat when I get home. Peng Peng said as such. Ah Peng, you're being one-sided. Mr. Huang gave him a disapproving look and said. Even from a professional perspective, this song is flawless. Yes, yes. Mr. He nodded repeatedly and continued. I didn't expect that, I really didn't expect that. This well-known host in the industry is still completely immersed in the song Sunny Day and can't seem to snap out of it, still staring blankly. That's hot ba jia? Are you still recording? Zhang Zifeng had sharp observational skills. He pulled the red-eyed, dazed hot ba aside and said. Ha? Oh, right. Reba quickly wiped away her tears. She had completely forgotten that she was still being recorded. Hurry over and close it. After taking a deep breath, he hugged his phone and said. I've decided not to send this video to Honey Sister. I'll keep it for myself to enjoy slowly. This is the best first-person camera angle, and she wouldn't want to give it away. Boss, you truly live up to your reputation. Reba gave Su Tong a thumbs up while saying. Mi Jia always told me how amazing you are, but I didn't believe her back then. Now I see for myself. What an eye-opener. As Dingy said, even if numerous singers were to come forward collectively, claiming that their hit songs were composed by Su Tong, then there isn't a single song that Su Tong has truly mastered, but they all flow smoothly. It's exciting. In that case, we should still thank Dingy. Mr. He snapped out of his daze and chuckled beside him, saying, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had the chance to hear Su Tong sing the first version of Sunny Day live. The fact that the word lucky was even used speaks volumes about how highly Mr. He regards Su Tong. This young man, Su Tong, may look young, but his achievements in various fields have already reached the pinnacle of excellence. Even he can only marvel at his achievements. Perhaps he could mentor some of the younger generation. But Su Tong, he's the one who helps others who has the right to help him. Ha ha. That's right, Mr. He said it best. Peng Peng's maniacal laughter echoed through the room. I have to say, a song called Sunny Day has already won over everyone. At this moment, Su Tong chuckled and picked up the teacup in her hand. Glancing at everyone present, he then turned to the camera and said calmly, let us raise a toast to Dingy. At this moment, although the laughter and joy came to a sudden halt. However, almost everyone couldn't help but look at Su Tong with a bit more respect. At that moment, when Dingy was frantically slandering Su Tong didn't respond with a single word. He pulled out his own work. At this point, he's still retaliating against Dingy? If it were anyone else, who would have the nerve to do that? Raise your glasses. To Dingy. Ha! Chapter 21, the server crashed again, driving Dingy crazy. What the hell? You're thanking me? At that moment, in Dingy's home, watching Su Tong on TV, raising his cup, with that refined and scholarly demeanor, made Dingy so angry that he cursed out loud on the spot. He didn't care about anything and started cursing wildly. He couldn't even imagine it. Su Tong would do such a thing. By all accounts, Su Tong should be on screen, mocking him thoroughly. That would be the right thing to do. That way, he would have room to retaliate against Su Tong, accusing him of being uncultured as a junior. At that point, he could still salvage some of his dignity. But what did Su Tong do? He actually acted so magnanimous and even said he was honoring himself? Pay respect to Dingy? You discuss it like this? Dingy has been relentlessly criticizing Su Tong in recent days, yet Su Tong hasn't uttered a single word in response. He hasn't even made any public statements himself. Even on the show, she never uttered a single negative word about Dingy. On the other hand, Dingy continues to diss him time and time again. And this time, after pulling off a game-winning move, Su Tong actually showed some generosity? Doesn't that make him, Dingy, look like a petty person? Where would that leave Dingy? It would be a complete loss of face. He's already become the enemy of the entire internet. Now, Su Tong's latest move has only served to highlight his flaws even more. He is fully aware of this. When Su Tong scolded him, he actually felt happy. But he didn't. No. I'm so angry. He was so angry that he rushed into the room, grabbed a golf club, and aimed it at the TV. Me. Bang. In an instant, the TV was broken. The screen went black. Zzzz. Sparks flew from the back, blackening a section of the wall. Despite this, Dingy still didn't let off steam. At that moment, he treated his already broken 108-inch LCD TV as if it were Su Tong. He kept swinging his golf club at the TV, smashing it wildly. But even so, it's nothing but self-deception. Because Su Tong wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him, let alone know any of this. To put it bluntly, it's just that with modern smartphones and TVs, preventive measures are well established. Otherwise, just look at Dingy, who keeps smashing his phone and TV every now and then. If the security measures weren't so strict, he'd be dead by now. Ah! Finally, I smashed the TV to pieces. The house was also left in complete disarray. After that, he raised his head to the sky and let out a fierce dragon's roar. Inside, he felt suffocated. I have to get it off my chest. But it's precisely at this moment. Ding dong ding dong. His phone suddenly started ringing repeatedly. What the hell is it ringing for? He was so angry that he rushed over and picked up his phone to check. Then, before he could even read a few lines, he was so angry he nearly exploded. The comments under his Weibo post went viral. It's already surpassed tens of millions of comments. Do you know what we're talking about? Come, let's explain it. Hey, you stupid old dog surnamed Ding, did you see that? I seem to recall someone saying that Su Tong Jiang has run out of ideas. I think they also said Su Tong can't write good songs anymore. The slap in the face came pretty fast, didn't it? You silly dog, does your face hurt? By the way, why are we all gathered here? Does everyone know? Back to the previous post, of course we know. It's because we can't send comments, and I'm bursting to speak my mind, so I had to come here to vent. Yeah, the server for Meow's Longing 4 is so terrible. How did it crash again? Speaking of which, Su Tong's new song is really good. I'm obsessed. I'll be on repeat for at least 10 days. I'll listen to it for 100 days. I've been here for 1,000 days. I'll never listen to any other songs for the rest of my life. Watching. The comments under my Weibo posts, which started with people insulting me and gradually turned into praise for Sutong. Dingy was so angry. He was so angry that he stomped his feet in frustration. He only had his phone in his hand, he couldn't smash it. Everything else that could be smashed has already been smashed. These comments are an insult to him. A blatant insult. These people. How did they end up commenting on Sutong's Weibo? For Dingy, the most insulting thing is having someone praise Sutong and his new song in the comments section of his Weibo. He would even rather have netizens insult him, saying he was contradicting himself. This is truly infuriating. What on earth is going on here? Actually, it's like this. Mr. Su. After everyone raised their glasses to toast Dingy, director Wang Yi approached Sutong. He was accompanied by many staff members. He said, "It is an honor for us at Longing 4 to have you here. We are deeply honored to witness the debut of such a timeless masterpiece. On behalf of the entire production team, we extend our deepest gratitude to you." That's all. They all bowed to Sutong. "Hey, everyone, no need. Please get up, please get up." Sutong hurried over to pull the director up, smiling and saying, "I'm also very happy to be part of Longing 4. It's a win-win for everyone. I must say, Sutong really has a high EQ." Given his status, he humbled himself to participate in Longing for 4, and despite the admiration of the staff, he remained humble. Pang, you should really take a lesson from him. This is the kind of role model your generation should aspire to be," said Mr. Huang. Pang nodded obediently. And just at that moment, director. Several staff members rushed out, sweating profusely and looking completely confused. The server crashed again. Chapter 22, Live Your Life Like Sutong. What did you say? What? It blew up again? All members of the directorial team, from top to bottom, were completely baffled. It's happened again. Yes, that's right. They heard correctly. It blew up again. The server has been taken down for the third time. Director, there are too many people. The comments are flooding in simultaneously, and we can't manage them in time. It's crashed. The staff members who had almost worked themselves to the bone said with a miserable look on their faces. Who could have imagined? At that time, when Sutong finished singing, at the exact same moment, tens of thousands of people were sending comments in real time. And within the same minute, there were even tens of millions of people. In less than half an hour, the number of people sending comments had even surpassed 100 million. Over 100 million. What an astronomical figure. It's simply mind-boggling. With such a huge influx of people all at once, it's no wonder their servers couldn't handle it. Even during Double 11, they might not have been able to handle it. This is absolutely insane. And these people are all because of the same person. Sutong. The same song. Sunny Day. This is even more incredible. Put. Ha. Exploded again? Ha ha. Director, are we running low on budget again this season? Ha ha. All used for server maintenance. Ha ha. In contrast to the director's team's awkwardness and misery, the many guests in the Mushroom House were laughing their heads off. Seeing the production team's miserable expressions, they couldn't help but laugh heartily. It blew up again. How can this not be funny? You should know. In previous seasons, even if the servers didn't crash, they weren't even full. But now, even with significant expansion, it was still blown up 3 times in a row. And all within the past few days. Just the repair costs alone are almost as much as the appearance fees for several guests. The director is almost in tears. Sutong, you're even more popular than the top stars. Director Wang Yi almost cried and laughed as he said this. As we all know, in the entertainment industry, there is such a thing as a top-tier celebrity. As the name suggests, these are the top-tier stars with the highest popularity. When they, or certain young stars, appear, the traffic they generate will shatter people's preconceptions. The show's producers have even invited several young heartthrobs to appear on the show together for the sake of ratings. They are all top-tier celebrities. But, even when they all gathered together, they couldn't even take down the initial server. On the other hand, look at Sutong. He came for the first time. The first time he sang Suyen, it was a huge hit. Under the relentless pressure from Ding Yi and the online fans' loud cheers, he said, when I was writing the song, it blew up again. This was the third time. Even the production team has made the utmost preparations. Director Wang Yi has repeatedly emphasized that those staff members must do whatever it takes to maintain the server. Alright. It's still blown up. Still unable to withstand the barrage of bullets fired all at once. When the bullet hell struck, they didn't even have time to defend themselves. As you can imagine, it is evident. The sheer magnitude of Sutong's online presence is truly staggering. Top-tier influencer? Ha ha. Now, in front of Sutong, who else has the qualifications to call themselves a top-tier celebrity? And now, the entire entertainment industry. When it comes to who's the top star, there's no one else but Sutong. There is no one else. So then, that's how it is. Crazy netizens. The netizens who had already edited their praise for Sutong. There were even netizens who had already edited their reflections on Sunny Day. The server for Longing For has crashed again. Feeling frustrated and unable to post any comments. I can't hold it in anymore. What should we do? We can only go to Dingyi's Weibo and cause a stir. There's no other way. It's not that they don't want to go somewhere else. It's just that the server for Longing For is completely messed up. How many times has it crashed already? This is so annoying. Can't you spend a little more money and get a better server? Do we really have to keep repairing it over and over again? It's really frustrating. Some netizens couldn't help but speak their minds. So angry that they turned a hot topic into a trending search. The Good Life 4 should switch servers, it's too terrible. How are they supposed to play like this? Are they addicted to blowing things up? How annoying. But it doesn't matter. They had already vented all the passion they wanted to direct at Sutong onto Dingyi. Of course. As for whether Dingyi will be happy. Will he be happy? Would you want to see it? Again. Will they fly into a rage? So angry I want to jump off a building or even kill myself. Who knows? Who cares? Who cares? Our boss is obviously the top dog. Xiaoju and Reba each grabbed one of Sutong's hands and said crisply. He was just being low-key before. Seeing this scene, many people began to envy them once again. Reba, Xiaoju. No matter which one, they are all top-notch beauties, among the best of the best. Xiaoju is even known as the most beautiful woman in 4,000 years. Yet such a beauty, Sutong has one on each side. And she was still being affectionate toward him. He truly is a role model for all men in the world. That's not a role model for our generation. That's the role model for all men. The epitome. A person lives only once. Live like Sutong. Chapter 23, sponsoring 10 million in personal funds. I said you too should also watch your image. To avoid drawing the envy of other men, Sutong decisively kept her distance from Reba and Xiaoju. She said, "It's not like the old days. You're big stars now. You're standing so close to me. Aren't you afraid people will talk? These two little masters are both so popular, and if anyone gets jealous, Sutong could be killed by their glares. I'm not afraid. Let them expose me if they want to." Reba, this girl, said nonchalantly. "Anyway, they're just jealous of you, hee hee." Exactly. Little Ju also pouted and said, "I'd love to be caught up in a scandal with you and ride your coattails for some attention." Xiaoju said this. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, laughter filled the air in an instant. Her words had some depth to them. It seems like she's complimenting Sutong for being at the top of the charts and implying that she can ride his coattails. In reality, is a subtle dig at Dingyi. That guy, didn't he start out just trying to ride on Sutong's popularity? This remark amused many people, and even the audience watching on screen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who knew the goddess was so funny? Yeah. Originally, Reba's words were a bit eye-catching, but as soon as Xiaoju spoke, the atmosphere was instantly brought back down. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing that Reba was still looking at Sutong with lingering affection, Mr. He decisively stepped forward to break the tension and said, "Hey, Reba, you're being so blatant, aren't you afraid Mimi will cut you off?" "Oh, I almost forgot." Reba slapped her forehead and remembered to check her phone. "Mi Jia sent me so many messages. Ha ha." Seeing the cute and innocent expression on her face, the mushroom house was once again filled with laughter and joy. The atmosphere is truly wonderful. I'm talking to all of you. Director Wang Yi has been researching it for a while, but still no results. The server has completely crashed. Therefore, he could only come over and say with a bitter expression, "Everyone, keep playing. I have to excuse myself. I need to go fix the server." This is already the fourth time in the past few days. The director felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck. But then again, this season of the show, the viewership has skyrocketed. But still, acceptable. No, I'm totally fine with it. Is it very difficult? Mr. He, who was always understanding, came over and asked, "Is the budget insufficient?" Director Wang Yi nodded dejectedly and said, "The budget is a bit tight. Although we have countless sponsors this season, no one expected Suzone to be so generous. Some things are better left unsaid. But the hints have already spoken volumes." Looking at his expression. "Hey, look at Mr. E like that." Teacher Huang laughed and said, "You made us memorize radishes and bananas earlier, and now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? Ha! You should know. Previous seasons, Pang Pang and many guests were completely exhausted. For a single dinner, they were sweating profusely from carrying radishes and planting seedlings. That's all the director's fault. Now we're in a pickle. They've turned the tables on the production team. That's satisfying. Bro, you can finally take a break this season, huh? Zhang Zifeng also said with a smile. Pang Pang, hurry up and thank Su Tong. If it weren't for him, you'd still be climbing trees to pick leaves and planting watermelon seedlings in the field. Mr. Huang said with a smile. Oh, yes, yes. Pang Pang was very honest and smiled, intending to thank Su Tong. No need. Su Tong covered her face, struggling to suppress a smile, and hurriedly waved her hands. The mushroom house was filled with laughter. The director, however, looked utterly miserable. What should we do if the budget is insufficient? Mr. He asked. Mr. He, the kind-hearted teacher, always liked to care about various issues and see if he could help. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. The director shrugged and said. We'll just have to go find another sponsor. I see. Mr. He was still worried about him. Oh, don't worry, Mr. He. Director Wang Yi, however, remained completely unfazed and even laughed. This season has been such a huge hit. All I have to do is open my mouth and ask for a few million, and it's as easy as pie. Yeah, you're right. Upon hearing this, Mr. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This season, because of Su Tong, things have gotten so out of hand. The ratings are in the billions. It's even become popular overseas. Even some 90s kids abroad are scrambling to find resources to watch it. Those sponsors are also seeing their prices rise as a result. Even if the sponsorship fees have already been agreed upon, if we ask them for more, they will never refuse. All of this is because of Su Tong. Then I can rest assured. Mr. He nodded, and the others didn't worry either. Everyone knew this wasn't a problem at all. Wait a minute. But who would have known that, at that very moment? Su Tong suddenly called out to Director Wang Yi. HM? Mr. Su, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Wang Yi asked. Su Tong is the star of the show. Everyone has to pay attention to him. However, Su Tong stood up and gave a faint smile. She said. Don't look for a title sponsor. Here's what we'll do, I'll contribute 10 million yuan from my own pocket as funding for the program. How about that? After Su Tong finished speaking. All around. Complete silence. Even the guests were all stunned, thinking to themselves. What on earth could make Su Tong casually mention 10 million as if it were just a few dollars? Chapter 24, Instant Agreement. For most people, even those in the middle class. Also, it's not possible to just casually hand over 10 million as the program's budget. You must understand. This is practically giving it away to the show. This isn't something to be taken lightly. 10 million. That's not 1,000 or 10,000, it's 10 million. That's more than most people earn in a lifetime. Wow, is Su Tong that rich? Many of the young women on the show are already gazing at Su Tong with starry eyes. This isn't appropriate, isn't it? Director Wang Yi almost instinctively waved his hand to refuse. They invited Su Tong to be a guest. Su Tong agreed, and they felt honored enough as it was. The show's success was entirely due to Su Tong's efforts. Under these circumstances, how dare they still accept Su Tong's sponsorship? Although the server kept crashing, they did seem a bit flustered. But they didn't blame Su Tong at all. On the contrary, they should thank Su Tong. They feel too embarrassed to accept Su Tong's sponsorship. Yeah, that's not appropriate. Mr. He also waved his hand and said. Exactly, let Mr. E deal with it. We shouldn't get involved. Mr. Huang said with a big laugh. Why is Su Tong paying? Let the director deal with it. Who cares about him? He hasn't even vented his anger from the previous seasons yet. Exactly. Su Tong, don't get involved. Pang Pang also showed a rare display of backbone. The exhaustion from carrying radishes and planting rice seedlings in previous seasons was still fresh in his memory. This time, let the annoying production team have their share of bad luck too. All right. Faced with everyone's kindness, Su Tong just smiled and said. The server has been malfunctioning repeatedly because of me, so I should take responsibility for it. He smiled calmly, which moved everyone deeply. At this moment, under these circumstances, he still took responsibility upon himself. A true role model for our generation. Our role model indeed. This is what a true idol should be like. These are the qualities they should possess. Just as everyone was admiring Su Tong for this statement. Su Tong, this guy, defying conventional wisdom, suddenly said another sentence. Besides, 10 million isn't that much. It's just a few bucks. It's something you can earn in no time, right? Production team. Mr. He. Mr. Huang. Distinguished guests. Audience in front of the screen. Everyone was speechless for a moment. The image of Su Tong as a sophisticated and elegant individual that had just formed in their minds collapsed in an instant. Suddenly feeling so angry? Mr. Huang, where's my knife? The audience is about to explode. When did this 10 million become something that can be made in a matter of minutes? So many people. No. 90% of people, even if you told them they could make $1,000 in minutes, it would be extremely difficult for them. Don't even mention 10 million. But here's the thing. When these words came out of Su Tong's mouth, no one could refute them. I say, everyone, let's not be polite with him. Xiao Ju said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Our boss really isn't short on money. He wasn't lying. The number of businesses under his name is countless. Not only can he make millions in minutes, but even breaking the billion mark in minutes isn't a problem. On the other hand, Riba also said. Exactly. Mi Jie just sent a message saying not to be polite to him. Ouyang Nana also chimed in at the right moment. As far as I know, Su Tong alone earns tens of millions a month just from song copyright fees. He's written so many songs. By the time the three of them had spoken, people were surprised to discover. Yes. Su Tong, as someone who has dabbled in various industries and achieved the pinnacle of success in each one. If he were to say that he can make millions in minutes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. He doesn't need to brag either. But I don't know why. It's just so frustrating. Is this Su Zong appropriate? Director Wang Yi scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. To be honest, if he could, he really wouldn't want to beg those stubborn and unyielding brand companies for money. To face them. Su Tong laughed heartily and said, You've already called me Mr. Su, so how could I not come up with this much money? You're driving me crazy. That's exactly what you should say to Su Tong. At this moment, even the audience members were all gritting their teeth and saying, We want it. Why not? When it comes to taking money from the rich, no one can show mercy. In my opinion, 10 million isn't enough. We need to really squeeze them dry. Alright. Then we'll just have to be bold and ask for it. Director Wang Yi agreed immediately. This is also the first time in the history of Longing that a guest has paid the production team out of their own pocket as funding. This has caused the production team to start looking at Su Tong in a whole new light. Even the audience watching on screen were both annoyed and amused, yet also deeply moved. I think, Mr. E, you'd better get us something good to eat. Seeing this, Mr. Huang chuckled and said, We can't shortchange Su Tong, you know? Of course not. Director Wang Yi laughed heartily, looking quite satisfied. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, there was laughter and cheerful voices. Alright, I'll go prepare dinner. Mr. Huang quickly went into the kitchen. Not long after, Mr. He also followed suit. He leaned close to Mr. Huang's ear and looked at Su Tong, who was laughing and joking with everyone outside, and said, Mr. Huang, Su Tong's emotional intelligence is so high that even I can't find any flaws. What do you think? Chapter 25, Su Tong's admirable emotional intelligence. What else could it be? Mr. Huang also realized this. He shook his head with a sigh and said, The younger generation is truly formidable. If everyone in this field were such outstanding young people, how could it not thrive? Indeed. Mr. He said with admiration while taking a glass of juice. As we all know, emotional intelligence is a very important thing, especially for entertainers in the entertainment industry. Having emotional intelligence allows one to navigate various situations with ease, even when faced with challenging questions from journalists. Almost a must-have for entertainers. And when it comes to Su Tong's emotional intelligence, well, even Mr. He couldn't help but praise her. Never mind the rest. Let's focus on the present. After Ding Yi has been relentlessly criticizing Su Tong for so many days, is Su Tong just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire? Yes. Su Tong didn't do anything, she just made an appearance on the show and had some fun. She didn't do anything. What happened? Because Ding Yi himself was riding the wave of popularity and got criticized by his fans, he actually started attacking Su Tong. It kept coming in waves, non-stop. How did Su Tong manage to do it? At first, he didn't respond at all. Not even a single word. Last night, at the mushroom house, Mr. Huang and Mr. He were resting in the same room as Su Tong. Everyone knew that even after finding out last night, he acted as if nothing had happened, chatting as usual. Like nothing had happened. Even if half the music industry jumps on his bandwagon, it's all voluntary. Celebrities never take sides lightly. From this, one can see Su Tong's character. Meanwhile, Ding Yi continued his attacks. Su Tong, however, remained silent. I ask you, if it were anyone else, in such a situation where they were wrongfully implicated and unjustly attacked, how could they not be furious? Even if one doesn't lose their temper, venting a little or complaining is only natural, isn't it? But Su Tong still didn't say a word. Not even a single complaint. Some people might think he's just a nice guy, pretending to be someone he's not. To be honest, even Mr. He initially suspected that Su Tong was putting on an act. But later on, bang! Su Tong said that when he writes songs, Mr. He realized he had misunderstood him. He said, I write songs, isn't that just a response? Isn't this the best way to respond? At that moment, he finally realized that emotionally intelligent people never lose control of their emotions. retaliate, but do so at the right moment. That's exactly the right approach. And when Su Tong finished her song, when he raised his cup to toast Ding Yi, Mr. He finally began to truly admire this young man. This is when emotional intelligence truly shines. Even Mr. He couldn't help but ask himself if he could do what Su Tong did. When someone attacks you for no reason, you still respect them? Stop it. Even if they know it's a subtle dig, most people wouldn't dare to do it. But Su Tong not only did it, he still managed to chat and laugh as usual. At first, some might think he's putting on a show. But now, through spending time together, Mr. He could tell that he was genuine and didn't think much of Ding Yi at all. Let me ask you this. How high must a person rise before they can completely ignore such attacks? You know Yang Mi, right? Since her debut, she's always been known for being ruthless. Her emotional intelligence is also off the charts. Even she couldn't resist. But Su Tong didn't even bother to acknowledge the other person. As one might expect. To this point, Mr. He was already quite impressed with the young Su Tong. When he pulled out another 10 million to fund the show. When he took responsibility for the server crash. When he was afraid the production team would feel awkward taking it, so he deliberately flaunted his wealth to make them accept it willingly. Only then did Mr. He realize that perhaps, even he himself, could never reach Su Tong's level. He deliberately flaunted his wealth, not even caring if others criticized him for it. If it were Mr. He would never do such a thing. And the purpose of his actions was, it's simple. Clear. Mr. He knows. From now on, no matter what major decisions Su Tong makes, as long as they are not morally objectionable, even if he were to publicly assault someone, he would no longer be subject to any public scrutiny. Why? Because of that 1 million. Just imagine. What if one day, Su Tong did something that caused a huge stir in negative news coverage? So, netizens would say. Let me ask you this, do you think someone who could use 10 million to save someone who didn't make a mistake would do something like this? This is equivalent to taking 10 million and paving an absolutely unshakable path for oneself. From this point forward, in the industry and in the public eye, Su Tong will never have any negative news again. You think this 10 million Su Tonghua is so stupid? Stop it. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that Su Tong spent that 10 million wisely. Otherwise, do you think director Wang Yi really wanted Su Tong's money? Is it really because he's so shameless? No. He knew exactly what Su Tong intended, so he accepted it. He dared not refuse. Someone like Su Tong is a big shot. Ask around in the industry how many people dare to offend him. That Ding Yi is the real deal, a true, unadulterated cutie. I've already edited it. I'll send it to the group later. After sighing, Mr. He said to Mr. Huang, it's about time we said a few words on Su Tong's behalf. Chapter 26. The entire internet is buzzing about Ding Yi. The next day arrived. This day was a special day for some people. Because today is the day when Sunny Day dominates the screens and tops the charts. When this song, which isn't an official release but just a live version recorded by the show's production team, was uploaded to major music platforms, it went viral instantly. Key points. It's instant. It's already topping the charts. Directly to the top of all major music charts. And the buzz is still going strong. Has completely overshadowed those so-called idols and trend-setting celebrities whose songs are so cringeworthy they make you want to crawl into a hole and die. This has led many people to jokingly refer to it as, before Su Tong released his song, you could still use your awkward works to gain some attention. But when he releases his song, you'll know what it means for a king to return. This is simply Su Tong's first song release in over a decade. Surprisingly, it has sparked such an extraordinary response. It's easy to imagine. Once the official version of Sunny Day has been released, and it's sure to dominate the screens for a long time. The quality of this song is simply amazing. Unbelievable. In just a few days, almost all over the internet, everyone's mobile music player, and in the speakers on every street corner, music blaring outside every hair salon. All of it. Everything. It's all Sunny Day. This song. It's become a phenomenon. It's simply mind-boggling. In the past 5 years, no, in the past decade there hasn't been a song this popular. The release of this song has directly revitalized the gradually declining music industry, bringing it back to life. There's no way around it. This song is amazing. Just the intro alone is enough to capture the hearts of 99% of people. If we're talking about the fan effect, it can really elevate this song. Then now, it's not just about the fan effect anymore. And this day is also one that deserves to be remembered by people. Why is that? Because on this day, there is not only Sunny Day, but also almost the entire entertainment industry, with nearly all top-tier celebrities speaking out. Hee Jeong, known as Mr. He, shared a video of the song Sunny Day released by the show's production team on his Weibo account. He accompanied it with the following caption. Sutong-sans are like iced watermelon on a hot summer day, sweet and refreshing with an endless aftertaste. I can't imagine what he could possibly be criticized for. This Weibo post went viral. It went viral. As we all know, Mr. He is a veteran in the entertainment industry. A kind-hearted person. Someone like him is almost incapable of stepping in to speak up for anyone. And he certainly wouldn't take such an obvious side. Of course, saying it's impossible seems a bit excessive. Unless something happens that crosses his red line and makes him unable to tolerate it anymore. This time, it's exactly that. Netizens are commenting in droves. Even Mr. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Is someone getting a face slap? Ding-ee. Before Ding-ee, we couldn't imagine what Sutong could possibly be criticized for. I'm not even bothering to insult you. The public's eyes are sharp. Ding-ee. This isn't over yet. It hasn't even been a few minutes yet. On the other side, Huang Lei, the teacher, also reposted the program's video and added this caption. Zhong described Sutong's song as like a summer watermelon, but my take is iced cold, comforting soda for the soul. One sip, and it refreshes your soul. Additionally, I'm a straightforward person. When things go too far, I'll call them out directly. Ding-ee. When two veterans with such long-standing reputations in this industry step in to speak up for Sutong, almost everyone followed suit, rallying behind him. Across the entire entertainment industry, countless artists have spoken out. Huang Bo, Sun Honglei, Pang Pang, and others reposted Huang Lei's Weibo post and added comments. I'll take this fat guy's happy drink, you guys can have the rest. Xiana, Wei Dashuan, Zhang Zifeng, and others reposted He Zhong's Weibo post with the following caption. We've had our share of this big watermelon, you're welcome to have some too. Along with Reba, Xiaoju, Ouyang Nana, and Yang Mi from the remote support team, as well as the artists under their respective companies, they all posted on Weibo to cheer them on at the same time. Even many celebrities who should not have been involved in the first place. They also shared the song Sunny Day. Even without commenting, simply sharing it already demonstrates that Sunny Day has been recognized by everyone in the industry. At this moment, Ding-ee wouldn't dare to criticize Sunny Day again, would he? For a moment. Almost the entire entertainment industry got involved. If we were to say. Before it was almost the entire music industry. So, now it's upgraded. Now you're practically half of the entertainment industry. What a lineup. Truly impressive. This is almost like a holy war. Just a few days ago, the entire internet was criticizing Ding-ee. And Ding-ee is also engaging in a heated online argument with the entire internet. This day, the entire internet is buzzing about Ding-ee. Yet Ding-ee has not responded at all? Does he not want to respond? No. But rather, he dares not. This time, he knows. He really stirred up a hornet's nest. This time, it's true. It's all over. Chapter 27, Only Children Make Choices. But in this situation, Ding-ee not only showed no remorse but actually started thinking of other ways to get out of it. On this day, the mushroom house was still bathed in clear blue skies. Woo woo. A gentle breeze blows, carrying the fragrance of fruit. You guys? Sutong sat in the pavilion. Today, he was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt and shorts, which complemented his tall, slender build, making him look like a friendly older brother from next door. He looked at his phone, which was constantly pushing various messages about him. And in the mushroom house, the teasing glances of his friends. Sutong couldn't help but smile wryly. And took a sip of milk. He pondered for a moment. He said, in any case, thank you all very much. In the end, he was exposed. And this time, he really messed up big time. From just a few days ago, when he was just a newbie guy. It's only been a few days? It's already surpassed countless big name brands. That's some serious speed. Is really fast. And he didn't expect that even Mr. He and Mr. Huang would follow suit and join in. Although, Sutong wasn't really keen on making such a big deal out of it. He just wanted to give a proper response. But after all, his friends had spoken up. So this expression of gratitude is something that must be said. Hey, Sutong, no need to be so polite. We're all family. Pang Pang, on the other hand, seemed pretty generous, giving a hearty laugh. Ah, Pang has made progress, you're right. Mr. Huang chuckled and said. We usually don't say anything, not because we don't want to, but because many things aren't worth mentioning. But this time, it happened right in front of us. If we don't say anything, wouldn't that be deceiving the public? That's right, that's right. Mr. He also chuckled and said. We spend all day together, so we know exactly what you're like. Although they don't deny that doing this is meant to get closer to Sutong. But isn't it more because they can't stand it anymore? Seriously. They've been wanting to release it for a long time. Exactly, we're just telling the truth. What can anyone do to us? Xiaoju said this. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, there was a chorus of laughter and joyful voices. However, Happy times are always short. We have to go now. Reba, Xiaoju, and Ouyang Nana stood up almost simultaneously and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, they're just guest stars, only appearing in one episode. They've been here long enough, it's time for them to leave. All good things must come to an end. Let's meet again another day." Mr. He smiled as he stood up to see the three off. Pang Pang, go see them off. Mr. Huang also stood up to see them off. As for Su Tong, sitting in the corner, but she was being well behaved. "Hey boss, aren't you going to say anything? We're leaving." Reba puckered her lips and rolled her eyes at Su Tong. "Exactly, Su Tong. Exactly, Su Tong." Ouyang Nana also looked at Su Tong. Su Tong faced everyone's gaze, scratched the back of her head, grinned foolishly. He said to the three of them, "Take your time, no need to see us off." Reba, Xiaoju, Ouyang Nana. I don't know why, but no matter how I look at it, Su Tong seems to be smiling so happily. They're leaving already. Why? Are you unhappy? They've finally left. No one will expose Su Tong's identity anymore. Su Tong is too happy to even care. Let's hurry up and leave. Don't cause trouble for Su Tong here. These past few days, Mr. Huang has been asking Su Tong about her cooking skills from time to time, and she's been stressed out. If they stay for 2 more days, Su Tong will definitely lose her temper. Ha, Su Tong is so cute. Exactly. Hot ba, you guys hurry up and leave. Don't bother our Su Tong. Take your time, no need to see us off. Take your time, no need to see you off. Take your time, no need to see you off 10086. Hey, wait a minute? Excuse me, upstairs, has the live chat been restored? Wow. Really? I just noticed. The comments are back. Netizens have started their frenzy again. The production team has really gone all out this time, significantly upgrading the server capacity. It will definitely be able to handle this surge. Absolutely. Okay, let's go. Mr. He also found it amusing and said, "You're not going to see Su Tong again, are you? At least they're big-name celebrities. How can they act just like Yang Mi? Wait a minute. Yang Mi seems more famous, right? Anyway, no matter what kind of woman she is, once she gets involved with Su Tong, she becomes a love-struck fool. Let's go then." At the entrance of the mushroom house, Su Tong bids farewell to everyone. As she watched Reba, Xiaoju, and Ouyang Nana grow increasingly distant, their figures gradually faded from view. Su Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally gone," he said with a smile. "Alright, let's go back." Mr. He took Su Tong and the others back. On the way, Pang Pang quietly leaned over and asked Su Tong, "Su Tong, which one of the 3 do you like?" When he asked about the 3 of them, he was naturally referring to Xiaoju, Reba, and Ouyang Nana. One was prettier than the other, anyway. Although Ouyang Nana is a bit younger, that's not a problem. What? Su Tong didn't expect Peng to ask that question. He burst into laughter and said, "Ah Peng, you're still young." "What do you mean?" Peng Pang was taken aback upon hearing this. Even the netizens watching this scene on the screen couldn't help but feel puzzled. What did Su Tong mean by that? And in front of everyone, Su Tong burst out laughing. Kids make choices, adults want it all. Chapter 28, is it only when Su Tong sings here that it sounds good? I'll go. One word, trash. Su Tong is really funny. The comments started flying because of one thing Su Tong said. Hoof. Pang Pang was also left with a twitching mouth. Ha ha. Su Tong, however, laughed heartily. Pang Pang, you really should learn a thing or two from Su Tong. Mr. He, who was walking ahead, said. You forgot? There's also your older sister who's already left. Oh, right. I almost forgot about her. Su Tong smiled and said. The more, the better. The more, the better. This couldn't help but make Pang Pang's mouth twitch even more. Ha ha. As for Su Tong, she was laughing heartily. The comments started flying in. Mr. Huang, where's my knife? Yang Mi, where's my knife? Reba, Su Tong, you big jerk. Amidst the laughter and joy, they made their way back to the mushroom house. Su Tong, you're back? Zhang Zifeng smiled and went to greet him. Her little face seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. She didn't know what she was thinking. Oh right, there's also Zifeng. Mr. He said jokingly. Ha? Zhang Zifeng didn't follow, so he was a bit confused about what they were talking about. It's nothing, nothing. Pang Pang hurried over to pull his sister away. The comments started flying. Pang Pang, protecting the best sister in the world. Pang Pang, if Su Tong dares to touch my sister, he'll have to step over my dead body first. Mr. Huang, where's my knife? I suddenly feel like cutting something. Su Tong burst into laughter. Su Tong, can you sing Sunny Day again? I haven't had enough of it. It turns out that Zhang Zifeng wanted to hear Su Tong sing Sunny Day again. What's so hard about that? Su Tong didn't refuse. There were fewer people around now, and it was a relaxed atmosphere, so why not sing? Pick up the guitar. He slung his guitar over his back and slowly began to play and sing. Zhang Zifeng, Peng Peng, Mr. He, and Mr. Huang all came over to sit down. Even the two dogs named H and O, along with the two geese and the peacock, gathered around. What a harmonious scene! Netizens have been commenting enthusiastically. Everyone gathered around the screen to listen to Sunny Day again. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand. But alas, the rain grew heavier, and I could no longer see you. How much longer must I wait before I can be by your side? Slowly, Mr. He and the others began to sing along. The live version was only released yesterday, and today everyone already knows how to sing it. This clearly demonstrates the immense popularity of Sunny Day. Seeing this. When the second chorus began, Su Tong decisively waved her hand. Let's all join in. On a windy day, I tried holding your hand. The rest of us sang along. But just then, the rain started to fall harder, so hard that I couldn't see you anymore. How much longer must I wait before I can be by your side? Even the audience watching on screen are singing along. Maybe I'll feel a little better on the day it finally clears up. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Su Tong began to change the tune. But alas, the wind gradually blows, making the distance seem so far away. When the song ends, snap! Another round of applause. Fantastic! Someone exclaimed. Although this was Su Tong's second time performing Sunny Day, the initial sense of unfamiliarity had faded, but the anticipation hadn't diminished at all. The excitement remains high. This is what makes a work truly timeless and classic. Thank you. Su Tong smiled modestly. Is it only when Su Tong sings here that it sounds so good? Everyone in the mushroom house was immersed in the atmosphere at that moment. Outside, a sudden burst of silver bell-like laughter and the voices of several people echoed. Ha! Visitors? Everyone stood up. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, there were guests. Teacher Sha-yi? Chi Lin? Yu Chi. It's you guys. Mr. He stood up. He recognized all three of them. Old star Sha-yi. The one who always makes everyone laugh. Just by hearing that hearty laugh, you could tell it was him. Guo Qilin. Another comedy sensation, and he even got a pretty stylish haircut today. As for Chen Yuki, the little girl was absolutely adorable, wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and a small flowered hat on her head. She was simply exquisite. Hey, come on over. It's been ages. Everyone rushed over to greet him. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call out? Mr. He asked. You've been here for quite a while, and you're singing so enthusiastically. How could we bear to disturb you? Right? Ha ha. Sha-yi and the others walked in together, laughing heartily. They had been there for quite some time. It's just that they were so engrossed in the singing coming from the mushroom house that they didn't have time to say hello. They only came out to greet them after the singing had finished. Let me introduce you. This is Peng Peng, this is Zifeng, and I don't need to introduce this one, right? Mr. He said with a smile. Yes. If he had been worried earlier that someone might not recognize Su Tong and needed an introduction. Now, no introduction needed. With his current popularity and the big events happening in the industry these days, who doesn't know him? He's such a 2G kid. No need. Of course not. Teacher Sha-yi laughed heartily and gave Su Tong a bear hug. Long time no see, little brother. Long time no see, bro. Su Tong also laughed. How did you two meet? Peng Peng asked with a hint of confusion. Chapter 29, You can't be so low-key anymore. We live next door to each other in Kyoto, but he doesn't go back often. When he does, he likes to come over to my place, and we have a drink or two. Sha-yi laughed. Yes, your wife's cooking is delicious. Su Tong also said. But can it be as fragrant as Ms. Huang's? Mr. He asked. Then I'll have to think about it. Su Tong replied. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. At this moment, Guo Qilin stepped forward, bowed slightly to Su Tong, shook hands, and said, Master, it's been a long time. When Guo Qilin arrived, everyone else was a bit confused. Master? There were many people around, including the newly arrived teacher Sha-yi, who also looked a bit confused. Ah, teacher Su Tong also performed a stand-up comedy routine before. He's the same age as my father. Guo Qilin helped explain in the middle. Su Tong, you've also done stand-up comedy? Zhang Zifeng asked in disbelief. As everyone knows, stand-up comedy has almost become a program watched by the entire nation. Su Tong also does stand-up comedy? And he's on the same level as Guo Laoshi? That's really unexpected. Oh my goodness. The bullet comments are flying again. Another layer of Su Tong's identity has been revealed. Youth, what have you been hiding from us all these years? How many more identities does Su Tong have that haven't been exposed yet? Netizens are buzzing with excitement. With this wave of guests, Su Tong's true identity has been exposed. And it seems like every guest is familiar with him? Everyone already knew that Longing featured two industry insiders with extensive connections, Mr. Huang and Mr. He. Now, how could people feel that even teachers Huang and He don't have as extensive connections as teacher Su Tong? Is it just a misconception? I was interested in this before, so I learned a few phrases. Su Tong said with a smile. He had developed many interests over the years, and his mind was full of jokes he had come up with later. On stage, watching the audience below being entertained by his jokes and laughing heartily, that feeling is truly exhilarating. But his laughter was tinged with a hint of bitterness. He never expected. Just as I had sent off the second, third, and fourth Yangmi, here came the fifth, sixth, and seventh Yangmi. This couldn't help but make Su Tong sigh. What a small world. He hadn't even specified a guest list, yet he knew every single person who showed up. It's really. Hey, you're being too modest. Guo Qilin said with a smile. My father often talks about you at home, telling me to learn from you. If you have time, please come visit us. My father misses you very much. Is that so? Su Tong smiled and said. Mr. Guo, how have you been? He's doing well, eating well and sleeping well. Guo Qilin laughed. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Tong. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure swept past the crowd and wrapped her arms around Su Tong's neck. Cough, cough. Yuchi, don't get so worked up. Don't do that, it might cause a misunderstanding. Chen Yuchi, who is doing the same action as Xiao Ju, is really putting Su Tong in a difficult position. Netizens are once again buzzing with excitement. Can someone tell me why every usually aloof female celebrity seems to have it out for Su Tong? So jealous. It's killing me. Yuchi, you're a goddess. Watch your image. Woo woo. Some netizens have already started planning to cry. How did you two meet? It seems like you're up to something, Mr. He asked with a smile. Letting go of Su Tong's arm, Chen Yuki smiled and said. Last year's New Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was directed by Su Tong. He taught me a lot on set. Don't let his lack of acting experience fool you when it comes to acting, even many veteran actors give him a thumbs up. Without him, our New Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber wouldn't have been such a huge hit. We've been friends for years. This girl seems to be intentionally telling everyone that they're old friends. It made Su Tong's lips twitch uncontrollably. Oh my god, is the New Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber directed by Su Tong? He's the director? What director doesn't have some acting skills? Oh my goodness, another layer of identity. He's actually a director too. Netizens are buzzing once again. Speaking of today's traffic, it's been sky high. Bro, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Sha Yi smacked his lips in admiration. Alright, everyone, let's go inside first. Mr. He, who has become a familiar figure to everyone, will lead you all inside. After sitting down in the pavilion and greeting Mr. Huang, Sha Yi slapped Su Tong on the shoulder and laughed. Brother, now you'll find it hard to stay low-key. Congratulations on your sudden rise to fame. I'm truly happy for you. From the bottom of my heart. Ha! It's clear that Sha Yi is very close to Su Tong. And this remark is not without a touch of teasing. Who doesn't know that Su Tong wants to keep a low profile? Otherwise, if he wanted to be famous, he could have been famous for the past 10 years. Now that he's been exposed and gone viral, he's not really that happy about it. But this old friend of his, Lao Sha. Stop talking. Su Tong silently pressed her forehead. How could she not say anything? Guo Qilin laughed and said. Mr. Su is now famous, so he should say what he has to say. Exactly. Chen Yuki also agreed. Su Tong, you can't be so low-key anymore. Su Tong. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, there was a chorus of laughter and joyful voices. Chapter 30, Climbing Champion Tong. I said. Just as everyone in the pavilion was enjoying their lively conversation, Huang Lei walked in from outside. With a smile on his face, he said with a suppressed laugh. I have some bad news to share with everyone. Do you want to hear it? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads in unison. No way. That's what you call unity. No problem. Who wants to hear bad news? I hope I don't have work to do as soon as I get there. Sha Yi asked tentatively. The result was that their eyes locked with Huang Lei's. Put. Mr. Huang burst out laughing instantly. Sha Yi, you guessed right. Ha ha. The rest of them also laughed out loud. I said, don't be so quick to laugh. Sha Yi's face darkened, and he said bitterly. If there's work to be done, we all have to do it. Oh no, my hair is a mess today. Guo Qilin held his phone and looked at the stylish hairstyle he had carefully styled before coming out today. I became a celebrity so I wouldn't have to work. Chen Yuki pouted her lips and said. Even after becoming a celebrity, you still have to work hard. What a bummer. Ha ha. Several guests successfully made everyone laugh. Teacher Sha Yi and Qilin are truly a dynamic duo. My goddess Yuchi is just too cute. The comments are flying by like crazy. Everyone should learn from Su Tong. Look at how calm she is. Mr. Huang came over and said with a smile. As a result, Su Tong decisively rubbed his head. Oh my, I woke up too early this morning. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Alright, let's talk. What's up? For the sake of the show, Mr. He also stepped forward to speak. Indeed. Su Tong gave the director's team 10 million. But that doesn't mean they don't have to work anymore. After all, it's a unique feature of the show. I ordered a chicken for dinner, along with some yellow croaker, pig's feet, boneless chicken feet, and some other main dishes. Mr. Huang said, counting on his fingers. Then the production team said they needed 20 bunches of bananas. 20 bunches? That's not difficult. Pang Pang immediately stood up. I'll handle it myself. It seems like this clueless person thinks the production team was talking about the kind of bananas sold outside on the street. Sha-E pointed to the blue bananas hanging on the banana tree in the distance and said, Brother, since you're so generous, I'll leave it to you. As a result, Pang Pang glanced over and saw. And almost fell over. Ha ha. Ah Peng, you're still too young. Everyone burst into laughter. Can't you just stop? Sha-Iku asked bitterly. Even Mr. Huang can tease us like this. No dinner tonight. Mr. He will answer. Ha ha. Mr. Sha looked utterly miserable. Actually, there's another way, climb a tree and pick the coconuts. Mr. Huang pointed to the coconut tree in the courtyard, which was 1 or 2 times taller than an ordinary tree. The production team said that if we could pick a coconut, we wouldn't have to carry bananas. 1 coconut is worth 20 bunches of bananas. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly confused again. That coconut tree is so tall. Should I give it a try? At this point, Su Tong volunteered to give it a try. Alright. Mr. He went into the room and brought out the specialized equipment. Everyone looked over. Is this safe? Guo Qilin asked. Oh, don't worry about it. In the end, Sha-E slapped Guo Qilin on the back and pointed at Su Tong, saying, My younger brother is a rock climbing champion. Even without this thing, he could climb up and pick the coconut by hand. Rock climbing champion? Upon hearing this, many people immediately began to re-evaluate Su Tong. The comments started flying again. Come on. Tell me. What else can Su Tong not do? All-round idol. He's even tried rock climbing? Hey, bro, I've got my secrets. Don't spill all my secrets. Su Tong said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he couldn't help but shout to the production team. Hey everyone, can we invite some guests I don't know for the next episode? Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Su Tong has been exposed and revealed to have psychological trauma. The comments are flooding in. No. No way. I'll make him meet her. That's right. I just want to know what else he can do. On the director's side, Director Wang Yi also smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Su, we don't know who you don't recognize either. We can't really invite a few unknown people, can we? Su Tong was speechless. Thinking about it, it was indeed ha. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. After the laughter subsided, Su Tong began to try climbing. Su Tong, be careful. Zhang Zifeng cautioned him carefully. Relax, little sister. Sha-E said with a smile. This height is no problem for him. When we lived on the 4th floor, he could climb up without using his hands. What's this height? Speaking of which, he shouted again at Su Tong on the roof. Little brother, keep it up. Tonight's dinner depends on you. Even though you say that. Everyone still looked worried. Carefully instructing. Su Tong had just started crawling and wasn't going very fast. To be honest, it's actually easier for him without these things on his feet. He actually climbs faster without them. But who knows? Suddenly appeared an unexpected situation. I'll be careful. Chapter 31, Pang Pang, you still have a lot to learn from Su Tong. 1 minute ago. I told you he'd be fine. Sha-E said with a smile, sounding very relaxed. He was very confident in Su Tong, thinking to himself that his meal for tonight was secure. At that moment, Su Tong had also gradually gotten used to the thing on her feet. She started to exert herself. Oh, look. Mr. He pointed at Su Tong and exclaimed in surprise. Because Su Tong had just sped up. Is this even human? That's way too fast. Pang Pang couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. That thing on his feet is holding him back, otherwise, he'd be even faster. Sha-E said with a smile. Oh my goodness. The comments are flying. Is this really true? Look at Su Tong's moves, he's definitely got some serious skills. Rock climbing champion, truly deserving of the title. It can almost be said that he was the obvious choice. Su Tong could easily reach the top and pick the coconut. The film crew witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Then, right now, Su Tong, who had been steadily rising, suddenly slipped. Squeak. He didn't step firmly and his body immediately leaned against the coconut tree. Be careful. Everyone gasped in alarm. Even the film crew was terrified. If picking a coconut had caused Su Tong to get injured, they would have been scared to death just from the shock. Oh my goodness. Su Tong. The comments are going wild. Be careful. Be careful. The audience in front of the screen all held their breath. Fortunately, Su Tong suddenly sat up straight. Ha! He waved his hand at the crowd below, flashing a relaxed smile, and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Phew. At this point, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything was okay. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in Sha-Yi's eyes. He exchanged a glance with Mr. He and immediately shouted, forget it. Come down. Let's go carry bananas. I'll earn our rations myself." "Yeah, come down. It's too dangerous," Mr. He also said. Seeing this scene, the others all said, "Come down quickly. Be careful." Even the bullet comments were flying wildly, refusing to let Su Tong climb up. Su Tong scratched the back of his head, shrugged helplessly, and climbed down. That was really scary. Chen Yuki hurried over and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine." Su Tong smacked his lips and said, "We can't pick coconuts, so we'll just have to carry bananas instead." "No problem, let's just carry them." Guo Qilin patted his chest. "So what if I don't care about my hairstyle anymore?" "Alright then." Su Tong chuckled, relieved that everything had turned out well. Everyone hurriedly prepared to carry the bananas. Grab your hats and change your clothes, these are the essentials before getting to work. And when everyone was in the pavilion, chatting and laughing while making preparations, Mr. He and Mr. Huang were still in the kitchen. Mr. Huang is busy preparing dinner. Mr. He just came in. As a result, Peng Peng also came in right after him. Mr. He was about to say something to Mr. Huang, but Peng Peng came over first and whispered, "Mr. He, did Su Tong just do that on purpose?" As soon as he said that, Mr. Huang and Mr. He both lit up almost simultaneously. They looked at Peng Peng with newfound respect. Huang Lei laughed out loud. "Not bad, Peng Peng, you've improved." "You noticed too?" Yes. Mr. He also nodded in agreement. "Peng Peng can see things clearly now." He. Peng Peng scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. "No, I was just noticing that Teacher Sha-Yi was giving you a look, so." He only saw the surface. Su Tong was obviously doing it on purpose. As someone who has won a rock climbing championship, how could he make such a minor mistake when there was insurance? That was clearly intentional. "Peng Peng, do you know why Su Tong did that on purpose?" Mr. He asked. "No, I don't know." Peng Peng shook his head blankly. Mr. He and Mr. Huang exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ah, Peng, you still have a lot to learn." "Yeah, you do." Mr. Huang put down the pot he was holding and smiled. "Come, Ah Peng, sit down. Let me clear up your confusion." He pulled Peng Peng down to sit down and asked, "Why do you think the production team made you memorize the word banana?" "For the show's effect, of course." Peng Peng said simply. "How obvious is it? Isn't doing farm work the signature feature of Longing since its first season? It's all about the show, isn't it? The celebrities have to work hard to create a joyful atmosphere. This is also the essence of longing for a better life. So if Su Tong picks the coconut, do you still need to go back and carry the bananas?" Mr. He asked again. "No need," the director said. Peng Peng replied innocently. "Will our show still be effective?" Mr. Huang asked. It seems to be gone." Peng Peng thought for a moment and replied. At this point, Peng Peng finally understood why Su Tong deliberately didn't climb to the top to pick the leaves and instead deliberately wiped his foot. If Su Tong had picked the coconut, the show would have lost its appeal. Therefore, Su Tong must not pick the coconut. He's doing this for the sake of the show. And when he deliberately wiped his foot, the seasoned veteran Sha-Yi immediately figured out what was going on. Someone of Su Tong's caliber wouldn't make a mistake in this situation. It must be for the sake of the show. Then Sha-Yi gave He Laoshi a look, and He Laoshi immediately understood. That was all it took. Only natural. That's the show. So that's how it is. Peng Peng couldn't help but sigh with admiration, beginning to look up to Su Tong. So, Mr. He and Mr. Huang exchanged a glance and smiled at Peng Peng. "Ah Peng, you still have a lot to learn. Feel free to seek advice from Su Tong whenever you can." Chapter 32, They're Right. "Alright, Peng Peng, hurry up and go. Don't keep everyone waiting for you." Seeing that everything had been made clear, Mr. Huang decided to tell Peng Peng to go ahead. Alright. Peng Peng left in a daze. In the kitchen, only Mr. He and Mr. Huang were left. Look at how emotionally intelligent Su Tong is. Mr. He picked up a hat, smacked his lips, and said, "Yes." Even Mr. Huang couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he looked up at the pavilion in the distance, where Su Tong was putting on a hat to lead the way, chatting and laughing with everyone along the way. Couldn't help but exclaim. Their success and good relationships with others aren't without reason. Some people might envy or be jealous of Sutong's achievements in various fields. But let me ask you this. If it were someone else, even if they had the same abilities as Sutong, without his emotional intelligence, could they have achieved the same level of success today? Not necessarily. No. It's not necessarily so. It's just that we can't. This is not a question, it is a statement. Absolutely not. In other words, even if they were as successful as Sutong, they might not necessarily have the same connections as him. You must understand that. Currently, every guest who comes is, at most, just an acquaintance to them. Regarding Sutong, almost every single one. That's absolutely familiar. We even got to the point where we could touch each other and joke around. Since the premiere of Longing 4 seasons ago, which guest has been able to match Sutong's skills? Indeed. Mr. He couldn't help but smack his lips as he put on his straw hat and said. At the same time, he turned to look at the director's crew and smiled. You guys, being able to hire Sutong is truly a stroke of luck. Ha ha. The director's team couldn't help but laugh at this remark. However, the words may be blunt, but the meaning is clear. Without Sutong, how could this season have achieved such unprecedented popularity? Hey! Oh no, come and see. But who would have known? Before long, Mr. Huang Lei was actually holding his phone and calling out to Mr. He. Ha! What's going on? He Jiong hurried over. He bent down and looked closely. I couldn't help but frown. Clenched his fists. Even him. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He's coming again? That's way too much. He doesn't know when to stop. He doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Hey, you big banana. Pang Pang climbed up the ladder and onto the banana tree. I wonder if this thing is heavy. Guo Qilin said worriedly from the side. Don't worry. Sha Yi said casually. With me around, one of me is worth two of you. What's there to worry about? That hearty laughter. Unfortunately, Sutong poked him and laughed. Brother, your waist isn't in good shape. Those words made Sha Yi's face turn red. Brother, don't expose my shortcomings. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The comments were flying fast and furious. Who told you to expose our Sutong? Exactly. Serves you right. What goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Amidst the laughter, Pang Pang cut down a bunch of bananas. Come on. Come on. I'll do it. I'll do it. Sha Yi, eager to save face, volunteered to go up and carry the bunch of bananas. The result. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. When he pressed down on the banana, he almost fell over. That old back can't take it anymore. I can see an accident about to happen. Sutong acted swiftly, reaching out with one hand to grab the banana stem and pull it up. Wow, I didn't expect this thing to be so heavy. Sha Yi said bitterly. Huh, Teacher Sha Yi, your waist really isn't in good shape, is it? Shen Yuki giggled beside him. Hey, you little girl. The anger made Sha Yi's lips twitch uncontrollably. On the other hand, Pang Pang was on the ladder. He was laughing so hard he couldn't even breathe. And looked down at Sutong. He was astonished to discover that even Sha Yi couldn't carry the bananas with his shoulders, yet Sutong had managed to lift the entire bunch with just his bare hands. It looked like so relaxed. It's like carrying an empty plastic bag. Is Sutong that strong? Pang Pang thought in astonishment. And it also seemed to sense Pang Pang's gaze. Sutong immediately let out an ouch and placed the banana stem on the ground, exclaiming, "This thing is really heavy." Yes, yes. The others didn't notice and started talking. Only Pang Pang on the tree. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but recall the words of Mr. He and Mr. Huang in the mushroom house. Sutong clearly had the ability to grab a large bunch of bananas with just one hand. But he insisted on pretending it was heavy and tried to put it down. If it had been earlier, Pang Pang couldn't figure out the reason. Now, he might think about it. If Sutong could lift something that others couldn't even carry with both hands using just one hand, would others feel a bit embarrassed? If Sutong did that, it would only serve to highlight himself and nothing else. And highlighting oneself inevitably leads to belittling others. Sutong deliberately let go in order not to belittle others. Thinking of this, Pang Pang looked at Sutong with even more admiration. Mr. He and Mr. Huang were right. I still have a long way to go compared to Sutong. I still have a lot to learn. Chapter 33, The Gym Owner Sutong. Come on. Second one. When you cut a bunch of bananas. As everyone walked toward another tree, Pang Pang was walking behind. Sutong was also walking behind. When Pang Pang was dazed, Sutong came over and hooked his shoulder. Shoo. She gave him a faint smile and made a shushing gesture. Smile meaningfully. It seemed to be a reminder not to mention the incident where he had grabbed the banana stem earlier. Don't worry, brother. At this moment, Pang Pang has finally figured it out. Therefore, how could he be so insensitive as to blurt it out like that? Hey, good job, Peng Peng. Seeing Peng Peng so straightforward, Sutong laughed out loud and said, "Do you know why I didn't let you tell anyone?" Peng Peng was taken aback by the question and wondered if he should say he knew. He didn't know. Finally, he decided to shake his head and say he didn't know. But in reality, he already knew the answer. Sutong's answer was exactly what he had expected. But who would have known? "Sutong," he actually said. "If you tell anyone, won't I have to carry a few more bunches of bananas? Who wants to work harder, right?" Ha! After saying that, he patted Peng Peng on the shoulder. Then he quickly caught up with the main group ahead. And Peng Peng heard this completely unexpected words. He was completely dumbfounded. He thought Sutong would tell him it was to spare others the embarrassment. Who knew? He actually said it was to avoid doing more work? In an instant, Peng Peng's mouth twitched. But soon, his eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Sutong's back, unable to help but think more about it. Did he really want to do less work? I don't think so. It shouldn't be that bad. Based on what he's observed of Sutong over the past 2 days, he's not only not lazy, but also extremely hardworking. At this point, Peng Peng's mind flashed with a word. Program effect. Yeah. It's all for the show. If Sutong did it herself, what would the other guests do? Are they all just standing by watching? Will netizens feel sorry for Sutong when the time comes? Will they vent their anger at the other guests for not doing their part? Won't that end up making both sides unhappy? How did I not think of that? Peng Peng clapped his hands and couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He couldn't even look at Sutong straight anymore. In his eyes, everything Sutong does seems to have a hidden meaning. Sure enough, I really need to learn a thing or two from Sutong. Alright, guys and gals, let's get moving. When we finally cut about 10 banana stems, everyone got ready to start moving them. Let's carry one branch together, Yuchi and I. Zhang Zifeng volunteered to help the 2 young ladies, Jing Yuki and Zhang Yuki, carry a branch. It's very heavy, be careful. Sutong gave a quick reminder. Don't worry, we're not delicate young ladies. Chen Yuki rolled her eyes and said, I'm a tomboy. These days, girls who call themselves tomboy are few and far between. Especially someone like Chen Yuki, a popular actress. The goddess is so cute. Yes, yes. The comments are starting to roll in. Hey guys, let's move too. Sha-Yi rolled up his sleeves, intending to show off his muscles, but ended up revealing his flabby belly. Bro, it's time to lose some weight. Sutong said with a smile. Brother knows that too. Sha-Yi looked at his big belly and smacked his lips. When I get back, I'll get a gym membership at your place. Does Sugu still run a gym? Guoqilin asked in surprise. Of course. Sha-Yi smiled and said. It's right in the city center. The biggest Itong Fitness Center is his. What? Itong Fitness Center? Shin Yuki, who was just about to run away with a bunch of bananas, also rushed over. I was just working out there. How come I've never seen you before? Right now? Even the comments are exploding. No way, my Sutong opened a gym? Oh my god. The biggest and most luxurious gym in Kyoto? Oh my goodness. I never thought it was run by Sutong. I need to go get a card. I'm going too. I want to get an annual pass. No, a lifetime pass. Sutong's another identity exposed one. Due to a casual remark she made, she was once again exposed, leaving Sutong looking utterly dejected. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Sha-Yi and said, Brother, you're a celebrity. You need to watch your words and actions at all times. Think twice before you speak. If he keeps saying that, he'll end up spilling everything to Sutong. Ha ha. Sha-Yi was quite amused and laughed heartily. Don't change the subject. Chen Yuki pulled him and asked. I often go there to work out. How come I've never seen you there? Don't mention her. I was also trying to lose weight at the same time, but I never saw you, Mr. Su? Guoqilin also asked. The comments started flying in rapidly. As far as I know, there are at least 3 or 4 dozen celebrities who go there to work out, and it's almost like a celebrity hotspot, with dedicated fitness areas for them. I go there often too, but I don't remember seeing Sutong either. For a moment, Sutong once again became the target of everyone's criticism because of a single remark. This left him speechless. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and shoot Sha-Yi another disapproving glance. Chapter 34, Shin Yuki twisted her ankle. Alright, stop giving my little brother a hard time. Finally, Sha-Yi still has some conscience left. Seeing that Sutong was about to be surrounded and attacked, he hurried over to stand in front of him and block the bullets. And said, if you were to see him every day, wouldn't you go mad? Can he go there every day? As soon as those words came out, many people looked at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, they couldn't help but clap their hands. He thought to himself, that's right. If Sutong shows up at the gym every day, then, already extremely popular, Itong Fitness will undoubtedly be packed to the brim. So, should we even continue with this business? If the place is swarming with fans coming to see their idols, can we even open the store? If you put it that way, it would be perfectly normal for him not to go. Besides, how many businesses does my younger brother own? How could he possibly visit every single one of them every day? He is so busy all day long, when would he have the time to go to all of them? Originally, when Sha-yi said the first half of that sentence, everyone thought it made sense. There was nothing to be done. Sutong indeed owned numerous properties. He couldn't possibly visit every single one of them. Even the company where Reba and Xiaoju work, they don't see him for a year and a half. As one might imagine. You let him spend all day at the gym? That's not realistic. But when Sha-yi finished his sentence, many people instantly lost interest. What is he busy doing? Chen Yuki couldn't help but roll her eyes and asked. Busy traveling around the world? This is serious. The comments are exploding. As soon as I saw Yuchi, the goddess, I watched the previous episodes. Exactly. What's Sutong busy with? Traveling around the world? He said it himself. Dig your own grave and bury yourself. Mr. Sha-yi, are you really on Sutong's side or not? Sha-yi, who had been fiercely defending Sutong, also lost his composure after hearing those words. Haha, how can you say that, little brother? Big brother did his best, haha. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, leaving Sutong looking utterly helpless. He couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself, one Sha-yi is worth as much as one Yangmi. Laughter, too, has its end. Laughter ends. Everyone knew it was time to carry the bananas. Time to get to work. Ugh, this thing is really heavy. Zhang Zifeng and Chen Yuchi are in one group. Pang Pang and Wuqilan as a group. Sutong naturally joined Sha-yi's group. The three groups were arranged in front and back. One person, one branch. After 3 trips, continue cutting. This is really hard work. Exhausted, the group sat in the courtyard, panting heavily after completing 3 trips. Even Pang Pang, who had boasted that he could work himself to death without getting tired, said with a look of despair. The worst of the 4 seasons. Absolutely the worst of the 4 seasons. It's too heavy. It's my fault. I should have just picked coconuts instead. Sutong laughed. However, among the crowd, only Sutong appeared completely at ease. Even Pang Pang, who was known for his physical strength, was exhausted and looked like a bear. Sutong, on the other hand, was fine. It can't help but make one sigh. Keep fighting the bananas. 3 or 4 more trips. Finally, we made it through. A few big men lie in the pavilion, seemingly without a care in the world. But who knows what's happening right now? Ah! A sudden scream echoed from outside. Help! Immediately after that came Zhang Zifeng's call. What's wrong? Upon hearing the sound, everyone sat up abruptly and rushed out quickly. Sutong was in the lead. What's going on? He went over to take a look and found Chen Yuki sitting on the ground, holding her ankle. Yuki seems to have sprained her ankle. Zhang Zifeng said. I'm fine. Chen Yuki waved her hands and said, I'm fine. At this moment, she wasn't acting like a tomboy anymore, her eyes were red, making her look even more vulnerable. Take your hands away, let me see. Sutong directly removed her hand. At the same time, a crowd also gathered around. What's going on? Are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Everyone is very worried. Even the production team had many staff members gather around. If the guest gets hurt, how will they explain it to the talent agency? Which artist on their show longing for 4 ISNTA company treasure? Never mind. Just then, after checking, Sutong shook his head and sighed with relief, saying, It's just a sprain, pretty minor. No big deal. I'll give her a massage later and apply some ice packs. This. Sutong said so. But the others couldn't just take her word for it. I think we should go to the hospital for a checkup. That would be safer. Mr. He stepped forward and said. It wasn't that he didn't believe Sutong. It's just that he feels more at ease that way. Yes, yes. Mr. Huang also came over and said. Don't worry. Fortunately, at that moment, Sha-yi stepped forward and said. My younger brother graduated from a legitimate medical university. Even if we went to the hospital, the doctors there wouldn't have a different diagnosis from my brother's. At home, whenever I or our family leader has any health issues, my brother takes care of us, and everything is fine. Upon hearing this, is Sutong really a graduate of a medical university? Pang Pang exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I know that. Zhang Zifeng suddenly raised his hand and said. In the early years, there was indeed information on Baidu about VE's alma mater. Chapter 35, what a harmonious scene. This is the life we all aspire to. I remember now. Sutong is indeed a graduate of a legitimate medical university. Goodness, because of all his other identities, I completely forgot his actual profession. Yeah. Netizens also began to sigh in unison. Everyone almost forgot that Sutong is actually a doctor. A doctor who graduated from a legitimate medical university. Dealing with a minor sprain is a piece of cake, isn't it? We've checked it too. When Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and others were still concerned, the medical staff from the program crew said, Su Tong is right. For a simple sprain, it's better to avoid excessive movement. Going to the hospital isn't as good as resting here for a while. This place is a small village in Zishuangbana. To go to a proper hospital, they have to walk a long way. Just the bumpy ride alone is enough to make me want to rest here instead. I see. Seeing this, Mr. Huang and Mr. He finally felt at ease. All right. At this point, Su Tong walked over and, without hesitation, picked Chen Yuki up in his arms. Let's go. He carried him into the mushroom house. Chen Yuki in his arms suddenly blushed bright red. The many guests watching this scene were also completely baffled. In this mushroom house? No. It should be the entire entertainment industry. Only Su Tong could be so brazen, not even afraid of scandal, to openly embrace a female star. Moreover, even when the bullet comments are flying, it's still like this. Oh my goodness. Su Tong's boyfriend is so charming. He's so strong. After carrying bananas all afternoon, he still has this much energy. Didn't you see how effortlessly Su Tong picked up Yuchi? He is so strong. I'm so jealous. I love him. If it were any other male celebrity, then I bet it'll be a sea of curses. Some even said he was shameless in taking advantage of the situation. But Su Tong wouldn't do that. It must be the effect of that 10 million again, right? Alright, let's head back too. Mr. He and Mr. Huang exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake their heads. They took the confused group back. It's finally over. Finally, I finished carrying the bananas. The guests sat in the pavilion to rest. Meanwhile, Su Tong also placed Chen Yuki on a small chair in the pavilion. He sat down beside her. Come. Reach out and pick up her delicate, white feet. And placed it on his own thigh. Apply an ice pack first. He took the ice pack handed to him by the production team and gently placed it on Chen Yuki's ankle. Sigh. At that moment, Chen Yuki gasped in shock. Does it hurt? Su Tong was a little surprised. It's so cold, Chen Yuki said with a pout. Su Tong couldn't help but chuckle, then tested a few times before placing the ice pack on her forehead. That's much better. It takes some time to adjust, but Chen Yuki is doing much better now. And this scene was met with auntie smiles and uncle smiles from the others. Even the audience watching on screen are also posting comments in real time, saying, Oh my gosh, I can't stop laughing. Why does this scene seem so harmonious? Those are clearly my male and female idols. I should be jealous. Who can tell me why I just can't feel jealous? If it were anyone else, they would have been jealous long ago. Either they'd be jealous of Chen Yuki for being so lucky to have Su Tong holding her feet, or envy Su Tong for being so lucky to hold the goddess Chen Yuki's little feet. But right now, no one is jealous. And no one is thinking anything inappropriate. Everyone was watching this scene, and it was as harmonious as it could possibly be. This made the many guests who had been worried when Su Tong carried Chen Yuki inside earlier breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed like, on Su Tong, it doesn't seem like the kind of disgusting things that others might find repulsive would happen, does it? Misunderstanding? Who would misunderstand? No one would. Such a thing would never happen to Su Tong. All right. After applying the ice pack, Su Tong put it down. She adjusted her position. He said, Let me give you a massage. Let me know if it hurts. His voice was very soft. Chen Yuki nodded slightly. Su Tong began. His technique was highly professional, and many people who watched couldn't help but marvel at his skill. It seemed that Su Tong was truly a master of his craft. And Chen Yuki watched the man holding her foot. His attentive expression, and the gentle breeze causing his hair to sway softly, couldn't help but blush as red as a ripe apple. And a sweet smile curved her lips. The entire entertainment industry. How many female celebrities? In the entire world. How many women want to be treated like this by Su Tong? Chen Yuki suddenly felt that she had twisted her ankle. Was so worth it? At this moment, many female celebrities watching longing for four couldn't help but stomp their feet in frustration upon seeing this scene. I want to twist my ankle too. I want Su Tong to apply ice and give me a massage. At this moment, twisting one's ankle has become a luxury for most female celebrities. At the same time, inside the mushroom house, Mr. Huang, who was preparing dinner, seemed to have thought of something. Oh no! Come here! He called Mr. He and asked, Have you told Su Tong about that matter? Mr. He was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I'll go tell them right away. Chapter 36, the situation turns around. Was Su Tong killed by being praised to death? In the pavilion, everyone was chatting, playing and having fun, waiting for a hearty dinner later. Who would have thought? Su Tong-gu. Chen Yuki, who was having her feet massaged by Su Tong, suddenly let out a startled cry. Oh my goodness, what happened? What's going on? Guo Qilin was exhausted and had just fallen asleep, but Chen Yuki's shout startled him so much that he nearly fell out of his seat. Little sister, what's wrong? Sha Yi also rubbed his face, took a sip of tea, and asked. Yeah. Zifeng, who was studying, and Apang, who was playing with the dog, were also drawn to the commotion. What's going on? Su Tong also stopped what she was doing and asked. Look. Chen Yuki handed her phone to Su Tong. Su Tong took the phone and looked closely. And saw nothing, raising his eyebrows slightly. What appeared on the screen was a Weibo post. It was posted by a veteran artist named Lu Shang. He first reposted Xing Tian's post and commented. I can't seem to figure it out. A cheesy, overused, generic song with no technical merit whatsoever. Why is it getting so much praise from you all? This Weibo post has really gone viral. The buzz just won't die down. Continuously climbing the trending charts. It has also sparked numerous comments from netizens. You're blind. Who do you think you are to critique Sunny Day? May I ask this veteran artist, how famous are your songs? There are plenty of people supporting Su Tong. Of course, there are also negative voices among them. Don't derail the discussion, but I actually agree with Lu Shang. This song, Sunny Day, is just a product of the current trend. Look at all the songs by these young idols over the years. Which one is worth listening to? Even if they become wildly popular for a short time, they'll be forgotten in no time. I agree with the post above. Sunny Day is just a simple chord progression, nothing complicated about it. Don't bother coming here to forcefully wash your hair with Lu Shang. His temper is well known, he just likes to speak his mind. This time is different from the time with Ding Yi. That time, the entire internet was attacking Ding Yi. After all, that guy has no evidence to back up his claims, and he doesn't have any notable works to his name. He's just here to ride the wave of attention. But Lu Shang is different. This guy is a legendary rock star. He has released numerous popular rock songs. Back in the day, they were really wild. He was hailed as the leading figure of rock music. Even today, this remains true. They frequently release albums and remain active on the front lines. Isn't he just trying to smear them on purpose? Chen Yuki said angrily. Yeah, I saw it too. Guo Qilin over there also perked up and said. Wow, did he completely ignore Ding Yi's previous mistake? These people, really? Peng Peng and Zifeng also began to feel resentful. You saw that, didn't you? At that moment, Mr. He also walked over. I was just about to tell Su Tong, but I didn't expect you two to see it first. It's because Chen Yuki twisted her ankle, so he forgot. When he came over just now, he said. Actually, you don't know that this Lu Shang is the cousin of the mother of that Ding someone from before, so? He shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, in the pavilion, everyone suddenly realized. This was an opportunity for revenge. Sha Yi angrily slammed the table and said. The Ding family hasn't been intimidated yet? They're already at odds with the entire internet, and they still won't back down? This guy is a real tough nut to crack. What time is it now? He's pitted himself against the entire internet. Half the entertainment industry has come out to diss him. And he still hasn't shown any remorse? Has it only been a day or two since things calmed down? And then this happened again. Does he have any shame left? Right now. Even the comments are flying wildly. Who would have thought that Lu Shang and Ding Yi had such a relationship? Otherwise, how do you think Ding Yi managed to live off his past achievements for so many years? I heard that all his old songs were written by Lu Shang. That's too much. If you can't beat them, you bring in reinforcements? In my opinion, Lu Shang and him are two of a kind. Well, that's hard to say. Lu Shang still has a pretty good reputation in the industry. I have to admit, this Lu Shang really has some skills. Even the comments that have always supported Su Tong are now helping Lu Shang get votes. Even the comments that have always been fully supportive of Su Tong are now helping Lu Shang get votes. At the same time, online, it actually started some online trolls began stirring things up. I also think Sunny Day is just average. It's just a song with a repetitive melody, nothing special. Lu Shang is absolutely right. I didn't mention it earlier because I was afraid that some die-hard fans might criticize me, especially since Su Tong has been so popular lately. Right. At the same time, some people countered. So many celebrities and artists within the industry have come out to praise Xing Tian. What do you have to say about that? Upon seeing this news, someone immediately replied. Didn't you watch Longing For? Su Tong has so many influential connections, who dares to disrespect him? Aren't they afraid of being blacklisted? Exactly. I think Su Tong was completely hyped up and then brought down. Now, the entire internet has almost completely shifted to another direction. Previously, all the praise for Sunny Day was simply due to Su Tong's status as a prominent figure. Chapter 37, If You've Got the Guts, Rock Out. It was already evening. Lu Shang's home. Cheers! A group of friends gathered together. What a lively scene! Among them was Ding Yi, who had almost been attacked by the entire internet. He held up his cup, his face beaming with pride. He said to Lu Shang, who was sitting across from him, "Cousin, no need for words. I owe you a great debt, and I'll drink this in your honor." As he said this, he tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of white wine in one go. Ha! Let out a satisfying throat sound. "You're too kind." Lu Shang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I've never liked that kid. Helping our own is just doing my duty." Ha ha! Everyone at the dinner table burst into laughter. Now that kid was in for some fun. "Yeah, I've been acting like a big star lately. Well, at least now he's finally got what's coming to him, right?" Everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha! Ding Yi also laughed along with them. "These past few days have really gotten to me, but at least I can finally vent my frustration." "It's you, cousin. You helped me so obviously. Won't this get you into trouble?" he asked with a very sincere expression. Seems sincere. In reality, insincere and deceitful. It's very fake. If he was afraid, why would he ask Lu Shang for help? "Don't worry." Lu Shang hadn't answered yet when someone else spoke up from the side. With Lu Shang's reputation in the industry, who would dare to diss him? Besides, didn't you see how everyone responded to his call? That kid is finished. "Aye, you can rest assured." "That's true, I guess." Ding Yi laughed heartily. "My cousin has an impeccable reputation in the industry. Come, let's toast him again." They were having a great time, laughing and joking around. What no one mentioned was that over 70% of the sudden surge of negative comments were from their own paid online commenters. However, my cousin. After drinking for a while, Ding Yi showed a worried expression again. He said, "I'm just worried that the kid will retaliate against us. His background seems pretty unusual, and I'm afraid. What I'm afraid of is that, when the time comes, Su Tong will use his connections to deal with them. That's easy to handle." Facing Ding Yi's concerns, Lu Shang remained calm. It seemed as though he had already thought of a way to handle the situation. So, he decisively posted a Weibo message and handed it to Ding Yi to read. Ding Yi took a look. Was instantly enlightened. He raised his thumb toward Lu Shang and said, "Cousin, that's impressive. Truly impressive." Lu Shang posted, "If you've got the skills, why not give rock a try and prove your talent?" Ha ha. Lu Shang smiled faintly and said, "I've studied that kid's style. His songs are almost all campus-style pop ballads. Our style is something he's never even tried before, so I doubt he'll be able to pull it off at all. I just don't believe he can come up with a rock-style song." It must be said that compared to Ding Yi, Lu Shang, as a seasoned veteran, had clearly done his homework. Indeed. Over the years, the songs Su Tong has written, including her current song Sunny Day, have all been in the light and refreshing style. Even when she writes for others, they are mostly love songs. Rock music, he had hardly ever tried. What does this indicate? It means this kid probably doesn't know how to rock at all. Even if he were to study it during this time and rush to finish a song, it would never reach the quality of Sunny Day. Even if I did. Su Tong couldn't come up with any rock songs. Frustrated and angry. Turn the tables on them and give them a taste of their own medicine. Then, he won't be able to get rid of all the fishing boats online either. And this person is as good as finished. If he wants to retaliate, he'll have to come up with a high-quality rock song that can rival Sunny Day. But it's clear that he can't do it. Therefore, this round, you can say that Lu Shang will definitely win. They all feel the same way. And there's more. Another person at the table said, "Even if he writes it, do you think a rock song is that easy to make? It's not something you can just pick up a guitar and sing. You need a band to rehearse it over and over, and there's all the communication and error checking involved. The Longing program has a tight schedule. Where are they going to find the time?" "Yeah, that's true." The others quickly agreed, and a burst of laughter followed. Rock is different from pop and indie music. It's not something you can just sing with a guitar. The soul of rock is the combination of guitars, bass, and drums. Time is tight, and even if Su Tong could write it down, he'd never be able to play it. It can be said that this round, they're sure to win. Su Tong had no chance to defend himself. Even Ding Yi, after seeing this, suddenly realized that he had been too irrational earlier and had let himself get so angry that he lost his head. His cousin had thought things through more thoroughly. He said, "Lu Shang knew how to attack others' weaknesses. This really helped me vent my anger. I should thank you, cousin." Ding Yi raised his glass to Lu Shang once more. He had been going through a rough patch lately. Now, finally, we can fight back. Finally, I can let Su Tong experience what it feels like to be targeted. What goes around comes around. Su Tong, I'll see just how unlucky you'll be this time. You deserve it. Ha ha. Chapter 38, The Ferment continues. Mushroom House. That's too much. Chen Yuki was furious, clenching her teeth and fists tightly. She couldn't fathom how those people could have come up with such a scheme to frame Su Tong. Moreover, this network's fishing boat is really speechless. Just a couple of days ago, Sunny Day was released, and it received nothing but rave reviews, not a single negative comment. Numerous celebrities and artists in the industry have voluntarily shared and commented on it. But now, in the mouths of those people, what has it become? It has actually become. The recent viral success and positive reviews of Sunny Day were all fake. It's all just crazy fans who have artificially inflated the ratings to make it look so good. Even the artists who got involved didn't do it voluntarily. They were all forced to do so due to Su Tong's status as a powerful figure. This is truly speechless. When it was getting rave reviews a couple of days ago, they weren't around. Not a single one dared to show their face. Up to now. Surprisingly, one after another, they all came out. They've almost overshadowed the positive reviews from the fans. It has become the talk of the town, something people dared not mention before for fear of being criticized. There's no denying it. A piece of work can never be liked by everyone. There will always be those who dislike it. This is undeniable. However, the song Sunny Day has very few people who clearly dislike it. Yet now, the situation has completely reversed? Are those who dislike it now in the majority? Isn't that ridiculous? Lu Shang is pretty ruthless, bro. This is going to be tough to handle. Sha-Yi smacked his lips. He had figured out something. Sha-Yi-go, what do you mean by that? Peng Peng heard this and asked with a confused look on his face. He thought that it would be the same as the incident with Ding Yi last time, just have the celebrities who reposted and participated come forward again to clarify the situation. Wouldn't that be enough? At that time, so many people. Isn't this just another Ding Yi incident? The solution is quite straightforward. Peng Peng. But who would have known that at that moment, Mr. Huang came over and patted him on the shoulder. He shook his head at him, signaling him not to speak. Peng Peng still looked completely confused. At this moment, Chen Yuki took the initiative to speak up and said, "Last time, the senior members in the industry all sided with Su Tong, and that was understandable. After all, he has good connections within the industry. If he needs our support this time, we would certainly be willing to speak up for him as well. However, at this point, let us pause for a moment." She glanced at Su Tong and couldn't help but pout, saying, "Now the fishing boat is almost completely tilted to one side. Even if those seniors speak up for Su Tong, what do you think the netizens will say?" Speaking of which, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Guo Qilin smacked his lips and took over the conversation. When the time comes, the other party will say, those seniors were indeed forced to step down and clean up the mess because of Su Tong's status. Isn't that the best proof? At this point, some people have already begun to realize certain things. Teacher Sha-Yi continued. Also, at this critical juncture, everyone is siding with the fishing boats. If they speak up, it will likely damage their reputation. Even though my younger brother is well liked, I don't think many people will come forward this time. Yeah. In the end, Mr. Huang also added with a hint of sadness. When there are fewer people, won't that just give the other side more ammunition to attack us? In other words, the method we used last time to deal with Ding Yi will definitely not work this time. So that's how it is. Peng Peng couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He hadn't expected there to be so many twists and turns. For a moment, everyone's mood was slightly subdued. And just at that moment, Zhang Zifeng, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Why doesn't Su Tong just write another song? Then they'll shut up, right?" When Zhang Zifeng finished speaking, everyone else turned to look at her. Their expressions showed no surprise. There was no surprise or joy either. Instead, there was a sense of helplessness. This, Zhang Zifeng, who had thought he had come up with a good solution, was suddenly at a loss. Wasn't this the best solution? Actually, what everyone didn't say was that they also felt that Su Tong might really not be good at rock music. Lu Shang was specifically using this to attack Su Tong. Zhang Zifeng was right, this might be the only solution. Unfortunately, this method seems to really not work. Otherwise, what do you think? Zhang Zifeng, at such a young age, could think of something that these seasoned industry veterans who have experienced the ups and downs of life couldn't? It's just that. After all, Su Tong is still here. Who would dare to say that out loud? And even if it were now, no one knows what to say. Atmosphere. A bit awkward. Seeing this, Huang Lei stepped in at the right moment to break the ice and said, "And rock isn't that simple. At least you need a professional band, you can't just play it with a guitar. Our production team doesn't have the resources for that, and this location is a bit remote. Even if we could find a band and bring them here, then go through all the rehearsals and adjustments, it would take at least 10 days before the official performance. That's the absolute minimum. 10 days. 10 days. The cucumbers are all cold." Chapter 39, everyone is worried about Su Tong. When the time comes, I guess not many people will be watching longing for by then. Moreover, By then, Su Tong's character will probably be completely ruined. After all, he is renowned for his fast songwriting speed. If he uses 10 days, by then the other party will say that the song wasn't written by Su Tong. That's really hurtful. In other words, it seems. In any case, Su Tong is finished in this round, isn't he? And this is still assuming he can write a high-quality rock song at the same speed he wrote Sunny Day last time. Never mind the rest. It seems. Inside the mushroom house, there were many distinguished guests, and even the most basic thing that Su Tong could write a high-quality rock song didn't seem to faze them. Like she was starting from behind. Before even starting, they've already failed at the starting line. That's the real heartbreak. After hearing these words, everyone fell silent. It must be said that Lu Sheng was truly in a league of his own compared to Ding Yi. He truly lives up to his reputation as the veteran king of the industry. He stays quiet until he speaks, and when he does, he leaves everyone in awe. And this time, the reason the atmosphere wasn't as lively as last time was because this time they couldn't even retaliate. Taking a clear stance was out of the question. The online trolls these days are truly terrifying. At this moment, the bullet comments are starting to fly. Su Tong, don't be sad. We will always be your strongest support. Su Tong, keep going. It's okay. We're just not very good at it, no big deal. Don't pay attention to them, Su Tong, don't be afraid. If before it was all praise and encouragement, now, it seems that some discordant voices have begun to emerge. For example, hey, you guys are still here whitewashing him? I don't think he even wrote Sunny Day. Senior Ding Yi previously said that he had run out of ideas, and I think he was right. Perhaps we misunderstood Senior Ding Yi after all. Enough. I don't even want to watch this show with him in it. Let's just forget about it and move on. At the same time, the viewership ratings for Longing 4 have plummeted. Following several server crashes caused by Su Tong, the production team finally faced their downfall. Even some of the staff members of the production team began to feel discouraged. But at this point, blame Su Tong? They couldn't do it. However, it is indeed. What made Su Tong successful is also what led to his downfall. Sigh. Director Wang Yi sighed deeply. He never expected that the moment of defeat would come so quickly. I thought this season would be a hit. At the same time, he was also relieved that he hadn't gone to sponsors for money, otherwise he would have been severely criticized. Alright, everyone, let's eat first. Facing everyone's disappointment, Su Tong, however, seemed unconcerned. She merely pointed toward the kitchen and said, I've been smelling this aroma all afternoon. I've been moving bananas all afternoon and I'm exhausted. Hurry up, Mr. Huang, bring it out and let's eat. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They couldn't help but admire Su Tong's mindset. Alright, let's eat. Mr. Huang hurriedly went to serve the dishes on the table. I'll help too. At the same time, many people went to help serve the dishes. It's just that many people still can't help but feel sad for Su Tong. After all, his performance seems to truly represent that he has accepted it. He didn't make any unexpected moves either. This left many viewers watching the screen feeling a bit disappointed. At the same time, the show's ratings continued to decline. Dinner includes large pork ribs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and braised carp. It was still very abundant. I said, Master, don't be too discouraged. Guo Qilin stepped forward to lighten the mood and said, everyone at our office has been turning Ding Yi's story into jokes lately. You should go listen to them, I guarantee you'll laugh your head off. Really? I'll have to go listen to them then. Su Tong ate casually. I'll go with you. Sha Yi laughed. Overall, dinner was actually quite good. But I don't know why. Everyone felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Moreover, they couldn't help but glance at Su Tong from time to time. Alright, everyone, get some rest early. After dinner, everyone went to bed. For some reason, they all felt a bit down. There was none of the excitement from the previous 2 days. Even the comments are starting to dwindle. There are now less than a third of what there used to be. Sigh, Su Tong is in trouble this time. Inside the room, Mr. He was tidying up while speaking. Yes. Mr. Huang also smacked his lips. We can't really help out this time either. On the other side. Bro, do you think Su Tong will be devastated this time? Zhang Zifeng asked. Probably. Peng Peng said with some concern. Although Su Tong seems fine, I can sense that he's pretty upset. Inside the room. Alright, thank you, Teacher Sha Yi. Sha Yi helped Shinyuki, who had twisted her ankle, into the room. It's okay. By the way, have you seen my younger brother? Sha Yi asked. No, there isn't. Chen Yuki replied. I didn't see him after dinner and don't know where he went. Really? Sha Yi couldn't help but smack his lips and said. Those people are so mean. I wonder if my little brother was hurt by this. Chen Yuki also started to feel uneasy. At that moment, Su Tong was walking along the flower-lined path, taking a stroll after dinner, while talking on the phone with someone, still chatting and laughing. All right, let's leave it at that. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Don't worry, the song is already prepared. Have you ever seen me without a piece of work in my hands over the years? Alright, get some rest. Bye. Chapter 40, All the Stars Gather. What is Soo Tong up to? In recent days, the controversy surrounding Soo Tong has been nothing short of intense. Following the release of Sunny Day, Soo Tong, who was originally expected to receive widespread acclaim, has unexpectedly suffered a major setback. She was smeared by others. Originally, their reputation was already in free fall. However, on the show Longing for 4, he has yet to demonstrate any signs of wanting to survive. Not even the slightest hint of a counterattack. It seemed as though they intended to let the matter drop. This has left many of his loyal fans, who had been supporting him all along, feeling disheartened. These days, watching those increasingly rampant black haters, fans have gradually become too afraid to speak up. They thought to themselves, Soo Tong, is she really as bad as they say? But if she isn't, why doesn't he fight back? The situation has turned upside down. Even his fans dare not defend Soo Tong anymore. And in such circumstances, a highly attention-grabbing message appeared on Weibo's trending topics. The ratings for Longing for the past 4 have plummeted, dropping sharply. That's right. After a night of buzz, the ratings for Longing for 4 were even lower than the first 3 seasons. This couldn't help but make many people sigh in disappointment. Today, Longing 4, which rose to prominence because of one person, has also declined because of one person. What goes around comes around. Heaven, spare no one. A few days ago, no one could have imagined that such a situation would arise. It is truly lamentable. On this day, for some reason, the mushroom house was no longer bathed in sunshine. Instead, there were many dark clouds. The gloomy sky gives off an unusual sense of oppression. It mirrors the hearts of many people. Roaring. The sky was filled with the occasional rumbling of thunder. Yet not a single drop of rain falls. It was now summer. It was already hot and stuffy. When the rain finally came, it was the most frustrating part. It feels like it's mirroring the production team's mood. Frustration. Suppressed. At this time, it was very early, so early that everyone in the mushroom house was still asleep. It was very early, so early that everyone in the mushroom house was still asleep. But guests have arrived. And there's a whole crowd of them. All of them are handsome men and beautiful women. Is anyone there? A familiar, soft, and crisp voice. The camera pans over. Hit that group of people. This is serious. Mi Jia? Zhang Zifeng, who got up earliest, saw Yang Mi again and couldn't help but light up. But upon taking a closer look, she couldn't help but cover her little mouth. Because it wasn't just Yang Mi who had come. There were also Riba, Gao Weiguang, Zhang Yunlong, Zhang Binbin, Zhu Shudan, Huang Menjiang, and many other artists under her agency. This is totally a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Hello, everyone. For a moment, Zhang Zifeng felt a bit awkward. Hey, Zifeng, where is everyone? Yang Mi asked. Yeah, what time is it? Aren't you up yet? Riba also asked. Oh, I'll go call them right away. Zhang Zifeng hurried inside and saw the 2 elderly men, Huang Lei and He Zhong, calling out. Goodness gracious, so early in the morning, what are you doing? Seeing so many handsome guys and beautiful girls in the courtyard, Mr. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. I said, you guys? Even Mr. Huan looks completely baffled. At the same time, the previously silent comments started flying. Oh my goodness. So many handsome men and beautiful women have gathered together. It's so lively. Wait, this isn't some stunt the production team pulled to boost ratings, is it? Some people couldn't help but wonder. And Mr. He and Mr. Huang only thought this way. But when they turned around, they found that the entire film crew was shaking their heads innocently. They had no idea how these people had ended up there. What's going on so early in the morning? Shai, Guiqilin, Chen Yuqi, and Peng Peng all heard the commotion and came out. Upon seeing this, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. How did they all get here? Where's Soo Tong? Where is he? Yang Mi shrugged and asked. Of course we're here to support him. Reba said with a smile. The employees came to support the boss. Hey! What a commotion! Everyone else figured it out. It was Soo Tong who called them. But who would have known? When Soo Tong walked out of the room and saw so many people in the courtyard, she was also completely dumbfounded. What are you all doing here? Soo Tong's lips twitched. He hadn't sent a message to Yang Mi, nor had he sent a message to Reba or anyone else. What are they doing here? He. Yang Mi smiled as she walked over, took Soo Tong's hand, and whispered. You wanted to make a big scene, right? We have to support you, don't we? Upon hearing this, Soo Tong knew that someone might have sold him. He couldn't help but clench his teeth. At the same time, Yang Mi told numerous artists. Hurry up, why aren't you calling the boss? The artists from Joshing Media burst into laughter. "Hello, boss." They all shouted together. The scene was quite impressive. But before Su Tong could respond, "Hello, everyone," at the door, suddenly, two people appeared. When the two of them appeared, the show's ratings skyrocketed online. Oh my goodness. Zhang Jie. JJ Lin Junjie. My idol. That's right, the two singers who arrived were none other than Zhang Jie and Lin Junjie. When they saw them, many people couldn't help but speculate. What is Su Tong up to? Chapter 41, you'll see why the weather's bad later. Hey, long time no see. Many of the guests in the mushroom house know each other. Upon seeing Zhang Jie and Lin Junjie arrive, Mr. He hurried over to greet them. How did you two end up here? He asked curiously. We're here to back up our old friend, of course. Lin Junjie has a charming smile, with two dimples on his cheeks. He looked at Su Tong. Go with Zhang Jie. Long time no see. Su Tong walked over. He gave each of the two men a brotherly hug. This. Sha Yi couldn't help but lean closer and whisper to Su Tong. Brother, what are you up to? The others saw this and couldn't help but feel puzzled. They all looked over at the same time. Even at this very moment, even the comments are starting to surge. What is Su Tong up to? Yeah, making such a big deal out of it, even bringing in two singing legends. Could it be that he's planning something? People are speculating. At this moment, some long-lost fans, eager fans, they all came out. Even some casual viewers who had already dropped the show have also rushed over upon hearing the news. For a time, Longing for the Past 4 has actually regained its previous ratings. This couldn't help but bring a smile to the director's face. It wasn't unexpected by everyone. Su Tong wore a gentle smile on her face. Even on a cloudy day, his smile was like the warm sunshine of summer. He said, people say I can't write rock music, so I've put together a band on the spot and am going to perform a new song with some friends. It was a blast. It's blown up. Oh, don't get me wrong, it's not the server that's down. At least not yet. The ones getting blown up are the viewers in front of the screen. He can really write rock music? Oh my goodness. It's not even been a day since last night. This is the real Su Tong, our idol. That man is back. No one would have thought it. That Su Tong's single remark would cause such a sensation. Unprecedented intensity. And at the same time, netizens eagerly anticipated and shared the news. As more and more people heard the news and rushed to the scene, regardless of whether there were any new works by Su Tong, the mere presence of so many artists and celebrities gathered together was enough to create a buzz. All here for Su Tong. They were instantly filled with excitement. If one were to say that, taking sides or making public statements, some might still question whether Su Tong is secretly exerting influence. But when the real people finally stand before Su Tong to cheer him on, no one would doubt the depth of Su Tong's relationship with them. Su Tong, you really wrote that? Mr. He asked in disbelief. The others also looked at Su Tong. Last night, they still thought that Su Tong really couldn't write rock songs. They were so disappointed. Who knew he released a new song this morning? This is just too amazing. Under the gaze of everyone present, Su Tong nodded slowly. Mr. He, I never said I couldn't write it or that I'm not good at it. Everyone fell silent at first. Then, all right, buddy. Sha Yi angrily slapped Su Tong on the shoulder and laughed loudly. I knew you could do it. You didn't let me down. Su Tong, you're so amazing. Chen Yuqi, Zhang Zifeng, Yang Mi, Reba, and many other artists present, along with many young girls from the program crew, all looked at Su Tong with starry eyes. This guy called us last night and we flew here overnight just for him. JJ Lin Junjie yawned and said, you have to reimburse me for the plane ticket. Exactly, our daughter Nana even asked me where I was going so late at night. Zhang Jia rolled his eyes and said, ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. However, from this, it can also be seen that their relationship is truly very good. Otherwise, let me ask you this, within the entire industry, who has the ability to command two legendary singers to fly in overnight just to sing backup for him with a single word? Su Tong. There's only one person left, Su Tong. You guys wait here for a moment. At this time, Mr. Huang finally chimed in. It's not that I blame him for interrupting, but some things need to be said. You've come, but rock isn't something you can just sing with a crowd. This band has all kinds of instruments, you know. Said this. Even Mr. He, who was behind him, couldn't help but smack his lips, look up at the sky, and say, yeah, and the weather doesn't seem very good today. It looks like it might rain at any moment. Yeah. Seeing this, the other guests couldn't help but feel worried. Indeed, the issue with the song had been resolved. The starting point and the first step have also been resolved. However, what about the band? Even if they come, they haven't rehearsed at all. Isn't Su Tong afraid of something going wrong and turning it into a car accident scene? Your concerns are well-founded. I don't know why. After they finished speaking, Sutong exchanged glances with Zhang Jia and JJ, and then burst out laughing. Lin Junjie laughed. Who said we don't have a band? Ha! Everyone was puzzled by his words. A band? Where? Mr. He. Zhang Jia also patted Mr. He on the shoulder and laughed, saying, You'll see why the weather is bad later. Chapter 42, Everything is ready, only waiting for the east wind. What? What do you mean? Does bad weather have anything to do with people? There are so many guests in the mushroom house, including the production team, and they all look completely confused. JJ's words left me a bit confused. And at that moment, when the director's crew glanced at the comments, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Such an obvious hint, and you still can't figure it out? Exactly. I could figure it out even if I tried. Rain God. Our old Xiao. And it was just at that moment. The door to the mushroom house was pushed open once again. Hello? A handsome man bounded in, jumping up and down. Old Xiao? When I saw him, everyone suddenly looked enlightened. So that's how it is. Mr. He smacked his lips. No wonder Zhang Jia said he would know why the weather was bad later. Rain God. As everyone knows, Old Xiao, the rain god, brings rain wherever he goes. Even in areas that are usually dry, as soon as he arrives to give a concert, it's guaranteed to be a downpour. Hey, Old Xiao? What are you doing here? Seeing Old Xiao, JJ put on a surprised expression. Hey, what are you doing here too? Old Xiao also looked at JJ in surprise. Ha ha. The two jokers soon burst into laughter again. Just kidding, we're on the same flight. The atmosphere at the venue was instantly energized. Sutong. Old Xiao rushed over and gave Sutong a big bear hug. How about it? Did you finally need us this time? Of course. Sutong nodded first, then looked at Yang Mi and the others and asked. But shouldn't you explain this to them? Don't even think about it. If you're wondering who would snitch, besides Old Xiao, who else could it be? He. Old Xiao chuckled, but didn't deny it either. Oh dear. Yang Mi came over and tugged at his clothes, saying, Everyone hasn't seen you in a long time, so we came over to cheer you on. What's wrong? What can I do? They're all here. Can Sutong really kick them out? He shrugged and asked Lao Xiao. Have you brought everyone? Of course. Old Xiao laughed loudly, turned to look at the doorway, and shouted. Come on in, everyone. Next. Everyone turned their attention to the doorway. But there, 4 men carrying weapons walked in. This is my flea orchestra. Lao Xiao laughed loudly, went over to join them, and said. Now everything is complete. Now. Everyone suddenly realized, almost forgetting that Old Xiao was also in a band. But wait, did you guys even rehearse? Sha Yi didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm, but he still asked tentatively. Relax. Old Xiao laughed heartily. Sutong used to come to my house often. We rehearsed several songs of that style together, and he gave me a lot of advice. Our band has been working with him for a long time, so we're very in sync. We can just run through the sheet music once and start singing right away. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Earlier, Lu Shang said that Sutong couldn't rock? Never tried rock music? But Lao Xiao said he often goes to give him pointers. Then isn't Lu Shang just contradicting himself? Moreover, it seems that among the things Sutong hasn't told others, there's also the fact that he plays in a band? Oh my goodness. This individual has another side to him. This is a thought that shocks many people. Why didn't he tell us he used to play rock music? I'll go check it out. Mr. Huang and Mr. He couldn't help but twitch their lips. How could they have worried about Sutong last night? This is great. It seems that Sutong never worried about it in the first place. Victory is assured. Now. Everyone is here. The band is here too. Now it's up to you, Sutong. For a moment. Everyone understood. Everyone, look at Sutong. The ratings are skyrocketing. The comments are flooding in. Oh my goodness, what kind of divine combination is this? 3 Golden Melody Award-winning singers gather together. Celebrities from all walks of life are flocking to support the event. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. I can't take it anymore, I'm getting goosebumps. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to 10,010. Until now. Everything Lu Shang has done, everything to block Sutong. Almost all of them have been broken. It is about to be left in ruins. All that's left is for Sutong to start singing, delivering the final blow to completely crush the opponent. This moment. Everyone inside the mushroom house, including the production crew, along with the growing number of viewers in front of the screen, are all marveling at Sutong's charisma. Numerous top-tier celebrities who wouldn't even consider accepting invitations from others would come rushing over at a moment's notice with just a single phone call from him. Just ask. Within the entire industry, who else could possibly gather 3 legendary singers and a professional band all at once? and compose songs in a style they've never tried before, all within a single day? Except for Sutong. No one else. What others see as impossible. In Sutong's hands, it became effortless. Facing everyone's gaze. Friends, guests, the production team, fans, and the audience in front of the cameras. Sutong gave a faint smile. Though the sky was dark and devoid of light, he stood there, the brightest star in the night sky. He said, "We apologize for keeping you waiting. Please give us some time to rehearse. Tonight at 8 p.m., our concert will begin promptly." Chapter 43, A Flaw. Early that morning, a piece of news quickly made it to the top of the trending list and dominated the charts. The buzz remained intense. Sutong brings together 3 legendary singers for a rock performance on Longing For. When this news broke, the fans who had been silent due to Sutong's lack of response were instantly stirred up again. That's right, they're boiling. They stood up right there. I knew Sutong would never be the type to hide like a coward. Exactly, those haters can just wait and see tonight. There'll be a time when we'll slap you right in the face. The situation is slowly being pulled back. Although, similarly, there will also be Blackwater armies. But the fans' fighting spirit is also absolutely not to be underestimated. At the same time, inside a certain online trolling company, some staff members are feeling a bit uneasy. How could this happen? They seriously underestimated the fighting spirit of those fans. Usually, as soon as their paid online trolls showed up, it would be total chaos. But now, those fans are actually standing up to them. And their numbers are still growing steadily. Now, even if they intended to control it, this heat is simply impossible to suppress. And when they start arguing, the other side doesn't back down either. There was no way to stop it. Online phishing is so scary. If Sutong doesn't respond, the fans lose confidence and naturally become weaker in the fight. However, when Sutong directly responds and begins to fight back, giving everyone hope and anticipation, the fans' fighting spirit will surge exponentially. I didn't expect this kid to have some real skills. Lu Sheng's home. Watching the TV show Longing for 4 that was currently airing, Lu Sheng couldn't help but say this. Yeah. Ding Yi, sitting to the side, also began to feel uneasy. Cousin, do you think something might go wrong? Look at that guy, he seems so confident, and the guy's surname Xiao even said he's studied rock music before. This thing suddenly started and caught them off guard. They had originally believed it was a hopeless situation. But Sutong, using a clever method, began to try to resolve it. If this is resolved, won't they be humiliated? At that point, it won't just be Ding Yi, even Lu Sheng will be dragged down with him. This is a matter of life and death. Of course he's worried. Compared to Ding Yi, Lu Sheng seemed much more composed. He even had the leisure to take a sip of tea. He said, "You believe what he says?" He said it so casually. It was as if he were looking down from above, certain of his victory. Because, as a veteran rock superstar, Lu Sheng was well aware that rock and roll wasn't something anyone could just dabble in and become famous. Before Ding Yi, the mistake was that he believed everything Sutong said. As someone in the industry, how could he possibly trust what his peers said? Who doesn't have a carefully crafted persona? In his eyes, the current season of Longing for the Past 4 is crafting an enigmatic, shadowy mastermind image for Sutong. It's probably just about establishing her character now. And, in just one night, saying that Sutong wrote a high-quality rock song, let alone whether he believes it, would anyone else believe it? Yeah, right. Upon hearing this, Ding Yi thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. But he immediately asked again. But he invited so many celebrities, including 3 singing legends, to perform. Even if Sutong's singing isn't up to par. But there are still 3 great singers to support him, aren't there? Even if things don't go perfectly, it won't be a major setback for Sutong. Is that all they want? No. They want to bring down Sutong and send him to a place of eternal damnation. How can that be enough? How could they give up? But who knows? Ha ha. Lu Sheng actually laughed. He was laughing quite happily, as if Ding Yi's words were quite amusing. Didn't you notice that inviting these 3 was a complete mistake? He said. What? Ding Yi furrowed his brows, not understanding. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Lu Sheng laughed again, shaking his head as he looked at Sutong's face on the screen. He said. I ask you, these 3 are all famous singers who have been in the industry for years. If they were to sing, wouldn't they just sing popular hits that everyone knows? Is that not correct? Yes, that's right. Ding Yi nodded blankly. That made sense. So, can Sutong's new original song compete with those 3 singers? Lu Sheng asked again. Upon hearing this, Ding Yi's eyes lit up instantly. It was as if he had suddenly figured something out. Snap. He clapped his hands, stood up, and smiled with joy, saying, Right, how could I have forgotten? His original new song hasn't been tested by the public yet, but those 3 songs are all well known. Without comparison, there's no harm, but once you compare them, even if Su Tong's song is a masterpiece, it'll definitely be overshadowed. Thinking about it this way, bringing in those three was truly a mistake. A blatant blunder. Lu Shang also laughed. So, all we have to do is wait quietly and watch him make a fool of himself tonight. Su Tong's desperate counterattack? No, he didn't think so. He only felt that Su Tong was merely clinging to life, experiencing a final burst of energy before dying. Chapter 44, Director, stop. Don't run. Drizzling. The sky looks like it's going to rain. I wish I lived next door to you. Finally, after the rain god old Shao arrived, the bustling mushroom house was drenched in a gentle, feathery rain. The rain wasn't heavy, but it's very comfortable. In the mushroom house, friends gathered together, drinking tea and chatting. I said, Sister Mi, didn't you sneak over to check on the rehearsal just now? Reba sneaked up to Yang Mi and whispered in her ear. She asked. Yes. The others also gathered around. After gathering in the morning, the dedicated production team prepared a venue for them to rehearse. There has been no word from them yet. Everyone is eagerly awaiting news. So, as the eldest sister, Yang Mi naturally sneaked over to check on the rehearsal. Just for fun. Just checking in. But facing the expectant gazes of everyone. Dami just rolled her eyes in silence and said, Don't even mention it. Those people were guarding it so tightly, they wouldn't let us in at all. They said it was to make us look forward to it more, but they're just being sneaky. This is so frustrating. It's been so long, and it still hasn't gone in. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it in. She just wanted to hear the new song Su Tong wrote first. Seriously. On the other side. Speaking of which, didn't Qi Lin sneak over just now? This episode's guests, Shai, Chen Yuqi, Guo Qilin, Peng Peng, and Zhang Zifeng, are all gathered together. Chen Yuqi curiously asked Guo Qilin a question. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Tell me. Guo Qilin is different from Yang Mi. This guy is sneaky. He went to the back window to eavesdrop and peek. Here's a sneak peek. Can't get in the front door? Maybe the back door will work? Peng Peng and the others all turned to look. But who would have known? Guo Qilin also shook his head in frustration, flipping his hands and saying, Don't even mention it. Not only the front door, but the back door, windows, and even the mouse holes are all guarded tightly, like we're guarding prisoners. I almost got arrested too. At the same time, the comments were flying. What's going on? What's really happening? Is it really necessary to keep it so secret? Wouldn't it be better to give us a heads up? Yes. Such a wonderful aspiration, how did it turn into an escape room? The audience began to get excited. Inside the room. Because there were simply too many guests. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't just let Mr. Huang handle dinner for all these people by himself, can we? So the production team went to the city to prepare dinner. Mr. Huang can also finally take a well-deserved break. Mr. He was by his side. The two sat in a corner of the small kitchen, sipping tea from their cups. The damp air from the rain seeped into their nostrils, mingling with the aroma of the tea. The taste was delightful. I said to Mr. Huang. Mr. He took a sip of tea and asked, How's the rehearsal going? I saw Mimi and Qi Lin go out one after the other, but neither of them managed to find out any key information. Such high hopes, and it's turning into a spy thriller. Enough already, huh? Who knows? Mr. Huang pursed his lips, he was also puzzled. He had thought that Mimi and Qi Lin might have brought back some useful information, but Mr. He was speechless. Waiting for it. Mr. He suddenly lit up, pointed to a spot not far away, tapped Mr. Huang on the shoulder, and said, Mr. Huang, look quickly. Is that the director? Mr. Huang turned around upon hearing this and looked closely. The middle-aged man with the large belly was none other than Director Wang Yi, who had come to film the rehearsal. Who else could it be? Quick! Jiong! Stop him, quick! These two old folks are moving pretty fast. One in front and one behind, they rushed out of the kitchen. They charged straight toward the director, drawing everyone's attention. Hey! What are Mr. Huang and the others doing? Guo Qilin, with his sharp eyes, saw this and jumped up immediately. The director! It's the director! Another group of fans also let out a startled cry. Quick! Catch him! Don't let him get away! Teacher Shai shouted loudly, laughing as he pointed at Director Wang Yi, who was completely bewildered and couldn't even steady his steps, and said, He just came back from the rehearsal site, he must know what's going on. Everyone, let's go! On Yang Mi's side, a large group of handsome men and beautiful women completely disregarded their celebrity image and idol persona, rushing forward without hesitation. Charge! Catch the director! Don't let him get away! For a moment, the entire mushroom house was filled with all the usually aloof and unapproachable celebrities who suddenly rushed out of the mushroom house like fans chasing their idols. Except for Chen Yuqi, who had twisted her ankle, almost everyone rushed toward the director. Even Huang Lei and He Jiong, who are usually not very active, were among the first to charge forward. What about me? Director Wang Yi was completely baffled, standing there motionless. The flip-flops on my feet were almost blown off. Why are they chasing me? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Seeing such a large crowd chasing after him, Director Wang Yi instinctively turned and ran away. Don't run! Stop! Under the setting sun, the renowned director Wang Yi was in front, wearing flip-flops, frantically fleeing. A group of stunningly beautiful celebrity idols are chasing after him. What a stunning sight! Chapter 45, Director, help! The celebrity is hitting someone with a slipper. Hey, oh my goodness! Quick! Record the screen! Record the screen! A celebrity chase, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Director, what have I done? The baby is so innocent. Wow! Reba is moving so fast. The goddess's long legs are truly legendary. A Pang isn't about to be outdone either. The effects of Mr. Huang's daily morning runs were fully evident at that moment. Although our little master has inherited Mr. Gui's short legs, he sure can move fast. Haven't you noticed, little sister Zifeng? You're crazy. In an instant, the entire screen was almost completely covered by comments. The show's popularity continued to soar. Ratings are skyrocketing. The crowd is even approaching the level scene when Su Tong sang Sunny Day. This is terrifying. That's insane. A group of celebrities. It's a group. Celebrities who are rarely seen in everyday life are now gathered here in a group. All of them are under the setting sun, on a rainy evening, chasing after a director, rushing forward and backward. The audience watching the screen were filled with intense emotion. What are you doing? In the end, the director, wearing flip-flops, couldn't hold his own against this group of celebrities in sneakers. Of course, the female stars were truly ruthless. One after another, they took off their high heels, chasing after him barefoot. If you still can't catch him, it would be utterly unacceptable. Ha ha. Seeing the director's confused expression, Mr. Huang couldn't help but laugh heartily. The others also burst into laughter. That's hilarious. The clueless director is just sitting there on the ground, panting and sweating profusely, while a group of entertainers laugh at him. Director? He still hasn't figured out what's going on. He just came back to use the restroom. And give him some instructions for tonight. How about this? Turned into a celebrity chase? Running all that way for him, I'm exhausted. The director really has it rough. The most unfortunate director in history has been born. Director, it's so hard being a director. The comments are also rolling in wildly. Alright. Everyone, quiet down. Mr. He, who has been hosting for many years, has exceptional stage presence. He quickly brought everyone to silence. Then, Mr. Huang, with a mischievous smile, leaned toward Director Wang Yi. Hey! What are you doing? The director hurriedly wrapped his arms around himself, looking thoroughly frightened. Here. But there are so many people. We're outnumbered, he's scared. However, Mr. Huang was just teasing him, of course, he didn't mean anything by it. He was just asking. Tell me, what's the situation at the rehearsal hall? How is it going? Be as clear as possible, otherwise how will I know? Get to the point. He glanced behind him at the large group of handsome men and beautiful women. Hey, you know what's going to happen to you? Pang Pang rolled up his sleeves. Guo Qilin stretches his limbs. Teacher Sha Yi shows off his biceps. Several goddesses with their hands crossed in front of their chests. Their gazes are sharp. Look at the director. All together. Say it. Director. At this point, he no longer looked clueless. Instead, speechless. You guys chased me for almost a mile just for this? He asked, his lips twitching. What else could it be? Yang Ni pouted and asked back. Or are we just here to chase after you because you're so handsome? Director. In an instant, I was speechless again. I said, Mimi, no personal attacks, okay, he said, speechless. The comments started feeling sorry for the director. The director is truly pitiful. He's definitely the unluckiest director in history. Don't derail the thread, director, hurry up and speak. Oh, right. Director, hurry up and tell us what's going on with the rehearsal. Hurry up and tell us. For a moment, even the comments started criticizing the director. There's nothing we can do about it. They're too eager to hear about the situation with Su Tong. There's been no word at all. They're getting anxious. The director is sitting on the ground. He is drenched in sweat. Looking miserable. As the saying goes, one should not make enemies of many. His entire production team is not present at the moment. We can't protect him. And this group of celebrities looks pretty wild. So, he had no choice but to back down. That guy. He gave a silly laugh and cautiously asked, testing the waters. Can we not talk about it? After all, he was told not to say anything at the rehearsal hall. What do you think? Everyone shouted in unison. The director ran a mile, and they chased him another mile. Did they chase for a mile for nothing? No way. Mr. Huang took off his long-lost shoes and aligned the sole with the director. He said, "Old Huang, you haven't tasted the soles of my shoes in a long time." See the scene. The other celebrities. Peng Peng, Zhang Zifeng, Shai, Wachilan, Yang Mi, Reba, and everyone else. Whether you're wearing sneakers, casual shoes, athletic shoes, running shoes, or even flip-flops or high heels, take one off at a time. Hold it in your hand. In your eyes, a crimson glow flickers. Countless shoe soles aimed at the director. They say, "Director, would you like to taste the soles of our shoes?" Guliolu. Director Wangi swallowed hard. Ah. Help. Chapter 46, guys, let's go save the director. Hey, everyone, how about this instead? Facing the threat of numerous slippers, Wangi stood up tremblingly. He curled his legs up. He said, "Can you just let me use the restroom first? Nature calls, and I really can't hold it anymore. There are so many people here, and they're all celebrities. The director is right. People have 3 urgent needs, and this is the most urgent one. Moreover, looking at the director's crouched posture, he seems really in a hurry. Alright. After all, Mr. Huang has known the director for 4 seasons. Seeing how pitiful he looked, he said, "Hurry up and come back. We'll wait for you. You can't run away. There are so many of us." Exactly. Everyone else chimed in as well. Alright, thank you. Director Wangi, hurry back to the mushroom house. He rushed straight into the bathroom. Click. Then, lock the door from the inside. Ha! Sitting on the toilet, I finally had a chance to relax. Then, he leaned his body against the wall and looked up at the sky with a bitter smile. I finally escaped that disaster. Next, he silently pressed his forehead, then pulled out his phone and sent a message to Su Tong on the other end. "Mr. Su, I did my best. I gave it my all. Before your performance, I might not be able to make it back. Keep up the good work. I'll be here supporting you. Oh, and remember to tell all the crew members under no circumstances should they return to the mushroom house. This place is way too creepy. Those celebrities are all crazy." Then, Director Wangi. This renowned director is quite formidable in his professional capacity. Right here in the bathroom of this mushroom-shaped house, I would sit there for 2 or 3 hours. Despite the frantic calls from Huang Lei, He Jiong, Peng Peng, and others outside, he refused to come out. The audience watching the screen at that moment were laughing so hard they couldn't move. The comments were also going wild at this moment. Ha! The director is so unlucky. For Su Tong, he's even willing to stay in the bathroom and not come out. No wonder he's a director. Wait, don't go off topic, everyone. The director is so mean, he didn't tell us about the rehearsal, and you still feel sorry for him? This guy isn't pitiful. He's despicable. Damn director. The comments keep flooding in. The celebrities outside. Seeing this scene, they could only smile wryly in resignation. They couldn't really storm in and drag the director out, could they? This guy is really sneaky. At the same time, the camera cuts to the rehearsal space. Su Tong looked at the message on her phone and couldn't hold back. Ha! What's wrong? Lao Xiao, JJ, Zhang Jia, and the Lice Band, who were busy packing, all gathered around. What could possibly make Su Tong laugh so hard? Look at them. Su Tong held her phone up for them to see while suppressing a smile and said, "Guys, the director's out of commission. The rest of us will have to handle this on our own." Old Xiao and the others saw the news. Ha! He also burst into laughter. The director is so pitiful. Ha! Watching this scene, the audience in front of the screen became excited. Seeing them laugh so happily, it seems like the rehearsals went well. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. Okay. Su Tong smiled, tidied up his things, and said, "Let's get ready quickly. Once rehearsals are almost done, we'll go rescue the director." Alright. Save the director. Ha ha. At this moment, they are happy and joyful. Even the guests inside the mushroom house. Even the viewers watching on screen. All their attention is now fully focused on longing for and tonight's concert. No one will pay any attention to Ding Yi, Lu Sheng, or the like. No one wants to see something bad who doesn't want to see something good. Even those who claim they've given up on it, saying they'll never watch Towards the Future again if Su Tong is on it, will secretly look forward to tonight's concert. That's the reality. What is reality? It's so good it's true principle. The sky gradually turned from bright sunshine to sunset. A summer evening after the rain. Cool. Refreshing. Having given up all hope in the director, the guests returned to the mushroom house's pavilion. The southern region of Kaiyun is renowned for its abundant variety of fruits. Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Peng Peng, Zhang Zifeng, and others were all busy working together. They prepared fruit platters and a variety of juices for everyone. All you can eat. This is the goal set by Mr. Huang. Here they come. They're here. The sharp-eyed Peng Peng noticed at this moment that not far away on the flower-lined path, Su Tong, Lao Xiao, JJ, Zhang Jia, along with the Lice Band and a group of staff members, were slowly approaching, carrying various musical instruments. They looked like a group of soldiers setting off on a mission. Wow! They look so cool. Reba suddenly let out a scream like a lovesick teenager. Because she discovered Su Tong, Lao Xiao, JJ, Zhang Jia, and the members of the Lice Band were all dressed in matching black outfits. And their hair was neatly combed back. A perfect performance look. Even the smoky eye makeup is on point. That's so bold. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Tong leads the way. He pushed open the door and entered. Under the light, his face was angular and sharp. He smiled and said, "Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 47 begins. It's going to blow everyone away. Here it comes. Finally. He's here, he's here. He's walking in with the aura of a king. Oh my goodness, the four great singers are performing together on stage. My heart is racing. Just the appearance alone. It hasn't even started yet. The audience in front of the screen is already buzzing with excitement. Not to mention them. Even the guests at the scene were all getting worked up. The venue was already packed with their fans. At this moment, after waiting all day, they immediately surrounded Su Tong and the others as soon as they entered. How's it going? How's the rehearsal going? Yeah. Everyone chimed in, asking questions one after another. Su Tong, however, smiled mysteriously. It's confidential. Everyone. This confidentiality is really painful. Does he even know? Okay, everyone go back first. We still need to set up the equipment, the venue, and adjust the sound. Old Xiao saw the situation and hurried over to help Su Tong out of the predicament. He said, "So, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll be happy to clarify things for everyone." As he spoke, he led everyone to a pavilion. This was the strategy they had planned together. So Su Tong and the others began preparing the scene. The small courtyard of the mushroom house was just the right size to be set up as a stage. Set up drum kits, guitars, microphone stands, speakers, pianos, and other equipment. Highly professional. On the other hand, Old Xiao, hurry up and tell us. How's the rehearsal going? Everyone asked in unison. Although it hasn't started yet. But everyone loves a sneak peek. Even if most people don't like spoilers. The audience watching on screen are also on the edge of their seats. In front of the camera. A hint of suppressed laughter appeared on Lao Zhao's face. He said, "Would you like to guess?" Everyone. If Old Xiao were the director, they'd probably be pulling out the shoe soles again by now. Old Xiao, stop teasing us, just spit it out already. Yang Mi said. Exactly. Others chimed in. Ha ha. Old Xiao laughed loudly. Everyone, get ready for it. That's all for now. This guy actually jumped off the pavilion and ran away. Hey. Everyone was eager to follow, but who knew that at this moment? On the other side, the band in the courtyard was almost set up. They're already tuning up. Alright, everyone. Seeing this, Mr. He could only smile and come out, saying, "They seem to be rehearsing well. Let's not interfere and just wait and see. Everyone here is reasonable." Hearing this, they had no choice but to sit down. I waited expectantly. Time passed, second by second. When the tuning is complete. Lead guitar, electric guitar, drum set, bass, piano, keyboard, microphone, sound system. Everything is ready. Every part of your body, stretch out your hands and make an OK sign. Everyone knows they're ready. The production team has distributed glow sticks to everyone. Everyone was either holding a teacup or a glass of juice. Become a bystander. The audience in front of the screen are also holding their breath in anticipation. The show's popularity is soaring. Right now. Turn off the lights in the mushroom house. Immediately after that. Stare. The lights at the venue suddenly lit up. It's dazzling. In an instant. The atmosphere was instantly set. Oh my, I'm getting excited. Sha-Yi burst out laughing. Everyone felt like they were at a concert. This is a real concert. And the main performers are four legendary singers. In the shadows under the lights, four figures slowly emerged. They were all dressed in black leather garments. They were dressed in a very stylish and trendy manner. Yet no one would ever think they're alternative. When someone is so handsome that they can pull off any style, even if they dress extravagantly, no one will think it's out of place. These four singing legends are a perfect example of that. Su Tong stepped forward, holding the microphone. He smiled. He looked at the other three. Asked, "Are you ready?" Of course. The walking record player JJ Lin Junjie nodded directly. Absolutely. Zhang Jia flexed his neck and smiled. Let's begin. Old Xiao can't wait any longer. Great. Su Tong burst into laughter and took a step forward. The first song, the first day, is for everyone. Concert. There's always the first song of the first show. That song has to get the crowd going. It's common sense. And this song must be a little more upbeat. Sutong didn't see this as a counterattack but as a concert, performing and singing. So, when he took the stage, he needed to warm up the crowd first. This song, The First Day, is perfect for the current situation. Ding dong ding. Ding dong ding. As soon as Sutong finished speaking, the sound of classical piano filled the air instantly. Dong dong de day. Next up, the drum set. Ding dong, ding dong. Electric guitar. Ding dong ding dong. Lead guitar. As soon as the intro starts, oh, the audience erupted in excitement. JJ Lin Junjie stepped forward and was the first to sing. It had rained earlier, and it was a summer evening. I always look forward to it. The singing cicadas, hey, wake up the stars. The moonlight is so cool. On this rainy evening, everyone knows how fitting this song is. The atmosphere heated up instantly. Chapter 48, Too Hot. This song is so fitting. Great. The many celebrities sitting in the pavilion, who were also part of the audience, listened to this song, The First Day, and were completely immersed in that scene. JJ's voice is absolutely amazing. He was born with a great voice. A gift from heaven. The comments are flying in fast and furious. And at this very moment, JJ finishes singing. Zhang Jia follows closely behind. That's how it was the first confession, as I recall. The awkward me, look. You who pretend to be so philosophical are actually very cute. If JJ's voice is delicate and gentle, Zhang Jia's voice is refreshingly high-pitched. Ah, Brother Jia, I'm going crazy. What kind of divine combination is this? The comments are flying. Ah, in the pavilion of the Mushroom House. Among the director's crew, celebrities and young girls from all walks of life have all transformed into the most loyal fans at this moment. Waving glow sticks. Scream out loud. And right behind him was Old Xiao. The rain god, Old Xiao. He brings the weather and scenery with him wherever he goes. Boom! A thunderous roar. As if in response, he also started singing. You say live for tomorrow, live in anticipation. Why not live in the present and be at ease? The comments are rolling in. Rain god. Rain god. The rain god has set out, and not a blade of grass will remain. Still as wild as ever, Old Xiao. Next up is Su Tong. The first three have set a great example. Su Tong also took the stage. I said I understood, but is that too fast? The future begins tomorrow. Everyone erupted into wild cheers. Ah! Singing alongside three legendary vocalists known for their powerful voices, Su Tong held her own without missing a beat. That's impressive. Too intense. In front of the microphone, Su Tong exchanged glances with the three of them. They smile at each other. He said, "Let's all join in." Then, he waved his hands. The four singers joined together and launched into the chorus. On the first day, I exist. For the first time, I breathe freely. Your ankles are on the ground. Because of you, it feels real. On the first day, I existed. For the first time, I can fly. Love is the magic of soaring through the air. The pure colors of the first day are forever, so brilliant. Restless. It's way too dry. It's so damn hot. That opening wasn't just warming up the crowd, it was explosive. It's on fire. For legendary singers come together on one stage. In this small courtyard, a band was formed. We started singing fast songs. They started singing light rock. Cheerful melodies. High-pitched singing. It instantly energized the entire crowd. This song, The First Day, is by the renowned singer Sun Yanzi and is perfectly suited for a live concert performance. Now, it has been reinterpreted by four legendary singers. How could one not be thrilled? Oh my goodness. What an amazing combination. Netizens are also going wild. Oh my gosh, I'm a fan. In the Mushroom House, many little girls, led by Reba, let out screams. She has the loudest voice. Ah! Chen Yuki wasn't about to be outdone. Her foot was twisted, but her voice was still loud. Ah! It's like a competition. Everyone screamed in unison. And the atmosphere was electric. The second verse is also in. This time, it's Su Tong who starts singing. You're funny, you're strange. Your hair is messy. Sometimes. You suddenly become so brave for my sake. Lao Xiao, second. This is in reverse order. In that case, it's not that simple. Come with me to watch the sea. I feel like I shouldn't think of you in such a bad way. Zhang Jia came in third. The bad news is that I discovered, without even realizing it. Not seeing you is not very normal. Lin Junjie. Your eyes seem to be filled with anticipation too. Looking forward to a different future. Let's do it together. The four on stage exchange glances. Everyone below the stage gets ready. The audience in front of the screen is also getting excited. Let's all sing together. Day 1. I exist. First time, breathing freely. The ankles on the ground feel real because of you. On the first day, I existed. For the first time, I can fly. Love is the magic of soaring through the air. The pure colors of the first day are forever, so brilliant. Sing the chorus again. The three singing kings step back together. Retreat into the shadows. Let Sutong take the stage. Sutong smiled and sang. The Blues Sea. The sound system played the harmonies of three legendary singers. Blues Sea. The other side of the clouds. Harmony, the other side of the clouds. No turns. Harmony, no turns. To the future. Chorus, to the future. Next moment. The three singing legends, who had vanished into the shadows, suddenly leaped out. You say living for tomorrow and living in anticipation is better than living freely in the present. I said I understand. This design is excellent. The harmony, arrangement, and stage design are amazing. Is this really something that can be prepared in just one day? The audience is going wild. Even in the mushroom house. Among the audience, there were also those who had once been involved in music. Who could have imagined? In less than a day. From just before 9 in the morning to just before 8 at night. That's not even 12 hours. They managed to pull off such a flawless performance on stage. That's so intense. Chapter 49, Steady Rise. This day. The entire internet was flooded with news and videos of the four great singers performing together on Longing For. This is insane. Usually, even large-scale variety shows can't get these few singing legends to perform together on the same stage. Especially Sutong, who has been out of the industry for years. He has no interest in worldly affairs. This time, I'm in it too. For legendary singers perform together on stage. And the first song is still the passionate The First Day. In an instant, it pulls everyone into that rhythm. In response, netizens have been commenting extensively. It's blown up. It's on fire. This is so exciting. It's a blessing to have seen the four great singers perform together so often in my lifetime. Even if I die, I'll die happy. We must thank Sutong. Without him, how would we have had such an opportunity? Besides Sutong, who else in the industry has the influence to invite the three great singers to rush over in the middle of the night? On behalf of all the fans online, thank you, Sutong. Thank you, Sutong. This day. There was negative news about Sutong. Whether it's a case of running out of ideas. Or if the other party is smearing you. No one will care anymore. Because Sutong has invited the three great singers. Because they performed a song together, setting the stage on fire. Because he satisfies the youth of all ages. Even those who are hypocritical and follow the "it's good when it's free" rule can't help but watch with great interest. Even the top executives of the water army companies are tuning in to watch this show. Even so, the ratings for Longing for 4 have once again hit a new high. However, it's still rising. Steadily rising. It's absolutely terrifying. How terrifying. More and more people are continuing to flock to Longing for 4. At this moment, even at Lu Shang's home, Lu Shang and Ding Yi, cousins, were also watching Longing for 4. Although, I really don't want to admit it. But when they were singing just now, even these two guys got goosebumps. A physical reaction. This is something you can't refuse or resist. My cousin Ding Yi watched the TV screen, where the four great singers were setting the stage on fire, and couldn't help but smack his lips. This kid sure knows how to distract people with a clever tactic. Now no one will notice what he's up to. You have to admit, that diversion tactic was pretty clever. At least Ding Yi thinks it's brilliant. See? There are hardly any people left online who are still paying attention to what happened before. Those who are paying attention are all focused on the four top singers performing together on stage. However, Lu Shang didn't think so. He laughed. He just shook his head and said, "What's meant to happen will happen. No matter what, he has to sing his original songs." At this point, he paused for a moment and smiled again. He smiled as if he were very pleased with himself. It seems as though he has already seen his own victory. He said, "Haven't you noticed? They sing so passionately and explosively. Isn't that a good thing?" Ha! Upon hearing this, Ding Yi furrowed his brows. After a moment, he recalled what his cousin Lu Shang had said that day, and couldn't help but feel a flash of inspiration. "Cousin, are you saying that the more passionate and explosive the three singers perform, the more captivating the beginning becomes, and then when Sutong's original song comes out, it will be completely overshadowed?" Exactly. Just like last time, inviting the three great singers was a complete blunder. The performances before were so energetic and explosive. What will Sutong's original song sound like when it comes out? Will everyone be disappointed? Even if it's a masterpiece, it can't compare to the classics that came before it. Back then, it directly sent Sutong into the depths of despair. This kid really is digging his own grave. Lu Sheng couldn't help but smack his lips. He couldn't quite figure it out. Isn't Su Tong being silly? Does he really think that by using these 3 singing legends he can attract the audience's attention? Does he think this will allow him to escape? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Should he sing or not? Logically speaking, those few singing legends shouldn't have performed so passionately. They should have kept it low-key. To highlight Su Tong. That way, perhaps Lu Shang might still look upon Su Tong with a bit more respect. But now, Su Tong's actions have completely made him lose all interest in this young man he had once found somewhat intriguing. That's just too stupid. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Doesn't Su Tong seem way too naive? He's completely unqualified to be his opponent. Only someone like Ding Yi could be so easily manipulated by him. Ha, he's finished now. Ding Yi also said with a smile. Not necessarily. But who knows what will happen in a little while. Lu Shang, who had also felt confident of victory. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through his mind. It came out of nowhere. Ha! Upon hearing this, Ding Yi suddenly felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He asked, Cousin, what do you mean by that? Ran. Lu Shang shook his head and said nothing. He merely said, No, nothing is certain, you're right, he's definitely finished this time. Is that so? Ding Yi didn't take it seriously and laughed out loud. Lu Shang, however, didn't seem very happy. Because his thoughts at that moment were, unless Su Tong was confident in his own work, he could outshine these singing legends with their signature songs. In that case, everything he is doing now is only natural. But how could that be possible? Right? How could Su Tong possibly write a rock piece better than these classic hits? What qualifies him to do so? Even though I think that way. But I don't know why. Lu Shang felt in his heart. Had a bad feeling about it. It's strange. Chapter 50, Rocking the House. Inside the mushroom house, the performance continued. Thank you, everyone. After the first warm-up song, all 4 bow simultaneously. And now, please welcome JJ to perform a song for us, Jungnan. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Su Tong burst into laughter. Then the other 3 quickly stepped down from the stage. This performance was truly like a concert. It didn't seem to have any deeper meaning at all. It's easy. It's simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tong led Zhang Jia and Lao Shao off the stage. Ah! JJ. There are little fans screaming wildly below. Thank you all. The atmosphere was right, and Lin Junjie smiled, revealing a few dimples on his face. He glanced over at Su Tong, who had just stepped off the stage. He smiled. He said, I know, recently there have been some things online about my friend Su Tong. When he got to this part, people below began to scream wildly. JJ spoke up for Su Tong. Is this really such a straightforward statement? That's too harsh. Even the comments are starting to flood in. Great. Awesome. Meanwhile, Lin Junjie on stage smiled at Su Tong, who had just stepped down. He said, Here, I want to tell you, my friend. Be yourself, let others talk. This world isn't perfect, and no one is either. Keep it up. Seriously. Su Tong was quite touched. The camera panned over. He sat on a small chair, a faint smile on his lips. He nodded slightly. Because there was no microphone. He couldn't hear me say thank you. A slight nod, a glance between the 2 of them, everything was already understood. A song, Jiangnan, is dedicated to you both. Lin Junjie's voice is truly a gift from heaven. To say that heaven has blessed him with such a gift is no exaggeration. The wind here is so sticky. Sticking to the memories of passers-by. Circles within circles, day after day, year after year, it's always me. Deeply, looking into your eyes. He pointed at Su Tong as an example of interaction. Angry yet gentle, reproachful yet gentle face. We, who do not understand the torment of love, hate, and passion, still think that loving each other is as fickle as the changing winds. Believing in love for a day is worth more than forever. In this moment, time stands still. We don't know how to express tenderness. We thought that dying for love was just an old legend. How painful can separation be? How intense is the pain? When dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan. Only when the heart is broken does one truly understand. Oh! The audience listened with great interest. In the pavilion, there was a crowd of celebrities. But even they, in the presence of music, instantly turned into little fans. Thank you. JJ finished singing. Old Xiao takes the stage. He said, Since we're here today, I'd like to say a few words before we start singing. That's all I have to say. The camera cuts to Su Tong. Old Xiao says, We're here to cheer you on, so your mood from now on should be just like the rhythm of this song. The Queen. Let's get this party started, okay? Old Xiao shouted loudly. Su Tong pursed her lips and smiled faintly, nodding repeatedly. Dong dong. As soon as the prelude begins. As soon as the drums, bass, guitar, and other instruments come in, the intro kicks in. The audience starts to get excited. Waving wine glasses. Lips stained with blood. That unusual beauty, an unforgivable sin. Let's go together. The night is too beautiful. Even if it's dangerous. There are always those who stay up late with dark circles under their eyes. Love is too beautiful. Even if it's dangerous. I'm willing to pay the price with tears that have flowed for 1,000 years. The pain is too beautiful. Even if it means being utterly lowly. I want to taste the agony of being shattered into pieces. You're too beautiful. No words can describe it. I'd even use a stone wall to block out the world. My queen, I want to claim your beauty for myself. Tonight, perhaps it won't be a very good response. But it will definitely be a perfect performance. Every singer has brought their best to the stage. Following Lao Xiao, Zhang Jia was no exception. A song titled Reverse Battle perfectly energized the entire audience. Everyone has extended their heartfelt wishes to Su Tong. The atmosphere on site was absolutely electric. At this point, comments started to appear online. I simply cannot fathom who could possibly defame someone so highly praised by so many talented artists. I'm putting this out there today, even if Su Tong never releases any more work, I'll still be his lifelong fan. Remember, today it's a special day. Although online reviews are overwhelmingly negative. But on the other side. However, they were not very happy. Even in the Mushroom House. After the three singing kings finished their performance. I wasn't particularly excited either. Because. Speaking of Honey Sister. A group of people gathered around, and Reba asked cautiously. They're singing so enthusiastically. What if the boss's new song isn't as good when it comes out later? To be honest, this isn't just something she's worried about. Even Yang Mi has her brows furrowed. She had just been having a good time. But did they even notice how energetic they were singing, with a certain flair? Stealing the spotlight. If Su Tong's work isn't as good later on, this would surely disappoint the many people who have such high expectations. What should we do? Chapter 51, Saving Water and Putting Out Fires, thank you. What is Su Tong really thinking? On the other side. Shen Yuki gathered with Peng Pang, Shai, Guaqilan, Zhang Zifeng, and others. She said with a touch of concern. That's his new work, and the audience's expectations are so high. If he... The others were thinking the same thing. The rest of us are thinking the same thing. Who? Now, can't you see these? They still think that the three singing stars Su Tong had invited were going to sing are relatively obscure. Not many people have heard of it. It's not very well known. They don't really highlight their unique features. That way, they slightly lower themselves. Wouldn't that just highlight Su Tong? At that time, even if Su Tong's new song isn't that great, the audience wouldn't find it too hard to accept. But now, when one song is more explosive than the next, the audience's anticipation for the next song is skyrocketing. And after the three singing legends, it should be Su Tong, right? If Su Tong's songs are lacking in meaning, then wouldn't the anticipation drop instantly? When the time comes, even if Su Tong's work is actually quite good, wouldn't it still be dragged down? What's his deal? Thinking? Oh, never mind. But Sha-yi, that guy is so carefree. He said. My younger brother must have a plan. Don't overthink it. Just wait and see. Where does this blind confidence come from? No one knows. But now that things have come to this, others can only watch silently. At the same time, at Lu Shang's home. After watching a few performances, Lu Shang finally relaxed. Look, I thought this kid was already dumb enough, but it turns out he's even dumber. He said with a smile. He still thought Su Tong could get these few people to sing a few mediocre songs to make him look good. That would be a clever move. But it's obvious that he didn't. He didn't do that. This way. Even if he were to present a masterpiece, it would be of no use. Ha ha. Ding Yi and Lu Shang exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Inside the Mushroom House. Jia Ge. During halftime, Mr. He pulled Zhang Jia over. He frowned and asked, how on earth did you rehearse this? Zhang Jia looked completely confused and replied directly. This is how we rehearsed it. Isn't it fine? Stage effects, band coordination, etc. Everything was perfect. The performance was flawless. Nothing to complain about. That's not what I meant. Mr. He shook his head hurriedly and said, you sing so well, what about Su Tong? Obviously, Mr. He had already noticed this long ago. Oh, so that's what you were worried about, huh? But who knows? When Jia heard this, he actually laughed out loud. Not only was he not worried at all, he even waved hello to old Xiao, who was nearby. When old Xiao came over, he said, Mr. He is worried that we're stealing all of Su Tong's thunder. What? But who knows? Old Xiao heard this and laughed out loud as well. Then he patted Mr. He on the shoulder and said, Mr. He, you can rest assured. We won't steal his thunder. You'll see for yourself later. This. Watching Jiego and Lao Zhao's relaxed expressions, Mr. He was also a bit confused. It's almost like everyone's watching. When the three singing kings finished their performances, in the order of rotation, in order of precedence. Next, it should be Su Tong's turn now. At this moment, the camera cuts to Su Tong. The comments start flying in. Su Tong. Finally, it's Su Tong. Su Tong is going to sing a new song. Can't wait. Hurry up. I've been waiting so long I'm getting cold feet. At the same time, in the mushroom house, Yang Mi, Riba, Chen Yuqi, Shai, Guaqilan, Peng Peng, Zhang Zifeng, Mr. He, Mr. Huang. Everyone, even JJ, Jiego, and Lao Xiao, who have already stepped down, have all transformed into fans. I wonder who started it first. They all did it together. They shouted, Su Tong, Su Tong, Su Tong, Su Tong. The program staff also started calling out Su Tong's name one after another. For a moment, the scene was truly spectacular. Everyone was shouting Su Tong's name. At this moment, regardless of whether it is good or bad, regardless of success or failure, regardless of gain or loss, Su Tong should take the stage. But look, he slowly stood up. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, amidst the applause, amidst the comments, he took a step forward, walking resolutely toward the stage. He took a guitar from the hands of the orchestra members. Hang it on your back. Gently adjust. Standing in front of the microphone, the lights shine on his face. He pursed his lips and let out a faint smile. It was very sunny. Very handsome. The sky is dark, but the lights are bright. He stood in the center, like a god. The people on the road were as graceful as jade, and the gentleman was without equal in the world. The words spoken. That's exactly who he is. When he took the stage, the applause stopped. Everyone stared at him in silence. The area suddenly fell silent. A rare moment of peace. I have no idea whether today's performance will be as well received as the last one, sunny day. Under the spotlight, Su Tong spoke slowly. Even so, Su cannot bring himself to do such a thing to suppress his friends and elevate himself. And now, this song, regardless of its quality, Su Mao humbly represents himself in our mushroom house to express our deepest gratitude to the three friends who came to our aid, offering their unwavering support in helping us through our time of need. Thank you. Chapter 52, Nowhere to Hide. Come on. I've been too shy to say it, but the three of you sang so well that I'm afraid Su Tong's work won't live up to everyone's expectations. Online, comments started to appear. Upon hearing this, I suddenly felt a deep respect for Su Tong. Indeed, doing so would be no different from belittling a friend to elevate oneself. Su Tong's character is truly beyond reproach. It starts with looks, stays for talent, and stays for character. It can be said that today's battle, regardless of the outcome, perhaps none of us will ever go back to slandering Su Tong again. Perhaps even the haters themselves feel embarrassed now. Whether this is PR or not, it's still like this. It is. At that moment, inside the mushroom house, Old Xiao suddenly stood up and made a gesture as if holding a knife. He said, Su Tong, don't be so modest. Exactly. JJ and Jiegu also stood up, looking furious. Ha ha. This made everyone burst into laughter. All right. Su Tong smiled and continued. Su has never been one to respond to rumors. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed out of the public eye for so many years. But now that I'm back, then, regarding those negative reports, I will provide the most direct response. Everything is in this song. That's all I have to say. The atmosphere around him suddenly became sharp and intense. No longer gentle. No longer refined. He stared at the camera. Not sure who he was talking to. He said, rock and roll, huh? Then let me show you what rock and roll really is. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience at Mushroom House was in an uproar. Regardless of the quality of Su Tong's work. At least, not everyone dares to say that. And when the atmosphere had been completely ignited by Su Tong's single remark, Su Tong raised his hand, pointed at the sky with a single finger, and shouted, now you have no place to hide. Come. At the same time, beep beep, the electric guitar came in right away. That thrilling intro slowly began to play. Dong dong de. The explosive drumbeat kicks in. A heavy metal vibe hits you instantly. This intro is pretty interesting. The arrangement is so rock. It's got that flavor. It's okay. Whether a rock song truly has the ability to make people shake their heads can be seen from the intro. And at the same time, Su Tong, along with several members of the Lice band, almost in unison, shook their heads. Oh. Grab the microphone, Su Tong lets out a loud shout. In the sea of people, there's you and me. meeting, getting to know each other, and learning from one another. In the crowd, it's you and me. Pretending to be proper with a smile on our faces. No need to say too much, you know yourself. What exactly do you and I want to do? Don't worry about the little things, and don't be sad. One day, you will understand me. Sutong lowered her voice and sang with incredible intensity. Oh! The audience immediately became excited. Some even started swaying their heads in rhythm. These lyrics are really meaningful. It sounds like someone is cursing to me. Take a look, meeting, getting to know each other, and learning from one another, yet pretending to be proper with a smile on your face. Isn't that a subtle insult? There's no need to say more. You know it yourself. The irony is that Lu, pretending to be upright and smiling. Ding Yi and Lu Sheng are two of a kind. Damn it, what kind of scum are those two? They deserve to be scolded. So talented. Sutong is so talented. The comments are flooding in. The atmosphere is building. The words are right. Heaven, earth, and people are all in harmony. Everything is ready. Oh, it's so hot. The many celebrity artists inside the mushroom house also stood up one after another, waving their glow sticks in the air. When Sutong begins to sing, all worries vanished. All shattered. They no longer need to worry about whether Sutong will be overshadowed by the three great singers. Nor do they need to worry whether his work is of high quality. Nor do they need to worry whether he has responded to the other party this time. No one needs to worry about him at all. Because he is more than capable. Everything. He can do it all. Just as he said. His attitude. It's all written in this song. In the crowd, I see you again. Just as charming and beautiful as ever. Slowly relax, slowly let go. Still, it doesn't matter. You don't need to say too much. You know it yourself. What exactly do we want to do? There's no need to overthink it, and there's certainly no need to feel down. After all, one day you will leave me. That's it. Here comes the chorus. Sutong, raise your voice. Follow the band members, shake your head, and sing along. No longer believing, what truth is there to believe in? People have become so indifferent. No more reminiscing, what's the point of looking back at the past? I am not the person I was back then. I once felt lonely. I have also been ignored by others. Yet I never felt it. I'm so ashamed. Come on. The atmosphere reached its peak. Chapter 53, so that's how it is. That's called contrast. Bullet comments are flying. These lyrics are amazing. Lonely and neglected, yet still not feeling ashamed. Look at them. They're responding positively. Using a song to insult someone, this is the first time I've ever seen that in my life. The song title is also brilliant. It's truly nowhere to hide. Those two mad dogs are truly ashamed now. Who said our Sutong can't rock? Come on, open your eyes and take a good look. Ding Yi. Lu Sheng. The production team of Longing For is gaining momentum. The servers are overloaded again. It's all the budget money going up in flames. At the same time, at the residence of Kyoto's Lu Sheng. No longer believing, what reason is there to believe? People have become so indifferent. Watching the TV, that explosive hit, Nowhere to Hide. Lu Sheng was speechless for a moment. Gulping. He swallowed hard, listening intently. Perhaps, he couldn't admit it, but he recognized the uniqueness of this song. But deep down, he is already convinced. It's heartfelt submission. But at that moment, Dingy actually turned up the corner of his mouth and said, "What is this? I can't understand a word of it. This is terrible. The entire piece is filled with resentment and insults. It's disgusting. Shut up." But who knows? Dingy hadn't finished speaking. He was interrupted by Lu Sheng. "What do you know? What can you hear?" Lu Sheng was almost red in the face as he shouted this out. He, Lu Sheng, had been playing rock music for so many years. He truly understands the unique charm of this song. And even he has also. For a young up-and-comer to write rock music that's this good. What does this indicate? It means that Sutong's song has reached a level that cannot be surpassed. It's amazing. Especially the lyrics. Just like what the netizens said. A subtle dig. The attitude represented by this song, Nowhere to Hide, is truly far too harsh. As a veteran rock legend, Lu Sheng knows that rock is all about attitude, and this song perfectly captures Sutong's attitude. Combined with an absolutely rock and roll rhythm and arrangement. Even the stage effects are also thrilling. Nothing else. That's really all there is. Way too dry. It's perfect. So perfect that Lu Sheng couldn't even speak. But Dingy actually pointed out all the flaws in this song. And he's not even speaking from a professional perspective, but using such superficial language. What he said is no different from the old folks on the street cursing each other. Who's disgusting? He, Dingy, is the most disgusting one, right? Cousin, Dingy was completely baffled, unable to fathom why his cousin would suddenly act this way. Wait, weren't we supposed to stick together against outsiders? You've been off the straight and narrow for years, always trying to ride the coattails of others' success. Now you don't even know some basic professional knowledge? Ah! Lu Shang shouted at Ding Yi. From a professional perspective, Su Tong's song Nowhere to Hide really makes us feel ashamed. Do you know that? Ding Yi was too scared to say a word. He never imagined that his cousin, Lu Shang, would have such high praise for Su Tong's work. I really underestimated this kid. Lu Shang let out a breath and said with a smack of his lips. He had observed all of Su Tong's previous works. Whether it was the online songs from his school days, or the songs I wrote for others later on, or the recent hit song Sunny Day that's been trending all over the internet. Almost all of them are loved by fans of the Little Fresh style. I've never seen him sing rock music. He thought he couldn't do it. But now, it has been proven. It's not that Su Tong can't do it. It's just that he didn't do it that way. This gave him the illusion that Su Tong wouldn't do that. This also is just too frustrating, isn't it? Who would have thought? Su Tong. Such a versatile individual who excels in every field, and now he's even mastered rock music. So good that he can outshine Lu Shang in an instant. Truly impressive. So even if you're watching right now, even if you really don't want to admit it, but Lu Shang can't find a single flaw. Finally, that day, the bad idea in his heart, the thing he was most worried about, has finally happened. Inside the mushroom house. Thank you. One song finished. Su Tong bowed to the audience and the teachers of the orchestra. Oh, and this moment. Numerous celebrity artists inside the mushroom house. Even many staff members from the production team. All shouted out in excitement. Amazing. I can't stop praising it. Perhaps this is their most genuine feeling. I told you not to worry, didn't I? Lao Shao said to teacher He. Let me tell you the truth. Jia laughed and said. At first, we also planned to sing a few lesser-known songs. After all, we didn't want to steal the spotlight. But after listening to Su Tong's work, we immediately realized how naive we were. Yeah. JJ also praised it, saying, now think about it. We've sung those songs hundreds of times, and the audience is almost tired of hearing them. But when Su Tong came out with Nowhere to Hide, didn't it make us look even better by comparison? After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So that's it. These three singing legends weren't here to steal the spotlight. Rather, they are here to truly enhance the event. I see. Chapter 54, Wang Dao, we're so sorry. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After Su Tong finished singing Nowhere to Hide, they then sang a few more of their respective signature songs. It was a very enjoyable evening. It wasn't just the guests at the venue. Even the audience watching on the screens had never seen such an exhilarating performance before. Ordinary programs simply couldn't bring them all together. Looking at the entire industry, there's only Su Tong. The performance has come to an end. Thank you, everyone. After the final song, no more hesitation. Su Tong joined hands with the three great singers and bowed to his audience. Is it over? We haven't had enough. I'm so happy, I want to hear more. The comments are still flying. Oh. Below the stage, some guests were cheering. That's so exciting. Sha Yi shouted. I never expected that participating in a program would come with a free concert, and I didn't even have to buy a ticket. This is such a great deal. What a great opportunity. He'll even get paid for it. There's also a big concert to attend. This is so exciting. That's right. Ha ha. As soon as he spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Mr. Shah, you'll have to come more often in the future. Mister, he said with a smile. That's right. Just as I was saying. Goo goo. A sound came from Sha Yi's stomach. At that moment, everyone finally noticed. Before we knew it, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Many people were hungry. They were so engrossed in the concert that they forgot to eat dinner. Let's eat. Mr. Huang stood up, laughed loudly, and said, dinner's ready. Program staff, please help serve the food. I'm hungry too, hurry up. Lin Sansui led Su Tong and the others straight to the delicious food. Come on. Let's all raise a toast to today's main guests, Su Tong, Jiegood, JJ, and Lao Shao. Everyone, raise your glasses together. Let's raise our glasses in their honor. At this moment, the production team delivered the product placement ads. Mr. He burst into laughter, stood up, and said, we are together, that is. Everyone shouted in unison. The life we long for. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter and cheer, everyone began to eat dinner. The entire event was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. It seemed no one cares anymore whether Su Tong's work can satisfy everyone's tastes. Because those no longer matter. What matters is everyone together. Isn't that just the life we all aspire to? The guests are having dinner. The production team is busy at work. Hurry. Over here. The server is having some issues again, and there are more viewer complaints. And here too, the editor is having some issues. Hurry up. It seems like. I don't know why. The production team seems a bit disorganized? What's going on here? What does that mean? They've always been so organized, like a little fighter who never gets knocked down. Even when Sutong sang Sunny Day last time, it was just the server crashing for the longing for production team. How could they have gotten so disorganized? What's going on here? There was a staff member who seemed to have lost his temper and suddenly shouted loudly. Someone tell me where the director is. Everyone is busy here, but we haven't seen him yet. Until now. Everyone suddenly realized. That's right. Where's the director gone? We haven't seen him all this time. No wonder the production team is in such a mess. It turns out they were missing a leader to manage things in batches. How else could things have gotten so chaotic? Where's the director? Where is everyone? I don't know. I didn't see it. It's been gone for ages. During rehearsal, he said he was going to the restroom and never came back. No way. Did something happen to the director? What? Director. Everyone started to panic. Everyone, please remain calm. I will go and inquire about the situation. A staff member takes charge. Stand up. He wanted to go over and ask Mr. He and the others if they had seen the director. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw Sutong, who had just finished eating a few bites and was coming out to get some water. What's wrong? What happened? Sutong asked. Seeing the program crew in a panic, it looked like something had happened. They were doing such a great job here, weren't they? Oh, Mr. Su. The director's crew, upon seeing Sutong, simply asked. Have you seen the director? We haven't seen him since rehearsals started, and things are getting pretty chaotic over there. The director's importance is really highlighted at this moment. What? Sutong heard this and was also taken aback. He's not back yet? Ah. The staff member nodded blankly. And Sutong. His expression also began to brighten up after the staff member nodded. At the same time, as if he had thought of something. Could it be that Wang Dao hasn't been released yet? He's trying not to laugh. No, it's nothing. You go back first. I'll save the director for you, bring him back. He said. Really? Then the staff looked at Sutong strangely. However, since it was Sutong who said it, he felt reassured. Alright, I'll head back first. After he left, Sutong couldn't hold it in anymore. Oh, Wang Dao. We're so sorry. Chapter 55, The Birth of the Most Tragic Director in History. Come on, Peng Peng, eat more of this, it's good for you. Mr. Huang picked up a piece of pork kidney and placed it in Peng Peng's bowl. Ha ha. It made a lot of people laugh. That night, everyone enjoyed their meal. Many friends whom I hadn't seen in a long time gathered together. For a meal. Have some tea. Let's chat. How delightful. Plus, the afterglow of a concert is still lingering, making the experience feel incredibly refreshing. And just at that moment, Sutong, who had gone to fetch water, hurried back. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, I have something to tell you. Mr. He and Mr. Huang, there's something I need to tell you. He quietly approached them. What's going on? Huang Lei and He Jiong froze, listening intently. Sutong spoke as quietly as she could. Have you seen Director Wang? Wang Dao. Mr. Huang and Mr. He exchanged glances. And both froze for a moment. Then suddenly, puff! Mr. He burst out laughing. Ha! I forgot. I locked the door on him. Mr. Huang also laughed so hard he held his big belly. Ha, really? That's so sad for Director Wang. Sutong couldn't hold back either. And their laughter immediately caught the attention of the others. What's going on? Is something good happening? Sha Yi leaned in and asked. Yeah, what's up? Many people, such as Yang Mi, Reba, Chen Yuqi, and others, all turned to look. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Sutong, Mr. Huang, and Mr. He, who were all laughing so hard they couldn't stop. What's going on? Lao Xiao, JJ, and Jiego also looked at Sutong. Sutong held back a smile and looked at her three companions for the evening. He picked up his phone. Find the message the director sent him tonight. Pointing, he said. Guys, haven't we forgotten something? The three looked at each other. They were startled at first. Then, puff. Ha ha ha. Forgot about Director Wang. The three of them burst out laughing. Mr. Huang suppressed his laughter, stood up from his massive frame, and addressed the many fellow artists in the room, laughing as he spoke. Friends, haven't we forgotten about Director Wang? Even He Laosher, who has been hosting for years and has immense experience, couldn't stop laughing and couldn't speak clearly. He said. Mr. Huang locked the door from the outside, and Director Wang is still in the bathroom. At the same time, puff. Ha! Is that true? Wang Dao. That's really sad. Even the comments are going wild right now. The most tragic director in history was born. That squat must have lasted 4 or 5 hours, right? Director, missing the performance, missing the food, it feels like I've missed out on the whole world. Director, maybe I'm only fit to hang out in the bathroom. Ha! The audience watching on screen were all laughing so hard they peed themselves. The kind-hearted director was actually forgotten in the restroom. Hurry up! Ha! Everyone, hurry up and save the director. Let's go! Everyone, hurry up! So, a large group of entertainers put down the food they were eating. All rushed toward the restroom. They rushed into Xiaoxiao's mushroom-shaped house, the narrow bathroom. Wait, I found the key. Director, I'm coming to save you. Mr. Huan, holding the keys, rushed over while laughing. Click. Unlock. Don't. Open the door. What caught my eye? Sure enough, it's Director Wangy. But right now, the director is sitting on the toilet, fast asleep, with tear stains still on his face. Who knows what he's been through? He's crying out to heaven and earth, but no one hears him. Phew. Seeing his pitiful state, everyone burst out laughing again. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Sitting in the center of the hall, the director became the focus of everyone's attention. With a look of sheer misery on his face. Covered with a blanket. Holding a cup of tea. There. Looking utterly dejected. Staring at the sky. Muttering to myself. At the same time. Also. Achoo. Sneezing occasionally. That's right. He fell asleep in the bathroom and caught a cold. Only heaven knows what he went through. How much more has he missed out on? Director Wang, we're so sorry. Mr. Huang struggled to suppress his smile. But looking at him like that, he really couldn't hold it in. Ha ha. I said, Director. Mister, he also came over and asked. Why didn't you just call or send a message so we could find someone to help you? Yeah, right. Isn't that just perfect? Director Wangy shook his head. He sighed bitterly. The power's out. At the time, I just thought I'd go to the bathroom and come back to charge it. Who would have thought that once I started, I wouldn't be able to go back? Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing again. Director, I'm sorry. Su Tong stepped forward voluntarily to accept the director's criticism. Never mind, never mind. Everything that passes before our eyes is but fleeting smoke. Wang Dao waved his hand and smiled helplessly. As long as your performance is successful, that's all that matters. After all, I managed to hold on. Su Tong saw the situation and forced herself to suppress a smile. He went up and patted Director Wang on the shoulder. He said, Director, the party and the people will never forget your contributions. Rest assured. After saying this, Su Tong turned around. She made eye contact with everyone. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I gave in. Ha! What a terrible director. It's just too funny to resist laughing. Chapter 56, Everyone, Don't. The next morning, early in the morning, a series of live songs appeared on various music streaming apps. Among them, the song The First Day, performed by Su Tong, JJ, Jiego, and Lao Xiao, has directly secured the third spot on the charts. Why third place? Because the first and second places on this list are Nowhere to Hide and Sunny Day. That's pretty bold. That's right. As soon as Nowhere to Hide was released, even the live version, which wasn't even the official version yet, immediately shot to number 2 on the charts. What's even more touching is that, even though the new song Nowhere to Hide is a highly energetic track that embodies an uncompromising attitude, yet it remains, still only in second place. Sunny Day withstood all the blows and remains firmly in first place. No matter how the winds blow or the rains fall, it remains timeless and enduring. That's not to say that Nowhere to Hide has lost its popularity. It's just that it was just released, so it's unlikely to rise much. This is already quite alarming. But at the same time, this further demonstrates the quality of Sunny Day. Meanwhile, netizens are commenting. Look, Sunny Day is still topping the charts. I told you so. This is a timeless classic, whether you believe it or not. Where are all those haters from before? Come on out. I won't scold you. Trolls? What joke is the person above making? Those are all paid trolls hired by certain people who don't care about their reputation. Don't you know that? The person above makes a valid point. This scene is undoubtedly the best slap in the face. It has thoroughly silenced all the critics who previously spoke ill of Sunny Day, delivering a resounding rebuke to their claims. Even Lu Shang and Ding Yi were humiliated by this, leaving them utterly embarrassed. That day at the Mushroom House. After the rain, the sky cleared up. The dark clouds have disappeared. The sky has once again turned a deep blue, and the sunlight streaming down is truly refreshing. Be careful on the road. The rain gods are very busy and have to leave early in the morning. So Su Tong and the others were already at the door early in the morning to see them off. Thank you all for your support. Su Tong smiled. They had come all this way and spent a whole day here, only to rest for one night before leaving. This made Su Tong feel quite guilty. No need to be so polite. The rain gods didn't seem to think it was a big deal. You're the boss, how dare we not come? Reba rolled her eyes and said. Seeing that Yang Mi also had to say something touching. Alright, let's go already. We'll miss the flight if we don't hurry. Su Tong hurriedly waved her hands and said. This made Yang Mi's lips twitch uncontrollably. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, see you later. Come visit us again sometime. Say goodbye to everyone. Everyone got on the car and left together. What about Su Tong and the others? After seeing everyone off, they headed back to the mushroom house. Ah, it's finally quiet. I'm actually a bit unaccustomed to it. Sai said, smacking his lips. He woke up early in the morning with a slightly swollen face, looking particularly funny. Is this matter finally settled? Sitting in the pavilion, Mr. Huang held a bowl of tea and asked. It seems like. Pang Pang holding his phone, leaning over and saying. The online comments are all one-sided now, with everyone siding with Su Tong. It's obvious that the previous batch were paid commentators. That's great. Zhang Zifeng showed a silly smile. Ha! Su Tong also sat down on a small chair, picked up the teacup, and blew on it gently. I said, brother, you weren't very loyal earlier. Sha Yi leaned in, hooked his arm around his shoulder, and said. You clearly didn't take it seriously. You had a solution, so why didn't you tell us? You made us worry. They were really worried the night before last. They were really afraid something might happen to Su Tong. Turns out this kid already had a solution ready. It's really both frustrating and amusing. The comments are starting to roll in. Exactly. You had a solution all along. What's the matter? You're keeping it to yourself. You're making us worry. Su Tong, you're so mean. Facing the crowd's pursuit and blockade. Su Tong shook his head helplessly. I didn't say I couldn't do it. Yeah, he didn't say he was completely helpless either. Everyone suddenly realized they seem unable to respond? How frustrating. Alright. Mr. He stood in the center, raised his cup, and smiled. Let's give Su Tong a hand, shall we? The same approach. Same as last time. Now is the time for them to take sides. Share this again, nowhere to hide. Yeah, this is definitely necessary. Pang Pang and Zhang Zifeng, brother and sister, nodded in agreement. I'll go back and rally the members of our organization. Guo Qilin also said. My father has always said we should help our senior master. Yeah. And me too. Me too. Numerous guests have spoken up. It is estimated that Yang Mi and the others who have already left are also planning to do the same. But who knows? Su Tong, at this moment, kept shaking his head and said. No, everyone, don't. Ha! Su Tong's reaction caught everyone off guard. In an instant, everyone turned their attention to Su Tong. What? Doesn't he need help anymore? Chapter 57. Feeling sorry for Su Tong. Why? Shen Yuki asked in confusion. Yes. Sha Yi looked at Su Tong and asked. We've been attacked for so many days and we're not even allowed to fight back? Exactly. Zhang Zifeng and Pang Pang, the brother and sister duo, also made their positions clear. Su Tong, you don't need to worry about anything else. Mr. Huang has also stepped down. With us here, you have nothing to fear. Exactly. Everyone expressed their opinions. Even in the comment section, people were asking why. However, Su Tong shrugged and waved his hand, saying, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I'll pass on making a statement. He said with a smile. After the last time's lesson, I think I should solve problems in my own way. Dragging everyone down with me only gives others a chance to criticize me. I certainly don't want to be accused again of using my position to pressure others. Speaking of which, Su Tong himself couldn't help but let out a wry smile. For a moment, all the guests fell silent. Even some of the director's crew members were speechless. Cyberbullying is so terrifying. The comments started flying. Look what they've done to our Su Tong. Even Su Tong is scared. I feel so sorry for Su Tong. We all feel for her. Heartache 1. From now on, no one will ever bully Su Tong again. Netizens have been expressing their opinions. On site, the director's crew, some fans of Su Tong, and a group of young women in their 20s, led by someone unknown, shouted, Go! Everyone else. At that very moment, they all shouted out in unison. Go! Don't be afraid. Go, Su Tong. For a moment, the atmosphere became even more intense. Su Tong was right. At that moment, Mr. He stepped forward. To be honest, the previous incident was indeed our fault for not considering things thoroughly enough. Yeah. Back when they were helping Su Tong take sides, they never thought it would give others a chance to criticize them. They never imagined that it would cause such great harm to Su Tong later on. Looking back now, their public stance, how could they possibly be helping Su Tong? It seems more like harm him, right? They didn't even think of that before. When you think about it that way, Mr. He suddenly looked at Su Tong with newfound respect. That's right. Just moments before Su Tong spoke those words, he hadn't even noticed this. Sure enough, Su Tong didn't get to where he is today by accident. Everyone couldn't help but think the same thing. Thank you, everyone. Seeing everyone's silence, Su Tong scratched the back of his head and smiled. Don't worry too much. If you don't step down, it'll be even easier for me to act. Oh? Everyone's interest was suddenly piqued. Hey! Almost forgot, my younger brother is a big shot. Sha-yi suddenly burst into laughter and stood up to say. Hearing this, everyone seemed to be reminded. And suddenly saw the light. Yes. He, Su Tong, is a major capitalist. What kind of situation could a capital tycoon possibly fail to resolve? Brother, what are you planning to do about it? Sha-yi asked with a smile. Su Tong gave a wry smile. He was a low-key person who didn't like to draw attention to himself, let alone be the center of attention. You'll just have to wait and see. Noon. Lu Shang's home. The bright sun shone down, reflecting into the courtyard of Lu Shang's home. But today, Lu Shang has no interest in noticing whether there are any beautiful sights in the courtyard. Cousin. We're doomed. The internet is flooded with attacks against us. Dingy held a tablet in his hand, walking while speaking. I didn't expect that kid to be so capable. This is going to be a bit tricky for us now. Lu Shang's expression wasn't much better either. It's all your fault. He shouted. If it weren't for Ding Yi, how would he have ended up getting dragged into this mess? This is me. Ding Yi was completely baffled. Earlier, it was clearly his cousin who had asked for help, so why was he now being blamed for everything? Never mind, never mind. Seeing his confused expression, Lu Shang didn't feel like scolding him. He decided to just say, call the previous online propaganda company again and tell them to come up with some PR strategies quickly, clean up the mess, and move on from this incident as soon as possible. Resolve this quickly, don't let it drag on. That would be tantamount to suicide. But who knows? Ding Yi heard this and paused for a moment before asking, Cousin, are we just going to let this go? He still isn't satisfied. What? You want to play again? Lu Shang shouted. If you end up killing yourself or getting yourself into trouble, don't come looking for me. Me. Ding Yi was speechless for a moment. Alright, I'll get in touch right away. Even though I'm extremely reluctant, I have no choice but to call that online marketing company. But who knows? His phone had just been dialed. On the other end, it was picked up immediately. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? Ding Yi asked. Mr. Ding? How dare you call me again? Who knows? After hearing what Ding Yi said, Wang Zong on the other end of the phone actually shouted that out in a rage. This left Ding Yi completely baffled. It gave him a feeling of time travel. Lu Shang had just finished scolding him, so why was Wang Zong also scolding him? What's going on? Did something happen? Chapter 58, Blacklisted. Plus 80 million. He had a bad feeling about this. What's going on? Ha ha. Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone was so angry he burst out laughing. This morning, we received a notice from higher-ups cutting off our funding. All shareholders have withdrawn their investments. We've been ordered to shut down and declare bankruptcy. And all of this is because of the person you asked us to defame. Please, before you come to us, could you at least check if the other party is someone we can afford to offend? After hearing what Mr. Wang said, Ding Yi was completely dumbfounded. What? You mean your company went bankrupt? Overnight? Isn't that exactly what happened? Upon hearing Ding Yi's voice, Mr. Wang couldn't help but get angry. This time, we were unlucky for not investigating this person's background properly. It's our fault. So, please don't contact us again. We're scared. We can't afford to offend that big shot. I advise you to apologize as soon as possible. Don't make a mistake. After saying this, Mr. Wang hung up the phone directly. This. Ding Yi, looking completely bewildered, stared at the phone in his hand that had already been hung up. Not knowing what to say. What happened? Lu Shang glanced over. It was clear that Ding Yi and Mr. Wang weren't having a very pleasant conversation. Cousin, their company went bankrupt. Ding Yi said with a trembling voice. What? Lu Shang was also quite surprised. But soon, he realized. It was because of Su Tong? Ding Yi swallowed hard and nodded. It really was him. Lu Shang silently held his forehead. He knew he had really hit a brick wall this time. Su Tong was settling the score after the fact. Earlier, he knew she was the one who had set him up. At that time, if Su Tong had taken action against him, he would inevitably have faced retaliation. But things are different now. After a series of flawless counterattacks, Su Tong. He strikes decisively. Even the company that blacklisted him went bankrupt. This is getting serious. Lu Shang has no idea how to handle this situation. Ran. Seeing his cousin in such a state, Dingy couldn't help but say, "Cousin, it's okay. Their family went bankrupt, but it has nothing to do with us. There are plenty of other water army companies out there. I have several others I can contact. Just wait, I'll get back to you. But who knows? That's all I have to say." Lu Shang snatched the tablet from him. He shouted loudly, "Don't you have a brain?" He shouted. "Who would dare take on our job now? With the previous incident as a warning, do they want to go bankrupt too? Yeah, that's right. A lesson to learn from past mistakes. If you don't want to go bankrupt, who would dare to blackmail Su Tong at this critical moment?" Ding Yi was speechless for a moment. The two cousins looked at each other, speechless for a long time. But soon, ding ding ding, Ding Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. And frowned. "Who's calling?" Lu Xing asked. "Company." Ding Yi replied. That is, the company they both co-own, Eason Entertainment. Why is the company calling it this time? Lu Shang was a bit puzzled. Let Ding Yi take it. But who knows? After answering the call, Ding Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. Clang. Finally. The phone in his hand dropped directly to the ground. What happened? Lu Shang had a bad feeling. It was clear that things were getting out of hand. And, in response to Lu Shang's doubts, Guliolu. Ding Yi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, "Cousin, the company wants to terminate our contract, demands compensation, and even plans to sue us." What? Lu Shang was completely dumbfounded. Their company was going to terminate their contract? Are they going to sue them? What's going on here? Ding Yi almost trembled as he said. The company said that because of us, the stock price dropped by 10 points. Even if we defaulted, we would have to compensate them. What? This is almost like a bolt from the blue. Lu Shang was completely stunned on the spot. However, he was also aware of the importance of the matter. He asked, "How much compensation?" Ding Yi trembled as he extended 8 fingers. "It startled me, only 8 million. Lu Shang sighed in relief. 8 million was a lot for him, but it wasn't enough to break the bank or cause him serious financial hardship. But who knew? Ding Yi shook his head at that moment and said, 880 million. Lu Shang stood frozen in place. His entire face was frozen in a blank expression. What did you say? 800 million? 8 million. That's enough to cripple them. Even Lu Shang, the longtime veteran king, would never be able to come up with that much money so easily. This isn't something to be taken lightly. Under Lu Shang's astonished gaze, Ding Yi nodded. This time, they not only had to compensate 80 million, but were also directly terminated by the company. Moreover, Ding Yi dared not tell Lu Shang that. After that, no company will be willing to hire either of them. They are completely out of the entertainment industry for good. In other words, they have been banned. Chapter 59, A Sudden Transformation. Has Su Tong become the boss? How could this happen? This is way too sudden. It's Lu Shang. Lu Shang. This seasoned veteran, always steady and composed. At this moment, he couldn't sit still either. Cousin, what should we do? This. Ding Yi next to him looked like a grasshopper on a hot pan, covering his head and muttering to himself. What on earth should we do? Being banned is equivalent to losing one's source of income. Plus, they have to pay 80 million in compensation. This is no joke. Don't worry, let me check the situation first. Lu Shang managed to regain his composure. He dialed the number of an old friend from the same company. Hello? On the other end of the line, it had actually been dialed. Brother, it's me. What's going on at the company? Lu Shang asked. Shang Gu? You dare to call me now? What a pity. His old friend, however, spoke as if he were extremely frightened. What's wrong? What's going on? A sense of foreboding once again arose in Lu Shang's heart. What's wrong, Shang Gu? Don't you know what's going on yet? The tone of an old friend, sounding utterly speechless. He said, the person you've been criticizing so harshly over the past 2 days came to discuss an acquisition last night when our stock price hit its lowest point. The big boss agreed. I heard they're good friends. You know, our big boss has so many companies under his umbrella. This one isn't exactly a profitable one, so they just gave it away as a favor. This morning, the acquisition contract was signed. That means Su Tong is now our boss. What? What did you say? Lu Shang was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What the heck is going on here? Why did Su Tong suddenly become their boss? He knows that the company's real boss is a true capitalist who doesn't care about such an entertainment company. But he never expected their big boss is on such good terms with Su Tong. This. As a brother, I'm just giving you a friendly heads up, Shang Gu. Old friend, try to keep your voice down, as if someone is nearby. He said. When the acquisition was being discussed, I was outside and vaguely heard that Su Tong's people added a few more conditions, including blacklisting the two of you in compensation. What? Lu Sheng exclaimed in surprise. He said it shouldn't be like this. Even if it means terminating the contract. He's made so much money for the company over the years, the company wouldn't just screw him over like this. 800 million isn't just a few bucks. It turns out, we're the people who came to make an offer. We negotiated the terms directly with them. If you think about it that way, given the relationship between their big boss and Su Tong, even if there's no acquisition, their company wouldn't possibly refuse such terms. He actually offended his own boss. During this period, the one being relentlessly criticized was none other than his boss. He's gone mad. I'm really going crazy. How many whats does he have in his brain to do something so ridiculous? He's frantically smearing someone else's reputation. As a result, the other party directly acquired his company. He suddenly became his boss. Now, he was truly like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to express his suffering. How does that saying go again? Money. It's true, you can do whatever you want. Alright, Shanggu, here's my final piece of advice: don't cause trouble and don't say anything. Just pay the money and that's it. I've said all I need to say. That's final. Ding dong. The old friend just hung up the phone. Lu Sheng knew. After that, he would never be able to contact his old friend again. The people he had offended were too ruthless. People. They want to distance themselves from him. And it's not just this one person. There are plenty of others who want to distance themselves from him. Next, every call he made went unanswered. Obviously. His friends, upon receiving the news, immediately blocked him. The same was true on Ding Yi's side. Cousin, are we done for? Ding Yi almost trembled as he asked the question. Sigh. Lu Sheng now wanted to curse Ding Yi, but he didn't even know how to start. He just sighed and said, we'll just have to take the loss. At least I've made some investments over the years, and I still have quite a bit of assets under my name. We also still have a few companies under our umbrella. If we lose the money, we'll just have to live out our days in peace. This entertainment industry seems like it really won't have a place for us anymore. It seems like. Lu Sheng was well aware of his current position. He also fully understood the importance of the final words his friend had spoken, to pay back the money honestly and sincerely. Su Tong. Such a person who could acquire their company overnight. Even if he caused a huge commotion. Su Tong, how could he not be able to turn the tables and crush him? We'll just have to pay the damages. Ding Yi remained silent for a long time before nodding in agreement. At this point, what else can the two brothers do? But they never could have imagined that. Soon. Ding ding ding. Lu Sheng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the head of one of his companies. On the other side. Ding ding ding. Ding Yi's phone also rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the president of a company he had invested in. At the same time, a call of the same nature. The two brothers exchanged glances. And both had a bad feeling. Chapter 60, A Perfect Ending. Approximately. It was probably that afternoon, right? Online, a report was exposed regarding Ding Yi and Lu Sheng. Veteran rock legend Lu Sheng's multiple companies have seen shareholders announce the sale of their shares at discounted prices to cash out. Investors are withdrawing funds, and bankruptcy has been declared. Artist Ding Yi, who has recently been targeted by netizens, has been expelled from multiple companies in which he holds shares. After declaring bankruptcy, Lu Tianwan has less than 60 million yuan in assets. After being kicked out, Ding Yi had less than 20 million yuan to his name. Exposed. Ding Yi and Lu Sheng Company are seeking to terminate their contract with him, file a lawsuit, and demand compensation of 80 million yuan. For a time, netizens were buzzing with excitement. They deserve it. They really deserve it. It's so satisfying. This is so satisfying. I never expected karma to come so quickly. I wonder if anyone noticed that the two of them combined have just enough left to cover the company's compensation. In other words, Lu Sheng and Ding Yi are now completely bankrupt. Is this a coincidence? According to my friend, an insider, their company was acquired yesterday, and the new boss is now called Su Tong. Su Tong? The person above is saying that Su Tong directly acquired their company? Su Tong has transformed himself and become their boss? Then she fired them and demanded compensation? That's so bold. Way too bold. This is the real Su Tong. I knew it. For someone like him, a big shot in the business world, crushing those two would be as easy as crushing ants. He's too powerful. This is the real Su Tong. Online, messages like this are everywhere. And this time's controversy has finally come to an end. And I doubt we'll see any of Ding Yi's distant relatives coming to his aid again. And there will certainly be no one so bold as to dare to slander Su Tong anymore. Because now, the entire industry. Who doesn't know that Su Tong is a big shot with deep pockets? Since you know who it is, who would dare to oppose Su Tong? That's like a mouse licking a cat's tail looking for trouble where there's none. Inside the mushroom house. The mushroom house was still cloudless, and today was another beautiful day. Oh, my younger brother has finally come down. That's what he should be doing. Sha Idwa held his phone, smacking his lips as he spoke. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their own feelings of disappointment. Yeah. Sutong has never needed their help. That's just how the market works. With Sutong's current skills, whenever Sutong desires, at any time and in any place, he can easily subdue Lu Shang, Ding Yi, and their ilk, crush them underfoot, and ensure they never rise again. Pitiful. Pitiful. Lu Shang and Ding Yi never imagined that they would end up losing everything they had because of these two incidents. At the same time, to be honest, their smear tactics haven't had the slightest effect. On the contrary, take away all of Sutong's reputation, fame, and popularity. To the absolute peak. Previously, Sutong only had one song, Sunny Day, dominating the charts. Others like Natural Beauty were popular, but they were just old songs from long ago. And now, just the live versions of Sutong's songs like Sunny Day, Nowhere to Hide, and others like The First Day have already taken over the top 10 spots on all music streaming apps across the entire internet. That's how incredible it is. The current Sutong has become an undisputed superstar. So, some methods, if they can't defeat a person, can only push them to a higher level. I'm telling you, old buddy. Inside the mushroom house, watching Sha-Yi open his mouth, he was about to reveal his own little secret again. Sutong quickly waved his hands and said, "Didn't you book your flight for 2 hours from now? It's still a long way to the airport. Shouldn't you consider leaving now?" The comments are starting to roll in. Look at Sutong's scared little eyes. Ha, he's just afraid that Sha-Yi will reveal something else. Sha-Yi, hurry up and leave. Don't sell us out anymore. Sha-Yi, go on, go on. Upon hearing this, Shin-Yuki pouted her lips. Everyone says the mushroom house is hospitable, but I didn't expect them to chase guests away. Hey, no, don't get the wrong idea. Mr. Huang stepped forward and waved his hands, saying, "It was Sutong who told you to leave. We're not kicking you out. You can't generalize like that." Yes. Pang Pang also stood up and said, "We're still very hospitable at Mushroom House." Hey, Pang Pang, you've made progress. Mr. He laughed. Sutong rolled his eyes. Ha ha. Everyone was laughing and having a great time. Let's go. At Hanami Koji, we bid farewell to our guests Sha-Yi, Huaqilan, and Chen Yuchi. Sutong, Mr. He, and Pang Pang stood at the end of the road, waving goodbye and saying, "Be careful. Come back soon. See you again." Of course, the final goodbye was said by Sutong. When he said it, Pang Pang and Mr. He both burst out laughing. The audience watching at home couldn't help but laugh at Sutong's wit. Chapter 61, please bring in some people I don't know. Chen Yuki fading away. She was still being supported by Guaqilan as she left. After all, his foot wasn't fully healed yet. But after a few days of massage from Sutong, it's much better now and won't interfere with anything. As she watched Shin Yuchi's petite figure leave, she occasionally glanced back at Sutong. Pang Pang couldn't help but lean over and say to Sutong, "Sutong, I think Yuchi seems to like you too." For a moment, the comments started flying. Pang Pang, did you just notice? No wonder you didn't. I was going to say he doesn't have a girlfriend. Speaking of which, how did a straight guy like him find a girlfriend? Pang Pang, I'm so jealous. Really? On the contrary, Sutong shrugged and said, "How come I didn't notice that?" Pang Pang pursed his lips. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can't you tell? I don't believe you. Well, Sutong, let me rephrase that. Pang Pang also tried to be clever and asked, "What do you think of Yuchi?" Ha? Sutong laughed upon hearing this and asked, "What do you think of her?" Me? Pang Pang was taken aback for a moment. Then smiled and replied, "Yuchi is beautiful, has a great figure, and, most importantly, has a great personality. Although she is lively, she is also gentle, especially when she smiles, which is very pretty." When he said those lewd words, the netizens were in an uproar. Pang Pang. Watch your image. You have a girlfriend. Men are all pigs. I thought Pang Pang would be the exception. Ah Pang, you big jerk. Netizens have already started cursing you out. Unfortunately, Pang Pang remains oblivious. At that moment, Sutong burst into laughter and said, I think it's pretty good too. Let's just take it all." After saying that, he burst into laughter and hurried away. Shall we take it all together? Pang Pang was full of questions. But upon reflection, last time, Sutong said, the more, the better. This time, did he say we should collect it all together? Does that mean he wants everything? What a jerk. Pang Pang couldn't help but stamp his feet. The comments section started to heat up. Sutong, compared to me, you're still a rookie, ah Pang. All you losers, stand up and pay your respects to the master. Compare yourself to me, Sutong? Pang Pang, you're nothing. I have to say, Su Tong sure knows how to get under your skin. It's the kind of thing that could drive someone to their grave. Ha, Pong Pang. Seeing this, Mr. He came over and said with a smile, if you had Su Tong's abilities, you could do even more. So, young man, don't be jealous. Go and work hard. Good luck. After saying that, Mr. He also laughed. He didn't have a trace of the bitterness that others saw in him. On the contrary, he felt it was only natural. Look at how popular Su Tong has become now. She's got high emotional intelligence. Good looking. Wealthy. Talented. His personality is even more refined and gentle, as soft as water. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a man? I bet even the second and third concubines would be willing. I watched Mr. He's departing figure. Recalling the words spoken earlier. Pang Pang looked utterly miserable. I must work hard, harder, and even harder. I must strive to be like Su Tong. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, in my lifetime, I must reach Su Tong's level. At the same time, netizens also commented. Mr. He makes a good point. Even someone of Su Tong's status can speak so eloquently and convincingly. Why shouldn't we strive to do the same? You're absolutely right. Su Tong is our role model, and achieving what she has in our lifetime is our ultimate goal. We must learn from Su Tong. Once you reach Su Tong's level, the more the better. You can have multiple female stars at your disposal, like a second or third wife. Although the building is slowly tilting. But the meaning behind it remains unchanged. Su Tong is truly someone worth paying attention to. Possibly. Even Lian Su Tong doesn't know. Unbeknownst to her. I, myself, have become someone else's role model. Just like when I was a child, I became someone else's ideal child. We're back. Finally back at the mushroom house. Mr. Huang and Zhang Zifeng were sitting in the pavilion chatting. My younger sister is about to take the college entrance exam, so she needs to study hard. Lately, she's been spending a lot of time with her books. She's really dedicated. It made the sluggish Pang Pang feel a bit embarrassed. Take a look. Mr. Huang and Mr. He, of course, need no introduction. They have achieved remarkable results in their respective fields and are so diligent and hardworking. As for Su Tong, there's no need to say more, he's already so successful, yet he still took the time to participate in their program. He's the only one who's a slacker. Pang Pang secretly resolved to never be a slacker again. At least he would start by eating less. Yes. That's it. Would you like to guess who the next guest will be? Mr. He suddenly asked. How can you guess that? Pang Pang asked. You didn't call again. Yeah. Zhang Zifeng also said. On the contrary, Su Tong. He silently pressed his hand to his forehead and whispered. Just don't let it be someone I know. Please send me someone I don't know. Chapter 62, Falling in Love with the Life I've Always Wanted. Haha, how scared is Su Tong of seeing someone she knows? Well, there's nothing we can do about that. Su Tong's acquaintances all turn on him. Look, there's Yang Mi in front and behind, with Reba and Xiao Ju in the middle, and Xia Yi teacher at the back. Each and every one of them is selling Su Tong out completely. Ha ha. The comments are starting to flood in. Put. Ha ha. Su Tong, you. In the mushroom house, Mr. He and the others were also laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Over at the director's office, many staff members were also laughing uncontrollably. Yeah. 3 times in a row with someone he knows, and he's almost revealed all his secrets. He's really scared now. The bullet comments keep flying. Director's team, we won't let you have your way. Director's team, just find someone you know. Director's team, this will drive you crazy. Never mind. Amidst a burst of laughter, Director Wang Yi reluctantly stepped forward. That's Su Zong? He called out to Su Tong. HM? What's wrong? The director suddenly came out, which was a bit unexpected, so Su Tong asked. Mr. Huang and the others also looked over. Facing everyone's gaze, our most unfortunate director in history, Wang Yi, gave a sheepish smile and scratched the back of his head. He said, earlier, Mr. Su, you agreed to record 2 episodes, and now we've already done 2 episodes, so. After hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Only then did they remember. Earlier, Su Tong had indeed only agreed to record 2 episodes. But now, it is already in its 3rd phase. Don't misunderstand. When things seem to be going off track, Director Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hands and said, I just came to ask if Mr. Su could be a regular guest on our show? Or maybe just for a few more episodes. When I said that, to be honest, Director Wang was quite embarrassed. After all, if Su Tong hadn't participated in their show Longing For, there wouldn't have been so many complications. And there wouldn't have been so many haters later on. Including the smear campaigns by Lu Shang, Ding Yi, and their ilk. It can be said that they made Su Tong record 2 extra episodes, which caused him a lot of harm. Wang Dao was worried that because of those incidents, Su Tong wouldn't want to record anymore. If that were the case, they wouldn't dare say anything. They even had to apologize to Su Tong. Overall, the production team really owes Su Tong an apology. In these few incidents, they didn't play much of a role, almost everything was handled by Su Tong. Now they are asking Su Tong to record a few more episodes. But she naturally feels too shy to say so. That's right, Su Tong only agreed to record 2 episodes. Mr. He also realized this. He looked at Mr. Huang, not knowing what to say. At this moment, do they agree? Never mind, it's a bit awkward. Opposed? It's not easy to say on the production side either. Besides, we can't just ask Su Tong to leave, can we? Pang Pang also chose to remain silent. At the same time, netizens also expressed their opinions. We don't want Su Tong to leave. I want to see Su Tong too. I came here specifically for Su Tong. Su Tong, please record 2 more episodes. Su Tong, don't go. Stay, Su Tong. Stay. The netizens' attitude was surprisingly consistent, they didn't think much of it. On the Weibo topic, the super topic left by someone named Su Tong also began to gain attention. In the mushroom house, Zhang Zifeng also quietly approached and whispered to Su Tong. Su Tong, don't go, okay? She doesn't want Su Tong to leave. I'm about to take the college entrance exam. Can you tutor me? She looked pitiful, blinking her big eyes as she said. At the same time, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Clearly, she was deeply reluctant to part with Su Tong. Even the program staff didn't want Su Tong to leave. No one said a word. Everyone was waiting for Su Tong's decision. What's going on? Facing everyone's strange looks, Su Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out and pinched Zhang Zifeng's chubby cheeks. He asked, "When did I say I was leaving?" Hearing that, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Su Tong, you're not leaving? Zhang Zifeng asked in surprise. Su Tong shrugged and looked at the director, who smiled. That depends on whether Director Wang still wants me. If he does, I'll record a few more episodes. If not, I'll just pack my bags and leave. He kept his head down and acted very humble. This gave people a sense of comfort, as if they were being gently caressed by a spring breeze. For a moment, everyone turned their attention to Director Wang. Director, please agree. What are you waiting for? Mr. Huang, my slippers are dying to be worn. Everyone chimed in. Director Wang, after a moment of initial surprise, nodded repeatedly. Great. Of course it's great. What could I possibly object to? Could I possibly let you leave? He was so happy he could hardly speak coherently. He said, I thought you didn't want to record anymore because of what happened before. I didn't expect Su Tong to be willing to record again. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Tong chuckled softly. He said, What happened before? What happened before? Everyone heard this and they all burst out laughing. Obviously, the previous incident was completely off Su Tong's mind, as if it had never happened at all, as light as a breeze and as calm as clouds. As for them, care about anything at all? Nothing, there's nothing from before, huh? Mr. He walked out and said with a smile. Yes, it's okay. The director laughed and stepped back. Great. Su Tong isn't leaving. I can watch a few more episodes. I'm here just for Su Tong. Netizens also felt reassured. Inside the mushroom house, the atmosphere returned to normal, as peaceful as ever. Hoo. From time to time, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of fruit would blow by. Su Tong smiled slightly. He stayed because, perhaps, he had truly fallen in love with this place. Life he had always longed for. Chapter 63, The Guest Arrives. Who will be the guest on the next episode? I can't wait. Su Tong has decided to stay, which is undoubtedly an exciting development for her fans. So everyone started discussing who the next guest might be. By the way, are you looking forward to the guest on the next episode? Same as above, what do you mean by that? I think the person above is trying to expose our brother Tong's past when the guests arrive. Haha, I get it. Of course. Who isn't looking forward to this? You dare say you're not looking forward to it? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. Looking forward to it. Add 10,086. In the mushroom house. Still just one, a very pleasant afternoon. The sun is shining brightly outside. The sun is a bit harsh. And in the pavilion, Su Tong and Pang Pang were sitting together, drinking cold drinks, and didn't feel the heat of summer. As for the guests, oh, never mind. Anyway, finding someone Su Tong doesn't know is as hard as climbing Mount Everest. There's no way around it. He's just too popular. Yes, this part is wrong. It should be like this. Su Tong is helping Zifeng's younger sister with her studies. She's about to take the college entrance exam, so she really needs to buckle down now. Su Tong also took on the role of a good older brother. Su Tong is so warm. Yeah. You're truly my idol. Some of the young girls on the show kept glancing at Su Tong with starry eyes. This makes Su Tong surrounded by fans every day. Even Mr. Huang and Mr. He couldn't help but smile at this harmonious scene. When they glanced over to the other side, Peng Peng was looking at his own big belly and worrying. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Peng Peng. Mr. Huang pursed his lips and looked disapprovingly. Ha? What's wrong? Peng Peng looked over, a little confused. How did you manage to find a girlfriend? Mr. He asked. Puff. Mr. Huang spit out his tea laughing and said to Mr. He. We were thinking the same thing. I was just about to ask you that. Really? Ha ha. The two of them were having a great time. Peng Peng? Why are they asking this? What's the point of wondering about this? Mr. He looked at Su Tong and said. You say you're not as handsome as Su Tong, not as wealthy as Su Tong, not as talented as Su Tong, not as emotionally intelligent as Su Tong, and certainly not as gentle as Su Tong. Look at him, then look at yourself. Poof. Mr. Huang also smacked his lips and said. I'm puzzled. How did this straight guy finally get a girlfriend? Ha ha. Peng Peng, Mr. He and Mr. Huang are hinting at you. If you had treated your younger sister the same way you did with Su Tong before, she would have already developed feelings for you long ago. Such a straight guy. Such a straight guy. I'm also wondering how he managed to find a girlfriend. Netizens also commented on it. Peng Peng scratched the back of his head, smiled, and said nothing. How could you say that about Peng Peng? Who knows at this moment? Su Tong turned around and smiled at Peng Peng. Actually, Peng Peng has many good qualities, even I can't compare to him. Oh? Mr. He's eyes lit up. Really? Mr. Huang was also a bit puzzled. Really? Peng Peng's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, how could I possibly be worse than Su Tong? Does my brother have any good qualities? Zhang Zifeng also rolled his eyes and looked over. Facing their gaze, Su Tong laughed heartily and said, he eats more than me, and he eats so heartily. That one big bite is equivalent to 5 or 6 of mine. Plus, his laughter is so refreshing and infectious. Hey! So that's what it was. Ha ha. But you're absolutely right. Everyone burst out laughing. Peng Peng scratched the back of his head and couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Tong. Alright, stop messing around. Actually, Peng does have some good qualities. Su Tong said. He's honest when he works, strong, and can do the work of 2 people. I just can't compare to him. After hearing this, Peng Peng couldn't help but roll his eyes again. He had seen how strong Su Tong was. Mr. Huang patted Peng Peng on the shoulder and smiled. Peng, can you tell what that's about? Mr. He also laughed and said. Su Tong meant that when you're working, you have to do the work of 2 people so that they can slack off. What? Peng Peng looked completely confused. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. It must be said. Peng Peng has, without realizing it, become a major source of humor. I said. When everyone was having a good time. A sound came from outside the door. What are you talking about so happily? Everyone who heard the sound quickly turned their heads and looked toward the small doorway. The flower-lined path. Famous actress Jo Sun, accompanied by rising star Zhang Jingyi, the two arrived together. Wow! Son! When he saw Jo Sun, Mr. Huang was very surprised. It was rare for him to personally lead the team out to greet them. Long time no see. Long time no see. The two embrace warmly. Mr. He. Peng Peng. Zifeng. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. It seems like they all know each other. When it came to Su Tong, the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived. The comments are flying in fast and furious. Come on, everyone, take a wild guess. Do Su Tong and Sun Jie know each other? I don't think they do. The person upstairs must be brainless. How could they not know? The person upstairs is an honest person. So what exactly is going on? Recognize each other or not? Chapter 64, Uncle Shen with his own goose. Come here, Jingyi. Let me introduce you to your aunt. Zhang Jingyi is clearly new here. Jo Sun introduced everyone one by one. It was quite unexpected. She completely ignored Su Tong. Even Mr. He and Mr. Huang were a bit surprised. Who would have known? The first person she helped introduce was Su Tong. Su Tong is an old friend of my aunt's. Though not very old, she's a veteran in the industry. This time, the comments started flying. I knew it. Look. Old friends. No surprise there. After Jo Sun finished his introduction, Su Tong smiled and went up to give him a hug. Sun Jie, since we're old friends, why are you ignoring me? Who dares to ignore you? Jo Sun smiled gently. Since they were familiar with each other, they skipped the formalities. Hello. I don't actually know Zhang Jingyi and Su Tong. After all, they are newcomers. So I reached out my hand. Oh, hello, Su Tong. I'm Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi was like a fan meeting their idol, shaking hands with Su Tong repeatedly. She looked very excited. Judging by the looks on their faces, many people were confused. After all, she's an artist. Isn't this a bit too unrestrained? However, Joseon laughed and said, Jingyi is still your fan. She's listened to every one of your songs. The other day, she even spent all her pocket money supporting you. Really? Upon hearing this, everyone stopped finding it strange. Fans meeting their idol. It's only natural. If it were the TV audience, they'd probably go even crazier. She was already being quite reserved. I see. Sutong didn't mind either, so she said to Zhang Jingyi, then I really have to thank you. No need. Zhang Jingyi blushed, a typical little fan. Ha, look at her. Joseon covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Then she helped introduce everyone one by one. Let me satisfy the curiosity of our audience. Mr. He stepped forward, pulling Joseon and Sutong aside and asking them, so, how did you two meet? Sutong shrugged, and Joseon replied, Sutong is good friends with our family's Lao Gao. The two of them often go out to eat, play ball, and stuff like that. Upon hearing this, netizens couldn't stay calm. Lao Gao? Sun Jie's husband, Director Gao? Sutong really has a wide network. I thought he knew Sun Jie, but it turns out he knows her husband. The person above is being one-sided. Sutong knows everyone. The person above has a point. I agree with the previous comment. So that's how it is. Everyone looked enlightened. Alright, let's not linger here. Let's go inside. Teacher Huang smiled and said, it's so sunny outside, you'll get even darker. Yes, come on, hurry inside. Pang Peng, help carry the things. Sutong had also planned to help Zhang Jingyi carry her luggage. But Zhang Jingyi kept waving her off and refused with a blush. No, I'll do it myself. This little girl is quite cute. Hey, don't rush off. Just as everyone was about to go inside, a familiar voice echoed from the end of Hanami Koji. It was also very cheerful. Ha! More guests? When everyone turned to look curiously, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uncle Shun? How is it you? Mr. He covered his mouth and laughed in surprise. What's that thing you're holding in your hand? A middle-aged man carrying luggage on one side and talking non-stop on the other, walking toward us. He was a bit overweight. Quite a bit overweight. With a very distinctive voice. Greasy old man. It's actually Uncle Shintang. But the funny part isn't Uncle Shin himself. It's the one he was holding in his hand. Goose. That's right. It's a goose. A white goose with white feathers that haven't molted yet. Uncle Shin is truly unique. He even has his own background music when he makes an appearance. But also comes with a big goose. Hurry up, little brother. Come pick me up. How inconsiderate of you. From afar, Shintang waved to everyone. But who was the younger brother he was referring to? Some people are a bit confused. The comments are flying. Brother? Is that Sutong? Who else could it be? Oh, I know this one. Hey, where's Sutongren? Did anyone see where he went? Someone with sharp eyes noticed that Sutong is missing. Hey, Sutong, why are you hiding behind me? Zhang Zifeng looked at Sutong with a puzzled expression. Shoo. Sutong, however, made a shushing gesture, signaling her to stay quiet. Zhang Zifeng? Others also looked curiously at Sutong. I said, why are you hiding? In the end, Pang Pang went over to help carry the things, and under everyone's curious gaze, Shintang walked over. Go straight to Sutong. Just toss the goose you're holding into Sutong's hands. He burst into a hearty laugh. You didn't even acknowledge my message last night? Now I've even brought the raw materials for you. I wonder where you'll hide this time. This. Sutong was holding a goose in his hand. She looked completely bewildered. A look of bitterness. Look at Shintang. He said. Tanggu, you can't play like this. What do you mean, not like this? Shintang was about to say something when Mr. He came over, patted him on the shoulder, and asked. Uncle Shin, this. What's going on? This guy is way too friendly. If you're not going to introduce yourself, then just don't. Let's just go straight to Sutong. This was clearly premeditated. At this moment, Shintang finally had a chance to explain. He pointed at Sutong and said, last night, I sent my younger brother a message asking him to make my favorite dish, braised goose in a cast iron pot. But he said he didn't have the ingredients, so I offered to bring them myself, but he just ignored me and didn't reply. Here we go again. I brought the raw materials myself. The hospitality at your mushroom house wouldn't be satisfied with guests bringing their own ingredients, would it? Everyone listened. Could not help but join in. Twitching at the corners of their mouths. What on earth is this? What kind of joke is this? Please. Ha ha. Tang, can you be a little more professional? This is in front of the camera. You're a famous celebrity now, so watch your image. Exactly. Everyone burst into laughter and tears. Amidst the laughter, they made their way into the mushroom house. After putting away their belongings, gather at the pavilion. Hey, little brother. Uncle Shin sipped his tea while patting Suton on the shoulder. He was laughing rather smugly. He said, Brother, I miss your iron pot stewed goose. It's been ages. This time it just so happens to be the right time. You can't escape it. Suton, Tangu, you just got rid of Sha-E, and now here comes Shin Tang. The two of them are really. I said, Uncle Shin, what are you doing? Mister, he came over and asked. What's going on? Yeah. Everyone, come and take a look. The iron pot stewing a goose in Shin Tang's mouth is clearly the key information. Why does he want to eat this so badly? And he insists that Sutong make it? Isn't Mr. Huang good enough? Chapter 65, Braised Goose in an Iron Pot. At least he's a wildly popular comedian now. How many restaurants are there out there? Where can't you find a place to eat iron pot stewed goose? Acting like you've never had it before. You're so unambitious. At the same time, even the audience watching on screen began to wonder. Uncle Shin, have you never tried iron pot braised goose? You're a big man, acting like you can't afford to eat. Tengu really is a man who brings laughter wherever he goes. Ha ha. Facing everyone's questions, Uncle Shin shook his head. Patting Su Tong, he grinned and said, You guys don't know anything. My younger brother opened a few restaurants in our hometown, and the specialty is this iron pot stewed goose. Speaking of which, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed. Uncle Shin had drool appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tengu, you're drooling. Su Tong poked him and whispered. Sigh. He quickly pulled it back. Put. Ha ha. That had everyone laughing out loud. Tengu, watch your image. Can't Su Tong do it for you? Stop drooling. Look how jealous you're making our Tengu. Alright. Shin Tang waved his hand, waiting for everyone to quiet down before continuing. If you try it, I guarantee you'll be even more ruthless than me. Do you believe me? He scanned everyone with his gaze. Huang Lei, He Zhong. Pang Peng, Zhang Zifeng. Zhou Sun, Zhang Jingyi. Finally, it fell on Su Tong. The two stared at each other and chuckled. Su Tong whispered, Tengu, take it easy. I'll go back and make it for you, okay? Shin Tang chuckled mischievously. You're always so busy, I have to make an appointment to see you. I finally caught you, and you think I'm going to let you off that easily? Su Tong silently covered her face. Great. You dug this hole for yourself, so you have to jump in, even if it makes you cry. I don't believe it. As a longtime loyal fan of Mr. Huang, Peng Peng stood up. He raised his hand and said, I admit that Su Tong has some talent, but no matter how delicious it is, could it possibly be as good as what Mr. Huang makes? Put. Everyone burst out laughing upon hearing this. The comments started flying. Mr. Huang, I'll gladly accept this compliment. Mr. Huang, 4 years have passed and I haven't fed you in vain, Peng Peng. Mr. Huang, good job, Peng. In the mushroom house, everyone was laughing so hard they were rolling on the floor. I said, Peng Peng, you're laughing so hard. Mr. He doesn't even know what to say. Mr. Huang went over and patted Peng Peng on the shoulder, laughing. Peng Peng, keep it low key. He had seen Su Tong's Michelin certificate and had exchanged insights with him a few times. Knowing he couldn't match him, Peng Peng's words made him feel like he was being flattered to death. I said, Brother. Zhang Zifeng also tugged at his sleeve and said, You can follow Uncle Shin and go down the comedy route from now on. Amidst a burst of laughter. Alright. Uncle Shin settled everyone down. You don't know, this guy has a family secret recipe, and it's exclusive. Even the few shops he opened only learned a little bit of the basics. This is the real deal. Shin Tang's words successfully whetted everyone's appetite. So, everyone turned to look at Su Tong. Shin Tang also immediately asked Su Tong. I'm asking you, are you going to do it or not? We finally caught you. This time, you won't be able to escape. Su Tong is considering it. Mr. Huang has left the field. Since the guests have already ordered, let's leave today's lunch to Mr. Su. I can finally take a break and try Mr. Su's cooking. Dad caught Mr. Huang's glance and exchanged a look with Mr. He. He smiled and said, Last time I heard Xiaoju rave about Su Tong, this time I finally get to try it. I'm actually looking forward to it. Zhang Zifeng also stood up, which was rare, and said, I've never tried iron pot braised goose before. I haven't tried it either. On the other side, Zhang Jingyi raised her hand, her eyes sparkling, and looked at Su Tong. She said, Especially the one made by Su Tong. At that moment, Zhang Jingyi's true nature as a little fangirl was fully revealed. Su Tong, everyone has already said it, why won't you agree yet? Zhou Sun saw this and also said, Anyway, when you were staying at our place, you often helped out with meals with old Gao, didn't you? You've tasted your cooking before, so why are you being so petty? Are you worried you can't do it well? Upon hearing this, Everyone turned to look at Jo-sun. To see how Jo-sun spoke with such confidence. This shows a lot of trust in Su-tong. The comments section is also going wild. Let's do it once, Su-tong. That's right. Just once. Just once. Even though I can't eat it, I'm still pretty excited to see my idol cooking. After being talented, wealthy, and having a great personality, is Su-tong now adding cooking skills to her list of talents? A man who can cook is the most charming. Even Ping, who just gave Mr. Huang a big compliment. Scratching the back of his head, he laughed awkwardly. If Su-tong does it, I'll help him out. I've never had a meal prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef before. The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at him. Ping, you traitor! Mr. Huang shouted loudly. Pick up the shoe sole. Just throw it over there. Didn't you just say that Mr. Huang's cooking was delicious? On the other side, Mr. He said with a mix of anger and amusement. I said, brother, you're such a hypocrite. What about Pang? He scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. All right. In the end, Su-tong agreed. There was no other option. It's what everyone expected. After all, Su-tong doesn't want everyone to be disappointed, does she? At this point, there was no way to refuse. Well, I'll just have to make a fool of myself then. Su-tong smiled. You're still showing off? Shintang rolled his eyes and said. We can't eat the food Ms. Huang made. Aren't you belittling Ms. Huang? Exactly. Jo-sun chimed in. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, Su-tong led the way. Off to tend to his iron pot of stewed goose. After Su-tong left, in the pavilion. I said, Uncle Shin, how did you meet Su-tong? Mister, he asked. Yeah, you guys seem pretty familiar with each other. Mr. Huang chimed in. Speak up, quickly. Everyone looked over. The comments started rolling in. Curious. Same curiosity. Curious 1. Curious 10,086. Under the gaze of everyone present. Under the spotlight. Uncle Shin chuckled and looked toward Su-tong, who was busy in the kitchen. He said. Actually, we met 2 years ago while filming Charlotte. Chapter 66, Su-tong, it seems like I've been sold again? Oh? Is Su-tong connected to Charlotte's dilemma? Uncle Shin has successfully piqued my curiosity. Hurry up. Tell me. I feel like it might be really exciting. Could it be that Su-tong has another identity that's about to be exposed? The comments started flying. At this moment, the guests all turned their attention to Shintang. Even some of the young women from the production team were gazing at him with starry eyes, filled with anticipation. Zhang Jingyi was a prime example. The little girl looked at Uncle Shin with longing eyes. Seeing this, Uncle Shin suddenly gave a mischievous smile. Hey, my little brother is so popular. Look at all of you. This guy is actually teasing us? I hate him. I hate Shintang so much. Tang Gu is so despicable. So frustrating. He's even stewing a goose in an iron pot, and Su-tong won't cook it for him. He didn't get any lunch. Netizens are speaking out. Uncle Shun. Mr. He raised his hand and tapped him, saying, Stop teasing us. Just tell us already. Exactly. Everyone spoke almost in unison. Haha, look at you guys. Shintang couldn't help but laugh, covering his mouth and saying, Alright, I'll reluctantly tell you then. Everyone turned their attention to him. Shintang spoke slowly. Actually, it was a few years ago. At the time, the crew of the TV series Charlotte was filming in northeast China, and my younger brother's restaurant, Iron Pot Stewed Goose, happened to be open. The food on set was terrible back then. I'm not complaining about the crew, though. Don't blame me. Before I could finish, this guy interrupted me. Who cares about that? Bad Uncle Shintang. He's just teasing us on purpose. Don't give him the Iron Pot Stewed Goose. Netizens are so angry they wish they could jump through the screen and kick Uncle Shin a few times to vent their frustration. Tang Gu. Zhang Zifeng can't hold it in anymore. Can't you just stop teasing us? For a moment. Netizens cheered enthusiastically. Sis is so fierce and powerful. Pang, learn from her. Pang, my sister is actually tougher than me. Oh my gosh. I never noticed that before. My sister is talking. Then keep teasing us. Shintang himself felt that he might end up getting beaten up by everyone together. Ha, good. When everyone's attention is focused again. He spoke slowly. At that time, we took advantage of a machine malfunction and went out with Mary Yuan Hua and a few others to explore the neighborhood. Mary suggested we have a stew, but I immediately noticed a newly opened restaurant serving Iron Pot Stewed Goose. So the 5 of us went inside. At the time, their store had just opened and there weren't many people there. Later, my younger brother told me that he was just running it as a hobby. The location was nice, and he was just using it for leisure and entertainment. This was evident from the fact that there weren't many seats in the store. Did I get off topic? This guy. He was talking and talking, and then he got sidetracked. We've gone off on a tangent. Who cares how he got into the store? Who cares how many seats there are in the store? They do. It's Su Tong. Su Tong. Uncle Shen has teased us several times, but Su Tong still hasn't made an appearance yet. Isn't this a bit much? Uncle Shen. Mr. Huang once again picked up his invincible weapon, the slipper. He rubbed it, glancing at Uncle Shen. He smiled and said, I think before you eat the iron pot stewed goose, you want to eat a plate of shoe soles first. Uncle Shen saw this and, oh, there it is. Let me tell you about it. Ha ha. Everyone laughed at Uncle Shen for being so direct. Let's not make a fuss. Finally, no more fuss. Uncle Shen got straight to the point. He said, it was cold in northeast China back then. I heard that the chef at their restaurant had to go out for something, and my younger brother happened to be there. At that time, I had already performed on big stages a few times, so people recognized me. My enthusiastic younger brother kindly showed us his skills. Wow, that was amazing. It smells so good. Speaking of which, Uncle Shen was about to start drooling again. But this time he managed to control himself. He smacked his lips and said, you can't even imagine how delicious it is. It's tender and flavorful. As a Northeasterner, I haven't had such delicious braised goose in a cast iron pot in years. I remember that night. When I got to this part, Uncle Shen raised his head and recalled. He wasn't trying to be mysterious. He's really thinking about it. After a while, he said, we ate until we were bone dry, and none of us could even get up from the booth seats. Mary overdid it and drank too much, and we were all pretty much the same. In the end, it was my younger brother who had to take her home. That taste is something I'll never forget. He sat up straight. He counted on his fingers and said, after that day, we almost went there every night to eat. Since we went there often, the small shop's business got better and better. Later, Charlotte became popular, and my younger brother decided to open a chain. Hey, that was quite famous. Really? Listen to these words. Everyone still couldn't quite believe it. As they looked at each other. That Tengu, I didn't mean to belittle you. Jo Sun said this first. Then she asked. Su Tong is so famous and popular. He needs you to help boost his business. Everyone else is also wondering the same thing. At that time, as long as Su Tong waved her hand and revealed her identity anywhere, it wouldn't just be good business, it wouldn't be surprising if the place was packed every day. That's why I always said my younger brother is different from others. Shin Tang clapped his hands and said, that's just the kind of person he is, low-key. He never uses his status to benefit himself. After hearing this, everyone smacked their lips. Yeah. This might just be Su Tong's style, right? After all these years, even if the business can't continue, I don't want to use my old name to promote myself and live off past glory. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Until Shin Tang noticed their strange expressions. Slap. Clapping his hands and laughing loudly, he asked, you still think he's pitiful? Didn't I tell you? He just opened that small shop for fun. Do you know that long before he sang Suyin, he already owned 5 or 6 companies and had achieved financial freedom in a big city? That was over a decade ago. Back then, many people couldn't even afford to eat. My younger brother has achieved financial freedom and can open a store whenever he wants. And you still think he's pitiful? Ha, ha, ha. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, my old back. A bunch of us who used to earn less than 100 a month, worrying about the landlord's wealth. My goodness. He's laughing so heartily. In the kitchen. Achoo. Su Tong sneezed. She couldn't help but look up at the pavilion. He couldn't help but feel. Like I've been sold again? Chapter 67, Su Tong is such a talented person. Mr. He and Mr. Huang. Pang Pang and Zhang Zifeng. Zhou Xin and Zhang Jingyi. Everyone almost simultaneously wore an expression of speechlessness. I have to say, Uncle Shen is so despicable. His laughter shattered everyone's admiration for Su Tong. Couldn't he have just kept his mouth shut? Even if everyone knows. But he doesn't say it, doesn't call it out, so what's the problem? Why bring it up? And you're saying it so directly, without any pretense. Really? Mr. Huang, please don't be polite. Take off your shoes and hit me. Mr. Huang, get the slippers ready. Mr. Huang, still eating iron pot stewed goose? Eat your shoe soles instead. Netizens were also buzzing with excitement. Uncle Shen is so despicable. He's just trying to stir up trouble. You're such a villain. You guys. Seeing everyone's expressions, Shin Tang laughed even harder. Wait, something's wrong. Suddenly. It was just that sudden. Pang Pang raised his hand and volunteered. He looked at Shin Tang with a strange expression. He asked, Tengu, if I remember correctly, Su Tonggo was also in his late teens or early 20s over a decade ago, right? Oh. Now that you mention it, that's right. Zhang Zifeng chimed in. Su Tong was barely 20 at the time. How could he have done something so big? Uncle Shun. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Shintang. Rolling their eyes, they said, "Are you lying? If you're going to lie, at least be consistent. You're just talking nonsense. You're making everyone feel really depressed." The audience watching on screen were also speechless. "Uncle Shun, you're dead. Kill him. Don't let him eat iron pot stewed goose. How dare he lie to us?" Amidst a chorus of shouts. Uncle Shun hadn't had a chance to say anything yet. Zhou Xuanxuan suddenly got off the stage and said, "You probably don't know this, but even if I tell you, you might not believe me. Over a decade ago, my husband already knew Su Tong, and they met at a high-end cocktail party. At that time, Su Tong's net worth had already exceeded 1 billion. Zhou Sun finished speaking. Everyone stared wide-eyed. If that's the case, in their eyes, Uncle Shun's words were actually true. This is actually true. Su Tong really became a billionaire over a decade ago, when he was not even 20 years old? That's got to be a lie. Peng Peng shook his head in disbelief. He was almost 30 years old, and his net worth hadn't even reached 100 million yet. Su Tong broke the 100 million mark over a decade ago? That's a lie, right? Sun Jie and Tangu are working together to scam people, right? How could this be true? Peng Peng. Uncle Shun finally spoke up. He still had that expression that made him look like he deserved a beating, and his tone was just as provocative. He said, "Although you were still working odd jobs when you were in your teens, you can't deny that others were already worth over 100 million at that age. That's something you can only envy." Peng Peng. All of a sudden. I'm speechless. I don't know how to respond. Yeah. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. What you think is impossible or unimaginable might be something others can do with ease. Ha, now that you mention it, it makes sense. He came out with a slightly wistful expression and said, "No wonder Su Tong hasn't wanted to appear in public for over a decade. He no longer needs the attention. Now that he's famous, it brings him no profit, only trouble." Yeah. Some people would say. They become celebrities and entertainers for their own dreams. To become famous across the country. But in reality, who isn't in it because they know how easy it is to make money off celebrities? Aren't all ideals and dreams built on money? And celebrities are even more envied by many people. It's a great career. And what about Su Tong? Why doesn't he do those things anymore? Because being a celebrity or entertainer no longer brings him much. He has already secured a comfortable life for himself. His ambitions had long since faded. What good is being a celebrity? Only drawbacks, right? When you go out, travel, or eat, people will be taking photos of you with their phones. Is that a good thing? Just dating a girlfriend and going out to have fun with her, yet rumors are spreading, causing a commotion that disrupts the peace of the neighborhood. Is that a good thing? Isn't this all bad? One thing after another. Aren't they enough to explain why Su Tong doesn't reveal himself? For a moment, everyone fell silent. It seemed that everyone was thinking about the same thing because of what He had said. Yeah, being a celebrity is just asking for trouble. I feel so sorry for Su Tong. No wonder Su Tong didn't want to reveal it. Weren't there already 2 dogs trying to frame Su Tong? Su Tong already knew about this, yet he was still willing to expose himself. Su Tong is too indulgent toward his fans. The comments haven't stopped. Oh, right. After a moment of silence, He changed the subject. He asked Uncle Shen another question. "Uncle Shen, didn't you say that Su Tong has a close connection with your show Charlotte? But from what you just said, it doesn't seem like she has much to do with your production team." Yeah. Everyone nodded in agreement. Could it be that Uncle Shen has nothing else to say? You caught me. As expected, Shintang let out a sly smile. I was actually planning to take my time and build up the suspense. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to see right through me." For a moment, the audience erupted. "Mr. Huang, if you don't take off your slippers now, when will you?" "Mr. Huang, where's my knife? Stop holding back. Let's all take off our shoes together." Everyone gritted their teeth. Okay, no more trouble," Uncle Shen said with a smile. Actually, back then, although our production team had planned most things, some details were a bit lacking. My younger brother provided many interesting jokes at the time. Really? Everyone heard this and their eyes lit up. Although I had heard that Su Tong had performed stand-up comedy before. But I've never actually seen his humor in action. Now Uncle Shen is giving examples. Everyone is naturally curious and looks over that part. Uncle Shen smiled and imitated him. "Old man, is that Ma Dongmei's house upstairs?" "Ma Dong what?" "Ma Dongmei." "What Dongmei?" "Ma Dongmei." "Ma what Mei?" "It's okay, sir, take it easy." "All right." That part. When the scene with Shintang was recreated and imitated, everyone was laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Ha! I was puzzled at the time who was so talented to come up with this part. It turns out it was provided by Sutong. What a talent! Chapter 68, Secret Sauce Recipe. Uncle Shin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Mister, he asked, struggling to suppress a smile. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Why would I lie to you? Shintang sat up straight suddenly. He said, not just that part, but even the background music. One cut of plum blossoms during Yuanhua's scene was added by my younger brother. Put. All of a sudden, another group of people started criticizing. As everyone knows, Yuanhua's background music, with its built-in BGM Jianmei, has now almost become a classic. In Charlotte's Dilemma, the scene with Ma Dongmei is one of the two highlights, alongside Jianmei. Who would have thought that the creative ideas behind these two highlights were actually provided by Sutong? Impressive. This is my idol. He truly is the all-around king. That's ruthless. Netizens have been leaving comments in droves. Sutong is way too ruthless, isn't she? Laughing afterward. I never expected it. Sutong has so many painful memories from the past. The crowd in the pavilion all laughed and said, yes. Shintang said with a smack of his lips. This kid sent me a message last night telling me not to come. It's obvious what he's up to. He truly is a comedy superstar. Ha ha ha. As soon as he said that, everyone burst into laughter again. Why didn't you let him come? Don't you have any self-awareness? You've exposed so much about us, Sutong. If it were me, I wouldn't let you come either. The comments are flying again. Uncle Shin, you really made us laugh so hard we're dying. Everyone was laughing heartily. On the contrary, Uncle Shin himself, who kept glancing toward the kitchen, or more accurately, at the busy figure in the kitchen. He muttered to himself. These past few years have been busy for both of us, and we haven't seen each other in a long time. I've been craving that iron pot of stewed goose. This time, no one dared to call him a good-for-nothing anymore. Because everyone seemed to be looking forward to Sutong's iron pot stewed goose. After all, listening to Uncle Shin talk about it was truly impressive. You should know. At that time, Uncle Shin was filming, and he still had to continue filming when he returned home at night. What kind of person would be willing to endure being scolded by the director just to make sure he got his money's worth? In the pavilion, Sutong was busy at work. Looking over at the pavilion, she noticed it had suddenly gone quiet. He was still puzzled. He glanced around and found that everyone was looking at him. This only made Sutong's uneasy premonition grow even stronger. Tengu must have sold me out. Sutong stamped her foot and muttered under her breath. Haha, look at Sutong's little expression. I love it. Tengu said something, and Sutong must have guessed it. That's why he didn't let him come. Netizens commented one after another. At this point, Sutong had already finished preparing the large goose that Tengu had brought. Let's get started. He first blanched the goose in boiling water. Then he set up a pot and heated the oil. It seems like they're getting ready to prepare the ingredients. The audience all looked over intently. Sutong is about to make his secret sauce. Stop sending comments. You're distracting me from watching. I'm going to take him down. Stop. For a moment, the comments stopped. Because of what Tengu said, everyone became curious about how Sutong's secret sauce was made. Then, just as Sutong had just lit the oil, but he just chuckled. He took a piece of cloth. He slowly stood up. He walked toward the camera. Sutong, what are you doing? I'm warning you, if you block the camera, I'll curse at you. I really will. No. The bullet comments started going crazy again. Finally, the camera goes black. Sutong still covered the camera. At the same time, he said, everyone says it's a secret sauce, so how can you just give it away? What about my restaurant? The audience is really upset. They couldn't help but laugh at Sutong's remark. Some people are just like that, they have their own secret recipes, why would they tell you? Exactly. Sutong did the right thing. In an instant, the comments were turned around. Of course, no one was trying to bash Sutong, they were just a bunch of jokers. On the other side, in the pavilion, I said, Uncle Shin, aren't you curious how Sutong made the iron pot stewed goose? It's so delicious. Everyone had already forgotten about the previous topic. Everyone was chatting among themselves. Teacher Huang suddenly leaned over and asked Shintang a question in a sly manner. Of course I'm curious. Shintang clapped his hands and said, I've been curious about this since I first tried it over a decade ago. Lay good, you shouldn't have asked me that. Ha ha. Mr. Huang laughed heartily. He pointed toward the kitchen. He asked quietly. Sutong is doing it right now. Do you want to go take a peek? Maybe sneak a peek at how she does it? Uncle Shin heard this and his eyes lit up. All right. Can you do it? Of course it can be fixed. Are you going to fix it or not? Of course we should fix it. Let's go. Let's fix it. The two brothers agreed immediately. Lian Yang walked into the kitchen, tiptoeing, quietly, very softly. These two sneaky chickens. Netizens are all up in arms. Sutong, watch out. There's a wolf coming to steal the meat. Unfortunately, no one told Sutong. After the camera cut to Sutong, she was still busy in the kitchen. Don't move. Put down everything you're holding. Everything you are doing right now will be used as evidence in court. Don't move. When Mr. Huang and Shintang went in together, sure enough, Sutong just finished adding the last ingredient. She's simmering the sauce. You too. Look at these two clowns. Sutong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't move. Shintang came over, grabbed Sutong, and glanced at the pot. Gurgling. He swallowed hard. It was this sauce that had been tempting him for over a decade. Tell me how you made the sauce, and how you made it so fragrant, or I'll kill you. He acted just like the real thing. Not a word. I'd rather die than give in. Sutong also acted very convincingly. You. Shintang clenched his teeth tightly. He soon relaxed. Hey, little brother, you must have mistaken who I brought with me. This is Mr. Huang, Huang Xiaochu. What's in this sauce? He'll know everything just by tasting it. Mr. Huang, go ahead, no, give it a try. Mr. Huang across the table hesitated for a moment. Let me try it. I actually used a spoon to scoop up a little and brought it close to my mouth to taste. Surprisingly, Sutong didn't stop him. Instead, she smiled without saying a word. He quietly watched. I just quietly watch you. Originally, it was just a joke. Mr. Huang knows the importance of someone's exclusive secret recipe. He thinks it's good enough. If Sutong objects to him trying it, he won't try it, that would be impolite. But Sutong didn't object. He, therefore, ceased to worry. Let's just give it a try. This one is incredible. What's that smell? What's in it? Ah. Shintang is still looking at Mr. Huang with anticipation. He was hoping to hear the secret he had coveted for over a decade come out of his mouth. Chapter 69, eagerly listening for the secret formula. Who knows? After taking a taste of the base sauce in Sutong's pot, Mr. Huang actually furrowed his brows. How should I describe it? It was a very strange expression. In his left hand is a large spoon. A small spoon in the right hand. Standing there with a strange look on his face. What's that smell? Mr. Huang, tell me quickly. I can't control myself anymore. Uncle Shin held Sutong down, but Sutong didn't move at all, not even resisting. But Uncle Shin was just putting on a show. He's clinging to Sutong for dear life. Still clenching his teeth, glaring with wide eyes, and clenching his fists. With his recent weight gain, this expression has certainly delighted a lot of netizens. Take a look at Uncle Shin's expression, haha. Uncle Shin really got fat over the new year. What do you know upstairs? Uncle Shin is a comedian, gaining weight is just part of the job. Speaking of which, Sutong was being choked, poor thing. Poor Sutong. How pitiful. Pitiful one. Pity my ass. Stop derailing the thread, everyone. Shouldn't we be more concerned about Sutong's secret sauce right now? The person above makes a good point. I've been annoyed by that group of brainless idiots for ages. Shut up, upstairs. Can't you see Mr. Huang is analyzing the ingredients of Sutong's secret sauce? Your comments are blocking my subtitles. Hey, the person above has a point. I agree with them. Upstairs number 1. Everyone, stop posting comments. These netizens are pretty interesting. While saying not to post any comments. While continuing to send comments one after another without stopping. Do you think they're interesting? I said, Tangge, let go of me. Sutong was being choked and helplessly waved his hands, saying, I won't resist, and I won't do anything to you. Humph. Shut up. Tangge held a chopstick in his hand, using it like a knife, and pressed it against Sutong's neck. He said, Brother, don't you know who I am? Are you trying to deceive me? Will that work? It won't work. Sutong heard this and couldn't help but laugh. If you want to try it, go ahead. The crucial moment has already passed. All the ingredients have been added and it's already boiling. No one will know what it is. Hey, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? Uncle Shin tightened the chopsticks he was holding against Sutong's neck. And looked at Mr. Huang, saying, Don't you recognize who this is? This is our very own Huang Xiaochu. No matter what's in the dish, he only needs to taste a tiny bit to know exactly what it is. At this point, netizens also chimed in. I can attest that I have witnessed Mr. Huang's martial arts skills. Yes, Mr. Huang demonstrated it on other programs. I heard that many top chefs have such excellent taste buds. This is really eye-opening. Sutong is going to be proven wrong. She is definitely going to be proven wrong. Mr. Huang said he could definitely tell the difference. Netizens watching the screen and Uncle Shin together glance over at Mr. Huang. Everyone was waiting for him to taste the sauce for the iron pot stewed goose. Only Su Tong. With a smile on her face, calm and composed, not the least bit nervous, and not the slightest bit afraid that Mr. Huang would taste it. Ran. Under the eager gaze of everyone present, Mr. Huang's brows slowly relaxed. As everyone sighed in relief, thinking that Mr. Huang must have tasted it. TSK. Mr. Huang shook his head, smacked his lips, and said, I can't taste it. It's too complicated, the flavors are too mixed, and just like Su Tong said, they've all been boiled together and mixed, which is pretty strange. However, the flavor is actually quite good, quite unique. Upon hearing this, netizens rolled their eyes in disbelief. Mr. Huang couldn't even taste the difference. The word fresh and unique is the first time I've heard it. Is it really that complicated? Didn't you guys watch the previous episodes? Or have you been living under a rock? Su Tong is a Michelin 3-star chef. If his secret sauce could be easily discovered by others, what would he be doing then? The person above is right, I agree. As far as I know, Michelin-starred chefs all have their own signature dishes. If they could be easily discovered by others, what would they be called? That's true. Then other chefs could just try it and learn the tricks of the trade. What the person above said is spot on. I agree. Agree 1. Slowly, tall buildings are rising again. No, not that, Legu. Mushroom House Kitchen. Uncle Shen's lips twitched uncontrollably. Let go of Su Tong. He walked over to Huang Lei and said, Can you really not taste it? He's been trying to figure out this recipe for years. He thought this time he might finally master the technique. Who knew? Even Huang Lei can't tell the difference. When everyone was a bit disappointed, we actually discovered a few interesting ingredients. Mr. Huang suddenly said, Ha! Uncle Shen's eyes lit up. The audience also lit up. Hurry up and tell us. Yeah, hurry up and tell me. Speak. Uncle Shen's voice blended into the frenzy of the netizens' comments. He. Mr. Huang gave a wicked smile and glanced at Uncle Shen. He laughed and said, I know there's onion and garlic in it. Uncle Shen. Uncle Shen's plump face twitched constantly, clearly very angry. Netizens watching the screen. How can one remain speechless and helpless in the face of this? I'm truly speechless. Isn't this just nonsense? These 2 spices are essential. Who doesn't know that adding a little of this enhances the flavor? I didn't expect Mr. Huang to be just like Tengu, turning into a bad uncle. That's fair enough after all, Tengu teased us on purpose several times before. What goes around comes around. Heaven doesn't spare anyone. You deserve it. Uncle Shen, you deserve it. Ha ha. After being released, Su Tong also laughed out loud. Tengu, you think you can steal my disciple? It's not that easy. Shen Tang. Forget it. You do it, I'm leaving. Uncle Shen was so angry that he stormed out. Hey, this guy. Mr. Huang isn't in a hurry to leave. He watched Uncle Shen's back and let out a mischievous laugh. He quickly leaned toward Su Tong. He asked, Su Tong, why don't you tell me the secret recipe? Don't worry, I promise I won't tell Shen Tang. It'll just be between the 2 of us. What do you say? Seeing this scene, netizens were not calm. Mr. Huang, you're being too unfair. You sly old fox. Uncle Shen has fainted in the mushroom house. Uncle Shen, how easy do you think this is for me? In the kitchen, Su Tong saw this scene and laughed too. He quietly leaned closer to Mr. Huang's ear. Oh my goodness. Is Su Tong really going to tell Mr. Huang? Uncle Shen fainted again in the mushroom house. Don't tell him, Su Tong. He's such a bad guy. Upon witnessing this scene, Mr. Huang's eyes lit up. He never expected Su Tong to agree so easily. Just as he was listening intently, expecting Su Tong to tell him. Ha! Su Tong took a deep breath. She shouted loudly. No way. Chapter 70, Uncle Shen fainted in the bathroom. I'm going. Mr. Huang is so old. What a loud voice. Almost deafened his old ears. The buzzing sound was deafening. But the audience in front of the screen burst out laughing. Brr. Serves you right. Serves you right. It's truly karma coming back around. Heaven spares no one. Even the most cunning strategist can make a miscalculation? This must have left you feeling a bit dazed, right? Mr. Huang, who am I? Where am I? Ha! Netizens were all laughing out loud. My ears. Mr. Huang also looked confused, covering his ears and shaking his head. Ha ha. Su Tong laughed a few times and said frankly, Mr. Huang, the secret sauce is the secret sauce. Tengu has been asking for it for over a decade, and I haven't given it to him. If I just give it to you now, won't Tengu be so upset he'll faint in the bathroom? No problem. Su Tong is right. Netizens are commenting left and right. Speaking of which, wait a minute. Did Su Tong copy someone's comment? How did he know that Tengu would faint in the bathroom? In response to the previous comment, maybe Tengu really did faint in the bathroom from crying. Ha ha. That's possible. Teacher Huang. His mouth twitched constantly. He glanced at Su Tong and finally gritted his teeth. Humph. He snorted and walked away. Haha, the so-called master of divination has made a fool of himself. This is a matter of losing face. That's awesome. Pang Pang, come learn from your brother Su Tong. Everyone burst out laughing. These days, there aren't many people who can make our teacher Huang look bad. Almost none at all. Su Tong, that kid, to have such skills is truly impressive. Ha ha. Watching Shintang and Huang Lei leave, Su Tong also smiled and shook his head. These two troublemakers. Never mind, I'd better get back to work. It's almost time for lunch. His signature dish, iron pot stewed goose, won't disappoint anyone. On the other side. Pavilion. How about that? Got you, didn't I? Ha ha. Seeing Huang Lei return empty-handed as well, Uncle Shen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Shintang, don't get too excited just yet. You've been trying for over a decade and haven't gotten it either, have you? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Uncle Shen's face turned red. When mentioning this unpleasant past, it breaks his heart. That's totally true. Mr. Yi smiled and handed Mr. Shen and Mr. Huang each a glass of juice. Facing Mr. Huang's angry rebuke, Uncle Shen took a sip of papaya juice, refusing to back down. He said, I said, old Huang, didn't you taste it? You couldn't tell the difference, could you? I gave you this opportunity, but you're useless. You. This really made Mr. Huang so angry his liver hurt. Ha ha. That's not wrong either. Yeah, Huang Xiaoqiu was proven wrong. Tanggu truly lives up to his reputation as a comedy superstar. Even Huang Laosher was perfectly outwitted by him. Su Tong is right, the two of them are truly a dynamic duo. Watching these two clowns banter back and forth, the netizens couldn't help but laugh. Never mind. Mr. Huang took a deep breath and said to Pang Pang beside him. Pang, even your teacher has given up. Why don't you hurry up and help add some firewood, and learn a thing or two from your brother Su Tong while you're at it? Ha? Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Pang Pang scratched the back of his head and went to the kitchen. This guy really has no idea how he found a girlfriend. Mr. Huang saw this and his mouth twitched. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. I said, my niece. On the other side. Uncle Shen saw this and thought to himself, this won't do. Old Huang has even sent out spies. I can't just sit here and wait for trouble. He decisively approached Zhang Jingyi, who was sitting nearby. He said, you still have the nerve to call yourself a fan of Su Tong? Pang Pang is already helping out, why aren't you taking action? You might as well learn a thing or two from your Su Tong brother, and then your Uncle Shen can bask in your glory too. That's way too obvious. Oh, right. Zhang Jingyi's eyes lit up. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've been watching that busy figure in the kitchen for ages and it's breaking my heart. Why aren't you rushing in to help right now? So, Zhang Jingyi and Pang Pang rushed into the kitchen one after the other to help out. I said, Tanggu, don't bully our Jingyi. Zhou Sun saw this and wasn't happy, so he slapped Shintang on the shoulder. Hey, Sun Jie? Don't you understand the situation? Uncle Shen looked puzzled and turned around to face Zhou Sun directly. He said, as the saying goes, don't let the good things go to strangers. If your daughter Jingyi really ends up marrying her idol, you, as her aunt, won't you also get to share in the glory? Sun Jie heard this and she thought to herself, that makes perfect sense. Uncle Shen, you've got it figured out. She said with a smile. That's right. Shintang clapped his hands and said, I may not have much, but I'm always happy to help. As a matchmaker, I'll just give you a secret recipe as my fee. I'll go. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, startling many people. Put. Ha ha. Uncle Shen's true identity has been exposed. Inside the mushroom house, there was a joyful atmosphere filled with laughter. In the kitchen, Su Tong was still busy. Wow, it smells so good. Just then, Zhang Jingyi walked in and immediately noticed the pleasant aroma. Of course it smells good. Pang Pang immediately gave Su Tong a compliment. What my brother Su Tong made, how could it not be delicious? Netizens saw this and rolled their eyes in disbelief. Pang Pang, it's so delicious. Pang Pang, it's so good. Pang Pang, it's so good. Pang Pang, I'm Pang Pang, I only eat my meals, not my losses. Pang Pang, being able to help Mr. Huang get the secret recipe is better than anything else, isn't it? The people above are absolutely right. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes. In her eyes, there was actually no Pang Pang. There wasn't any food that smelled that good either. Only Su Tong was there. He. With a silly smile, the silly girl went over and sat down next to Su Tong. Both hands propped up her chin. Watching Su Tong cook in silence. Suspecting something, Su turned his head to look. Seeing Zhang Jingyi's infatuated expression, he couldn't help but smile slightly. What? Is there something on my face? I was just asking casually, but Zhang Jingyi nodded. Yeah. I do. Really? Su Tong took out her phone and looked at the front camera. Nothing? Then, he seemed to realize something, turned his head to Zhang Jingyi, smiled, and asked, "Are you trying to say I'm a bit handsome?" All of a sudden. Caught the girl completely off guard. Such a cheesy pickup line, when exposed, left the person speechless on the spot. In an instant, Jingyi's delicate, clear face flushed with 2 patches of red, and she blushed shyly. But she still nodded. Yes, there is. Ha ha. Su Tong smiled. You don't have anything on your face, you look pretty innocent. Really? Thanks. Jingyi's face turned bright red. Pang Pang happened to pass by. Ahem. He couldn't help but cough once and quickened his pace. Netizens were all laughing their heads off. Poor Pang Pang, such a guy. This is so cruel. Brr. Chapter 71, This dose of dog food is killing me. Even though I'm no longer single, I'm still just a lonely dog. So heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking even through the screen. My poor Pang, such a tragic man. Netizens were thoroughly entertained. At the same time, some people are starting to derail the discussion again. To be honest, I still can't believe that Pang actually got himself a girlfriend. Same here, I feel the same way. I always thought Pang's girlfriend should be in the closet. Ha ha. Great comment above. Spot on. Seeing the thread going off topic, someone finally stepped up. I said, don't derail the conversation up there. Can't you see the camera is still on us, Su Tong? Exactly. Let's highlight the key point. Su Tong is so knowledgeable he must have been flirting with girls all the time. The person above is right. I almost forgot about that. This guy has some skills when it comes to picking up girls. Su Tong. Spill the beans. Do you always flirt with girls like this? My knife is ready. The comments section is really lively. The current comments section is a picture of harmony. Harmonious to the extreme. And at this moment, in the mushroom house, in the kitchen, Zhang Jingyi was still chatting with Su Tong about something. Su Tong, I love Sunny Day the most. Let me tell you about it. This little girl usually seems pretty quiet. But when she sees Su Tong, she becomes so lively. Like a little bird, she chattered non-stop. Su Tong was patient, cooking while listening to her and responding to her words. The two of them were chatting away so enthusiastically. It was so engaging that Pang Pang silently adding firewood. Haven't even eaten yet. It's like I've been fed to my heart's content. I feel so sorry for Pang Pang. I don't know who posted this first. Slowly, the comments started to go wild. We all feel so sorry for Pang Pang. The saddest season of the year. Feel so sorry for Pang Pang one. Before I knew it. I feel so sorry for Pang Pang's situation, it's even trending on the hot search list. It has attracted more and more attention. The production team witnessed this scene and were on the verge of tears. Now, the popularity of Longing for 4 has been steadily rising. Steadily rising. That's awesome. I said. Director Wang Yi noticed the strong chemistry between Su Tong and Jingyi, which indirectly led to an increase in the show's ratings. It was truly eye-catching. They even brought in several staff members specifically for this purpose. He said, let the subtitle group leader take note and do a better job with this. Pavilion. Hey, look, my niece and my younger brother are getting along pretty well. Uncle Shen looked at the room and was overjoyed. She patted Xu Jie on the shoulder and laughed. When the time comes, I won't be able to avoid paying the matchmaker's fee, will I? Sun Jie chuckled. Don't worry. Ha, Uncle Shen is so crafty. Everyone burst out laughing. Only Mr. Huan looked gloomy, glancing toward the kitchen. That guy, Pang, really let me down. He was so angry that he almost ripped off his shoe soles and stormed into the kitchen. Look at Jingyi. You get along better with Su Tong? We're almost there. Look at him again? Silly. This is really annoying. Ha ha. I feel so sorry for Pang Pang. Pang Pang, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. Ha ha. The comments are starting to roll in. At the same time, Pang Pang walked out of the kitchen with a blank expression on his face, looking up. Ha. He plopped down onto the small chair in the pavilion, feeling utterly hopeless. You have the nerve to come back? You have the nerve to sit here? Mr. Huang said, holding his breath and gritting his teeth. Yes, Pang Pang, why did you come out? Uncle Shen chuckled and asked. Pang Pang scratched the back of his head with a bitter expression and said with a sense of injustice. I can't take it anymore, the two of them. He twitched his lips and said. You've given me goosebumps all over. Look at me. He even rolled up his sleeves to show everyone. Haha, is that really necessary? Mister, he burst out laughing. I said, old Huang. Uncle Shen saw this and immediately became smug. This is a gender difference. You can't make up for it. Ha! This guy is so smug. Mr. Huang was so angry. Just then. Just like that. I caught a glimpse of my younger sister, Zhang Zifeng, quietly sipping tea on the side. She gave a mischievous smile. Don't get too cocky. After he dropped that threat, he simply patted Zifeng's shoulder. He smiled and said, Zifeng, how old are you this year? Zhang Zifeng was suddenly called out, paused for a moment, then replied, 10, 19 years old. Oh. Mr. Huang nodded and smiled, saying, it's time to talk about boyfriends. When you say that. It was said with an enigmatic meaning. Zhang Zifeng was also a bit confused. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang pointed to the kitchen and said, what do you think of Su Tong? The comments section is going wild at this moment. What was supposed to be a peaceful episode of The Good Life turned into a matchmaking event. Zifeng, don't pay attention to the bad Uncle Huang teacher. Exactly. He's tricking you. He's only after his secret sauce recipe. Zhang Zifeng blushed upon hearing this. He gave a silly laugh and said, Su Tong is pretty good, isn't he? He's handsome, talented, wealthy, has a good personality, and can even cook. There's nothing to criticize. Then your Su Tong brother will be taken by someone else. Mr. Huang pointed to the kitchen and said. Zhang Zifeng glanced over and saw the two chatting happily and couldn't help but pout. Hurry up and go. Mr. Huang laughed loudly. Oh. Zhang Zifeng just barged into the kitchen like that. I said, old Huang. Uncle Shen saw this and wasn't happy. What's the matter? You're in such a hurry to send your sister. Do you look down on me, Pang Pang? Exactly. How pitiful is Pang Pang? Zhou Sun chimed in as well. Sun Jie stood on the same side as the bad Uncle Tengu at that moment. I just can't stand him. Mr. Huang didn't deny it and said directly. Pang Pang. Ha ha. Poor Pang. Pang Pang is so unfortunate. What a tragic man. It's okay, Pang Pang. Remember, you have a girlfriend. Girlfriend? Is gaming more important? Girlfriends are just for breaking up with. Ha ha. The person above is totally right. After a burst of laughter. Pang still went in from time to time to add firewood, lend a hand, and help out. He just doesn't stay around much anymore. He finishes his tasks and then leaves. This kid is just too naive. He's too honest. And before long, a pleasant aroma wafted out from the kitchen. As soon as Uncle Shen caught a whiff of the fragrance, he seemed to be possessed by something. Close your eyes. Keep your head up. Slowly. Slowly. Stand up. Don't. Stomp your feet. One blink of the eye. That's the taste. That's the taste. In the pavilion. The rest of the people also caught a whiff of that aroma. For a moment, everyone was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Because this flavor, it lives up to its reputation. Chapter 72, Su Tong's Michelin 3-star level. Here it comes. In a moment, Su Tong emerged carrying a large pot of stewed goose in an iron pot. Wearing an apron, he looked more down to earth than usual. The scene was so harmonious it was hard to describe. Wow! Su Tong is so handsome. As expected, men who can cook are the most charming. No doubt about it. Everyone commented enthusiastically. Look! That's it. When Su Tong placed the iron pot stewed goose on the table, Uncle Shen pointed at the dish of iron pot stewed goose, struggling to suppress the saliva building up in his mouth. He said, this is it. I've been searching for it for over a decade. The famous Northeast Chinese dish, iron pot stewed goose. Look! At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on them. Smelling the fragrance. Wow, that's really good. Mr. Huang looked very impressed. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the aroma alone. Wafting for miles. Every one of them, upon smelling this aroma, feels an irresistible urge to rush over and eat 10 bowls of rice right away. The presentation is even more impressive. Su Tong specifically placed the goose's head, legs, and neck, the key parts, in special positions. Paired with green peppers, carrots, and other fresh vegetables, they serve as a garnish on the side. People say it's a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth. I haven't tried it yet, but Su Tong's iron pot braised goose has already nailed the color and aroma. I believe it. The taste will definitely be great. Gulu. Pang Pang, standing to the side, swallowed hard. I could eat 100 bowls of rice and still not be satisfied. He sighed and said, is it really that exaggerated? Netizens still don't believe it. Speaking of which, a Pang is being way too true to form, isn't he? Exactly, didn't he just get fed by Su Tong and Jingyi? How can you be hungry again already? Pang Pang is really delicious. Everyone rushed to comment. What else? Next, Zhang Zifeng and Zhang Jingyi came out one after the other, each holding a plate of food. Wow! Pan-seared salmon. Pan-fried beef tongue? Sausage? My favorite. Braised pork. Yes, that's right. Today's lunch was all fancy dishes. There was fish and meat. There are big geese. Cut the salmon into attractive slices, then fry them in butter until they are slightly golden brown and sprinkle with black pepper. Arrange on a plate and drizzle with lemon juice. Perfect. Beef tongue is also pan-fried with butter, giving off a sweet and creamy aroma reminiscent of butter. When plating, arrange it in a fan-shaped pattern. It looks amazing. These two dishes can be considered exquisite cuisine. The timing of the cooking is crucial. Plating. And undoubtedly, these two dishes were flawlessly prepared by Su Tong. Netizens can't find any flaws either. They all commented, "This is so beautifully arranged. If it were me, I'd take a photo first before eating." Su Tong is truly a Michelin 3-star chef. What an eye-opening experience. And if the first two dishes are side dishes, then the last two dishes are sausage and braised meat, or rather, braised pork, should be considered the main dishes. Cook the sausage over low heat with oil, stirring slowly, and add chili peppers. The flavor is That's it. Braised pork with soy sauce, rock sugar, cooking wine, and other seasonings, simmered over low heat, then reduced to a thick sauce. It melts in your mouth. If I were to describe it, stewed goose in an iron pot can already serve 100 bowls of rice. These dishes together. Let Peng Peng say it. He could eat until dawn, no problem at all. Just eat. Alright, everyone, dig in. When you're done. Su Tong took off her apron. She picked up a tissue and wiped the sweat off her forehead. He gently swept his hair aside. In the sunlight, his profile was sharp and angular, leaving Zhang Jingyi and Zhang Zifeng speechless. They say that men who can cook are the most charming, and today I've seen it for myself. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he saw his younger sister and Jingyi both looking completely smitten. Ha ha. That's right. Mr. Huang and Mr. Tang have also put their differences aside and laughed it off. In the face of delicious food. Everything and anything. No one cares anymore. Okay, let's get started. Su Tong took his seat. She took a sip of tea. He said, "You've arranged it so nicely, I'm almost too embarrassed to pick up my chopsticks." Uncle Shen looked at the salmon and beef tongue and felt reluctant to ruin such a beautiful arrangement. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Tong, however, said, "Presenting it nicely is to make it look appealing and appetizing, but what truly matters is the taste." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of salmon, disrupting the arrangement, and laughed. "Well, I'll start eating first. This cooking is really tiring. I'm starving." After taking a bite of the salmon, he raised his cup again, turned toward Mr. Huang, and smiled. "I finally understand how hard you work, Mr. Huang. I must toast you." Mr. Huang laughed heartily. "Just give me the secret recipe." Su Tong, "Never mind, then." Ha ha. Everyone laughed. I have to say, Su Tong still shows a lot of emotional intelligence. He could tell that everyone was admiring the presentation and couldn't bring themselves to pick up their chopsticks. So he took the initiative and started eating first. And to avoid others praising you excessively, he used a single sentence to shift the topic to Mr. Huang. So, as they say, emotional intelligence isn't something everyone has. Oh my goodness, this goose, hey. Tang Gu is really enjoying himself. I've been craving this for so long, I can't even remember how long. He keeps taking one bite after another, unable to stop. Even when others spoke to him, he refused to respond, saying, "We can talk later. Who's trying to stop me from eating goose? I'll fight them." The greedy Uncle Shen drew a crowd of people laughing. "Uncle Shen, you've really made it. Tang Gu, you're at least a big shot now. Watch your image." In the pavilion, there was a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. "Su Tong, are you eating? Right now?" The young girl Zhang Jingyi took the initiative to help Su Tong pick up a slice of beef tongue. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zifeng refused to be outdone. Pouting lips, he then added a piece of braised pork for Su Tong and said, "Su Tong is so skinny he should eat more to gain some weight." Zhang Jingyi saw this and thought to herself, Zifeng wants to compete with me? Humph. No way. Pick up a piece of salmon and say, "Su Tong, you need to stay in shape, so you should eat something healthy." Zhang Zifeng heard this and became even more unhappy. He picked up a large piece of goose leg and placed it in Su Tong's bowl. "Su Tong is too skinny, he should eat more of this. It's delicious. Su Tong, keep in shape. Su Tonga is so slim." These two are telling Su Tong to maintain his figure by eating more beef and fish. The other one says that Su Tong is already so skinny that she doesn't need to maintain her figure, she should just eat more meat. Not long after, Su Tong's bowl was already filled with dishes. The others burst into laughter. "I said, you two, take it easy." Tang Gu wasn't happy. "My big goose is about to be squashed to death." Ha! Inside the mushroom house, there was a joyful atmosphere. This is what it's all about. The life we aspire to. Chapter 73, A Meaningful Afternoon. Burr. 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 Don't misunderstand. Each of the above burps did not come from the same person. Rather, each one is distinct. Even Zhang Zifeng and Zhang Jingyi, who had been serving food to Su Tong at the beginning, gradually started eating as well. Once they started eating, there was no stopping them. I can't stop. I just can't stop. Especially the iron pot stewed goose. The goose brought by Tangu. That's awesome. That's so exciting. This is so delicious. I can't even describe it. It's not something that can be described in words. I can't do it anymore. Uncle Shin was leaning back in the small chair, completely disregarding his appearance. Holding his big belly. Taking photos. While saying to Su Tong, "Little brother, you really didn't disappoint me. All these years, I've been eating your goose, and I've never gotten tired of it. It's so delicious. Really." He gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang also gave Su Tong a thumbs up. The weather was very hot. Mr. Huang's face is also very red. He gave Su Tong a thumbs up and said, "Earlier, Shin Tang said it, but I didn't believe him. But after trying it, it's amazing. No wonder it was rated by Michelin." Even our teacher, he was enjoying it so much he was leaning back in his little chair and let out a sigh of delight. "Su Tong, I want to ask you, is there anything you can't do? How come you can do everything so well?" "Yeah." Jo-sun also looked up and said, "Mr. He, our old Gao often says that." "Ha, I'll go." Everyone burst out laughing. It seems like everyone has the same opinion. Everyone is laughing and having fun. Even the audience watching on screen believed in the power of Su Tong's dish, iron skillet braised duck. Why? Because I'm completely convinced. Me too. Who dares say that Su Tong's iron pot braised goose isn't delicious? Just look at Pang Pang. How many bowls has he had? I lost count. Netizens commented enthusiastically. At the same time, inside the mushroom house, Mr. He noticed the scene. That was Pang Pang. Quietly. Tiptoe. Very carefully. Holding the bowl, once again, I don't even know how many times, I walked to the rice pot. He picked up the rice paddle and carefully served himself some rice. "Pang Pang, are you still eating?" Mr. He asked in surprise. "Sit up straight." "Ha!" All of a sudden, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Speaking of which, how many bowls has Ah Peng had? I've lost count. Mr. Huang picked up a tissue to wipe the sweat off his forehead and asked. As far as I can see, he's already gone 3 times. Zhang Jingyi said, counting on her fingers. Not just that. I saw it 4 times. Uncle Shin chimed in. I think I saw my brother sneak over and take some too. Zhang Zifeng also said something. Alright, stop talking. Su Tong summarized it. She said. I counted for him, 7 times in total, including 2 times when I went to get it secretly. Me? Say that again, how many bowls? Sun Jia, Tangu, and almost all the guests. Just a moment ago, they were enjoying their meal so much they didn't want to move. Each of them was reclining on a small chair, enjoying life. At that moment, they all sat up with a start. 7 bowls. 7 bowls. Pang Pang, you've broken the record, said Mr. Huang. That's not all. Mr. He sighed and said. This has broken the record. 7 bowls of rice? No wonder my brother is so fat. Zhang Zifeng sighed. Yeah. Ah Peng has gotten so fat he looks like a bear. It's really not his fault. Blame it on the food. It's the food that made him fat. He. Facing everyone's gaze, Pang Pang scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said. It's mainly because the iron pot stewed goose is too fragrant and the braised version is too delicious. This guy is eating so much his mouth is dry, and he even called the braised pork braised. Look at him laughing. Tangu is laughing so hard. Pang Pang, you should say that Su Tong is an excellent cook. Jo Sun said with a smile. Oh, right, it was Su Tong's cooking that was so delicious. Pang Pang didn't even think twice before immediately saying. Pang Pang. Seeing this, Mr. He immediately came out and said. You said before that no matter how delicious it is, it can't be as good as what Mr. Huang cooks. You only ate 3 or 4 bowls of Mr. Huang's food, but you ate 7 bowls of Su Tong's? Isn't this? Ha? Yeah, Pang Pang. When Mr. Huang heard this, he immediately sat up straight. For a moment, everyone turned to look at Ah Peng. This left Pang Pang, who was standing in front of the rice cooker, holding a bowl of rice in one hand and a spatula in the other, feeling a bit flustered. This is? The audience in front of the screen were all laughing so hard they couldn't move. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore, my back hurts so much from laughing. Pang Pang, you're making it hard for me, fat tiger. Mr. Huang, where's my knife? Pang Pang, it's so hard to be a good person. Hiccup. I really can't do it anymore. That's hilarious. Pang Pang is so funny. This guy was blowing his own trumpet so loudly earlier. Two-faced. Now. I was suddenly speechless. This has been ruined. Just as Pang Pang didn't know how to respond. Su Tong smiled and patted Jo Sun on the shoulder, saying, Sunjia, aren't you just trying to set him up? He's just really tired today, eating more is normal. That previous remark was just Jo Sun passing a message to Pang Pang, wasn't it? If you say she dug the hole, that's not wrong either. Ha ha. Jo Sun covered her mouth, laughing so hard she was shaking. Sun, you've dug yourself a hole, ha. Mr. Huang also laughed. Everyone laughed out loud. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, so who would care? Pang Pang immediately realized. Oh, right, I was chopping wood this morning, so I'm a bit tired. Speaking of which, he gave Su Tong a look of endless gratitude. Su Tong changed the subject to Jo Sun with a single sentence, giving him a reason to speak. Of course, thanks to Su Tong for saving him. Alright, young man, hurry up and eat. Su Tong sat there, eating only a little and drinking mango juice as he said. It's all yours. But the last one to finish has to clean up. Pang Pang gave a silly laugh. Hee hee, of course. Don't worry. When there's work to do, it's easy. Let's eat and get to work. No way, I need another bowl. Pang Pang thought to himself. Haha, look at this guy, he's so happy. Watching Pang Pang still eating happily and heartily. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. I said, brother. Zhang Zifeng was really helpless. He pulled Pang Pang and said, You're about to become a ball. What will you do if your sister-in-law doesn't want you anymore? Pang Pang heard this. Hesitated. Thought about it. Looking at the meat in the bowl. Rice. Should I eat or not? This is an age-old dilemma. Ha ha. Come on, eat up, you silly boy. You can always diet after this meal. Mr. He came out and gave the correct answer. Pang Pang's eyes lit up, that's right. Then, back to eating. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, there was still a lot of laughter and joy. Su Tong quietly sipped her juice, felt the breeze, and laughed along with everyone else. In her heart. I couldn't help but think that this kind of life is really quite nice. The hustle and bustle of today's lunch break, too. Very meaningful. Chapter 74, Poor Pang Pang, Such a Tragic Man. 2. Uncle Shen let out a loud cry, clenching his teeth and glaring with wide eyes. Great king. Pang Pang didn't back down and threw down a king. After dinner. Pang Pang, who ate 7 bowls of rice, is full of energy. Holding a deck of cards, he's ready to challenge Su Tong and Uncle Shen to a game. Here's the situation. Uncle Shen still has 3 cards left, which is just enough to report. Su Tong had a large pile of cards, but throughout the entire game, he didn't play many of them. Meanwhile, Pang Pang's side was in a completely different situation. After throwing out a big card, only 1 card remains. 2. That means he's unbeatable. He's got this in the bag. The king is unstoppable. The next move is definitely his, and he will surely emerge victorious. At this point, Pang Pang had already started to get excited. Ha! Finally, I can win one. He danced around, looking at Su Tong with a look of sheer joy on his face. Su Tong, fortune favors the bold. You've won so many times, it's finally my turn, right? Aha! Look at him gloating. Hey! Mr. Huang is just sitting there drinking tea. Seeing Ah Pang looking so smug, he couldn't help but smack his lips. I said, Pang Pang. Mr. He interjected at this point. Don't get too excited just yet. What if Su Tong has a trump card up her sleeve? Exactly. Zhang Jingyi sat beside Su Tong, encouraging her and said, Su Tong has beaten you so many times. Why should this time be any different? Yeah, exactly. Zhang Zifeng also nodded repeatedly. Netizens watching this scene couldn't help but smile. Ha ha. Poor Pang. Pang Pang, little sister, aren't I your favorite? How could you not speak up for me? Pang Pang, it's over. My sister doesn't love me anymore. To be honest, Pang Pang is pretty miserable. He finally won once, and now it's like he's at war with the whole world. Hey, the person above is spot on. So many people have spoken up. Pang Pang really can't save face. Without even thinking, he just shook his head. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. If Su Tong had a bomb, wouldn't he have already used it? Why wait until now? At this point, Uncle Shen shifted his waist and said, Pang Pang, don't get too excited just yet. Just as he was speaking, Uncle Shen patted Su Tong on the shoulder and said, Young man, let him see what the world is really like. You're absolutely right. Zhang Jingyi clenched her fists and said to Su Tong as well. Ha! Pang Pang suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Ha ha. At this time, Su Tong finally put down the teacup he had been holding in his hand. Explosion. A single word, lightly brushed aside. Gently placing down 4 threes. Yes, that's right, he definitely has a bomb in his hand. Although it's the smallest bomb, it can completely destroy the largest card. That's the power. It's also the charm of landlord. Pang Pang. Oh my goodness. He just put his hands over his head. Su Tong, you really have some guts. Why didn't you come out sooner? It's obvious. Sutong had many opportunities to play his cards. But why didn't he take any of them? Stayed all this time? Ha ha. Everyone saw this scene and burst out laughing. Slap. Mr. Huang clapped his hands repeatedly and gave Sutong a thumbs up. Sutong, excellent. Excellent. Netizens also commented. What else could it be? Just waiting to get you. Ah Peng, with your intelligence, what are you doing playing landlord? Go count sheep, chickens, or stars instead. Brr. Everyone is laughing so much. Peng can't save face. He still has a 2 in his hand. He just couldn't believe it. He looked at Sutong and said through gritted teeth. If you're so confident, don't place the order. Sutong still has so many cards left in his hand. He doesn't believe that Sutong wouldn't play a single card. Is that so? Then as you wish. Sutong picked up the tea and took a sip. She did so slowly and deliberately. Discard 3 6s, 3 7s, and 2 4s. Airplane. 8 cards flew out at once. Pong Pang. 9, 10, J, Q, K, a straight. Another 6 cards. The beating made Peng's head buzz. At this point, Sutong still had 3 cards left in his hand. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Peng just won't admit defeat. He just doesn't believe that Sutong doesn't have a single card in his hand. At this moment, Sutong chuckled and leaned in, asking, Peng, do you want me to place the order? Well, maybe. Being asked in this way does indeed feel a bit humiliating. But I couldn't stand losing to Peng, I was so impatient. So, think about it for a moment. Peng nodded. Yeah, hurry up and get down. Sutong chuckled and tossed down an 8. Peng's eyes lit up. Hey! I won. As he spoke, he was about to throw down his own 2. Result. Hold on. Uncle Shin interrupted him, threw down a card, and shouted loudly. Xiao Wang. Peng. Puff. Ha! I see it now, they're deliberately targeting me. Peng. Poor Peng, what a tragic guy. He's almost as bad as the director. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Peng, you're really out of it, haha, you're killing me. Mr. Huang also burst out laughing. Can't you tell they're playing with you? Mr. He also laughed. Peng was speechless. No. He could only grit his teeth and say, let's go with 10 then. Uncle Shin threw down 2 10s. And then, in Peng's desperate gaze, Sutong threw down 2 queens, ending the battle. Ah! Lost again. After it was over, Peng let out a loud dragon roar. That's right, he lost again. He's already played almost 10 games. He hasn't won a single game. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Uncle Shin threw the cards in his hand and laughed. Peng, do you know why Tengu never wants to be the landlord? Even if I draw the card, I won't be the landlord. Do you know why? Peng was completely baffled, of course. No, I don't know. He shook his head in response. Because I know that if I were a landlord, I wouldn't stand a chance against my younger brother. Uncle Shin said confidently. This kid has never lost at anything, whether it's playing cards, mahjong, or even rock paper scissors. If I were the landlord, I'd definitely lose. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested. Tengu. Now that you mention it, I remember. Peng suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. He turned to Sutong and said puzzledly. Earlier, when I was playing draw 2 cards with Sutong, he kept winning and even drew my arm until it was swollen. Hearing this, everyone did indeed find it a bit unusual. Yes. How does Sutong always win? For a moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Sutong. Sutong was somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 75, Uncle Shin, no need to say anything, just show the picture. Sutong. Hurry up and tell us. Tell me and I'll spare your life. Hurry up and tell me. The comments are starting to flood in. Inside the mushroom house, many guests also turned their attention to Sutong. Everyone was puzzled. What's the secret to their success? If you master this, it'll be a real skill you can rely on in the future. This, however, in response to their requests, Sutong felt a bit torn. It's not that he didn't want to say it. It's just that he was afraid that if he said it, everyone would beat him to death. Oh, please don't be so hard on my little brother. Look at everyone grilling him. Uncle Shin stepped forward decisively to defuse the situation. Can I share their winning strategy with you? If I tell you, will it still be valuable? Well, originally. After hearing this, Sutong was quite pleased. Out of all the guests who had appeared on the show, only Shinteng had stood up for him. The result. After Uncle Shin said this, he changed the subject. Let's get straight to the point. Let me tell you something. Last year, Kajia, the Go champion who had just won the Dodiju championship, came to my younger brother's house to play. He couldn't resist challenging my younger brother to a few games, but ended up getting completely defeated. You should really consider how valuable my younger brother's winning strategy must be. Would I just give it away so easily? Everyone heard this and their eyes lit up. Bullet comments are flying everywhere. Kujie? The Go Master? I heard he's got nothing better to do, so he went and won a Dodiju championship. Did Su Tong drive him into a corner? That's impossible. Yeah, how could that be? I don't really believe it. Don't even mention the netizens. Even at the Mushroom House site, Peng Peng couldn't believe it and said, Tanggu, you're just bragging, right? I admit that Su Tonggo has great skills, and I can't beat him. But even the Mahjong champion and the Go Master can't beat Su Tonggo? I don't believe that. No one else responded either. It seemed as though they all felt that was just the way it was. Hey, you still don't believe it? Uncle Shin, seeing the situation and realizing everyone thought he was making things up, immediately tried to defend himself. As a result, I said, Tanggu. Su Tong hurriedly held him back and frantically signaled with her eyes. Great. That's all he's got. I thought Uncle Shin was a kind-hearted friend who came to defend him. But what happened? This guy is having more fun than Sha Yi and the others. This is going to expose all his secrets. You'll never get to eat duck stew in an iron pot again. Su Tong glared at him threateningly. Hey, you're not letting me speak. Uncle Shin also looked helpless and shook his head. All right. If you won't say it, then I won't. For the sake of being able to eat iron pot stewed goose in the future, I'll accept it. All right. For the sake of a pot of braised duck, Uncle Shin really went all out. Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Tong finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, brother, I must be more low-key in the future. One careless mistake and I could have been sold. I told you it couldn't be true, haha. Peng Peng left the battlefield to get a drink of water. He muttered to himself. Listening to these words, Uncle Shin was even more furious. If he hadn't said anything, he'd really be bursting with excitement. He can say that. He glanced over at Su Tong on the other side. What would we do if we couldn't stew goose in an iron pot anymore? He was thinking about it again. Yes. That iron pot of stewed goose, even if he just finished eating it, he's already looking forward to the next time. If he sold Su Tong, wouldn't that be? In a moment. Uncle Shin's eyes lit up. A flash of insight crossed his mind. It's like I've figured it out. Hee. With a mischievous smile, he went to a corner far away from Su Tong. He picked up his phone. After a while. Ding dong. Mr. Huang's phone rang. Ding dong. Mr. He's phone also rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. At the same time, Zhou-san, Peng Peng, Zhang Zifeng, Zhang Jingyi, and others all heard their phones ring. Everyone picked them up to check. They couldn't help but look at it at the same time. Glanced toward Uncle Shin in the corner. Because their message notifications were group invitation notifications sent by Uncle Shin. Shoo. Seeing everyone looking over, Uncle Shin made a comical gesture with his index finger, signaling them to be quiet. What the heck is Shin Tang up to? Mr. Huang laughed happily. Who knows? Mr. He smiled too. Everyone tacitly agreed not to mention it to Su Tong. Then they quietly agreed to Uncle Shin's group chat invitation. Ding dong. Everyone is rushing to join the group. Then, Uncle Shin tapped on the keyboard and slowly typed. I said my younger brother has won the Dodiju championship and defeated a Go Master, and he has too. What I say is true, old Shin never tells a lie. Here's the proof. After posting these two exciting messages, Uncle Shin acted decisively. He posted a photo. Ha! Mr. He and everyone else, including Su Tong, who were outside, couldn't help but stare at the picture when they saw it in the group chat. The image showed a man wearing glasses, with his face covered in sticky notes. In his hand, he is holding a sign. It read, I, Kojia, have been defeated by Su Tong today. I admit defeat. What? At the same time, the comments are exploding. This is actually true? I didn't even know who this was just now, but then I asked Baidu. It's really Kojia. This guy is Kojia. Looking at this picture, does that mean Su Tong really beat him? And he was completely convinced? You guys upstairs are being one-sided. Didn't you see all the notes on Kojia's face? Those who didn't believe it before, does your face hurt now? Oh my goodness, Su Tong is truly a versatile idol. Who says she isn't? What else is there that he can't do? Ah! Netizens erupted with dragon-like roars. On site, Peng Peng looked at the photo. His mouth felt as if he had been fed a mouthful of leaves, tasteless, chewy, impossible to swallow, and impossible to spit out. He just said it was impossible. Who knows? The backlash came so quickly. Finally. That's too one-sided. He actually not believe Su Tong? Is this really unacceptable? Is this really true? Teachers Huang and he, along with senior Zhou Xuanxuan, exchanged glances and began to sigh in unison. At the same time, they felt that they had been rude earlier. Yes. Someone who can use their own skills to defeat both the champion of Landlord and the master of Go, leaving them completely convinced. His methods. How powerful must he be? Such a precious secret manual. They actually forced Su Tong to say it? Isn't this an extremely rude thing to do? Would you ask a world champion for their winning strategy? If you really ask, everyone will think you're cute. At this moment, they all felt that they had been utterly rude just now. What's wrong? Seeing everyone looking at him at the same time, Su Tong felt a bit off, completely unaware that he had been sold again. Chapter 76, Su Tong, brother, if you want to ride my coattails, just say so. Poor Su Tong, he doesn't know anything and got sold out again. Tengu is so mean, just selling our Su Tong. The person above is mistaken. Without Tengu, we would have thought Su Tong was a fraud. The previous comment is also incorrect. It was clearly Tengu who deceived us. Su Tong never mentioned those things he did. Exactly. Same as above. Su Tong is such a good person, she never flaunts herself. It all starts with talent, stays for the looks, and ends because of character. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. At the same time, in the mushroom house. What do you think? Believe me now? Shintang, this strange uncle. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions after looking at the photos, he was overjoyed. He sent several laughing and crying emojis in the group chat. Now these guys won't believe me. Now they're eating their words, aren't they? You deserve it. Hey! Just at that moment, I was scrolling through Weibo, thinking about finding the Weibo account of Zhang Jingyi, who was looking for the renowned Go master named Kujia. Suddenly, a startled cry. Everyone, hurry to Weibo to see Kujia. I saw him post on Weibo. This. I wonder what Zhang Jingyi saw that made her cover her mouth and giggle so happily. What's going on? Kujia posted on Weibo? How long has it been? Posted instantly? The person above me, you'll see when you check it out. I just came over from Weibo. The real person has come forward to admit it. Just take a look and you'll see. I didn't expect Kujia to be watching Longing for too. He really has nothing better to do, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to win the Landlord Championship. Everyone be careful, Kujia is probably hiding in our comments section. Let's find him. Everyone commented. At the same time, more people, upon hearing the news, rushed to Weibo from Longing for. Go check out Kujia's Weibo. After checking it out, is unbelievable. Even inside the mushroom house, Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Peng Peng, and others also rushed to search for Kujia's Weibo. It can be said that after all this time, Kujia had never experienced such a huge influx of traffic. On this day, Kujia's Weibo exploded. The reason? It was simply because, just 10 minutes earlier, he had posted a Weibo message. It started with a photo. As expected. It was exactly the photo that Tengu posted in the group chat, showing someone with their face covered in sticky notes and holding a sign admitting defeat. With the caption. Well, I really don't want to admit it, but I have to say, Su Tong is truly skilled. I don't know about others, but I'm completely convinced. P.S. If it weren't for the fear that someone might follow in the footsteps of those two idiots and try to slander my brother, I probably wouldn't have shown this photo in my entire life. It would have stayed with me until the day I die. But now, sigh. Talking about it just makes me cry. Brother, I've got your back. Su Tong. Oh, and by the way, I didn't expect Tengu to keep the photo of Shintang. Unfortunately, Su Tong doesn't have a Weibo account. Otherwise, this would probably go viral. But even so, it was only a matter of minutes. Kujia's Weibo post has already surpassed 10 million views. It has also received tens of thousands of likes. Over 10,000 shares. The comments section is also buzzing with activity. Wow! The real person has come out to debunk the rumors. Hey there! Kujia, you're a real friend. My brother Tong didn't waste his time befriending you. The person above makes a good point. I'm with them. Speaking of which, now Uncle Shin doesn't have to expose himself. He really didn't need to do that. Oh no, Uncle Shin's iron pot for stewing duck is gone. This time, Kujia's Weibo has really blown up. Normally, this guy, as a champion in a niche profession, doesn't get much attention. Now, however, thanks to Su Tong, even the number of fans following her has skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands. Crazy. Some people are even wondering what kind of sensation it would cause if Su Tong were to start a Weibo account. Would she break the million-follower mark in minutes? Never mind, let's not talk about it. Let's just go back to the mushroom house. In the pavilion. After reading this Weibo post, Su Tong's lips twitched uncontrollably. He really is. Su Tong silently pressed his forehead against his hand. He never expected that because of Tang Ji's one sentence, he had ultimately exposed himself. Su Tong. Seeing this, Mr. He felt a bit apologetic and said, "We should apologize to you. We shouldn't have asked about your secret technique earlier. That was impolite. Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Huang also said. Me too. Me too. Everyone started talking. Su Tong, I shouldn't have doubted you. Pang Pang also said apologetically. Hey, it's no big deal, why apologize? Su Tong, on the other hand, found it amusing. He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. At the same time, he made a fist toward the camera. He said, Kujie, brother, although you supported me this time, you can't ignore the fact that you're trying to ride my coattails. I just want to remind you of that here. Everyone was wondering what Su Tong was going to say. But Su Tong said, next time you want to ride someone's coattails, do it openly and honestly. Don't beat around the bush. You just want to ride someone's coattails. Put. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Su Tong is spot on. Kujie, that guy, posted again after Tanggu did. Typical attention seeker, no doubt about it. Ha, Su Tong is so funny. It looks like they must be very close. Need I ask? Netizens commented one after another. Su Tong is so funny. He said Kujie posted these just to ride the wave of popularity. However, this also. Exactly. Just now, everyone's attention was diverted. Wow, I didn't expect this kid to be so loyal. Seeing everyone laughing happily. No one noticed him. Uncle Shin took advantage of the situation to stir up trouble, smiling as he said a remark. Yeah. Sure enough, no one noticed him. Cough, I'll go to the restroom and be right back. Tang thought to himself that he had to hurry up and run. He cleared his throat softly. Slowly stand up. And walked toward the bathroom. Along the way. Trembling with fear. Indeed. Tang Gu. Su Tong finally managed to stop him. Just as Uncle Shin's body trembled and he was about to turn around and admit his mistake. Su Tong said. The iron pot of braised goose is gone. There won't be another chance. You'd better take care of yourself. Good luck. Saying. He gave Uncle Shin a thumbs-up gesture. Did he think Su Tong would ignore the last line of Kujie's Weibo post? Isn't that obvious? Did Shin Tang sell in to her long ago? Uncle Shin's plump, wrinkled face suddenly fell. Ha! Everyone was amused by Uncle Shin's words. Inside the mushroom house, there was still a lot of laughter and joy. Chapter 77, Su Tong's fans are everywhere. Hey, bro, that's not fair. Uncle Shin isn't going to the bathroom either. He's standing there. Let out a roar of the evil dragon's roar. Walk up to Su Tong, grab his hand, and say, Shai told me so much about your past and I only mentioned one thing, yet you treat me like this? Do you think you deserve your older brother? Am I not as good as Shai? After hearing those words, 1. Su Tong asked in return. Tanggu, think about it again. Is it just 1? Su Tong asked again. Before dinner, you were sitting here. What were you talking about that made you so happy? Shin Tang heard this. And was slightly taken aback. Instantly widened his eyes. Before lunch. He chatted with everyone about the process of Shin Tang and Su Tong meeting. And how Uncle Shin fell in love with iron pot stewed goose. And how rich was Su Tong over a decade ago. These few lines were meant for Su Tong sold out completely. Even things that happened over 10 years ago were dug up and sold off by Tanggu. Ha ha. Tanggu has been exposed. Shin Tang, I was so careful the whole way, how did Su Tong know everything? Tanggu, all my scheming was for nothing. Netizens are laughing so hard they're about to fall over. Put. Ha. Mr. Huang heard these words and burst out laughing. Uncle Shin, you've really tied yourself up in a knot now, haven't you? Ha ha. Mr. He was laughing so hard he was bending over. Shin Tang stood there, looking just as confused. He looked left and right. Look right. Everyone was laughing so hard they were bending over. It seemed like. No one is agreeing, that's the hallmark of a snitch. Who told him? Shin Tang was completely dumbfounded. Yeah. At that time, Su Tong was cooking in the kitchen. Even from such a distance, he deliberately lowered his voice. The wind was a bit strong today. How could Su Tong possibly know that? There's only one answer. Someone has informed on us. Someone told Su Tong. And it must be one of them in the pavilion. Is it you? Tanggu was the first to suspect Zhang Jingyi. Niece, tell me the truth. Did you tell Su Tong? After Uncle Shin went out of his way to bring you two together, this is how you repay me? I didn't. Zhang Jingyi said innocently. How could she possibly tell Su Tong? Although she had that thought, she actually forgot about it later. Why bully our Jingyi? As soon as Zhou Xuan saw this, she immediately stepped in to save Jingyi. She said. Anyway, it's not our Jingyi. She never lies. That's you? Tanggu was so angry he clenched his teeth, then turned to look at Zhang Zifeng. Just these two little girls. It's either Zhang Jingyi or Zhang Zifeng. They're the most suspicious ones. It must be your teacher Huang who told you to trick me, right? Tang Ge confronted Zhang Zifeng. I didn't either. Zhang Zifeng looked completely innocent. She really didn't do it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Seeing this, Mr. Huang also joined in. Zhang Jingyi has an aunt, and Zhang Zifeng has a father too. What's wrong? Is Shintang still trying to bully his younger sister Zifeng at the mushroom house? Looking for trouble, are you? It must be you. Old Huang. Lei Gu. Uncle Shin saw this and pointed at Huang Lei, saying, "You're ruining me." He was furious. Just thinking about not being able to stew goose in an iron pot in the future. My heart aches. I said, Uncle Shin, don't go around telling everyone who it is. He finally stepped down. He said, I don't think anyone in our mushroom house would say anything. Uncle Shin, you seem to have the wrong person. If you don't believe me, ask Su Tong. He seems very confident. He has observed this pavilion. Among the guests in the mushroom house. It doesn't seem like there's anyone who could tell Su Tong about that, does it? The fact is, that's exactly how it is. When Tangu turned to look at Su Tong and asked him, Brother, who is it? Tell me, so I can die knowing. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Indeed, it wasn't one of our guests. Su Tong also laughed. Ha! Hearing this, everyone became curious as well. The netizens' comments were even more interesting. Could it be H or O? I was thinking the same thing as the person above. Could Su Tong understand animal language? I think it's colored lights. I also think it's those two peacocks. I still think it's the old cow in the distant field. Hey there! Are you the clowns the monkeys sent to entertain us? That's hilarious. Actually, I'm not a veterinarian after all. Su Tong just pointed in the direction of the director's crew and smiled. They told me. When everyone followed the direction of Su Tong's finger and looked toward the director's crew. You saw a few young women in their 20s among the director's crew. To be precise, they were fans of Su Tong and the director's crew. They get it. Oh my gosh, Uncle Shin's mouth was twitching like crazy. What a commotion. I've been thinking about it for ages. It seems like he was sold out by the production team. Well. She kept her voice low and spoke in a hushed tone for most of the day. Only to be betrayed by the production team. This is really. Ha ha. Uncle Shin is really unlucky. Su Tong's fans are everywhere. Uncle Shin is so unlucky. The iron pot with the stewed goose has vanished without a trace. What a treat! What a treat! Everyone burst out laughing. Inside the mushroom house, there was a chorus of laughter and joyful voices. Of course, Su Tong wouldn't bother to argue with Shintang. After all, this isn't the first time he's been exposed. As Shintang said, others have said so much, yet he hasn't done anything. It's not fair for Uncle Shin to say a few words and then impose a punishment. That's not fair. It's not how Su Tong treats his friends. The afternoon break was comfortable. Hey, everyone. But there's always an end to rest. See? Mr. Huan walked over wearing big slippers and woke up everyone who had finished their afternoon exercise. He said, I have some bad news to share with everyone. It's not about work, is it? Zhang Jingyi stepped forward and added. Hey, Jingyi is so smart. Mr. Huang smiled and replied. The production team said that the cost of today's lunch was too high. If we want to eat something good tonight, we'll have to plant watermelons in that field over there. For a moment, everyone turned their heads. They looked toward the watermelon field. Such a large area? Oh my goodness. How on earth are we going to plant all of this? Can't we just plant it tomorrow morning? Even I, Ah Peng, was wide-eyed. Ha ha. It was Su Tong who burst out laughing instead. He said, What's so difficult about that? Su Tong gu. Peng Peng turned his head in disbelief and asked Su Tong. Such a large field? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Of course I didn't make a mistake. Su Tong laughed out loud and asked Peng Peng, you don't really think I'm going to make you plant watermelons one by one with a shovel, do you? Chapter 78, Uncle Shin's lightning-fast slap in the face and a heartbreaking scene for Peng Peng. Isn't that right? Peng Peng smiled innocently. Even Zhang Zifeng and Zhang Jingyi, when they looked at each other, were completely confused. How are we supposed to plant watermelons? These three are really a handful. Even the netizens in the comments section were equally baffled. Forgive me for being rich my whole life, but I really don't know anything about farming. I can drive a Ferrari with one hand, but I have no idea how to plant watermelons. Oh, my damn, uncontrollable charm. Seriously. Many people may never have grown watermelons in their entire lives. Naturally, they wouldn't know how to plant them. Ha ha. He smiled and clapped his hands. You wait and see. He stood up, walked into the kitchen, and brought out a thing that looked like a rocket launcher. What is this? When Peng Peng saw it, he looked very curious. He hoisted it onto his shoulder and actually used it like a rocket launcher. Pang Pang, put it down quickly, you silly child. Mr. Huang laughed heartily. This is called a seedling planter, specifically used for planting watermelons. A seedling planter? Pang Pang, Zhang Zifeng, Zhang Jingyi, and even Joseon came over to take a look with some curiosity. How do you play this thing? I think Su Tong knows how to use it. Mister, he called out to Su Tong. Why don't you show them how to do it, Su Tong? Sure. Su Tong didn't refuse. She walked over, picked it up, and demonstrated it to Pang Pang and the others in a very simple manner. She threw in a seedling. Stick it into the soil. Gently pull the handles on both sides of the seedling planter. Gently pull it out. Now it's stuck. He's very skilled at using it. Oh, I see. Wow. Su Tong really knows how to do everything. No wonder she's Su Tong, she's so ruthless. The comments section erupted once again. Not bad, not bad. Teacher's Huang, and he nodded repeatedly. Teacher, he couldn't help but ask. Su Tong, how did you get so skilled at using it? Even they, to be honest, don't see this thing very often. Su Tong, however, used it with such ease. It was as if she had been doing farm work all her life. But he clearly shouldn't be in that situation. Su Tong suddenly choked up. But she quickly recovered, gave an awkward smile, and said, Nothing, I just learned it casually in the past. Seeing this scene, netizens couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Tong must be someone important. What else could it be? He's just afraid of being exposed again. Ha ha. Su Tong is so cute. Even the guests at Mushroom House understood it almost instantly. We get it. We totally get it. We don't ask. Ha ha. Amidst the joyful laughter. Having figured out how to use the seedling planter, Pang Pang took the initiative to take charge. He picked up the rocket launcher seedling planter. He said, Let's go, everyone. Finish early, go home early, and look forward to dinner. Su Tong laughed upon hearing this. Bro, you just finished 7 bowls of rice at lunch and you're already looking forward to dinner? Exactly. Pang Pang, you call that losing weight? Ha ha. Everything is harmonious. No one was slacking off. Well, not exactly. For example, Uncle Shun. Oh dear. As soon as someone mentioned going out to work in the fields, Uncle Shun clutched his old waist and said, My old back can't take it anymore. My knee joint is filled with fluid. My cervical spine, my arms, my legs have earned me everyone's disapproving glances. Tang Gu. I didn't see you complaining about any aches or pains during lunch. Su Tong couldn't help but say, Hey, little brother, if you say that, I'll have to give you a piece of my mind. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shin was displeased. He sat up with a start. He said, counting on his fingers. I had iron pot stewed goose for lunch, right? Yes, that's right. Everyone nodded. That big goose was mine, right? That's correct. The guests brought their own ingredients, and the food was made by my younger brother, so why should I do the work? Upon hearing this, everyone actually thought. Makes sense. That's correct. That seems to be the case. Even Mr. Huang and Mr. He chimed in. What else could we do? With Uncle Shin here, we've got some real clout. I brought my own ingredients. The production team should be thanking me, and you want me to do the work? Is there such a good thing in the world? This guy. He gets all cocky when you blow him up. It's really true. Tang Gu. Director Wang Yi stepped forward at this moment and said, Are you going to eat dinner or not? Shen Tang. He was also speechless. He couldn't say a word. Yeah. Bring your own ingredients for lunch. But you can't bring your own food in the evening. Are we eating dinner or not? Put. Ha. Uncle Shen slaps him in the face at lightning speed. This is hilarious. No way, my stomach hurts. Someone rub it for me. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Alright, Tangu, let's go. The considerate Su Tong stepped forward and took Tangu by the arm to lead the way. In the end, Shin Tang, who had lost all will to live, was still forcibly dragged off to do farm work. Yes, that's right. Mr. He led everyone to the field and demonstrated it. Let's do it this way, one person pours the soil, and another uses the seedling planter to plant the seedlings. How about that? Great. Everyone agreed. Among them, easy tasks, such as planting watermelon seedlings, are naturally assigned to the girls. Boys naturally have to do the heavier work. Operating the seedling transplanter is the guy's job. In this situation, an interesting phenomenon emerged. Who is in the same group as Su Tong? Su Tong. Zhang Jingyi blushed and walked over, saying, Let's be a team. I'll vote for you, and you take the credit. Just then, Zhang Zifeng also walked over and said, I think I should team up with Su Tong. We've known each other for a long time, so we'll definitely have good chemistry. Zhang Jingyi wasn't about to give up either, continuing to talk about her own strengths. This left Su Tong feeling a bit flustered. Peng Peng stood to one side, not completely ignoring. A bit pitiful, isn't it? Netizens commented. Peng Peng, you're bullying me, Peng. Peng Peng, little sister, even you don't want me anymore? Peng Peng, am I really that bad? Does no one want me? Peng Peng is really a bit pitiful. His younger sister and partner Jingy have both gone to find Su Tong. They left him hanging. How embarrassing. Oh, never mind. Tangu really has good taste. He didn't become so popular for nothing. Seeing the situation, he jumped right in. Hold on to Su Tong. He said. You're trying to take my little brother? Who do you think you are? He's mine. We're a team. Ha ha. That's great. Mister, he also came over. He pulled Jingy and said. Jingy, go with Peng Peng. I'll go with my sister. Let's have a race and see who's faster. All right. My younger sister and Jingy had no choice but to agree. Jingy reluctantly walked over to Peng Peng's side. Peng Peng's face was red with embarrassment. Netizens are laughing so hard they can't stop. What a day. It's heartbreaking to see Peng Peng's post trending again on the hot search list. Chapter 79, you guys have no idea how popular Su Tong is right now. Wow. You guys are so fast? Looking over at Su Tong and Tang Ji's side, in the blink of an eye, they were almost halfway through the row, leaving Peng Peng speechless. Is that right? When Mr. He looked up, he also widened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Shin, aren't you the one who always complains about being in pain everywhere, calling yourself Mr. Pain? You don't seem to feel any pain when you're working. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. What are you talking about? Tangu rubbed his old waist and said. Is that the kind of person Tangu is? I was just talking. I work with my younger brother, how could I not be honest? Hey, that makes sense. Peng Peng sided with Tangu at this moment. Right? I told you there was nothing wrong with it. Doesn't it make sense now? Tangu also burst out laughing. Alright, let's continue. Seeing Peng Peng about to float away, Zhang Jingy shot him a disapproving glance and pulled him along to hurry up and finish the task. Peng Peng pouted in a pout. What a pitiful guy Peng is. Can't you tell? Jingy wants to be in the same group as Su Tong. She is being so rude. The person above is wrong. It's not that Peng Peng is bad. If it were you, would you rather be with this straight guy or with the male god Su Tong? Now that you mention it, that makes sense. If it were me, I'd want to be with Su Tong too. That makes sense. Working with a heartthrob would be so much easier. Netizens are jumping in to share their opinions. Occasionally, some trolls appeared, but they were quickly silenced. There's nothing we can do about that. The Good Life 4 really has nothing worth criticizing. Over here, everyone is working hard with great enthusiasm. On the other side, Mr. Huang has already started preparing dinner in the kitchen. Although, Su Tong's lunch that day left everyone with their mouths dripping with grease. But in the end, we really can't have Su Tong cook every meal. As Mr. Huang would say, at his age, it's really not appropriate to pick bananas or plant watermelons. He'd be better off staying in the kitchen and cooking. He's still happy about it. Look how energetic they are. Zhou Xuanxuan walked over holding a glass of juice. She smiled and said to Teacher Huang. Yes. Mr. Huang glanced over and said with a hint of sadness. Back when I was young, I was a real heartthrob too. I wasn't much different from Su Tong. This guy is pretty confident. That's the kind of confidence you get from Mr. Huang. Some netizens have commented on this. Hey, the comment above is wrong. You can look it up yourself. There's no denying it. When Mr. Huang was young, he was truly unmatched. Especially his looks. A face with sharp features. A figure that hasn't lost its shape. A powerful presence. This is no exaggeration. Even now, there are still film and television records to serve as evidence. The netizens watching the screen hadn't said anything yet. Sun Jia burst out laughing. Covering her mouth, she laughed so hard she was bending over. Teacher Huang? What's wrong with this? He knew Jo Sun when he was young. What's she laughing about? Ran. After Sun Jia stopped laughing and picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, she said, Lego, I see you haven't been paying much attention to online news lately, have you? Ha? Mr. Huang raised his eyebrows and dropped a piece of food from his hand. What does that mean? You don't know how popular Su Tong is right now. Sun Jia chuckled and said, when you were young, even with the internet and all that, you couldn't have been as good as him. This kid is now famous all over the place. That's a statement that rings true. At the same time, the comments started flying. That's totally true. Online users should know how popular Su Tong is right now, right? The person above is just stating the obvious. How many short video platform hosts have become popular by editing clips of Su Tong from Longing for the Past 4? That's for sure. Just randomly edit a few photos of Su Tong, and you'll get millions of views. Perhaps. Some people don't understand just how popular Sutong has become. Usually, as soon as The Desired Life aired, it was definitely Huang Laosher's late night poison. And Pang Pang's various straight guy moments. Etc. The common type. But what about this season? It's different. This season, there are videos about longing for online, and almost none of them are not about Sutong. Some people even took a few stills from the show, edited them together, added a background track, and voila, it became an instant hit. This is the power of Sutong's popularity. Even the so-called top-tier stars of today don't have anywhere near this level of popularity. This is it. This is Sutong's current popularity. Everyone. I just don't know Sutong's verified accounts on platforms like Weibo. If that's not the case, then I estimate that within minutes, the number of followers would surpass 10 million. This is no exaggeration. There's no denying it. Although Mr. Huang was indeed able to outshine many of today's young stars in his prime. Whether it's acting skills or looks. Even back then, Huang Lei was. If he were here today, compare it with Sutong. It still looks a bit pale. There's no way around it. Everyone has their own time. Perhaps. This era is Sutong's era. Is that so? Mr. Huang still doesn't quite believe it. Even when he picked up his phone and glanced at it casually. I did indeed come across a few posts from marketing accounts about Sutong. I couldn't help but smack my lips. He said, "People must accept old age. I'm old now." To be honest, Mr. Huang didn't really want to admit it. But, look, how popular is Sutong right now? But did his popularity come out of nowhere? Is it like those young heartthrobs, gained solely through good looks? No. Not only is it not true, but it is completely false. He's got plenty of talent. There's hardly any field he's not good at. Songwriter and singer-songwriter. The songs he has created continue to dominate the charts and remain incredibly popular. Cooking skills that can reach the level of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Why not relax with a game? Even Go Masters and Mahjong champions would be impressed. Its subsidiaries are numerous and diverse. Even top-tier actresses like Reba and Xiao Zhu have to address Sutong as boss. Within the industry, there's almost no one he doesn't know. In almost every episode, the guests are more familiar with him than with Huang Laosher and He Laosher. A single phone call is enough to get the three great singers to fly in overnight to support him. He's popular, and it's well-deserved. He's famous, it's inevitable. His success won't make people jealous. Because he is Sutong. He deserves it. Hey, Lei Gui, you don't have to do that. You're still young. In response, Sun Jie simply replied calmly. Though it doesn't amount to much, it's better than nothing. Mr. Huang sighed with a sigh and said nothing. It wasn't that he was unhappy, he was just reflecting on how talented people emerge in every generation. But suddenly, Sun Jie tapped Huang Laosher on the shoulder and snapped. Look at our Jingyi and Sutong, and your younger sister. Quick, look. Chapter 80, The Battlefield of Hell. How will Sutong choose? Watermelon field. Alright, everyone, let's take a break. When they had planted about half of the plants, Mr. He called everyone over to take a break. You can't expect to achieve everything overnight, you need to balance work and rest. Besides, they're all celebrities. If one of them gets tired, it wouldn't be worth it. Especially someone like Tango, who's getting on in years and has all these injuries. So, to summarize, it's all for Uncle Shen's sake. If they were all as strong as Pang Pang, working for 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't be a problem. Come on, have a drink of water. Mr. He brought a water bottle from the mushroom house, placed the cups on the table, and poured water for everyone. Drinking water after working is the best way to quench your thirst. It's much better than drinking juice or milk, he said. As he spoke, Mr. He poured 2 cups of water, one for his younger sister Zhang Zifeng and one for Zhang Jingyi. There's nothing we can do about it. Ladies first, right? Thank you, Mr. He. The 2 young girls politely thanked Mr. He. Then, they seemed like be heading in the same direction. Wait, did everyone notice? It seems like the younger sister and Jingyi are both heading towards Sutong. Oh my goodness. Is this the moment we've been waiting for? I've already prepared tissues for Pang Pang. Pang Pang, don't cry. I'm here for you. Single people upstairs, get lost. Our Pang Pang has a girlfriend now. The comments started flying. At this moment, Sutong was sitting under the shade of a tree with Pang Pang, enjoying the cool breeze. Hiss. Pang Pang looked at the blister forming at the base of his thumb and sucked in a sharp breath. It hurts so much. Sutong looked at it and couldn't help but smile. Pang Pang was such a hard worker, even when he was working. See? This is causing blisters, isn't it? Let me take a look. Sutong pulled Pang Pang's hand and looked up and down. It's okay, Sutong, you don't need to look. I'll find a needle later and burn it off. Pang Pang was very casual and said it without a care. Don't. Who would have thought that Sutong raised her hand to refuse and said, This thing is best left to absorb naturally. Picking at it can easily cause bacterial infection. Is it really necessary to be so concerned about such a small wound? Pang Pang still doesn't quite believe it. Don't underestimate a small crack, Su Tong said with a smile. Once, someone got a fish bone stuck in their throat while eating fish. They tried to force it down by swallowing a steamed bun. Guess what happened? What happened? Pang Pang asked curiously. He should have swallowed it. Is he okay now? Normally, if someone gets a fishbone stuck in their throat, they just eat a piece of bread and it goes down, right? But Su Tong said. In the end, the fishbone became lodged deeper and deeper, causing the man to bleed profusely from his throat. Despite efforts to save him, he died. What? Pang Pang was so startled by this that he jumped in fright. Su Tong laughed and said. So, never underestimate a small wound. A wound like this can often cost someone their life. Pang Pang nodded in agreement, thinking that Su Tong, who had studied medicine, wouldn't lie to him. Su Tong made such a compelling argument. What nonsense is the person above saying? Su Tong graduated from a legitimate medical university. No problem. The comments are starting to roll in. Turn around and put on a pair of gloves, Su Tong said with a smile. Don't think you can get out of work just because you got a blister. Otherwise, there'll be no dinner tonight. Ha ha. Pang Pang let out another maniacal laugh. And just at that moment, Su Tong gu. Su Tong. Two crisp voices rang out from nearby. Jingyi and Zifun almost simultaneously walked over. He handed the water in his hand to Su Tong. He said, drink some water. Su Tong, drink some water. For a moment, Su Tong found himself sandwiched between the two of them. Whose is it? This is a multiple choice question. It is not a question and answer question. Answering one side will inevitably offend the other. Those watching this scene on screen were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Hiccup. I knew there would be a famous scene, right? Look at the pitiful look on Pang Pang's face later. Pang Pang, little sister, I'm thirsty too. Some netizens are commenting on this right now. Gulu. Pang Pang swallowed hard, nudged Zhang Zifeng, and said, Sis, I'm thirsty too. He said exactly the same thing as the comments, and some netizens even suspected that he had copied the comments. In the end, his sister just gave him a cold look and said, Oh, I'll pour it for you later. Really? Pang Pang. All of a sudden, Pang Pang, felt so embarrassed. He stared longingly at the water in his sister's hand, looking speechless. There's nothing we can do about it. He then turned his attention to Jingyi. But before he could speak, Zhang Jingyi said, Don't look at me. I'm pouring water for Su Tong. If you want some, go pour it yourself. At the same time, netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Hiccup. Poor Pang Pang, such a sad guy. Pang Pang, little sister, you have such a cruel heart. You just abandoned your brother like that? Pang Pang, you're bullying me, fat tiger. I thought Pang Pang would only suffer for a short time, but now it seems like he's going to suffer for a long time. Ha! The comments section is really interesting. And Pang Pang has completely shut himself off. At the same time, a memorable scene was born. Su Tong, have a drink. I poured it just for you, Zhang Zifeng said in a cute voice. Me too, Su Tong, you can't let your fans down. Zhang Jingyi wasn't about to be outdone. Hey, haha. Mr. He watched the scene from afar, laughing heartily. Even Uncle Shen couldn't help but smile foolishly at the scene. He thought to himself, Brother, in the end, you must make your own choices. I can help you for now, but I can't help you forever. You must rely on yourself for your own happiness. At the same time, in the mushroom house, Mr. Huang and Sun looked out at the scene. They both laughed out loud. Our family's Jingyi is a loyal fan of Su Tong, Sun Jia said. A few days ago, when I was at home, I saw all the commotion and almost went to confront those two people. I was just about to do it. She's just trying to get votes for her own niece. At the same time, the comments started flying. I support Jingyi, good luck with your idol worship. Yeah, Jingyi represents all of us fans, and I support her too. Same here, let's support her together. When Mr. Huang saw this, he couldn't sit still either. Dong. He chopped the knife on the cutting board and said, Our younger sister has been spending so much time with Su Tong. She's a young girl of 18 or 19, just beginning to experience love. Why are you meddling in their affairs? Exactly. I agree completely. Mr. Huang is absolutely right. Netizens have also come forward to support Zhang Zifeng. The best sister in the world shouldn't be rejected. The person above is right, Zifeng, keep it up. After spending so much time together, I also think Su Tong should drink Zifeng's. The divide is extremely severe. The comments section is heating up. On one hand, support Jingyi. On the other hand, support Zifeng. Even the glances exchanged between Zhou Sun and Huang Lei seemed to spark with electricity. There. Will Su Tong ultimately accept Zhang Jingyi's proposal or Zhang Zifeng's? Who will he make sad, and who will he make happy? Chapter 81, Overwhelmed by Kindness, An Adult's Choice. Oh, how can one refuse such kindness? How can one refuse such kindness? While netizens were speculating, while Mr. He and Uncle Shen were waiting to see Su Tong make a fool of himself, in the mushroom house kitchen, Mr. Huang and Sun Jie were locked in a heated argument over their respective protégés. Su Tong. Oh, right. I almost forgot. There's also Pang Pang. Under the eager gaze of my little Pang Pang, Su Tong smiled politely and took the 2 cups of water with both hands. Almost simultaneously, she brought them to her lips. Without hesitation. Pour it into your mouth in one gulp. Then he nodded and said, "Thank you, Zifeng. Thank you, Jingyi. It can be said that it's flawless. I'll go." All of them? What a jerk. Mr. Huang, where's my knife? Ah. Where's the knife? Sun Jie, here, Mr. Huang, here's the knife. While you're at it, help me avenge my niece too. Go on, pick up Huang. Su Tong. Netizens are also in an uproar. Well, you know how it is. It's still polarized. Some people support Zhang Zifeng, while others support Zhang Jingyi. This is great. We're all on the same page now. All eyes are now on Su Tong. Su Tong, you scoundrel. Let go of the water our sister brought us. Don't waste Jingyi's water, you jerk. How can Pang Pang bear this? At least share a cup with me, you jerk. Everyone was both annoyed and amused. It really did turn out just as Su Tong had said earlier when bidding farewell to Riba and Xiaoju. Kids make choices, adults take it all. So he chose everything, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, in his meticulous approach, he drank 2 cups of water at the same time, preferring to spill some on his clothes rather than drink from either cup first. That's so sophisticated. That's really clever. This. You. Zhang Jingyi and Zhang Zifeng, the 2 young girls, were also completely baffled. They weren't very old. They are innocent and pure. So they don't know that Su Tong would pull such a move? Then what about him? Who did he choose in the end? This is actually a question that can be asked. However, after taking a sip, Su Tong put down the cup and smiled, saying, "You guys should drink some water too. It's so hot out there. Don't get heat stroke." All at once, the 2 young girls were about to ask a question. Couldn't bring themselves to say it. Because Su Tong's words seemed to remind them how naive they were. They had come here to deliver water. What are they comparing? And it seems that Su Tong hasn't even considered the possibility of them being involved. The 2 of them, aren't they a bit too full of themselves? Thinking about it, neither of them could say a word. Well, Su Tong, you rest well. I'm leaving now. Zhang Zifeng left with a blush on his face. I left too. Zhang Jingyi followed closely behind. Ha! After they left, Su Tong breathed a sigh of relief. He handed one of the cups to Pang Pang and said, "You didn't drink it. Do you want a cup?" Pang Pang. At the same time, the bullet chat group also erupted all at once. Pang Pang, Su Tong, you're bullying me, Pang. Su Tong, you're so shameless. Ah. Su Tong, I'll kill you. You scoundrel. Pang Pang, what did I do in my past life to deserve this? Why are you treating me like this? Yeah, right. Yeah. At this moment, Pang Pang feels a sense of injustice that he cannot express. His beloved younger sister no longer wants him. Even his good friend Zhang Jingyi, who came as a guest, isn't paying him any attention. Everyone went to find Su Tong. Even drinking water has to be water that Su Tong has already drunk. How can one word tragic possibly describe it? How can it be? Alas. He sighed silently finished the water, and gulped it down. Saying more would only bring tears to his eyes. Let's just take a sip of water and get back to work later. Hey, little brother. Uncle Shen and Mr. He also came over with smiles on their faces. Patting Su Tong on the shoulder, Uncle Shen said, "Tanggu understands you. Back when I was the school heartthrob, there were always girls coming to give me love letters, water, breakfast, and all sorts of things. But I wasn't as gentle as you, I just rejected them all outright. This guy looks like he's been there and done that. Uncle Shen is pretty shameless too. Teacher Huang, old Shen, you're getting too big for your britches. I didn't even dare to say that. Mr. Huang, are you the one who's gotten too big for your britches, or is it that I can't hold a knife anymore?" The comments started flying. Su Tong smiled bitterly. "Tanggu, please don't belittle me. Ha ha." At this moment, Mr. He finally warmly handed Pang Pang some water and said, "So you see, being handsome, wealthy, and talented can sometimes be a real headache." Su Tong smiled. "Mr. He, that's correct. Ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. On the other side, in the kitchen of the mushroom house, however, things were not so harmonious. This kid. This guy. Mr. Huang and Sun Jie almost simultaneously clenched their teeth and stared at Su Tong from a distance. That kid, Su Tong. You say he accepts one, and they'll have someone happy too. In the end, he accepted them all. He really is a scumbag. I never expected this guy to have a hidden talent. All these years, I never noticed. Sun Jie took a sip of juice and shook her head. Mr. Huang didn't say a word, but he gripped the knife in his hand and slammed it down on the cutting board with all his might. Thud. Make such a sound. Netizens watching the scene on screen were all laughing so hard they couldn't move. Ha ha. That's hilarious. Mr. Huang grabbed the knife. Teacher Huang, I suddenly feel like cutting something. Su Tong, why don't you stick your neck out? Mr. Huang, I've got the knife. Su Tong, where are you running to? Sun Jia, Lego, I support you. Hurry up and go. Run forward. Don't let that jerk eat dinner tonight. Time slowly passed. Outside the mushroom house, the clear blue sky gradually turns to dusk. And so, evening arrives. Phew. I'm exhausted, but it's finally over. Peng Peng is so tired he could die. He's completely out of it. Even with gloves on, I was still severely tormented by the water. Ah. Uncle Shen slumped in a small chair in the pavilion, looking utterly dejected. He let out a sound like a groundhog. I swear, Shen Mao, have never done so much work in my entire life. On the other side, Zhang Jingyi, Zhang Zifeng, and Mr. He were also exhausted. They all sat down in the pavilion, panting heavily. As for Su Tong, he seemed to have endless stamina. She even brought everyone juice, drinks, and milk. Jingyi and Zifeng, drink your milk. Su Tong served milk to Zhang Jingyi and Zhang Zifeng first. Just at that moment, Mr. Huang and Ms. Sun came out of the kitchen, intending to call everyone to dinner and scold by Su Tong at the same time. However, upon seeing this scene, it seemed as though the anger in their hearts had been completely dispelled. Was instantly gone? Chapter 82, My little sister is shy. Mr. Huang, you're ruining my livelihood. Hey, this kid is pretty good at this, isn't he? Seeing this, Mr. Huang couldn't help but smack his lips. He exchanged a glance with Jo Sun. The two smiled at each other. What's the matter? It's all gone up in smoke. Where's the energy? Ha, Su Tong has such a strong will to survive. I think this guy is just doing this on purpose for Mr. Huang and Sun Jie to see. What the person above said doesn't seem wrong either, does it? Netizens watching the screen also commented one after another. Alright, everyone, let's eat. Mr. Huang walked over, chuckled, and said, Oh my! Finally, dinner is ready. I'm starving. Tangu collapsed on the sofa and clapped his hands as he spoke. After working all afternoon, I can finally have something good to eat. I'll help you. Everyone was exhausted, but Su Tong volunteered to help. This completely dispelled the last remnants of anger that had been simmering in the hearts of Mr. Huang and Sun Jie. Dinner was as lavish as ever, with fried pork chops, fried sauce, chile, meatballs, and everything else one could desire. Wow! Tangu saw this and his eyes lit up. At this moment, Uncle Shen's eyes were fixed solely on the food. Even if you gave him a mountain of gold and silver, he wouldn't trade it. Thank you so much, Mr. Huang. Everyone said in unison. It's not hard work, it's not hard work. You guys have it harder. Mr. Huang said with a smile. Alright, everyone, let's eat. Alright. Everyone started eating. After a day's work. This evening meal is so delicious. Perhaps it was because everyone was tired, but after dinner, everyone went to bed early. Time passed. The seasons changed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Aha! When? Zhang Zifeng got up, yawning and with teary eyes. He noticed someone in the courtyard doing exercises. Push-ups. Phew! And let out a series of heavy breaths. Ha! Oh my god! Seeing the scene, Zhang Zifeng was startled at first. When he saw the person clearly and the floor beneath him, which was almost wet, he couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Ha! Su Tong, who had spotted Zhang Zifeng, slowly stood up. Huff! Take a deep breath and calm your breathing. She waved goodbye to her younger sister Zifeng and smiled. Up so early? Zhang Zifeng nodded blankly. Then he walked out. He looked up and down at Su Tong. Su Tong at that moment. Because she had just finished exercising. My short-sleeved shirt and shorts are almost completely soaked through with sweat. Even his hair, especially the part at his forehead, was soaked with sweat and matted together. Zhang Zifeng looked over. Not only that. There is absolutely no intention to imply that he is unclean. On the contrary. Her eyes sparkled like little stars. Because. Standing before her, Su Tong was tall and muscular, with striking features. Especially after just finishing his workout, the sweat-soaked short-sleeved shirt clinging to his body highlighted the contours of his muscles. 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were clearly visible. Even the chest muscles. Up and down, and so on. It's also very clear. Girls. Who could resist a man with abs like that? Everyone says. That men who can cook are the most charming. In Zhang Zifeng's eyes today. Men with muscles are the most attractive. I'm going to study. I'll go first. Zhang Zifeng, flustered by Su Tong's charm, turned and ran away. As he ran, he kept covering his face. So shy. Oh my goodness. Mushroom House fun facts. My sister is shy. You're right, I've never seen that before either. This is so exciting. My sister is actually blushing. Is it really that romantic in the morning? Netizens who just woke up are also buzzing about it. Hey, this little girl. Watching Zhang Zifeng flee in panic, Su Tong couldn't help but laugh. She stretched her body and walked into the mushroom house. Time for a shower and breakfast. In the camera is Su Tong, her departing figure. And the comments started to go off topic. Speaking of which, haven't you noticed how great Su Tong's figure is? Oh my goodness. I thought Su Tong was so skinny before, but I never expected him to be so well built. Yesterday, he looked so effortless while working, no wonder he works out regularly. When he was doing push-ups just now, he looked so cool. Look at him doing push-ups, the sweat on the ground is soaking the floor. Even someone as successful as Su Tong works so hard. Everyone here, stop lying in bed watching the show. Get up and have some inspiration, then go out and exercise. What the person above said is spot on. I agree. Su Tong finished washing up. Changed into a fresh, crisp outfit. She slowly walked into the kitchen. Let me take a look. Because the program crew had a lot of milk. So Su Tong thought about it. And made a decision. Make 2 milk-related breakfast dishes. After all, everyone is still asleep. He first looked for the kitchen machine, which is used to make dough. Then he sprinkled in an appropriate amount of high-gluten flour. Place salt and sugar diagonally. Then add the baking powder, milk, and beaten eggs. Start mixing. 20 minutes. Time remaining. He went to deal with corn, flour, and other things. Hey, it smells good. Zhang Zifeng, who was studying hard for the college entrance exam, slowly caught the scent. Hearing the news, people rushed over. Su Tong, what are you doing? It smells so good. Just the scent alone was enough to make her weak in the knees. I'll make some milk-scented bread and milk-scented corn pancakes for everyone's breakfast. Su Tong flipped the pan over with a sizzle. Sizzle. The golden corn kernels flipped over. Wow. That's amazing. Zhang Zifeng clapped his hands repeatedly. Oh my goodness. Su Tong is so handsome. The audience watching on screen also couldn't help but express their admiration. Making a heartwarming breakfast for everyone early in the morning, that's what an idol is all about. Are you this handsome this early in the morning? Su Tong smiled and served up this corn pancake. Then, put on gloves. Go to the oven. Open the oven door. Pull it out. Phew. That aroma just burst out. Wow. Zhang Zifeng is drooling. We'll have to wait a little longer. Su Tong smiled. The bread hadn't been baking long enough. Hey, what smells so good? At the same time, Mr. He and Uncle Shen almost came out together. Mr. Huang went for a run and just happened to be coming back. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Uncle Shen. Su Tong made breakfast. Come and have a look. Zhang Zifeng said while jumping and waving his hands. Everyone came over to take a look. This is making my mouth water. The milky aroma is so strong. This is even more fragrant than what they sell outside. Uncle Shen wiped his mouth and said, that's amazing. Mr. He praised. No wonder it's Michelin-level quality. As for Mr. Huang, his face darkened. Su Tong, you're ruining my livelihood. Chapter 83, a new guest is coming. Put. Ha. Oh no, Mr. Huang, you're killing me. My stomach. My E. coli. Ha. Su Tong, you're doing such a good job. What if you end up replacing Mr. Huang in the future? Mr. Huang, I don't want to do manual labor. I want to stay put and cook. Hiccup. Because of what Mr. Huang said. The netizens watching the screen were all laughing so hard they couldn't move. Don't even mention them. Put. Ha. Even in the mushroom house. Mr. Huang, Uncle Shen, and Peng Peng and Zhang Zifeng, who had just woken up and come over because they smelled something, were all laughing so hard they were bending over. Who would have thought that Mr. Huang would one day face the threat of unemployment? Mr. He said with a smile. There's nothing we can do about it. My younger brother's skills are too good. Uncle Shen, who was enjoying the spectacle, said to Mr. Huang. Hey, Legu, why don't you also ask my younger brother to take you as a disciple? The two of you could team up in the kitchen and be known as the kitchen duo? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ha! Ha! Everyone laughed heartily. Go to hell. It was Mr. Huang who pushed Uncle Shen. However, he was just joking and didn't mean it seriously. No, I wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Su Tong also hurriedly said. I just saw that Mr. Huang runs so hard every day, so I thought I'd make breakfast for everyone. It's nothing special, just something simple for everyone to share. Oh? Just make do? Peng Pong, that kid has gone bad. He came over and said. Su Tong, you're just making do with this. How can we eat what Ms. Huang made? Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. The audience watching on screen also chimed in. Not bad, Peng Peng. You've learned how to fight back? Ah Peng, you're starting to get the hang of it, aren't you? I said, Peng, you haven't forgotten the fear of being dominated yesterday, have you? The person above is mistaken. It is precisely because of that I, Peng, am standing up today. Ha, the person above is absolutely right. I support Peng Peng standing up. Actually, it's nice to have a break. It's pretty good. Mr. Huang smiled and didn't think much of it. Uncle Shun, however, was different. He was sly and said, Lei Ge, you can't get your face back now, so just let it go. You can't beat my younger brother, haha. Shin Tang, stop right there. I'll kill you. Mr. Huang gritted his teeth. Successfully brought out his legendary weapon, the big slippers, once again. Originally, early in the morning at the mushroom house, even though it was chaotic, it was still filled with laughter and joy. But, hey, Sun, Jingyi, what's going on here? In the end, Sun and Jingyi came out carrying their luggage. Oh, our flight is in 2 hours. We have some things to take care of today, so we need to leave early. Sun Jia pursed her lips and replied with a wry smile. On the other side, Jingyi just shut down completely. She didn't say a word. Their eyes were red. And dark circles under the eyes. After finding out she had to leave yesterday, she couldn't sleep all night. I didn't expect the farewell to come so suddenly. Aren't you going to eat breakfast before you leave? Su Tong placed the corn pancakes on the table, stood in the pavilion, and asked from a distance. Auntie. Zhang Jingyi wanted to eat it, after all, it was made by Su Tong. Jingyi, there's no time left. In the end, Zhou Sun directly refused. There's nothing we can do about it. The tickets have already been booked, and they were already running a bit late. Eating a meal would further delay the schedule, and eating too quickly isn't good for your health. So, it's too late. The bread isn't ready yet, otherwise I would have let you take some with you. Su Tong scratched the back of his head and shrugged. Sigh, such delicious milk bread, but Jingyi doesn't have time to try it. Yeah, she left so suddenly. Netizens are also feeling a bit down. Okay, let's go. Joseon pulled Zhang Jingyi along and said goodbye to everyone one by one. Then, they walked out of the mushroom house. Jingyi remained in a low mood. Until they had already set off on the path leading away from them. Jingyi. Su Tong suddenly ran out after her. She was holding those corn pancakes in her hands. In the early morning sunlight, he ran quickly toward us. He handed the corn pancake to Sun Jia. Have it for breakfast on the way. Saying. He turned around again and gave Zhang Jingyi a big hug. Well, see you next time, then? Zhang Jingyi stood there dumbfounded. Although her eyes were still red, she still didn't really want to leave. But emotions are no longer so low. I pursed my lips and smiled slightly. She nodded. Su Tong, see you next time. At the same time, viewers watching the screen also posted comments in real time, saying, Su Tong is so kind. He specially brought breakfast and gave Jingyi a big hug. This is what an idol should be like. I almost cried just now. The male idol is so kind. Yeah. Su Tong's actions at that moment were truly heartwarming. He didn't return until after he had seen Zhang Jingyi and Sun Jie off in their car. Being a fan of Su Tong is so lucky. Watching Su Tong walk down the flower-lined path on her way home, fans couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. No one spoils their fans more than him, right? Although Sun Jie and Jingyi left pretty early, everyone was pretty sad. But the atmosphere of this breakfast wasn't affected at all. The milk-scented bread is ready. When Su Tong, wearing an apron, carried out a tray of golden yellow milk-scented bread, the aroma of milk wafted through the air, and everyone could smell it from a distance. Wow! It smells so good! Mr. He and the others all exclaimed in admiration. I can't take it anymore, I'll try one first. Peng Peng, this guy isn't shy at all. He just goes for it. Smack! As a result, his younger sister Zhang Zifeng immediately slapped him across the face. She directly slapped his hand away. And said, Su Tong did it. He hasn't even started yet. Brother, can you be a little more reserved? You're already so fat, really. Speaking of which, her younger sister gave her a disdainful look. Peng Peng immediately shut down. Ha ha. Poor Peng Peng. I was rejected by my sister early in the morning. Now that Jingyi is gone, Zifeng is about to rise to prominence. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Su Tong, you eat first. Zhang Zifeng said to Su Tong. Yes, Su Tong made such a delicious breakfast for us, he should eat first. Mr. He and Mr. Huang both agreed, and even Uncle Shin had no objections. Okay, I'll eat first. Seeing this, Su Tong didn't resist and picked up the bread. Who knows? Hasn't even tasted it yet? On the flower-lined path outside the mushroom house, a voice suddenly rang out. Wow! It smells so good. This familiar scent makes me guess it's Suton's milk-scented series, right? Yeah. Song-yoon, I can smell it too. It smells so good. The guests are here. And they're both girls. Chapter 84, Jang Runin calling her brother. Hey! Visitors? Sutong hadn't even brought the milk-scented bread to her lips yet. Uncle Shin was waiting for Sutong to speak up so he could grab one too. Foodie Pang Pang is drooling all over himself. Everyone is waiting to eat the bread. And the result? Guests are coming. This guest couldn't have come at a worse time. The person upstairs is right. Couldn't they have waited until we finished our bread before coming? Exactly. In response, netizens have been commenting on this. However, right now, camera. A sudden turn. Everything. What catches the eye? Is from top to bottom. Two beautiful women walking along the flower-lined path. The one on the left is wearing a very girly off-the-shoulder t-shirt paired with a pink mesh-pleated skirt, showcasing her smooth, slender legs and snow-white shoulders. Her body proportions are simply perfect. Black, long, straight hair. When she smiles, she's absolutely adorable. Runin? Mister, he exclaimed in surprise. That's right, this is Jang Runin, famous for her innocent beauty. Hello, everyone. Facing the seniors in the mushroom house, Jang Runin enthusiastically waved and greeted everyone. Hey, Runin, hello, hello. Mr. Huang, Uncle Shin, and others waved and greeted them. Hey! Doesn't anyone notice me? Soon. The person beside Jang Runin immediately protested. The young woman walking behind Jang Runin was wearing a white short-sleeved undershirt with a workwear-style overalls, her hair tied up in small braids, and her round face looked very cute. Tan Song-yoon. Look at these two goddesses. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. Hurriedly jumped in to comment. I just said the guests arrived at an inconvenient time. Please forgive my thoughtless words. Huh, that smells so good. Oh, I mean, the goddess smells so good. Goddess, goddess. Jang Runin, you're my goddess. Tan Song-yoon. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. It's just normal. There are a lot of girls active in our longing for group, after all, because of Sutong, there are a lot of little fans. But today, male fans are finally starting to get excited. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Girls can't imagine how crazy guys get when they see their goddess. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as otaku culture. Ha, Song-yoon, hurry up, I'm going out to pick you up. Mister, he burst into laughter, grabbed Ping Pong, and took Zifeng with him. The three of them went out to greet them. Long time no see. When we meet, it's always a big hug. Speaking of which, Mister, he really is well liked, there isn't a single person he doesn't know. Sun-yoon, nice to see you again. Pang Pang and Zifeng also smiled and greeted her, they had met in the previous season. As for Jang Runin, Jang Zifeng was meeting her for the first time. Pang Pang seemed to know Jang Runin, so he helped introduce them. Her younger sister then remembered that her older brother had previously released a song with Jang Ruoan. Alright, it's too hot outside. Let's go inside first. Mister, he called out. Pang Pang and Zifeng helped carry the luggage. Everyone walked into the mushroom house. Hi, everyone. Hello, Mr. Huang. Hello, Uncle Shun. Tan Song-yoon and Jang Runin greeted them politely. The goddess is so polite. I can't take it anymore, I'll watch first out of respect. The comments slowly drifted by. Uncle Shin listened and didn't like it, his face wrinkling up. I said, you two young ladies, how come they're teachers, but when they come to me, they become uncles? Tamgu isn't old at all, but by the time he finished saying those two sentences, he had already called him old. It's as if he's the elder of this mushroom house. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Hey! Where's Sutong? Pang Pang suddenly noticed that Sutong was missing. Hey! Yeah! Where's Sutong? Netizens began searching every corner. Could Sutong be avoiding both goddesses? Like he's avoiding Tango? Everyone speculated. Fortunately, oh, I'm here. Sutong didn't hide, instead, she walked out holding a plate of bread. At that moment, Sutong is wearing a red mesh apron and oven mitts on her hands. Her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. The sunlight shines down, making it look incredibly stylish. Even Jang Runin and Tan Song-yoon were left speechless. For a moment, no one had time to greet each other. And now, seeing that Pang Pang hadn't greeted them, he thought two people Sutong didn't know had finally arrived. He immediately smiled and said, Sutong, don't you recognize me? Come on, let me introduce you. This is... He just walked over to Jang Runin to introduce himself. Who would have known? Jang Runin directly pressed down on his hand. She shrugged at Sutong, flashing a warm smile, her eyes and brows brimming with excitement. He said, Mr. Su. Nice to see you again. It's been a long time. Hey, do you know him? All of a sudden, Pang Pang felt a bit awkward. I thought Sutong didn't know Jang Runin. He hasn't even introduced them yet. Hey, Pang Pong, you're still so young. Ah Pong, you're so embarrassed. I feel so sorry for you. I can feel Pang Pang's embarrassment even through the screen. Do you think there's anyone in our Sutong circle that we don't know? Netizens were all laughing their heads off. Ha! Mr. Huang saw this and laughed, saying, Pang Pang, you're embarrassed, aren't you? Everyone else was laughing heartily. As for Sutong, could only sigh helplessly, walk over, place the milk-scented bread on the table, and casually say while taking off her apron, You call yourself Su Boss? We clearly met less than half a month ago. He rolled his eyes. He chuckled. Zhang Runan pursed her lips, revealing a sweet smile, and walked over to give Sutong a big hug. She called out, Okay. Brother Sutong. That single call of Sutong sent chills down the spines of all the fans watching the screen. Oh my gosh, my goddess. If only she could ever call me that one day, I'd die happy. To die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost, would be a life of elegance. Sutong, draw your sword. If Runan is mine. Netizens are all buzzing about it. Meanwhile, Ah Peng stood by, his lips twitching slightly. Can't you tell? It's obvious that Sutong and Zhang Rua are very close. The way Su Boss just called out to her was clearly just teasing Sutong. Sutong's casual gesture also speaks volumes, doesn't it? And he also said that they had only seen each other less than 2 weeks ago. In other words, they often meet up. They're actually quite close. Pang Pang is really embarrassed. Alright, you too. At this moment, the air was filled with a faint scent of lemon. Tan Sonyun rolled her eyes and walked over, saying, In public like this, what kind of behavior is this? What's wrong with us? Zhang Runan asked with a smile. We're just good friends meeting up, so we're extra excited. Can't we give each other a hug as friends? Sun Yun, are you jealous? Chapter 85, Tan Songyun, you guys don't know about the Milk Fragrance series? It was clear that at this moment, Zhang Runan was intentionally keeping her distance from Tan Songyun. The result? Tan Songyun rolled her eyes, gave a mischievous smile, and asked, A hug between friends? Is that right? Alright then. She went over too. In front of Zhang Runan. In front of the Mushroom House guests. In front of the audience watching the screen. He also went up and gave Sutong a big hug. He raised his voice and said, Sutong, it's been a long time. All of a sudden, Zhang Runan clenched her teeth tightly. She could tell. This woman is doing it on purpose. She's deliberately blocking her. Sonyun goddess. Woo woo, I'm heartbroken. Sutong, hurry up and pull out the knife for me. I'm going to fight you to the death, Sutong. I will kill you. Don't move. Stay there. Stay right there. Netizens rushed to comment. Follow. Yang Mi, Reba, and Xiaoju. 2 more goddess-level figures have arrived. And they're both closely connected to Sutong. This is so envy-inducing. Seeing so many attacks on Sutong. That some female fans can't stand it anymore. What are you being so jealous about? If you're so capable, why don't you do the same as Sutong? Exactly. You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings with nothing to show for yourselves. When it comes to talking about others, you're all full of hot air. Your keyboard has developed an immunity to you. You should go home and hug your wife in the closet. Girls are getting more and more talented. One comment is harsher than the next. The group of men being criticized are all dumbfounded. We're just expressing our dissatisfaction in a weak way. We don't mean to slander Sutong. Yeah, the person above makes a good point. Slowly, the comments were silenced. Sometimes, you really shouldn't underestimate the power of fans. What has Sutong become now? Her fans number in the tens of millions, even over 100 million. How terrifying is that? And he's not one of those good-looking young actors who rose to fame because of his looks. He keeps churning out one masterpiece after another. Their culinary skills are truly exceptional. He excels in every field. Moreover, now, isn't it just that all the goddesses are rushing to give him a friendship hug? What's there to be jealous about? As some female fans would say, if you had Sutong's talent, you'd have all these goddesses fawning over you too. Hey, keep your voice down, you're shouting so loudly. After a friendly hug, Sutong hurriedly moved away from Tan Songyun. She had just been competing with Zhang Runan, and her voice was really loud. It made Sutong's ears ring. Alright, you guys are really something. Mr. E smiled and came over to pull Tan Songyun and Zhang Ruo away. Please sit down first. Please invite these 2 new guests to take a seat. Result. The 2 of them sat on either side of Sutong. This left everyone in the mushroom house looking helpless. Especially Zhang Zifeng, who couldn't help but pout, her face filled with resentment. Haha, little sister is losing her favor. Little sister, Jingyi, I can still compete with you, but I can't beat these 2 sisters. Go for it, little sister. I'm rooting for you. Netizens began commenting enthusiastically. Ruona, Songyun, why are you here so early? Mr. Huang asked. Oh, we were originally planning to book a flight in the afternoon, but we heard there was a thunderstorm in the afternoon, so we came early. Zhang Runan shrugged and said. Aha. Tan Song-yoon also yawned and said. After flying all night, I'm exhausted. Yawning really is contagious. Zhang Runan also yawned. Aha. Next is Peng Peng. Then it spread one by one. Haha, look at you guys. Mr. Huang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, you guys go ahead and chat. I won't hold you back. Let's eat first. Uncle Shin couldn't stand it anymore. How long were they going to keep talking? Let's eat first. He picked up a milk-scented bread roll and stuffed it into his mouth. That first bite. He let out a satisfied grunt. He gave Su Tong a thumbs up and said, Bro, that's awesome. Fantastic. The expression on Uncle Shin's face didn't seem fake. It was the same look of pure enjoyment he had yesterday when he was eating the iron pot braised goose. Of course, you should look at who made it. Mr. He laughed. Immediately after, he asked Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Ruo. Have you eaten yet? If not, shall we eat together? The two women exchanged glances and nodded almost simultaneously. Yeah. Don't mention whether you've eaten or not. Even if you have, it's no problem to have another meal. Everyone, go ahead and eat. I've grilled 2 plates. Su Tong smiled and said. Then I won't hesitate. When Peng Peng sees food, he forgets everything else. Everyone rushed to grab some. 1 milk-scented bread per person. Corn pancakes are also available. When you take a bite. Everyone makes this sound. They looked completely entranced. Su Tong. Your milk fragrance series is still so delicious. After taking a bite, Tan Song-yoon savored the flavor for a moment before giving Su Tong a thumbs up and smiling. Milk fragrance series? Everyone in the mushroom house heard this and were all a bit confused. What is that? Peng Peng was quick to ask. Don't you know? And when faced with everyone's puzzled looks, Tan Song-yoon was quite surprised. In the end, everyone shook their heads in unison. Even Mr. Huang and Mr. He, who claimed to be able to chat about anything, looked completely baffled. Even Mr. Huang and Mr. He, who prided themselves on being able to chat about anything, looked completely baffled. You actually don't know? Zhang Runan swallowed a small bite of bread and said with a tightened mouth. His milk fragrance series is so famous, and you guys don't even know about it? Is it really that famous? At the same time, some netizens were also puzzled. I find the appearance quite familiar, but with so many trendy items online these days, I'm a bit confused. Speaking of which, the bread Su Tong made doesn't seem like the usual kind, does it? Is there something special about it? Facing everyone's confusion, Tengu also turned to look at Su Tong and asked, Brother, explain yourself? That's rare. There are things even Tengu doesn't know about. Never mind, there's no need to explain. Let's just enjoy our meal. Su Tong just smiled and didn't seem inclined to continue the conversation. I think Su Tong must have a secret. Some netizens commented. What's there to ask? Every time Su Tong makes that expression, it's definitely because she's hiding something from us. Could it be that there's something special about the cake he made? I think the person above is probably right. Su Tong, hurry up and say it. Or I'll chop you up. Hurry up and tell me. Netizens are also here, putting pressure on you. The people inside the mushroom house are also on the edge of their seats. They all turned to look at Su Tong. Su Tong's lips twitched slightly. Yeah. Another group of guests has arrived. It's time to expose his few remaining secrets. Isn't that just scamming people? Chapter 86, If I had half of Su Tong's abilities, I'd be walking around like a boss all day long. Oh, what's so shameful about that? Tan Song-yoon directly grabbed Su Tong's hand and said, Su Tong, if you have good qualities, you should show them to everyone. Isn't that better? Exactly. Zhang Runan showed her true fruity nature, swallowed the bread in her mouth, and said, Anyway, you've already been told so many times, what's one more? When Zhang Runan said this, the audience watching the screen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Put. Ha. That's totally right. Yeah, Su Tong has already been exposed so much, what's one more? Exactly. Go on, tell me. Everyone in the mushroom house also looked at Su Tong with anticipation. Su Tong, tell us. Zhang Zifeng also said weakly. Zhang Zifeng also said softly. Yeah. Peng Peng chimed in. And Su Tong just pulled his face into a grimace. Did you really think it would be that easy? He turned to Tan Song-yoon and said, This is not good. Give him a straightforward answer. Showing your strengths to everyone isn't a good idea. But who knows? These words only served to provoke Tan Song-yoon. She said, You're not going to say it, are you? If you don't say it, I will. She addressed everyone inside the mushroom house directly. Su Tong not only excels at various dishes in catering, but he's also a master pastry chef. He even won the championship at the International Baking Cup pastry competition, defeating all the other teams and taking first place. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at each other in disbelief. No way. Dough champion? Wait a minute. International Baking Cup pastry competition, I think I've heard of that. Netizens are actively commenting on it. I've heard of it too. Hold on, let me ask Baidu. Don't ask above, I just looked it up. It was the 2002 International Baking Cup. Su Tong did indeed take first place and win the championship. Oh my gosh, I just got back from Baidu too. This is actually true. I actually found it. The International Baking Cup. That's a major international event in the culinary world. Su Tong actually managed to outshine chefs from other countries and take first place. So proud. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. And inside the mushroom house. As a 5G surfing girl, Zhang Zifeng quickly found information about the International Baking Cup and Su Tong on Baidu. Wow. It's true. Look. Zhang Zifeng passed the phone around to Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Uncle Shen, and Peng Peng. On her phone, the first thing that caught her eye was the theme. From Samsung chef Su Tong, who won first place at the International Baking Cup pastry competition with a uniquely flavored milk-based series he created and reinvented. Let's congratulate him. Below are various introductions. It even comes with a photo of Su Tong wearing a pure white chef's uniform, holding a large trophy in her hands, and smiling on stage. This is simply unbelievable. So what we're eating is the milk fragrance series that Su Tong won the world championship with back then? Mr. Huang said with some surprise. Guliolu. Peng Peng swallowed hard and couldn't help but glance at the milk-scented bread in his hand, which was already half-eaten. Recalling his earlier rough manner of eating, he couldn't help but silently berate himself for his lack of refinement. Such a fine thing should be savored in small sips, that's the way to do it. At the same time, netizens are once again in an uproar. Youth. These years have really been tough on you. Youth, you really can't take it anymore, I'm tearing up. So proud. This is what our youth is all about. So that's it. Even without singing, you've gone on to win championships in various fields. Everyone rushed to comment. Yeah, that's right. Once upon a time, Su Tong never revealed her real name. So even he, standing on the podium, smiling and greeting everyone, no one would recognize him. But he remains calm and composed. And continued to excel in every field. That's youth. That's what youth is for everyone. That is the true essence of youth for everyone, a goal worth striving for. Back then, it was just the two of us accompanying him to the competition. Zhang Runan pouted and said. So when we first arrived and smelled this scent, we knew it was the milk fragrance series. My goodness. After they finished speaking, Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and the others looked at each other in astonishment. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Perhaps. From the very beginning, when they first learned of this matter, they had already anticipated that Su Tong might surprise them. They had prepared in advance to keep their emotions in check. But when the situation arose, they still can't help but be surprised. It was unimaginable. Su Tong. To be able to achieve so much things that many people spend their entire lives striving for and may never even come close to achieving. Is he still human? This statement is not meant to be derogatory in any way. It's just that I'm so surprised. Oh, my brother. Uncle Shen couldn't help but pat Su Tong on the shoulder and said, if I had half your talent, I'd be walking around with my head held high all day, eager to tell everyone about my achievements. Not like you. Everyone who heard this could not help but look upon Su Tong with even greater respect. Yes, indeed. So many fields. So many achievements. Reaching the pinnacle. If it were anyone else, they might say they are modest and humble, never boasting about their achievements. But who doesn't want others to know about their successful side? As Tangu said, the same experience, if it happened to him. Don't even mention him, it would be the same for anyone. They'd be walking down the street with a sign around their neck, telling everyone about their achievements in every field. But what about Su Tong? He remains silent the entire time. Every time. Is a special guest. Just in time. Then I was forced to reveal myself. Perhaps. If there weren't so many guests, Su Tong would never have spoken up on his own. His character, his charm, is. With so many fans, you should go and learn and understand. For a moment, the fans watching the screen couldn't help but begin to look up to Su Tong with great respect. Even the guests inside the mushroom house. People like Mr. He and Mr. Huang also looked at Su Tong with admiration. Alright. Watching the situation escalate, Su Tong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He laughed and said, these are just some old, trivial matters. There's no need to bring them up and show off. Let's just be happy together and eat some bread. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of bread himself, shoved it into his mouth without any care, but he said, Try some quickly before it gets cold. I haven't made this in a long time, so my skills are a bit rusty. It's not as good as before, but please make do. Chapter 87, How Did You Meet Sutong? Sutong said this. Has some deeper meaning. As soon as Mr. He heard this, he immediately understood. Slap. He clapped his hands and laughed. Well, since that's the case, we won't be polite either. Everyone, hurry up and get started. If we wait any longer, the bread we need to win the championship will be eaten up. Alright, I won't hesitate then. Uncle Shen wasn't being polite at all, he just grabbed 2 right away. I won't be polite either. Mr. Huang's live-streamed food show was on, so I went up and grabbed 2 too. Even Zhang Zifeng, Zhang Runan, and Tan Songyun each reached out to grab some bread. As for Pang Pang, was very polite. After everyone has finished, then you can start taking them. So, it's no wonder Pang Pang is so popular, he knows he has a big appetite, so he lets everyone eat first. That's good. Everyone ate while praising the food. And Mr. He was quietly observing Sutong. Perhaps it had become routine even when she made something exquisite herself. Sutong only ate 1. That was it. Mr. He thought to himself. The young are truly formidable. Sutong is really. He exchanged a glance with Mr. Huang, and it seemed like both of them saw the same look of astonishment in each other's eyes once again. The words Sutong had just spoken actually has a lot of meaning. Let me put it this way. It was revealed by Tan Songyun that Sutong won the baking competition championship with this milk fragrance series. Everyone now knows that this bread is no ordinary bread. It's like the difference between buying a $15 steak at a street stall and ordering a $1,000 filet mignon at a fancy restaurant. Even though it's all beef. But the latter is simply high-end, elegant, and sophisticated. It can be sold at a price many times higher than the former. Same principle. Sutong's milk-scented bread is the same. Perhaps before knowing how high-end this bread is, people would eat it happily and directly, without any reservations. But once you learn about those things, when you look at this milk-scented bread again, you'll already have a preconceived notion that this bread must have won a baking competition and must have something special about it. It deserves a careful taste. Take Pang Pang before, for example. Didn't know he would take a big bite. Once you know, you want to tear it apart bit by bit and savor it slowly. Is this okay? Is this even considered a meal? Is this really what they call the good life? Mr. He speculates that Sutong probably didn't want to tell everyone because she didn't want them to feel pressured while eating. But since she's already told us, we can only try to make amends. So, he said. He did much worse this time than before, especially compared to his peak period. He was way off. So now he's just making do. Although, people still have a mindset of taking their time to savor things. But it won't be like before, where people felt it was so high-end and sophisticated. So, speaking is an art. Compared to other fields, speaking is the most difficult skill to learn and improve upon. This is related to personal emotional intelligence, and so on. And undoubtedly, in this field, the heights Sutong has reached have even left He Laosher in awe and admiration. As one can imagine, to say that he has reached the pinnacle of his field is no exaggeration. Today's weather is not the kind of clear, sunny day with not a cloud in the sky. Instead, the sky has taken on a slightly overcast appearance. The morning was cloudy. It is said that it will be overcast in the afternoon, and it may even rain. But that's just how it is. At this time of year, the weather is like a child's face, crying when it wants to and stopping when it wants to. So, you never know what to expect. The many guests who had already had breakfast, comfortably lying on the small chairs in the pavilion. Woo-woo. Enjoying the occasional breeze. Feeling a sense of ease and comfort. There's still some dough left. I'll tidy it up and bake some bread for everyone to eat as the main meal at lunchtime. Sutong took the empty baking tray and left a quick message before heading into the kitchen. Where could one find such a good man? Watching Sutong's back, Tan Songyun couldn't help but sigh. Haha, Songyun, the goddess, is in love. Look at the way Songyun is looking at Sutong. She's practically telling Sutong directly. Yeah. I never thought even Songyun would fall for Sutong. Netizens rushed to comment. Poof. Mr. Huang also laughed out loud and said, Songyun, why don't you confess your feelings to Sutong? Maybe he'll agree to be with you. Yeah. Tanggu, who enjoys watching the commotion, chimed in. Maybe my little brother is blind and fell for you? Ha! Everyone was amused by Uncle Shen's remark. Tang Ji's title as the master of the crowd wasn't earned for nothing. Tan Songyun rolled her eyes at Shintang and continued. Tanggu also said that he wouldn't be blind to overlook me. There are so many beautiful women swarming around him, and there are plenty who are more influential than me. Even the prominent ladies of the capital are circling around him. As she said this, Tan Songyun couldn't help but sigh with a touch of sadness. Yeah. Zhang Runan also chimed in. Do you think we've never had feelings for each other? But even if we did, it wouldn't matter. We're just friends, or buddies. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing at the word buddy mentioned by Zhang Runan. The two of them sounded pitiful, but they did have a point. Some netizens commented, "Yeah, someone like Sutong, those wealthy merchants with connections in the capital are probably all thinking about sending their own cabbages to Sutong's pigsty." That's not surprising. Compared to female celebrities, socialites are actually more alluring. Those who don't understand will never understand. Yeah. Socialites are actually just less famous than celebrities. How many wealthy businessmen would rather marry an ordinary person than a celebrity? Tan Song-yoon, Zhang Runan, and others aren't insecure, they're genuinely afraid that Sutong won't find them attractive. If they are rejected, it will be even more embarrassing. I never thought that even a goddess would feel the same sense of inferiority as us single people. I can totally relate. A netizen commented. But soon another netizen came out to stir things up. I said, "You upstairs don't even know what you're talking about. How can you compare yourself to them? Yeah, in front of Sutong, what kind of girl wouldn't feel inferior? Who could really stand confidently in front of Sutong and confess their feelings to him? I can't do it. I can't do it either. I can't do it one." For the time being, everyone felt sorry for the two goddesses. In the mushroom house, everyone takes turns speaking. Because the clumsy host Uncle Shen, who had just caused some awkwardness, didn't respond either. The atmosphere grew a bit somber. However, Mr. He said, "I'm a bit curious, how did you two meet?" Every guest who comes to our mushroom house has a pretty unique story about how they met Sutong. Exactly. Mr. Huang smiled and looked at Uncle Shen, saying, "The story of how Shintang and Sutong met is really interesting." Really? Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Runan, who had successfully changed the topic, piqued their interest. They began to talk about how they met. Chapter 88, the heartwarming story of how Zhang Runan and Sutong met. Well, originally, Tan Song-yoon started it. She wanted to talk about how she met Sutong. The result. Just as I began, I thought about it and then said, "I haven't figured out how to say it yet." Hi. Disappointing everyone's expectations, there was an immediate outcry. "Why don't you go first, Juan?" Mr. He looked at Zhang Ruo, and it seemed like the girl was eager to try. Alright, I'll go first." Zhang Runan smiled sweetly, flicked a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her eyes, and said, "I used to be a model, right? Everyone knows that, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "I know that. We used to be models for Taobao. Yeah, I've been following her since then. She was so beautiful back then, I knew she was bound to become famous. Who would have thought she actually did?" Netizens have also been commenting on it. Come to think of it, how we met is pretty interesting. Zhang Runan laughed and said, "At that time, Sutong had just started a trendy clothing company and was looking for some models to try on clothes and take photos. I heard they were really generous, so I went. At first, I wasn't selected because I was late. Guess what happened? The last line is really hurtful, isn't it?" Everyone rolled their eyes. "How dare you? You're just like Uncle Shen. The person above is wrong. When gossiping, who can guarantee they won't tease?" Exactly. If it were me, I'd also like to leave a little suspense. Otherwise, saying everything at once would be boring. Netizens commented enthusiastically. "Hey, stop teasing us, just tell us already." Tan Song-yoon rolled her eyes and said, "Exactly." Mr. He also laughed and said, "Ruan, you mustn't learn from Uncle Shen. He's bad, and you mustn't be bad." Uncle Shen was truly an innocent bystander, looking utterly speechless. "Ha, good." Zhang Runan smiled beautifully, picked up the water by her side, lifted her hair, and took a sip. She said, "Well, I was late and didn't get in, but then Sutong happened to walk by. I didn't recognize him at the time and thought he was a staff member, so I asked him if he could let me in. But to my surprise, I actually got in. What was even more unexpected was that he was my interviewer." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. "It seems like you two are meant to be together." "Yeah, it's kind of interesting." Everyone burst out laughing. However, at this moment, Zhang Runan spoke again. "When I entered, one of the interviewers seemed to know I was late and scolded me a bit. Guess what Sutong said at that moment? Speaking of which, she seemed a bit excited. Her eyes began to sparkle with anticipation and excitement. What do you mean? Pangpeng and his younger sister Zifeng asked together. He actually said he was late too, and he came in late as well. He wasn't on time either. What's the big deal if one or two contestants are late? Wow. Hearing this, Zhang Zifeng couldn't help but let out an envious exclamation. The audience watching on screen went wild. I can even imagine Sutong's tone and smile at that moment. Sutong is so cool. Exactly. How sweet does that sound coming from him? It's the classic domineering CEO scenario. I didn't expect this guy to be so skilled. Inside the mushroom house, Mr. He also smacked his lips and said, maybe Sutong was tempted by her beauty. Why didn't you stay alert? Yeah, you're right. Mr. Huang also chimed in. This guy is a womanizer. He might be a jerk. He's probably just playing games. For a moment, netizens were amused. Mr. Huang, Sutong, that incident from last time hasn't been resolved yet. Mr. Huang, Sutong actually dared to treat our little sister like that? You'll regret it. Mr. Huang is so funny. But Zhang Runin shook her head and said. Later, I found out that he had been involved in a traffic accident that day because the driver was careless on the road. An elderly person fell and no one helped them, so he took the person to the hospital and rushed over afterward, which is why he was late. Upon hearing this, netizens couldn't sit still anymore. Is this for real? Sutong dares to help an elderly person? Isn't he afraid of being extorted? That's true. These days, some people have corrupted society, and even good old folks don't get helped anymore. Everyone sighed in unison. At the same time, they also admired Sutong's actions. To say nothing else, let me ask you this. If you see an elderly person lying on the ground on a busy street, would you assume they're just trying to scam you? Would you dare to help him up? 90% of people would probably answer no, right? This is undeniable. And this particular quality of Sutong is truly remarkable. Moreover, at the same time, Mr. He also noticed something else. If you put it that way, Sutong is really too kind. Yeah. Teacher Huang finally said. He was late due to an unexpected situation, yet he didn't make excuses for himself. Instead, he used his own lateness to excuse you? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Zhang Runin nodded repeatedly. That's exactly why. She came to trust Sutong so much. Later, I successfully secured a project with their company and produced a few videos for them, which were very well received. Zhang Runin continued. He also often watched the ad shoots, and we gradually got to know each other. It was quite a coincidence. For the film Sadness Flows Backward, Sutong knew the director and recommended me, so I was able to get the role. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised again. As we all know, even though Zhang Runin had already gained some fame within the industry. But it was the film Sadness Flows Like a River that truly propelled her to fame. Who would have thought? It was actually introduced by Sutong? Sutong really recommended a good role. Of course, Sutong's taste speaks for itself. Netizens immediately started posting comments. I really didn't expect that. Mr. He said. So, Sutong is the person who recognized your potential in life? You bet. Zhang Runin pouted her lips and said. Sutong is one of the few big bosses I've met who actually promotes new talent. Many of the people he's recommended are newcomers, and almost every one of them has stood out. His eye for talent is truly exceptional. That's right. Hearing this, Mr. Huang was quite moved. He said. These days, it's rare to find someone who can recommend new talent. Everyone sighed in unison. Except for those who have opportunities and connections. It's really tough for newcomers to make a name for themselves these days. No. It would be more accurate to say that it is virtually impossible to rise to prominence. The current market is really unfriendly to newcomers. No one is willing to allocate resources to newcomers. In such circumstances, Sutong could still insist on promoting new talent. It's a breath of fresh air. That's really impressive. Peng Peng said with a smirk. Don't talk about me. Zhang Runin laughed and said. Let Song Yun tell you. The story of how she met Sutong is much more interesting. Chapter 89, that store is owned by Sutong? Really? How did Song Yun and Sutong meet? Teacher He, Teacher Huang, Uncle Shen, Peng Peng, and Zifeng all turned to look at Tan Song Yun. Netizens also commented. The story of how Runin and Suchuang met is so interesting. I'm actually more excited about how Song Yun and Sutong will meet. Oh my goodness, without even realizing it, this has become the most anticipated part of every episode. Ha! The person above is absolutely right. It's so eye-catching, but there's nothing we can do about it. Everyone burst into laughter. Yeah, that's right. Once upon a time, I longed for it. It was Chef Huang, the high EQ teacher He, Peng Peng with his infectious laughter, and my sweet little sister Zifeng. 3 seasons have passed. The loyal viewers of Longing for 4 are basically here for this. Never gets old. Now, although it still doesn't feel boring. But, no surprise there. Now, every time a guest comes on the show, reveal one of Sutong's identities. And share the story of how they met. And it actually happened. Now the biggest highlight. Of course. With the arrival of Sutong, highlights are also beginning to emerge. For example, Sutong's first culinary debut. And this morning's Milk Fragrance series. Not all of them are highlights or all the highlights? Other variety shows only highlight 1 or 2 moments in an episode, but Longing for the past 4 is almost non-stop highlights. Viewer engagement is extremely high. This is also quite rare. Longing for 4 has also become one of the top-rated variety shows in the lineup of flagship variety programs. A true national variety show. We're not exaggerating. Facing everyone's gaze, Tan Songyun just smiled shyly. She was nowhere near as beautiful as Bai Runan. Is that so? Upon hearing this, everyone was not disappointed, but instead became even more excited. Tan Songyun smiled and said, "It's really fate. At the time, I had graduated for a few years, had almost no work, and no acting roles to take on." She then shared some of her own experiences. She graduated from a drama academy and has a formal background in the field. But these days, it's not like having a formal education guarantees you'll become famous or get a job. When Tan Songyun first graduated, she couldn't get any work either. She was just like those trainees who were just getting by without any ambition. Everyone knows this. Feel sorry for the goddess. The market is so tough on newcomers these days. Netizens are commenting on this. Tan Songyun also added, "Then, by chance, I happened to pass by Su Tong's noodle shop in Shanghai." "A noodle shop?" Peng Peng suddenly exclaimed. "Su Tong still runs a pastry shop? In Shanghai?" Tan Songyun nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Yes, it's the famous restaurant called Shengtong Noodles in the city center." Tan Songyun hasn't gotten to the point yet. She just mentioned the pastry shop. Everyone went wild. "You mean that pastry shop that can make all kinds of pastries?" Mr. He exclaimed in surprise. "Yes." Tan Songyun nodded blankly and said, "But at that time, he hadn't participated in the baking competition yet. That all happened later." "I know that place too." Mr. Huang also exclaimed in surprise. "I even went out to buy some dirty buns." Zhang Zifeng said timidly, "I've been there with my friends too." Peng Peng said so too. "Wow, that's interesting. I've also heard of that store. When I was in Shanghai recording a show, several young women mentioned that the owner of that store was very handsome. It turns out he's my younger brother." Uncle Shen shook his head and said. At the same time, netizens were also in an uproar. "I know that store. I go there all the time. That store has been around for years. Being able to stay open that long in Shanghai is a testament to its quality. Oh my goodness, why haven't I had the good fortune to come across Su Tong? Don't be jealous, I actually did meet him once. At the time, I thought Su Tong was so handsome, but I didn't know who he was." "Is that true? I'm seriously jealous of the person above. I never would have guessed." Mr. He shook his head and couldn't help but glance at Su Tong, who was back in the kitchen, putting on an apron and busy at work. "It turns out we've crossed paths countless times without ever truly meeting. What a pity," he said, shaking his head. "Yes. In their lives, it seems like they always end up crossing paths with Su Tong. The bakery in the Magic City is so. Kyoto's gyms are the same. I really didn't expect that." "Yeah." Everyone sighed in unison. At that moment, Zhang Runan raised her hand and said, "Songyun hasn't finished yet, everyone, snap out of it." Now, everyone's attention is finally back on track. "Oh, sorry, Songyun, please continue." Mr. He covered his face and said silently, "Haha, it's okay." Tan Songyun didn't seem to mind at all that her words had been interrupted. She smiled and said, "I also met Su Tong while buying bread. When I was paying, I thought he was quite handsome, but I never expected that." At this point, she paused. "Hey! Don't keep us in suspense, just say it already." Uncle Shen on the side rolled his eyes and said, "Ha ha. Uncle Shen can't stand it himself. Serves him right." Uncle Shen, who was so good at teasing others, finally got a taste of his own medicine. Hiccup. Netizens were all amused. "Uncle Shen, you're reaping what you sowed, aren't you? You know this just makes people hate you more, don't you? Ha ha." Mr. Huang and the others also laughed and said. Uncle Shen rolled his eyes repeatedly. Okay, I'll tell you." Tan Songyun continued. "What I didn't expect was that after paying the bill, he actually asked for my phone number." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. "Put. No way. Su Tong actually asked for Songyun's phone number? Oh my goodness. If I were you, I'd think he has ulterior motives." "You must be blind. With Su Tong's conditions, you'd think he has ulterior motives? Well, even if he does have ulterior motives, I'd still be willing." Ha ha. You guys are so funny. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. "Is this real or fake?" Mr. He and the others also looked surprised. "Of course it's true." Tan Songyun replied with a smile. "You're really giving it to me?" Mr. Huang asked helplessly. "Maybe this kid has ulterior motives?" Upon hearing this, the netizens burst into laughter again. "Mr. Huang sure holds a grudge." "Exactly, a younger sister holding a grudge all this time. Su Tong is so pitiful." "Mr. Huang, Su Tong didn't expect that, did she? This joke won't fly." In the mushroom house, everyone was also amused by Mr. Huang. As for Tan Songyun, she laughed indifferently. "Of course I gave it to him. After all, I was single at the time. If someone takes an interest in you and asks for your phone number, you never know, maybe it's fate." Besides, he's actually quite good looking, isn't he? Chapter 90, The Best of Us and the Relationship with Soo-tong. Songyun's last line was the real highlight. Thought-provoking and worth pondering. The goddess is way too real. You said it perfectly. In this looks-obsessed world, if you're not attractive, who's going to give you their contact information? Hey there! Netizens are leaving comments. That's spot on. So spot on. Everyone in the mushroom house burst out laughing. One after another, they all gave Tan Songyun a thumbs up. That's spot on. If she had just said it plainly, it would mean that if Soo-tong weren't so good looking, she wouldn't have given him her contact information. He. Tan Songyun secretly rejoiced, her pretty face flushing red, but she did not refute it. After all, it was the truth. Just think about it. As someone like Tan Songyun, if she encounters an old man who looks really creepy and greasy on the street and he asks for her contact information, would she give it to him? No way. She's afraid that if she turns back, she'll be accused of something. On the other hand, someone like Soo-tong. Just looking at them makes girls' hearts race. They can't help but want to ask for their contact information. He took the initiative, so why didn't Tan Songyun give it to him? Don't mention her. Anyone would have done the same. In the pavilion, there was a burst of laughter and joyful chatter. The camera cuts to a different scene. On the other side. In the kitchen, Soo-tong had just placed a tray of prepared bread into the oven. She still had cotton gloves on her hands. He raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He sighed. Exhaled. Ha! At that moment, laughter drifted over from the direction of the pavilion. Soo-tong instinctively, unconsciously, felt an ominous foreboding. What's so exciting? He took a few steps forward, came to the windowsill, and asked. And? Upon hearing his words, the laughter in the pavilion suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's expressions were rather peculiar. Soo-tong seemed to suddenly get an ominous feeling. We were just chatting. What could possibly be wrong? Tango reacted quickly and said immediately. Really? Soo-tong asked. Of course. Zhang Runin raised her hand and said. Mr. Su, you should get back to work. Do you need any help? Soo-tong rolled her eyes. Help? I think you just want to sneak a bite, don't you? He. Upon hearing this, Zhang Runin let out a silly laugh. The goddess is so cute. Yeah, they look really close. Sigh, Soo-tong has achieved what we all aspire to. Alas, Soo-tong, just give up. Even if I draw my sword, I couldn't defeat you. Netizens commented one after another. Yeah, that's right. After hearing about a series of events, netizens suddenly felt they shouldn't be so envious. Why are so many goddesses being nice to Soo-tong? Because he's outstanding. Even if they draw their swords, could they possibly match Soo-tong? Of course not. No doubt about it. Seeing it with my own eyes. That Soo-tong couldn't be coaxed into saying anything, he shrugged helplessly and returned to his own battlefield, the kitchen. But she still pouted, thinking to herself. No, I'll have to ask about this later. Netizens who saw this scene also laughed so hard they fell over. Soo-tong noticed something was off. Whenever it's this lively, it must be about him. That's totally true. Well, there's a spy from Soo-tong's crew, so he's sure to find out. Alright. Let's get back to the topic at hand. As Soo-tong returned to the kitchen, Tan Songyun continued. After getting his phone number, it was over a month before he finally called me. I even thought he might have written down the wrong number, so I went out of my way to visit him. Who would have thought that he recognized me? Hadn't he forgotten my phone number, but still didn't he call me? Speaking of which, Tan Songyun seemed a bit depressed. As a goddess, a high and mighty actress, feeling good about themselves. Even someone like Soo-tong is actively asking for her phone number. Why isn't she taking the initiative to contact him? Why not just go out for a meal, watch a movie, or go shopping? That should be enough, right? Isn't that what everyone does nowadays? She's still looking forward to it. Who knows if he even intended to call? What happened later? Zhang Zifeng asked curiously. Then I just left. Tan Songyun said. But who would have known that a month later, he suddenly called me? I thought he had finally come to his senses, but guess what he called me for? Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. You're killing us. Mister, he said. Exactly. Everyone agreed. Tan Songyun hadn't intended to keep them in suspense, so she laughed and said. He ended up inviting me to star in The Best of Us. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Even the people inside the mushroom house were wide-eyed, speechless. Tan Songyun was able to star in The Best of Us because of Soo-tong? Is that true? Oh my goodness. I can't even imagine. They really didn't disappoint us in the process. Netizens are all amazed. As we all know, the goddess Tan Songyun first gained recognition from the wildly popular web series The Best of Us back in the day. It was also that series that marked the beginning of her successful career. unexpectedly, turned out to be connected to Su Tong? Wait. Mr. He raised his hand and said, "What does The Best of Us have to do with Su Tong?" Yes. Mr. Huang also nodded and said, "I know the director. It's not Su Tong, is it?" Everyone expressed their doubts. Yeah. What does The Best of Us have to do with Su Tong? You don't know. At this point, Tan Song-yoon also began to get excited. She said, "The screenwriter of The Best of Us is Su Tong, and he wrote the script." At this point, she really got excited. She was almost dancing with joy. And everyone were all surprised and stared wide-eyed. Oh my goodness. Is this real? I can't believe it. Back to the previous post, I just asked Baidu, and it said that the screenwriter's name is V, which is a pseudonym, and there is no real name. V, you're not being clear enough, are you? It's Su Tong. Oh my goodness. I never expected such a great script to be written by Su Tong. He's actually a screenwriter? Youth. What else have you been hiding from us? Netizens are absolutely furious. It's really blown up. You should know. Back then, the web series The Best of Us may have been a web series, but it broke records in terms of viewership. The word of mouth was absolutely amazing. The lead actors deserve all the credit. But the most important factor is still the screenwriter. That script is absolutely unbeatable. It was actually written by Su Tong? Chapter 91, He's the Investor. What's so difficult about being a capitalist? Blinded me. You've really blinded my 24K titanium alloy eyes. Netizens are truly baffled. They couldn't have imagined it. A single person. What on earth happened? How could someone be this good? He even managed to write a script like The Best of Us. He's not just a singer, he's also a chef and has all sorts of other identities. Now, he's actually a screenwriter. A screenwriter. The kind who makes a living off their talent. Everyone is really confused. How many screenwriters are there in the industry? Who doesn't know them? Even among professional screenwriters, writing one hit script in a lifetime is already quite impressive, isn't it? Su Tong. As an amateur screenwriter who probably isn't very professional, the script I wrote actually went viral. Of course, it's surprising. It's absolutely terrifying. Is he even human anymore? Even robots aren't that terrifying, are they? I really didn't expect that. Mr. He and Mr. Huang exchanged glances with the others and exclaimed in amazement. I didn't expect Su Tong to have this trick up his sleeve. When they glanced back at the kitchen again, Su Tong's figure seemed to have grown taller. This is what an idol should be. I didn't expect that either. Tan Song-yoon clapped her hands and said, "At the time, I even thought it was fake. Think about it, he runs a bakery. How could he have such connections? I thought he was deceiving me." It wasn't until the production team sent me the notice and I arrived on set that I realized it was all real. This experience was truly bittersweet. Later, Su Tong told me that the first time he saw me, he thought I was perfect for the role of Gung, so... Speaking of which, Tan Song-yoon pursed her lips, her eyes growing sorrowful and speechless. So he was the one who asked for your phone number, yet you thought he was captivated by your irresistible charm? The bad Uncle Shintang took the bait. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Although she really didn't want to admit it, Tan Song-yoon covered her face and nodded, saying, "Who would have thought that would happen? Really? Ha, the goddess is blushing. If it were me, I'd be embarrassed too. I thought she was captivated by her own charm, but it turns out she didn't even notice it. I thought Su Tong had ulterior motives, but it turns out she really does have ulterior motives." Hiccup. Netizens are commenting. However, we should indeed thank Su Tong. After laughing, Tan Song-yoon pursed her lips and said seriously, "At that time, since I was a newcomer, the director wanted to cast an established actor. It was only because Su Tong insisted that I was given the role. To be honest, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't know what I'd be doing now. I might not even be an actor. After all, back then, I was really on the verge of giving up." She was being serious. She was in Shanghai back then. The cost of living there was way beyond what a recent graduate with little income could afford. It's not uncommon for people to give up. These days, there are countless talented actors who have been forced out of the industry by the market. And if you go out and ask around, how many directors would hire newcomers? Some newcomers don't even know how to find the camera position. It's also quite challenging to shoot. Yeah, it is. Mr. Huang said with a slight sigh. In that case, Su Tong can be considered your mentor. Yeah, you have to admire Su Tong's eye for talent. Mr. He nodded and said, "You portray the character of Gung so well that everyone feels like Gung is you, no doubt about it." Hearing this, everyone agreed enthusiastically. Really? When I first saw the character Gung, I thought she was so cute. Su Tong really has an eye for talent. If you say that The Best of Us will become a huge hit, it's actually all thanks to Su Tong. He chose the most outstanding female lead, and he also wrote the script. What the person above said seems spot on. Indeed. When it comes to a good TV series, what makes it go viral? As I mentioned earlier, apart from the script, it's all about the actors. Now, the script was written by Soo Tong, and he also selected the actors. The success of this play is entirely due to him. It can be said that in the drama The Best of Us, you can do without anyone else, but you absolutely cannot do without this adorable Gung Gung. It must have been quite a challenge for Soo Tong to secure the role for you. He's truly kind. Pang Pang exclaimed admiringly. Even the screenwriter doesn't have the right to choose the female lead, does he? The female lead in a drama isn't something to be taken lightly. At the same time, Pang Pang couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. He admired Soo Tong for going to such great lengths to secure the role for a girl he wasn't very familiar with. Yeah. Mr. Huang and the others also praised it enthusiastically. Soo Tong's qualities are worthy of admiration. But who knows? Just as they were sighing, Tan Song-yoon laughed and said, "Why bother? Why would it be a hassle?" She said directly. He's the investor, the sole investor. He funded the entire production, and he has the final say in casting. If he says someone can't be cast, then that's final. With that said, everyone rolled their eyes. I completely forgot. Ren Soo Tong is a big shot. He achieved financial freedom over a decade ago. Exactly. These days, what can't you do with money? As the investor, isn't it only natural for them to choose the actor? Haha, oh my goodness. I completely forgot about that. Soo Tong, I almost forgot you're such a big shot. Netizens are commenting. Poor them, they were just now still thinking how difficult Soo Tong was, and yet they helped Tan Song-yoon secure the role. Who would have thought? They were the capitalists. The biggest investor. The big boss. They said they wanted to choose the female lead. Who dares to disobey? Even if the director has complaints, can they really refuse? Don't pick a fight with anyone, especially not with capital. This isn't just idle talk. You're trying to be stubborn, aren't you? You don't agree with my choice of female lead, do you? Sure. If you argue or disagree, I'll make you pack your bags and get out of here immediately. Then I'll use more money to find better people. Find people who won't argue with me or give me feedback. I want people who will say whatever I tell them and follow my instructions. In the eyes of capital, there's only one thing that matters. As long as I have the money, there are plenty of people more qualified than you to do the job. That's how brutal it is. That's how wild it is. That's how carefree it is. That's just how I roll. Oh my goodness. Everyone in the mushroom house burst out laughing. We even forgot that he was a big capitalist. Chapter 92, Selecting a New Lead Actress. Only Soo Tong dares to do it within the industry. Though that's what she said, gratitude is still in order. Tan Song-yoon said with a smile. She was a person who knew how to repay kindness. If it weren't for Soo Tong, she might still be a nobody with no prospects. You should know. Female actors can't compare to male actors. Most male actors can play young heartthrobs when they're young, tough guys when they're older, and seasoned veterans when they're even older. But what about these female actors? To put it bluntly, after those few years of youth and beauty, they fade into obscurity. By the time she graduated, she was already in her mid-20s. If she didn't make it big after a few more years of ups and downs, she was doomed. There might not be the Tan Song-yoon we know today. That's why. It's all thanks to Soo Tong. That's right. Teacher Huang suddenly smacked his lips and said, "To be honest, I've also worked as a director and producer. If I were in your position, I wouldn't have the courage to choose such a newcomer as the lead actress." Note: the newcomers here are not the kind who have been struggling in the industry for years before getting their first acting role. Rather, they are. The real ones have never even set foot in this circle. Such people are truly terrifying. Yeah, I agree. Pang Pang said. And she's just a stranger. You don't even know what kind of person she is, yet you believe her just because of her appearance? Yeah. In Tan Song-yoon's story. For Soo Tong at that time. She was just an ordinary little girl. We only met once. Leave your contact information. Wait until the production team starts planning, then invite her to act? That must take a lot of guts. The average person. Absolutely impossible. They don't have the guts. Pang Pang, are you questioning Song-yoon's character? Uncle Shin, who was enjoying the spectacle, laughed and said, I didn't. Pang Pang hurriedly waved his hands. This silly guy was still pretty scared. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, I didn't expect the story of how you met Soo Tong to be so interesting. Mister, he laughed. Let's raise our glasses and toast to Soo Tong. Everyone raised their glasses. In the direction of the kitchen. To Soo Tong. Everyone, I won't say anything else, but Soo Tong's character is truly beyond reproach. That's right. Daring to promote newcomers and giving them opportunities that's so bold. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the bakery and the gym to bump into Soo Tong. What if he notices me too? Alright, everyone, keep watching. I'll be off now. I'll take my leave as well. I'll take my leave first. The audience said they were leaving, while the ratings kept climbing. Estimated. This is probably the first show of its kind in China, where viewers say they want to leave but keep watching anyway, right? Interesting. Mr. Huang, our kitchen really is full of hidden talents. Mr. He looked at the kitchen, where Su Tong was busy at work, and remarked with admiration. This wasn't just praise for Su Tong, it was also praise for Mr. Huang. That's right. The kitchen is always full of hidden talents. At the same time, in the kitchen. Finished. Su Tong finally managed to shove the last batch of pastries into the oven. Su Tong, Su Tong. Just as he sat down to catch his breath, a young woman from the production team waved him over. Ha! What's going on? Su Tong paused for a moment before quickly regaining her composure. This was to report the enemy situation to him. When Su Tong came out of the kitchen, the corners of his mouth were twitching. Ha ha! As soon as I saw Su Tong like this, I knew someone must have ratted him out. Need I say more? Su Tong like that, ha, so funny. Look at them, constantly exposing Su Tong's past and making her look so bad. Exactly. Although netizens feel sorry for Su Tong, they still want to expose more of the truth. Enough is enough. Oh no! It's broken. Upon seeing Su Tong's expression, Uncle Shen immediately clapped his hands and pointed toward the director's crew, saying, "There's a spy over there. I forgot to tell you. Last time, he got the short end of the stick from the production team. He was sold out once. Those girls were really crazy." Ah. Everyone quickly came to their senses. Forget it. I really forgot. That, we were just chatting, we weren't talking about you. Zhang Runan playfully winked at Su Tong and said. Yeah. Everyone agreed. This made Su Tong even more helpless. He rolled his eyes and said. I haven't even asked anything yet. Everyone. Suddenly, they all fell silent. Yeah. There's no silver here. Su Tong hasn't said a word yet. They're just sitting there. Sold themselves out. Put. Ha! Ruona is so cute. There's no silver here. How about selling your own feelings? Hiccup. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. As for Su Tong, he could only sigh and pull out a chair to sit down. And turned to look at Shin Teng. He asked. Tengu, aren't you leaving yet? It's already this late. Upon hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Yes, Uncle Shin, shouldn't you be leaving? Mr. He also asked. Generally speaking, one guest per episode. Uncle Shin should have left by now. Jingyi and Xuanjie left early this morning. Uncle Shin is still here. He's still lying here as if nothing happened, eating, drinking, and chatting, showing no signs of wanting to clear the way. If it weren't for Su Tong reminding everyone, they would have all forgotten. In the end, Tanggu casually waved his hand and said, You know what? I don't want to leave yet. I'll stay and play for another day. Anyway, I've been pretty free these past 2 days. Going back is going back, so staying here for 2 more days is fine. You're staying? Su Tong was startled by this. Put. Ha! Look at Su Tong's surprised expression. He's afraid Uncle Shen will trick him again. I agree. The sooner he's gone, the better. Netizens commented one after another. The production team was also taken aback. Tanggu, we only signed for 1 episode. Director Wang Yi said tremblingly. We're going to go over budget again. Don't worry. Tanggu smiled and said. For my little brother's sake, I won't charge for the next episode. Just feed me. The director perked up at the mention of this. Tanggu is now being hailed by many netizens as the new king of comedy, and his comedic skills are top-notch. Of course, it's a good thing he's not leaving. I don't really have an opinion either. Wang Dao expressed his opinion on the spot. Su Tong. He doesn't mind, but Su Tong does. Ha, look at Su Tong's expression. That's hilarious. How badly does Su Tong want Uncle Shen to leave? Hiccup. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Uncle Shen, are you really going to record another episode? Mr. He also asked. Of course, you're so welcoming to me. Uncle Shen patted Su Tong on the shoulder and laughed. Especially my younger brother, who cooked my favorite dish, braised goose in an iron pot, and there's freshly baked bread too. How could I possibly leave? You know what I mean, right, little brother? Su Tong. You're a hammer. Chapter 93, Are You Even Human? Oh my god. Time flew by during the negotiations, and it was already noon. When Su Tong brought out the results of her hard work from the morning, everyone was stunned. Bacon pizza. The cheese on top is baked to a golden brown, topped with onion rings, black olives, green pepper strips, and more. After baking, it smells amazing. When cut into pieces, the cheese sticks together, and just looking at it makes your mouth water. Even through the screen, you can almost smell that delicious aroma. Horn-shaped buns, pineapple buns, papaya buns, and all sorts of bread made with local specialties. Baked to a golden brown, with a crispy crust, and when you gently tear it open, the inside is incredibly soft. The aroma is irresistible. It smells amazing. Ham bread. A slice of bread with a juicy ham inside, topped with various creams. The aroma of the ham alone is enough to tempt anyone. When combined with the bread, the flavor. Yum! It's simply beyond description. Gulping. Looking at the table laden with lunch, Pangpeng, Uncle Shen, and the others were already salivating. Goodness! Just this table alone, I roughly estimate that if we were eating out, it would cost over $1,000. You're being biased up there. Even if you wanted to eat it, you might not have someone with Su Tong's culinary skills to make it for you. Su Tong is a Michelin 3-star chef and the champion of a baking competition. So, this meal is definitely worth it. Come on, don't you even look at who made it. Oh my goodness. I can almost smell the aroma through the screen. Everyone, I can't take it anymore, I'm ordering takeout to pay my respects. Same here, I'm going to order takeout too. You guys go ahead and enjoy. Wait for me. Netizens are all so smooth with their words. They were also amazed by the delicious food Su Tong had prepared. Brother! Uncle Shen wiped his mouth, patted Su Tong on the shoulder, and praised him enthusiastically. Brother, being able to meet you is truly a blessing in my life. I really have to thank you. In the end, Su Tong rolled her eyes and said, Tengu, if you want to thank me, just eat your meal and pack your things, then go back where you came from. Eh? What do you mean by that? Tengu said with a sly grin. Is this how you treat guests on loaning? Can you let me go? No. The man asked himself and answered his own question, not even waiting for Su Tong to respond. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. In the end, Uncle Shen decided to stay one more day. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. I said, Mr. Su. Zhang Runin tugged at Su Tong and asked, when are we finally going to eat? She's really craving it. Shan Su Tong's cooking skills have been top-notch for ages. He doesn't do it very often, after all. Exactly, I'm starving. Tan Song Yun also tapped Su Tong and said, don't mention them. Over at Pang Pang and Zhang Zifeng's place, the brother and sister are about to lose their cool and go all out. Oof. Mr. Huang smiled and said to Su Tong, Su Tong, look how you're making them drool. I think my job is really in jeopardy now. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Tong smiled and said, alright, everyone, let's dig in. Su Tong gave the order. We've been waiting for you to say that. I can't wait any longer. I'm starting. I'm coming too. Pang Pang, slow down, leave me a piece. Ah Pang, move back a little. Brother. That's enough. Uncle Shen, don't take it. There's plenty more. These celebrities, who are usually so glamorous, cultured, knowledgeable, and polite. One by one, their true nature is fully exposed. No one is holding back anymore. Even Pang Pang isn't holding back anymore. Just go for it. Keep pulling hard. As if they're afraid that if they don't grab it, there won't be any left for themselves. Everyone, don't fight over it. I made plenty, enough for everyone to eat. Su Tong could only smile wryly. However, I've gotten used to it. After all, over the years, wherever he cooked, people would fight over his food. Delicious. Pang Pang took a bite of pizza and exclaimed with his mouth full. That's amazing. Uncle Shen swallowed a bite of ham sandwich, tilted his head back, and wore an expression of pure bliss. It's still the same taste. Tan Song Yun and Zhang Runin exchanged a smile. Su Tong is awesome. Zhang Zifeng gives Su Tong a thumbs up. It seems like I've lost my job. Mr. Huang was eating, not sure whether to praise or cry. Ha ha. He was just laughing. This lunch. Everyone was so amazed they couldn't even speak. That's too much. That's so cruel. Of course. There are also those who simply want to try something new. There's no way around it. Mr. Huang usually prepares dishes like braised pork and sweet and sour pork, which are more mainstream dishes. They are indeed delicious, very delicious. But eating too much can get a bit greasy. Like the ones Su Tong made. Are more international in style. Of course, taste is also a decisive factor. A sudden burst of freshness. Everyone's mouths are watering. Even the viewers at home were tempted by this novelty dish, which awakened their taste buds. Grr. I actually heard the sound of my own saliva. Oh my gosh, I drooled on the table. Are these celebrities even human? What the heck, it's the middle of the night, or rather, the middle of the day, and they're posting this? I'm trying to lose weight, but never mind, I'll just eat my fill now and start again tomorrow. Are you even human? Netizens erupted in protests that sounded like the roar of a dragon. Even the program production team and numerous staff members could smell the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. Watching the guests in the pavilion who were so engrossed in eating that they had forgotten to chat, completely disregarding the show's effect. Gulyolu. Gulu. It's also a continuous sound of swallowing saliva. There's nothing we can do about it. Viewers watching the screen might be able to imagine the aroma and have their taste buds stimulated. But the staff on the live program. But standing here on the actual set. smelling this fragrance, watching this group of despicable celebrities eat like crazy. They can only stand by and watch. This is the most agonizing part. In the middle of the day, who can stand this? Exactly. I can't take it anymore. Oh my goodness. So many crew members from the director's team are rolling their eyes. Seriously. When they filmed Longing earlier, everyone watched Mr. Huang cook and ate heartily, which made them feel hungry too. But never once have they felt as hungry as they do now. That flavor. They can't stand it. They can't stand it at all. This is insane. Gulu. Even director Wang Yi couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. After filming 4 seasons of Longing for the Countryside, this was the first time he had ever been so tempted by the guests' lunch that he looked like this. Su Tong is just too amazing. Chapter 94, so thoughtful. Su Tong is so warm-hearted. Who's that? It seems like the director got carried away too. It's the middle of the day, hot and stuffy, and now I have to watch other people eat? Hurry up and go buy some takeout. I can't stand watching anymore. That's what Wang Dao said. However, the rest of the crew couldn't help but roll their eyes. They get to eat bread, cakes, and pizza made by Su Tong, while we have to settle for boxed meals. Yeah, I'm so jealous of them. Ah, I want to eat that too. Several young women on the production team have already voiced their objections. Director Wang Yi couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He wanted to eat something nice too, but with the tight budget, he couldn't afford to splurge. Sigh. Wang Dao shook his head with a bitter smile and glanced in the direction of the pavilion from afar. There, under Su Tong's guidance, everyone was enjoying their meal to the fullest. The scene was so vivid that it truly deserved the description poisonous. What a sin! Wang Dao silently held his forehead. He never imagined that Su Tong, who cooked so well, would one day make them envious. This is truly seems. Have noticed the movements of the director's crew. Mr. Huang chuckled and asked. What's going on? Why are they so rowdy? Hey, you're still talking? Can't you see their mouths are watering? Uncle Shen was being mischievous. He picked up the pizza in his hand and waved it around, saying, Hey! Want some? Ha ha. Uncle Shen is so mean. Netizens commented. Exactly, it's not just us who are craving it, even the production team is craving it. Highlight this. Even the director's crew is drooling over it. You can imagine how good it must be. I can't take it anymore. Where the heck is my takeout? I'm starving. I'll go check on the delivery guy. You guys keep chatting. No way, I'm going too. I want pizza too. The director's team. Numerous production crew members also gritted their teeth, glared, and clenched their fists. If possible, they would have loved to rush over and beat Uncle Shen up. I said, Uncle Shen, you're really mean. Mr. He laughed and said, what if one day you also get tempted? That's impossible. Uncle Shen said with great conviction. How could I possibly be tempted? I've always been the one who tempts others, haha. Wang Duoyu's personality is really showing through. He's always so hateful. And it was precisely at that moment. Su Tong put down the bread in her hand, took a sip of milk, and slowly stood up, quietly entering the kitchen. Ah! I'm so hungry. When I get back to Shanghai, I'm going to buy 10 pounds of it and eat my fill. Me too. The young girls in the crew were whispering to each other, pouting their lips, looking rather resentful. Listening to their words, director Wang Yi also looked helpless. Even if they wanted to eat, where would they go to buy food in such a remote and isolated place? That's also a problem. What a dilemma. Who knows? At this very moment, everyone. Su Tong walked over holding 2 plates of golden brown croissants and various other types of bread. Everyone, please try some. I baked them specially for you this morning. You've all worked hard. This moment. Within the director's team, there was a moment of silence. Even the audience watching on screen were all taken aback, their expressions filled with wonder. Is this for us? A few young girls looked at them with sparkling eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. Gulping. Many people are already salivating. They've been smelling that delicious aroma of baking bread for ages. The guests in the pavilion were also well aware of the temptation. This is exactly when you want to eat this. And right now, Su Tong actually brought them bread. This is like a lifesaver in a time of need. One by one, they are so touching. I'm almost in tears. Of course it's for you. Su Tong casually wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled as he said, if I don't give you all of it, are we supposed to keep it for ourselves? We have to eat it too. Yeah, that's right. Su Tong has 2 large plates of bread in her hands. There's so much. Enough for the production team to have 2 or 3 people each. There's so much bread the people in the mushroom house won't be able to finish it all. Besides, since it's a TV show, it's naturally impossible for everyone in the mushroom house to eat the same thing every meal. The next meal would lose its novelty. The audience won't be looking forward to it anymore. Therefore, after finishing this meal, it's all over. These were specifically prepared by Su Tong for the director's team. Wow! The audience in front of the screen went wild. Su Tong is so kind. I'm jealous. Turns out he's been busy in the kitchen all morning, not only preparing lunch for the guests but also for the production team. Yeah, no wonder. He must be exhausted after working so hard all morning. Exactly. Look at the sweat on his forehead. I really want that. Wow. I have to say, Su Tong is really handsome now. I'm a fan, a real fan. From now on, I'm a fan, and I'm going to be his fan. He's so kind. Netizens are going crazy. One after another, they've all turned into lemon heads. They're getting sour. No wonder they feel that way. Su Tong is just too warm-hearted. You should know. Although there were many guests in the mushroom house, preparing lunch for them would only require one table at most. But if we also need to prepare lunch for the production team, then the workload would almost triple. In other words, preparing lunch for the guests is already no easy task. And Su Tong had been busy all morning, yet she still managed to prepare something for the production team as well. He's just so thoughtful. A true gentleman, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. The audience watched the scene as the staff members who took the bread from Su Tong's hands all felt a pang of envy. It was unbelievable. I really want to eat the bread that Su Tong baked herself. Yeah. Netizens commented one after another. Meanwhile, the crew members were all in high spirits at this moment. Thanks, Su Tong. Thank you, Su Tong. Thank you. Thank you so much. One after another, they thanked Su Tong. No problem, no problem. It was just a small favor, and I did it on the way. Su Tong just smiled and responded to each one. Even the director got involved. He came over, took Su Tong's hand, and said, Mr. Su, I've decided to be your friend. It's clear that the crew members have a very high opinion of Su Tong's recent move. Meanwhile, on the other side, the guests in the pavilion, while enjoying their lunch, also glanced over at Su Tong's side. He couldn't help but smack his lips and say, Su Tong really thinks of everything, and she's also very hardworking. If it were us, even if we thought of it, we might not necessarily do it. Chapter 95, he actually said that Ruan, Song Yun, and Zifeng eat a lot? What a straight guy. Yeah. Teacher Huang praised him, saying, and it cannot be denied that Su Tong observed carefully. He noticed the staff members when he was cooking yesterday. What the two of them said was indeed the truth. Let's talk about what Su Tong did. In general, Su Tong hasn't actually cooked that many meals. Including yesterday's lunch, today's breakfast, and lunch, that's only 3 meals in total. However, yesterday, he noticed that when he brought out the dishes he had prepared, the staff members all looked at them with shining eyes. What does this indicate? It means they might want to try it too. So Su Tong secretly made a note of it. This morning I was in a hurry, so I didn't have time to come in the morning. I decided to make the most of the morning and spent the whole morning baking a lot of bread. He was right. Su Tong is indeed very hardworking. Zhang Runan nodded her head and said, indeed. The same thing, if it were someone else, even if they knew the staff also wanted to try it. I guess they probably wouldn't have thought to accommodate that, right? After all, there are too many staff members. It's not just one or two. It's not something you can just throw together and get away with. What about Su Tong? He would rather work hard all morning. Baking bread all morning. I'd been baking non-stop since breakfast. All to make sure the director's crew was taken care of too. Some might say, isn't Su Tong just trying to butter up the director's crew? That's ridiculous. You're brainless. Someone like Su Tong, does he really need to curry favor with anyone? It was purely out of goodwill. Plus, I'm not lazy at all. What's more, among the directorial team, several young women are fans of Su Tong. Her own fans. Don't pamper yourself. Who will? Mr. Huang suddenly noticed Pang Pang, who was busy eating, and couldn't help but twitch his lips, asking, Pang Pang, what do you think? Ha? Oh, I see. Pang Pang was still chewing bread in his mouth and stammered for a long time, unable to speak clearly. You rascal. Mr. Huang, frustrated that he couldn't get the hang of it, gave him a good smack with the sole of his shoe. All you know is eating, why not learn a thing or two from Su Tong? Me. Pang Pang is pretty innocent too. Who would have thought that just eating a meal could get you into trouble? Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, the director's crew was eating happily. Thanks, Su Tong. Su Tong, you're so kind. Being your fan is such a blessing. It's so delicious and fragrant. You guys keep chatting, and while you're at it, help me negotiate a deal for another piece for 2 mao. I'll go ahead and enjoy mine first. Ha ha. Several young girls were chatting excitedly with Su Tong. Su Tong wasn't in a hurry to leave either. She just sat there, chatting with them. He answered almost every question. These young girls are quite capable. They've helped him gather intelligence several times, he should at least compensate them. They were chatting happily. Netizens who saw the scene couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Love it. Sutong is just too good to her fans. Ah. I'm so jealous. Look at what they're eating. They can even chat with Sutong. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Everyone upstairs, keep chatting. My takeout is here, I'll eat first. Hey upstairs, does the takeout taste as good as Sutong's cooking? Not really. Can you still eat it? Are you picking on me upstairs? Now you've made me lose my appetite. Hiccup. The comments section is also full of talented people. Yeah. That takeout. It smells so good. It's so beautiful. But it's not as delicious as Sutong's. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Peng Peng leaned back in the small chair. His head was looking up at the sky, rolling one's eyes. Those who don't know would think this guy is dead. But he's clearly enjoying it. He ate until he was bursting. Wow, that's amazing. Your skills are definitely on point. I can't eat anymore. Mr. He, Zifeng, and even Mr. Huang all praised Sutong's lunch. Even Zhang Runan and Tan Sonyun lay down together on a small recliner. Not a care in the world about maintaining their goddess-like image. I haven't eaten in a while, so I ate too much. Zhang Runan rubbed her little belly and said with a pout. The goddess is so cute. Bullet comments are flying by. Me too. Tan Sonyun was more direct, lying on Zhang Runan's legs with her mouth open, looking like she was enjoying it. Ah. I want to lie on Runan's lap too. The comments flew by once again. Only Uncle Shen. After he came out of the restroom, he saw that the plates on the table were already empty. He stared in disbelief, completely baffled. I haven't even had enough yet, how could you all finish it all? Yeah. Uncle Shen just had an upset stomach and ran to the bathroom. It was probably because he ate too much dried goose stewed in an iron pot yesterday. Who knew he'd come back like this? There was still half a plate of bread left. But it was all eaten clean. This. All at once. Uncle Shen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He immediately grabbed Peng Peng's ear and shouted. Peng! Did you eat it all? You pig! Didn't you leave any for me? Ouch, Tango, that hurts. Peng Peng kept crying out in pain. He thought to himself that he hadn't eaten much. But he dared not say so. After all, he couldn't even eat anymore. Isn't that enough? He was afraid that if he said it out loud, Tango would kill him. Ha, Peng Peng, Uncle Shen is getting older, it's the age when one starts to put on weight. He has a big appetite, you should have saved some for him. Mister, he said with a smile. It's not like I'm the only one who ate it. Peng Peng looked all wronged and pointed at everyone, saying, Sister Runan, Sister Sonyun, and even my little sister ate a lot too. Uncle Shen, why are you picking on me? He rubbed his ears and said painfully. You little rascal, you dare to argue back. Uncle Shen gritted his teeth and grabbed his ear again. Hey! Peng Peng let out another agonizing scream. Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha! Peng is the epitome of a straight guy. He actually said that Ruan Wan, Song Yun, and his sister eat a lot. Can you say that girls eat a lot? Who wouldn't agree? I'm really curious how such a straight guy managed to find a girlfriend. Take a look. Uncle Shen wouldn't choose anyone else but him. Go find Mr. He? Mr. Huan? That's not realistic. Ruana, Song Yun, and her younger sister are all girls. Could Uncle Shen bully girls? Su Tong isn't around either. Who else could he go to? That makes sense. Look at Uncle Shen. Even though he's older, he knows not to go after young girls. He should pick someone who's a straight guy. I'm just saying this timidly, but you guys upstairs, don't you feel sorry for me, Peng? Ha, the person above really hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I think Peng Peng is so pitiful too. Pity my ass. He's a straight guy, he deserves it. I still feel sorry for him. They deserve it. Poor thing. The comments section is slowly starting to divide into two camps again. This is hilarious. Chapter 96, Longing, is the most heartwarming episode of the season. The comments section was already hilarious enough. Who would have known? At our mushroom house, an even funnier scene unfolded. Originally, Uncle Shen was upset because Peng ate all his bread. Who knows? Right at that moment, Uncle Shen, the director's team, one of the girls sitting with Su Tong and chatting. A bit on the chubby side. Long straight black hair. A fresh and elegant long dress. She stood up and waved to Uncle Shen. Ha! This time, captured everyone's attention. Because, since filming began, there have been few instances of such staff members interacting with guests. This sudden appearance is actually quite novel. What are you doing? Uncle Shen turned his head away, not caring, and raised his voice to respond. After all, she was a girl, so she had to respond when she should. But who knows? That girl? She actually started waving the croissant in her hand. Raise your voice. He shouted to Uncle Shen. Hey! Want some? Put. Ha! The crowd was completely blown away by this girl's astonishing words. Not only the many guests in the pavilion, but even the director's crew, all the staff members, and even director Wang himself were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Even Su Tong, who was closest to him, couldn't help but laugh while giving him a thumbs up. What a talent! This is a true talent. Ha! I can't take it anymore, I'm done. Uncle Shen's face turned green. Look, look, look. How does it feel to be proven wrong by your own actions? Shintang, you're bullying me, fat tiger. Netizens rushed to comment. Even many viewers watching on screen were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Yeah. Just less than half an hour ago. At that time, the guests were still enjoying their meal. They ate to their heart's content. Meanwhile, the production team had no idea that Su Tong had also prepared lunch for them. The production team is still being tempted. At that time, Uncle Shen was gloating over others' misfortune. Seeing how envious they were, he stood up and began to tease them openly. At that time, Uncle Shen's exact words were, "Hey, want some?" And, at that time, when faced with Mr. He's warning not to be so arrogant, he still said, "How could I be tempted? I've always been the type to tempt others. But now, he's finished eating here." Su Tong prepared a lot for the director's team. Now it's their turn to shine. It suddenly shifted to the director's team. It's no longer in Uncle Shen's hands. The production team only has 1 or 2 people. This time, really had everyone in stitches. Haha, Uncle Shen, what goes around comes around. Mr. He was almost laughing himself silly. I said, Shintang, you really are. Mr. Huan couldn't take it anymore and was banging his head on the desk. Ha! Even Zhang Zifeng, Zhang Runan, and Tan Songyun couldn't help but burst into laughter one after another. Ha! Among them, Peng Peng's laughter was the most infectious and the loudest. Who could blame him, given that Uncle Shen had just taken his frustration out on him? He deserved it. On the other hand, Uncle Shen. His face turned green. But the production team isn't done yet. Tang Gu. Right now. It seems like that girl has piqued his interest. Director Wang Yi leads the way. Everyone in the director's team. Everyone, please raise your lunch sandwiches. One after another, they spoke in a disorderly manner. Hey! Want some? Uncle Shen heard these words and gritted his teeth in anger. Ha! After the director finished speaking, the entire crew burst into laughter almost simultaneously. First time ever. The entire film crew was laughing so happily together. We still have to thank Su Tong, Wang Dao said. Otherwise, the feng shui won't turn in our favor. Isn't that right, everyone? If it weren't for Su Tong preparing lunch for them as well. Perhaps, as Uncle Shen said, there was truly no one else who could tempt him. Yes. Of course. Thank you, Su Tong. Thanks, Su Tong. Once again, everyone has made Su Tong the center of attention. Ha ha. Su Tong is so kind. This scene is so heartwarming. How harmonious. Honestly, this is the most harmonious scene I've seen in all 4 seasons of Longing. Everyone is commenting on it. I said, hey, little brother. Uncle Shen was so angry he was fuming. He said, we've been friends for so many years, how could you side with an outsider and bully your old buddy like this? But who knows? When faced with Uncle Shen's questions, Su Tong not only didn't argue or comfort Shintang, but instead shrugged and said, hey, bro, I'm not trying to pick on you. Why didn't you leave earlier? If you had left, would we be dealing with this now? Once those words were out of my mouth. Put. Ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. I can't take it anymore. I can't laugh anymore. If you keep laughing, I won't be able to eat my takeout. Is someone upstairs still hungry? I can't eat anymore. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, laughing so hard my heart hurts, ha. Netizens rushed to comment. Even they were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Let alone the guests and staff at the scene. Ha, Shintang, you're so funny. Mr. Huang couldn't even lift his head up, he was lying on the desk, banging it repeatedly. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Mr. He was laughing so hard his stomach hurt, slapping his thighs repeatedly. Even the director's crew over there. There was also a burst of laughter. At the same time, the young women surrounding Su Tong and the director's crew also chimed in one after another. Exactly. Uncle Shen, why did you leave? This is what happens when you cross Su Tong. You deserve it. You deserve it. Exactly. You're right. Uncle Shen deserves it. This time made Uncle Shen's face even more unbearable to look at. It's absolutely hilarious. Oh no, I don't know why, but I actually feel a little sorry for Uncle Shen. Who says otherwise? Uncle Shen is indeed very funny. Everyone's teasing him. It's hilarious. Netizens are commenting on it. Laugh. Uncle Shen rolled his eyes and said, go ahead and laugh. Laugh as much as you want. As a comedian, my job is to make you laugh. Well, originally, At this point, Uncle Shin shouldn't have said that. When he said that, many people were a little surprised. Until Uncle Shin quietly approached Su Tong. With a sly look on his face, he said, "I'm laughing so hard, hurry up and get me another slice of pizza. I'm not full yet, bro." Brr. Uncle Shin's sudden action once again had everyone in stitches. Shintang, you really are a disappointment. All for a meal. At the mushroom house, the guests are starting to look down on Uncle Shin. This guy is really. Even Su Tong was left speechless by Tang Ji's shamelessness, unable to tell whether to laugh or cry. The entire mushroom house, both inside and out, was filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 97, Su Tong, who said I don't need to work. The afternoon hours are always so leisurely. After finishing their meals, everyone gathered in the pavilion, enjoying the gentle breeze, sipping a cold drink. But for some reason, even though there's no sun today, it's unusually hot. Look at those two dogs, H and O, lying on the ground, looking listless and lifeless. The big duck lantern also stands on the stand, with its head drooping and flapping its wings continuously. Even the two peacocks over there kept their distance, afraid to huddle together and get too hot. Phew, it's so hot. Mr. He shook his clothes and said, "Yeah, I heard it's going to rain tonight." Tan Song Yoon replied, I know that too. We booked the early flight because there might be thunderstorms in the afternoon." Zhang Runan also said, "We need to put away the clothes before we go to bed tonight." Su Tong reminded them. Everyone agreed. At that very moment, Director Wang Yi suddenly walked over. He smiled awkwardly at everyone and said, "Because Mr. Su prepared lunch for us today, the production team decided to give everyone the afternoon off. You can do whatever you like. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Pang Pang asked in disbelief, "Director, is that really true?" He couldn't believe it. After all this time, every afternoon, there's always something to do. That's the only way to eat well. But who wants to work? The production team suddenly had a change of heart, which was truly refreshing. Of course. Wang Dao said generously. Besides, we have two such beautiful young ladies with us this time. How could we bear to let them join us in the farm work? Haha, you're right. Everyone burst out laughing. Pang Pang, are you serious? Mr. Huang, you're so mean, teasing Pang Pang like that. Then you go do it, and we'll rest. No. Pang Pang, the clumsy one, hurriedly waved his hands. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. At the same time, Zhang Runan tugged at Su Tong's hand beside her and said, "So, we should thank Su Tong for this? Otherwise, we would have had to work this week too." Yeah. Tan Song Yoon wasn't about to be outdone. She grabbed Su Tong's other hand and said, "Good deeds are rewarded with good fortune. Su Tong is truly kind. Everyone is very happy. No work in the afternoon. Being able to steal a moment of leisure in the pavilion. How enviable." Cough. Seeing that she was about to be surrounded by these two little masters again, Su Tong hurriedly pretended to stand up and stretch her body. At the same time, she asked them, "What have you been up to lately? What else can you do?" "Work, I guess." Zhang Runan rolled her eyes and shrugged. "Yeah, you think everyone is like you, carefree and doesn't have to work?" Tan Song Yoon said. "Who said I don't have to work or run a business?" Su Tong laughed, looking around, and said, "Otherwise, how would I be here?" Upon hearing this, ha ha, everyone laughed. Yeah, Su Tong is currently filming the 4th season of The Good Life. Isn't she just working? At the same time, Su Tong's words also reminded everyone. Because it was too comfortable, they were beginning to think that this was their normal life. They didn't even treat him like he was on a show. It really was. Chatted for a while. But the weather was just too hot. The oppressive heat before the downpour is simply unbearable. I said to everyone. Mr. He finally stood up and said, "Why don't we go out for a walk? It's really hot, and the scenery in the village is nice." At the sound of this, everyone's eyes lit up. This is a good suggestion. Pang Pang was the first to raise his hand in agreement and said, "The scenery here is truly amazing. I haven't really explored it much." Yeah, I agree. Because of the previous incident, Uncle Shen, who was still upset with the director's assistant and the other girls, also expressed his approval. "We're going too." Zhang Runan and Tan Song Yoon rarely answered together. "First time here. Just take your time and explore, it's great." But it was Su Tong who pointed to the sky and said, "It looks like it's about to rain." Yeah. There is always that one person who is rational and can see what others cannot. Su Tong is such a person. It's okay. I didn't expect that. Her younger sister, Zhang Zifeng, became excited instead and said, "I actually like getting caught in the rain." Hey! What a coincidence. I like getting caught in the rain too. Who would have thought that Pang Pang would clap his hands and say that too? The brother and sister agreed immediately. But as soon as the brother and sister spoke, everyone's expressions turned a bit strange. No way. Haha, little sister, what kind of fetish is this? And Pang Pang, why are you butting in? Mr. Huang burst out laughing. Exactly. Everyone else chimed in as well. Getting soaked in the rain, what kind of fetish is that? After laughing and joking around. Alright, I have no idea when it will rain. Let's go. Mr. He said with a smile. If it rains, the production team will have umbrellas for us. Speaking of which, everyone expressed their agreement. Su Tong also did not object. After all, it was just a friendly reminder earlier, and he was also eager to go out for a stroll. Finally, the production team didn't assign any work, so can't he relax a bit? Let's go. Everyone hurried to change their clothes and shoes to get ready. You guys go ahead. I'll stay home and prepare dinner for you, okay? Mr. Huang said with a smile. Okay. At the same time, netizens have different opinions about Mr. Huang. I can't help but feel that Mr. Huang voluntarily staying behind is partly an attempt to protect his livelihood. Put. Haha. The person above is spot on. You're right, it's true. Mr. Huang is probably worried that Su Tong will take his job, so he's staying behind to show off his skills. Mr. Huang, no one is going to take my job, not even Su Tong. Ha, Mr. Huang, the teacher who protects his rice bowl, is so cute. On the other side. Before long, everyone had changed into their clothes. Let's go. Everyone came out of the mushroom house. Manhwa village was a very nice village. Mr. Huang described it as long and peaceful, and the pace of life here is indeed very relaxed. Walking through the courtyards of the village, one can see various villagers everywhere. Hello. Hello. They knew they were recording a program and greeted Su Tong and the others enthusiastically. Su Tong and his team, of course, responded just as enthusiastically. Boom. Just in the sky. Occasionally, there is thunder. This makes everyone a little nervous. Fortunately, the rain didn't come down. Strolling around, everyone suddenly came upon a massive, towering tree. Uncle Shen suddenly leaned in and said, Hey! Look, doesn't this look like a wishing tree? Chapter 98, what exactly did Su Tong wish for? Hey, you know what? It actually does look pretty similar. Mr. He walked over and pointed to the towering tree. At the base of this tree, there is a large hollow. It resembles the tree hollow where the bears live in the anime series, Kuma no Mo. It looks pretty unique. This tree must have been here for a very long time. Said Mr. He. How about this instead? Let's each go over and make a wish. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Great! As someone who knows how to liven up the atmosphere, Uncle Shen immediately raised his hand in approval. He then said, I'll go first. He was the first to go up and stand under the tree. Slap! He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Hey, that actually looks pretty convincing, huh? Mr. He said to Su Tong with a smile. Su Tong also laughed and nodded, asking, What do you think Tengu will wish for? How can we guess? Zhang Runan shrugged her shoulders. Exactly. Tan Song Yun also rolled her eyes, wondering what kind of wish Tengu could have made. Is that even possible? The question Su Tong raised was indeed interesting. It's unsolvable. However, Su Tong smiled and said, Can you believe me or not? Is it true or not? Pang Pang and Zifeng exchanged skeptical glances. Can Su Tong really read people's minds? Netizens also commented. Could it be that our Su Tong has another identity, a mind reader? Is that true? Ha ha. You're so naive. Do you really think there's such a profession? There's no such thing as mind reading, stop joking around. But how would Su Tong know what wish Tengu made? Netizens were also puzzled. Yeah. How would Su Tong know what wish Tengu made? Facing everyone's questions, Su Tong laughed and said, He must have made a wish to eat iron pot stewed goose often in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Hey! So that's what it was. So Su Tong was just joking. Exactly, how could that be possible? How could this possibly be Teng Ji's wish? Everyone laughed. Su Tong, however, couldn't care less. Similarly, Tengu quickly made his wish. Ha ha. Mr. He smiled and greeted him, saying, Uncle Shen, you have no idea how useless you are in your younger brother's eyes. He actually guessed that your wish was to eat iron pot stewed goose often. That's hilarious. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. But who would have known? Uncle Shen just stared blankly for a moment. Then he asked Su Tong in disbelief. How did you figure that out? For a moment, the smile vanished. Mr. He and the others all twitched their lips and looked at Uncle Shen. You actually made that wish. Ah. Uncle Shen nodded indifferently and said, For me, nothing is more tempting than a pot of stewed goose. Everyone. No one can say a word. You're such a loser. Exactly. Is that really your life's ambition? My goodness, Uncle Shen, you've really made something of yourself. Netizens commented enthusiastically. Get out. I don't want to see you. Don't tell anyone we know you. Mr. He directly pushed Uncle Shin away in disgust. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. After the laughter subsided. Next, Mr. He and Pang Pang made their wishes one by one. Then it was the turn of the three girls. Zhang Runan, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifeng. I just don't know why. After making their wishes, the three girls all strangely glanced at Su Tong. The netizens' comments were quite entertaining. Let's gather some opinions. I bet Ruan, Songyun, and their younger sister Su's wishes are all related to Su Tong. What a pointless question. Do you really think we're blind? Or are you just being cute? Exactly. Who can't see that? I never expected that all three of them have secret crushes on Su Tong. The competition is pretty fierce for me. Ha! You made me laugh, old woman. Draw your sword. Do you think you're worthy of competing with me for Su Tong? You're derailing the conversation up there. Let's get back on topic. I think the younger sister isn't at an advantage. Yeah, the younger sister is still young, and her body hasn't fully developed yet. She can't compare to those two delicate older sisters. You're being too one-sided up there. Maybe Su Tong prefers someone younger and more adorable? I think Ruan Wan has a better chance. After all, she's a goddess, and her smile is so healing. The person above is wrong. Where did we go wrong with Song Yun? Besides not having a model's height, in which aspect does she fall short of Zhang Ruo's beauty? Zifeng has the upper hand. Runan has the upper hand. Song Yun has the upper hand. Slowly. The comments section is added again. These netizens are like parents trying to sell their unmarried daughters, desperately trying to get votes for their goddess. Each and every one of them is a talent. And soon, the comments section quickly fell silent. Why? Because, in the end, it was Su Tong's turn to step forward and make a wish. What do you think Su Tong will wish for? Mister, he asked quietly. No need to guess. It must be because she often makes me iron pot stewed goose. Uncle Shin didn't even think about it, the answer just popped into his head. All the guests. Those disapproving looks are almost rolling out of their eyes. Is Su Tong stupid? Would she make such a wish? Let's guess in the comments section, what wish do you think Su Tong would make? A passionate netizen shares their thoughts. Others quickly followed with their own comments. I can't guess. Yeah, it's really hard to guess. A wish is nothing more than what people want, but what else could Su Tong possibly want? The person above is right. It seems like Su Tong really doesn't want anything anymore. Yeah, he's a perfect idol, he can do anything, has good looks, a great body, wealth, emotional intelligence, and more. What else could he possibly need? What does he not have? All the goddesses are lining up to throw themselves at him. Oh my goodness, please forgive me, I'm feeling a bit jealous. Yeah, I'm so jealous. To live as long as Su Tong and not even know what to wish for, it's truly enviable, jealousy-inducing, and frustrating. A person's life should be like Su Tong's. No one could ever guess what wish Su Tong had made. Perhaps. Are you talking about Uncle Shin? He loves braised goose in an iron pot. You can tell just by looking at him. Pang Pang is so innocent and naive, he's probably going to become a movie star, with his acting getting better and better. Mister, he is such a nice person, he'll probably wish everyone well or something like that. As for the three girls, Zhang Runan, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifeng, there's no need to think about it, they're definitely connected to Su Tong. Their wishes are really easy to guess, they're practically written on their faces. But Su Tong's wish. What else is there? Chapter 99, Who told them to walk into the line of fire? A short while later. The last person to make a wish, Su Tong, returned. Everyone crowded around. Su Tong, what did you wish for? Zhang Runan asked with some anticipation. Yes. Tan Songyun and Zhang Zifeng are also fighting on the front lines. These young girls really don't know how to give the elders a break. Uncle Shin couldn't help but smack his lips and said, what wish could my younger brother have made? It must be that he'll cook me a big pot of duck stew in an iron pot all the time. After hearing my wish, how could he not make it come true? Everyone rolled their eyes. I said, Uncle Shin, have some dignity. Mister, he said, rolling his eyes. Exactly. Pang Pang chimed in with a comment. Hey, you little brat, you dare to join in the fun? When Tengu saw Pang Pang joining in, he got angry on the spot. He blew his top and glared at him. You ate all my bread at noon, making me look bad. I haven't even said anything to you yet, and here you are standing there. I won't hit you, just stand there. That's it. Tengu chased Pang Pang away. Ha, these two are really a pair of clowns. Who can argue with that? Netizens commented one after another. Of course, there are always netizens with sharp eyes. Hey, you're off topic. Who cares if they're a pair of clowns? I'm only interested in what wish Su Tong made. Exactly. The person above is spot on. Everyone, don't get distracted. What wish did Su Tong make? I'm so excited. It can be said that Under the spotlight, right? Looking at the few people gathered around him, Sutong couldn't help but smile wryly and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "What wish could I possibly make? Of course, I hope this show stops inviting people I know." Put. Ha! When Sutong said that, everyone burst out laughing. What a talent! Sutong is truly a genius. He truly lived up to my expectations. His words are always so witty, no wonder he's my brother, Sutong. That makes sense. How did I not think of that? What Sutong wants most right now is probably not to meet anyone new. Ha, that's right, it'll save him from having his identity exposed again. No problem. Our little one is really smart. Sutong is indeed a little crafty. But this wish probably won't come true. Hiccup. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Sutong's wish. They were both unexpected yet somehow inevitable. It was just that no one had thought of it at the time. However, it will be quite challenging for Sutong to make this wish come true. Hey! And on site. After hearing Sutong's wish, Zhang Runan, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifeng almost simultaneously rolled their eyes, turned away, and lost interest. What a disappointment! I thought Sutong would grant them a few wishes related to them. Even just hoping that everyone would be okay would have been enough. What a fuss! He hopes they won't come to meet him? Isn't that the same as hoping they don't come either? This really is. Sutong, you've really offended a lot of people this time, haha. Mr. He also laughed and patted Sutong on the shoulder as he spoke. That's right. Sutong scratched the back of his head and gave a wry smile. Then, she turned to the camera and said, "If I've offended any of my friends, please don't take it personally. Right now, Sutong is acting pretty innocent. Ha, Sutong is so funny. He's really genuine. He says what he thinks without holding back, even if it might offend someone. Indeed, if someone else had said that, it would definitely have been considered offensive. Netizens have been commenting on it." "Yeah, that's right." Sutong said, "Don't let anyone you know come. Some nitpickers would say, he knows so many people, doesn't that mean none of them can come? This guy is so selfish. Who knows?" Immediately, a fan commented, "What's there to be afraid of? What kind of status does Sutong have? He's someone no one dares to offend. Who would dare to say he dares to offend others? You're right. Even if he offends someone, we're still here, aren't we? With all of us fans supporting him, who could possibly bully our little treasure? Yeah. Anyone who dares to bully Sutong, I'll cut them down with my sword. You guys are really talented, huh? I have to say. Those who watch the show longing for 4 can almost be said to be more than half there to see Sutong. They come from all sorts of channels. Douyin or major marketing accounts. Meanwhile, these marketing accounts or edited videos all use Sutong as a gimmick to attract viewers. Therefore, here we are, not knowing how many people came to see Sutong. It's okay, don't worry about it. Addictive. Instantly turned into a fan. I've become a fan of Sutong. As Sutong's fan base grows larger and larger, anyone who dares to post an inappropriate comment on longing for the past 4 will be immediately overwhelmed by a flood of comments. Never underestimate the power of a group of women. As the saying goes, when men get restless, women have nothing to do with it. When women get ruthless, men don't stand a chance either. Okay, let's go. Mr. He smiled and pulled Sutong away. Humph. Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun both gave Sutong a disdainful glance and snorted, refusing to acknowledge him. Mr. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Pang Pang. Uncle Shun. You're back. Let's go. Mr. He also shouted from afar. And at that moment, Pang Pang, who had been acting out of respect for the elderly and love for the young, had also been successfully subdued by Uncle Shun. He got a good scolding. Let you little brat follow along and cause trouble again. Tangu, who had vented his frustration, looked quite proud. Hey, what did you wish for, little brother? Tangu, who had returned, still didn't know what wish Sutong had made. Wishes telling you won't make them come true. Sutong smiled and, of course, had no intention of telling him. Mr. He wouldn't be able to help reveal this secret either. So, Tangu, feeling puzzled, walked toward Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun, the 2 goddesses. I said, what wish did my little brother make? Did he just say it? Tangu asked him politely. But, I don't know. Zhang Runan pouted and walked away after saying just one sentence. Go ask him yourself. Tan Songyun also crossed her arms across her chest and walked away. Hey, this. Tangu looked completely dumbfounded. What did he do? How did he get so scolded by these 2? Kid, do you have a lot of these? That attitude is really. On the other hand, Pang Pang also came over to Zhang Zifeng and asked, Sis, what did Sutong wish for? He's pretty curious too, because Tang missed out on so many things. The results. Oh my, where did you get all these questions? I was even met with a cold stare from my younger sister. Pang Pang was also confused. What's going on? My younger sister, who has always been so kind and loving toward me, has been acting strangely lately. Acting like she's taking it out on him? Ha! Poor Peng Peng and Uncle Shen. How tragic. Who told them to walk into a trap? Netizens who saw this scene couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 100, that familiar background music starts playing. Boom! Sky. Dark clouds gather. Thunder rumbled. I don't know when it started, but it gradually became dark. It's clearly daytime. It was around 2:30 in the afternoon, not yet 3 o'clock. The sky, however, seemed as dark as it would be at 7 or 8 in the evening. Oh, it looks like it's going to rain. Looking at the sky, the members of the Mushroom House group who were strolling around the village also looked up at the sky. Mister, he said. Shall we hurry back? Yeah, I think so too. Uncle Shen nodded in agreement. Look at how dark it is, it's about to rain. Peng Peng and Zifeng, brother and sister, said in unison. We should hurry back. At that moment, Tan Songyun pulled Zhang Ruo's hand and said, Runin, you can't run. If it rains later, it'll be troublesome to find shelter. Let's go back quickly. Zhang Runin smiled slightly and said nothing. She didn't say why she couldn't run either. Yeah. Everyone agreed. On the contrary, Su Tong. Upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile slightly and said, Weren't you all worried when you came out? It's okay, let's keep looking around. After hearing that, everyone almost rolled their eyes at Su Tong at the same time. How could they think that? Today, Su Tong's words were so unappealing. Our silly family just speaks the truth. That's right. When we went out, they were all so excited that they didn't even take their umbrellas. We told them to take them, but they wouldn't listen. Exactly. Now it's raining, and they're worried? What were they doing earlier? That's funny. Netizens also burst out laughing. Su Tong, you sure know how to deliver a punchline. Peng Peng shrugged and said, I suddenly feel like you're more straight than I am. Ha. Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. Oh my goodness, what did I just hear? Peng Peng, the ultimate straight guy, is calling someone else straight? Even if we're as straight as Su Tong, there are still so many goddesses who are head over heels for us. Peng Peng, you're getting too big for your britches. But I'm still holding onto my knife tightly. Netizens commented one after another. At the same time, Su Tong hadn't had time to respond. The rain fell softly. The sky has started to rain. Hey, it really is raining. Mister, he raised his hand and said. While we were chatting, it had already started to rain. But it's not heavy. Mr. He, do you need an umbrella? Many staff members from the production team rushed over and handed him umbrellas. Just as Mr. He had said before coming out. The production team had already prepared umbrellas for them. If they catch a cold from getting soaked, it'll inevitably cause delays. Su Tong, umbrella. Several young women from the production team also rushed to hand umbrellas to Su Tong. There must have been 4 or 5 umbrellas being shoved into Su Tong's hands. Those girls who had eaten Su Tong's lunch were being so attentive. I said, you guys? Tango was standing right behind Su Tong and couldn't help but clench his teeth and say, Don't you know how to take care of the elderly? Where's my umbrella? Hurry up and bring it here. That's right. Peng Peng also weakly agreed. Because it seems like those few young girls have all gone to give Su Tong an umbrella. A few others went to give one to Mr. He. As for Zhang Runin, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifeng, there was no need to mention them. Several male staff members rushed over to show their attentiveness. But only my brother Tang and my brother Peng. There wasn't a single staff member around to offer an umbrella. Tang Gu and Peng Peng were almost left to fend for themselves. Uncle Shin and Peng are so unlucky. Yeah, did you notice? When they're with Su Tong, the two of them are really easy to overlook. Yeah, it's so obvious. In other shows, they're the big stars who can carry the whole show. It's strange, but it just goes to show how charming Su Tong is. Alright, I admit I went off topic. Shouldn't we all feel sorry for Peng Peng and Tangu now? Hiccup. Netizens are also very talented. And in response to Uncle Shin's doubts, Peng Peng agreed. Those little girls were pretty brave. They said. At noon, Uncle Shin was being mean and didn't give us an umbrella, so we all gave ours to Su Tong. Exactly. Su Tong is such a nice guy. He worked all morning to prepare a cake for us, so I have to give it to him. I want to give him some too. I'm a big fan of Su Tong. This time. Peng Peng. Shen Tang. The two exchanged a glance, and there was a sense of sadness in the air. At the same time, netizens rushed to comment. This is hilarious. These two are really in a pickle. Now we should play that familiar background music, snowflakes falling, north wind blowing. Uncle Shin has successfully become Yuan Hua and longing for the past 4. And what about Peng Peng? Don't forget about my poor Peng Peng. Hey! The comments section is full of talented people. The director, who was remotely controlling the scene, immediately gave instructions on the spot. And so, that familiar background music started playing. Snowflakes drift gently, and the north wind blows coldly. The melancholy music, coupled with Uncle Shin and Pang Pang's miserable expressions. Ha! Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Am I really that unpopular now? No one even brought me an umbrella on the last show? Am I being rejected by the staff? Uncle Shin was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. Sigh, ever since Sutong came, my status as the face of the group is getting more and more threatened. Pang Pang also sighed and said, ha ha. Mister, he walked over with a smile and said, Pang Pang, you should remove the words more and more and just say directly. Your status as the face of the group has never been secure. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. I have 2 extra umbrellas here. Here, take them. In the end, it was Sutong who gave Pang Pang and Tangu the umbrellas. We couldn't just let the 2 of them get soaked in the rain, could we? No. Don't say that. Uncle Shin has thick skin, but he's got some backbone. He flat out refused. Then, he crawled under Mr. He's umbrella and said with a smile, I'm sharing an umbrella with Jonggu. Pang Pang saw this scene. If he took Sutong's umbrella, wouldn't that make him look particularly lowly? I don't want it either. He also made his position clear on the spot. Then, this guy crawled under his sister's umbrella and said, I'm sharing an umbrella with my sister. It's time to show some sibling love. Look how pitiful he is. Zhang Zifeng couldn't bear to push him out. All right then. Sutong smiled and simply said, if you don't want it, I'll return the umbrella. Saying that, he returned both umbrellas to the production team. All right, let's go. Mr. He, please lead the way. Uncle Shin's umbrella was quite effective, he didn't get wet at all. But, when Pang Pang also thought that he was being very skillful at freeloading, Zhang Zifeng suddenly snatched the umbrella away and put it away. Pang Pang? Chapter 101 Pang Pang's flag. I like getting caught in the rain, the heavier the better. Kids, do you have a lot of questions? Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Pang Pang's expression is priceless. Little one, do you have many of these? Pang Pang is just too funny. Netizens are laughing so hard they can't stop. Zhang Zifeng suddenly put away his umbrella, leaving Pang Pang standing in the rain, with his clothes and hair disheveled by the wind, a scene that hit everyone's funny bone. Speaking of which, why did the younger sister put away the umbrella? Some people might ask. Yeah. Don't even mention netizens. Even Pang. As the person involved, Pang Pang. He was also completely baffled. Sister. He hurriedly ran a few steps, went over to pat his younger sister, and asked, why did you put it away? It's still raining. Zhang Zifeng heard this. Replied matter-of-factly. Didn't I tell you at home? I like getting caught in the rain. Put. Ha. Seems fine. My sister did say she likes getting caught in the rain. Pang Pang actually went to find my sister, that's hilarious. What bad luck, Pang. Little one, do you have many? Ha, oh no, I can't stop laughing, it hurts my heart. Look at Pang Pang's expression, it's so funny. Hiccup. As soon as he said that, the netizens all burst out laughing. Why did Pong Pong choose him? He had to go and find his sister. My sister even likes getting caught in the rain. Put the umbrella away. And just like that, I've successfully made a fool of myself. This kid is just too cute. Then you can give me your umbrella too. Pang Pang said to his sister. She won't hit him, so you can hit him, right? Think again. But who would have known that my younger sister would just jump into my arms and say, what if it rains heavily later? I'll have to come find you again, won't I? Pong Pang. That's true. What should we do then? We'll just have to find another way to borrow an umbrella. So Pong Pang looked up and glanced at the big shots walking ahead. Up ahead, Uncle Shin and Mr. He were sharing an umbrella. Tan Song Yun and Zhang Run, both slim, shared an umbrella. Oh, right, and Sutong has her own umbrella. As for now, Pang Pang can only go with Sutong now? Originally, Pang Pang had planned to go with Sutong. Well, if you're going to be thick-skinned, then be thick-skinned. Well, then. Sutong, however, turned back and asked him before he could make a decision. Pang Pang, want to come with me? He asked with a smile. But in Pang Pang's eyes, this smile had lost its meaning. Think back. Why did he choose not to take an umbrella for himself and instead squeeze under the same one with his sister? Wasn't it all about that sense of pride? But now, if he goes to Sutong's place, wouldn't that be even more humiliating than asking Sutong for an umbrella before? No need. Therefore, Pang Pang gritted his teeth and said directly, are you sure? Sutong naturally knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but find it amusing, so she asked him back. Of course. Pang Pang swore solemnly, glanced at his younger sister beside him, and said, to be honest, I also like getting caught in the rain, and the heavier the rain, the better. Ha ha. After hearing Peng Peng's words, everyone burst into laughter. Peng Peng is clearly just saving face at the expense of his own happiness. Yeah, he really is a fool. Poor Peng Peng. Ha ha. Netizens are also having a good laugh. I said, Peng Peng, don't be so pretentious. Mister, he said with a smile. If it rains heavily later, you're in trouble. Yeah, bro. Uncle Shen was also happy to say. It's not worth showing off. Bro, why don't you just go? Zheng Zifeng couldn't bear it either. But now that Peng Peng had already spoken his mind and set the stage, how could he possibly back down so easily? I'm telling you the truth. He said it with his hand on his chest. It's just a little rain, isn't it? Even if we get wet on the way back, it doesn't matter. He's a grown man, can't he handle a little rain? Alright. Su Tong also laughed. Peng Peng, I respect you as a man. We also respect you as a true man. Everyone held back their laughter and gave Peng Peng a thumbs up. And at that point, Peng Peng's face was saved. Everyone, let's keep moving forward. However, boom! Listen to the sky, a thunderclap. Splash! The original light drizzle suddenly turned into a downpour. Woo woo! And the wind just wouldn't stop blowing in gusts. Oh no! The rain is getting heavier. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, everyone also noticed Peng Peng behind them. Brother, come in quickly. Zhang Zifeng stopped getting wet in the rain, obediently holding up his umbrella, knowing that if he kept getting wet like this, he would definitely catch a cold. Peng Peng, hurry inside. Yes, yes. Everyone else chimed in as well. Don't let this clumsy guy catch a cold. Who knows? In the face of everyone's kindness, Peng Peng looked at his sister's umbrella and recalled in his mind. Myself. Before the flag was set, he said he also likes getting caught in the rain, and the heavier the rain, the better. Now, are you just going to do this on your own and end up embarrassing yourself? In the end, won't he just become the original "it's actually good" guy? No way. Without hesitation, Peng Peng rejected it on the spot. We absolutely cannot be the originators of "it smells good." Therefore, he bluntly stated. It's okay, I told you, didn't I? I like getting wet in the rain. You guys just use your umbrellas. I'm really fine. Hey, this guy is still acting all high and mighty. When Peng Peng said that, everyone laughed. It was both frustrating and amusing. Peng Peng is really a goofball. He's just afraid of embarrassing himself. He'd rather suffer than lose face. No wonder he's Peng Peng. In such heavy rain, it's really worth being a fool. Netizens are all laughing. Alright, let's just get going. Since Peng Peng is determined not to use an umbrella, there's no point in trying to persuade him. We can only hurry to find a place to shelter from the rain, so Peng Peng doesn't catch a cold. Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted away from him, Peng Peng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, feeling the rain pouring down on me and my entire body already soaked through, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I'm such a fool for trying to save face. But it didn't matter. It would be fine soon. He was already soaked, so it didn't matter anymore. He was thinking just that. In the rain in the sky. Suddenly, mixed with something else? That's it. Hail. PFFF. Look, it's hailing. What I'm worried about now is what a Peng is going to do next. That's a given, it's definitely going to be amazing. The weather isn't cooperating. Even the heavens are against me showing off. Hiccup. That's hilarious. Peng Peng is so unlucky. It's fun to act cool for a while, but the more you act cool, the more you'll keep doing it. Everyone wants to ask Peng Peng one question. Peng Peng, how does it feel? Chapter 102, Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun are missing. Oh no. This is terrible. I'm going to die. Peng Peng never expected this. It actually started hailing. Even the heavens are trying to stop me from showing off. He quickly dived under his sister's umbrella. Hey, look at Peng Peng. When he's proud, he's all glories, but when he's embarrassed, he looks like a dog. That's hilarious. Peng Peng has become the comic relief of the group. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Peng Peng, you're so funny. Everyone else laughed too. Peng Peng's flag has been completely knocked down. He crashed and burned right there. But hey, at least we had fun. We still need to find a place to shelter from the rain first. This is hail. Although they're not very big. But when it hits someone, it really hurts. Mr. He. Several crew members came over to remind us, saying, about 500 meters ahead, there are some houses where you can take shelter from the rain. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Hurry up. Run. Mr. He made an immediate decision. Everyone, let's make a final push and hurry over there. Yes. Don't dawdle, it's raining too hard. Uncle Shen is already half wet. Peng Peng was the worst off because he had set his own goal and ended up getting soaked from head to toe. Run! Mr. He leads the way. Everyone ran ahead one by one. They all ran toward that house. Su Tong was physically fit, often worked out, and ran like the wind. Leading the group, they quickly reached the front door of the house. Puff, puff. Everyone was panting one after another. You're killing me, oh my. Peng Peng rubbed his head. He had been hit by hailstones more than anyone else earlier, and now his head was throbbing. Ha ha, you're really. Tengu couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Peng Peng really is all about saving face, even if it means suffering, haha. Mr. He was laughing pretty hard too. It was Zhang Zifeng who seemed to notice something at that moment. Where are Ruanwan and Songyun? As soon as she said that, everyone's excited expressions suddenly froze. They looked at each other in disbelief. Look around. Yes. Where is everyone? I was running too fast and didn't see them. Even the crew members looked completely baffled. Everyone was rushing to take shelter from the rain. After all, it was hail, and the crew members were afraid it would damage the equipment. Everyone ran very quickly. No one had time to look out for anyone else. What about Su Tong? Coming soon. Mr. He has discovered it again. Su Tong is gone too. Just as I was about to come in, I thought I saw Su Tong running back. Peng Peng suddenly said. What? Run back? Uncle Shen immediately widened his eyes. Did you see that wrong? It's hailing. My younger brother is running back? Peng Peng must have seen correctly. Mr. He said. I think Su Tong must have noticed that Ruanwan and Songyun hadn't caught up, so he went back to pick them up. Yeah, that must be it. Peng Peng also said. Should we go out and look for them? Zhang Zifeng asked. Originally, Mr. He had instinctively wanted to say to go look for it. But, at that very moment, Mr. He. In the distance, Tan Songyun's voice could be heard. But then, Tan Songyun, holding an umbrella, ran over quickly. Phew, I'm exhausted. She was panting heavily. Songyun, what's going on? Where's Su Tong? Where's Runan? Where are they? Everyone asked in unison. They're fine. They're fine. Tan Songyun waved her hands and said. If Ruan injured her waist while filming and couldn't run, the two of us fell behind just now. Time. Back to the beginning. About 5 minutes ago. Clatter. It's pouring rain. Woohoo. The wind is strong. Combined, it's more like a storm. A small umbrella, like a tiny boat in a stormy sea. It's useless. Oh my god, that's way too big. Tan Songyun and Zhang Runan were walking in the rain. The two of them were sharing an umbrella. Although they were trying to go as fast as possible, they couldn't speed up because of Zhang Rua's waist. Songyun, why don't you go ahead? Zhang Runan said this. If it rains heavily later, she will get Tan Songyun caught in it too. What kind of talk is that? Tan Songyun couldn't help but say. What will you do if I leave? Besides, we only have one umbrella. Will you hold it or will I? That's why. At this point, the two of them had no choice but to leave together. Don't let their usual plastic sister act fool you, they're actually pretty close. Neither of them has abandoned the other. Songyun and Runan are so pitiful. It seems like no one has noticed them, right? It can't be helped. Who could have predicted that it would rain so hard all of a sudden? Everyone was rushing to take shelter from the rain, they didn't say anything either. What should we do? Will something happen? Netizens are also getting anxious. It's clear that Tan Songyun and Zhang Runan are completely soaked, with their clothes clinging to their bodies, and even their hair is drenched. Hail isn't ordinary rain. This can actually cause accidents. And just as netizens were expressing their concerns, Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun were at their most helpless. Hey! In the pouring rain. Suddenly, a shout rang out. A muscular man charges forward swiftly. He runs wildly all the way. Even though his entire body was soaked through and pelted by hailstones, he suddenly felt nothing. Su Tong. It's Su Tong. When I saw Su Tong return to help Zhang Ruan and Tan Songyun, netizens were all buzzing with excitement. It's really him. He must be the only one who noticed, right? Everyone else was probably too busy dodging the rain to pay attention. He really is our idol. His figure running through the rain was truly handsome. Yeah. At this moment, when two weaker girls were completely helpless, Su Tong braved the downpour, risking getting completely soaked. He ran all the way here. How can this not be moving? Even many viewers watching on screen have already gotten goosebumps. Su Tong? When I saw Su Tong return, Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun also couldn't help but show joy on their faces. That's right. At this moment, when they are most helpless, the appearance of Su Tong, it was no different from a beacon of light in the darkness, a candle flame in the cold. So bright, so warm. He's here. It's as if they all have a new source of strength. Moved? It seems like it's more than just being moved. What's going on? What's happening? In the rain, Su Tong opened her umbrella and raised her voice as much as she could to ask. If Runan has a back injury, we can't run, so? Tan Song-yoon helped explain. Did you hurt your waist? Su Tong perfectly hit the nail on the head and asked. When did this happen? Why didn't you mention it earlier? This. Two women looked at each other in disbelief, unable to suppress a wry smile. Neither of them could have imagined that things would have escalated to this point. Chapter 103, Su Tong's overwhelming boyfriend vibes. Who could have guessed that the rain would suddenly get so heavy? Who would have thought it would start hailing? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Su Tong, on the other hand, made a quick decision. She directly handed her umbrella to Tan Song-yoon and said, You go ahead. I'll take Ruan-wan to find shelter from the rain. What? Tan Song-yoon was taken aback. Su Tong told her to leave first? You won't be able to help here either. Just protect yourself first. Su Tong's tone, however, was unwavering. Go back and tell everyone not to worry. We're fine and we'll catch up soon. This is me. Tan Song-yoon still doesn't really want to leave. Ran. Song-yoon, you go ahead. Zhang Runan also said. Su Tong is right. You can't help by staying here. Now that you've said that. Tan Song-yoon also knew she was a burden, so she didn't hesitate. All right. Be careful. As he spoke, she left. In the rain, Su Tong and Zhang Runan shared an umbrella, standing very close to each other. But neither of them felt like enjoying the moment. Because. Da-da. The sound of heavy rain and hail hitting the umbrella swept away the atmosphere. Su Tong quickly stepped forward, knelt down, and said, Come on. I'll carry you. At this moment, Zhang Runan's waist injury. Only Su Tong can carry her, allowing them to reach shelter from the rain as quickly as possible. That's good. Zhang Runan hesitated briefly, but knew it wasn't the time to hesitate, so she leaped onto Su Tong's back. Su Tong stood up effortlessly. Hold on tight. He grabbed her hand and pulled it around his neck. Then, he ran quickly into the rain. Although Zhang Runan was holding an umbrella over his head for him, it was of no use. There's nothing we can do, the rain is too heavy. In the pouring rain, Su Tong carried Zhang Runan on his back, running down the street. Su Tong is so manly. That's so cool. I want to be carried by Su Tong too. I've never seen such a manly man before. This is what a man should be. You can count on him in a pinch. Much better than those pretty boys who end up in the hospital just from getting a haircut. Su Tong's boyfriend is super handsome. Be careful on the road, Su Tong. Watch out when you're running. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. 10,086. This moment. Viewers watching the program on their screens were also feeling anxious for them. They also spontaneously began to urge them to stay safe. This scene was very heartwarming. At this moment, sheltering from the rain. After listening to Tan Song-yoon's words, everyone still felt uneasy. Where did the two of them go to avoid the rain? It's raining so hard. Mister, he said worriedly. Exactly. It's even hailing. Tanggu is being serious for once. Tan Song-yoon hadn't expected this turn of events and was momentarily speechless. No, I have to go find them. Mr. He's attitude is very firm. If something were to happen to the guests on the set of their show towards 4, he might feel guilty for the rest of his life. Mr. He is exactly that kind of person. He would rather suffer himself than ever let his friends down. I'll go too. Tanggu also made a decision on the spot. This guy is usually unreliable and has no sense of shame, but when it comes down to it, he's actually pretty dependable. But, just as he was about to go out, braving the hailstorm to find someone. Look! They're back! They're back! Pangping and Zifeng, the brother and sister who were also ready to go and were already eager to leave, suddenly pointed to the corner not far away and shouted, There! Su Tong is carrying Zhang Runan on his back. Zhang Runan helped him hold the umbrella. They quickly ran over. They're back. They're finally back. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Su Tong and Ruan-wan are safe. Oh my goodness, I was holding my breath for them just now. Yeah, that was really scary. Netizens are all expressing similar sentiments. When Su Tong appeared on camera, many people got goosebumps. Right now, they finally realized how much they cared about an idol they had only ever seen on the screen. Perhaps, if something were to happen to him, many people would be heartbroken beyond words. Hurry up! Hurry! When Su Tong ran over, everyone hurried to help Zhang Ruo down. Are you okay? You're all wet. How are you? Everyone rushed over to ask if he was okay. I'm fine, it's just Su Tong. Zhang Runan seemed a bit guilty. If it weren't for her damn back injury, why would Su Tong have gone out in the rain to come back and pick her up? Su Tong, are you okay? Ha? Mister, he looked over anxiously. Yes, is your brother hurt there? Shintang also looked over anxiously. Everyone was quite worried. As for Su Tong, She laughed heartily, reaching up to toss her soaking wet hair behind her ears. She laughed and said, "What could I possibly have to do? Just think of it as a cold shower." Exactly. He works out all year round. His muscular physique is no joke. Except for being completely soaked, there's not a single thing wrong with me. This little rain. This little hail. Can it really do anything to Sutong? Sutong is truly a real man. Yeah. I just saw him run all the way to the end without even using an umbrella. Yeah, hail, heavy rain, and strong winds were hitting him, but he wasn't even fazed. That's what a man is all about. Sutong is such a real man. Netizens sighed in relief while also praising him. As long as everything is okay, that's what matters. Seeing that everyone is safe and sound. Each of them was just a little wet. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but pat Sutong on the shoulder and said, "Next time something like this happens, you're not allowed to do that. We should go out and find you guys." He said it, and there's no doubt about it. Because he knows. Sutong had instructed Tan Songyun to return first and tell everyone that they were fine and would be back soon. This was done to reassure them and prevent them from worrying. Don't go out looking for them. It's for their own good. After all, it's hailing outside. In this situation, Sutong is still thinking about them. She doesn't want them to go out and get soaked again. I'll go get Zhang Runin back myself. Sutong's character is so impeccable that even he has nothing to criticize. Yeah, you're really something. Tanggu couldn't help but walk over and gently tap Sutong on the shoulder, saying, "If anything happens to you, what about your little fangirls? We'll have to take care of them, right?" he said. He glanced at the few young women from the production crew who had earlier handed an umbrella to Sutong and rolled their eyes at him. Ha ha. After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Outside, hail was falling. Inside, everyone is soaked to the bone, yet they can still laugh out loud. Perhaps. This is also the life we aspire to, isn't it? Chapter 104, The Cameraman is a Wolf. If Runin's waist injury is finally stabilized, He was able to notice Zhang Runin's waist injury. "Oh, it's nothing." Zhang Runin waved her hand and said apologetically, "The injury I sustained while filming isn't serious as long as I avoid strenuous activity." Who would have thought? At this point, she gave a wry smile. Who would have thought it would suddenly start raining and we'd have to run? It was really thanks to brother Sutong. Tan Songyun said. Yeah. If it weren't for Sutong noticing them, they would have been soaked all the way over here. That would have been a real mess. And to make matters worse, the two of them were delicate young women. Yeah, we didn't even notice. He said with a touch of apology. No one noticed. Everyone was too busy minding their own business. Peng Peng scratched the back of his head and said, "I was just knocked out by something and didn't notice you guys. Sorry about that." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. I said, "Peng Peng, even if there wasn't any hail, you probably wouldn't have noticed Ruonan and Songyun, would you?" Exactly. You're such a straight guy, you don't even care about your little sister. Haha, you? Netizens are laughing their heads off. My eyes are only good for spotting food. He couldn't help but silently hold his forehead and smile wryly. We're fine. At this moment, Sutong also stepped forward. She looked over at the cameraman on the other side. And laughed. It's that cameraman. Even with the heavy rain and hail just now, he remained calm and steady as a rock. Upon hearing this, netizens couldn't help but laugh. Don't say it. It is. In such heavy rain, the cameraman following Ruan and Songyun is still so calm. He's really something. Dedicated to their work. You're a werewolf. The person above is mistaken. It should be said, it's a werewolf. It has the style of a wolf's extinction. With just one sentence, Sutong successfully shifted everyone's attention from caring about them to the cameraman. In front of the camera. The cameraman smiled awkwardly and said nothing. I said, "You're really something." He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "What if something happens to Ruana and Songyun? Why can't you help out?" Although he is indeed very dedicated, he should have helped first at that moment. The cameraman, with a silly grin, scratched the back of his head and laughed. My back isn't good either, I can't carry people. Unlike Sutong, he's strong. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, put. Ha. Bro, how can a man say his waist is bad? You're killing me. Everyone burst out laughing. I didn't even mention my back. Uncle Shin said with a smile. Brother, this won't do. Everyone else didn't bother to argue with the cameraman either. After all, estimate. Everyone should know this. Scenes like Zhang Runin and Tan Songyun being trapped in the rain are easy to use for sensationalism, catching the audience's attention. Especially the scene where Sutong heroically rescues the damsel in distress, carrying Zhang Runin back in the rain. That was the most thrilling part. Just editing that one scene out. is likely to spark curiosity among many people and cause viewership ratings to skyrocket. This is almost an unwritten rule within the industry. It's also a common tactic in variety shows these days. The more miserable the celebrity, the bigger the buzz they can generate, the more attention you can attract. These paparazzi are all old hands at this game. They all know exactly which shots to take. What's this about having a bad back, not being able to keep up, or not being able to carry things? It's all just excuses. It's just an excuse to find a good angle for yourself. But, seriously, Sutong was actually quite annoyed by this. Clatter. Duh. Hail mixed with rain pelted the roof where they were sheltering, making a loud noise. This rain really came down suddenly. He couldn't help but smack his lips and say, "Thunderstorm, it should stop soon, right?" Sutong said. Pang Pang. The bad Uncle Shintang suddenly noticed Pang Pang on the side and pulled him aside, saying, "You like getting caught in the rain, don't you? Come on. This is the perfect place for you to go out and play." Everyone looked at Pang Pang. "Oh, no, no, no." Pang Pang hurriedly waved his hands. It was as if a large palm had been blown by the wind and landed on Pang Pang's face. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Pang Pang's flag wasn't just knocked down, he personally stomped on it and trampled it into the ground dozens of times. "Hey! The rain seems to have stopped." Zhang Zifeng suddenly looked outside and said. Everyone turned their heads. Indeed. The rain has stopped. This old sky is just like a child's face, crying when it wants to cry and laughing when it wants to laugh. Uncle Shin couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Shall we go then?" Mr. He smiled. At least everyone was okay. "Hurry back and see how my dear Mr. Huang is doing." Wait. Pang Pang suddenly called out to everyone and said, "Let's take a photo with this family before we go." He pointed to a family inside the house and said, "They borrowed someone's eaves to shelter from the rain and took a group photo. That should count as payment, right?" "Sure." No one objected. Pang Pang went over to the family excitedly. It was a family of 3, apparently a mother and 2 daughters, all women. It appears that the father is not at home. Pang Pang walked along, thinking to himself that now he could finally make use of his celebrity status. But when Pang Pang returned, everyone noticed that Pang Pang's face looked a bit off. How to describe it? Pretty. Depressed. "What's wrong, Pang Pang?" Mr. He couldn't help but ask. Pang Pang seemed a bit wronged. Pouting. He actually looked at Sutong and said, "They don't want to take a photo with me, they want to take a photo with Sutong." Everyone heard this and, ha ha. Everyone is laughing so hard they're crying. Pang Pang is so embarrassed. Poor thing. He thought he was a big star, and everyone was lining up to take photos with him, but it turned out they all wanted photos with Sutong. Ah, that's hilarious. Pang Pang is as awkward as ever. It's not Pang Pang's fault. I'd want to take a photo with Sutong too. Netizens commented one after another. Pang Pang, Pang Pang. Mr. He was also very happy. As for Sutong, she was very kind-hearted and took the initiative to approach the mother and her 2 daughters. "Mom! Sutong! My idol!" Those 2 little girls looked like little fangirls. Even their mother had stars in her eyes. "I heard you want to take a photo with me?" Sutong asked with a smile. The rain has stopped. It's gradually clearing up. A ray of sunlight streams down, illuminating Sutong's face. Was so sunny and warm. Wow! Netizens watching the screen are all jealous. I want to take a photo with Sutong too. Chapter 105, Conflict with the Production Team, The Domineering Sutong. Sigh. The camera cuts to Pang Pang, who looks utterly dejected. Who would have thought that one day we would be refused a photo together? Pang Pang shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like we're not popular anymore. Tangu chimed in with a comment. Rare. Pang Pang and Tangu said they were going together. Ah, that's enough, you two. Mr. He finally couldn't help but say. Everyone loves handsome guys. You two are one a serious actor and the other a comedy legend. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want to take a photo with you either. You're right. Zhang Zifeng chimed in. At the same time, he patted Pang Pang's belly and said, Brother, look at how fat you've gotten. If it were me, I wouldn't want to take a photo with you either. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Uncle Shin and Pang Pang had become the 2 supporting characters. Exactly as Pang Pang said, ever since Sutong arrived, his status as the group's heartthrob is no longer secure. Ha, the person above is wrong. When has Pang Pang ever had a secure position as the face of the group? Yeah, you're right. Ha ha. The comments section has finally calmed down. After exchanging a few words, everyone fell silent and turned their attention to Sutong. To be honest, I still felt a little uneasy. We're all guests, yet they only want to take photos with Sutong. It's really as if he could see right into their minds. Sutong, who was chatting with the mother and her 2 children, suddenly waved at everyone and said, Pang Pang, You heard wrong. They said they want everyone to take a photo together. Everyone who heard this were taken aback at first. Then they looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Yes, that's right. That's just Sutong's style. He would never disregard others' feelings. He would never go and take a photo with someone else while leaving them behind. Here they come. Mister, he is leading the way. I told you I'm not out of the game yet. Tang Gu perked up immediately. Exactly. Who said I'm fat? Even if I am, it's all part of my acting. Peng Peng is getting into it too. Let's all go over there and take a group photo. What a joyful moment. Sutong is so warm. Netizens are commenting. Exactly. He knows that taking a photo with the mother and her 2 children must have made Hilausher and the others feel uneasy. How can there be such a warm-hearted man in this world? Now, in the eyes of netizens, Sutong has already become a true gentleman. He thinks of everything. After the group photo, everyone hurried back to the mushroom house. Poor Mr. Huang was still alone in his empty room. I wonder how he's doing. My dear Mr. Huang. Mushroom house. Everyone, come in through the front door. We're back. Mr. Huang. Everyone shouted and yelled. Oh, you're finally back. Mr. Huang came out wearing big slippers, looked at everyone, and couldn't help but ask. Is everything okay? How did you get so wet? Hurry up and go inside to change your clothes and dry off. Yeah, you should. Because the rain came so suddenly, everyone got soaked to the bone. Especially Peng Peng, who, trying to look cool, deliberately stayed out in the rain for a while. And Sutong. Because she had to go back to carry Zhang Runan, her entire body was soaked. Yeah, go change your clothes quickly. Mr. He called everyone to go into the room and change their clothes. Mr. Huang, are you okay? It was Sutong who managed to show concern for Mr. Huang. What could possibly be wrong with me? Mr. Huang is quite optimistic. It was you guys who almost got into trouble, wasn't it? Sutong smiled, said nothing, and went inside to change clothes. Wow, this rain really came out of nowhere. When everyone had changed into their clothes and sat back down in the pavilion, at this moment, they had all become like chickens that had just emerged from the water. Oh, almost dry, soaked chickens. Achoo! Peng Peng sneezed several times. Ha, Peng Peng, you tried to be funny, but now you've caught a cold. Uncle Shen patted Peng Peng on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Peng Peng gave a wry smile and was about to speak. Everyone, stay away from my brother. Don't get infected. Zheng Zifeng suddenly pulled a small chair and moved away from Peng Peng. Haha, Peng Peng is so unlucky. Even his little sister is rejecting him. He deserves it. Let him show off. Ha, I always thought Uncle Shen was pretty miserable, but now it seems like I'm even worse. Netizens also burst out laughing. The atmosphere inside the mushroom house gradually began to warm up. Hey, where's Sutong? Tan Song Yun noticed that Sutong was missing. Didn't see. I didn't see it either. Oh, I see it now. Peng Peng suddenly said. Sutong was the first to finish changing clothes, and he seemed to have gone straight to the director's team. The director's crew? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one knew why Sutong had gone to the director's office. No one else got involved. I guess Sutong must have something to do, right? I'll go make some tea for everyone. Seeing this, Mr. He also stood up. Have something warm to drink so you don't catch a cold. Saying that, he headed toward the kitchen. Go to the kitchen. Path Director Group. Just then, Mr. He saw Sutong talking with Director Wang Yi and several staff members. Among those staff members was the cameraman who usually followed Zhang Runan and Tan Song Yun. And at that moment, he was looking down. It looked like he was being scolded by the director. And the director seems to be receiving a scolding from Sutong? What's going on? Mr. He frowned, looking as though something was wrong. So, he quietly walked over, pulled a little girl aside, and asked, "What's going on?" The young woman from the production team didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, she smiled slightly, pointed at Sutong, and whispered, "He's the cameraman for Song Yun and Runan. Sutong is here to help them out." The young girl is pretty smart. She knows to keep her words to herself. This statement is actually quite cryptic. But how intelligent is Mr. E? How could he not have noticed? Unconsciously, a warm feeling filled her heart as she looked at Sutong. This story probably began about 10 minutes ago. Sutong quickly changed her clothes and walked out. Originally, it was the director's path. But then we heard this. "Old Su, you're not a newbie anymore. Can't you tell what's important and what's not? If something happens to the guest, the entire production team won't be able to afford the damages." That's clearly Director Wang Yi's voice. And the person he was scolding was the cameraman who was following Zhang Runan and Tan Song Yun. His name was Lao Su. Facing the director's scolding, he not only showed no remorse but instead said, "Director Wang, we've been doing variety shows for years. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. You know very well that this kind of thing creates buzz. The audience loves seeing scenes like this. That's true. He chose not to help at that time. He watched helplessly as Tan Song-yoon and Jang Runin braved the hailstorm and heavy rain to press forward. Isn't it all just for the show's ratings? Chapter 106, Specialization Pays Off, the proven formula for audience-pleasing variety shows. These days, isn't that just how variety shows are made? The more miserable the guests are, the more the audience loves it. As a qualified cameraman, Lao Su's job is to keep the camera steady at this moment. And he did a great job of holding the camera steady, capturing the most moments. He even felt like he had done something worthy of praise. Why did the director scold him? He should be praised instead. He deserves a reward. Besides, they've done this before. What do you know about it? Faced with Lao Su's stubbornness, director Wang Yi was quite anxious. He said, "Our show isn't lacking in views or sensationalism. And this isn't like the old days. We need to be mindful of the boundaries when filming variety shows. The past is the past, and the present is the present." If Longing for the Past 4 lacks buzz and discussion today, then director Wang Yi doesn't mind using this as a publicity stunt to attract some attention. But now, it's clear that their show isn't lacking in traffic. Because of Su Tong. Currently, major short video platforms and marketing accounts are capitalizing on editing videos of Su Tong and related news to generate income. And these individuals, in turn, have inadvertently driven a significant amount of traffic to the Ideal Life Season 4. In this situation, Longing for 4 doesn't really need that little bit of buzz to attract viewers, since gimmicks no longer matter. If we calculate it this way, if the guest has an issue, especially popular young actresses like Jang Runin and Tan Song-yoon, so, the production team really got the short end of the stick. Times are changing. The past is the past. They should know how to adapt. That's because the director isn't around. Otherwise, I would have scolded him on the spot. The director was right. When I saw Song-yoon and Runin, I felt really sorry for them. They're just two girls. Exactly. In that situation, the normal reaction should be to help, right? That's right. Many staff members from the production team heard these words and began to discuss them among themselves. Facing the director's scolding. Facing colleagues' gossip. Old Su didn't even seem to care. Instead, he said, "Wang Dao, what's the deal? We paid the announcement fee, so they have to put up with it. Besides, the hail wasn't that big and they both had umbrellas. What could possibly happen? I didn't have an umbrella either, and I was holding the camera, and nothing happened to me." He was so angry that he snapped at the director. Mostly it's just other people's gossip. He risked getting hit by hailstones. He braved the heavy rain. For the production team, we captured such precious footage. The result was, when he returned, the director not only failed to acknowledge his efforts but instead scolded him harshly in front of everyone. Where does that leave his reputation? Even all these people think he's in the wrong. A bunch of newbies. Do they even have the right to judge an old-timer like him? What a joke. What kind of celebrities are they? They're just actors. The film crew pays them, so they have to jump off buildings or crash cars. They have no choice but to follow orders. They're just filming a variety show. They weren't asked to jump off buildings, and they were paid their appearance fees. Can't they handle a little hail? Old Su thinks this is all part of the job, right? The weather cooperated, bringing a hailstorm and providing an opportunity to create a buzz. Why not seize the opportunity? Also, don't you think the scene where Su Tong goes back to save people is better? Didn't the audience buy into it? Before the director could answer, she asked another question. Yes. Su Tong rushed back in the rain to rescue the damsel in distress. Braving the hail, he carried Jang Runin, who was injured in the waist, all the way to seek shelter from the rain. It was just like a scene from a romantic drama. This part right now. It's already trending online. No matter which platform you're on, just scroll through and you'll see this scene. It has attracted countless netizens to come and watch. This has further boosted the popularity of Longing for the Past 4. If it weren't for Old Su, how would everyone have seen such an amazing scene? If it weren't for Old Su, how could the popularity of the show Longing for 4 have risen even further? The director still has the nerve to say they don't need that kind of buzz. That little bit of buzz is actually pretty significant these days. He's clearly a loyal and meritorious official. Why should he be criticized? Why should I be dissed by that group of brainless little fans of Su Tong? What a joke. Director Wang Yi was speechless. This Old Su really was a bit too much. However, from his perspective, he is indeed in the right. After all these years, hasn't that been the way variety shows have been produced all along? What kind of standards? The production team paid you the appearance fee. You have to tolerate any standards they set. Moreover, the director cannot deny that. That scene, where Su Tong braved the rain to go back and rescue someone, truly went viral across all major platforms. Even the colleagues who had just been talking with the director earlier fell silent one after another. Unable to speak. Specialization is the key to success. Old Sue is indeed a seasoned veteran. He knows a lot. And, seeing everyone, they were convinced by their own words. Old Sue smiled and let out a breath. He thought to himself. At the time, Su Tong didn't say anything, and neither did anyone else. Doesn't that mean they all agreed with me? The guests didn't say anything either. Why did the production team scold him? When you're on a film set, if you've surpassed the director in a certain professional capacity, you've earned the right to speak up. So Lao Su doesn't think the director will do anything to him. I guess it's just for these people to hear. Just say it's a one-time thing and call it a day. In fact, at this point, Director Wang Yi is in a difficult situation. Lao Su is a seasoned veteran with a wealth of experience, and he is indispensable in many areas. Moreover, he did indeed contribute to the success of this project to some extent. So Wang Yi also intended to say that this would be an exception and end the matter. But who knew? The director's words were just about to come out of his mouth. Well, you get what you pay for. That's just how it's always been done. What a small hailstorm. What a gimmick. What a great way to attract traffic. What a loyal and meritorious subject. It happened so suddenly. Not far away. Suddenly, Su Tong's voice echoed. Everyone froze in surprise and looked over. The rain had already stopped, and the evening sunlight shone down. Su Tong, who had changed into a different outfit, walked over slowly with her hands behind her back. At this moment, Su Tong's face no longer bore its usual smile. Instead, it was covered in frost. It is obvious. Just now. Lao Su's words had completely enraged Su Tong. Su Tong. It's Su Tong's older brother. I see Su Tong coming over. The young women from the production team couldn't help but gasp in surprise. But soon, they looked at each other, not daring to speak. Because. Who? I have no idea. Just now, Su Tong. How much did you actually hear? Director Wang Yi, on the other hand, looked extremely displeased. It seems. Su Tong, you heard everything, didn't you? Chapter 107, Su Tong loses his temper, his rage is fierce as thunder. Hey, Mr. Su, listen to me. Director Wang Yi hurried over to calm Su Tong down. Now, things had clearly taken an unexpected turn. If Su Tong hadn't heard about this and it was just an internal conflict, then as the director, he would be able to control the situation and nip the conflict in the bud. However, Su Tong heard it. If he misunderstood, then the matter wouldn't be so simple or easy to resolve. After all, Su Tong, unlike those guests who were invited and paid for their appearance fees, he is a true behind-the-scenes powerhouse. His connections and networks are countless. Every industry has its own network. Especially in this industry. He is affiliated with no fewer than 5 known talent agencies. Such a big name. We absolutely must not offend them. Even if they are the production team, they have always maintained a purely professional relationship with Su Tong. They wouldn't dare to say who hired whom. If others misunderstand, it's easy to explain. Even if Mr. Huang and Mr. Yi misunderstood, it's no big deal. After all, the director has been friends with them for years, so it wouldn't escalate into anything serious. But Su Tong. He doesn't know. After all, Su Tong is a true big shot. Talking about friendship with capital is simply laughable. But, facing the director's instinctive reassurance, Su Tong raised her hand and interrupted him. It seemed as though she wasn't allowing the director to interrupt. Witnessed this scene. The director sighed. It was the first time he had ever seen Su Tong like this. In his impression, Su Tong had always been easy to talk to. But when Su Tong rejected him, her aura was so powerful. It made him, instinctively, dare not speak. He knew it too. Perhaps. Su Tong is really angry. Wow. Su Tong is so manly. The female crew members saw the scene and their eyes sparkled with admiration. It's just like a domineering CEO come to life. Exactly, he just raises his hand and our director shuts up. Everyone was whispering among themselves. This only made old Su's expression grow even more grim. Su Tong came over. Even he was clearly caught off guard. Even so, he still didn't think he had done anything wrong. What he did, I suppose, would probably earn the full approval of capitalists, wouldn't it? As a capitalist, Su Tong has no reason to say anything about him, right? After all. At the time, he didn't object either. Now, what will he say? Old Su estimates. At most, Su Tong would have heard it and felt unjustified, but would have just come over to say a few words in a symbolic manner. Anyway, he didn't do anything wrong. Su Tong couldn't do anything about him. At worst, when Su Tong mentions it later, I'll give him some face. Be a little more accommodating. Admit a mistake. Just go through the motions and call it a day. What do you want, a bicycle? Ran. Lao Su was thinking just that. Standing in front of him, Su Tong suddenly opened her mouth and said, Let him go. I don't want to see him here anymore. Don't let him tarnish everyone's eyes. As soon as Su Tong finished speaking, nearby, a moment of silence fell. Perhaps, in everyone's hearts, Su Tong might just throw a big tantrum. She might scream and shout, cursing that heartless old Su. Or worse yet, they might even resort to physical violence against him. This is not impossible. In fact, many people have already started imagining such scenes. But the storm that everyone had imagined did not arrive as expected. Instead, Su Tong simply said this with the calmest tone, without a single swear word, speaking crisply and decisively. If everyone imagined a stormy scene, then Su Tong's actions are like tiny waves. They are not thunderous fury. But its power is no less than several times its own power. His words. The meaning was also very clear. To put it more politely, that's Su Tong's way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it's, get out of my sight. Don't ever show your face to me again. I find you disgusting. Simple. Direct. That's how they fired old Su. No explanation. And I won't even mention the reason. Because, in any case, this is the final outcome. Since that's the case, why bother explaining the reason to him? There's no need. Oh my goodness. Su Tong is so domineering. Exactly. That's the aura of a domineering CEO. I love it. Old Su has always been a bully, so it's about time someone put him in his place. I've always disliked him. He's so arrogant, even the director can't control him. Let's see what he has to say now. Many crew members also chimed in. In an instant, old Su was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that Su Tong might just come over for a token gesture. Come over to scold him a few times. Or even kick him a few times. He was even willing to endure it. Who can blame him? He's a wealthy capitalist, after all. But he never expected this. Su Tong didn't do anything else, she just told him to get out. Don't mention him. Even the director is baffled. What he was thinking wasn't that different from what old Su was thinking. After all, Su Tong wasn't the director, and he wasn't an investor either. He had only provided private sponsorship. Everyone respected him, but he didn't have much say in the matter. He should be well aware of that himself. So they didn't think Su Tong would do anything too extreme. But who knew? Su Tong not only did it, he did it so directly. No beating around the bush. Everyone is baffled. I'm not trying to be rude, Mr. Su, but is this really something you should be getting involved in? Old Su's temper flared up instantly. He had worked so hard, braving the hailstorm to record the video, and now he was presenting the footage to everyone. He did a great job for the production team. But instead of being rewarded, the director scolded him. Even Su Tong. He's even coming out to criticize him. Are you telling him to get lost? The director is one thing, but he's the executive producer. But what does Su Tong amount to? At most, he's only ever come up with a private sponsorship of 10 million. The show also gained a lot of traffic thanks to him. However, the benefits that Longing For brought to Su Tong, were they any less? If it weren't for Longing For, how would Su Tong have become so popular? They have mutually elevated each other. It's a win-win situation. Equal status. If that's the case, what gives Su Tong the right to demand that he leave? Acting all high and mighty. Acting like you're the boss. Who does he think he is? What does he have to do with you? Does he have any say in the matter? Director Wang Yi, who was standing nearby, remained silent. Perhaps, even he felt the same way. Old Su was a seasoned veteran, a real insider, and considered his right-hand man. While it's easy to criticize him, asking him to leave is another matter. It's none of my business. In response to old Su's question, the director's silence, everyone's concerns, Su Tong remained calm, took out his phone, and said, "But there are plenty of people who can handle it." Chapter 108, a phone call from the station manager of Mango TV with instructions. Speaking of which, Su Tong dialed the phone and walked away. Who was Su Tong calling? Su Tong left. But no one thought that Su Tong would just leave like that. Who was he calling? Old Su exchanged a glance with Director Wang Yi. Suddenly, he felt a sense of bad feeling. Who is Su Tong? A powerful figure behind the scenes. A true capitalist. What is he best at? Is it his cooking skills? Is it creativity? Is it about becoming a celebrity? Or rock climbing and working out? Or maybe start a company? Neither. It's his connections. His connections in the industry are so extensive, it's mind-boggling. No one knows who Su Tong is calling right now. Just a moment. Ding ding ding. Director Wang Yi's phone rang. At the same time, Su Tong is back too. In this world, could such a coincidence really happen? When Wang Yi pulled out his phone in a daze, his eyes widened in disbelief. The station director? To his surprise, the person who called him was actually the station director of Mango TV. As everyone knows, since its debut, Longing has been broadcast on Mango TV. Originally, the first season was intended for another satellite TV station, but they reneged on their promise, nearly causing the show to be cancelled. It was thanks to Mr. He's connections that it was finally able to air on Mango TV. It can be said that without Mango TV, there would be no Aspiration as we know it today. Over the past 4 seasons, Mango TV has also been actively promoting it. The station director of Mango TV, Wang Yi, is naturally well known. It's just that the station director is so busy with his daily affairs. How could he possibly have the time, and how coincidental is it that he called him at this exact moment? He couldn't help but look up at Su Tong in front of him. Gulping, he swallowed hard. An ominous foreboding grew stronger. If his guess is correct, Su Tong must have just called the station director of Mango TV. He never expected that. Su Tong actually knows the station director of Mango TV? This old Su, who happened to walk by, saw this scene and was also completely baffled. By now, he dared not even think of saying a single bad word about Su Tong. Wang Dao, what are you standing there for? Answer it, Su Tong said indifferently. This hesitated for a moment. Wang Yi reluctantly answered the phone. Station director Xiao Wang. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came through. I'm calling this number not to interfere with your work, but because some people should stay and some shouldn't. You should be clear about that, otherwise we might have to consider whether we should continue airing towards the future in the future. After hearing this, Wang Yi was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open. Again, look at Su Tong in disbelief. He didn't know what Su Tong had told the station manager. But the station manager. Really? Because of a single phone call from Su Tong. They used it to threaten him, saying they wouldn't collaborate with Towards the Future and wouldn't allow it to air, insisting on getting rid of Lao Su. Doesn't this mean something? Xiao Wang, are you listening? The station manager said again on the other end of the phone. Oh, I'm listening. Wang Yi hurriedly replied. Let me remind you again. You must understand that Su Xiuga has a lot of influence in the industry. If our station dares not accept you, think about what other stations would do. And let me tell you something in confidence, Su Xiuga could actually get all, and I mean all, the sponsors to pull their funding. At that point, the crisis you'd face would be even greater. Do you understand? The station manager's words. Very gentle. Very stable. In Wang Yi's heart. Yet it felt as though the waves were crashing wildly. Thunderous and powerful. 2 sentences. Highlighting Su Tong's power. Yes. Is the backstage of Mango TV tough? After launching numerous variety shows over the years and consistently ranking among the top 3 in ratings, how can you say they don't have strong connections? But even they. If Su Tong were to request it, they wouldn't dare accept Longing. What about other satellite channels? There's also the second sentence. This is more direct. Those sponsors are all business people. In the business world, Su Tong has an even bigger reputation. No one would dare to offend Su Tong. Withdrawing investments would then be even easier. In other words, if Su Tong wanted to, it would be a piece of cake to bring down their production team. If Su Tong wanted to, their show Longing would be cancelled. Wang Yi should realize the seriousness of the situation. Just a few minutes ago, old Su was still saying, does Su Tong have any say in this? Now, you say it again. Su Tong, are you going to do anything about this? Yes, director, I understand. I'm clear now. Goodbye, director. Goodbye. That's it. Wang Yi hung up the phone. And the scene was completely silent. Everyone looked at Su Tong in disbelief. Through the director's earlier conversation with the station manager and his attitude, everyone has a rough idea. Especially old Su. Right now. He even wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he have to confront Su Tong just now? Why didn't you just apologize directly? That might leave some room for negotiation. What about now? It's completely ruined. The station manager is personally handling it. What will he do? Director Wang Yi is currently also looks utterly miserable. A moment later. Old Su. What are you standing there for? Apologize quickly. Do you really want to get fired? After all, the director is the director. Wang Yi didn't want Lao Su to leave, and the only way to keep Lao Su was for Su Tong to speak up. He didn't go and foolishly seek out Su Tong to plead for old Su. Because he knew that the more he did that, the less likely Su Tong would spare old Su and might even think that old Su's actions were his doing. By then, he'd probably end up on Su Tong's blacklist too. So, now, save old Su. Apologize. That's the best course of action. Yes. This time, Lao Su's attitude was completely different from last time. He kept saying to Su Tong, Mr. Su, it's my fault. I spoke out of turn. I made a mistake. Please forgive me this once. But Su Tong, you remain unmoved. Wang Yi saw this and continued. What on earth are you doing? I told you from the start that the guests are the most important thing, but you wouldn't listen. So, the scene that Mr. He saw unfolded before his eyes. Wang Yi kept cursing at Lao Su, while Lao Su kept apologizing to Su Tong. In an effort to calm Su Tong down a little. To protect old Su. But Su Tong watched the two of them bantering back and forth and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was the one who should apologize. When would that day come? It was Su Tong who deserved an apology. He was cold and heartless, leaving Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun out in the hailstorm. And he still thinks it's justified. Shouldn't he apologize to Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun? This old Su doesn't even know who he should apologize to. Su Tong, why let him go? Chapter 109, even Mr. He isn't stepping in to stop the fight. Go ahead and fight. Hey, our director and old Su are playing off each other pretty well, aren't they? Who says otherwise? These two have been partners for so long the director wouldn't dare let old Su go. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. At this point, if I were Su Tong, after they apologized like that, I probably wouldn't feel right about kicking them out either. Many members of the production team began to discuss the matter. Yeah, the director and Lao Su's interplay is so vivid and lifelike. Anyone with a kind heart is a more compassionate person. Seeing how sincerely they apologized, he couldn't bring himself to ask old Su to leave. Earlier, I only called because old Su was butting heads with Su Tong. But what they think is, after all, what they think. That doesn't mean Su Tong has to do the same. All right. I could see the director and old Su rehearsing their lines. Su Tong looked calm on the surface. Everyone else could see it. How could he not? How could he not? Wang Dao. He directly named Director Wang Yi and said, now that we've come to this point, I'll give you 1 minute to decide, either have him leave, or. The rest, Su Tong didn't say. However, if they didn't follow Su Tong's instructions, the consequences, of course, would be equally clear. Upon hearing this, Su Tong is really heartless. I couldn't be that ruthless. What a heartless thing to say. Old Su did something so outrageous, and you think a few words of apology will make it all right? If apologies were enough, why would we need the police? Exactly. So you're not Su Tong, and you'll never reach his level. This is a matter of attitude and principle. What old Su did was completely unprincipled. Within the director's team, there was a flurry of discussion. The voices were almost all in favor of Su Tong. What old Su did this time was already way out of line. This director was also in a difficult position. Old Su's side was even more ashen-faced. Just as Su Tong had said. Now that we've come to this point, do you want Su Tong to take her own words as nonsense? Do you think that saying a few nice words, apologizing, and acting nice can make it all go away? What a joke. Is there such a good thing in the world? No. If you've done something wrong, you have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Apologize? That's just your attitude for acknowledging your mistake. It's not a reason for others to forgive you. Su Tong, firm in her stance. TSK. In the distance, since everyone was focused on Su Tong, Lao Shi was overlooked. Having witnessed the entire process, Mr. He couldn't help but smack his lips. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, deeply moved by Su Tong's actions. To be honest, even he, knowing full well that old Su refused to help when someone was in danger, he chose not to express any attitude either. After all, as a veteran of variety shows, he is well aware of these tactics. Though he may have some grievances, at least no one was harmed, and in the end, it will all be swept under the rug. He believed that even the other residents of the Mushroom House, such as Mr. Huang and Mr. Tang, would not choose to confront the production team head-on. But Su Tong was different. He not only stood his ground, but also fought back fiercely. He did it with such determination. It was just one phone call that settled the matter. This is the real Su Tong. This is Su Tong. I said, Mr. He. Right now. Seeing that things were starting to take a different turn, the young girl from the film crew gently tugged at Mr. He's sleeve and pointed inside, saying, aren't you going to stop them? Are you really going to let Su Tong drive old Su away? After hearing that, Mr. He was still a bit confused. But then he thought about it again. Yeah. In the eyes of these young girls, and even the audience, he was just a nice guy who had been around forever. When faced with such a situation, he should step forward and act as a peacemaker. But this time, he just smiled at the little girl and left. He didn't say anything. The little girl watched Mr. He's departing figure and couldn't help scratching her head. Why didn't Mr. He step in to stop them? That doesn't fit his character. The young girl muttered in confusion. What do you know? At the same time, another staff member tapped her forehead and said, Lao Su made a principled mistake. At that moment, no one could bear to watch Ruan Wan and Songyun walking in the hail. If it had really come down harder, it could have been life-threatening. Mr. He may be a kind-hearted person, but he also has his own principles. Moreover, Songyun, Runin, and Su Tong are all friends. From a friend's perspective, don't you think Su Tong is in the wrong? Otherwise, do you think Su Tong would insist on him leaving even after he admitted his mistake? The young girl heard this. Couldn't help but realize. That's right. In this world, not everything can be resolved peacefully. Mr. He, you don't try to mediate everything either. Even Mr. He couldn't bear to watch it. How excessive must old Su have been? Even so, even though Mr. He couldn't bear to watch, he didn't do it. On the contrary, Su Tong did what he dared not do. This is what truly warms the heart. Such a scene that brings great joy to the heart, took place behind the camera. It was also something the audience didn't notice, a blind spot in their field of vision. All of this, dear viewers, is completely unknown to you. The camera is still focused on the mushroom house. After a long time. Here we go. Mr. He walked over holding a large plate of prepared cold medicine. Everyone have some, so you don't catch a cold. He handed out cold medicine to everyone. Especially Pang Pang. Mr. He specifically handed Pang Pang a large bowl. Thank you, Mr. He. Pang Pang is starting to show some cold symptoms. Hey, where's my little brother? Uncle Shen asked. Junggood, didn't you go look for him? Did you find him? Yes. The girls over there also asked one after another. Even netizens joined in, leaving comments. Where's my husband? Where's my husband? What nonsense is that person upstairs talking about? Pull out your sword. Afraid of you? Su Tong is mine, even Jesus couldn't keep him. Wow. Ha. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Lushan Rising Dragon Dominance. Diamond Star Fist. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Netizens are all talented individuals. And in the mushroom house. Upon hearing this, Mr. He couldn't help but smile and said to Zhang Runin and Tan Songyun, your Su Tong is out to avenge you. Revenge? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion, feeling a bit dazed. What's going on? Mr. Huang was the first to notice something was wrong and asked a question in return. Because, from the very beginning, when Su Tong returned, he seemed to sense something was off. And now, Su Tong was still nowhere to be seen. There must be something going on. Ha ha. Mr. He smiled and told everyone exactly what had happened over there. Chapter 110, The Face of a Young Heartthrob, The Power of a Domineering CEO. This is the real Su Tong. Is this for real? Su Tong is way too manly. That's so bold. Going head to head with the production team? At the time, I thought, if Runin and Songyun were struggling so hard to walk in the hail, how could someone still be recording? Yeah, I was puzzled too. I thought it was something the production team had intentionally arranged. I never expected that. It was that disgusting cameraman. At the time, Su Tong seemed to have praised him, but now that I think about it, it's terrifying. Perhaps Su Tong already had reservations back then. At the time, the cameraman even made up an excuse about his back hurting. I bet Su Tong saw right through it back then. Exactly. No remorse at all. What if something really had happened? Songyun and Runin are two young girls. That guy really has a heart of stone. No wonder she's my idol. Only Su Tong would do something like that. Our Su Tong is truly amazing. Looking around the entire industry, how many people are like our Su Tong? Talent and virtue combined. That's what makes a true idol. I love it. No way, I'd become a fan too. I've gone from being a hater to a fan. At first, I thought this guy was pretty good looking and could even rival me, so I was pretty hostile toward him. But after this, I'm completely convinced. Netizens rushed to comment. Slowly. The reviews for Mushroom House are about to go viral. Mr. He's remarks have successfully stirred up everyone's emotions. Su Tong did the right thing. Teacher Huang said directly. If I hadn't been there, I would have scolded him on the spot. He really has no sense of propriety. Yeah. Uncle Shen also became unusually serious and said. These days, people on variety shows don't know how to keep things in check. If something happens to these two delicate young ladies, what are we going to do? Who would have thought that Su Tong is such a real man? Pang Pang also shook his head and said. Zhang Zifeng nodded repeatedly, and the little girl's eyes sparkled like stars, making her admire her older brother Su Tong even more. On the other hand, Tan Songyun and Zhang Runin. It's all our fault. If it weren't for them, Su Tong wouldn't have gotten into a conflict with the director's crew. Now it's all over. Now I'm going head to head with the director's team. Seeing this, Mr. He and the others instinctively wanted to comfort them. Little did they know that at that moment. What can you blame them for? Near the pavilion, Su Tong's voice suddenly rang out. But there was no one to be seen. He was wearing a pair of shorts, a short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of large flip-flops, hands behind his back, walking leisurely, looking as relaxed as an old man with a crew cut taking a stroll. Su Tong. He's here. He's here. He's returned victorious. Ah. Husband. I saw the subject of everyone's discussion. Su Tong. Appearing in front of the camera. Netizens went wild. What's the latest update on the situation? Did you win? Did that guy get kicked out yet? Su Tong, hurry up and tell us. Please. The netizens all shouted in unison. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Su Tong slowly walked over. She smiled as she approached Jang Runin and Tan Songyun, sat down slowly, and said, "It's not that I'm saying this to you, but don't take everything upon yourselves. How can you blame yourselves for this? Really?" His words carried a hint of blame. Whose fault is it? It's that old cameraman Su. That's right. Mr. Huang was also filled with righteous indignation. He stamped his feet and said, "That guy is being too much. If it were me, I'd have to stand up for myself too. But Su Tong did it for us, even though he had to deal with the production team." Jang Runin pouted and said tearfully. "Yes." Tan Songyun chimed in. "I said, don't worry too much." Fortunately, Uncle Shin arrived just in time and said, "Who does my younger brother think he is? What's his background? Even if he's involved with the production team, they'd have to kowtow to him. Who dares to touch him? Are they out of their minds?" Ha ha. That's a refreshingly honest statement. Mr. He, for the first time, didn't try to mediate and stood on their side, laughing. Uncle Shin is absolutely right. Ha ha. That's right. Netizens also joined in with their comments. Su Tong is a big shot, a major capitalist. Who dares to mess with him? Exactly. Our idol is the kind of person who doesn't need anyone to worry about him. He's got it under control. Indeed. Su Tong had a conflict with the program crew. But that doesn't mean anything. What can this production team possibly do to Su Tong? Moreover, the crew members are all on Su Tong's side. The director might have some resentment in the short term, but given the huge buzz Su Tong has generated for the show, his grievances will likely dissipate quickly. Just as Uncle Shin said. Who dares to harm Su Tong now? These two girls are so worried. Are really unnecessary. Yeah, you're right. Since everyone already knew, Su Tong didn't plan to hide it. She decided to tell the two girls, Tan Songyun and Jang Runin, directly. You are my friends. You came here because you were invited to participate in the program, not to work for money. Girls, when you're out in the world, taking care of yourselves is the most important thing. The show's ratings or anything like that are worth nothing compared to your safety, do you understand? Perhaps. Su Tong herself, due to her emotional intelligence, could also pull off such a stunt, refusing to pick the coconut for the sake of the show's effect and instead opting to pick the banana. That is the kind of program effect that is understood within the bounds of common sense. But if, once, when it comes to your own safety, violating principles, crossed the line, so Su Tong wouldn't care about this so-called program effect. No amount of appearance fees or money can buy personal safety. That is Su Tong's principle. Wow. Su Tong is so manly. He has the face of a young heartthrob but the aura of a domineering CEO. I'm in love. Netizens are praising Su Tong. And at this very moment, Peng Peng, sitting in the corner, seemed to have been given a lesson. He listened attentively to Su Tong's words. Watching this scene, honestly speaking, at that time, Peng Peng also realized that the cameraman, Old Su, was doing it for the show. He assumed Su Tong was aware of this as well, so he didn't mention it. He thought the matter would just be swept under the rug. For the sake of the show, Su Tong had done it before, hadn't she? But, when we have come this far, Peng Peng suddenly realized. If, for the sake of so-called program ratings, one were to abandon one's principles, resort to any means necessary, and engage in sensationalism without regard for consequences, then, it would be utterly meaningless. It would hurt both others and oneself. Perhaps the audience finds it thrilling and satisfying. But what about you? Perhaps it's just that you've been hurt in some way, and it affects you for the rest of your life. So, most people will still end up like Su Tong. They have principles. There must be a bottom line for everything. As long as you don't cross the line, you can tolerate it. If you make a mistake, just let it go and don't dwell on it. But once the bottom line is crossed. Chapter 111, Starry Sky? In recent years, I've seen it all in Zixalan. Once you cross the line, then, you must make the other party know that you are not someone to be bullied. Su Tong did it. That's right. On weekdays, he appears as gentle as jade, like a humble gentleman, a true gentleman. But once you cross his boundaries, just watch how he handles it. Even when faced with the other person's tearful pleas for mercy, he remained unmoved. That was him back then. Not a single trace of his usual gentleness. This is Su Tong. With that, the matter was settled. As for Old Su's fate, there is no doubt about it. Regardless of whether we consider morality, character, ideas, or motives, he did nothing right. Despite the director's efforts to protect him. But Su Tong was too assertive. In front of Su Tong, he felt for the first time that he was just an employee of Su Tong. Even the crew members of the director's team were complaining about Lao Su. As relayed by Mr. He. Everyone also began to reject this old Su. At this point, from any perspective, the pressure is immense. The director had no choice but to fire old Su. This is all his own doing. Alright, let's eat. In the evening, it was time for Mr. Huang's special performance. Wow! Mr. Huang's signature scallion oil noodles. Also available are fish-flavored shredded pork, fried pork chops, and other hearty dishes. On a summer evening after the rain, enjoying such a meal in a cool pavilion is simply delightful. Little brother, you've got to step up your game, or else Mr. Huang will catch up with you if he puts in a little more effort. Uncle Shen said while eating and patting Su Tong on the shoulder. I don't want to eat it. Mr. Huang was so angry that he clenched his teeth on the spot. Ha, Uncle Shen is causing trouble again. Mr. Huang, my big slippers are dying to get out. Tengu really owes me big time. Netizens rushed to comment. Ha, Uncle Shen, you're really trying to please everyone and ending up pleasing no one. Why bother? Mr. He also said. With just one sentence, he managed to offend Mr. Huang and still didn't satisfy Su Tong. Tengu, when are you leaving? Su Tong even said this. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. Tengu shrugged and said. Little brother, I'll miss you. Su Tong rolled her eyes. I won't miss you either. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. It was just. Seemed to notice that Tan Song-yoon and Jang Runen's moods weren't very high. Hey, I heard there's going to be a meteor shower tonight. Mr. Huang seemed to want to lighten the mood and suddenly said. Really? Sure enough. This kind of topic successfully attracted everyone's attention. Especially the three young women, Tan Song-yoon, Jang Runen, and Zhang Zifeng. Girls are always curious about things that symbolize romance. Of course. Mr. Huang immediately pulled out his phone. Look what I saw when it was raining. Mr. He took the phone. Everyone looked over. Really? Mr. He exclaimed in surprise. There are reports that tonight, around 9:30 to 10 p.m., a meteor shower will be visible in the sky above Zishuangbana. After 9:30 p.m. Su Tong glanced at the time. It's just a little while longer, right? Now it's already around 9 o'clock at night. So, after dinner, we can wait here to watch the shooting stars? Peng Peng and his younger sister Zhang Zifeng exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Everyone got excited. Ah! A shooting star. I'll go get the telescope. My little sister was so excited that she skipped off to get the telescope. I'm coming too. Me too. Zhang Runen and Tan Song-yoon also seemed to cheer up. Hey, these girls aren't even eating their meals. They're really. Tengu couldn't help but laugh and say. At his age, he really didn't have much interest in things like shooting stars anymore. It's Su Tong who's interested. Seemed to have thought of something. He stood up on his own and silently walked into the room. He found it the guitar he hadn't touched in days. It's 9:30. It's 9:30. Seeing that it was almost time, Peng Peng, this big guy, also got worked up and started shouting and screaming. Hurry up! Everyone, come and wait. At Mr. He's call, everyone hurried into the pavilion. Su Tong sat in the corner. He had never been one to vie for the center spot. Everyone's attention was drawn to the meteor that hadn't appeared yet. So, no one noticed that Su Tong had a guitar in his hands. However, the people inside the mushroom house didn't notice. But that doesn't mean our many online friends didn't notice. Guitar! Look at Su Tong's hands, isn't that a guitar? Su Tong is holding a guitar again? My intuition tells me something good is about to happen. Oh my goodness, are we going to hear Su Tong sing again? Ah! Husband! Be a little more reserved upstairs. The netizens, however, are buzzing with excitement. At this time. Is the busiest time of the day? The bullet comments just keep coming. Are there really shooting stars? You're kidding, right? Before you come up here to argue, remember to check the news online first. The Meteorological Bureau has confirmed that there will indeed be a meteor shower tonight in Zishuangbana. Netizens are discussing it enthusiastically. Inside the mushroom house, everyone stood at the edge of the pavilion and looked outside. Oh, when will they arrive? Exactly, I'm so excited. Zhang Runen, Tan Song-yoon, and Zhang Zifeng, three young girls, were chattering away. I have no idea what they were discussing. It was clear they were in a hurry. In comparison, people like Tango, Huang Laosher, He Laosher, and Su Tong seem much calmer. Ah Pine, give us a shout when there's a meteor. Mr. Huang reminded us. Oh, okay. Peng Peng was intently watching outside. Hey, look at those kids. Mr. He watched the scene and seemed to recall his own youth. Does Su Tong not care about this? Then, Mr. He noticed Su Tong. It seemed. Su Tong is the same age as Peng Peng and Tan Song-yoon. Why aren't you as curious about this as they are? Yeah, Su Tong seems so mature. Of course. Who is Su Tong? He wouldn't lack that kind of insight. How could we be attracted by a mere shooting star? Netizens commented one after another. In response to Mr. He's question, Su Tong simply picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. She smiled and said, "A few years ago, I spent some time in Zixalan. At that time, there were frequent meteor showers, and I was used to seeing them." When Su Tong said that, the netizens' comments suddenly seemed to come to a halt. "Damn it, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so angry. Yeah, I thought this guy was mature, but it turns out he's just used to it." Chapter 112, Su Tong's new song. The comments are exploding. Inside the mushroom house. Hi. Mr. Huang and the others couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that Su Tong was like them, mature with age and no longer caring about such things. It turned out he was just used to it. This is really. Time has passed. Everyone is waiting for the shooting stars. At first, everyone was very enthusiastic. I was very excited. But, as time goes by, why aren't you here yet? Are you coming or not? Ah. The netizens in front of the screen were the first to lose patience and couldn't wait any longer. It's already past 10 o'clock. Peng Peng glanced at the time and reminded him helplessly. It seems like it won't happen tonight after all. Zhang Zifeng pouted. She had studied a little astronomy and knew that most of these meteors were just hype and might not actually happen. Oh, I see. Tan Song Yun and Zhang Runin exchanged glances, and the two women couldn't help but pout. The mood that had been improving once again sank. At the same time, netizens also started posting comments. "I told you so. The weather forecast is nonsense. Shut up, upstairs. Meteor predictions like this are never very accurate, and missing them is nothing unusual." Exactly. I remember when we saw a streak of light in the sky before, the predictions were all hyped up, but it didn't turn out that great. Even if there was, it wouldn't necessarily be good. That's right. Although netizens tried to comfort themselves, their mood remained rather low. There's nothing we can do about it. They were just as eager as everyone else at the mushroom house to see the shooting stars. They were even more excited to see how they would react when they saw the shooting stars. But now the predicted time has passed. It is highly unlikely that it will happen. Therefore, disappointment is inevitable. Mushroom house. Everyone's mood couldn't help but feel a bit down. We waited for nearly an hour for nothing. I was excited for an hour. In the end, there was nothing. Who wouldn't be disappointed? But at this very moment. Alright, everyone, don't be discouraged. Su Tong suddenly stood up and slung his guitar over his back. How about I sing you a song? Sing. Su Tong wants to sing. I knew it. He's actually going to sing? What's he going to sing? Sunny Day? I want to hear Nowhere to Hide, but the live music conditions don't seem to allow it. I still want to hear Natural Beauty. The low spirits of the netizens were instantly lifted by Su Tong's one sentence. Perhaps. Like a shooting star. In truth, everyone really wants to hear Su Tong sing. After all, many people have never seen a shooting star in their lives and aren't particularly looking forward to it. But most of them have heard Su Tong's music. Of course, we're looking forward to it. Great. Inside the mushroom house. As everyone watched Su Tong prepare to sing, their excitement began to build. I've been wanting to hear Su Tong sing Sunny Day live for ages. Zhang Runin clapped her hands excitedly. Me too. Me too. Tan Song Yun also became more lively. Previously, they had only seen videos online. It just doesn't compare to Su Tong's live performance. The atmosphere is slowly starting to warm up. The sense of loss caused by the absence of the epidemic is also gradually fading away. Seeing this, Mr. He smiled and quietly leaned over to Mr. Huang's ear and said, I think Su Tong had already figured out that the chances of a meteor appearing were slim, so he didn't expect it from the start and had already prepared other ways to entertain everyone. Yeah. Mr. Huang also sighed softly in disbelief. Even. They had known Su Tong for quite some time. Even. They were well aware of Su Tong's high emotional intelligence. But, when Su Tong repeatedly did these heartwarming things, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is Su Tong. Today we won't sing Sunny Day. But who knows? In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, the loud cheers of netizens. Looking forward to it. Wait. Su Tong. How dare you say that? Not sing Sunny Day? What do you mean? Not sing Sunny Day? Then what should we sing? Could it be that Su Tong is going to sing a new song? Come on, upstairs. It's only been a few days, and you want Su Tong to sing a new song again? Do you really think he's a songwriting machine? Exactly. Don't take his words out of context. What Su Tong probably meant was that he doesn't have to sing Sunny Day, he can sing Natural Beauty, or why not, he's not limited to just one song. Exactly. Netizens are flooding the comments with reactions. Su Tong's words were indeed easy to take out of context. But it's not hard to understand either. After all, no one really believed that in just a few days, Su Tong could write another new song. Let us not even talk about whether he can write it or not. Even if he does, everyone would feel sorry for him. Although they also want to hear new songs, they feel even more sorry for Sutong. The guests inside the mushroom house were also very rational. They certainly wouldn't take things out of context. Then listening to Natural Beauty is also a good choice. Tan Song-yoon said. Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow is fine too. Zhang Runan said. No one else picked them. As long as it's sung by Sutong, anything is fine. But who knows? In response to everyone's kindness, Sutong merely smiled slightly and said, let's not sing those. Let's try a new song today. When Sutong finished speaking, the mushroom house fell into complete silence. Everyone remained silent, none daring to speak. But their eyes, without any prior agreement, were all wide open. At the same time, even the bullet comments. Really? It seemed as though everything had come to a standstill. Countless stunned netizens were completely overwhelmed by this unexpected surprise. For a moment, there's no time to post a comment. What? A new song? Tangu was the first to exclaim in disbelief, staring at Sutong and asking, brother, it's only been a few days, and you've already written a new song? Are these high-quality songs just being written for free now? Tang Ji's words really hit the nail on the head. That's right. Mr. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Sutong, how can you let the other creators feel so embarrassed? At the same time, netizens have also caught on. New song? Is it really a new song? Who's the one who peed yellow? Come give me a nudge so I can see if I'm really dreaming. Following Sunny Day and Nowhere to Hide, is Sutong releasing a new song again? Oh my gosh. My idol is so amazing. Another new release? Mr. He is right. Sutong is so productive, how can other creators in the industry keep up with him? Alright, stop derailing the conversation. I just want to hear Sutong's new song. Can't wait. Looking forward to it too. Looking forward to it. Expectation 00. All at once. The comments are exploding. Just because. Sutong's one sentence. Chapter 113, there were no shooting stars tonight, but Sutong sang out a sky full of stars. Sutong is going to sing a new song. A new song. The girls in the production team. After hearing Sutong's words, they were also immediately excited. A new song? No way, Sutong? Are you even human? Peng Peng said with a twitching mouth. It's only been a few days, and you've already written a new song? Yeah. Sutong is so productive. What are you talking about? In the end, she was directly rebuked by Tan Song-yoon. Peng Peng, you can't compare yourself to Sutong. Exactly. Zhang Runan also came to Sutong's defense. Bro. You're being too harsh. Zhang Zifeng rolled his eyes and said. All of a sudden. Peng Peng is isolated and helpless. He's surrounded on all sides. So embarrassing. Look at Peng Peng, he's so funny. Peng Peng has once again become the butt of everyone's jokes. Alright. Sutong slowly sat down. She placed the guitar in front of her. Gently strum a few times. He said. Since there are no shooting stars today, I hope this song will be like a shooting star and not disappoint everyone. Yeah. The meteor disappointed everyone. Sutong couldn't let everyone down again. He said. The brightest star in the night sky for everyone. As the words fell, Sutong slowly plucked the strings of the zither. Dong. The crisp sound of a guitar slowly drifted out. Hey, this song title has a deep meaning, huh? Mr. Huang couldn't help but say. Who can say otherwise? Mr. He also shook his head and said. Amazing. If they were to describe their feelings towards Sutong right now, what would they be? Perhaps. Only admiration can express it. He knew that the chances of seeing a meteor tonight were slim. So, he composed a song. The title is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Use it to replace the shooting star that never appeared. We won't let you down. The shooting star has let everyone down. He is Sutong. Make up for it. Sutong is so warm-hearted. Oh my goodness, can it get any warmer? The night sky has no stars, yet he sang a song about the stars. This is my idol. Listen to that intro. Sutong's creative talent is still on point. The intro alone is so captivating. Alright, everyone above, quiet down. You're disturbing me from listening to Sutong's new song. I'll give you all a knife blade. Exactly. Watch out, I'll crawl through the internet cable and come kill you. Netizens commented enthusiastically. And slowly. They did so voluntarily. They are very well-mannered. Stop sending bullet comments. The screen cleared up. Everyone inside the mushroom house also became quiet. They waited in silence as Sutong began to sing. Dong. The prelude continues. Under the night sky. In the pavilion. Sutong sang slowly. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear me clearly? The loneliness and sighs of those who gaze up at you. His voice no longer carried the freshness it had when he sang Sunny Day earlier. Nor did it have the raw, gritty intensity of Nowhere to Hide. Instead, there's a touch more of that deep, raspy tone. This couldn't help but make everyone marvel at how versatile Sutong's voice truly was. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky, can you remember? The figure that once walked beside me, now vanished in the wind? Unlike the previous few songs, the extended dissection verse is different. This song is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Sutong used very short verses, just a few lines, with a narrative style that really resonates with the audience. By the time everyone has immersed themselves in the song, the chorus kicks in after a strumming pattern ends. Sing it out. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, beyond the lies, embrace you. Every time I can't find the meaning of existence. Every time I get lost in the darkness. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me closer to you. A chorus falls. Enter the interlude. Ah, my goosebumps. It's not hard to hear that many crew members, and even the guests inside the mushroom house, were whispering such words. This chorus is perfect. A stunning high note, a captivating melody, and seamless transitions between head voice and chest voice. Plus the crisp guitar melody. So captivating. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold back. No one can stop me from typing. I've got to say it all. Why are the songs created by Sutong always so beautiful? Even though there were no shooting stars tonight, Sutong's songs were more captivating than shooting stars. Goodness. Just hearing half of it, the melody has already echoed in my mind countless times. How on earth did he come up with such a brilliant melody? Ah, another hit song that's going to be a huge sensation. Netizens couldn't help but react. Perhaps before listening to the song, they would say something more civilized, like be quiet or listen quietly. But when this song reached the point where everyone watching the screen got goosebumps, they simply can't help themselves. This song is amazing. Especially the chorus, with the seamless transition between head voice and chest voice. Sutong's unique voice, combined with the melody and rhythm. One word, amazing. Perhaps tonight, everyone missed the shooting stars in the sky. But they heard it a star even brighter than that meteor. It was Sutong's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Not a bit disappointed. Totally satisfied. I can't get enough. Interlude ends. Sutong continued singing. The brightest star in the night sky, do you know? The figure that once walked beside me, where are you now? Oh, the brightest star in the night sky, do you care? Are you waiting for the sun to rise, or will it come unexpectedly first? Another short verse. But the lyrics are completely different. I don't know if anyone noticed the lyrics, but Sutong's verses are very short, yet she sings them with such simplicity. I think what makes it so appealing is not just the melody, but the lyrics. From a professional perspective, I can confidently say that Sutong's professionalism is truly unmatched. A netizen commented on this. This resonated with everyone. And Sutong raised the key, leading into the chorus. I would rather keep all the pain inside. I would rather not forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, let me embrace you beyond the lies. Every time I can't find the meaning of existence. Every time I get lost in the darkness. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Oh, please illuminate my path ahead. Everyone is intoxicated by the music. Slowly, they forgot about the comments. No one wants to miss this moment. Sutong's performance. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, let me embrace you beyond the lies. Every time I can't find the meaning of existence. Every time I get lost in the darkness. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Oh, please illuminate my path ahead. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the loneliness and sighs in the hearts of those who look up at you? Chapter 114, the director suddenly appears something's wrong? The song ended. Snap. At the scene, a series of applause erupted. Inside the mushroom house were guests including Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Uncle Shen, Peng Peng, Zhang Zifeng, Zhang Runen, and Tan Songyun, as well as many staff members from the production team. All raised their hands spontaneously, clapping from the bottom of their hearts. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Mr. He exclaimed in admiration. Although we didn't see any shooting stars tonight, Sutong's performance of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky was even more beautiful than any shooting star. That's right. Mr. Huang didn't even have time to drink his tea as he praised. So we should thank the stars for not bringing any meteors tonight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard such beautiful songs. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The comments flooded the screen. Sutong. Tell me, are you human? Are you really human? This is a question posed by a netizen. A heartfelt exclamation. This sentence. If this were in a different context, people might think he was insulting Sutong, calling him not human. But now, after Sutong finished singing this song, everyone was still immersed in its lingering melody. No one would be unaware that this statement carries nothing but praise. Exactly. Just as expected. The netizen immediately posted a second message. Sunny Day was already amazing enough, and I've been on repeat with Nowhere to Hide ever since. Now you've sung The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and I can't keep up. Ha ha. The person above makes a good point. Yeah. I can't keep up either. Even though there are only 3 songs, I can't bear to skip any of them. Su Tong, are you even human? How on earth did you manage to release one masterpiece after another in such a short time? Are premium quality songs now free of charge? Goodness gracious. Su Tong, are you even human? Netizens commented one after another. Seriously, though. Earlier, there were people online who specifically mentioned this issue. They said that Su Tong's songs were likely written by someone else. Or maybe he wrote them himself earlier. After all, he had such a short time to write songs. Sunny Day seems like it took him less than half a day to write. He went in, tweaked the guitar a bit, and came out. During Nowhere to Hide, the situation was also tense. They had to rehearse other songs, leaving him even less time. Now it's this song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Although, no one knows if it was written by Su Tong. However, from Nowhere to Hide to The Brightest Star in the Night Sky was only 3 or 4 days, less than a week. Such a short time. Who dares to claim they can consistently produce one masterpiece after another? So, everyone thinks that maybe this wasn't written by Su Tong. This speculation has now been largely dismissed. Because every song sung by Su Tong can become a huge hit. If someone else had written them, wouldn't they have released their own album and become famous long ago? How foolish must that person be to give all the good songs to Su Tong? Now there's only one explanation left: all these songs were written by Su Tong beforehand. Admittedly. Perhaps now, everyone feels the same way. But even so what? Even if it was written by Su Tong before, every one of his songs has a wide audience. They're all huge hits. They're all the rage. For example, Sunny Day is still at the top of the charts on major music streaming apps, and its popularity shows no signs of slowing down. This song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, is absolutely no less impressive than Sunny Day. Another chart-topping song. Everyone tonight is truly buzzing with excitement. Mushroom House. Su Tong, you're so talented. Zhang Runan, Tan Songyun, and Zhang Zifeng gathered together, their eyes sparkling like stars as they looked at Su Tong. Completely transformed into a little fangirl. Oh my goodness. Pang Pang shook his head repeatedly and said, I've got another song on repeat now. I'm talking about Pang Pang. Tang Gu couldn't help but interject, saying, You say you hang out with my younger brother all day long. Do you know the saying, those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous? Do you know the saying, you learn by osmosis? How come you haven't been influenced by my younger brother at all? If you had been influenced even a little, you'd probably be a movie star by now. Ha ha. Uncle Shen's words successfully made everyone laugh. I didn't expect that we'd come here and get such a pleasant surprise. Tan Songyun said with a smile. That way, we can leave tomorrow and be happy. Zhang Runan also said. Su Tong tonight, the meaning behind writing a song, they all understood. Isn't it because they don't want them to feel guilty or sad about what happened with old Su during the afternoon filming? It's clear that Su Tong's objective has already been achieved. Meanwhile, Mr. He and the other elders sitting nearby couldn't help but look at Su Tong with admiration. Indeed. They might still admire Su Tong's emotional intelligence and his warm-hearted nature. But now, what they think about is something much deeper. Su Tong was indeed warm. But her warmth isn't the kind that comes from telling someone to drink hot water. They use their own talents to bring warmth to others. Take tonight's incident, for example. If you had someone else, could they just blurt out something like Su Tong and come up with a masterpiece? If you replace him with someone else, even if they can create, could they do it as well as Su Tong? Even if you replace him with someone else who is just as talented, can you guarantee that they won't become arrogant and impatient? Let me put it this way. Let's try someone else. If only someone had Su Tong's abilities, there wouldn't be a single person who isn't arrogant, impatient, or conceited. If everyone were like Su Tong, they'd all be so arrogant they'd reach the sky. But Su Tong is just the opposite. She stays humble and composed. She's just humble and low-key. This is the real warm-hearted guy. Because of Su Tong's new song, success has successfully lifted everyone's spirits. Perhaps. Even today, Tan Songyun and Zhang Runan still can't let go of what happened. However, when they think about what Su Tong did for them, that warmth shatters their lingering resentment into pieces. However, it seems no one wants them to dwell on it. At the same time, cough. Outside the pavilion, someone suddenly coughed. Everyone turned to look. Wang Dao. The man walking over there is none other than Director Wang Yi. His sudden arrival left everyone a bit confused. There's something I need to tell everyone. Director Wang Yi came over and said hesitantly. Everyone heard this and couldn't help but look at each other, slightly taken aback. Could something have happened? Su Tong also furrowed his brows. After finally building up the mood, is the director here to ruin it? Is he still upset about what happened this afternoon? Or did something really happen? Chapter 115, the director apologizes, but Soo-tong doesn't give him any face. Seeing the director's stubborn expression, what could have happened? Oh no, could it be that Longing isn't going to air? Everyone, calm down, calm down. With Soo-tong here, what could possibly go wrong? Exactly. We don't even know what's going on yet, and you're the first one to panic. Netizens also started commenting one after another. In such circumstances, when everyone was feeling quite tense. Hey, everyone, don't be nervous, okay? Director Wang Yi smiled innocently, scratched the back of his head, and said, nothing major, nothing major. I just have something to share with everyone. Hi. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, rolling their eyes. This guy is making it impossible to broadcast the show. It's like they're going to have to cancel it. He's making it seem like the end of the world. You're making everyone else nervous too. Turns out it wasn't a big deal after all? Spit it out. Hurry up and go back to your machine. Mr. Huang just shook his head in disbelief. Because of what happened this afternoon. Mr. Huang also had some issues with Director Wang, so he wasn't in a good mood at the moment. Everyone else also remained silent, clearly feeling a bit uncomfortable about Wang Dao's defense of Lao Su. He. Of course, we all understand everyone's mindset. Therefore, Wang Dao gave a silly laugh and walked over. He casually pulled over a small chair and sat down. He sat down next to Mr. Huang. He smiled at Zhang Runin and Tan Songyun across from him and said, well, I'm here now, actually representing the program team, to apologize to both of you. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was a bit surprised. The director came over personally to apologize? What's going on? Zhang Runin and Tan Songyun looked at each other, also a bit confused. Even Mr. He and the others felt a bit puzzled. No way. The director came over personally to apologize? At least he's a big-name director. This counts as a public apology, right? It seems like he's being sincere. Everyone else can see that too. Yes. Even if he wanted to apologize or make amends, the director could have done so privately outside of the program recording. That way, he could save face. But now, he has stepped directly from behind the scenes into the spotlight to publicly apologize to Zhang Runin and Tan Songyun. You should know. The show Longing for the Past 4 is super popular right now. At this time of night, around 10 p.m., the number of online viewers is in the millions. At peak times, exceeding 100 million is no problem. Even so, Wang Dao still stood up. This clearly demonstrates his utmost sincerity. It seems. It is precisely this realization that has led to this. That's why everyone feels strange. And Wang Dao, seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, he knew exactly what was going on. He scratched the back of his head and laughed. Actually, I didn't agree with what happened this afternoon either. I even scolded old Sue, but there was nothing I could do. We've always done things this way when recording variety shows in the past, and he's been with me for so long. I couldn't just kick him out like that, could I? When I said that, he looked pretty innocent and pitiful. Indeed, old Sue went too far. But everyone in the industry knows that this is how variety shows were filmed back in the day, right? Just scold him a bit and give him a warning, that should be enough. After all, old Sue has been with him for many years. From a humanitarian perspective, he wouldn't kick old Sue out. That's all I have to say. Wang Dao shrugged helplessly, looked at Soo-tong, smiled bitterly, and said, I didn't expect him to be so stubborn, and it just so happened that he was caught by Mr. Su, leading to what happened this afternoon. Speaking of which, he was pretty speechless too. Who would have thought that old Su was so stubborn that he would argue back in public? Now almost everyone on the show knows about it. It made him look pretty awkward being caught in the middle. Actually, it was the right decision to let him go in this situation. Mr. Su did the right thing. But he's been with me for so many years. If I don't say a few words for him, who among the old team members would dare to stick with me in the future? It's just unavoidable. He shrugged his shoulders. In the afternoon, after the station manager called, he still defended old Su. That's basically how it went. Being in the industry is just like the old days of the underworld. You have to give and take, tit for tat. Others follow him because they trust him and have built up years of friendship. If something like this happens, even if it's his fault, shouldn't he at least defend them a little? If he had sided with Soo-tong at that moment, changed his attitude, and told old Su to get lost, that would have made him a real opportunist, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that really make everyone look down on us? After that, if any of his old brothers got into trouble, who would dare to work with him anymore? That's just how the world works. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a brief silence. Yeah, the director was right. That's just how the world works. Actually, the director is in a tough spot in the middle of all this. He came to apologize now, which shows he really means it. Netizens commented one after another. It must be said that, as the director of Longing, Wang Dao is truly quite considerate. Yes, I understand. Mr. Huang, sitting next to him, was the first to nod in agreement. He said, Old Wang also has his own difficulties. Let's not dwell on this matter, shall we? They've been old friends for years. Even if he's dissatisfied, Old Wang has come out and apologized so sincerely. How could he not give him a way out? I agree. Mr. He nodded and said, That's how it is when you're out in the world. There will always be social conventions to navigate. In the end, it's all just about navigating the complexities of human relationships and social etiquette. We're not related. Zhang Runin and Tan Sonyun were quite kind, and they hadn't planned on making a big deal out of it anyway, since they didn't have anything against her. That's good, that's good. Having gained everyone's understanding, Director Wang felt a little relieved and let out a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Su Tong suddenly said, I understand what Wang Dao said, but keeping such a troublemaker around will eventually harm the entire crew. Seriously. At this moment, Su Tong suddenly said this. Indeed. It's a bit of a letdown. Generally speaking, Wang Yi, such a big-name director, personally came forward and apologized in front of the public. Give him some face and let it go. Su Tong is fine. Not only did she not say anything forgiving, she even said something so meaningless. It must be said that. After he said that, everyone was a bit taken aback. The director's face turned even more awkward. But Su Tong paid no heed. He simply said, I'm just asking you, if it hails heavily today, what will happen to Ruan Wan and Songyun? If something happens to them, do you think anyone would dare to take on the show you direct in the future? If your investors find out that your team includes such reckless individuals who could potentially cause them financial losses, do you think they'll still be willing to invest based on their risk assessment standards? The deadly three-part question. When Su Tong posed these three questions, everyone is silent. It seemed as though, be beyond refutation. Chapter 116, The Tactics of Su Tong, the Capitalist. I suddenly realized that what Su Tong was saying really made sense. Yeah. Don't you think that once the director apologized, everyone just overlooked his mistakes? Exactly. He just brushed it off and shifted the focus entirely. Su Tong was absolutely right, especially the last point. Netizens are flooding the comments section in response to Su Tong's remarks. Su Tong posted what she called the fatal three-part question. First, he asked what would happen if Ruan Wan and Songyun were in trouble. Rely on the amateur medical staff prepared by the program production team? If it really is a severe hailstorm, it could last for hours, and they wouldn't even be able to leave the premises. Forget about going out to rescue anyone. And the program recording site in Manhwa village is at least 2 or 3 hours away from the nearest decent hospital. In that amount of time, a critically injured person could lose their life. Secondly, once something happens to them, then, how much responsibility will the production team bear? Will their agency just let it go? Will their families give up? If things escalate, the entire program will be cancelled and never aired again. Third point. This can be considered the most important point, or the least important point. For the program team, it might be the most important. However, for the other 2 points, it may not matter at all. As is well known, the ideal life has investors. Especially this season, there are countless investors, and they are all major capital firms. And these major investors conduct risk assessments before making any investments. If they found out, there are people in the director's team who don't care about the lives of the actors. At the very least, this won't pass the risk assessment. If it doesn't pass, they won't choose to invest. They certainly won't choose to collaborate with the longing program team. Even if they had everything they needed, without financial backing, they wouldn't be able to get off the ground. Wang Yi's attitude was praised by Su Tong. He also admired the director's courage for stepping in front of the camera to apologize publicly. However, appreciation is one thing. Let's get back to the topic at hand. It's not something that can be resolved with just an apology. If an apology were enough, why would we need the police? And perhaps he knows this, so he avoids the important issues and doesn't mention them. But he doesn't say it. Su Tong couldn't help but care. Everything you've said, everything you've done, is based on the assumption that nothing unexpected happens. But what if it doesn't happen this time? What if it doesn't happen next time either? What if an accident really does occur? Now that we've come to this point, Su Tong decided to just come out and say it plainly. Your old colleague, Old Su, didn't take it seriously the first time, didn't learn his lesson, and did it again. In my team, if someone like that appears, I won't hesitate. I won't give them a second chance to make a mistake. Opportunities are so rare. Every year, so many outstanding new graduates from top universities are desperate to secure these positions. Why would I give them to someone who might make the same mistake again? If your entire team consists of such unmanageable individuals, it not only indicates that you, as a director, lack leadership skills, but also that there is a fundamental issue with your team. Su Tong's words. Every single word. Every word carries weight. There was no mercy shown to the renowned director Wang Yi. In what circumstances should one give someone face? Either one is inferior to the other, or both are equal. Su Tong didn't need to give Wang Dao face. He didn't even realize he had made a mistake. This isn't about whether he's defending himself or not. In the afternoon, Su Tong forcefully demanded that old Su leave, scolding him harshly. Now that the director has come over on his own, it's Su Tong who should be scolding him. The subordinates made mistakes and show no signs of repentance. Isn't that because he's been spoiling them? The underworld and human relations he speaks of sound so appealing. But if this were to endanger an artist's life, what should we do? Can he take on this responsibility? Better not. Why not? There should never be such things as human relationships or social conventions. In this purely commercial age, money is everything. Without the old team, everyone has left, so what's the point? There are plenty of people who would kill to do the things they won't do. If the money is right, who wouldn't be willing to comply? Relying on one's age to exert influence is of little use in today's world. Su Tong makes a lot of sense. I really took it to heart. Yeah, when it comes down to it, what do human relationships and social conventions matter compared to life itself? May I interject? Don't you think Su Tong's presence is really strong right now? Same here. I agree. Su Tong now seems like a CEO giving a speech to her department employees. Earlier, when I heard Mr. He say he went head-to-head with the production team, I didn't believe it, but now it's really happening. This is what a true boss looks like. Whether you're happy or not, I need to make things clear. That's right, this is the real deal. Our perspective is still too narrow. Because of a few heart-wrenching words from others, we've lost sight of the essence of the matter. Su Tong sees things clearly. No wonder she's so popular, she's a big shot. Netizens also chimed in with their comments. Inside the mushroom house, such as Zhang Runan, Tan Songyun, Zhang Zifeng, Peng Peng, and others, were all looking at Su Tong with great caution. Some dared not even look at him. To be honest, they are truly unimaginable. Is this Su Tong, whose every word carries such weight, the same person as the gentle, smiling older brother we usually see? Usually. Su Tong always smiled so brightly, never competing or fighting, and seemed to take everything in stride. But now, he was still sitting in the corner over there. But the words coming out of his mouth, and the aura he was giving off, made it seem as though he was the rightful center of attention. And the way he spoke, the things he expressed, and the aura he unintentionally exuded at that moment. It was truly a gift to everyone. A domineering CEO image. This is the real image. And, to be honest, what Su Tong said, none of them dared to tell the director. Indeed. They might have also thought about what Su Tong said. But the director himself came forward to apologize. What else can they do? So, they still expressed their admiration for Su Tong. As for Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Mr. Shin, and others. Indeed, they are Wang Dao's friends and should speak in his favor. However, when Su Tong finished speaking and these opinions were clearly expressed, they felt a bit ashamed, realizing that they had spoken up for Director Wang a bit too soon. If he hadn't recognized his mistake and had simply come to apologize and express his attitude, then, what's the difference between going through the motions and doing it properly? When did going through the motions become a good term? As a friend. They are the ones who should have been straightforward with Director Wang. Instead, they made Su Tong say it. Them? Shouldn't they feel ashamed? Chapter 117, Su Tong wakes everyone up with her words. To be honest, the reason why Su Tong didn't give Wang Yi any face and just threw the words in his face, because he came here to apologize to Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun, is actually just an excuse to apologize to Su Tong. I was just afraid Su Tong would get angry or take it to heart, so I came to say it. Think about it, what did he say? Come on, first go apologize to Tan Songyun and Zhang Runan as a formality. He then mentioned what happened in the afternoon. What was he trying to get everyone to understand? He is defending old Su. And what should everyone understand? It is this entire incident. Not the conflict between the production team and Su Tong. This is an essential difference. Perhaps it is unconscious. Wang Dao himself subconsciously felt that he should apologize to Su Tong. Shifting the blame was unintentional. It appears to be sincere. Oh, so apologizing in public is sincere? But he still hasn't figured out exactly where he went wrong. Teachers He and Huang actually wanted to say something. But in the end, the words were stuck in their throats and they couldn't bring themselves to say them. At a time like this, only old Wang himself can resolve it. What others say is useless. And at this moment, everyone turned their attention to the director. Do you think the director will admit his mistake? I don't think so. Su Tong was so blunt in rejecting him, where would he put his face? Exactly. Who knows, maybe he'll turn on her. Hey, I've already started recording the screen. Maybe it'll be tomorrow morning's news. There might be some memorable moments later, so remember to take screenshots. Netizens started commenting enthusiastically. Yeah, that's right. Su Tong said it so bluntly. Where does the director's face go now? Apologizing in front of the audience was already embarrassing enough. Now Su Tong isn't even giving him the courtesy of acknowledging him. Who wouldn't be a little angry in his place? Even Tan Song-yoon and Jang Runin began to feel a bit worried. Only Su Tong remained unfazed. Unflinching. When you are in a position of authority, you don't care what others think, you only analyze the right and wrong of the situation. And the outcome seems not entirely unexpected for Su Tong. Mr. Su is right. I've learned a lot. Finally, Director Wang Yi stood up, looking apologetic. It seemed like he had truly been awakened by the scolding. This time, it's not about Su Tong. He only said to Zhang Runin and Tan Song-yoon, "It was my oversight and the program team's oversight. I sincerely apologize to both of you for this matter." Director Tan Song-yoon and Zhang Runin hurriedly agreed. Then, Wang Yi turned to the camera and said, "I, Wang Mao, am here, in front of the camera, making a solemn promise to all viewers watching The Good Life. Such incidents as today's will never occur again in the production team of The Good Life. These troublemakers will be dealt with one by one." He said it with complete sincerity. It also came from the heart. As the saying goes, a word from a wise man is worth more than 10 years of study. After hearing Su Tong's words, he seemed to have gained some insight. Yeah. He has always been so deeply immersed in the so-called intricacies of human relationships that he cannot extricate himself. What use is that? In the eyes of capital, there is no such thing as human relationships or social conventions. As long as the money is in place, even if you are his sworn enemy, he will turn around and give you a job. Su Tong is looking at their production team through the eyes of capital. That old Su is a classic example of someone who relies on Wang Yi's influence to act superior because of his age. People like him are the easiest to deal with. Just tell him to get lost. There are so many newcomers eager to take his place, even willing to sacrifice their own interests to do so. What Su Tong said is so true. If he still doesn't come to his senses, he's just a little cutie. You really have no brain. I didn't expect the director to be so nice. He has no reason to be unfriendly. Everyone agrees with what Su Tong said, and even the staff on set didn't object, did they? Exactly. Even Mr. He and Mr. Huan couldn't say a single word against him. The popularity of The Ideal Life is due to the guests, not the staff. That's right. In other words, staff can be hired with money, but guests aren't something you can just buy with money. They don't value the guests and use their safety as a gimmick. They deserve it. Su Tong did a great job. This is my idol, so gentle yet so strong. Netizens also rushed to comment. Here. When the words in front of the camera are finished, Wang Yishan expressed his deepest apologies. He turned back once more and addressed everyone in the pavilion. And bowed deeply, saying, "I also need to apologize to everyone. Mr. Su reminded me that our show, Towards the Future, has always prioritized our guests. This guy has really learned his lesson." He didn't apologize to Su Tong individually, but instead apologized to everyone together. Old Wang. Mr. Huang shook his head and laughed. To acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. That's right. Mr. He also smiled and said, "I hope you don't go back on your word, or else we won't let you off the hook." Yes, yes. Everyone laughed. At this point, Su Tong shrugged his shoulders, seemingly in a friendly manner, and patted the director on the shoulder. The conversation ended there. Even if the director didn't single out Su Tong to apologize. In everyone's minds, Su Tong has become the undisputed central figure. His understanding, without exception, has now become the most important thing. It is not difficult to see. When Su Tong tapped the director on the shoulder, Director Wang truly let out a sigh of relief, his body no longer tense. "Haha, that's enough, it's late. Mr. He said with a smile. "Everyone should go to bed early. It looks like there won't be any shooting stars tonight. I'll make arrangements for everyone." The director smiled slightly and left. Although it was a bit chaotic. But in the end, things turned out well. The rest is up to the director's discretion. But who knows? Just when everyone was getting sleepy, joking around, and wanting to go to sleep, suddenly. It was just that sudden. "Everyone, look!" Pang Pang suddenly pointed at the sky. He shouted loudly. "There's a shooting star!" That sound. But it caught everyone's attention. Where is it? Where is it? Is it real? Is it true? Everyone perked up and gathered around to take a look. At first glance, there were actually several shooting stars streaking across the sky. Wow, how beautiful. Hurry up. Make a wish. Didn't you make a wish this afternoon? No problem, make another one. Everyone became excited. When the contradiction is resolved, heart knots removed, the echoes of the brightest star in the night sky linger on. Everyone is gathered under this night sky filled with shooting stars. Together, they laugh and play. It's not a bad idea. The life we all aspire to. Chapter 118, Major media outlets are getting anxious. Amidst the joyful laughter over the meteor, everyone drifted off to sleep. This day, perhaps everyone has experienced many things. But fortunately, the outcome was positive. The director apologized. The meteor is coming. Even Su Tong sang a new song for everyone. This night was destined to be a wonderful night. Everyone slept very comfortably. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Let's set aside the mushroom house for now. Actually, I should mention that recently, Su Tong has had an influence. Although Su Tong has only been filming The Ideal Life for a short time. However, from the moment he first revealed his identity, to the subsequent online controversy, and yesterday's showdown with the production team, all of it has propelled Su Tong to the pinnacle of success. If judged by the standards of an artist, Su Tong can now be called a top-tier celebrity without a doubt. Even when it comes to commercial value, she is absolutely unmatched. Especially his performance on the show. He's a jack of all trades. At the pinnacle of every field. Especially in the field of creation. Last night, Su Tong just performed a live version of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. That evening, the production team worked through the night to edit the performance and released it on major music streaming apps. Once it was released, it caused quite a stir. The buzz lasted only a few hours. It surpassed hundreds of songs on the charts. Within an hour, it quickly climbed to the top 10 on major charts. By the 3-hour mark, they managed to push through and reach the third stage. Here, I need to explain something. The top 2 are Su Tong's Live Like Sunny Day and Live Like Nowhere to Hide. In other words, top 3 on the list. All of them are dominated by Su Tong's songs. And all of them are live versions, none of them are official releases. This is almost unprecedented. Many singers spend months preparing their songs, but they may not even make it onto the charts. Meanwhile, Su Tong, the live version he performed during the show, has already dominated the top 3 spots on the charts. In response to this, although many people disagree, but when you hear the quality of these songs, they couldn't help but be impressed. Moreover, there was another interesting phenomenon that occurred around 4 a.m. that day. That was, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is competing with Sunny Day on the charts. Data shows, within 5 hours of the live version of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky being released, its popularity had already surpassed Nowhere to Hide to reach second place. It is steadily climbing toward the top spot held by Sunny Day. After all, when a new song is released, it naturally gains a lot of attention initially, and with fans actively promoting it, it's bound to be a hit. By the 6th hour, it had already surpassed Sunny Day and claimed the top spot. However, over at Sunny Day, the comment section is buzzing. I think Sunny Day is a great song, I'll give it a thumbs up. Exactly, everyone, please help out and give Sunny Day a thumbs up. So, the popularity of Sunny Day also surged again. At 4 o'clock in the morning, this interesting phenomenon appeared. That is, Su Tong's 2 songs, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky and Sunny Day, are actually competing on the charts. One moment, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is at the top of the charts. One moment it's at the top of the charts with Sunny Day. If we're talking about something truly unprecedented, then this scene is truly unprecedented. It's not that such intense competition for rankings hasn't happened before. Rather, it is that, because 2 unofficial versions of the same person's songs are competing for the charts, that's why. Unprecedented. It even made headlines on major entertainment sections. Su Tong's new song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is of exceptional quality and is currently competing with his other song Sunny Day. Unprecedented. 2 live versions of the same artist's songs are competing for the top spot on the charts? Su Tong has already gone viral. Yes, that's right. All signs point to the fact that Su Tong has now become a sensation. It's not just the 4th season of The Good Life and the music app charts. Various browsers and news and entertainment information apps are all rushing to push news about Su Tong. Even all major video platforms, such as Douyin, like a certain letter station. All of them are video clips related to Su Tong. Some are some of Su Tong's performances on the show, small details. Some of them, scenes of Su Tong cooking and working hard, drenched in sweat yet laughing heartily. Some is the beauty of Su Tong's acoustic performances of Sunny Day and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. There are even specially edited photos of Su Tong, with captions. And any video or copy related to Su Tong remains consistently popular. Many influencers who followed the trend also quickly gained a large following. Some even went as far as to establish a fan club for Su Tong, dedicated to sharing news and updates about him. It can be said that Su Tong has supported many short video platform streamers. Those people are truly grateful to him. At the same time, All major media outlets. They are all competing secretly. For example, at this very moment, the editor-in-chief of the news department at Mango TV is asking several of his subordinates. Has there been any response from Soo Tong yet? The subordinates looked miserable. Boss, it's not that we're useless, they simply have no intention of giving an interview. As early as when Soo Tong first revealed her identity and sang Suyin, major media outlets were already preparing to interview her. But there's nothing we can do about it. Soo Tong doesn't even give interviews. Moreover, it is rumored that numerous high-profile commercial performances and appearances have already invited Soo Tong, but there has been no response from her. This is really disappointing. Sigh. The editor-in-chief seemed to be aware of this as well, and could only sigh and wave his hand at his subordinates. The subordinates then left. As they left, they were still whispering to each other. I was puzzled. I've never seen a celebrity who was so adamant about not giving interviews or taking calls. It's really. What are you wondering about? Do you think Soo Tong needs that little bit of exposure? Or that little bit of money? Exactly. The assets under his name are enough to make us jealous for a lifetime. Oh, no, make that several lifetimes. He never wanted to be a celebrity in the first place, don't slander him like that. Watching everyone leave. The editor-in-chief helplessly dialed the station manager's phone. Station manager, there's nothing we can do. We've sent countless invitations, but we haven't received a response. I heard that you spoke with them on the phone when they were recording Longing. Could you try to think of a way to help us? This station manager was also a bit helpless. Station manager, you'd better hurry up. The editor-in-chief saw this and said, Soo Tong is currently the subject of intense media attention, and if someone else beats us to it, we'll lose out on a great opportunity. How tense is the situation right now? Especially for the media industry. A celebrity's story is limited, and if someone else interviews them first, it's like they've eaten the first crab. The second wave can only eat the crab legs. The rest can just drink the soup. The last one didn't even have any soup left. So whoever was the fastest got to eat the crab. And reap the rewards. And regarding this, the station director paused briefly before responding. He also made a decision. A very important decision. Chapter 119, Soo Tong, let them come themselves. Early morning at the Mushroom House. Still as harmonious as ever. It seems. After all the excitement last night, everyone really slept well. Zzz. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of zishuangbana fruit to the Mushroom House's pavilion. It gently lifts 2 strands of hair from Zifeng's temple. Zhang Zifeng, a college entrance exam candidate, woke up very early and used this time to study diligently. I must complete a half marathon this year. From the village entrance, it sounded like Mr. Huang's angry shout. As usual. He also went running early in the morning. Crazy. I'll do anything to lose weight. Similarly, those who exercise in the morning. There is another person. Who? That's our Soo Tong. In front of the camera, he was doing push-ups non-stop. Sweat kept dripping down, soaking the ground beneath him. What a harmonious scene. Exactly. Early in the morning, Mr. Huang went for a morning run, Zifeng is studying, and Soo Tong is exercising. This is the life we all aspire to. Speaking of which, have you noticed Soo Tong's muscle definition? I noticed it a long time ago. He really has a great body. You couldn't tell when he was wearing clothes, but now that he's in workout gear, soaked in sweat, he's absolutely irresistible. Netizens are flooding the comments section. Some young female fans were even on the verge of screaming in front of the camera. Soo Tong's figure is absolutely perfect. She has 8 defined abs on her upper body, and her other muscles are also well-toned. He never intentionally shows them off in everyday life. Plus, the clothes he wears are pretty loose. It's naturally hard to tell. But now, when he's doing push-ups, wearing tight workout clothes, his physique really stands out. Keep in mind, girls can't stand seeing guys' muscle lines, especially abs. Especially someone like Soo Tong, who is both tall and handsome. Wow! Some of the young women in the director's team couldn't help but exclaim in awe at this scene. If they weren't part of the director's team, they might have already rushed over to watch. 999-1000. After completing 1,000 push-ups, Soo Tong stood up and stretched slowly. She glanced around. I was just about to go check if Zifeng's sister needed help with any questions she didn't understand. Suddenly, ding-ling-ling. The phone he had set aside rang. Soo Tong walked over to take a look and was surprised to see that it was Yangmi. He picked it up to answer. Hello, what's the matter? While speaking, he picked up the water cup and took a big gulp. Can't I call you just because I'm not busy? You've been staying at the Mushroom House these days, changing girls every day. You must be having the time of your life, right? On the other end of the phone, Yang Ni's sour words came through. All these days, watching Soo Tong on TV, hanging out with so many young girls every day, she was truly grinding her teeth in anger. It's okay, though. Sutong smiled and said. Poof. Yang Mi gave a delicate snort but didn't waste any time getting to the point. It's still those same media outlets wanting to interview you. You're the hot commodity, now everyone's clamoring to interview you. When I first debuted and was at the height of my fame, I didn't have this many media outlets chasing after me. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Then she said. I said, why don't you just pick one and give them a chance to eat some meat, and then we won't take any more after that. That way, I won't have to deal with dozens of invitation letters from multiple media outlets every day. Who knows how many invitations they've received from Joshing Entertainment in the past few days. All of them are inviting Sutong to give interviews. You should know that. Their company has many artists, and some of them may not even have that many interviews in a year. Moreover, these interviews are all paid. Unlike many celebrities who participate for free to boost their exposure. But that's exactly what they do. Sutong still won't accept it. She's never accepted it. This has left Yang Mi feeling helpless as well. Let's just forget about it. Sutong wiped the sweat off his forehead and said simply. My experiences aren't worth boasting about, there's no need for that. As for him, still plans to resume his previous carefree lifestyle after wrapping up the filming of The Good Life. I never really thought about becoming a public figure. I certainly never imagined becoming a big star. It's too tiring. Even the smallest mistakes can be blown out of proportion. He is not a saint, he is bound to make mistakes. He doesn't really want to do it. But who knows? Yang Mi heard this and couldn't help but ask in a speechless tone. You call that nothing to show off? I'm telling you, Suzong. Have you underestimated your own popularity? As everyone knows. Now, every episode of The Good Life is a must-watch. It's definitely because of the new guest. How did they reveal Sutong's identity? Everyone's greatest pleasure is simply wanting to know how many more identities Sutong has yet to be exposed. Even many people are posting super topics online. Let's see if anyone can guess how much more Sutong hasn't revealed yet. Also, it's precisely because of these things. Now netizens are extremely curious about what Sutong went through in the past. How did he manage to achieve financial freedom before he even turned 20, over a decade ago? How did he manage to excel in so many fields at the same time and reach the pinnacle of success? Or how did he accumulate such immense wealth over the years? There's one more important thing. So many popular and beloved songs. How on earth did he create them? You can say that. Sutong, this person. Every inch of him is shrouded in mystery. This has sparked great curiosity among netizens. He even said he has nothing to show off? If he has nothing to show off, then, in this world, so many people, so many celebrities in the industry, everyone's past, every little bit. It's true. There's nothing left to show off. This guy is being modest. You've got to have some boundaries, right? Besides, the media is just trying to satisfy everyone's curiosity. That's why they rushed to send an invitation to Sutong right away. If we could interview Sutong, no need to say anything else. Just look at how popular Sutong is right now. The view count within 24 hours will definitely break the 100 million mark. This is no exaggeration. At the same time, netizens also expressed their opinions. From what I heard, it sounds like Sutong doesn't want to give an interview. Sutong, please accept the interview. I'd also love to hear about Sutong's past. Yes. Yang Mi also spoke up at this moment. Let me tell you, there are many old friends there, like the station director of Mango TV and the station director of Jujong TV. They have personally sent invitations. If you don't agree, I won't be able to do anything. Sutong, however, felt no pressure at all. She hadn't even considered it. He just laughed and said, then let them come themselves. Chapter 120, everyone woke up early because of Sutong. You're the boss. Do you think everyone is like you? Everyone is busy all day long, how could they possibly come find you personally? Dami is speechless. She said this almost rolling her eyes. Fine, if you don't want to accept it, then forget it. It's not my problem if you don't want to offend someone, Speaking of which, she let out a soft sigh and hung up the phone. It seemed as though, feeling a bit jealous that Sutong gets to hang out with different girls every day at the Mushroom House. This woman. Sutong sighed bitterly and threw her phone aside. Ah, what a pity. It seems like Sutong still isn't planning on giving an interview. Well, Sutong needs to protect herself. She shouldn't let outsiders disturb her. That's right. Protect the best Sutong in the world. Netizens feel sorry about it. They won't be able to hear Sutong talk about her past anymore. But still, we must support Sutong. This is, after all, a form of protection for Sutong. This is exhausting. When Mr. Huang returned from his morning run and entered the Mushroom House, he was out of breath. But suddenly, I caught a whiff of an unusual odor. Ha! What's that smell? It smells so good. At the same time, Zifong, who was doing her homework in the pavilion, suddenly lifted her little head. It smells so good. It seems to have triggered a chain reaction. Boys' dormitory. Hey, Pang, can you smell something nice? Uncle Shen, who was sleeping soundly, tapped Pang Pang, who was sleeping soundly, and asked. It sounds like Su Tong is cooking? Mr. He sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes, and said. Ha! Uncle Shen heard this and sat up with a start. Su Tong is cooking? Pang Pang perked up instantly. His hair was messy, but he sat up straight. Wow, their reactions are so real. Exactly. I think only the keyword Su Tong cooking could snap them out of it. Ha, look at them, they haven't had enough sleep yet, but they're forcing themselves to get up. Hiccup. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Hurry up. It's getting late, and you'll miss out. Tanggu didn't care about his appearance at all and got out of bed as quickly as possible. Tanggu, slow down, wait for me. Pang Pang also hurriedly got out of bed. This moment. How fast they both got up. They even managed to get up in time to hear the emergency assembly call in the line. Ha, you too. Even Mr. He couldn't help but laugh. He happened to be getting up, so he just put on his clothes and went out. This was no big deal. Oh no. Just then, she saw Zhang Runin and Tan Songyun, who had also just woken up, leaving together and getting stuck at the door. You two are truly goddesses. Mr. He couldn't help but silently hold his forehead and say. The two girls blushed, seeming a bit embarrassed by their own lack of ambition. Netizens were also laughing hysterically. Ah, Songyun and Runin are just too real. Su Tong, look at what you've done. Because of your breakfast, all these celebrities are in such a state. They're all acting like they've lost their minds, haha. Oh, come quickly. In the pavilion. Zifong, who was eating noodles from a bowl, waved repeatedly to everyone. The fried sauce noodles Su Tong made are amazing. They're even better than Mr. Huang's scallion oil noodles. So, this group had just woken up. They didn't have time to put on makeup. My hair is still a mess. She doesn't care about her image at all. No idle baggage at all. Celebrity. Everyone. Convenient. That's it. He sat down in the pavilion. Hurry up, I'll go first. Pang Pang, that guy just went straight for it. Ah Pang, move over a bit, let me go first. Uncle Shen, relying on his age, went straight for Pang Pang. You two, give it a rest. Mr. Huang finally couldn't stand it anymore, pulled them apart, and said. Let the girl go first. Look at how you're making these two girls drool. At this moment, everyone finally noticed. Tan Songyun and Zhang Runin stared at the bowl of fried sauce, almost drooling. At that moment, the camera focuses on the bowl of fried sauce. But look! That was a bowl of brightly colored, shiny fried sauce. Just looking at it makes your mouth water. Add to that the blanched bean sprouts, green vegetables, and garlic cloves placed alongside. Combine them all together. Just look at the bowl in Zifeng's hands. Is enough to make everyone go wild. Oh my goodness, that's way too vibrant. I can almost taste it through the screen. From a professional chef's perspective, although I haven't tasted this fried sauce, just looking at the color, it's definitely cooked to perfection. Yeah, the person above is right. This is authentic Beijing-style fried sauce noodles. You can tell they put a lot of effort into it. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. I've done a lot, so please don't worry. Su Tong smiled and served everyone a bowl. I can't wait any longer. I'll eat first. Uncle Shen didn't act like an elder at all. He took the first bowl and took a big bite. Down the hatch. He let out a satisfied grunt. Then, give it a thumbs up. That's amazing. Yes, it's so delicious. I don't know why it smells so good. Mr. He also praised it. As for the others, such as Pang Pang, Zhang Runin, Tan Songyun, and the like, they were too busy eating to bother commenting. Su Tong, how did you do this? It smells so good. Huang Xiaochu and Huang Lei, who rarely do such things, publicly asked Su Tong for cooking tips. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the old Beijing-style fried sauce noodles, right? I've made it before, but why doesn't it smell as fragrant as yours? Is it because I didn't get the heat right? He was a bit puzzled. He had always thought that his old-style Beijing-style fried sauce noodles were already flavorful enough. His friends all agreed. But now, compared to what Su Tong did, that's instantly outclassed. No contest. There's no comparison. Yeah. Mr. He couldn't help but say with a puzzled expression. I've eaten hundreds, if not thousands, of fried sauce noodles from all over the place, and there are over 10 different kinds, but none of them are as fragrant as yours, and it's very unique. That's the truth. Really hits the nail on the head. Yeah. I agree. That's right. Everyone said in unison. Jjajangmyeon is very common. Every region has its own signature fried sauce noodles. But the skill required to make this fried sauce is not something everyone possesses. Even in the capital city, some master chefs might not have such perfect timing. It all comes down to skill. A bowl of fried sauce noodles will reveal the difference. This isn't just empty talk. Is there a secret to making jjajangmyeon? I haven't tried it myself, but seeing how much they're enjoying it, there must be a secret recipe. Sutong is truly a master among masters. Netizens are also puzzled. Facing everyone's confusion, Sutong just smiled and said, "It's nothing really. I just used butter when I started frying, and added a bit of foie gras when I was frying the meat, which brought out the flavor." Chapter 121, Sutong is so creative. Upon hearing this, everyone in the mushroom house was slightly taken aback. Many of them were actually completely confused. After all, not everyone knows how to cook. Only Mr. Huang, with a clap of his hands, exclaimed in surprise. So that's how it is. Seeing this, netizens were also puzzled. What's going on? What does butter and foie gras have to do with fried sauce? Yeah, I don't get it either. Is there anyone downstairs who can explain it? Just by looking at the people upstairs, it's clear they don't cook often, and some probably don't even know how to cook. How could they not understand that? Sutong is really skilled. This could be considered a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine, right? Haha, let's not explain it. We'll leave it to Mr. Huang to explain. At the same time, inside the mushroom house, Mr. Huang gave Sutong a thumbs up and said, "That really is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. I've never tried that before." Mr. Huang, what's going on? Mr. He couldn't help but ask. Yes. Liga, explain it to us. Everyone looked at Mr. Huang. Everyone also looked at Mr. Huang. It seemed as though only Professor Huang is truly researching this subject. And, facing everyone's puzzled looks, Mr. Huang sighed, took a bite of noodles, and said, "Butter is different from the oil we usually use. Things fried in butter taste fragrant, and this frying to bring out the aroma is very important when cooking. As for foie gras, it's similar to pork fat. Everyone knows that fatty meat can make you gain weight, but it's so flavorful. The combination of butter and foie gras is a common pairing in Western cuisine, but we rarely use it in our own cooking. I didn't even think of this combination at first. It's all thanks to Sutong. No wonder he is a Michelin 3-star chef." After listening to Mr. Huang's explanation, everyone finally understood a little. Netizens also joined in with their comments. "Wow, I don't even cook, but this sounds so fancy." Indeed, butter and foie gras are a classic Western pairing, rarely heard of in domestic culinary traditions. Mr. Huang has covered this topic comprehensively. The aroma of butter paired with foie gras is already quite distinctive, with the added fragrance of pan-seared foie gras. No wonder it's Sutong using this method to make traditional fried sauce is truly creative. What about those who previously claimed she lacked creativity and only got her Michelin 3-star rating through connections? Are they being proven wrong now? Compared to netizens, everyone inside the mushroom house. Oh, everyone looked surprised. So that's how it was. Mr. He nodded slightly. He often cooked at home, so he knew these things. Even though I don't understand, I know that butter and foie gras must be delicious. Pang also said. This guy was eating so much that his mouth was dripping with oil, and he kept stuffing more into his mouth. Pang, you really need to watch what you're eating. If you keep this up, you'll lose control of your weight again. Mr. Huang laughed. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Breakfast. And so, amidst everyone's laughter, we spent a pleasant morning. After dinner, everyone sat down in the pavilion. Are you full? Sutong asked everyone. Strictly speaking, it should be said that the question was asked to Zhang Runan, Tan Songyun, and Shintang. The three didn't think much of it and simply nodded in agreement. We're full. It was delicious. After hearing this, that's good. Sutong nodded slightly. But when everyone thought he was just asking casually, Sutong added, "Now that we're full, let's pack up and hit the road. Don't miss the flight." Put. Ha. Oh, I see. That's why Sutong asked them if they were full. So that's why she was trying to get them to leave. Ha. Sutong is so real. This is how they treat guests at the mushroom house. Ha, Sutong really wants to get rid of them. Netizens were all laughing their heads off. In all 4 seasons of The Ideal Life, there has never been any mention of rushing guests out. Now look at this. Almost every issue, Sutong always asks the guests if they need to leave soon. This is really hilarious. Ha! Everyone in the mushroom house was also having a great time. Especially Pang, whose laughter was utterly infectious. Tan Songyun, Zhang Runan. Both goddesses rolled their eyes at Sutong. I said, brother. Uncle Shen also said through gritted teeth. Is this how you treat guests at your mushroom house? Alright, Tonggu. Sutong rolled her eyes and said bluntly. You've already hitchhiked for 2 episodes. Aren't you leaving yet? Like Sutong? Just say it outright. The one who should leave is Uncle Shen. This guy has been here for 2 seasons already. At the end of the last episode, Su Tong thought he was finally gone. But he had the nerve to record another episode. He's got Su Tong all confused now. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Uncle Shen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "It seems like you want me to stay, little brother? Alright, I can record another episode. There's nothing else to do anyway." Just as Tangu said that, the director over there suddenly blurted out, "Tangu, your agent called this morning and said you have work tonight. We've already booked the tickets and we need to leave in half an hour." As soon as he said that, the production team behind the scenes gave Uncle Shen a slap in the face expression. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Uncle Shen just contradicted himself. "Mister," he said with a smile. "Alright, Uncle Shen, if you want to come next time. Don't linger here. After all, I'm a celebrity, aren't I? You've got some shame." "Alright then," Uncle Shen said helplessly. "Since everyone says so, I'll reluctantly leave. Don't worry about me." Uncle Shen is really shameless. After the laughter and joy had subsided, everyone bid farewell. "Goodbye, Su Tong." Zhang Runan gave Su Tong a big hug. "I'll miss you. Let's plan to meet up again soon." "Okay." Su Tong gently patted her on the back. "Then let's meet in Shanghai too." Tan Son Yun smiled slightly. She always looked adorable when she smiled. She gave Su Tong a big hug, then waved goodbye. "Little brother, I want a hug too." In the end, Uncle Shen also came up, looking greasy. "Su Tong." Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Finally, Su Tong gave Uncle Shen a big hug. Then, she walked them all the way to the end of the flower-lined path. Another group departed. Peng Peng watched them get on the bus and couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, he glanced at Su Tong subconsciously. It seemed as though, feel Peng Peng's gaze. Su Tong couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Peng Peng, are you going to ask me again which one I would choose between Ruan Wan and Song Yun?" Chapter 122, the two top hosts of Mango TV reunite. Peng Peng. Highlight the important points. Everyone, pay attention to Peng's expression now. He's rolling his eyes, with his mouth open, like a zombie. More like being shut down by Su Tong. Hiccup. I can't take it anymore. Look at Peng Peng's expression. Oh my goodness, you're killing me. Ha, Su Tong, that's hilarious. Peng Peng, you think I'm cute, don't you? Peng Peng, if I were stupid, I'd ask the same question again. Peng Peng, do you really think I'm looking for a fight? Hey! Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Every single time. When Peng Peng and Su Tong came out together to see off the guests, Peng Peng always seemed to ask Su Tong which of the female guests she liked. In the end, Su Tong always seems to say, "The more, the better? Do adults need them all?" Words like these. Anyway, Peng Peng was completely baffled. Every time, he just ends up feeling depressed. This time, it seems that Peng Peng also wants to ask. But he managed to hold back. He didn't ask. Su Tong had seen right through him. Therefore, Su Tong didn't wait for him to ask first. She just asked him back. This time, made Peng Peng swallow the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. He was already confused enough, and now Su Tong's single sentence left him completely speechless. "Ha Peng Peng, you're really hilarious." Mister He was also holding his stomach, laughing so hard he was bending over. "I feel like this is almost becoming a running joke when we send off guests, haha." Yeah, you're right. Every time they bid farewell to a guest, Peng Peng and Su Tong's dialogue is truly. Oh well, I won't say anymore. Peng Peng was about to say something, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. He sighed and shook his head. Never mind. And he's like this. Ha! This made everyone even happier. Even several cameramen nearby almost couldn't hold back. Camera crew, we're professionals, we never laugh unless we can't help it. Camera guy, decision, pft. Ha! Netizens flooded the comments with reactions. Okay, let's go back. Mr. Huang and my sister must be waiting impatiently. Mister, he said with a smile. It's been so long since we sent off the guest. Mr. Huang and the others must be getting impatient. Let's go. Everyone is about to go back. Suddenly. Hey! It sounds like a car is coming. Peng Peng suddenly pointed to the end of the road in the distance and shouted. No way. Mr. He and Su Tong exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile wryly. Just as one group of guests left, another group of new guests arrived? Everyone's a bit confused. When they all turned their heads at the same time and looked at the car slowly approaching, they all shrugged their shoulders. It's definitely the guest. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. The car slowly drove over. Stop. The car door opened. Let me see who it is. Su Tong, Mr. He, and Peng Peng all gathered around. Upon seeing this, it's okay. Mr. He was startled. He exclaimed in surprise. Han Go? At the same time, the camera cuts to another scene. Appearing on camera was Wang Han, one of the two top hosts on Mango TV, alongside He Laoshi. Wang Han? How could it be him? That's unlikely. Yeah, as the saying goes, kings don't face off against kings. He Laoshi and Wang Han Laoshi are both capable of hosting a variety show on their own. Why would they team up? I've considered anyone, but I never thought it would be Han Gu. Yeah, me neither. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. What's going on here? Is there a reason for this? Netizens are commenting on it. Yeah, that's right. People say that kings cannot meet kings. So far. Except for the large-scale gala on Mango TV. We have yet to see the two top hosts, He Laoshi and Wang Han Laoshi, teaming up for the same show. This is indeed rare. No. It's rare. Extremely rare. Wang Han's arrival left everyone completely baffled. Even Mr. He. He was also completely surprised. I never imagined it. The show would actually invite Wang Han hang. Hey, it's me, Mr. He. Did you miss me? Wang Han, wearing sunglasses, had a gentle smile on her face. After getting off the bus, she gave Mr. He a big hug. It's not Han Gu, how could it be you? After a moment of surprise, Mr. He's smile seemed a bit unexpected as he asked. There was always a certain understanding between the two of them. A single glance was enough for them to know exactly what the other was thinking. Haha, let's talk about this later. I'll go say hello first. Han Gu got out of the car and gave Pang Pang a big hug. Hey, Pang Pang, you've gotten a lot fatter. Pang Pang smiled innocently and called out, Han Gu. Then, Wang Hankai looked at Su Tong. He opened his arms, tilted his head, and said, Su Tong, it's been a long time. I know him. I know him too. Su Tong knows Han Gu too. Sigh, I'm used to it now. Which guest doesn't know Su Tong? Exactly, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Just look at the person above, they must not watch many shows. Netizens commented one after another. Yeah, that's right. They were already accustomed to the guests who accompanied Su Tong. Even if that person was Wang Han. Han Gu. Su Tong also smiled and went over to hug Wang Han. Hey, you're a big star now, aren't you? Wang Han smiled and said. You're all the rage. I came here today just for you. Upon hearing this, netizens were a bit surprised. Are you here for Su Tong? Did I hear that correctly? Yeah, how could Han Gu be after Su Tong? Could there be some special meaning behind it? I said, don't overthink it, maybe they're just old friends who want to meet up. Exactly. I think that's not quite right. The comments section is starting to divide again. Are you targeting me? Su Tong heard this and looked quite surprised. But soon, I had a sudden thought. I pretty much figured out what Wang Han was after. Mango TV is really willing to go all out. The station director really knows how to do things. If Su Tong's estimation is correct, it's likely that the head of Mango TV has sensed the pressure and is worried that other media outlets might beat them to an interview with Su Tong. Therefore, playing the trump card, send in Han Gu. Let's talk to Mr. He again. Mango TV's two top hosts are teaming up. If this lineup can't secure an interview with Su Tong, then other homes are probably out of reach as well. It's not just Su Tong. After Han Gu finished speaking, Mr. He also looked deep in thought. How intelligent he was. How could he not see the meaning behind it? However, he was a bit worried. Because of Su Tong. It doesn't seem like the kind of person who would give in just because someone uses a little trick, does it? He doesn't seem like the type with that kind of temperament. Chapter 123 Wang Han, the situation is a bit complicated. Let's go inside first. It seems. It was precisely because he knew Su Tong's personality. I was afraid that if Han Gu said it directly, Su Tong wouldn't agree. It would also cause some awkwardness for the newcomers. So, Mr. He came over on his own, helped Han Gu with his luggage, and gave him a subtle nod. We can't let Han Gu stand at the door in this scorching sun. They've known each other for so many years. Don't you think they can read each other's expressions instantly? Yes, Mr. He is right. Let's go inside and talk about it. This is my first time at your mushroom house. Han Gu said with a smile. Let's go, Pang Pang, you lead the way. Yes. Pang Pang reacted quickly. Walk ahead. Lead the way into the mushroom house. Ha, Su Tong, it's been ages since we last met. I brought a bottle of fine wine especially for you today. Let's catch up over dinner tonight. Han Gu said as he walked alongside Su Tong, pulling her along. Of course. Su Tong said with a smile. Mr. He kept an eye on Su Tong's reaction from time to time. He knew that Su Tong might have guessed what Wang Han meant, but Su Tong didn't seem to react in any other way. That left two possibilities. Either he doesn't mind being interviewed, or he has a good personal relationship with Han Gu. Over the past 2 days, Mr. He had overheard Su Tong discussing the matter with Yang Mi over the phone, so the first possibility was unlikely. The second possibility is more likely. Is Su Tong on good terms with Han-gu? How did the two of them meet? That's a bit surprising. Oh, a rare guest? Han-gu? The same reaction as when Mr. He met Wang Han. When Mr. Huang saw Mr. Wang, he was also completely surprised. Oh my goodness, it's been ages. The two of them immediately gave each other a big hug. Mr. Huang has lost weight, hasn't he? It's obvious. Han-gu said with a smile. That's because I run every day, haha. Mr. Huang could tell how happy I was. He even took a step back. Let's see what Han-gu has to say. Take a look at Mr. He. And laughed. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would get to see the two top hosts of our Mango TV station team up for a show. What a blessing. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Hey, Mr. Huang, you're too kind. Our mushroom house is full of hidden talents. How could I be so arrogant? Wang Han smiled and said. Besides, I've done programs with Mr. He before, so it's nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. Han-gu is quite humble, and he speaks in a kind and approachable manner. Hello, Mr. Wang Han. Zhang Zifeng timidly greeted him. Oh, Zifeng, hello, hello. Han-gu also smiled and greeted Zhang Zifeng. That. After greeting each other, teacher He pulled Han-gu and said at the same time. Han-gu, shall I show you around? And help you put your luggage down? Sure. Mr. He, of course, immediately understood Mr. He's meaning. Let's put our luggage down first and we'll chat later, okay? After greeting Mr. Huang and the others, Mr. He and Han-gu went into the room. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, only 4 people remained, Mr. Huang, Su Tong, Peng Peng, and Zifeng. Smack, smack. Mr. Huang came over and patted Su Tong on the shoulder. He said with a half smile. Su Tong, Han-gu isn't here with good intentions. Did you notice? After hearing this, netizens began commenting. No wonder it's Mr. Huang. He spotted something was up right away. Yeah, Han-gu didn't even say anything, but Mr. Huang noticed right away. He has such keen insight, no wonder he's so popular. Actually, it's no surprise that Mr. Huang noticed. As the saying goes, when something is unusual, there must be something behind it. These two top hosts of Mango TV would never appear together on the same show under normal circumstances. And it is precisely because everyone is well aware of this fact. Since the first season of Longing, they have never invited Han-gu. He just showed up uninvited today. He must have a mission. Mr. Huang said this. Was also a reminder to Su Tong. Su Tong smiled and said. I understand. Good to know. Su Tong will understand, and Mr. Huang also expected this. If he could see through it, how could Su Tong not? How else would she have ended up in this situation today? Actually, it's nothing. Mr. Huang immediately added. It's just an interview. Chat a bit, say a few words, and make it look like something. If you don't want to agree, that's fine too. We're all on your side. Right, Peng Peng, Zifeng? Teacher Huang simply brought along her younger sister and Peng Peng. The meaning was clear. Su Tong agreed if he wanted to, and if not, it didn't matter, the mushroom house would be his strongest support. Although they didn't know what had happened, Peng Peng and Zifeng immediately nodded when they heard that they had to stand on Su Tong's side. Wow! How heartwarming! Before she knew it, the mushroom house had become Su Tong's strongest support. Yeah, it seems like Peng Peng and Zifeng both trust Su Tong a lot. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. It cannot be denied that. Since the incident involving Zhang Runan and Tan Son Yoon yesterday, everyone, especially the guests, now seem to have a warmer attitude towards Su Tong. Although he spoke quite harshly last night. But he is responsible for his friends. So everyone thinks he's a good guy. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Su Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's just like what happened with Lu Shang last time. Isn't it just about whether he accepts the interview or not? It's really not that big of a deal. Everyone laughs too. That's right. On the other side, here are some photos from our previous seasons. After helping us put down our luggage, Mr. He introduced us to the situation inside the mushroom house. After the introduction was finished, Mr. He pulled Han-gu to sit down on the small stool in the middle. At the table, Mr. He asked helplessly. Han-gu, tell us what's going on. Yeah. How come he suddenly showed up without even saying hello? Is he here for Su Tong? If I had known earlier, Mr. He could have been mentally prepared. Now we're in a fix. I have no idea what's going on. It's a surprise attack. Ha ha. Han-gu also smiled, shrugged helplessly, and said with a bitter smile. Mr. He, I was also called in at the last minute. I finished recording a program outside last night and was about to board the plane when I suddenly received a call from the station director. There was nothing I could do. I had to reschedule my flight in the middle of the night. After landing, I was so exhausted that I ended up sleeping the entire way here and didn't even have time to give you a heads up. He was helpless too. Who knew that the station manager would suddenly call him last night? That's so harsh. The station manager must be out of his mind. Mr. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Hey, don't say that." Hangu hurriedly waved his hands, and the two of them burst out laughing. The actual situation is quite complicated. Mr. He, you've probably been here the whole time and don't know about it. Upon hearing this, Mr. He raised his eyebrows slightly. How complicated could this situation be? Chapter 124, a special talk show just for Su Tong. Su Tong is currently all the rage, even though he hasn't made any public appearances. But believe it or not, as soon as he steps out of Manhwa village, he'll be swarmed by fans at any moment. Wang Han was very serious, speaking to Mr. He with great conviction. This time, it's not just us who want to interview him. All the major media outlets are eager to get Su Tong to agree to an interview and are using all kinds of methods to try to make it happen. I'm serious. If Su Tong weren't still down there recording longing, I bet the executives from those satellite TV stations would be crowding around him, begging him to grant an interview. Hearing these words, Mr. He couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Is this true? Has it come to this? Of course. And it's even worse than that. Faced with Mr. He's confusion, Hangu directly uttered two words. When put together, they might not seem related. But at this moment, the term explosive is the perfect description for Su Tong's current state. Of course, this word is to confirm what Mr. He asked. The situation has indeed escalated to this point. That's pretty impressive. And not just that. This clearly shows that the matter is not as simple as that. It's even worse. Netizens watching the screen were all abuzz. That's right, as far as I know, Su Tong has already become that popular. Yeah, if we go by the standards, Su Tong should have been interviewed in the first episode. Hangu is absolutely right. Mr. He, I'll tell you the truth. Hangu just went ahead and said it directly. Ever since your show aired its first episode and Su Tong's identity was revealed, his popularity has risen by a notch in almost every episode. Yes, you heard that right, a whole tier. The tier of top-tier and second-tier celebrities. Now, his popularity has even reached the peak of the Four Heavenly Kings era. Can you imagine that? Hearing this, Mr. He couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. The era of the Four Heavenly Kings, how many people reminisce about that time? That era. Any one of the Four Heavenly Kings holding a concert would draw such a huge crowd that the streets would be deserted. Although we are now in the age of online traffic, it is even more so the age of the internet. Online celebrity worship is all the rage. Many people would not express their admiration offline. The peak of the past is now unattainable. As Ku Hangu said. But he said, has Su Tong become that popular? That's truly a phenomenon. Is it really that exaggerated? Even Mr. He couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Hangu shook his head with a sigh. Even he hadn't expected it at first. That's true. If Su Tong were to hold a concert, I'd definitely buy a ticket. No, 10 tickets. Yeah, whenever I talk about Su Tong with my friends now, I always say he's my idol. When you think about it, Su Tong's popularity has truly reached a phenomenon level. Netizens have also been commenting enthusiastically. The station manager has issued a strict order this time. Hangu said again. Su Tong is a guest on our show downstairs. If none of us can get an interview with him in the first tier, our station's reputation will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Mr. He also realized the seriousness of the situation. Perhaps, Su Tong's interview could bring a lot of traffic to their Mango TV channel. Perhaps, Su Tong's interview could attract a lot of attention. But, for them, what matters most is saving face. They've never liked traffic on Mango TV. We can't lose face. Su Tong is currently appearing as a guest on the 4th season of the Mango TV program, The Desired Life. If another network had beaten them to it and secured Su Tong's first interview, then, where does that leave the reputation of Mango TV? If word gets out, won't they become the laughingstock of the industry? This might be the one thing that Hunan TV can't tolerate. Perhaps this interview is also important for other stations, but the one that feels it is most important is Mango TV. Nothing else. Therefore, this time, it is imperative. Wang Han cut straight to the chase. Ran. After hearing this, Mr. He couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and shake his head, saying, Hangu, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, but I just don't think we can force Su Tong to do something she doesn't want to do. After spending some time with her, Mr. He has a pretty good idea of Su Tong's personality. He might not necessarily agree to the interview, even if it's Wang Han. Or perhaps he is cooperating. No, it's not forced. Mr. He, you misunderstood what I meant. Wang Han also spoke frankly. The station manager specifically instructed us to express our sincerity in order to win over Su Tong. Sincerity? Upon hearing this, Mr. He's eyes lit up, and he asked, what sincerity? Wang Han didn't hide it from him and said directly, The station has specifically discussed this matter and decided to produce a special interview program for Sutong and release it online. A special interview program? Are you serious? Mr. He was also shocked on the spot. He stared wide-eyed, looking at Hangul in disbelief. Don't even mention him, the netizens were also stunned. No way, is Mango TV really that generous? Yeah, they're doing a whole special interview. That must cost a fortune. This isn't something to mess around with. Goodness, I thought having two top-tier hosts together was already quite the spectacle, but it turns out my perspective was still too narrow. No wonder Mr. He and the netizens were so surprised. As we all know, if it's just an interview or a video posted online or on Weibo, it's actually quite simple to promote it. It doesn't even require much cost. Even ordinary people with a smartphone can do it. But if it's a special interview, that's a whole different story. A dedicated team needs to be assembled on the spot to prepare the copy and drafts. Additionally, the content must undergo various reviews and be submitted to higher authorities, involving numerous cumbersome procedures. And so on. It takes a lot to host a talk show like this. You can say that. Mango TV really went all out this time. Such a move isn't something just anyone can pull off. Exactly. Not just anyone can be so highly regarded by Mango TV. Everyone might have thought that Mango TV places great importance on Sutong. However, I never even thought about it. Really? They've taken it this seriously. And, facing Mr. He and the audience's disbelief, Hangul smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said directly, "Of course it's true. The team is already on their way and should arrive this afternoon. To show our sincerity, we even chose your mushroom house as the venue." Yeah. Generally, celebrities and entertainers would go to the location prepared by the interviewer for an interview. But Sutong insisted that all teams bring everything and make a special trip to this remote mushroom house. This is really something. That's genuine sincerity. Chapter 125, Sutong once ran a resort? The brightest star in the night sky, do you remember? The one who gazes up at you, the loneliness in their heart, and their sighs? The pavilion of the mushroom house. Nothing to do. Finally sent off Uncle Shin and the others. It's unusually quiet now. There were fewer people. At the request of Zhang Zifeng and Peng Peng, two young fans, Sutong sang The Brightest Star in the Night Sky again. Wow! After finishing the song, Zhang Zifeng kept waving his hands. Looking at Sutong, it seemed as though there were stars in her eyes. That's what you call admiration. By the way, do we have any guests for this episode? Peng Peng suddenly asked out of the blue. What do you mean by that? Sutong put down his guitar and asked. Under normal circumstances, if there were any guests, they should have arrived by now. Peng Peng, please explain. His younger sister immediately took over. Usually guests come in the morning, and then in the afternoon they follow my brother to work in the fields. Put. Ha ha. Her younger sister's innocent explanation successfully amused Sutong and Mr. Huang in the pavilion. Peng Peng, on the other hand, was left with a headache. Look, I'm the one with all the stamina. Peng Peng, no. I'm clearly the one with the good looks. Peng Peng, work is better, work is more wonderful. Netizens also burst into laughter. It's almost noon now. If the guests are coming, they should be here by now. If they don't come, they won't come. You wouldn't come in the evening, have dinner, and then leave the next morning, would you? Where would you find such a good deal? Looks like only Hangul is left. Mr. Huang nodded and said, I wonder how their conversation is going. Why aren't they coming out yet? Old friends meeting each other are always so jealous. Ha ha. Everyone laughed after hearing that. What's so funny? It seems to be just to highlight what Mr. Huang said. Mr. He led Hangul, who had put away his luggage, and the two of them walked out together. Nothing, just that Mr. Huang said that old friends meeting each other are particularly jealous. Peng Peng said innocently. Hey, you little rascal. Mr. Huang was speechless. Peng Peng is so silly. This kid is really cute, he says whatever comes to mind. Mr. Huang, my shoe soles can't take it anymore. Netizens commented one after another. Ha ha. Mr. Huang and Hangul naturally didn't pay any attention and walked over together. They sat down in the pavilion. Wow, this place is really nice. The climate is pleasant, and the aroma of fruit is in the air. Hangul held the tea he had brought along, took a sip, and said, Of course, we have all kinds of fruits here. I'll get you some tonight. Mr. Huang said with a smile, Not at all. You can take some with you when you leave. Sutong also laughed. If you can't finish it, you can take it with you. Ha ha. Everyone was amused by Sutong's joke. Speaking of Sutong, it's been a while since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Wang Han said with a smile. Since we're talking about Sutong, we should naturally steer the conversation toward him as much as possible. Yeah, it's been 2 or 3 years now. Sutong said the same thing. Yeah, that's true. Hangul also said. I remember the last time we met, it was at your resort in Gillen when it opened, and I came to help you host the event, right? Sutong heard this and couldn't help but smile wryly. Yeah, over the years, I've caused you no end of trouble having to bail me out. The conversation between the two left those around them completely baffled. What did I just hear? Sutong has opened a resort? It seems like he's pretty close with Hangu. I see it now. Didn't you notice how familiar Hangu was with Sutong when they were chatting, just like he is with Hilaosher? Netizens are also commenting. I'm now curious about how Hangu and Sutong met. I wonder if this episode will feature such a segment. I can't wait. Looking forward to it too. Looking forward to it. The bullet comments started rolling. Ahem. Mr. He coughed once and smiled warmly. It's time for the first episode of Mushroom House, where we reveal how Sutong and the guest met. As soon as Mr. He said that, ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Netizens were even more delighted, shouting with joy. Mr. He is so cool and powerful. Mr. He is so understanding. Mr. He is the best. Mr. He really knows what the audience wants. That's why he said it proactively. Maybe we should just not do it after all? Sutong hurriedly waved his hands. It seemed she hadn't anticipated that a few casual words with Hangu could lead to such a crisis. Haha, look everyone. Sutong is scared. That's obvious. Our Sutong has been exposed for her dark side. Haha. That's hilarious. Sutong is so cute. Netizens are commenting. Hey, speak up. Mr. Huang is just enjoying the spectacle and doesn't mind the commotion. Sutong, you don't know, but this has almost become a major feature of our Mushroom House. Things that should be said must be said. Yeah. Peng Peng and Zhang Zifeng no longer felt sorry for their Sutong brother either, and joined in the chorus. When curiosity overpowered their admiration, they naturally chose the former. Sutong still had the heart to try to stop him. Hey, there's nothing to hide. Hangu went straight to the point. Sutong, you've already been exposed enough. It doesn't matter if we add this part. Ha ha. As soon as he said that, everyone burst out laughing again. Hangu is right. So true. Hangu must have watched a lot of the show before this. Exactly. Anyway, Sutong has been exposed so many times already, there's no point in stopping it now. Exactly. Instead of fighting back, why not take the initiative? Maybe we can go easier on her. Hiccup. Netizens were also laughing out loud. Hangu, you must have watched our show a lot. Mr. He also said with a smile. That's right, I caught up on the previous episodes on the way here. Hangu also smiled and agreed. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. I have to say, Hangu and Hilaosher are rightly regarded as the two top hosts of Mango TV, and there are good reasons for that. When the two of them team up, they complement each other perfectly, even outshining stand-up comedians in warming up the crowd. There's no such thing as a dull moment or awkward silence in this crowd. So how did you two meet? Zhang Zifeng asked timidly. Right now. Even if Sutong wanted to stop him, it wouldn't have made a difference. Therefore, he shrugged helplessly and said nothing. Hangu then began to speak slowly. He asked Mr. He a question. Mr. He, do you remember that one particularly cold winter when the station received an unscheduled assignment, asking one of us to host the opening ceremony for a newly established company in the Northwest? Chapter 126, Coal Boss Sutong's family really has minds. Mr. He heard this. He thought about it again and suddenly had an idea. I do remember something like that. Back then, after the task was assigned, I was supposed to go, but I had an urgent matter come up, so you, Hangu, took my place. Right, that's exactly the one. When Hangu and Hilaosher clapped their hands, both of them clearly remembered that incident. That winter was particularly cold, and no one wanted to travel all the way to the Northwest. Everyone knew it was colder there than where we were. And to be honest, our station usually doesn't take on private assignments. Apparently, this one was personally assigned by the station director, so we had no choice but to go. Hangu couldn't help but sigh with a touch of resignation as he recalled the incident. Yes, I remember too. Mr. He also smiled and said. But I'll explain in advance, I really have something important to do. I'm not just asking Hangu to go in my place because I don't want to go. Hangu heard this and burst out laughing. Mr. He, you're trying to hide something here. I didn't say that. Ha ha. Mr. He immediately burst out laughing. Everyone joined in the laughter. These two are so comfortable together, no matter what they talk about. Exactly. No wonder they're the two top hosts on Mango TV. Netizens also commented on the matter. Back to the topic at hand. Hangu said. That's how I ended up replacing Mr. He and going to the Northwest. It was the opening ceremony of a coal mining company in the Northwest. Speaking of which, Hangu patted Sutong on the shoulder and said with a smile. That's how I met Sutong. It was our first meeting, and the coal mining company was also his. When Hangu finished speaking, everyone was stunned. No way. Su Tong has a coal mining company? Goodness, she really comes from a wealthy family. No wonder they're a big shot in the business world. They've had a mine in their family for years? Netizens were all left scratching their heads. This. Peng Peng and his younger sister Zifeng exchanged glances, and both asked Su Tong the same question. Su Tong, do you have a mine at home? Is that so? The innocent expressions of these siblings instantly brought smiles to everyone's faces. Ha ha, look at them. Mr. Huang is also enjoying himself immensely. And facing everyone's gaze, Su Tong helplessly sighed and silently pressed his forehead against his hand. No wonder Su Tong didn't want Han Ge to mention it. Who would want to flaunt their family's wealth? Exactly. Opening a restaurant or a cake shop was one thing, but this time he has gone straight to mining. Ha, I'm starting to find this show more and more interesting. No. It's Su Tong who's interesting. Netizens are also eagerly anticipating it. Yeah, I didn't believe it either at the time. Han Ge shook his head, patted Su Tong on the shoulder, and laughed. Do you know what the first thing I asked Su Tong when I first met him was? What? Everyone looked at Han Ge. These words successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. When the two meet, they will surely start with polite greetings and small talk. What else could it be? It could be. Han Ge held back a smile and said. I asked him, where's your dad? Put. Ha. What kind of polite greeting is that? Ha, oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Just imagine, when Han Ge met Su Tong for the first time and asked him, where's your dad? Ha ha. Netizens burst out laughing. Pfft, ha ha. Everyone in the mushroom house was laughing heartily. I said, Han Ge, what's going on? Even Mr. Huang couldn't help but ask. What does it mean to ask about someone's father when you first meet them? Exactly. Mr. He also managed to suppress a smile and said. Those who don't know might think that the hosts on Mango TV lack professionalism. Hey, you're being biased. Han Ge smiled and said. Actually, he had originally intended to say it directly, but he glanced at Su Tong. He suddenly asked. Should Su Tong tell everyone? Yeah, that's right. Why did Han Ge ask someone about their father on their first meeting? Everyone is curious. And this question is best answered by Su Tong. And facing everyone's gaze, Su Tong merely smiled indifferently and said. Han Ge thought I was young and assumed I was a rich kid, the family representative, so he asked where my dad was and why he hadn't come yet, thinking my dad was the real big boss. Put. Oh, so that's how it is. Oh my goodness, but it's still so funny. Come to think of it, that's actually true. Yeah, if you go by a few years ago, Su Tong was indeed too young. If it were me, I wouldn't have thought he was a coal boss either. Netizens commented one after another. Inside the mushroom house. After the laughter subsided, Mr. He nodded and said. Indeed, in our impression, coal bosses should all be those silly, unsophisticated, wealthy individuals, greasy middle-aged men. How could he be such a fresh and refined young man? Exactly. Han Ge and He Laosher hit it off right away. Said. Later, when I found out that the company's chairman and founder was him, I was so embarrassed. Even now, when he mentions this, Han Ge still feels embarrassed. As for Su Tong, she didn't mind at all and even joked with me about it. Han Ge smiled and said. Looking back now, if it weren't for Su Tong coming to my rescue at that moment, that match would have been the biggest stain on my professional career. All these years later, Wang Han and He Jiong are often referred to as the two top hosts of Mango TV, and a major reason for this is that their hosting has almost never had any mistakes. In this day and age, as a public figure, once you have even the slightest blemish, you're doomed to be crushed by a single blow. It'll probably affect his entire career. Especially in cases like this, where the tasks are privately assigned within the station and are connected to the station director. So I am still very grateful to Su Tong. Han Ge said seriously. Su Tong wasn't very old, but he had a truly good nature. Over the years, I've met countless people his age, but none of them could compare to him in terms of character. This is. Everyone can almost say that it is obvious to all. Yes, I agree with that point. Mr. He said directly. Yes, I've told Mr. He more than once that young people are formidable. Mr. Huang also said the same thing. Peng Peng and Zifeng didn't dare to express their opinions, just nodding along. It's no big deal. It seemed as though the atmosphere was beginning to take an indescribable turn. Su Tong simply laughed and said. Later, Han Ge also helped me a lot and saved the day many times. If you really had to calculate it, I should be thanking Han Ge instead. After hearing this, everyone was puzzled. What's going on here? How did Han Ge manage to save Su Tong so many times? Chapter 127, Advertising for Su Tong. Actually, it's nothing much. He often runs large companies and such, and sometimes he can't find a suitable host for the opening ceremony. So, there's nothing I can do but go over and help out with the emceeing. Han Ge just came right out and said it. What? Is that true? You often start businesses? My goodness, this. My brother brags like that too, but I believe Su Tong isn't just bragging. Netizens are also a bit confused. I'm a pretty laid-back person. Sutong also gave a wry smile and said, when I see something I like, I can't help but want to try it myself. Plus, I have some spare funds lying around, so I might as well use them to have some fun. Plus, since it was all done on a whim, it always ended up being done in a hurry. At this point, Sutong shrugged helplessly. Hangu immediately picked up the thread of the conversation. It wasn't just sudden, it was extremely sudden. As far as I know, besides me, there were at least a dozen other hosts in our circle who could have stepped in to save the day. Goodness gracious. After hearing this, everyone was a bit surprised. Perhaps they hadn't realized just how wealthy Sutong really was. Now, they finally have a rough idea. This isn't just any ordinary rich person. If you want to do it, just do it. Spur of the moment. Even the opening ceremony host was found at the last minute. That's what you call a real go-getter. Over the years, Hangu has saved me in many situations. Sutong laughed. The last time we met was in Gillen, at that resort. Yes. Hangu also smiled and said. But seriously, I didn't feel like I was going to help him. It felt more like a vacation. After hearing that, everyone was puzzled again. Hangu, what do you mean by that? Mister, he asked. Think about it. Hangu smiled and said. His businesses include resorts, hotels, guest houses, various restaurants, banquet halls, and all sorts of folk-themed attractions. Every time I go to help him out, I get to experience their services firsthand. Isn't this just like a vacation? After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Hangu is right. As far as we know, Sutong has run a gym, a restaurant, a cake shop, and so on. And almost all of them were top-tier, high-end establishments. Go! Isn't that just like going to enjoy yourself? Speaking of which, that resort he mentioned last time was really nice. Speaking of which, Hangu suddenly exclaimed with admiration. Every morning when I open my eyes, I see beautiful mountains and rivers. The last time I went there, it happened to be a cloudy day. Wow, the clouds and mist were everywhere. It was so beautiful. Really? Hearing this, Mr. Huang couldn't help but laugh. It's time for us to give our audience friends a treat. Hangu, tell us where that resort is and what it's called. Hangu laughed and said. It's in the western mountainous area, at the West District Garden Resort. It's the one with the best reputation and the highest quality. That's the one. As soon as he said that, netizens were all abuzz. You know what? I've actually been to that resort. Wow, what a coincidence. I've been there too, but I didn't run into Sutong. What's so special about that? Where else could Sutong be? He's so busy with all his businesses. That's right. Last time I went there, I was wondering who could have done such a great job. The details were so well done. I never would have guessed it was Sutong. As the saying goes, life is full of unexpected encounters. When everyone finds out that the resort was built by Sutong, it's only natural to be amazed by it. Oh, I remember going there with my parents a couple of years ago. Zhang Zifeng suddenly exclaimed. The construction there is really well done, especially the details, like the door silencers and the soundproofing. Everything is excellent. Really? Sutong also chuckled. Well, thank you for the compliment. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Sutong also said helplessly. I said, this really feels like they're advertising for me. What do you mean? Mister, he asked in return. Sutong replied directly. You may not know this, but since the program aired, the businesses I've opened in various places have been packed with people. Speaking of which, Sutong couldn't help but give a wry smile. The staff were all busy and many of them were complaining. He never expected that his appearance on the show would bring so many benefits that others would envy. Take his gym, for example. The day after the episode featuring Shin Yuki aired, people were signing up for 10-year memberships. There's also that cake shop in Shanghai. On the afternoon when Zhang Runan and Tan Songyun visited, it was said that the queue stretched all the way down the street. I bet this episode will be a hit when it airs. The resort will also become quite popular for a while. Ha ha. Everyone laughed after hearing this, laughing out loud. That's very interesting. Oh, I didn't expect that. Mister, he sighed and said. Thinking about it now, if it had been me who went instead of Hangu, I'd probably be the one who's close with Sutong by now. Yeah. Everyone agreed. All right. Seeing that the conversation was winding down and it was getting late, Mr. Huang decided it was time to wrap things up. He decided to stand up. He said, it's getting late. You guys keep chatting. I'll go cook the rice. We'll have a whole chicken feast tonight. All right. Everyone agreed. Mr. Huang then headed to his battlefield, the kitchen, to get to work. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Mr. Huang left, everyone chatted briefly. Hangu didn't plan to keep everyone in suspense any longer. Sutong. He spoke directly to Sutong. We've known each other for many years, and there are some things I won't hide from you. The main reason I came here this time is to conduct a one-on-one interview with you. I've already discussed this with Mr. He. Speaking of which, Mr. He also took the initiative to say, yes, I think Sutong probably guessed the purpose of Han Ji's visit, right? In response to what these two have said, Sutong couldn't help but give a wry smile and nodded, saying, yes, I did think about it. How could he not have guessed? Then I'll just say it plainly. Wang Han said, lately, all the major media outlets have been scrambling to interview you. We think it would be safer for us at Mango TV to do a program. I won't ask too many sensitive questions. We'll communicate in advance before recording, so you can just chat freely and share some of your personal experiences or little stories. You can rest assured that if there's anything you don't want to answer, just let us know, and we'll move on to the next question right away. After all, we should keep the good things for ourselves, right? We're all so familiar with each other, giving this piece of meat to someone else might not be quite right. Chapter 128, The Horror of Illegitimate Fans. Mainly because there's been a lot of buzz about you online lately, and everyone's pretty curious about certain things, so Mr. He also chimed in and said, of course, Hango didn't mean to force you. If you don't want to, Sutong, we're all friends, so we'll just help you decline. Mr. He is right. Hangu also agreed. Having said that, the two of them, without any prior arrangement, looked at Sutong. The words sounded nice enough, but the hopeful glances in their eyes had already betrayed their innermost thoughts. That's just the way it is, isn't it? After all, the two of them are the main hosts of Mango TV, so it's only natural that they would strive to secure the greatest benefits for their station. This point, from a capital perspective, Sutong can understand. And to be honest, they have already expressed their utmost sincerity. Not only did Hangu come personally, but he also brought his team all the way to this mushroom house in Zishuangbana for the shoot. He even humbled himself so much to come and discuss this matter. Sutong, just accept it. We won't ask any inappropriate questions. Yes. Accept it. Hangu and He Laoshi have both said so. Netizens are also flooding the comments with reactions. It's just an interview, isn't it? Not far away. The edge of the kitchen. Listening to the conversation coming from the kitchen, Zhang Zifeng scratched the back of his head and asked his older brother Pang Pang in a dazed voice, why doesn't Sutong want to give an interview? We don't mind, do we? Yeah. Even Zhang Zifeng, she often gives many interviews in her spare time. While the media's questions can sometimes be quite peculiar, that's all part of the job. Given Sutong's emotional intelligence, handling them should be a piece of cake, right? Besides, Hunan TV has already shown such sincerity, and Hangu and He Laoshi have already said so much. Even if Hangu were to host the interview, he wouldn't go overboard. Why didn't Sutong agree? You don't know anything. At this moment, when standing in front of Mr. He and Mr. Huang, Pang Pang feels like his intelligence isn't keeping up, but when he's with his younger sister, his intelligence is fully engaged. Stepping forward, he gave his sister a smack on the head. She said, can Sutong be the same as us? Our background is nothing special, just ask Baidu and you'll find out everything about us. But Sutong has a long history, and he's involved in many things. One wrong move and it could be a big mess. How could he possibly agree to an interview so easily? Zhang Zifeng was rejected by Pang Pang, rubbing his head with a look of grievance on his face. Oh no! Who knows? What's next? Pang Pang also covered his head and let out a piercing scream. Glancing over, it was Mr. Huang. He had come over without anyone noticing, holding a spoon in his hand, which he tapped against Pang Pang's head. Mr. Huang, you. Pang Pang looked so innocent. Why did Mr. Huang hit him? You think you're so tough now, Pang? Mr. Huang asked with a mix of frustration and amusement. You dare hit our little sister? You're really something. Netizens who saw this scene also burst out laughing. Pang, you're really something. You dare hit my sister. Mr. Huang, my big slippers are already dying of thirst. Pang Pang, baby, you're so funny. Pang Pang looks completely innocent. Okay. Mr. Huang didn't bother arguing with them, but simply said, Pang Pang has grown up. He can tell something's wrong. You're right. Pang Pang was right just now. Sutong's interview is a big deal. For example, he owns several talent agencies. If all of them are exposed, then in the future, if they have business dealings with each other, someone might use the fact that their bosses are the same person to make a big deal out of it. At that point, various financial issues would arise, and they wouldn't be able to resolve them at all. Or, if his high-end retail properties were all discovered by his fans, it wouldn't just be a matter of being crowded with people anymore. At that point, those crazy fans would probably spend all day hanging around every store under Sutong's umbrella, waiting around for him to show up. It's not impossible, you know. Mr. Huang's example was already very vivid and clear. With so many companies under Sutong's name, there are bound to be cross-industry collaborations. If it turns out that the two companies are owned by the same person, there will inevitably be under-the-table dealings and profiteering. At that point, if various financial issues arise, they won't be something that can be resolved simply by saying so. Moreover, perhaps, before Sutong became so popular, exposing a few stores wasn't a big deal. Now, after the success of several hit songs such as Sunny Day, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and Nowhere to Hide, his fame has skyrocketed to a certain level. Even without frequently going out to socialize, Mr. Huang still knows. I estimate that the few stores that Sutong had exposed have already been overcrowded. If they're just going there to eat and have some fun, that's still okay. The real concern is that they might be there for the 1 in 10,000 chance that Sutong might show up. If that happens, all the shops under Sutong's name will have to shut down. Just let these people sit around doing nothing. Sutong is indeed wealthy. She is truly deserving of the title from a wealthy family. But it can't withstand such treatment. These days, you can't even begin to imagine. Those star-struck fans, those stalkers, are so crazy. They'll stop at nothing to get their hands on Sutong. This is definitely not impossible. Mr. Huang speculates. Sutong was precisely concerned about these issues, which is why she chose not to accept the interview. The interview mentioned by Wang Han. Although it is much better than those unscrupulous media outlets that ask probing questions and dig up dirt. However, I don't think they'll give Sutong much either. So, according to Mr. Huang's estimation, Sutong is unlikely to accept Wang Han's interview. So that's how it is. Zhang Zifeng listened and then also belatedly realized the truth. I said those fanatics are really annoying. Exactly. Because they're so obsessed with Sutong that she doesn't even dare to give interviews. It's really infuriating. Are they even human beings? Netizens also started venting their anger. At the same time, in the pavilion. To be honest, the recent so-called viral sensation has really caused me some distress. Sutong shrugged his shoulders and, facing the kindness of Mr. He and Hangu, said directly. Recently, several of my favorite stores have called to report some issues, so sometimes it's not that I don't want to accept interviews, but mainly, they didn't say everything, and saying everything might have hurt some people. And upon hearing those words, Mr. He and Hangu fell into a brief silence. Perhaps they were well aware of what Sutong was referring to. Sigh. Hangu sighed silently to himself, thinking that this trip had been a complete waste of time. Mr. He couldn't help but shake his head. He had known all along that Sutong was unlikely to accept. However, just as they were feeling somewhat disappointed, Sutong suddenly said, "But since Hangu came all the way here, I should at least give you and He Laosher some face." Hangu and He Laosher heard this and their eyes lit up. I thought to myself, could it be that? Turn around? Chapter 129, Sutong gave them an out. So that's how it was. Was Sutong implying that there was a glimmer of hope and he might still agree to the interview? Ah, is that true? I'm so excited. I don't understand. It's clear that accepting the interview would have a huge impact on him, and he said it himself. What does this mean? The person above makes a valid point. Sutong is a businessman, he speaks for business. He wouldn't risk incurring massive losses just to save face for Hangu, would he? But what does Sutong mean by that? Netizens were also puzzled. Yeah, right. What Sutong is trying to say now is indeed a bit ambiguous. What do you think? He said all that before. He never agreed. Maintain a firm refusal. And make the consequences clear. If an interview were conducted, the impact on him would be significant. And since that is the case, how could he possibly agree to an interview? Even if it's to save face for Hangu? He wouldn't possibly go back on his word and treat his own words like they never existed, would he? Sutong wouldn't do that, would he? But what does he mean by that? I have to say. At this moment, Sutong's teasing was driving everyone crazy. Not to mention them. Even Mr. He and Hangu, when they looked at each other, felt a bit dazed. Unable to help themselves. Look at Sutong. Now. Is it? Shouldn't Sutong answer that herself? Facing everyone's gaze. I have had a long-standing relationship with your station director, and Hangu has also helped me a great deal over the years. Both out of consideration for our relationship and out of principle, I should not put you in a difficult position at this time. Sutong smiled briefly and said, "All right, I can agree to the interview, but regarding the content, it must be limited to what everyone already knows. Let's try not to go beyond that, okay?" After hearing Sutong's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Netizens also rushed to comment. Sutong's move was indeed clever. You have to admit it. Yeah, I'm almost speechless. Although such an interview doesn't have much commercial appeal, it certainly gives face to Hangu and Mango TV. Exactly. Sutong's approach is truly classic. Indeed. Perhaps Sutong would not answer questions about other companies under his name. However, he can answer some of the questions that have been raised. For example, The few stores I opened myself. Anyway, they've already been exposed. Anyway, it's already overcrowded. If we just chat about those things, it doesn't really matter. In short, as long as it doesn't involve any privacy that the audience isn't already aware of, Sutong can agree to the interview. I see. Hango and He Laoshi exchanged glances and both sighed in relief. To be honest, they never intended to make things difficult for Sutong. What else could they do? The station has issued a strict order: we must beat the other stations and get Sutong first. Ran. Although I felt a bit relieved. But to be honest, this kind of interview doesn't really mean much. Therefore, to some extent, I am still a little disappointed. Who doesn't know that Sutong's main selling point lies in his unknown identities? The interviewer must be eager to dig deeper, right? If you lose this selling point, we would only be discussing the past. This is to avoid giving people the impression that rehashing old news. Not very good. So, they were still a little disappointed. However, at that very moment, Sutong seemed to sense their predicament and laughed. I think we could make it more interesting and diverse. We don't have to stick to just an interview. Maybe we could talk about some off-topic things. Plus, I haven't directly addressed some of the previous questions, so that could be a selling point. What do you think? After hearing this, Hangu and He Laoshi were immediately inspired. That's right. Their way of thinking is starting to feel a bit cramped. Actually, these days, many variety shows are very entertaining. Even if a few celebrities gather around a table for a meal, they can easily fill an entire episode with their conversation. They could easily prepare a more detailed script, put in more effort and make it more refined. And, seriously, previously, whether it was Michelin 3-star chefs or the various championship awards won by Sutong, etc., it seems like Sutong has never responded directly to any of this. If that's the case, this highlight is actually no less impressive than revealing other identities. Moreover, Sutong was able to say this. Actually, this is already the maximum concession we can make. Think about it. He doesn't want to continue exposing his identity, so how could he possibly be willing to talk about what happened before? Since he said that, it means he's conceded. He didn't go too far. He left some room for Mr. He and Hangu. It also gave them a way out. It's so much better than just saying no. At this point, if Mr. He and Mr. He still refuse to agree, then all their years of on-the-spot improvisation skills will have been wasted. Alright, let's make that decision then. Mr. He made the decision on the spot. I'll contact the film crew who are on their way, discuss it with them, and then make preparations. Hangu also smiled at Sutong and said, Sutong, I'm very happy that you agreed to this interview. Thank you. This final thank you comes from the bottom of my heart. Sutong shrugged indifferently and said, Hangu, you're too kind. In the distance. Kitchen. Why did Hangu thank Sutong go? Pang Pang, whose IQ occasionally spikes, is offline right now. Scratching the back of his head, he listened to their last words, looking utterly confused. It was probably just a polite remark, right? Her younger sister, Zhang Zifeng, was crouched nearby, trying to help Pang Pang figure things out. Is that so? Pang Pang scratched the back of his head again, still feeling that things weren't that simple. Hee hee, silly boy. Mr. Huang, who was cooking, couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to the conversation between the brother and sister. Sutong gave it to Hangu and He teacher, and even to the steps of the Mango TV station. Why do you think Hangu thanked him? What? Steps? Pang Pang listened and was still confused, so he couldn't help but ask. Mr. Huang, what does that mean? Isn't being interviewed a good thing? Why is Sutong still giving them a way out? Exactly. For them as entertainers, giving interviews is a great way to raise their profile. How did it come to this with Sutong, or he's the one giving others a way out? Yeah. Not only Pang Pang, but Zhang Zifeng also thinks so. The brother and sister are very innocent, they don't think too much about things. Mr. Huang, however, was a different story. He's a real veteran. When it comes to these matters, one naturally understands upon hearing them. An interview is a good thing for you, but not necessarily for Sutong. He chuckled and said, We've discussed this before. Recent events have had a significant impact on Sutong's businesses, so of course he wouldn't agree. However, if he were to simply reject Hangu and He Laoshi's proposal, how would they save face? After that, Mr. He was fine, but Hangu went back. How would he explain it to the station? Chapter 130 of Talking with Tong went viral across the internet. After hearing these words, Pang Pang and his younger sister Zifeng showed a look of sudden realization on their faces. It seems like that's the case. Pang Pang and his sister exchanged glances and murmured to themselves. That's right. It's not hard to see that after Hangu had offered so many tempting conditions, Sutong still refused, leaving Hangu and He Laoshi feeling quite awkward. Think about it. If Su Tong had simply refused, it wouldn't just have embarrassed them, it would have outright rejected their face. At the same time, did not give them a way out. You should know that. That Mango TV has given Hangul a strict order. I bet even He Laoshi has been assigned the task. If this is the case, the two top hosts of Mango TV personally step in and still fail to secure Su Tong. Therefore, even if they return, given the circumstances, Hangul will not be punished. However, if the leader is dissatisfied, there's nothing we can do about it. When I go back, the boss won't be happy. That would also put Hangul in a difficult position. Even Mr. He might get dragged into it. It's indeed just Su Tong's problem. But if others are involved, that would be problematic. And Su Tong did this. Not only did she not cause any loss to herself, but she also gave Hangul and He Laoshi face, and even provided them with a way out. This way, even if we go back, Hangul hasn't completed the mission successfully. At least, he would have completed 90% or more. The leaders at the station will probably just smile wryly and say nothing. Anyway, they got Su Tong's first interview, so isn't that enough? Su Tong. Still so thorough. And it was at that very moment. Mr. He slowly walked in. It seemed like he had heard everything Mr. Huang had just said. Not to mention Hangul, I should thank him too. Pang Pang and Zifeng did understand, though. I said, oh, that's awkward. But Mr. Huang smiled and said, now your ratings on Mango TV are going to skyrocket again. I think so too. Mr. He also smiled and said, as long as the press releases they write aren't too bad, there shouldn't be any issues. That's how it is. In harmony. Everyone spent the day like this. In the afternoon, the professional film crew arrived. This is the first draft of the script. Su Tong and Han, please take a look. After the filming crew arrived, several staff members handed them the script that had already been prepared in advance for them to review. It's acceptable. Su Tong gave it a quick glance and didn't find anything too problematic. The questions were all about the identities he had already revealed on the show. No, I think this part needs to be crossed out. On the contrary, it's Hangul. Is meticulous. Be serious. Cross out any questions that might possibly involve Su Tong's privacy. Don't worry about whether they might be borderline, just cross them all out. Even Su Tong felt a bit embarrassed. Hangul really tried his best. This might just be what people call true goodness and beauty between anyone, right? Su Tong was so kind to Hangul, giving them a way out, and their relationship was good, so Hangul naturally took care of Su Tong in every way. Speaking of which, they really are trying their best. It was now evening. Pang Pang, who had no work to do today, followed Mr. Huang, Mr. He, and the others to sit in the pavilion, quietly watching the scene unfold. Pang Pang said, I've never seen an interview program that was so serious about selecting questions. Yeah. Zhang Zifeng chimed in. Even Mr. Huang couldn't help but say to Mr. He, who was peeling an apple nearby, it seems like you've really put in the effort. If this were us, we'd have to figure out any awkward questions on the spot. Yeah. Mr. He also smiled and replied. Who hasn't been stumped by a few awkward questions? It's obvious. The importance that Mango TV and Hangul attached to this interview. Oh, right. As we were chatting, Mr. Huang suddenly asked, have you decided what to call this interview program yet? Actually, we've already come up with a name, and it's pretty interesting. Mr. He's eyes lit up. He put down the peeler and smiled. Guess what it's called? What is it? Everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. Mr. He smiled and said, our interview is called Talk with Tong. Tong is in Su Tong. Wow, that's a great name. Very creative. Even Mr. Huang was impressed. Isn't that right? Mr. He also smiled and said, now, I can almost see the moment when Talking with Tong goes viral. Yeah. Everyone else chimed in as well. Oh, right. Zhang Zifeng seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked again. Isn't Mr. He going with Hangul? I haven't seen the two of you do an interview together yet. Yeah. Peng Peng chimed in. Silly kid. Mr. He smiled and said, with so many people, things get chaotic and there's only so much time. After the live stream, it will be edited, and Su Tong is the main character. In the end, there were only two hosts. Isn't that a mess? Everyone heard this and they thought to themselves, that makes sense. By the way, although I won't be able to participate in the live stream the entire time, everyone should still be able to join in and make an appearance. Mr. He suddenly said again. I said, you guys should also prepare yourselves. I think the program crew will probably ask everyone about their relationship with Su Tong and their impressions of him. Really? Mr. Huang laughed when he heard this. Let's be honest, do you really need to prepare for this? Mr. He was taken aback when he heard this. He then silently placed his hand on his forehead and chuckled. You're absolutely right. Ha ha. Ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. Perhaps, when asked about their relationships with others and their impressions of them, they need to prepare themselves so as not to say the wrong thing on camera. Ku Su Tong. Is preparation necessary? Which one of them doesn't have nothing but praise for Su Tong? On this day. Also sparked a storm online. Mango TV has teamed up with Su Tong to launch an exclusive talk show, Chat with Tong, which will air tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Talk with Su Tong will air live tomorrow at 9 a.m. It must be said, Mango TV's promotional tactics are truly deserving of their top-tier reputation in the industry. And this was all achieved in less than half a day. From the moment Su Tong agreed to the interview until now, it has been less than half a day. The internet is already flooded with news about it. Even the trending topics are all about talking with Tong. It can be said to be sweeping the internet. And this live stream will air simultaneously with the 4th season of The Good Life? Netizens are all buzzing with excitement. Chapter 131, a terrifying number in the hundreds of millions. Su Tong is going to be interviewed? Is that true? I can't wait. Hey, what's there to be excited about? They already said everything on longing for the past. There's nothing new, just reheating old news. The person above made it sound so good. If you're so confident, don't watch the live stream tomorrow morning, and don't watch the rerun either. Why are you being so picky? I was just joking. If there are too many of you and you crash the live stream, why would I even bother watching? Yeah, you're so smart up there. Exactly. Su Tong's interview isn't worth watching, it's just old news. Everyone, don't bother watching it. If you all flood the live stream, I won't be able to watch a thing. Get out of here. Netizens are also very enthusiastic. It left everyone both annoyed and amused. That's how it was. Amidst the growing cheers of the audience, time had come to the morning of the next day. Is anyone here? If not, I'll take a spot. Same here. I'm here to join the fray too. Count me in. Can't wait for Su Tong. Early this morning, the comments on The Ideal Life were flooding in. Everyone knows that this morning, around 9 o'clock, Su Tong will be going live. The show Talk with Tong will begin, featuring an interview. The current time is 7:30? There's still an hour and a half left. It's a bit far. Early in the morning, Manhwa village is quiet and peaceful. Mr. Huang continues his half-marathon training, heading out to run through the village. Whoosh! Su Tong was exercising in the courtyard. As usual. Early in the morning, I'm already poisoning those little fangirls. Many female viewers were watching with stars in their eyes. Wow! Su Tong after finishing anaerobic exercise. She stood up and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Glance over at the pavilion. But didn't see Zifeng's sister anywhere. I couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled, wondering if Zifeng had overslept. Just as he was about to go check if Zifeng had really overslept, he glanced over and saw his younger sister studying by the window. He couldn't help but smile and walk over to ask, "Why aren't you studying outside?" Zheng Zifeng looked up at Su Tong, who was drenched in sweat after finishing his workout, and paused for a moment. Then, her face flushed red, and she smiled and said, "Earlier, there were female guests, and I was afraid that turning on the light would wake them up, so I went outside instead." Upon hearing this reason, netizens were also moved. Zifeng is such a kind sister. Exactly. Let's protect the best Zifeng in the world. What a kind little Zifeng. Su Tong also smiled and said, "Then I'll go prepare breakfast for you." Saying that, Su Tong was about to leave. "Hey! Su Tong, wait!" Suddenly, Zhang Zifeng called out to him. "What's wrong?" Su Tong asked. But he saw Zhang Zifeng's face was flushed red, looking a bit shy. She asked, "Su Tong, what did you wear during the interview this morning? Did you wear formal attire?" She wasn't really curious. She was just thinking, when Su Tong is being interviewed, will she wear a suit? She hasn't seen Su Tong wear a suit yet. Just imagine Su Tong with his tall, well-proportioned build, wearing a sharp suit on the boat no matter what color it is, he'd probably look pretty darn handsome. Zifeng asked exactly what I was thinking. I also wonder if Su Tong wears formal attire when she's filming the show? Ah! Don't say that. I dare not even imagine it. If Su Tong wears a white suit. Oh my goodness. I can't take it. Just thinking about it is making me melt. My Prince Charming, Su Tong. Upon hearing Zifeng's question, the netizens also fell into a state of fantasy. But Su Tong just smiled casually and said, "I don't know yet. I guess they have plans. I didn't bring any formal attire. To be honest, Su Tong is a pretty laid-back person. Although he looks quite handsome in a suit, he always seems a bit stiff. So, in general, he doesn't wear one himself. However, if the production team requests it, out of respect, Su Tong will still choose to wear it." I see. After hearing Su Tong's ambiguous response, Zhang Zifeng nodded as well. He didn't deny it. So it's possible, right? What's wrong? Su Tong asked. Nothing. My sister said with a blush. Go, Su Tong. Seeing this, Su Tong smiled. You work hard too. Good morning. Su Tong fried rice cakes for everyone. Fried until golden brown, perfectly cooked. Everyone ate it and praised it highly. Now Su Tong and Mr. Huang have almost reached an understanding. To prevent Su Tong from taking her job, Miss Huang chose the most important meals, lunch and dinner, to cook. As for Su Tong, was preparing breakfast for everyone while Mr. Huang was out for his morning run. Even so, everyone still felt quite satisfied, as a single breakfast felt like it could sustain them for an entire day. This left Mr. Huang looking rather dejected. After breakfast, quick cleanup. It was now 8:30. And by this time, Talking With You begins its recording preparations. Hangu has already changed into his formal attire and is waiting over there. They chose the courtyard of the mushroom house as the venue. There were 2 small lounge chairs there, just right for Hangu and Su Tong to sit on. Plus, the background was filmed on location, using some mushroom-shaped tables and cups from the mushroom house. It can be said that the production team of The Good Life provided a great deal of assistance this time. Has it started yet? Why hasn't it started yet? I can't wait any longer. Where's Su Tong? Why hasn't she come out yet? This is driving me crazy. On Tong and I Liao, the live stream has been promoted on various video apps, and even though it hasn't started yet, it already has hundreds of thousands of viewers. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone is worried that there will be too many people and the live stream will crash. So everyone is going in early to wait. Regarding this point, it really needs to be discussed. The newly established production team of Talking with Tong has successfully gained a wealth of experience from the director of The Ideal Life, Wang Yi, and others. For example, the capacity of the live stream. Wang Yi told the production team of the Talk with Tong program. The capacity of a typical live streaming room is absolutely insufficient for this particular live stream. This is the key point. The production team of the show The Good Life is a cautionary example. Previously, I didn't think much of it. But then the server crashed multiple times. And now, it can almost be said that Su Tong's fame has reached its peak. The traffic at this point is definitely much higher than before. The servers couldn't handle the traffic before The Good Life, so how could their regular live streams possibly handle it? So, the production team of the Talk with Tong program has specifically expanded the capacity of the live streaming room. This time, is expanding by the billions. This clearly demonstrates that today, the popularity of Su Tong. Chapter 132, Su Tong in a suit sends traffic through the roof. Mr. He, hurry up. Pang Pang. Zi Feng. Over here. Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Zifeng, and Peng Peng, seeing that there wasn't much work today, decided to bring their small chairs, some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and other snacks, and head to the pavilion. Oh, you know what? I'm actually a little excited about this. Mr. Huang took a sip of tea and said with a smile. I'm a little excited too. Peng Peng also said with a smile. What are you so excited about? Mr. He couldn't help but snap at Peng Peng. The ones who should be excited are the audience watching on screen, and your little sister, right? Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Her younger sister's face turned red, and she asked, Where's brother Su Tong? Oh, he must have gone to change clothes. Mr. He said. Upon hearing this, don't even mention my younger sister Zifeng. Even the audience watching on screen were buzzing with excitement. What's going on? Did Su Tong go to change clothes? Is she going to wear a suit? Is that right? Oh, I'm so excited. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. Everyone says, men in suits are the most charming. They're just thinking about it. What if? Su Tong was dressed in a pristine white suit, with a tie neatly knotted, and a luxury watch on his wrist. Everything was neatly arranged. How cool is that? Where's Su Tonggren? Hurry up. Time's almost up. Su Tong, where are you? I'm so anxious. Netizens who had been building up anticipation started to get anxious. Time passed. Finally, it was 9 o'clock. Hangu, get ready. The recording site, which is the small courtyard of our mushroom house, is all set up. The director began counting. 3, 2, 1. Let's get started. At the same time, the Talk with Tong livestream will go live directly. Data from The Good Life is also being synchronized over. This moment, countless netizens. They're flooding in all at once. Hello everyone, this is Talk with Tong, which you are watching online. This is also the live broadcast from Mushroom House. I'm Wang Han. Hello, everyone. As a professional host, Wang Han's professionalism in front of the camera is immediately evident. And at that moment, gulping, the staff members responsible for managing traffic for Talking with Tong immediately swallowed hard and said to their director, Director, Wang really wasn't lying. Yeah. The others also quickly wiped the sweat from their foreheads, while frantically typing away on their keyboards, while constantly saying, This is insane. Millions of people have come in all at once. And the number is still rising. It's only been a minute, and we're almost at 100 million. Oh my goodness. Another person also exclaimed in amazement. I've never seen such a crazy crowd in my entire life, all gathered for just one person. This is absolutely insane. It's still increasing. It's still increasing. Thank goodness Wang Dao reminded us, otherwise we would have made a huge fool of ourselves this time. For a moment, the production team of Talking with Tong expressed their gratitude to the team of The Ideal Life. Meanwhile, the production team of The Good Life. Director Wang Yi and a few of his colleagues exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. We've also been through a lot of trials and tribulations along the way. Let's not beat around the bush. Back to the recording studio. As you all know, the main and only guest on this episode of Talk with Tong is. Hanga slowly took his seat and gave a brief introduction of the surrounding area. He smiled and said, "That's our Su Tong." Speaking of Su Tong, we can't help but mention some of his recent information. Hanga is speaking alone in front of the camera. Yet he doesn't seem the least bit awkward. This is the professionalism of a professional host. On the other side, Pang Pang and Zifeng couldn't help but admire him. First, he is a singer, once known as an online singer. Hanga smiled and said, but recently, he's made a career shift, and the songs he's been writing have become increasingly popular, with 2 of his songs even competing for the top spot on the charts. To be honest, I've never seen anything like this in all my years. Netizens were also amused by this. Hanga is absolutely right. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Having your own songs competing against each other on the charts is indeed rare. Our Su Tong has gone viral. The netizens are in a very harmonious mood. However, most of the comments they posted were barely legible and quickly got pushed down by others. That's really scary. And Hanga continued. Despite being such a talented individual, he is also a Michelin-starred 3-star chef, with numerous businesses, companies, and shops under his name. I have had the honor of being his close friend for many years. I imagine that if it weren't for giving me face, he might not have agreed to this interview. Speaking of which, Hanga changed the subject. He went straight to the point. Alright, I've said so much, and it all sounds like nonsense. Much of it is common knowledge. As for me, I know that what everyone really wants to see isn't me, but our main character. A professional host always knows when the audience is getting bored with their commentary. Hanga is right at that point where the audience is about to get bored. The timing is spot on. Straight to the point. Now, let's welcome today's main character. Su Tong. Please come forward. At the same time. Cut to the next scene. The scene shifts to the entrance of the mushroom house. There. Squeak. The door slowly opened. What greeted everyone's eyes was a mature man dressed in a pristine white suit, meticulously groomed, yet always wearing a smile on his face. Rather than a mature man, it would be more accurate to describe him as a big kid. Because this person, that is Su Tong. His face always exudes a youthful vibe. Even when he wears a suit, though it doesn't look out of place and he exudes a mature aura, that youthful vibe is simply impossible to erase. At the same time, netizens are buzzing with excitement. A suit. Su Tong is really wearing a suit. The production team of Talking with Tong is amazing. They actually prepared a suit for Su Tong. And it's white. Oh my gosh. My Prince Charming. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint, he's just too handsome. At the same time, the speed at which the bullet comments scroll by is so fast that many people can't even see them with the naked eye. The number of people sending bullet comments. There are just too many. There are even more people who came in later. The live stream's popularity kept rising. It remains consistently high. And it's still rising rapidly. This is crazy. However, many netizens were somewhat disappointed to discover that the subtitles they had carefully edited couldn't be sent out. The reason is, naturally, it's quite simple. Hey, boss, our comments are crashing. Chapter 133, everyone wants to be famous, but Su Tong is afraid of fame. Several programmers frantically tapped away at their keyboards to maintain the livestream while shouting at the director in confusion. Hold on. Hold on. The director could only say that. Moreover, he also felt a bit uncertain inside. Although, thanks to Wang Dao's reminder from Longing, they had expanded the capacity of their live streaming room. But the live streaming room's capacity is nowhere near the actual server capacity. If a few programs crash, that's actually a normal reaction. You should know that. This is just the beginning. Su Tong has just made her debut. Just made his debut. Not yet into the main topic. We haven't reached the truly exciting part yet. It's already like this? If it really gets to the exciting part, then, can their live stream still hold up? Su Tong. The Mushroom House Pavilion over there. Mr. He and Mr. Huang, those two immature individuals, are pretending to be fans. Scream. Su Tong. Pang Pang, that greasy teenager, joined in the shouting too. Su Tong. It's uniquely Zhang Zifeng style. He really sounds like a little fan. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. These immature individuals. A bunch of 3-year-olds. Netizens also commented on the incident. Back to the recording studio. Hello, everyone. Su Tong, dressed in a suit, walked over slowly. At that moment, he truly resembled the Prince Charming many girls fantasized about. Perhaps. They imagined the physique of a Prince Charming, but never considered his appearance. After all, there's no template for that. But now. It's here. Su Tong is the template. And the best, the most unbeatable template. Oh my, even through the lens, I can almost hear the audience's cheers. Hanga smiled and joked. Come, sit down. He immediately invited Su Tong to sit down. All right. Su Tong undid the buttons of his shirt, sat down naturally, then neatly adjusted his shirt, doing so with great skill. He said, I never like wearing this, it's too much trouble. Ha ha. Hanga smiled and said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Before we even started broadcasting, the netizens were already strongly demanding that you wear a suit. You have to satisfy your fans' requests, don't you? That's true. Su Tong nodded. Ha ha. The two looked at each other and smiled. Alright, let's get down to business. Hanga picked up the cards next to him and began the interview. What I have in my hand are the questions that netizens are most curious about regarding Su Tong. Hanga smiled and said, where should we start? Let me take a look. Got it. He put down his card, looked at Su Tong, and asked with a smile. I noticed that many netizens are actually puzzled by why you, Su Tong, chose to step back from the entertainment industry during the peak of your popularity with natural beauty, rather than continuing to develop your career. Given your talent, achieving widespread fame shouldn't have been too difficult, right? This question really hits the nail on the head for many fans. Hanga asked that so well. I'm also very curious to know. Exactly. We were clearly on the verge of becoming super popular back in our youth. Why did we choose to fade into obscurity? Everyone above, shut up. Is Su Tong speaking, or are you? Netizens commented one after another. At the same time, facing this issue. Ha ha. Su Tong also smiled and said simply. Back then, we were young. Who doesn't have a musical dream when they're young? My initial intention was simply to make people like my music, not me as a person. Su Tong's words really resonated with so many people. That's right. Su Tong is right. Who hasn't had a musical dream when they were young? Su Tong has such great qualities and speaks so well. Everyone must love his music. No, I don't think so. Can't I like both him and his music together? You're right, just like Su Tong said, adults don't have to choose, we can have it all. Netizens commented enthusiastically. Su Tong also quickly added. And to be honest, I don't want to spend my entire life in one industry. I prefer to try different things. I've done music for a while, and now I want to try something else. Rather than saying I've stepped back, it's more accurate to say I've switched careers, right? To be honest, if it weren't for this unexpected exposure on Longing, Su Tong probably could have kept it a secret for the rest of her life. Try? After hearing this, Hanga couldn't help but laugh and said, this isn't just a try. As far as I know, you used to dominate the top of the Penguin music chart for a long time. You're being too modest. It's all just empty fame. Su Tong said with a smile. Actually, there is a fundamental reason for this. I feel that doing this will inevitably make me a so-called public figure. Su Tong continued. As you all know, being a public figure isn't always a good thing these days. No matter where you go, people are always watching you. Even going to a shopping mall, you're afraid someone will be taking photos with their phone. I, on the other hand, am more laid back and enjoy going out and exploring. I'm not used to being recognized everywhere I go. So, at this point, Su Tong shrugged. The words were clear enough. That's exactly what Su Tong said. Indeed, many celebrities and public figures are just in it for the money. Su Tong isn't short on cash, so why would she want to be a public figure? Yeah, so many stalkers are really annoying you can't even get rid of them. Netizens commented one after another. The reason for this is very clear. So, from the very beginning, when Natural Beauty became a huge hit, the reason for not revealing her identity and instead using the online name V was also for this purpose, right? Hanga asked with a smile. If that's the case, Su Tong really is far-sighted. She's just worried that becoming famous might disrupt her normal life. So I used a pseudonym and didn't reveal my real identity. Yes. Su Tong didn't deny it either, she just smiled and nodded. At the same time, at the Mushroom House, watching them interview, Mr. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Everyone else wants to be famous, but Su Tong is afraid of it. This is truly. Everyone was also amused by Mr. He. Yes, that's right. People who become entertainers and celebrities all want to be famous, to the point of obsession. Su Tong, on the other hand, is doing just fine. She's afraid of becoming famous. This is really envy-inducing or jealousy-inducing? I say. Mr. Huang added a sentence at this point. You guys, envy and resentment won't get you anywhere. If you had Su Tong's talent, you'd probably be at his level by now. What Mr. Huang said is absolutely true. What has enabled Su Tong to achieve his current status and level of accomplishment? It all comes down to his talent. Envy, jealousy, and hatred? It's better to work harder. They say that diligence makes up for lack of talent. Who knows, maybe you can make up for it. This motivational speech isn't too bad. This live stream actually has a lot of useful information. Pang Pang also said. It seems like Su Tong is being very open and honest. Yeah. Everyone else chimed in as well. This live stream has just begun. More to come. Chapter 134, Su Tong and Yang Mi's Destiny. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be so forward-thinking. Hanga smiled as he replied to Su Tong's words. Meanwhile, he smiled at the audience in front of the camera and said, Su Tong's fans, be careful. If you find a boyfriend like this, he'll probably have to take care of everything for you from head to toe. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. It doesn't matter, as long as he's my boyfriend, I don't care how much he thinks about it. Who's that old woman upstairs? Don't get any ideas, Su Tong is mine. Draw your sword. Come on. Count me in. You dare toss Su Tong from me? Watch my sword. Drink. Ha. Supreme wave punch. The comments section is also bustling with activity. The boss. Those crazy programmers banging away at their keyboards are about to cry. They didn't even have time to call the director. They're really about to lose it. These netizens really have no limits when they get crazy. There are already 110 million people. Several programmers reported to the director. Guru. The director swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this scale is truly unprecedented. You see? Recently, many top celebrities have also started live streaming to sell products, keeping up with the trend. However, even they are only using ordinary live streaming platforms, and reaching a few million viewers is already considered quite good. Those with millions of viewers are already household names, true superstars. And, like Su Tong, reaching millions in just a few minutes, and breaking the 100 million mark after asking the first question. This is the first time this has ever happened. It's just as I said before. Su Tong's current popularity. It's already happened. Reached the pinnacle of the 4 heavenly kings at that time. Possibly. Simply because they have not appeared in the outside world, making it difficult for the outside world to estimate their capabilities. When this director met Su Tong in person here, and witnessed this terrifying traffic. This is the real deal. I'm speechless. Alright, let's move on to the next question. After the laughter and commotion, Hanga quickly got back into the groove. He moved on to the second question. Su Tong was sitting beside him, nodding his head, looking very honest. Su Tong, who was being interviewed, sat there so nicely. Yes. Who would disagree? Netizens are flooding the comments section with reactions. At this moment, it seems like no matter what Su Tong does, no matter how small the detail, her fans notice it. And Hanga continued to ask. I heard that you and Yang Mi are close? Is it because of her that you came here and ended up in this situation? When asking this question, Hanga seemed to be deliberately smiling maliciously. It seems like this is the issue. Isn't just something he cares about. Even the audience members are deeply concerned. Hanga really hit the nail on the head. I still remember the first time Mimi and Su Tong made their debut, how close they were. Yeah, I'm also curious about their relationship. It seems like Su Tong is the only one who hasn't been distant from Mimi. Curious one. Netizens also started commenting. Director. Those programmers looked miserable again. Just now. The comments were almost overwhelmed again. They're really confused now. When Hanga asked a question that everyone was curious about, the comments exploded. For example, in a live stream with several million viewers, the normal number of comments is a few hundred per minute. But in their live stream, the live stream titled Talking with Tong, the number of comments per minute has already exceeded thousands. And this number is still growing. After Hanga asked the question, the comments went wild. They really didn't dare to say they could handle the entire show. They're just hanging on. The director could only say that. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Who could have predicted that the traffic would be this crazy? This question is kind of interesting. You guys are really sneaky. Over by the pavilion. As a bystander, Mr. Huang was munching on sunflower seeds, sipping tea, and asking, didn't you go over the script earlier? How did such a private question end up in there? Exactly. Pang Pang also looked at Mr. He and asked. This kind of question involves privacy, doesn't it? Zhang Zifeng didn't say anything, but he also looked over curiously. He chuckled. Facing everyone's confusion, Mr. He chuckled and said, "That's why Su Tong is so clever." Oh? Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's eyes lit up, as if he had caught on to something, and asked, "Are you suggesting that Su Tong voluntarily wants to keep this clause and use it as a selling point?" "That's right." Mr. He clapped his hands and said, "No wonder you're Mr. Huang. You guessed it right away. But why did Su Tong keep this?" Zhang Zifeng asked innocently. "Sis, you're still young." Pang Peng understood everything. He ruffled Zifeng's hair and helped explain. "Didn't Mr. Huang say so? Use it as a selling point. If you skip all these types of questions, what's left to sell? What would the audience watch then?" Upon hearing this, "Oh, really?" Mr. Huang and Mr. He exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Pang Peng has finally figured it out. He's gotten smarter. He. Pang Peng scratched the back of his head and laughed innocently. Peng Peng was right. Mr. He took the initiative to say, "Su Tong really understands us. To be honest, if there weren't questions like this that the audience likes, hardly anyone would watch. The fact that he asked such a question is already enough to make our job easier." Yeah. Mr. Huang also couldn't help but admire Su Tong's emotional intelligence. He then asked, "However, I'm more curious about how Su Tong will respond." I'm pretty curious too." Pang Peng also smiled innocently and said, "Everyone had been curious about the relationship between Mi Jia and Su Tong. At first, Su Tong was dragged there by Yang Mi. Later, it was also Yang Mi who exposed Su Tong's many identities. She knows far more than anyone else. And later, after certain events unfolded, she actively supported Su Tong in various ways. It's clear to see that they have a good relationship. As for how good they are, they all had their own guesses, but none of them intended to voice their thoughts. Let's see what Su Tong has to say. Since he chose to keep this question, he must have prepared his answer in advance. Therefore, everyone looked at Su Tong with curiosity. Facing the camera. Face everyone. Face the audience. Su Tong, however, seemed calm and composed. A gentle breeze blew past, and he smiled slightly, saying, "When it comes to the two of us, I guess you could say it's a kind of fate." Chapter 135, Key Points. Su Tong says he wants to start a few companies just for fun. Fate? Hearing this, Hangu couldn't help but tease him with a joke. "I think I smell some gossip in the air." Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. "Stop gossiping. I can even smell the sour stench of love. Look at Su Tong's expression, he's definitely got a story to tell." "Ah. Su Tong, hurry up and tell us. You're killing us with suspense." Netizens also started to get anxious. The program's programmers frantically started typing away on their keyboards. Actually, there wasn't much of a story. What about Su Tong? Also laughed a few times, then said, "Back then, we were good friends. At the time, she had just ended her contract with her agency and hadn't signed with a new one yet. I thought about it and decided that we might as well start our own entertainment company, it would just be for fun anyway. Later on, we got to know each other better through frequent interactions." Hearing this, many audience members couldn't contain their excitement. Hurry up and start typing. Post one comment after another. Oh? True colors show in times of trouble? Hero saves the damsel in distress? You're being one-sided up there. Didn't you notice? During the years when Mimi broke her contract, it was the lowest point in her life. At that time, Su Tong stepped up and started a company for her to play around with. You're being one-sided too. Is the focus on the low point? Is it about stepping up? Neither. Then what is it? Who can answer that? That's not difficult. The point is to start a company for fun. I twisted my back, haha exactly. Highlight that part. Listen to what Su Tong said, start an entertainment company, it's just for fun anyway. That's what a real boss does. So, Mimi was moved by Su Tong's genuine feelings and decided to commit herself to him? Listen to that, what a perfect story. You have to admire the imagination of netizens. With just one sentence from Su Tong, they managed to piece together the entire story. So this is what they call true colors show in times of trouble, and then Mimi offered herself in return? Hangu also seemed to be able to see the comments, and jokingly responded. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. No, it's nothing. Su Tong said with a smile. I know what everyone is concerned about. It's really just because we live close by. She often comes over to my place for meals, and as a way to repay me, she helps out as my little assistant when she has nothing else to do, handling some of my tasks. We're just friends, there's nothing more to it. Su Tong said this. It was said flawlessly. After finishing, it once again sparked the audience's wild imagination. Listen, the two of them even live together often. Yeah, she's just a little assistant. They're probably just playing house with the assistant for fun, right? Sure enough, these two are definitely up to something. Su Tong, don't deny it. We've all figured it out. Su Tong, aren't you afraid that Mimi will get angry if you say that? Netizens also started commenting. Oh, I see. Ha ha. Hangu also responded with an unconventional oh, and didn't pursue the topic further, simply moving on. On the other side, at the mushroom-shaped pavilion. Listen to how Su Tong answered that not a single flaw. Mr. Huang was cracking sunflower seeds while commenting on Su Tong's response. Earlier, he had actually been a bit uneasy, worried that Su Tong might say something wrong and cause serious consequences. After all, whether it's Mimi or Su Tong, both of them are public figures now. In a nutshell, sometimes it can ruin a person. Indeed, I can tell too. Pang Pang nodded and said, "Really? Pang Peng, you can do it now?" Mister, he asked with a smile. "So, what did you hear?" "Okay." Pang Pang thought for a moment and finally began to speak. Su Tong had already sparked the audience's imagination by talking about how they met and starting a company. At this point, whether he admitted it or not, the second sentence didn't really matter anymore. However, Su Tong didn't admit it. Instead, he denied it, simply saying they were good friends. This created a contrast, giving the audience the impression that Su Tong was definitely making things up. Moreover, Su Tong's second statement used ambiguous language, such as little assistant, which only fueled further speculation among outsiders. In this way, although Su Tong didn't explicitly acknowledge it, the effect was far more powerful than if he had admitted it outright. After hearing all this, Mr. He and Mr. Huang exchanged glances, both deeply satisfied. It felt a bit like watching their own silly little boy grow up. Pang Pang is right. Mr. Huang added a few more points. Sometimes, direct acknowledgement is far less effective than being vague, leaving room for others to imagine. That is the most skillful approach. Moreover, given the status of individuals like Su Tong and Mimi, if they were to reveal any other kind of relationship, netizens would undoubtedly be outraged. But Su Tong didn't explicitly admit anything, instead letting the audience speculate on their own, while portraying herself as completely innocent. That's the most clever approach. After hearing all this, Zifeng's younger sister was a bit confused. She never expected it. That Su Tong's few words could have such a profound meaning. However, as an audience member, she did indeed have a vivid sense of imagery just now. So, you see, language is also a skill. Han Ji's skills are also quite impressive. Mr. He also smiled and praised him. Seeing that the questions had been answered sufficiently, continuing would have meant digging deeper, so it was time to wrap up the topic and move on to the next round. The transition was perfectly timed. These two clearly have a good understanding of each other. It seems like Hangu really has been helping Su Tong a lot in his spare time. Earlier, Hangu mentioned that he often steps in to save the day for Su Tong. Mr. He still doesn't quite believe it. After all, Hangu is so busy, with one show after another. How could he possibly have the time to help Su Tong? Maybe he can step in once or twice, but I doubt it'll be more than that. But as things stand now, the ease with which the two of them converse, and the way they exchange glances to know exactly what to say. At this moment, Mr. He finally truly believed in their tacit understanding. Earlier, we talked about the company you and Mimi started together, Joshing Entertainment. Continuing from the previous topic, Hangu continued to ask, "Well, according to our records, you don't just own one company, do you? I remember that top-tier actresses like Reba and Xiaoju all refer to you as their boss, right? Is that correct?" Upon hearing this, netizens were once again in an uproar. I won't beat around the bush on definitely downloading this video later. Exactly. It's packed with useful information, exactly what we want to know. Finally, Mango TV has produced a program with some real substance. To avoid editing, I've already started screen recording. The person above is so talented. I won't say anything else. I'm going to record my screen too. This issue. How should Su Tong respond? Chapter 136, Su Tong's selfishness. Actually, how should I put this? When the topic came up, Su Tong, who was in front of the camera, clearly gave a wry smile. He said, "Actually, I started an entertainment company with some personal motives." Selfish motives? Su Tong's words successfully drew everyone's attention. What does Su Tong mean by that? Is she being selfish? Could it be for money? Well, that's understandable. After all, they're in business, so they have to think about business. That said, I can't help but feel that it's not really about making money. Netizens began to discuss it enthusiastically. Hangu was also curious and asked, "Can you share what that personal interest is?" Hangu asked the question very carefully. It wasn't just because he was friends with Su Tong he had to be mindful of Su Tong's image at all times. This isn't really inconvenient at all. Su Tong smiled generously and said, "It was probably around 3 years ago in winter. I was in Shanghai, and that winter was pretty cold. I drove out to buy some things. On the way, I came across a group of girls. They were all well-built and attractive, and despite the cold winter weather, they were wearing short skirts, shivering as if they were frozen solid. They said they were going to participate in a talent show, aiming to become entertainers and celebrities." Speaking of which, Su Tong felt a bit sorry for him. She stood up on her own. Pointing to the area on his own thigh, he said. Can you imagine that? In Shanghai, where it's below freezing in winter, those girls were wearing skirts this short, shivering with cold, standing at the door waiting for their interviews. Su Tong's words seemed to resonate with netizens. Yeah, these days, girls who participate in talent shows are all risking their lives. Exactly, this industry is way more demanding on girls than on guys. Su Tong wasn't exaggerating at all. There are even worse cases where they make you wear a swimsuit in the middle of winter. Netizens commented one after another. Su Tong continued. Even so, out of about 10 girls, only one would be signed, and sometimes none at all. Yet their conditions were really good, and I don't know why that company didn't sign them. It just feels so regrettable. He said. When I came out after shopping, I saw several girls who had fainted from the cold, so I took them to the hospital. Speaking of which, Su Tong wasn't trying to say how warm-hearted she was. He slowly sat down and continued. From that moment on, I began to consider starting an entertainment company. I am someone who values talent and cannot bear to see it wasted. At the time, I also had a few scripts on hand, so I decided to register several companies at once, assemble professional teams, and gradually build them up. At the time, my mindset was simple: if I came across suitable talent, I would bring them on board. Whether the ventures were profitable or not didn't matter, it was about giving them an opportunity. Later, the business grew larger than I had anticipated. Speaking of which, he shrugged his shoulders and gave a wry smile. Netizens also chimed in with their comments. To be honest, this was originally a deeply touching story. Yeah, I just wanted to praise Su Tong's love for talent and his character. But damn it. Why did he say he just registered a few more companies, didn't care if they made money or not, and then ended up expanding the business? I'm so angry? Yeah, I'm so angry too. So should I praise him or scold him? Forget it, I can't bring myself to scold him. You're right. I have to admit, Su Tong's intentions were good. If it were someone else, even if they had the financial means, they might not have done something that could end up being a waste of time. Yeah. Netizens have mixed feelings about Su Tong. They both love and hate him. It's clear that he is the kind of person who does everything with such warmth and kindness, always touching the hearts of others. But when he finally spoke up, he would often change the subject and say things that make you want to grind your teeth in frustration. You make it sound so easy. Registered multiple companies at once. Keep in mind, nowadays, the initial capital required to register a company is 1 million. Even a few years ago, it wasn't something just anyone could do by registering a few companies for fun, was it? These nouveau riche types are truly a love-hate kind of people. As a professional host, Hangu silently rubbed his forehead, hesitated for a moment, then said, I really don't know whether to praise you or scold you today. Even Hangu was caught off guard by Su Tong's sudden move and ended up with a sore back. Su Tong, could you please avoid mentioning your wealth when answering questions from now on? Hangu said with a wry smile. If you hadn't added those last few lines, I'm sure the audience would have praised you highly. Ha ha. Su Tong also laughed after hearing this. Everyone burst into laughter. A pavilion not far away. Pang, did you finally see how clever your older brother Su Tong is this time? He took a sip of tea and asked Pang. Ha? Upon hearing this question, Pang looked completely confused. Is there some deeper meaning to this? Yes, there is. He didn't seem to pick up on any deeper meaning. Su Tong seemed to have spoken very clearly and simply, with no hidden meanings. Hey, I just complimented you a couple of times, and you're already getting a big head. On the other side, Mr. Huang, feeling a bit disappointed, also waved his big slippers around in frustration. Could Su Tong's words have some hidden meaning? Zhang Zifeng asked. He. Mr. He smiled and said. Although your brother Su Tong hasn't been interviewed often, his way of answering questions and his ability to control the situation are no less impressive than Han Ji's. What? Pang and his younger sister Zifeng exchanged glances, looking somewhat incredulous. What should they say? Pang asked. You fool. Mr. Huang explained with a smile. I asked you, weren't the things Su Tong said at the beginning very heartwarming and touching? Yes, they were. Pang didn't even think about it before nodding his head in agreement. Then let me ask you this, while it may be heartwarming, doesn't it also make the atmosphere on site feel a bit down? It seems like it might, huh? Pang nodded in agreement. Regarding what Su Tong mentioned, the incident where those girls wore short skirts to an interview in the middle of winter and failed, even getting frozen unconscious, while indeed pitiful, would also inevitably cool the atmosphere at the live broadcast site. You must understand that. In interview programs like this, awkward silences are the most embarrassing. Even Hangu would probably have to come up with some clever ways to handle it. So what did your brother Su Tong do? He interjected and asked. Zifeng hadn't figured it out yet. Oh, I see. Pang suddenly exclaimed, saying. So Su Tong didn't mean to show off with his last remark, he was just trying to liven up the atmosphere and keep things from getting awkward. What a sophisticated move. Chapter 137, Su Tong, the one who drives people to their graves. Yeah. Thanks to Peng Peng's reminder, even Zhang Zifeng finally caught on. Let me put it this way. In general variety shows, especially talk shows, the worst thing that can happen is when a guest suddenly starts talking about something sad, starts crying, and then stirs up the audience's pity, causing an awkward silence. Most hosts, if faced with such a situation, would probably be unable to salvage the situation. However, the example Su Tong just gave is clearly one that can stir up the audience's emotions. Many people who were originally enthusiastic found their spirits dampened. And in such circumstances, Su Tong decisively changed the subject. She steered the conversation toward a lighter topic. The impression it gives. It's as if everything he said earlier was just setting the stage for this final line. Exactly. Let the audience know his original intention. Back. No awkward silences. This. Isn't it sophisticated enough? So, Mr. He just said that Su Tong has outstanding control over the situation. I knew it. Mr. He said with a smile. We don't need to worry about Su Tong at all. His ability to think on his feet is so impressive that even I and Mr. Huang might not be able to match him. Alright, let's change the subject quickly. Continuing from before, Hangu said with a wry smile. I think if we don't change the subject soon, the audience might start tearing Su Tong's heart out. Ah, that's so true. Netizens commented. You're right, distract me quickly, or I'll climb through the internet cable and tear Su Tong apart. Next question, hurry up. Amidst the audience's urging cries, Hangu continued to ask. When Xiaoju and Riba came to our show towards the future as guests, they mentioned that you are extremely busy with your work, so busy that you rarely have time to see anyone, and only get to see people once or twice a year during the annual meeting. Our audience members were puzzled. Are you really that busy? Speaking of which, Hangu didn't rush Su Tong to answer. Instead, he said, I remember you said on your show that you were busy traveling around the world, but few people would believe that. Su Tong, why don't you just tell us what you've been busy with? This question is indeed something the audience is very concerned about. Yeah, how could anyone be busy traveling around the world? It must be fake. Su Tong must be busy with other things. Why even ask? People just like to keep a low profile. Let's hear how Su Tong responds. For a moment, everyone turned their attention back to Su Tong. Su Tong listened and actually found it a bit amusing. He said, Indeed, one cannot spend all day traveling around the world occasionally, one must have something to do. Sure enough, netizens were all impressed. I knew he couldn't be busy traveling the world all the time, right? Exactly. What on earth is he doing? Hangu also asked. What do you usually do? Can you tell me about it? There's nothing I can't talk about. Su Tong also smiled casually. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, just hanging out at various companies around the country when I have nothing to do, checking on the latest developments, or meeting up with friends for dinner or golf. That's about it. My life is actually quite boring. Su Tong said this. Hangu. On-site staff. Dear audience. Mr. He and others from Mushroom House. Even the production team of the show longing for has. It seems like everyone is rolling their eyes so hard they're about to pop out of their sockets. By Su Tong. Speechless. Wow, I actually thought he had something to do. Exactly. I thought it was something important, but it turns out he was just wandering around aimlessly. Having a meal together, playing golf, and having fun, goodness gracious. Still boring? You're the one who's boring, you banana stick. Netizens are going wild. Especially the last line Su Tong said. My life is actually quite boring. This made many netizens and on-site staff feel like they wanted to spit blood. Spending the whole day playing around and still having the nerve to say it's boring? He's living a life that countless people envy, yet can only love from afar. Yet he calls it boring? If there were a ranking system for driving people crazy, Su Tong would have reached the highest level long ago. Ha ha. Seeing everyone's speechless expressions, Su Tong, however, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She said to Hangu, I told you there was nothing to ask about this issue. Hangu, you insisted on asking, so don't blame me. The fact is, when we were reviewing the script, Su Tong said, there's nothing to ask about this question. He's usually just busy traveling around, having fun, and taking it easy. But Hangu just doesn't believe it. He insists on asking. Insisting on not removing this question. Moreover, this issue is not strictly considered private. Therefore, it was left as is. But who knows? Could have caused such serious consequences. It really is. So frustrating it could kill you. This guy. Han Ji's face turned slightly red. Obviously. The question he insisted on asking earlier really did make everyone quite upset. Even Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Peng Peng, and Zifeng from the Mushroom House were all grimacing. There's nothing we can do about it. Even they, as actors, probably aren't as cool as Su Tong. Wherever they go, they're surrounded by onlookers. Unlike Su Tong, before revealing his identity, he could go anywhere without anyone bothering him. At that moment, Han-gu seemed to have thought of something. He just smiled simply. Then in front of the camera, he said to Su Tong, "Boring is just right. From now on, you can't be so boring anymore. You'll have fans following you everywhere you go." Sure enough. After saying that, Su Tong's previously smug expression froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, the corner of his mouth twitched. Put. Ha! Han Ji's response was brilliant. Ha, exactly. Su Tong, you're showing off again? Now you're in trouble, aren't you? Back then, you were so cool because no one knew you. Can you still be cool now? You're famous all over the country. Ha, this is the first time I've ever felt like I could use someone else's fame against them. Hiccup. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Ha ha. Everyone in the mushroom house, including all the staff and Mr. He, were laughing so hard they were bending over. Let Su Tong gloat. Let him gloat. Is that better now? Can he still go around all day? No, he can't. Okay. That's awesome. And Su Tong also silently pressed her forehead. He gave a wry smile. That's also why he didn't want to reveal himself. When others become famous, he is happy for them. When he becomes famous, even doing mundane things becomes a problem. Ha ha. The entire recording site was once again filled with laughter and joy because of Su Tong. Chapter 138, Su Tong, there's a scale between heaven and earth. Alright, jokes aside, we are, after all, in the recording studio. Han-gu smiled and said, "Let's move on to the next question. Su Tong, are you ready?" Su Tong nodded slightly, not paying much attention to the previous topic. Perhaps. When he first started singing Natural Beauty, he had already imagined this moment. Why would he care too much? Now that things have come to this, let's just deal with the future when it comes. Alright, let's move on to the next question. Han-gu picked up the cue card and glanced at it. One glance was enough. He gave a wry smile and said, "I think many people are reluctant to bring this up, and even Su Tong herself may not want to focus on it." After hearing this, everyone was successfully intrigued. What's the problem? Yeah, hurry up and tell us. Netizens are starting to get impatient. And in such circumstances, Han-gu chuckled and asked Su Tong, "What do you think now about the incident where Ding Yi and Lu Shang slandered you earlier?" As soon as he said that, a brief moment of silence fell over the live stream. Just as the programmers were breathing a sigh of relief, thinking the viewers had quieted down, the comments exploded. What else can you see? They're just two idiots. Exactly, what the hell is that? Just two pieces of junk. Netizens commented one after another. That's what you call a stampede. This matter. Although some time has passed. But every time it's brought up, fans still get really upset. Those two things are utterly despicable and utterly detestable. Can everyone please quiet down? Among the netizens, there were also some rational ones who didn't rush to lash out in anger. Instead, they posted comments saying, "This is an interview with Su Tong. We should take a look at her responses." Next, someone replied. The person above said that, to be honest, Su Tong hasn't given a direct answer yet. Yeah, I'd like to see what Su Tong has to say too. The comments gradually calmed down. Netizens were all waiting for Su Tong's response. Those programmers finally breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing their remaining hair, looking utterly miserable. Ha ha. When this question was asked, Su Tong was not particularly surprised. After all, they had already rehearsed the script. Since Han-gu asked about this, I'll just say it bluntly. Facing everyone's gaze, Su Tong simply smiled and gestured with her hands, one high and one low. He said, "There is a scale between heaven and earth. Look at them now, and look at me now. Isn't it obvious?" As soon as he said this, put. Ha. Su Tong is a talent. That's an amazing metaphor. Ha ha. That's so vivid. Yeah, Su Tong is all the rage right now, and those two jerks have disappeared without a trace. Hiccup. Su Tong is still so talented. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Ha, this witty response is absolutely brilliant. Over at the mushroom house, Mr. He also clapped his hands in approval. Pang Pang was so delighted that he burst into his signature maniacal laughter. Ha ha. Han-gu also managed to suppress a few laughs. Although he had gone over the script, there were still many issues, and he had no idea how Su Tong would respond. He had originally thought that Su Tong would say something awkward. Han-gu even prepared some smooth talk to smooth things over. Who knows? Su Tong cleverly used a witty one-liner to make the entire audience burst into laughter. Goodness gracious, if Su Tong were to pursue a career as a comedian, she'd definitely be a sensation. Who wouldn't agree? She's a true talent. No. Genius. Netizens laughed and commented. Su Tong's description couldn't be more vivid. To be honest, we really should thank them. After the laughter and jokes, Su Tong said seriously, If it weren't for them, I'm sure many of my friends would still be bashing me online. Yeah, that's right. This remark drew unanimous agreement from everyone. It must be said that, although those two came to slander Su Tong, but they also ended up making Su Tong successful, and made Su Tong as famous as she is today. What the heck? Whether it's Su Tong or the fans, they really should all thank them. Oh, right. Right now. Hangul asked another question. There's another question here that needs to be confirmed with you, Su Tong. Continuing with the question. This is probably related to the previous one. Su Tong wasn't surprised and simply said, "Please continue." Hangul nodded, asking with a half smile. Now, there are rumors online that the bankruptcy of Lu Sheng and Ding Yi's company, as well as their being kicked out of their homes by their agency, were all orchestrated by you. What do you have to say about this? True. As soon as he said that, netizens went wild. Oh my goodness. This is causing a stir. You're asking that kind of question? I thought you said it wouldn't be too explicit. Ha. Interesting. This show is definitely going to be a hit. That's obvious, it must be Su Tong. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. At the same time, the director's team. Director, the number of concurrent online users has reached 200 million. A staff member reported. We can't hold on much longer. Hang in there. Then the director said. I've already applied for cloud computing with the higher ups. Everyone just hang in there a little longer and we'll be in the clear soon. Cloud computing? Many staff members were stunned. You should know that. Cloud computing is only used on big days like Singles Day. Now, a talk show. Because of Su Tong. They're even using cloud computing. This is absolutely incredible. However, it is not entirely unreasonable. After all, the number of viewers in live streams has already surpassed 200 million. That's more than enough to cover the costs of cloud computing. Back to the topic. Is this question easy to answer? Hangul asked Su Tong with a smile. This matter actually involves quite a lot, especially regarding Su Tong's personal privacy. At first, his suggestion was also to remove this clause. However, it was Su Tong who insisted on keeping it. Therefore, he was also curious to see how Su Tong would respond. And, in response to everyone's confusion, Su Tong paused briefly to think. She gave a faint smile and said, "It was indeed me. That night, I bought their agency and reached out to some contacts, managing to control their remaining assets to around 80 million in compensation." At that moment, Su Tong. He didn't care if anyone would use this to attack him. He just sat there, speaking casually. I'm a good-tempered person, always have been, but that's only when others don't provoke me. As the saying goes, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. They should have thought about the consequences of their actions before doing them. In other words, if I hadn't done that, this time a cousin of Ding Yi would have popped up, and next time it might have been an aunt of Ding Yi, or even his entire family. I'd be exhausted. Chapter 139, The Puppet Master Behind the Scenes, Su Tong. Seriously, though. No one could have anticipated that Su Tong would respond so directly to this question. The fact is, Su Tong not only answered directly, he didn't shy away from it either. Admit the facts. He did it. You should know that. Recently, there has been a lot of buzz about the property settlement between the brothers Ding Yi and Lu Sheng. Since that day, some netizens exposed. All the businesses owned by Ding Yi and Lu Sheng have been seized, and the remaining funds amount to only 80 million yuan. Additionally, the funds were seized to compensate the brokerage company for the damages. In other words, they were penniless and had lost everything they owned. This was quite a coincidence. What an unexpected coincidence. How could the remaining money of the two brothers just happen to be exactly enough to cover the 800 million in compensation? Can't they at least keep enough to live on? Or should we just let them owe a little more and figure out a way to make ends meet? How did it turn out just right? The netizen who leaked the information also said that there are powerful figures behind the scenes orchestrating everything, calculating every detail with precision. And immediately afterward, another netizen revealed. That person is Su Tong. And Su Tong has even bought their talent agency. At this point, the truth came to light. However, there are still some netizens who remain skeptical about this matter. After all, until just a few minutes ago, Su Tong hadn't responded either. But at this very moment, he responded. And he responded so directly. So bold. Not a single word out of place. Su Tong's response was so perfect. So bold. This is truly the most domineering I've ever seen Su Tong, without a doubt. Yeah, that's the real deal, a true boss. Just listen to what she said. She bought their agency that very night. This guy must come from a wealthy family, no doubt about it. Networking is also crucial. Listen to what Su Tong said. They managed to keep their assets under 80 million. That's ruthless. No wonder Su Tong is the mastermind behind it all. This is way too bold. And way too ruthless. I wonder how many people in the industry could pull off something like this. Don't even mention the industry, how many people in the entire country could accomplish so much in such a short time? This is Su Tong. Netizens commented enthusiastically. At that moment, the comments section went wild. Can't stop. Too late to stop. The programmers from those production teams were giving it their all, utilizing their lightning-fast reflexes honed over 3 decades of singledom, desperately trying to prevent the system from crashing. At the same time, my hair is falling out in clumps. My heart is screaming at the director. When is cloud computing going to arrive? Even so, the comment section was still filled with a barrage of comments. I think Su Tong's second half of the sentence makes more sense. If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. Su Tong did act ruthlessly, but that was after the other party started the provocation. Exactly. Those two were despicable to begin with, they were asking for it. I remember back then there were some trolls saying Su Tong was too ruthless and should have shown some mercy. Now look at them. It's just laughable, they're slapping themselves in the face. Su Tong was spot on. This time it's Ding E's cousin, next time it'll be his cousin's wife, then his aunts and uncles, and before you know it, all his relatives will be coming out of the woodwork. Su Tong would be exhausted. We may be low-key, but we're not just anyone who can be bullied. Exactly. Netizens are going crazy one after another. All because of one question Su Tong answered. To be honest, regarding this issue, even Hangul and He Laoshi hadn't considered that Su Tong would answer so directly and boldly. At the very beginning, when Hangul and Su Tong were going over the script, they actually wanted to cut this part out. After all, this topic is quite sensitive, and if answered inappropriately, it would likely attract a bunch of trolls. In the distance, Mushroom House Pavilion. Pang Pang listened to Su Tong's answer and was still a little puzzled. Mr. Huang. He looked at Mr. Huang and asked, feeling a bit dazed. Earlier, Su Tong answered so diplomatically. Why is he being so direct this time? Pang Pang still remembers how calm Su Tong remained when faced with similar questions in the past. So tactful. Such high emotional intelligence. But this time, it was just tough enough. But it's bound to lead to people taking things out of context and many trolls going crazy with smear campaigns. Pang Pang was puzzled. With Su Tong's intelligence, it shouldn't be like this, right? Yeah. Zhang Zifeng also asked with concern. No one is going to use this to smear brother Su Tong, are they? In response to this question, Mr. Huang and Mr. He exchanged glances. Ha ha. The two of them laughed out loud at the same time. This left Pang Pang and his younger sister Zifeng completely baffled. They were completely baffled. What are they laughing at? Pang Pang, I'm asking you. Mr. Huang is also a patient teacher. He explained it to Pang Pang and asked, if it were you, being slandered so viciously by two people, could you remain calm and keep smiling at them? Pang Pang thought about it. The child answered honestly. Probably not. I think if it were me, I would have gone to fight them already. That's right. Mr. He took over the conversation. That's just human nature. Everyone experiences joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Of course, you'd get angry if someone slandered you. But Su Tong has always appeared so calm and composed. Do you think he truly has no anger inside, or has he been suppressing it all along to avoid showing it to us? Pang Pang thought about it and exchanged a glance with his sister. The two of them said one after the other. It should be the latter. Yeah, Su Tong must have been worried we'd worry, so he didn't mention it on purpose. Mr. He and Mr. Huang felt slightly relieved. That's right. Mr. Huang said with a smile. Su Tong couldn't possibly not be angry. People aren't made of clay, how could they not be angry? If he keeps suppressing his anger, he'll really be smeared by those people. Then certain unscrupulous media outlets would say that Su Tong is a hypocrite who doesn't respond even when he's being smeared. He Laoshi also said. And Su Tong is now directly addressing this matter, and she's being so straightforward about it. Isn't that the most direct response to those who are slandering her? Now, who could possibly slander Su Tong over this matter anymore? Speaking of which. Oh. Pang Pang and Zifeng, the brother and sister, looked startled. However, I've more or less understood the circumstances. Su Tong's actions can be described as gentle yet firm, combining both softness and strength. This is Mr. Huang's evaluation of Su Tong. There's more. Who would have thought that Mr. He would give him an even higher evaluation for his answer this time? He said. Su Tong's words made it clear to everyone just how powerful he was. From now on, anyone who dares to follow in the footsteps of Ding Yi and Lu Shang will have this as a cautionary tale. He had warned everyone. And yet, he couldn't be slandered. Chapter 140, Su Tong's standards for writing songs for others. Seriously, though. If someone else had given Su Tong's answer, they would probably have been severely criticized. But coming from Su Tong, it was different. It was placed on the current Su Tong. So, that's him. He's just straightforward. There's nothing we can do about it. Who can blame Su Tong for being so popular these days? And Su Tong's response was also quite profound. He subtly conveyed to everyone that, if he so desired, he could eliminate figures like Ding Yi and Lu Sheng at any time, just as easily as they had been eliminated. And he did it without spending a single penny. So, I ask you, who will it be in the future? Dare to slander Su Tong again? Even those haters? Probably fear being tracked down by Su Tong along the internet connection, right? Regarding this matter, from start to finish, Su Tong's actions were textbook perfect. It seems that from the very beginning, his intention in leaving this question was precisely this. Hangu sat beside Su Tong, looking at this young and handsome young man, and couldn't help but feel moved. Yes. Since Su Tong chose to stay, he must have already thought of the answer. Isn't that obvious? And the answer he had prepared. How could it not be astonishing and leave one speechless? That's Su Tong for you. A person who was both intimidating and yet impossible to dislike. Well, Su Tong's response was indeed quite bold. Hangu smiled and said, "Indeed, there is a balance in the world. You can strive for fame, but don't go overboard. Here, I would like to advise many of my peers to learn from Su Tong. Let your skills, talent, and work speak for themselves. Don't spend all your time looking for shortcuts." These words reflects the situation back then, when there was that guy who was always trying to ride the coattails of others. Hangu also spoke his mind and openly supported Su Tong. Although he joined the team a bit late, his intentions are still sincere. Ha ha. Su Tong also laughed out loud. Alright, let's move on to the next question. The rest of the questions will be easier. Hangu smiled and said, "We remember the day someone slandered you, and half the music industry came to your defense. Were all the songs they listed written by you?" This question, although it is already beyond doubt, but Su Tong still gave a brief response. He waved his hand and said, "Indeed, they are all friends, and sometimes when I happen to have a song, I just give it to them to sing." Su Tong's response once again sparked a strong reaction from netizens. Listen to it, so many famous songs by renowned singers, but when Su Tong covers them, it's as if they were written just for her. Su Tong, you're really putting other songwriters in a tough spot. You're way too productive. I suddenly realized that all the songs I'm listening to right now seem to be written by you. You're not just our youth, you're everything to us. This topic is also very interesting. It has sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Speaking of which, is quite interesting. Let me put it this way. Most netizens only pay attention to who sings a song when they listen to it, and don't pay attention to the songwriter or composer. It's like how people in a band only pay attention to the lead singer. Who cares if the drummer in the back is good looking? So they overlook the fact that those catchy songs weren't written by the singers themselves. Even though they weren't written by Su Tong. It was the pseudonym he used. But when those singers came down from the stage to make a statement, when Su Tong personally confirmed that it was indeed his writing, netizens were left speechless upon discovering. Over the years, more than 80% of the songs they've been listening to were written by Su Tong. It's really hard to imagine. Hangu glanced at the playlist and couldn't help but sigh and say, "To be honest, Su Tong, I can't even imagine what would have happened if you had sung all these songs. Over the years, would there even be any other singers in the music industry?" Haha, you're spot on. You said it perfectly. Netizens have been commenting. That's right, all these songs were written by Su Tong alone. He's practically single-handedly carried the entire music industry. The man who single-handedly supports the entire music industry is so manly. Those singers should be grateful that Su Tong has kept a low profile over the years, otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance. The atmosphere in the live stream was very harmonious. Everyone is also very civilized. The entire interview site remained harmonious. Oh, right. Hangu suddenly lit up and said, "Su Tong, I suddenly have a question that just came to mind. It's not in the script. Can I ask you about it?" Hangu suddenly hung up, causing many people to freeze in surprise, especially a few staff members, and the programmers who are still frantically typing away at their keyboards. Did Hangu come up with this? This is definitely going to be amazing. Oh no, I can't control myself anymore. The programmers are all baffled. The problem Hangu came up with must be brilliant, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned it. But that being the case, the program becomes more exciting. The comments are going wild. The crowd is growing. What if they can't control themselves? What should I do? That's not going to work. You know, the current foot traffic has reached 220 million. And it's still steadily increasing. They have never seen a celebrity with such strong appeal. That's ruthless. Come to think of it, it's quite interesting. Other shows are eager for the host to ask interesting questions so that the guests can give exciting answers. But the Talk with Tong program team, on the other hand, seems to prefer that the guests don't be too interesting or too engaging. Otherwise, they can't control themselves. That may be true, but the question still needs to be asked. Even though the programmers were reluctant, Hangul still asked the question. Sure. Suton trusted Hangul, so he nodded in agreement. It's really not that big of a deal. Hangul asked with a smile. I was wondering about your criteria for writing songs for others. For example, what kind of conditions does the singer need to have? Are there any special requirements for voice quality, vocal range, etc.? Speaking of which, Hangul smiled at the camera and said, if there are any singers among the viewers watching the screen right now, then pay close attention, because your chance might just be coming up. As Hangul finished speaking, many audience members erupted in excitement. How can you call this a big deal, Hangul? Suton's standards are definitely high. Look at all the singers who became famous singing his songs, which one of them is weak? Exactly. But I'm still really looking forward to it. I'm a music academy student, and I'd love to hear what Suton's selection criteria are. Me too. Netizens are starting to get excited. That's the standard. Suton couldn't help but smile wryly. How could she explain this? Chapter 141, Only the Sun Can Outshine Suton. Actually, this question was really posed by Hangul. As a professional host, Hangul always knows exactly what the audience likes and wants to hear. Now that we've brought up this topic, it's only natural to ask about Suton's criteria for selecting people. Who knows, maybe one day, a lucky audience member will sing one of Suton's songs. When we talk about it then, it will be a truly wonderful coincidence. That's what I mean. A smart host. Always remember to pave the way for your future. This point, from the enthusiasm of the audience, it was clear to see. And Suton? How would she respond? It could be described as being under the spotlight. Suton smiled slowly and said, actually, my standards aren't that strict. As long as a singer has some unique qualities and professional skills, I'll give them a look and write a song for them. When everyone hears this honest answer, at first, there was some disappointment. After all, this kind of answer has been heard so many times over the years that audiences have grown tired of it. But, just as everyone was about to give up hope. However, there is one thing that still concerns me. Suton suddenly brought up another point. A seemingly important point. This has once again piqued the audience's curiosity. Suton chuckled and said, that's why it's best if this person is a newcomer. A newcomer? Suton's response left many people puzzled. Why a newcomer? Hangul also acknowledged the audience's confusion and asked. It's simple. Suton smiled and said. Because the music industry isn't doing well right now. Popular singers are getting more popular, while less popular ones are getting worse, making it hard for newcomers to break through. Just like the initial motivation for starting an entertainment company that we discussed earlier, the goal is always to provide opportunities for talented newcomers with potential. Suton paused deliberately at the end of her statement. She didn't mention the newcomer directly. Instead, two words were added before newcomer, treasure. Adding these two words completely changes the meaning of the sentence. He also said, think about it, those popular singers are already famous. Writing a few songs for them would only slightly increase their already high level of fame. But such a song could very well launch a new artist, become their signature track, and bring a fresh new talent to the music industry. Why not? Everyone listened to Suton's answer. They all began to look at Suton with great respect. Suton spoke so well. These days, there are indeed few people willing to mentor newcomers. Yeah, the music industry has been in a terrible slump lately. Many famous singers have stopped releasing music and are now doing variety shows instead. Really, I guess Suton couldn't stand seeing things this way either, right? Wow. I'm really into Suton. Especially when he said that last line, why not? Really? He could have sung all those songs himself. This is our idol. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. It must be said. Suton's quality. His response. His original intention. Everything he is. Has resonated deeply with audiences and fans alike. If there's anything left to criticize about this person, then perhaps it's just that he's too kind. Hangul is a great example of someone who's good at hanging around. He's really earned his keep. At the Mushroom House Pavilion, Mr. He also smacked his lips and said, yeah. Han Ji-e's current situation has suddenly revealed a lot about Suton. Although these words came out of Suton's mouth. But in the ears of the listener, this is exactly the answer they want to hear. It's also the answer that resonates most deeply with the public. I've heard that Suton has been mentoring newcomers. Pang Pang also nodded and said, it seems like he's been doing this all along. Everyone. All held Suton in the highest regard. It wasn't just the audience and the guests. Even some members of the production crew and the programmers frantically typing away on their keyboards couldn't help but show their respect during their spare moments. Such people. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't reached that stage yet, perhaps calling him Big Brother would be entirely appropriate. Moreover, he's bound to be the big boss someday. Among other singers, other actors, other entertainers, are all thinking about it. How to become popular and famous. How can I make money and earn more money? Su Tong. But what I was thinking was, how to mentor newcomers. How can we revitalize this music industry, this music market, and even the entire entertainment industry, so that it no longer remains stagnant? It can be said that Su Tong's actions have deeply moved many people. People like Su Tong. The only one who can criticize him is probably the son, right? Well said. Hangu clapped his hands in approval and said, "That's perfectly put. With someone like Su Tong in our circle, how could we not thrive?" That's right. Everyone agreed. It must be said that Han Ji's sudden passing has truly touched everyone's hearts. Ha, you're exaggerating. Su Tong just smiled modestly and said, "I can't guarantee that my songs will definitely become hits or that I'll definitely be able to launch new artists. If one day my songs aren't good anymore, don't blame me, okay?" After hearing this, the netizens were deeply moved. "Su Tong, don't worry. Even if one day you release a song filled with pig's feet, I'll listen to it. I'll pay to listen. Me too. Even if it's all dog barking, I'll listen to it all. Are you trying to compete with me? I'd listen even if it were all dinosaur noises. So what if I'm competing with you? If it's all dinosaur noises, does that mean it's terrible?" Hiccup. As the netizens chatted, they started competing with each other again. The comment section is truly full of talented people who know how to speak well. "Ha, that's no exaggeration." Hangu replied with a smile. Then he glanced at his cue card. "So that question is settled. Let's move on to the next one, shall we? Let's continue to the next question." Hangu suddenly smiled and said to the camera, "I think the next question is one that many female viewers, and especially Su Tong's fans or rather, many girls are more interested in. This question is also quite interesting." Han Ji's one-liner successfully aroused the curiosity of many people. What will the next question be? Hangu didn't intend to keep the audience in suspense. Seeing that the audience's emotions were building up, he asked Su Tong at just the right moment. "Regarding the question about the Michelin 3-star chef, I'd like to ask Su Tong, in what kind of environment and under what circumstances did you obtain this certification?" Speaking of which, he posted a photo of the certificate that Xiao Ju had sent him earlier, certifying that Su Tong was a Michelin 3-star chef. As Hangu finished speaking, the certificate image was displayed. Netizens went wild. Chapter 142, Su Tong, the Michelin certificate seems decent enough? Actually, Su Tong was exposed for having multiple identities on the 4th season of the show The Good Life. Among them, singers are undoubtedly the most attention-grabbing. But secondly, it's his status as a Michelin 3-star chef. It's just like the TV show The Good Life. What's most captivating, aside from the different guests each episode, isn't it all about the delicious dishes Chef Huang prepares every time? Food is always the focal point of everyone's attention. Among women, there is a saying that a man who can cook is the most handsome. And Su Tong, just in time. It's a Michelin 3-star certified chef. You should know that. In the culinary world, a chef's status depends on this Michelin certification. And the chefs who have earned 3 Michelin stars can be counted on one hand worldwide. Su Tong actually managed to secure. Many people didn't believe it at first. However, since that episode, Uncle Shintang is coming. Su Tong made a pot of braised goose, plus various side dishes. Next, all those combinations. Each dish is vibrantly colored and beautifully presented. They are simply mouth-watering at first glance. No one would doubt Su Tong's identity. True strength is never proven by certificates. That's just the surface. True strength is demonstrated through action. Su Tong demonstrated this strength perfectly on that occasion. Regarding the Michelin 3-star chef certification certificate. Ha. This question was naturally something Su Tong had already considered. However, at the moment, he still gave it some thought. Then he slowly said, "Actually, it was really just a coincidence." Upon hearing this, the audience began to anticipate eagerly. From what Su Tong said, there must be a story behind it. Yeah, men who can cook must have a story. Can't wait. Su Tong, tell us. At the same time, everyone inside the mushroom house also looked toward Su Tong. Everyone has their own experiences, but it was this experience of being recognized at the pinnacle of an industry that everyone was most concerned about. Facing everyone's expectations, Su Tong also spoke slowly. "I remember it was at my place in Bali. I had just returned from the Arctic, and a few good friends happened to be nearby, so I invited them over for dinner. It was just a casual gathering, and I enjoy lively company. With so many people coming over for dinner, it wouldn't be right for me, as the host, to be the only one cooking, would it?" As Su Tong finished speaking, Hangu quickly chimed in. "Of course, the host should entertain the guests. Just prepare a dish or two as a gesture of hospitality." "Oh, right, haha. Su Tong was also amused by Han Ji's words. After laughing, Su Tong continued. So I invited a few chef friends to prepare a meal for us. One of the chefs had a friend who was a Michelin-certified chef, and he happened to be there delivering something. Speaking of which, Su Tong paused. It seemed as though she was choosing her words carefully. And while he was deliberating, the netizens were in an uproar. Go on. Keep talking. Hurry up. Exactly. You dog, you dared to pause? Same here, Su Tong, you bastard. Netizens are going crazy. The most annoying thing is when you're halfway through listening and the person suddenly teases you. It's like watching a TV show and suddenly losing your internet connection. Doesn't that suck? Of course I am. I feel so miserable I could die. At the same time, netizens venting their frustration online have caused the number of comments to reach an all-time high of hundreds of thousands. It has completely dominated the entire live stream's comment section. Completely overwhelmed. It's over. It's over. Director. Boss. It's over. The programmers finally stopped frantically tapping away at their keyboards. Though this statement was somewhat melancholy. But for some reason, they all let out a sigh of relief. The answer was also obvious. Because they no longer have to waste their precious hair on maintaining their live streams. Let it all go. It's collapsed. If it crashes, they won't have to maintain it anymore. Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief. And the director. Everyone. After hearing this, he could only smile wryly. There was little blame to be had. After all, this is because there are too many netizens sending bullet comments online at the same time. It is not due to a technical malfunction. Therefore, they should actually be happy. Moreover, they know it too. Even if we start now, we can't send comments anymore. Even if we start now, everyone can only watch and not speak. Well, that's no big deal. Because that's all Su Tong has discussed so far. That's enough. Maximize audience engagement. Then, no more leaving. That's the terrifying thing about Su Tong. The audience can't bear to leave him. And even the director of Talking with Tong couldn't help but admire Su Tong. Su Tong always knows how to hit the right beat. He always knows how to pick the selling points that the audience wants to see. You should know that. During the few instances when the bullet comments and traffic reached their peak, almost all of them were scenes that the production team and Hangul believed might infringe on privacy and wanted to remove, but were preserved by Su Tong. This is Su Tong's discerning eye. Perhaps. It's not about vision. It should be more accurately described as professionalism. If the director hasn't misjudged the situation, Su Tong must have at least some understanding of their industry. Otherwise, how could he possibly know the audience's taste so well? Back to the topic at hand. Su Tong continued. Coincidentally, I was in the kitchen at the time, showing off my cooking skills to my friends, and was spotted by the certified instructor who secretly recorded it and sent it back to their headquarters. A few days later, several Michelin professional certifiers arrived. At the time, I thought, it's just a formality, and the certificate seems decent enough, so I did a few things and had them certified. Su Tong finished speaking. Honestly, if only we could post comments. Netizens would have already started cursing. Damn it. What do you mean this certificate seems okay? What's with this expression that's both dismissive and funny? And there's more. What do you mean they just did something quickly and had it certified? Has Su Tong's skill level reached the point where he can just do something and get certified by Michelin? Everyone else is begging and pleading for Michelin to rate them, certify them, and give them a certificate. Su Tong, on the other hand, has it made. They even came to verify it in person. And he just made a quick dish to send them off. There really is a difference between people. And these differences are significant. I suddenly regret asking you that question. Han Ji's lips twitched slightly as he said, Su Tong, can I take back the question I just asked? Can you pretend you didn't hear my answer? At the same time, he also addressed the staff members in front of the camera, saying, cut that part out. Don't touch it. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll get out, and the audience will turn against Su Tong, and she'll be smeared all over the internet. Ha ha. Everyone was amused by Han Ji's words. The entire mushroom house. Laughter and joy. The only downside. The only downside is that viewers can no longer send live comments. Hey. Chapter 143, Su Tong is so annoying. Come on, trolls, let's argue. What Su Tong just said, and the way he said it, really deserves a good smack. The mushroom-shaped pavilion in the distance. Peng Peng, who had just cracked open a sunflower seed, threw the shell into the trash can with a forceful toss and said through gritted teeth, what do you mean this certificate is okay? You just threw together some random stuff? Well, originally, Peng Peng thought that Mr. He and Mr. Huan would say that what Su Tong just said might have some other meaning. As it turned out, Peng Peng is right. Mr. He also rolled his eyes and said, Su Tong just now was asking for a beating. Even I wanted to hit him. Exactly. Mr. Huang also said through gritted teeth. My big slippers are getting a bit restless. Even my little sister Zhang Zifeng couldn't help but grit her teeth and pouted her lips. At the same time, the comments section for the ideal life is also heating up. Su Tong just drove me crazy. He's trying to drive me to my death so he can inherit my high-interest loans. You might not believe me, but it all started with the live chat going haywire on the show next door, talking about Su Tong. Ha, the person above is so clever. I came here to post comments because the comments section on the neighboring show Talking with Tong crashed. I've discovered that the comments section is full of talented people. Ha, I'm here to vent about Su Tong. Don't stop me. Today, I'm going to be a hater for a while. You traitor, Su Tong. Draw your sword. A barrage of comments flew by one after another. Originally, there weren't many people watching the live stream on The Good Life. Because occasionally they will switch the camera to Lauscher and others. After all, Su Tong isn't the only guest. This makes it easy to miss many details. However, who caused the comments section on Talk with Tong to crash? I just had to get that off my chest. Of course they're coming to The Good Life to vent. They're having a blast. On the longing for side, Director Wang Yi is once again completely baffled. Director, our server is overheating. Several staff members gathered around Director Wang Yi. He whispered, "This is crazy. Millions of people have flooded in at once, and they're all here to post comments, each one more intense than the last. Yeah, if it weren't for the 10 million maintenance fee Su Tong gave us last time, our servers would have crashed long ago. The numbers are still rising." Director Wang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead. Gulping. He swallowed hard. He looked miserable. He ordered, "Hurry up and help out over at Tong and Liao. Don't let that bunch of people keep overloading our server." The director is right. A few staff members perked up and said, "Just get that group of people to leave. Let's go help maintain the live stream for Talk with Tong. I'll go too." So, a very dramatic scene unfolded. Many staff members from the Good Life program began rushing over to the Talk with Tong set. And they're all going there to enthusiastically help them with server maintenance. It's even funnier when you think about it. The show's production team would be thrilled to have as many viewers as possible, and the more traffic, the better. But when it comes to the ideal life, the production team can't wait for those crazy viewers to leave. Hurry over to Talk with Tong. Don't bother them, they've already crashed the servers multiple times because of Su Tong. It's truly lamentable. This is the level of popularity Su Tong enjoys today. All because of him. The servers of two production teams are on the verge of crashing. You can imagine the situation. Alright, let's get back to the topic at hand. After all the laughter and commotion, Hanga naturally took Su Tong by the hand and returned to the main topic. He tried his best to suppress the urge he had just felt to hit Su Tong. He continued with the next question. He said, "I remember one episode where Shintang came on, and the audience was puzzled. Is that iron pot stewed goose really that delicious? Some people said it was just acting for the show." After hearing this, Su Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Heaven knows, Tang Ji's goose was brought by him himself. I didn't collude with him. Isn't that enough to prove everything?" After hearing this, "Haha, that sounds reasonable." Hangu burst out laughing. "Yeah, Uncle Shin's geese were brought here by him himself. But no one colluded with him. Isn't that enough to prove how tempting a cast iron pot of stewed goose is? And you know what?" At this point, Su Tong added, "I'm not just bragging, but Peng Peng actually ate 7 bowls of rice that day, the first time he's ever done that in his life." As soon as Su Tong said that, "Put! Ha!" everyone burst out laughing. Especially the ones sitting in the pavilion on the neighboring show, longing for 4. "Ha ha! Peng Peng, I didn't expect you to become famous because of food vlogging." Mr. Huang was laughing so hard he was bending over. "Yeah, I thought you were an actor, huh?" Mr. He was laughing pretty hard too. "Brother! You're laughing so hard." Zifeng's little sister was so happy she couldn't speak. As for Peng Peng, this clumsy fellow scratched the back of his head and said somewhat embarrassed, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Su Tong's iron pot stewed duck is indeed too delicious, and it's truly unique. No wonder Tang praised it. It's really good." This guy is getting more and more excited. He even swallowed hard. The sound of swallowing was quite loud. It was all recorded. Ha ha. Everyone laughed even harder. At the same time, thanks to the efforts of the production team of the show Longing for 4. With their assistance, the bullet comments for Talking with You have finally been temporarily restored. Peng Peng, such a straight guy. A total goofball. A foodie. Hey, what did I discover? I can actually send comments. Wow. Old lady upstairs, draw your sword. Su Tong is mine. Netizens were once again in an uproar. Finally, it's all sorted out. The staff members who helped the programmers of Tong and Iliao fix the live streaming room all breathed a sigh of relief. No need to thank us. We're all neighbors, helping each other out is only natural. They left with a smile. And those few programmers from Tong and Iliao were all looking gloomy. Thinking to himself, finally, no more comments to deal with, I can relax now. But then these guys came back and fixed it. Isn't this just adding to their workload? This is really serious. The baby is suffering, but the baby can't say anything. Su Tong's response left me speechless. Hango was also rendered speechless by Su Tong's 2 sentences. I say to those nitpicking netizens, the answers you've been looking for have finally appeared. As for me, I can't find any flaws. I hope you'll dare to innovate and challenge Su Tong. Good luck. Speaking of which, he made a thumbs up gesture toward the camera. Ha ha. Everyone was amused. Hango glanced at his cue card and continued to ask Su Tong the next question. What about the Milk Fragrance series? The Baking Champion? Did you just grab that one too? Chapter 144, Su Tong, only $4 million, not expensive at all. Wow. What came as a surprise to everyone was. Hango asked this question. The audience watching on screen haven't even had time to send a few comments yet. Over at the Mushroom House, many staff members, especially those few young fans of Su Tong, a group of girls in their 20s, they all let out a chorus of gasps. It's more like cheering, isn't it? It can be said that this was the first time before the interview began that the on-site staff couldn't contain themselves and started cheering. What was going on? The commotion over there has successfully attracted the attention of many people. Hey, friends from the neighboring show Longing, what's going on over there? Hango, with a few question marks floating above his head, asked. What's with all the sudden excitement? Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Speaking of which, what are those old women on Longing getting so excited about? Exactly. Are they picking on me because I'm not there? If they're so brave, let's see who can shout louder when I get back. A bunch of old women. Don't touch our Su Tong. Draw your swords. On the other side, the fans watching the live stream also went wild. The girls from the Longing show were clearly taking advantage of their absence. Why don't we compare? In terms of volume, they've never been afraid of anyone. Han-gu. I can vouch for that. The milk-scented bread series and various baked dishes that Su Tonggo made that day were absolutely delicious. One of the little girls exclaimed in amazement. The camera focused on her. She jumped a little and made a face as if savoring the moment. And me. Another little girl with a ponytail also waved her hands and said, Really, I still want to eat it. I swear, we're not shills. There was also a slightly plump young woman who let out a shout. We're really not plants. This is all coming from the bottom of our hearts. Ha ha. These cute girls successfully made everyone at the scene laugh. No one said you were plants. Mr. He smiled and said. They're recording a program next door. Why are you getting involved? Exactly. Hangu on the other side immediately picked up where Lauscher left off and said. There's no silver here. It's the show next door, Longing. Control your people. They're airing the wrong show. They're not paying us. Ha. These two hosts interacted with each other across the program and successfully entertained everyone. The atmosphere on site erupted into joyful cheers. Moreover, through the genuine expressions of these young girls and their still enraptured poses, everyone can truly see it. The bread Su Tong made that day was really delicious. There's no doubt about that. After all this time, the young lady from The Good Life has finally made her first appearance and interacted with everyone. Actually, there's a bit of a story behind this. Now, it's Su Tong's turn to answer Han Ji's question. Hangu asked about the origin of the baking champion. And when Su Tong finished speaking, everyone became curious. Looks like there's another story here. You're right, I'm starting to get curious. Su Tong, hurry up and tell me. In everyone's anticipation, Su Tong didn't keep everyone in suspense. He spoke directly. Back then, I was really into a limited edition Lamborghini model car, and coincidentally, one of my friends had one. And he wanted the other car model I had. Coincidentally, he is a pastry chef and happened to be involved in such a grand event. He knew I had some skill in this area, so we decided to make a bet. Whoever wins the championship gets the other person's car model. So they. Speaking of which, Su Tong shrugged. The meaning was clear. In other words, Su Tong went after a car model and ended up winning a championship as a side benefit? Ugh, why do I feel like rolling my eyes? Listen to this. Someone won an international baking championship, and it was all for a car model. Ugh. As expected. The hobbies of the wealthy are beyond my imagination. A group of talented netizens started commenting. And Han Gu, this master of highlighting key points, He was quick on his feet, grasping the crux of Su Tong's words with precision. He asked with a half smile. Even you want that car model, and it's a limited edition. It must be very expensive and precious, right? I have to say, Hangul truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 2 top hosts on Mango TV. That's a very insightful question. You've also identified the key point very accurately. What are netizens concerned about? Mostly this type. So, for a moment, netizens once again turned their attention to Su Tong. And in the face of everyone's gaze, well, let me think about it. Su Tong scratched the back of her head and really thought about it for a moment. He said, actually, it's not that expensive. After hearing that, everyone felt a little relieved. Yeah, a car model? At most a few thousand or a few $10,000 at most. How expensive could it be? Exactly. Even if it's a limited edition, adding a zero to the price would probably top out at 100,000, right? The person above is right. After all, it's just a collectible. How expensive could it be? Netizens commented one after another. But just at that moment, just as Hangul was about to speak, Su Tong suddenly said, it's only about 4 million. For a moment, everything fell silent. The live stream is quiet. The recording studio fell silent. Everyone was speechless. Even Hangul, along with the family of 4 sitting in the mushroom-shaped pavilion nearby, who were cracking sunflower seeds, couldn't help but twitch their lips and sweat beads formed on their foreheads. They couldn't say a word. What should I say? They think that a model like that is worth at most a few $100,000. But the result was, Su Tong, with just one model, has over 4 million followers. In the air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. I suddenly got the feeling that Su Tong had been deliberately teasing me just now. This rascal isn't the first time he's teased us. How despicable. Su Tong, draw your sword. I want to duel you. Netizens were saying this one after another. It's really not expensive. Wow. Hangul, sitting next to Su Tong, also rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Among them, the phrase not expensive carries a lot of weight. This sentence is also what all the online viewers, and even many of the staff members, wanted to express. Ha ha. Su Tong heard this and also burst into laughter. You know, teasing them like this isn't so bad after all, is it? Oh, right, I forgot to mention that. After laughing, Su Tong suddenly seemed to remember something. And added, it's over 4 million US dollars, everyone, don't misunderstand. Chapter 145, I didn't expect Su Tong to be such a health-conscious guy. Originally, what Su Tong just said was already enough to make people hate him. He actually added one more thing at the end. That's a big deal. It completely dampened the joyful atmosphere that had been so carefully built up at the venue. However, this quietness wasn't awkward. I suddenly felt an urge to kill Su Tong, the dog thief, and chop him up to feed the dogs. Yeah, same here. I feel the same way. Alright, enough chatter. Grab your knives, and let's head to the mushroom house. We're all gathered. Su Tong, you're finished. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. Everyone's gotten really worked up. Mr. He, I really want to hit someone. The mushroom house's pavilion. Peng Peng clenched his teeth, his lips twitching, and couldn't help but say to Mr. He. Mr. He bit the edge of his cup. Peng Peng, don't even mention it, I want to do him too. Su Tong is a bit of a jerk, isn't he? Even our usually gentle younger sister Zhang Zifeng said that. Enough talk. Let's just get to work. Mr. Huang is the most direct. Took off his own big slippers. And stood up. I'm going. And threw it out immediately. So, during the live broadcast of Talking with Tong, a pure white slipper flew across the camera lens. If Su Tong hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit him right on the head. Good job, Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang's big slippers are unbeatable. So majestic and powerful. That's ruthless. Too ruthless. Well done. Netizens are praising Mr. Huang for his actions. Hangul, protect me. Su Tong hid behind Hangul while saying this with a smile. Han Ji's face twitched. Don't even mention them. I want to do you. Ha ha. The venue erupted in laughter once again. If even Hangul could say that, one can only imagine how outrageous Su Tong must have been earlier. Exactly. That scoundrel did it on purpose. Netizens seem to have vented their frustration as well. It's no wonder netizens are so outraged. Nor is it surprising that the guests at the scene expressed their anger. There's nothing we can do about it. Su Tong is just too infuriating. From the very beginning, he claimed he won the baking championship just to get a car model. Later, he first said that car models weren't expensive, and then he said 4 million. That was already infuriating enough. And to make matters worse, he didn't finish what he was saying. He dribbles it out like toothpaste, always leaving a little bit. You left quite a bit this time. You should know that. 4 million renminbi is not the same as 4 million US dollars. Follow the ratio. 400 US dollars is almost equivalent to 30 million renminbi. That's nearly an eightfold increase. Sutong, that kid wasn't being honest from the start. He deliberately didn't say it outright. If he had just said something like around 30 million, would everyone be this upset? It seems like it's that bad. Indeed. A normal person wouldn't spend tens of millions on a car model, would they? I suddenly realized the gap between myself and Sutong. Yeah, the house and car we've spent our entire lives striving for might not even compare to a car model. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. I'm so jealous I can't stand it. I don't want to strive anymore. Is there any wealthy woman here who can take me away? Netizens are starting to feel a bit down. Judging by the looks of it, he was seriously injured by Sutong. However, fortunately, Xiankon, He Laoshi, and others were all present. It was quite a challenge to finally bring the situation under control. I heard you used to be a rock climbing champion? After controlling the situation, the show must go on. So Hangu continued to ask. This was revealed by Sha Yi when he came. At that time, Sutong was preparing to climb a coconut tree. Sha Yi told everyone. When faced with this issue, Sutong was straightforward. That's true, but there's no particular reason behind it. It's just a hobby. I enjoy working out, running, and hiking to stay in shape and live a long, healthy life. Sutong answered very directly. And the netizens who heard this also commented. Hey, exercise and live a long life. Sutong, how old are you anyway? Exactly. At your age, you're already thinking about living to be 100? What about all the old folks? Who would have thought that Sutong is such a health-conscious guy? At the same time, Hangu also immediately moved on to the next series of questions. What about the gym? Did you open it because it's your hobby? Well, I guess you could say that. Sutong replied with a smile. I used to enjoy working out, so I frequently visited various gyms. However, their equipment was always subpar, so I decided to open my own gym. At first, I just wanted to open it for myself, so I could work out whenever I felt like it. After hearing that, netizens felt an urge to spit blood. Listen to this. Someone opened a gym just to work out. How wealthy must they be? So they opened it for themselves. Listen to that. Is that even something a human being would say? Netizens are also quite interesting. One more talented than the next. Do you know that many celebrities often go to that fitness club in Kyoto? Hangu smiled and said. You're quite famous. I've been given several cards. Really? Sutong heard this and laughed, saying, that only means our business is well run. As the boss, I'm very pleased. Ha ha. Sutong's simple answer also made everyone feel at ease. Hey, Sutong, I have a question for you. Hangu suddenly smiled mysteriously. He asked. This is also considered a current issue. Ask before. He even specifically addressed the camera and said, now it's time for everyone to enjoy the good stuff. Make sure to listen carefully. Listen up. Everyone's attention was drawn. Listen attentively. Hangu then asked Sutong. When do you usually go to the gym? This question came up. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, it erupted. Hangu is causing trouble. Yeah, but I'm still really looking forward to it. Will Sutong answer directly? I can't wait. Almost everyone are eagerly watching Sutong. Even the young women from the neighboring aspiration program were eagerly looking at Sutong, waiting for Sutong's response. This is truly a treat from Hangu for everyone. If we knew when Sutong goes to the gym, we could all go there and wait for him. We'd finally get to see Sutong. And this question is indeed a question that left Sutong completely baffled. But who is Sutong? His on-the-spot reaction skills are definitely not weak either. He smiled and replied. I usually go during my monthly days off, but the exact time varies. This answer is standard. But that's not what everyone wants to hear. So Hangu quickly followed up with a question. For example? Sutong also seemed to have anticipated Han Ji's question. And laughed. Like the end of the world? Chapter 146, lucky to be written into Sutong's script. Ha ha. Sutong's cold joke once again successfully made everyone laugh. Of course, the only ones amused were the people present. I twisted my back. Hey. Netizens weren't too happy about that. After all that fuss, they never intended to say it in the first place. Exactly. Everyone protested. Hey, I was wondering what was going on. Hangu couldn't help but roll his eyes and muttered. Okay, everyone. Sutong saw this and said, then hurry up and tell us your reason. He said. Everyone, please understand. There's no way around it. If I were to say when I'm leaving, I'm sure our little shop wouldn't be able to stay open that day. Similarly, if that were the case, I wouldn't dare go either, would I? These two sentences. Sutong was telling the truth. I think Sutong has a point. Hangu quickly became serious and said. I also think that question was a bit too much. Su Tong has his own private life, and we should respect that. After saying that, Hangu and Su Tong exchanged a glance, and both nodded silently. In reality, the question Fanggu just asked, although it was asked on the spot, had actually been discussed with Su Tong beforehand. Before the show started, Hangu had already discussed with Su Tong that he might ask some related questions. He asked Su Tong to prepare in advance. Now, this can also be considered a subtle way of helping Su Tong. After all, as mentioned earlier, the reason Su Tong refuses to give interviews is precisely because he fears such issues will arise. Su Tong is right, many fans really don't have a brain in their heads and just blindly follow him. I see what she means. If that's the case, we wouldn't have had the chance to bump into him by accident. I still urge certain fans to be more rational. There should be limits to idol worship. Exactly. Don't disrupt Su Tong's life. Su Tong spoke up. Isn't that just a call to action? Some online reviews are easily distorted by certain people with ulterior motives. But Su Tong's fans are mostly rational. Therefore, they can discern the metaphors in Su Tong's words. When a certain rhythm is established, everyone feels it makes sense. Yeah, we shouldn't be so nosy about Su Tong. Exactly. If this kid disappears again for years, what are we going to do? Calling on fans to stay rational. Netizens have been saying this. Even some staff members from the production team who monitor the trends in bullet comments couldn't help but shake their heads in admiration while watching this scene. Looking across the entire internet, I doubt there's a single celebrity in the industry whose fans can match those of Su Tong. Their fans are so level-headed, wow. Sure enough, Su Tong is a reliable person, and his fans can't be that bad either. When he calls, his fans respond in droves. There is no better way to describe it. Alright, let's consider this topic closed. Hangu, please continue. Let me take a look. It seems like we don't have many questions left. Hangu said this, glancing at his watch in the sky, and smiled bitterly. Before we know it, we've been interviewing for nearly 2 hours. Even so, fans also expressed their opinions. Has time flown by so quickly? It's already been 2 hours? Maybe it was just too much fun, I completely lost track of time. Exactly. I haven't had enough yet. Let's do another 2 hours or even 10 hours would be great. Su Tong, however, seemed relieved. He smiled and said, if you have any more questions, just ask quickly, Hangu. It's almost noon, and we need to hurry up and have lunch. Ha ha. Su Tong's optimism actually made most people laugh. Su Tong, you glutton. Netizens laughed and teased. Ha, good. Hangu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I heard you're also a screenwriter? Did you write The Best of Us? Could you tell us about the circumstances in which you created this work? This question is indeed something that netizens are very interested in. For a time, netizens forgot that Talking with Tong was about to end. A heated discussion ensued. Wow. To be honest, when I first found out that The Best of Us was written by Su Tong, I was really surprised. Yeah, Su Tong is such a treasure trove of talent, he always manages to surprise us. Such a great web series, I wonder how he came up with it. Exactly. Especially names like Gung Gung Yu Hui, Lu Xinghe, Jian Dan, and Beta, they all sound so literary and artsy. On the other side, the Mushroom House's pavilion. Wow, I'm really looking forward to this question too. Pang Pang, that guy, was also waiting for Su Tong's answer with stars in his eyes. You little rascal. Mr. Huang laughed when he saw this and said, Pang Pang, if I asked you to start the fire right now so we could prepare dinner, would you be upset? Pong Pang. Ah, Pang rolled his eyes and looked utterly miserable. Ha ha. Everyone was laughing so hard at the adorable Pang Pang. Actually, this show is also inspired by some of those literary dreams from back in the day. When Su Tong answered this question, she did so with a smile. The first time I met Song Yoon, I immediately felt she had that campus female lead vibe, very captivating. At that moment, you could already imagine a story revolving around her. Coincidentally, I had some business in the island city at the time, so I decided to take a trip and ended up visiting a school there, which later became the filming location. The story just came naturally, and I simply recorded it. Rather than saying it's a script I wrote, it's more like a script that was given to me by the heavens. Su Tong's response. It also has a literary vibe. At least. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile like an auntie, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, this was a refreshingly simple story. Yeah, beautiful scenery, a touching story, and a visually appealing lead couple. Such a story truly emerges naturally. Netizens have been commenting enthusiastically. Indeed, some stories are just about meeting someone, going somewhere, and having an idea pop into your head, which you then use to flesh out the entire story. Mr. He was very satisfied with Su Tong's response. To be honest, I thought Su Tong would play on emotions, like saying this was his real-life experience or that he had collected stories from others. Yeah. Mr. Huang nodded in agreement, speaking with a touch of nostalgia and admiration in his voice. Inspiration often comes from life, like Song Yoon. She was just lucky to meet Soo Tong, who wrote her into the script. Chapter 147, Soo Tong, please don't retire from the entertainment industry. Indeed. Pang Pang and his younger sister Zifeng exchanged glances, and Zifeng couldn't help but say, "That's precisely why Song Yoon plays the female lead so convincingly, she never feels out of place." Pang Pang also said, "A script should be derived from the actors, not the other way around. If you write a script first and then choose actors to fit it, the performance will feel forced and unnatural." That's right. Mr. Huang and Mr. He also agreed with Pang Pang's words. The market today is really different from what it used to be. In the past, good movies and TV dramas were all tailor-made scripts written by screenwriters specifically for a particular actor. For example, when screenwriters were thinking about the story, the main character in their minds was that actor. So when that actor performs, they will also capture that essence. But what about now? The script comes out first. Then, those directors, in order to guarantee box office receipts and ratings, will hire some popular celebrities who have no acting skills whatsoever. Even some sponsors have used their connections to insert actors into the lineup. Moreover, most of the budget was spent on celebrities. The remaining production budget is now tight. We won't be able to produce a high-quality work. Truly good work. All the budget should be spent on production. There are no good scripts anymore. How could there be any good works? Soo Tong's words. Although she didn't express that meaning. But still, it's thought-provoking. A truly great work should be tailored by the screenwriter specifically for the actors. Yeah, well said. Hanga nodded and put the card on the side. He said, "Well, that concludes all the questions we had prepared for today's program. Since we still have some time left, why don't we just chat casually, Soo Tong?" Indeed. Talking with Tong went all out this time to meet audience demands, preparing a whopping 3-hour episode. And according to the setup, the interview segments featuring Hangu and Soo Tong, it will likely take up about 2.5 hours. There are still about 10 minutes left. The time hasn't been reached yet. This is the moment when Han Ji's skills are put to the test. Netizens also commented, "Casual chats are often the most interesting." The previous comment is spot on, though I don't deny that the prepared questions were also good. Stop flooding the feed. Let's cherish this time we have left with Soo Tong's final interview. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean last time? Amidst the cries of netizens, Hangu was sitting right beside Soo Tong. After asking the standard questions, he relaxed. Actually, sometimes having a script isn't as good as not having one. Improvisation really is better than being well prepared. So Hangu, at this moment, asked casually, "What are your plans next, Soo Tong?" He asked. "I mean, after the recording of Longing wraps up, do you plan to continue retiring from the public eye or make appearances on screen, record some programs, and release new works?" Hangu, this question just dropped. The netizens went wild. As expected of Hangu, that was a well-posed question. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm most concerned about. Soo Tong, please don't retire from the world. We still want to see you. Yes. This question is not unreasonable. But it is the issue that everyone is most concerned about. Think about it. The last time Soo Tong disappeared, it was over a decade ago. This time, she has reappeared. If it's just a fleeting moment, that's fine. The key is, he's all over the internet right now. To put it simply, the live stream of Talking with Tong has been going on for less than 2.5 hours and has already attracted 250 million viewers, with numbers still slowly rising. This clearly demonstrates Soo Tong's immense popularity. Soo Tong's performance on Longing 4 during this period has also won her countless fans. This is the Soo Tong we know and love. Everyone really can't accept it, he's disappeared again. Mushroom House Pavilion. The sunflower seeds are all finished. Pang Pang, however, continued to fumble around while saying, "Actually, I'm pretty curious about this too. It's clear that Soo Tong isn't the type to brag." Yeah. Mr. He also shook his head and said, "He already has the strength to face anything. There's really no need for him to expose himself. Our circle isn't exactly friendly toward him. I, on the other hand, would really like to see Soo Tong continue to produce more works and stay active in the public eye." Mr. Huang also sighed and said, "He's a talented person, someone like him shouldn't be wasted. Even working behind the scenes would be a disservice to him." His younger sister, Zifeng, was more direct, pouting and saying, "I also want Soo Tong to keep being active in the public eye." Even many people from the production team heard this question. They also expressed their hope that Soo Tong will continue to be active in the public eye in the future. Because, in this day and age, the pace of life is really fast. Even a celebrity who was once wildly popular will be quickly forgotten if they don't stay active. But they don't want to forget Soo Tong. So, they hope Soo Tong will remain active. They do not want him to go back to his previous life. It could be said that this is what everyone hopes for. In response to this question, Su Tong shrugged his shoulders and smiled simply. He said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Even if it's just for the people who are still supporting me, I can't retire. Besides, if I retire now, is it even too late?" Ha ha. Su Tong's words relieved everyone. At the same time, many people were also amused by Su Tong's second remark. Su Tong was right. He's been exposed like this now. Wherever he goes, people will recognize him. Su Tong, that traitor, can never go back to his old life. He'd better just write us some new songs to listen to. Ah, that's satisfying. Su Tong can't retire now. Netizens burst out laughing. Perhaps. When Su Tong spoke her first words, everyone might have been warmed by her kindness. So at this point, his second sentence successfully served to lighten the mood. Su Tong is so humorous. Netizens have been commenting on this extensively. This is Su Tong. He's a warm-hearted guy, a talented scholar, and very humorous. Sometimes he can also act like a domineering CEO when explaining things to others. Such as he is the one fans love the most. You scared me. That's good, that's good. The mushroom house next door. Mr. He and the others heard Su Tong's answer and also burst into laughter. Alright, Peng Peng, that's enough. Go start the fire. Mr. Huang picked up his big slippers and said to Peng Peng. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat for lunch. Yeah, bro, hurry up. Zifeng also nudged Peng Peng. Peng Peng. Why is he always the unlucky one? Ha ha. The atmosphere finally became cheerful thanks to Su Tong's answer. Chapter 148, Su Tong's songs will always be free. Ha, Su Tong said it well. In response to Su Tong's answer, Hangu also smiled at the camera and said, I can almost hear the of Su Tong's fans on the other side of the camera. Ha ha. Everyone was amused by Han Ji's words. May I continue with the next question? Hangu seemed to have already thought about what to say next. Please. Su Tong nodded. Ha, let's give our fans another treat on the show. Hangu smiled and asked Su Tong. May I ask Su Tong, when will there be a new song? As soon as she said that, the crowd erupted. Ah. The question I've been waiting for has finally come up. Even though I've been listening to Su Tong's 3 songs on repeat every day, it still doesn't feel like enough. Yeah, when is Su Tong going to write a new song? I'll definitely support it. Can't wait. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. Yeah, that's right. Most of Su Tong's works are from earlier years. The new songs are Sunny Day, Nowhere to Hide, and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. You can listen to them over and over again without getting tired of them. I wonder how many people have been playing these 3 songs on repeat. But I still can't get enough of them. If only Su Tong could release new works. Everyone would be thrilled, of course. Of course. When faced with this question, Su Tong paused to think. He said, works of art are often something that come about when the time is right and the feeling is there. I don't want to force it. After Su Tong said this, some of the more extreme netizens also took a moment to think things through calmly. Although Su Tong did not meet everyone's expectations this time. However, no one refuted it. Because Su Tong was right. I agree. These days, many singers release a second or third song quickly after one becomes popular, riding on the coattails of the first hit to make money. A netizen put it this way. The person above is right. Su Tong isn't that kind of person. His work is about quality, not money. Indeed, all of Su Tong's songs are currently available for free, and he certainly doesn't need the money. That makes sense. Hangu added, then said. Works that focus on quantity are often not good works. It takes 10 years to hone a sword to make it sharp. Su Tong, I support you. Thank you. Su Tong smiled and said. I haven't recorded the official versions of the previous songs yet. I'll find a chance to record them and upload them later. After hearing this, the netizens were finally surprised to discover. It turns out that what everyone was obsessed with was just Su Tong's live version of the songs. As everyone knows, the official recording version is much more refined and sophisticated than the live version. It's hard to imagine. If Su Tong released a few official versions, would that? His official version is competing with the live version for chart rankings? For a moment, the fight began, and I started to look forward to it a little. Oh, right, there's one thing I need to emphasize. At this point, Su Tong suddenly smiled and said, although the new song may not come out in the short term, all my songs will be free for everyone to listen to as much as they want. As soon as Su Tong said this, everyone erupted into excitement. Oh my goodness. This is our Su Tong. He's not doing music for the money. Exactly. It's completely different from those celebrities who charge money just to make a profit. These days, many celebrities release new songs, and as soon as they become popular, they start charging for them to make money. To be honest, I thought Su Tong was going to release an official version just to make money, especially since songs like Sunny Day and others are so popular. Yeah, the person above said that, and I thought the same. But even if Su Tong charges for his songs, I'd still save up enough for a meal to support him. Just the quality alone is enough to make me a fan. This is our Su Tong. Netizens commented enthusiastically. This kind of extravagance is truly enviable. Mushroom House Pavilion. Mr. He said this with a smack of his lips. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Huang also shook his head and sighed with regret. To be honest, his songs are so popular that, in my opinion, if they were charged for, they could generate tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, in revenue in a short period of time. That's right. Mr. He took over and said. But to be fair, this guy is a car model worth tens of millions. He doesn't seem to be short of money. Mr. Huang suddenly fell silent. Therefore, the two exchanged a glance. And both felt a surge of excitement, the thrill of taking down a big shot, growing in their hearts. Actually, that feeling wasn't too bad either. Alright, let's get ready too. After laughing and joking around, Mr. He smiled and said. It'll be our turn soon. Zifeng paused for a moment, glancing toward the kitchen where Pang Pang was sweating profusely while stoking the fire. That must be tough, he said. Should we call him over? Zifeng asked. Don't call him. Mr. Huang laughed heartily and said. This kid is so poor, he's just wasting his time admiring himself in the mirror. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Okay, then we'll look forward to it. Han Ge glanced at the time. The interview was almost over. He stood up and said. Alright, that concludes our interview program for today. Speaking of which, he gave Su Tong a big hug and said. Thank you so much for agreeing to this interview, Su Tong. I won't keep you any longer, let's not take up your lunchtime, okay? Alright. Su Tong smiled casually. Goodbye. Then wave at the camera. He left the recording studio of Talking with Tong. Is that it? It's over already? I still haven't had enough. I want to watch him for another 2 or 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours isn't enough. I want to watch it all day and all night. I want to watch for 10 days or half a month. I want to see it until the end of time. Netizens are also talented individuals, and each one of them is deeply reluctant to part with Su Tong. And the popularity of this livestream has finally stabilized. The few programmers on the production team, who had barely managed to keep their hair intact, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Our show isn't over yet. Just as everyone was starting to feel a bit disappointed, Han Ge didn't leave. Instead, he continued to host the show. He laughed and said. Although Su Tong's interview has ended, the others haven't started yet. Everyone who heard this were once again filled with renewed hope. What does that mean? Is there an interview? But it's not Su Tong, so it's not very interesting. Exactly. I still want to see Su Tong, even if it's just something related to him. Netizens commented one after another. It seems. Also be precisely to accommodate the audience. Han Ge laughed and said. Then, let's invite Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and other members of the Mushroom House to share their impressions and opinions of Su Tong. Please come forward. Chapter 149, Mr. Huang's High Praise. If I had such a student, I would have no regrets in this lifetime. Wow. Can't wait. Sigh, even though Su Tong's interview is over, I'm not really in the mood to watch it, but I guess I'll give the Mushroom House members a little face. You upstairs, do you really think Mr. Huang and Mr. He are just decorations? What? As the saying goes, an old person in the family is like a treasure. We have Mr. Huang and Mr. He, so we have 2 treasures. If you don't like it, get out. Ha, what the person above said is spot on. Besides, they're just sharing their impressions of Su Tong. What's wrong with that? No problem. Without realizing it. Under the influence of some netizens in the comments section. As Su Tong concluded her interview and left, the once lively livestream gradually grew quiet. However, the atmosphere began to stir once again. Everyone was also a bit curious. For example, how would industry veterans like Mr. Huang and Mr. He evaluate Su Tong? Perhaps they would offer some candid feedback. But what everyone is really hoping for is their attitude. Come. At the invitation of Han Ge, Huang Lei, He Jiong, and Zhang Zifeng, who had already tidied themselves up and changed their clothes, walked over one after another. Hello, everyone. When facing the camera, Mr. He always appears very natural. In fact, in people's eyes, Mr. He always appears more natural on camera than he does in private. Perhaps. It's just that I've gotten used to it over the years. Hey, where's Pang Pang? Han Ge, the master of spotting key points, perfectly noticed Pang Pang's disappearance. Oh, my brother is starting a fire. Zhang Zifeng replied. Mr. Huang is going to cook dinner later. Upon hearing this, the netizens burst out laughing. Ha ha. Poor Pangshi, while everyone else is being interviewed, he's the only one quietly tending the fire. Pang Pang, the baby is suffering inside, but the baby won't say it. Hiccup. Netizens laughed and commented. Poor Pang Pang, he really is quite unfortunate. Han Ge couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, since Mr. Huang is going to cook dinner soon, let's not waste any more time. Han Ge said directly. Come on, let's get to the point. Speaking of which, the camera immediately cut to Mr. Huang. Hello, everyone. Mr. Huang waved at the camera in a very harmonious manner. This veteran of the industry still has a great sense of the camera. Mr. Huang. Han Ge smiled at Mr. Huang and asked. Actually, netizens are also quite concerned about how everyone at the Mushroom House feels about Su Tong. At this point, he looked up, thought for a moment, and asked. Some people say that the comments about Su Tong in the program were made for the sake of the show. Do you need to explain that? Indeed, some people did say it was for the show's effect. A netizen commented. Some unscrupulous marketing accounts even claimed that the meals Su Tong prepared were actually made by others and simply served by him. Those dog marketing accounts are truly disgusting. Explanation? Surprisingly, when faced with this question, Mr. Huang was left scratching his head in confusion. He said, What is there to explain? What is there to explain? Once you say that. Netizens were all taken aback. It was hard to believe. It was so sudden. What did Mr. Huang mean by that? Han Ge was also left completely confused by Mr. Huang's words. Just as Han Ge was about to smooth things over and ask what was going on, Mr. Huang continued. The innocent will be cleared. We know the truth about the show, so why bother telling others? Some people are really something, even going so far as to slander Su Tong? Speaking of which, he looked at the camera lens and uttered a question. Yeah. You're even bashing Lian Su Tong? Ha! Netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. That's right. Mr. Huang is correct. That big gasp really gave me a scare. I thought. What did you think was happening upstairs? Who wouldn't trust Su Tong's character? I knew from the start that Mr. Huang was intentionally taking a deep breath. Ha, this old guy, the older he gets, the more mischievous he becomes. The only thing that can outshine Su Tong is the sun. Ha ha. At the Mushroom House recording site, there was also a lot of laughter and joy. Mr. Huang, you're really something. Mr. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, Don't you know that this can easily be maliciously edited and used to smear Su Tong? Exactly. Han Ge also chimed in, taking the lead. Lai Ge, you're getting more mischievous as you get older. Are you having fun? Yeah, it's fun. Mr. Huang, this old prankster, is actually nodding his head repeatedly and saying he's happy. Ha ha. Once again, he had everyone laughing heartily. Alright, let's get serious. Mr. Huang really knows how to lighten the mood. Even Han Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. Back to the topic at hand. He said, What are your thoughts on Su Tong? Be nice. Mr. Huang knew that jokes were only funny for a while and that too many would lose their humor. So he got serious. When it comes to Su Tong, I often tell Mr. He one thing, the younger generation is formidable. Speaking of which, he glanced at Mr. He. The camera focused on Mr. He. Mr. He pursed his lips, nodded repeatedly, and said, I'll vouch for him. The camera cuts back to Mr. Huang. He smiled and nodded, continuing. To be honest, Su Tong is so perfect that I can't find a single flaw in him. Sometimes I even think that if I had a student like Su Tong, my teaching career would be complete and without regret. After hearing this, everyone sighed in unison. Mr. Huang is truly genuine. Well said. That's right, it seems like Mr. Huang has a high opinion of Su Tong. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. Everyone knows that Mr. Huang is a teacher. And, as is well known, his teachings are very strict. He often says that among his students, none have yet met his standards. In fact, many of his students have even been scolded to tears during class. This clearly demonstrates how high his standards are. But, now, Mr. Huang actually said that if he had a student like Su Tong among his students, his teaching career would be complete and without regret. This, in itself, already speaks volumes. I didn't expect Mr. Huang to think so highly of Su Tong. Mr. He was sitting beside him, listening to these words. I couldn't help but glance at my younger sister Zifeng and Wang Hanhang beside me. She sighed and said, He and Mr. Huang have been old friends for many years. He is well aware of Mr. Huang's criteria for selecting people. Being able to make Mr. Huang say such things, it truly shows how perfect Su Tong is in his eyes. That's right. Her younger sister, Zifeng, also nodded. In her memory, Mr. Huang had never praised anyone like this before. This time, really hit home. Chapter 150, Huang Xiaochubo's in submission. Su Tong responds warmly. Lei Ge gave Su Tong such high praise. Aren't you worried your other students will feel jealous? As the host, Han Ge continues to do what he does best. With a hint of mischief in his smile, he asked Mr. Huang this question. Oh, Han Ge, this is clearly trouble. Exactly. Mr. Huang has so many students, and so many of them are dissatisfied. The consequences could be serious. I'm actually quite looking forward to Mr. Huang's response. Netizens were also drawn to the commotion. And in response to this issue, Mr. Huang remained completely composed. Ha ha. Instead, he burst out laughing. He said on the spot, "Jealous? Let me see who dares to be jealous. Come on, step forward so I can see you." After hearing this, the netizens burst into laughter. Ha, Mr. Huang is still so bossy. That's right, I bet his students don't dare say anything either. Exactly, haven't you heard that back when Mr. Huang taught, even if you had the guts of 3 people, no one dared to be late? Facing such a domineering Mr. Huang, even Hangu had no choice. He silently pressed his forehead, unable to suppress a laugh. He said, "Mr. Huang, do you know that you'll easily lose friends if you act like this?" Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Mr. Huang stopped joking around and said seriously, "Well, if anyone feels jealous, they can come out and compete with Su Tong. In my opinion, no one can match Su Tong, not even some of the veterans in the industry." After hearing this, the netizens finally truly understood Mr. Huang's high praise for Su Tong. This evaluation is amazing. I see. Hangu also nodded slightly, understanding what Mr. Huang meant. He asked, "Naiga, may I ask you one more question?" "Go ahead. Who's the better cook, you or Su Tong?" As soon as he said that, netizens erupted once again. Hangu is really taking things to the extreme. Ah, that's right. When it comes to cooking, when have I ever backed down? This is really making me hungry. What about the one who said they didn't want to watch it? Come on. Get out of here, don't watch it. At the same time, inside the mushroom house. Ha ha. Mr. He listened to Han Ji's question and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought for a moment and then asked Zifeng, "Sister, who do you think makes better food, Mr. Huang or Su Tong?" Zhang Zifeng was taken aback after hearing this. She puckered her lips and thought for a moment. He chuckled and shook his head. He didn't say anything. Hey, our Zifeng has grown up too, huh? Mr. He laughed heartily, clearly noticing that his younger sister didn't want to say anything, so she was just pretending to be clueless. How could Mr. He bear to put the adorable younger sister in such a difficult position? Naturally, he didn't ask any more questions. But my younger sister was paying attention when no one else was looking. She whispered very softly, "I think Su Tong's cooking is delicious." Amidst everyone's cheers, Mr. Huang rolled his eyes and looked at Hangu and asked, "Hey, Hangu, aren't you stirring things up? Su Tong is a Michelin 3-star chef, recognized by professionals. How can we compare?" Ha ha. As soon as he said that, everyone burst out laughing. Ha, is Mr. Huang giving up? This is the first time we've ever seen Chef Huang admit defeat in the kitchen. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. The question was unnecessary to begin with after all, Su Tong is a Michelin 3-star chef. Exactly. From a professional standpoint, the bread Su Tong made that day could easily outshine Huang Laoshir's. Don't be so harsh on the person above. Mr. Huang is pretty good too, isn't he? Besides, they're doing different things. One does Western cuisine, and the other does Chinese cuisine. They're not the same. You're being one-sided too. Mr. Huang admitted it himself. Besides, the day Su Tong made the fried sauce, even Mr. Huang ate 2 big bowls of noodles. Isn't fried sauce noodles Chinese cuisine? Exactly, the person above is right. There's no comparison here. Netizens are commenting in droves. Indeed. Perhaps Mr. Huang has also conducted quite thorough research in the field of culinary arts. But after all, he can only cook simple home-style dishes. It's like the difference between a farmhouse restaurant and a Michelin-starred restaurant. Although the target audience is different, perhaps the money earned and profits are the same. But when you put a farmhouse restaurant next to a Michelin-starred restaurant, it just doesn't have the same prestige. And Mr. Huang has to admit that. Even he, after 4 seasons on Longing, hasn't managed to make the show's staff drool. Su Tong, with just a milk-scented bread, conquered all the staff. That's the difference. And, just as some netizens have said, Su Tong's Chinese cuisine is also quite exquisite. For example, she uses butter and foie gras to sauté the base, blending Chinese and Western techniques, even impressing Chef Huang. In fact, what Mr. Huang said was not very rigorous. By saying he was willing to concede defeat, he might inadvertently give others something to gossip about. But what if Mr. Huang didn't do that? Say that the two of them are evenly matched? Those netizens will start making a fuss again. They'll say that Su Tong clearly did a better job, and so on. Mr. Huang doesn't want to see Su Tong's fans start a feud, as that would also be detrimental to Su Tong. Therefore, this response is quite tactful. And at this point, Mr. Huang, I don't know where it came from. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. When the camera panned over, I saw Su Tong's face. He had already changed out of his suit and was now wearing casual clothes. As the camera focused on him, he smiled and waved at Mr. Huang, saying, I support you. You cook well. I like what you make. This moment. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. Su Tong is so warm. Exactly. Mr. Huang said Su Tong's cooking was delicious, and he admitted defeat, but Su Tong said she supports Mr. Huang. The interaction between these two is just too heartwarming. Our Su Tong has always been so kind. He knew that Mr. Huang might have felt embarrassed earlier, so he stepped in to save the day. Su Tong is so kind. This moment. Let's not even mention the netizens. Even many staff members, including some young women, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Su Tong is so kind. Everyone is losing their composure. Yeah. What Mr. Huang just said can be interpreted as using self-deprecation to elevate Su Tong. This was also done to avoid any misunderstandings. But he himself has belittled himself. And at this moment, if no one had come forward to rescue Mr. Huang, otherwise, there would inevitably be marketing accounts coming out to take things out of context. What Su Tong said was also very insightful. Chapter 151, What a hard-working young person. It's like when someone asked Han-gu and He Laoshi who was the top star of Mango TV back in the day. Han-gu replied, Mr. He is the big brother, and I'm his older brother. And now, when someone asked Mr. Huang and Su Tong who cooked better, Mr. Huang said, Su Tong's is delicious. But Su Tong said, I like the food Mr. Huang cooks. It's the same thing but different. You could say that. This moment. What Su Tong has done. Have everyone. It's all very warm. He's really so kind. The entire industry. When it comes to entertainers. You guys really haven't seen anyone who can compare to Su Tong. I was actually going to say that. Mr. He, who was sitting to the side, watched this heartwarming scene. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. He, after all, hadn't failed to notice Mr. Huang's embarrassment either. He had already figured out how to save Mr. Huang from the awkward situation. Who knows? Su Tong suddenly appeared. She suddenly said that. And, seriously. Now, Mr. He, think back to that time. If he had said it himself, it wouldn't have had the same effect as when Su Tong said it. It would have been better. Look at that, everyone. Mr. Huang, sitting in front of the camera, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. He directly addressed the camera and said, That's it. If any of my students are watching the live stream right now, come on, tell me, what gives you the right to compare yourselves to Su Tong? Ha ha. This really made everyone laugh. Mr. Huang is absolutely right. Ha ha. Exactly. To put it simply, when it comes to emotional intelligence, Su Tong clearly answered instinctively just now. How many people in the industry can compare to him? This is the Su Tong we admire. Netizens commented enthusiastically. Ha, Su Tong, you've already finished recording. If you appear on camera again, they won't pay you extra. Han-gu also joked with a smile. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Don't worry. Su Tong also smiled and said to Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, you two chat slowly. I see Peng Peng is getting angry. Otherwise, I'll take care of lunch today. As he spoke, he really did walk away. Look at how understanding Su Tong is. Exactly. With such a large family to feed, Su Tong just got to work on lunch. She's so hardworking. Take a look at that. I've never seen such a hardworking young person. Wow, this young person. Netizens commented one after another. No way. On the other side, Mr. Huang in front of the camera. A fleeting look of panic crosses her face. Han-gu, I've said everything I needed to say, so I'll be going now. Please give Mr. Huang a quick heads up for me. Everyone, see you later. I'm going to cook. Let's meet at the neighboring laning later. See you later. Mr. Huang then greeted the audience in front of the camera. Then he turned and left. He left without a single look back. Even Han-gu was left completely baffled. Mr. Huang is afraid that Su Tong will take his job. Mr. He also burst out laughing on the spot. That's right. Look at how flustered Huang Xiaochu just looked. Mr. Huang, Su Tong, you dog thief, put down my bowl. That's hilarious, oh my goodness, ha ha ha. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Ha ha. Even the entire live show crew was laughing hysterically. Mushroom house. Kitchen. Cough cough. Peng Peng coughed a few times and wiped the dust off his head. He was sweating profusely. Finally, I ordered. Starting the fire is hard work. Peng Peng has been doing it for 4 seasons, and he thought he had it down pat, but it still took him a long time. I wonder how their interview is going. Peng Peng suddenly seemed to think of something and glanced at the courtyard. At the same time, the camera on the longing side focuses on Peng Peng and displays a set of subtitles for him. What a tragic child. And then there's the special effect of the cold wind howling. Peng Peng is so unlucky. Everyone else is being interviewed, but he's frantically trying to light a fire. I just came over from the neighboring show Talk with Tong. Same here, I'm also here to check on Peng Peng. Don't pretend to be so noble, you're clearly just here to see Su Tong and Mr. Huang. Cough, cough, the person above is right, I'm the same. Ha ha. The comments section is pretty lively too. I'll take it, I'll take it. You rest, Su Tong. From outside the kitchen came the voices of Mr. Huang and Su Tong. The two of them walked over together. Mr. Huang, relying on his large frame, plopped down onto the chair. Su Tong could only smile wryly. Then I'll help you. The two of us can finish quickly. It'll be over soon. No need. Who knew that Mr. Huang would just say no repeatedly? He then pointed to Ah Peng, who was staring blankly on the other side, and said, I've got Peng Peng to help me, so you go chill out in the pavilion, Su Tong. Have some milk or something. That's good. Netizens who saw this scene also burst out laughing. How afraid is Mr. Huang that Su Tong will take his job? Ha, that's hilarious. Mr. Huang really is. Speaking of which, didn't you notice me, Ah Peng? The saddest one is Peng Peng, right? Ha, yeah, they still haven't mentioned letting Peng Peng go for an interview. Ha, Peng Peng has gone from being the strongest man in the mushroom house to the most pitiful man. This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. Peng Peng stood to one side, looking equally innocent. He pointed toward the courtyard and said softly, Don't I need to be interviewed? Everyone has to share their thoughts on Su Tonggu, so why doesn't he have to go? Hey, you little brat. Mr. Huang immediately glared at him. Oh, no, I won't go. I don't need to go. I'll just help out. Peng Peng chickened out on the spot. Ha! Netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. When Mr. Huang gave him a stern look, Peng Peng, that guy, actually backed down. It's really. Haha, look at him, such a coward, this iron-headed fool. No wonder Peng Peng is so miserable, it's all because of cowards like him. Ha ha. Not to mention netizens. Even Su Tong was delighted. Alright, Peng Peng, you go ahead. Su Tong waved to Peng Peng and said, I'll take care of this here. As he spoke, Su Tong also said to Mr. Huang, Don't worry, I won't steal your thunder. I'll just add some firewood and prepare some fruit platters. Is that okay? Seeing this, Mr. Huang naturally couldn't refuse. Alright, then. I agreed uncertainly. Should I go then? Peng Peng hesitated for a moment. And walked away, looking a bit silly. Watching his back, netizens once again burst into laughter, creating a sea of joy. This silly guy, haha. Chapter 152, Mr. He's best compliment to someone. Alright, let's invite Mr. He to come up. When Mr. Huang finally chased after Su Tong out of fear of losing his job, Mr. He finally made his appearance. Hello, everyone from Talking with Tong. As soon as Mr. He appeared, he waved at the camera and greeted everyone. For some reason, whenever Mr. He appears, I get the feeling that he's here to host the event. Yeah, he's the on-site host, that's exactly what he should be doing. Hangu and He Laoshi appearing together, such a familiar scene. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. Possibly. That the public's impression of Mr. He as a host is too deeply ingrained. As a result, whenever Mr. He appears on camera, everyone automatically assumes he is a host. Ha, I never thought I'd get to interview Mr. He in my lifetime. Hangu also smiled slightly wistfully and said this. Especially since it was someone else's turf. Mr. He also chimed in. Ha ha. The two exchanged a knowing smile, the meaning of which was clear without words. Could you please share your impressions of Su Tong as well, Mr. He? Hangu said with a smile. Okay. Mr. He nodded. Where should I start? Right after that. Mr. He tilted his head back and thought for a moment. Before speaking slowly. Let's start from the very beginning when we first met. To be honest, back then it was our first episode, and we were wondering who the guest would be. When Nini brought Su Tong along, we were all puzzled why would the production team bring in an ordinary person. Ha ha. As soon as Mr. He spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Yeah, at first I also thought, where is this amateur guy from? Is he a staff member? At the time, I thought he was Miss Mi's assistant. Ha ha. Netizens also recalled the early days when Mi Jia and Su Tong walked together. To be honest, did anyone ever think that Su Tong would become so popular afterward? Hangu also asked a question. Of course not. Mr. He said with a smile. To be honest, when Mimi was in our mushroom house and secretly told me and Mr. Huang about some of Su Tong's identities, we all thought she was just bragging. Ha ha. Mr. He is quite the joker, isn't he? Ha ha. He made everyone laugh in an instant. Indeed. At that time, no one would have thought that Su Tong would end up becoming such a mess later on. Honestly. Now that we've come to this point. Mr. He also began to get serious. No more laughing and joking around. Nodding while speaking. As we got to know each other better, I realized that Su Tong is actually a great person. At first, Mr. Huang and I regarded him as a junior of Peng Peng's generation, but later we discovered the gap between Peng Peng and him was enormous. It's rare to see Mr. He looking so serious. Indeed, Mr. He's words were not meant to belittle Pang Pang at all. Pang Pang is also very talented, but Su Tong is simply too outstanding, and the two are simply incomparable. Exactly. If we say that no one is perfect, then Pang Pang still has some flaws, but Su Tong has eliminated over 90% of those flaws. Netizens commented enthusiastically. And it was precisely at this moment that, whoosh, Pang Pang came running over. He asked, "Did I just hear Mr. He call me?" Put. Ha. Pang Pang, you silly goose. Oh no, my stomach. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. This guy is so funny. Pang Pang suddenly appeared and immediately made everyone laugh. This clumsy guy didn't show up earlier or later, but had to appear at this very moment. And when it does show up, it's so perfectly timed. Bro. Zhang Zifeng also struggled to suppress a smile and tugged at Pang Pang. I said, Pang Pang, you really are. Mr. He was laughing so hard he couldn't stop, not knowing what to say. No, Pang Pang, Mr. He was praising you. Hangu also held back his laughter and said a sentence. Put. Ha. Han Ji's remark once again had everyone in stitches. Pang Pang, you're such a goofball. You're really hilarious. Alright, let's continue. After all the laughter and fun, Mr. He naturally continued to share his thoughts on Su Tong. Later, as we got to know him better, we not only began to see Su Tong in a new light, but gradually came to admire him. Whether it was his talent, good looks, personality, professional expertise, ease in front of the camera, ability to control a situation, emotional intelligence, eloquence, cooking skills, physical fitness, or any other aspect. Mr. He listed a whole series of Su Tong's strengths. Finally, unified coordination. Let's get straight to the point. Su Tong, you're absolutely flawless. Compared to Mr. Huang's evaluation of Su Tong, Mr. He's evaluation, however, is more direct and comprehensive. It's not that Mr. Huang's evaluation was insufficient, but rather that Mr. He's evaluation is more accurate. Mr. Huang's comments are truly comprehensive. Su Tong has always been a person of both talent and beauty. That's right. He's handsome and his songs are amazing. I've been listening to his songs on repeat every day. Indeed, Su Tong's personality is also impeccable. He's always so warm-hearted, but when it comes to standing up for himself, he's tougher than anyone else. Yeah, when the director apologized earlier, Su Tong's domineering CEO side really stood out, and I still remember it clearly. Speaking of familiarity with the camera and stage presence, those qualities were also well demonstrated earlier, weren't they? Emotional intelligence and eloquence go without saying. These are the very things Su Tong least needs to be praised for, as they are already beyond reproach. Does her cooking even need to be mentioned? Didn't the reactions of the program staff that day speak volumes? Physical fitness? Carrying Ruan Wan on my back and sprinting all the way was a breeze. Carrying such a huge bunch of bananas by myself was no problem at all. Su Tong's physical fitness is truly unmatched. Netizens have conducted a precise survey of their evaluations of Mr. He. After hearing all this, even Hangu was slightly moved. He couldn't help but say, "Friends, I want to clarify that I have worked with Mr. He on Mango TV for several decades. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen Mr. He praise someone to such an extent. This is truly unprecedented." Hangu said this. The audience couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, this was the first time I had ever seen Mr. He praise someone so highly. Doesn't this alone suffice to demonstrate the excellence of our Su Tong? Indeed, both Mr. Huang and Mr. He have said so. What more needs to be said? Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. He. After the evaluation, Mr. He's section is now complete. Hangu continued. Due to time constraints, let's invite Pang Pang and Zifeng, brother and sister, to share their impressions of Su Tong. Chapter 153. You still know that Su Tong is your role model? Finally, it's Pang Pang and Zifeng's turn. But the time was already up. This immediately drew criticism from the audience. It's unfair. Why is the runtime so short when it comes to our younger sister? Exactly. Hey, Pang, why don't you just stay out of it? Without you, our sister would have just the right amount of time. You're being too mean to me, Pang. What did Pang do to deserve such targeting from you? Ha ha. Although there were some complaints in the comments section, it was still harmonious overall. So, which one of you siblings is going first? Hangu asked Pang Pang and Zifeng with a smile. The brother and sister exchanged a glance. Neither waited for the younger sister to offer first. Pang Pang spoke first. Ladies first, you go ahead, little sister. Pang Pang finished speaking. The comments section fell silent. Even the on-site production team and many staff members looked at Pang Pang with a strange expression. Did I hear that correctly? The phrase ladies first actually came out of that straight guy's mouth? Yeah, it's really hard to believe. This guy has completely shattered my expectations. Why does this feel so unreal? Am I dreaming? Indeed, how could such a straight guy say something like that? Netizens are flooding the comments with criticism. All along, Pang Pang has always been seen as a straight guy. When filming with Jingy, he accidentally slapped her delicate, lotus root-like arms so hard that they turned bright red. Not a shred of mercy for the delicate beauty. And you even said that if you lose, you have to admit it. This image of a straight man is deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Now this straight man suddenly says ladies first. And everyone is actually a bit taken aback. Not to mention everyone else. Even the person involved. Our younger sister Zifeng also tilted her head, looking at her older brother Pang Pang with an expression of disbelief. He thought to himself, Pang Pang, today, you must have lost your mind, right? Just kidding, of course the older brother goes first. Finally, at this moment, Pang Pang slapped his younger sister Zhang Zifeng's hat, and then laughed loudly and said, so, the scene once again fell into complete silence. Sure enough, this is exactly what Pang Pang should have done. Exactly, I actually thought this straight guy had changed. You big straight guy, go die with that dog thief Sutong. Netizens are venting their frustration online. Even Zhang Zifeng said, rolling his eyes and looking at his older brother Pang Pang in utter disbelief. She had just naively thought that this straight guy had changed his attitude. Emotions. Still the same old formula. It really is. However, although everyone is speechless about Pang Pang, but to be honest, if Pang learns to be considerate toward women and practice ladies first, everyone would really be out of their comfort zone. Alright, let's hear it for Pang Pang. After a brief interlude, Hangu invited Pang Pang to speak first about his impressions of Sutong. Alright. Pang Pang took a step forward. To be honest, while he was stoking the fire, he had already thought through what he would say if he were to be interviewed. He had also already prepared his impressions of Sutong. Right now, take a moment to consider. By the way, when it comes to my impression of Sutong, there's nothing else to say, just 2 words. Hangu immediately asked. Which 2 characters? Role model. Pang Pang spoke with a strong and resonant voice. As soon as he said this, in an instant, Pang Pang's entire appearance has changed. It feels a little more sophisticated. But right at that moment, my younger sister Zifeng suddenly rolled her eyes and said, you know that Sutong is your role model, right? Put. Ha. My sister is so real. Look at that eye roll. My sister is still holding a grudge against Pang Pang. It's obvious that she's still upset about what happened earlier. Exactly. Pang Pang really should take Sutong as an example. Look how gentle Sutong is with girls, and then look at him. No comparison, no difference. That's the difference between heaven and earth. That's hilarious. The straight guy got called out. Netizens are laughing so hard they're spitting out their drinks. At the recording site, Hangu and the crew were laughing so hard they were bending over. Pang Pang. The image he had carefully built up was completely shattered by his sister's single remark. I said to my sister, how could you do that to your own family? Pang Pang said with a hint of exasperation. Oof. Her younger sister, Zifeng, pouted her lips and gave a delicate hum before saying, I'm not going to pay attention to you. You're nowhere near as good as Sutong. You should learn from your role model instead. Pang Pang. He was speechless. He never expected that. Before the interview even started. A light-hearted joke to break the ice. It actually worked. Calling her sister like that. This is ridiculous. At the same time, Pang Pang was a bit confused and thought to himself, why is Sutong so good at breaking the ice and making everyone feel at ease, but when it comes to him, he always ends up getting called out? This is tough. Back to the topic. Pang Pang, tell us why Sutong is your role model. What qualities of his do you admire? Hangu asked. Every single one. Pang Pang said directly. Mr. Huang and Mr. He often tell me to learn from Sutong. In my opinion, Sutong is truly a perfect person. In fact, if it weren't for him, I'd probably still be working as a firewood burner and wouldn't have the opportunity to say these things now. Speaking of which, he cautiously glanced toward the kitchen. Put. You silly goose. You'd better go stoke the fire. Don't come here for an interview. Indeed, Pang Pang, this isn't your battlefield. Netizens burst out laughing on the spot. Sutong is amazing. He's handsome, an excellent cook, and incredibly strong. I couldn't even lift a bunch of bananas, but he carried them non-stop for over 10 trips. Pang Pang continued listing Sutong's virtues. You wouldn't know unless you heard it. Once you mention it, it's all over. Sutong's strengths. During the time we spent together, I saw many things about him that are worth learning from. Are simply too numerous to count. I can't even begin to describe it all. I can't stop talking. Netizens have been sharing their thoughts. Straight guys, we already know all this. Indeed, you think Sutong is outstanding? It's almost afternoon, let's save some time for our little sister. I want to see our little sister too. Go down. Netizens are also clamoring for it. Poor Peng Peng. He was actually pushed aside by his younger sister. Han-gu saw this and he thought to himself, if this straight guy keeps talking like this, my sister won't get a chance to say anything. So, Han-gu decisively interrupted and asked, Peng Peng, tell us, which meal do you prefer, the one made by Teacher Huang or the one made by Su Tong? Chapter 154, Su Tong actually has such strong influence. This. Peng Peng was speechless. Although he was a straight guy. But he's definitely not stupid. Think about it. Although, the fact is that Su Tong's cooking is delicious. But, if he said that, what should we do about Mr. Huang's side? We can't just drag him out and beat him up, can we? Or, just grab a kitchen knife, mutter about what you want to chop up, and walk toward him? Isn't that obvious? He's not stupid. Of course, you can't say that Su Tong's cooking is delicious. The same goes for. If you're saying that Mr. Huang's cooking is delicious, then the production team will definitely edit in some footage of him eating Su Tong's food from before. Then it'll be a classic case of I told you so, no escaping it. What should we do? What else can we do? Everything's fine, it's a close match. Peng Peng said this. Ha ha. Everyone was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Ha, look at our little one's strong will to survive. Peng Peng, Mr. Huang, I didn't mean to. Ha, Peng Peng has definitely learned a lot from Su Tong. Who can't tell that Peng is deliberately being vague? Haha, okay. Han-gu naturally wouldn't make things difficult for us Peng Peng. He waved his hand and said bluntly. Peng Peng, you've finished this part. Alright, you can go back to stoking the fire. Now let's focus the camera on your sister. Ha, poor Peng Peng, is that it? Yeah, it ended a bit too abruptly. What else could we do? Let this straight guy keep talking? Yeah, you're right. Netizens laughed in unison. Peng Peng also nodded at Han-gu, his face clearly pleading for mercy. Amidst the laughter, Peng finally signed off. The camera cuts to our younger sister, Zifeng. Han-gu gave Zifeng a mischievous smile and said, the remaining time is yours alone. Come on, let's talk about your Su Tong brother. Oh, okay. My sister seems pretty natural right now. She gave a silly smile and said, actually, everyone has already covered most of it. I'll just add a few points. Speaking of which, she hesitated a bit. And even blushed. Finally, after holding it in for half a day, he managed to say, Su Tong has an amazing body. I see him every morning. As soon as he said that, the live stream exploded with excitement. What did I just hear? My sister said Su Tong has a great figure? Zifeng is just jealous of Su Tong's figure. At such a young age, you should focus on your studies, don't get caught up in romantic entanglements. My goodness, I never imagined that among my rivals, there was actually a younger sister. Old woman upstairs, what did you say? What rival? Who do you think you are? Is it bothering you? Pull out your sword. Hey! Ha! Netizens also suddenly became lively. Zifeng's younger sister's blushing expression instantly made many netizens excited. Speaking of which, they never expected that the younger sister who had always appeared so innocent and naive would say such a thing. Never mind them. Even our Han-gu is completely baffled. Did I hear that correctly just now? He asked that out of the blue. Hey! Netizens were all laughing out loud. And her little sister's face turned as red as a red apple. There was nothing to be done. To be honest, my sister doesn't really want to talk about this either. But what can you do? Su Tong has so many good qualities, and most of them have already been mentioned by others. Even Peng Peng, the ultimate straight guy, had a lot to say. She can't just repeat herself, can she? She has to give everyone something substantial, right? It must be said that this product is indeed quite dry. Alright, that's all for today's livestream. When Zifeng's younger sister also finished answering, Han-gu stood up and bowed to everyone. Goodbye. Waving goodbye. In the end, this livestream has come to an end. There's still a sense of wanting more. I'll definitely go back and find this video to watch it again and again. I can't get enough of it. Me too. This video is definitely going to go viral online. Alright, by tomorrow morning, countless marketing accounts and short videos will be sharing this video. Amidst the reluctant comments from netizens, finally, the live stream went black. It's over. This live stream has ended. Phew. When it finally ended, Han-gu sighed in relief. Thanks to Su Tong, this live broadcast, this interview, and the biggest task the station had entrusted to him were finally over. Thank you all for your hard work. He thanked every staff member. The staff members of the Talk with Tong program also breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the programmers. Slumped in their chairs. Looking utterly dejected. I swear, this was the most exhausting live stream I've ever done. Indeed, my hands are still trembling. Other live streams are just watching the show and occasionally tapping your fingers, but this one is non-stop tapping the entire time. Sigh, only Su Tong can pull this off. Others don't have that kind of skill. That's too harsh. I've never seen anyone so ruthless. Just wait and see. Once we edit this video and post it, the views will skyrocket. With over 200 million people watching the live stream alone, once we post it, it's bound to break 100 million views, right? Honestly, I never thought Su Tong had such a huge following. The entire Talk with Tong crew, after filming wrapped up, everyone was packing up while chatting. Indeed. This live stream can be described as the most exhausting one that all the professional staff present have ever done in their lives. There is no doubt about it. Have you ever seen anyone who could attract nearly 300 million viewers in a live stream that lasted only 3 hours? Don't even mention the domestic market. Even in the world, internationally, there aren't any superstars like that, right? Perhaps there once was. But now, there's only Su Tong left. This is a true superstar. A real superstar. Live streaming starts at 9 o'clock. The event will conclude around 11 p.m. After the staff finished cleaning up. It will be around 12 o'clock. The Mushroom House kitchen. Mr. Huang is still busy sweating profusely. Su Tong, Mr. He, Peng Peng, and others were all helping out. Their lunch is usually not very late, but today it was delayed due to the interview. At that very moment, Hangu walked in from outside. Hey, Hangu, are you hungry? Seeing this, Su Tong handed him the ice cream he had just made. Ah, thank you. Hangu took a bite, then his eyes lit up, and he nodded. At the same time, he said to everyone, "We won't be staying for lunch. I have a flight to catch shortly, and the production team is waiting for me to return and hand over the work." Chapter 155, today's new guest has arrived. In such a hurry? After hearing this, everyone was a bit surprised. It was indeed already 12 o'clock. As an artist, when do you ever eat on time? Hangu leaving at this time makes it seem like they don't even feed you at the Mushroom House. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Seeing that everyone was trying to persuade him to stay, Hangu hurriedly explained. The flight was booked yesterday afternoon. I already had other plans, but the station manager suddenly added this to my schedule, so I couldn't cancel it. Plus, speaking of which, he smiled at Su Tong and said, "Our crew needs to hurry back and edit the video. We have to upload it online early tomorrow morning. You have no idea how crazy those netizens are." Really? Mr. Huang listened, took the pot out, and asked, "Didn't you all watch the live stream? Why are you getting so worked up?" "Yeah, you did." Everyone else chimed in as well. "You don't know, do you?" Hangu smiled and said, "Well, if it were anyone else, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it's Su Tong. The director just told me how many people are watching this live stream. Can you guess how many?" Upon hearing this, everyone was a bit confused. How much could there be? Hangu gave them a rough estimate. Think big. Seeing this, the few people looked at each other in astonishment. How much could it be? At most 80 million? Mr. Huang said. Too little. Hangu shook his head with a smile. What? That's not enough? Everyone finally realized that the figure of 80 million people was actually considered too small by Hangu? Doesn't that mean? Has it broken the 100 million mark? Peng Peng replied in disbelief. Such a high number is already beyond belief. But Hangu still shook his head and said, "It's still too little." What? This time, everyone at our mushroom house was completely baffled. Hangu, stop teasing us. Mister, he said directly. Hurry up and tell us. That's right. Everyone agreed. Everyone was quite curious. How many people are actually in the live stream? In response to everyone's questions, Hangu naturally didn't want to keep everyone in suspense. He said with a smile. After the event concluded, the statistics showed that over the 3-hour live stream, the total number of viewers in the live chat reached 297.5 million. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was speechless. Even Mr. Huang, who was watching the oil in the pot in front of him about to boil over, had forgotten to look. No way. Peng Peng asked in disbelief. Is that true? Mr. He also looked completely confused. This. Mr. Huang only realized now that saying 80 million was really too little. Really? Hangu patted Su Tong on the shoulder and said, "We never expected such a high turnout, so the staff needs to hurry back to edit the video. There are so many netizens planning to watch it again and again that we can't even count them all." Of course there are too many to count. Everyone laughed after hearing that. Alright, I won't say any more. Hangu picked up the ice slushy that Su Tong had handed him earlier. I'll use the ice cream as a substitute for wine to toast everyone at the mushroom house, and also to toast Su Tong. As he spoke, drink it all in one gulp. Oh, that's cool. She let out a cry of surprise. Ha ha. Everyone was amused. Well, goodbye everyone. Hangu walked over and gave everyone a hug. Especially Su Tong. He said, "When I have time, I'll come visit you at your mushroom house again. I'll definitely stay for a few days then." As he spoke, he also said to Su Tong, "Little brother, you're now a role model for the new generation of artists. I need to learn from you too. Keep it up." Su Tong also smiled. "Go for it. See you again, Hangu." Everyone gathered at the front door to bid farewell to Hangu. Goodbye. Hangu and the staff of the Talk with Tong program set off on their journey home. Hangu really left in a hurry. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "You haven't even eaten yet." "Yeah." Pang Pang also sighed, watching the car disappear into the distance. Then glancing at Su Tonga standing beside him, he thought to himself, if only I could be like Su Tong one day, where I go, I'm the center of attention. How wonderful that would be. I must learn from Su Tong. Pang Pang thought to himself. But Su Tong noticed that he was looking at her, and she couldn't help but smile. He asked humorously, "Pang Pang, you wouldn't be asking me if I have feelings for Hangu, would you?" "Put. Ha!" Lauscher and his younger sister Zifeng, standing to the side, burst out laughing upon hearing this. Netizens were also laughing so hard they were bending over. "That's so funny. Su Tong's words are spot on. Goodness, this has become a running joke. Every time we bid farewell to a guest, there's always a joke like this. Ha, that's hilarious. Compared to everyone else's excitement." Pang Pang. Pang Pang was so caught off guard by Su Tong that he couldn't even speak. What a miserable sight. Ha ha. Amidst the joyful laughter, everyone returned to the peaceful mushroom house. Once the crew of Talking With You left, the courtyard instantly emptied out, and the entire place felt much quieter. "Friends, shall we have dinner? When we go back." Mr. Huang had already prepared the meal. Okay. Everyone sat down at the table. Although time was a bit tight. But Mr. Huang's cooking skills are still top-notch. The dishes he made were fragrant and delicious. "I heard that today is their New Year's celebration." Mr. Huang said this. "In the afternoon, there's a water festival in the village. Would you like to go with Su Tong and join in the fun?" "Sure." Su Tong agreed on the spot. "I've never been to the water festival before." Pang Pang suddenly said. "I haven't been there either." Zifeng said the same thing. "Has Su Tong been there?" Everyone turned to look at Su Tong. "Oh, I've actually been there once." Su Tong smiled and answered them. "I went there with friends a few years ago. That time, oh my goodness, I was soaked to the bone that I didn't want to touch water for 2 days." "Ah, really?" Everyone was amused by Su Tong. "What's going on? Come on, tell us." Mr. Huang and the others have also been piqued by Su Tong. Just as Su Tong was about to respond, outside the door, behind the pavilion, by the fence, suddenly, such a sound came from the fence. "Are you talking about the time 2 years ago when I took a vacation and we went to Southeast China together?" "Ah!" A sudden voice. It startled our easily frightened friend Ah Peng so much that he sat down on the ground. "Ha Pang Pang, you!" Peng Peng's fall was so sudden that everyone was too surprised to see who it was before they all burst into laughter. "Let me see who it is." Mr. He stood up and went over to take a look. "Oh, it's you guys?" Chapter 156, Su Tong's Good Brother, The Scent of Gossip. Appearing on screen were 2 beautiful women and a handsome man. Yes, that's right, the handsome man. In some people's eyes, calling someone a handsome guy is a sign of respect. However, this term has become somewhat cliché. When applied to the man standing before us tall and slender, with a face that is widely recognized and hailed as the embodiment of a dream lover. Describing him as a handsome man seems even more fitting. Gu, today's top-tier, powerhouse actor. Truly the dream guy of every girl. Notable works include Myth, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and The Hunter's Field. His body of work is so extensive it's almost impossible to list them all. Old Who? It's actually our family's Old Who? Oh my goodness, Mushroom House is really pulling out all the stops. They even invited our Old Who? Wait, was that Old Who just talking to Su Tong? Oh my goodness. They know each other. I can almost smell the gossip in the air. Netizens are buzzing with excitement. Hello. Hugu also greeted everyone directly. Hello, everyone. And then, those 2 beautiful women, Tang Yan and Lu Shishir. They also waved their hands and greeted everyone. Oh my goodness. Is this the reunion of the Sword and Fairy crew? Wow. How touching. It's been so many years since we last saw them together, and I never expected them to reunite on Longing. I can't hold back my tears anymore. Netizens are all dying to shout it out. Back then, the TV series The Legend of the Condor Heroes swept the internet. Several of the main actors, Hugu, Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, and Tang Yin, all became superstars in the years that followed. No production team could ever bring them all together again. This scene. Everyone has waited so long. It's been way too long. So long that many people have almost forgotten that they were part of the Xinjiang production team. Oh my goodness, it's you guys? I never expected this. Mr. He hurriedly led everyone out to greet them. Ah, long time no see. Hugs to all. Su Tong. Brother, it's been a long time. Hugo rushed over and gave Su Tong a big hug. Cough, cough, easy there, easy there. You're so skinny, you're like a skeleton. You're killing me. Su Tong quickly rolled her eyes. Ha ha. Everyone was amused by Su Tong. Ha, it's obvious that Su Tong and Hugo have a good relationship. Exactly. Didn't you see that Hugo was the first one to hug Su Tong? Oh my goodness. I'm so jealous. Netizens immediately turned into jealous lemonheads. So jealous. Of course. It's not just old Hu who's sour. It's even more sour for Su Tong. These two men. Two men who could make every girl see them as their dream guy. Hug each other. No matter who it is. They're all jealous and hateful. Hey, I'm just doing this for a movie. Otherwise, I'd work out and get all buff too, and then we could compare. Hugo said with a smile. It's just a pity that. Su Tong rolled her eyes and said. Who wants to compete with you? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Who's looking at you? I want to see the two beauties. He said. Su Tong immediately bypassed Hugo and faced Lu Shishir and Tang Yan behind him. Open your arms. Come on. Two beautiful ladies, it's been a long time. Lu Shishir and Tang Yan exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Then, at the same time, he dived into Su Tong's embrace. Long time no see. This scene made many people envious. Oh my goodness, having two goddesses embrace you at the same time, how many people have dreamed of this? Ah, I can't take it anymore. Trolls, come at me. I'm going to curse Su Tong. You traitor, die. My goddess. I'm so jealous. Netizens were also buzzing with excitement. However, at the same time, there are also netizens who refer to Su Tong as a role model for our generation. There is no other reason. Almost all men in the world share a common dream. That is, to sweep the goddess in someone else's eyes into their arms all at once. However, what can be done is not just a handful, even describing it as few and far between would be an exaggeration. A goddess is a goddess for a reason. Because they are one of a kind. They cannot be possessed by anyone else at the same time. But now, Tang Yan and Lu Shishir, these two goddesses. That's exactly it. So direct. Being embraced by Su Tong. The key. It's still their own choice. Of course, this has made many netizens feel jealous. Old Hu, who was swept aside by Su Tong, rolled his eyes. Look at Old Hu's jealous gaze. Ha, Old Hu, you've fallen out of favor. Netizens are also having a good laugh. Okay, everyone, come sit down. Mr. He hurriedly invited everyone to take a seat. Oh my, what a long journey. I'm starving. Hugo is usually such a heartthrob. But right now. Although it was also a recording. But he seemed very down to earth. Once seated, he didn't put on any airs. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating right away. Hey. My chopsticks. Su Tong hurriedly said. Hey, what's yours and mine? Yours is mine, isn't it? Old Hu pulled it open and started using it right away, not even bothering to wipe it off. This drew frequent disapproving glances from Su Tong. What have I done to deserve such a brother? It's really. Ha ha. Everyone laughs too. It seems like they get along pretty well, doesn't it? Mr. Huang, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh. That's. Tang Yan puckered her lips and said. They've been brothers for many years. How could their relationship be bad? That's right. Lu Shishir also took the water handed to her by Mr. He, took a sip, and said. They had shared hardships together, and their bond was stronger than gold. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. Looks like there's another story here. Mr. He and Pang Pang exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, I think I smell the scent of gossip. Yeah. There's another new story to listen to. I can't wait. What kind of sparks will Su Tong and Lao Hu ignite this time? Let's wait and see. You're overacting up there. Ha! Netizens were also thrilled. Of course. This can't be blamed on them for getting excited. There's nothing we can do about it. The 4th season of The Good Life has been airing since then. Highlights. It's all about the guests in each episode, and the dishes they cook with Mr. Huang has completely transformed the stories between Su Tong and each guest. And Su Tong's warm interactions with each guest. This has truly become a highlight. Every episode. There will always be some self-media users who write these stories down and post them on their homepages as soon as possible to attract traffic. It can be said that Su Tong has supported so many people working in the self-media industry. What's the story between Su Tong and Lao Hu? Chapter 157, Lao Hu saved by Su Tong. Thank you. After Han Gu left, Mr. Huang successfully transformed into a master at highlighting key points. We've been through tough times together. What's going on? Yeah. Lu Shishir just said so. Su Tong and Hugo went through tough times together. Isn't that enough to make it intriguing? Mr. Huang really knows how to get to the point. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. What kind of hardships could these two have gone through together? Yeah, I can't wait. Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us already. Netizens are going crazy too. Everyone is really looking forward to it. What kind of story will unfold between them? Hey, let's just let them tell it themselves. Lu Shishir smiled, a gentle smile. She looked over at Su Tong and Hugo, who were playing around like two children. That's right. Tang Yan also shrugged and said, those two are the real deal. These two goddesses, with their jealous expressions, successfully made everyone laugh. It looks like there's a story here. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. Su Tong. The gazes of Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and others all turned toward Su Tong and Hugo. Turns out those two 3-year-olds were still playing around. Hey! Mr. Huang immediately felt a vein bulge on his forehead and said, in front of the camera, you two should mind your appearance. Exactly. Mr. He silently held his forehead and said, at least you're famous now, one more popular than the other. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by malicious marketing? Everyone was amused by Mr. He and Mr. Huang's words. He. Su Tong and Old Hu naturally stopped fooling around. We're used to it. Old Hu said with a smile. Hey, I can tell. Mr. He struck up a conversation and said, honestly, I've never seen Su Tong be so lively with any of the guests before. Pang Pang and Zifeng, the brother and sister, nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. He is right. Mr. He, you're stirring things up. Mr. Huang laughed after hearing this. So you mean that Su Tong doesn't get along with the other guests? Su Tong. Everyone burst out laughing. At noon, the mushroom house was once again filled with laughter and joy. Back to the topic at hand. Alright, let's talk about it. Mr. He smiled at Su Tong and Old Hu and said, I think our audience members are already eager to hear the story of the two of you. Yes. Everyone agreed. And looked expectantly at the two people. Can't we just not mention that? Su Tong suddenly asked out of the blue. The result? No. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Pang Pang, and Zifeng, these insiders from the mushroom house, almost spoke in unison. No way. Even the netizens watching the screen sent these two words en masse. For a moment, the entire Longing for livestream was flooded with the words can't and not. Wow, this is crazy. The director's crew, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Watch. Before you know it, this has become an unspoken agreement among everyone. All because of Su Tong. That's too cruel. After speaking in unison, there was a burst of laughter. Alright, I'll speak. Hugo took the initiative to help his younger brother Su Tong out of a tight spot. He raised his hand and said, brotherly love, there's no need to be shy about it. Old Hu's wit once again had everyone in stitches. Then, everyone began to listen quietly as Old Hu told the story of their shared hardships. I was in a car accident before, a pretty serious one. Do you all remember? Old Hu came over and asked that question first. Oh, I remember. Pang Pang raised his hand and said, I've seen your interview before. Everyone nodded in agreement. This matter is no longer a secret. As everyone knows, our veteran actor who is known for his acting skills, was once a heartthrob and a young heartthrob many years ago. And during the peak of his career, suddenly, I was involved in a car accident. The accident wasn't actually that serious. It wasn't life-threatening either. Even less life-threatening. But the worst part is, that car accident nearly destroyed his appearance completely. If it had happened to someone else, it would have been fine. But Hugo is an actor. What is the most important thing for an actor? It's the face, of course. They make a living off their looks. What will they do without their looks? Fortunately, Hugo made it through. No disfigurement. She is now able to continue acting. But, to this day, there are still traces of surgery on his face. And after that, Hugo seemed like a completely different person. He's no longer the same smooth-talking heartthrob. Instead, he's honing his acting skills. After that, the phoenix rises from the ashes, reborn through fire. Transforming from a young heartthrob who relied on his looks to a true actor with genuine talent. Some say, it was perhaps that car accident that made Hugo who he is today. That's certainly true. However, why bring up Hugo at this moment? Could it be that this matter is still connected to Su Tong? Netizens are speculating wildly. The people inside the mushroom house also had some speculations. Under everyone's gaze, Hugo pursed his lips and nodded. Even now, when he thinks back on it, he still feels a sense of relief. He looked at Su Tong. and patted him on the shoulder. And said, "That's right. At that time, it was Su Tong who walked with me. Without him, I really wouldn't know if I could have become the person I am today." The scene was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. No one could have imagined that it was Su Tong who had accompanied Hu Gu all this time. Goodness, when I watched Hu Ji's interview, I felt like he was leaving something out. It all makes sense now. It all fits together perfectly. Indeed, I am a psychologist, and I know that in such a situation, no one can get out of it on their own. It's clear that Su Tong has helped him a lot. Netizens have been commenting extensively. Indeed. As an actor who relies on their looks for a living, is severely injured. Especially his face. In such a situation, every day when I looked in the mirror, all I saw was myself wrapped in bandages. At that time, what must Hu Gu have been feeling inside? What would others feel in his place? In their hearts, they would surely imagine themselves as some kind of ugly monster. If it's just one person, how could he possibly get out? Someone must have accompanied him. No one ever thought of that. This person. It's actually Su Tong. That's an exaggeration. In the pavilion, under the gentle breeze, Su Tong took a sip of tea from her cup. And smiled. "You were able to get out on your own. I was just there to help you." Chapter 158. Su Tong pinned him to the ground and beat him mercilessly. Wow. Don't you think Su Tong looks really cool right now? This guy is charming again. It's truly irresistible charm. Every time Su Tong does something heartwarming, he's just so handsome. I used to be a fan of Hu Gu, but now I'm also a fan of Su Tong. Ah. Both of you. Talk is talk, but you old woman upstairs is being too much. That's my husband. Exactly. You think you can just take everything for yourself? You're dreaming. Netizens commented one after another. The comments section has turned into a sea of joyful chaos. Su Tong is right. At this point, Mr. He took over and said, "Everyone who manages to overcome difficult circumstances does so mostly through their own efforts. Old Hu, you must believe in yourself." That's right. Everyone agreed. You may not know much about it. Hu Gu laughed. He laughed heartily. Also very sincere. He said, "At that time, I thought I was finished. Do you know what I even considered doing?" What? Old Hu's words successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Hu Gu took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words. Suicide. These two words fell. Everyone fell into a deep silence. Su Tong saved me, so if it weren't for Su Tong, I might already be dead. I didn't pay attention to everyone's silence. Old Hu's eyes glistened with tears. He spoke slowly. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, Mr. He finally realized how unwise his agreement had been. Su Tong said that Old Hu had made it on his own, perhaps out of politeness as someone directly involved. But when he said that, without fully understanding the situation, it seemed very unwise. Why would Old Hu say that he was able to get out of it all thanks to Su Tong? Hearing this, everyone finally understood completely. Yes, that's right. What does it take for a person to emerge from a dark place? What they rely on most is probably themselves, their indomitable spirit, right? But when a person has reached the brink of suicide, what's this about a strong and unyielding spirit? That's just a trick to fool children. You've come to that point. Perhaps nothing can bring him back? And if he really did something foolish and took his own life at that time, where would he be today? If it weren't for Su Tong saving him, where would he be now? How could he even think about moving on? So, it's all thanks to Su Tong. It seemed like the atmosphere had been ruined by Old Hu, making things a bit melancholy. Su Tong smiled and said, "Do you know how I helped him get through it?" When Su Tong spoke up, everyone looked over curiously, facing everyone's gaze. Su Tong chuckled, gesturing as she spoke. "I pinned him to the ground, beat him with a hammer, punched him, and cursed at him. In the end, I beat him awake." As soon as Su Tong said that, this unexpected twist. Ha ha. In an instant, he pulled everyone out of their earlier melancholy. Goodness gracious, that plot twist was a real shocker. Netizens were also amused. Ha, it is. Old Hu wiped away a tear and laughed. That guy pinned me to the ground and beat me up badly, making my already severe injuries even worse. If it weren't for him, I probably would have been discharged from the hospital months ago. Ha ha. This really made everyone laugh. What a great idea. No wonder it's Su Tong. Yeah, there's no need to hold back with someone who's about to die. Haha, that was a good punch. Su Tong really knows how to make me laugh. Netizens also burst out laughing. Do you know what Su Tong said at that time? Old Hu asked. Everyone shook their heads again. Old Hu said directly. He said, "Anyway, I'm going to die. Since I'm going to die, I might as well die at his hands." After saying this, Old Hu immediately rolled his eyes at Su Tong. Ha! Everyone was once again amused by the interaction between these two individuals. So that's how it went. I made him feel the terror of death and beat him senseless. Sutong said with a smile. Actually, it wasn't really a wake-up call. Old Hu shrugged his shoulders and said. Mainly because my leg was broken and this guy hit pretty hard. I ended up in the intensive care unit. I couldn't even run away. Ha ha. These two together are hilarious. Everyone was laughing at them. Laughed. Old Hu also became serious. Actually, I really do have to thank him. Suicide is just a momentary impulse. Once that moment passes, you wouldn't even want to die if someone offered you the chance. And after I came out of the intensive care unit, the bandages on my face were removed. When I looked back, it wasn't as bad as I had imagined. It was just. That's all I have to say. He shrugged. The meaning was obvious. At that time, he thought he looked so bad that he had to squint and look like a ghost, afraid that his female fans wouldn't be able to accept it. Sutong also said with a smile. Ha ha. Everyone laughed softly. After all, he was my savior. Hugo pursed his lips and spoke very seriously. After speaking, he picked up his teacup. Sutong also picked it up naturally. Bang. The two bumped glasses and took a sip. It was clear they were in perfect sync. Actually, sometimes it's pretty nice to have a friend like that. Mr. Huang looked at the two of them and suddenly said with a touch of emotion. This story, though it has its share of sorrow and joy, ultimately has a rather touching outcome. Yes, it is. Everyone nodded in agreement. To be able to strike at such a moment that truly was the act of a ruthless wolf. Ha, the comment above is spot on. If it were me, I might not have dared to act. But thinking about it, we're all going to die anyway, so if we can survive with a few more injuries, isn't that worth it? I really admire Sutong's courage. Indeed. Netizens also agreed. This is Sutong. He always dares to do things that others dare not do. I said. It was at that very moment. Sutong suddenly raised her hand and interjected. But saw him in front of the camera, facing the camera and addressing everyone. Viewers watching the program should be careful. This action is risky, do not attempt to imitate it. If you're not careful, you could get hurt, and that wouldn't be good. Put. Ha. Sutong is really so funny. Exactly. This official reminder isn't something just anyone could come up with. Ha ha. Netizens burst out laughing on the spot. Not to mention the netizens. Ha. Inside the mushroom house, everyone was laughing heartily, creating a sea of joy. Sutong really has the potential to be a comedian. This official reminder is amazing. Chapter 159, Sutong is actually a martial arts instructor? Inside the mushroom house, there was a joyful atmosphere. It seemed to have always been this way. Oh, come on, I know you two are in love. Tang Yen saw this and rolled her eyes. Exactly. I think the two of you single guys should just get together and start living together sooner rather than later. Lu Shishir rolled her eyes and said. These two goddesses were both gentle and graceful, but when they rolled their eyes, that little wife-like resentment was enough to make your head spin. Haha, you're spot on. Let these two golden bachelors settle down together. Exactly, they've been single for years anyway. Hey, you two upstairs, are you guys crazy? You're single because you're losers, but Sutong and Old Hu are single and living the good life. Exactly. A bunch of single dogs who can't even find a girlfriend dare to talk down to two single nobles who genuinely don't want to find anyone? Do you even deserve to talk like that? I'm warning you, if Old Hu and Sutong really end up living together, I'll send you razor blades. Me too. Count me in. The comments from netizens are getting more and more interesting. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, there was also laughter. I said. Mr. He suddenly pointed at them and asked. How did you guys meet? Yes. Mr. He quickly followed up with a question. Sutong and Old Hu have been close friends for years. What about you two? Oh, I think so too. Netizens also started to wonder. How do these two goddesses know our Sutong? Yeah, and they really look like they've been friends for years. Need I ask? Haven't you noticed how Sutong treats them? That's how friends act. The person above is right. The previous Ruanwan, Songyun, Yuchi, and others all seemed like little sisters, more like juniors being mentored by Sutong. Now, they finally feel like friends. Netizens have been posting comments. In an instant, everyone became curious about the relationship between them. Us? Tang Yen and Lu Shishir exchanged glances and both covered their mouths with a faint smile. It was as if they had overheard something particularly interesting. She was laughing so hard she was almost falling over. Mr. He, look at us coming together today. Doesn't it feel familiar? Lu Shishir pointed at herself, Tang Yen, and Hugu, asking Mr. He. Mr. He heard this. His eyes lit up. Exchanging a glance with Mr. Huang. The two were about to blurt out a name. But Peng Peng beat them to it and blurted out. The Xianjian Qixia Zhuan crew? Mr. Huang. Mr. He. Teachers Huang and he both rolled their eyes. Pang Pang, next time don't speak so quickly. Important things like that should be left for adults to say. Did you hear me? Mr. Huang said, waving his big slipper. Mr. Huang is right. Mr. He was also filled with righteous indignation and rolled his eyes, saying, Pang Pang, you should learn from your sister sometimes and speak less. Exactly. Look how well behaved your sister is. Mr. Huang quickly added. I heard you. Pang Pang said, scratching the back of his head. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. That's right, we met while filming The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Lu Shishir said with a smile. At the time, Su Tong was our martial arts instructor. He was also brought in by Hu Gu, and that's when we met. As soon as he said that, martial arts choreographer? Are you serious? Everyone was shocked. Oh my god, it's that kind of woohoo stuntman. I heard that stunt coordinators are either not good looking enough to be the lead actor or they're Oscar-winning actors. You're being too one-sided up there. Our Su Tong has a leading role face and a leading male role face at that. Indeed, speaking of which, Su Tong is also a martial arts choreographer? No way. Well, this just revealed another layer of his identity. You sigh, I won't say anything, you say it. Netizens were all both annoyed and amused. Su Tong actually has another identity that everyone has discovered. Ha, that's right. Hugu also said with a smile. Back then, we were filming a wuxia drama. At the time, few people in China were making such shows, most were producing spy thrillers or the like. When we fought, we aimed for ethereal quality and visually stunning action sequences. We couldn't just go around making real fighting noises, could we? Ha ha. Hu Ji's explanation, just halfway through, unexpectedly hit everyone's funny bone. How did they end up finding Su Tong? Mister, he asked. Right, could it be that Su Tong is skilled at that kind of move? Pang Pang, that guy, spoke up again and asked a question. Everyone became curious. At the same time, looked at Su Tong. Su Tong. He rolled his eyes, looked at Hu Gu, looked at Lu Shishir, looked at Tang Yan, and said helplessly, You've exposed all my secrets. Put. Ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Yeah, the new guest on the show is someone who knows Su Tong. Previously, there were only 1 or 2 familiar faces, but now there are 3 at once. This is going to be the end of Su Tong. Hiccup. Netizens really burst out laughing. That's right. Previously, almost all of them were young juniors who had been mentored by Su Tong, along with a few friends like Sha Yi and Shin Tang. Those who exposed Su Tong's identity were mostly friends like Sha Yi and Shin Tang. Having one appear in an episode is already quite impressive. This time they really went all out. 3 at once. Each of them seems pretty familiar with Su Tong. Between the lines, he really exposed all of Su Tong's secrets. But the netizens are also quite amusing. Here's how they commented on Su Tong's words. I said, Su Tong, that's enough. Your true colors were almost completely exposed in the previous episodes, yet you still haven't revealed everything. Exactly. Ha, I'm telling you, Su Tong, just accept your fate. Poor kid, just obey. Expose your true identity. Surprisingly, netizens are all on the same page right now, all lashing out at Su Tong. The comments section is harmonious. Mushroom House. Pavilion. Ah, dear, this is already the biggest selling point of our program. Mister, he said with a smile. Don't resist. The more you fight back, the more serious the consequences will be. You might end up getting into even more trouble. Yeah, you're right. Lu Shishir and Tang Yan suppressed their smiles, and Lu Shishir said, How long have you been so low-key? What's there to be shy about? Indeed. Tang Yan also laughed and said, At that time, our director said that if you were the lead actress, you would definitely be more popular than Hu Gu. Ha ha. Everyone was laughing and having a great time. After laughing, Hu Gu said, We asked him to be the martial arts director because Chapter 160, Su Tong's beautiful moves were so cool. Because his moves were truly beautiful. He had practiced professional martial arts for a while in his younger days, and during a period when he was focusing on health and wellness, he also studied Tai Chi at the Wudong School for some time. His moves were truly a sight to behold. Hu Gu almost gave him a thumbs up as he said all this. It was obvious that, for Su Tong, he is completely convinced. Are you serious? Su Tong has actually competed in professional mixed martial arts? MMA. Oh my goodness. No wonder she's in such great shape. Old whose words are quite profound. Take note, it's not just about martial arts, but also Tai Chi. Goodness gracious. Su Tong, what kind of treasure trove of a boy are you? He's really a health-conscious guy. He even learned Tai Chi for health reasons. Wow. After hearing old whose words, the netizens were immediately in an uproar. Is this real? Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and the others exchanged glances, all finding it hard to believe. That's right. Some nearby staff members, hearing these words, also began to discuss the matter. To be honest, I have indeed seen Su Tong's physique, but he wouldn't be that aggressive, would he? Yeah, I believe he's a big businessman, and I believe he's a Michelin 3-star chef, but saying he's a martial artist who also practices Tai Chi, I really can't believe that. Old who was just joking with us, right? On site. Everyone began discussing the matter. Everyone thought that perhaps Old who was just joking with everyone. After all, Su Tong looks so harmless. He appears so gentle and refined. How could he be the kind of person who engages in martial arts? And practicing Tai Chi? Isn't that something old people do? No way. You don't believe me? Just look at everyone's reactions at the scene. Old who couldn't help but laugh on the spot. He tugged at Su Tong and said, "Hey, I'll play along with you and show everyone your skills. How about it?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at Su Tong. They thought to themselves, could Su Tong really know martial arts? Never mind, never mind. Su Tong was a rather humble person and didn't like to show off in front of others. So he quickly waved his hands to decline. In fact, when Old who first mentioned this matter, he didn't want him to talk about it. "Oh, come on, what's there to be afraid of?" Lu Shishir simply took his hand and said, "I remember when we were filming, you used to carry me around the entire set with just one hand." "That's right." Tang Yan also came over and asked with a half smile, "Have you regressed and can't do it anymore?" Once those words were out of his mouth, netizens also found it amusing. "Su Tong, how can you say that's not possible? Hurry up and show us what you've got." "Exactly. Are you even a real man anymore? Hurry up, I've already got a bowl ready to catch my drool." "Su Tong, keep it up. Auntie is cheering for you." Netizens are one funnier than the next. Moreover, right now, under the leadership of Lu Shishir and Tang Yan, everyone also became interested in Su Tong's so-called professional martial arts. "Let's see what Su Tong can do." Mr. He led the way in shouting, "One more! One more! One more!" Then Mr. Huang, Peng Peng, and others joined in the commotion. "Su Tong, give it a try." Over at the program production team, there were also some young girls cheering him on. "Come on, one more. Come on, one more. Come on, one more." After that, almost the entire production team started to cheer. Although, I don't really believe it. But who can blame him when it's Su Tong? He has that ability to turn the impossible into reality. If it's him, everyone naturally has high expectations. With so many people expecting it, what's wrong with showing off a little? Hugo saw this and didn't even wait for Su Tong to agree. He grabbed him and dragged him from the pavilion into the courtyard. Then, walked to the side and picked up a piece of wood that had already been split. Not a very thick one. Then, one hand raised high above the head, he said, "Come on, put your feet up, just do what you usually do, come on." Seeing this scene, everyone began to discuss it. What's going on? Isn't Su Tong going to jump up and kick the wooden stick out of Old Who's hands? What else could it be? What else is this for? But that's not very likely. How tall is Old Who? He'd have to kick the wooden stick, which would be like Su Tong jumping 2 meters high. Exactly. How is that even possible? Everyone started shaking their heads. Yeah. How is that possible? Old Who is at least 1.75 meters tall, and with his hands raised, he's easily over 2 meters. At that height, Su Tong would have to stand on tiptoe to reach him. Kick with his feet? That's impossible. This mushroom house. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and the others saw this and were also completely baffled. Isn't this unsafe? Mr. Huang suddenly asked. Yes. What if Su Tong jumps up and doesn't reach that height and accidentally kicks Old Who on the head or something? That's really unsafe. What if something happens? What will we do? Don't worry. At that moment, Tang Yan said. They often play like this. With Su Tong's skills, how could anything go wrong? That's right. Lu Shishir also swore solemnly. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, you two just relax and watch. Everyone is wondering where Lu Shishir and Tang Yan got the nerve to say such things. However, the audience is currently in high spirits. They couldn't bear to spoil everyone's fun. So, they didn't stop them either. Everyone was watching nervously. Come on. Old Who was standing in the courtyard, waving to Su Tong. Su Tong saw this, shrugged helplessly and gave a wry smile. He glanced over at the guests in the pavilion, the many staff members, and the cameras. He smiled helplessly and said, "Then I'll just have to embarrass myself." As he spoke, he took a few steps back. He gently moved his joints. Click, click. A series of clicking sounds were heard. Then, Su Tong's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Immediately afterward, she leaped into the air. His body spun 540 degrees in midair. In a very short time. In midair. Spin 1.5 times. Bang! One kick. With pinpoint accuracy, he kicked the wooden stick that Old Who was holding above his head, sending it flying through the air. Da! One more time. Perfect landing. Pulled on his clothes. And tidied up his messy hair. She smiled slightly and said, "It's been a while since I practiced, so I'm a little rusty." Wow. Oh my goodness. I can't take it anymore. On sight. Suddenly, a deafening chorus of screams erupted. Those young girls who had just moments ago been skeptical suddenly let out a series of shrieks. They seemed ready to scream until their throats were raw. Sutong just now, it was simply so cool. Chapter 161, Sutong clearly held back. Oh my goodness, did you just see that? Ah. He jumped over 2 meters high. That jumping power is something I've never seen in my life. Even more impressive was the mid-air spin 1.5 rotations, a full 540 degrees. Is this even humanly possible? Ah. My mouth is watering just watching this. Sutong, you're just too charming. That move. I love it. Look at me drooling, I'm not faking it. Netizens went wild, flooding the entire screen with comments. The production team finally felt the heat from the servers again after a long time. Snap. The pavilion over there. Led by Mr. He. After the screams, everyone stood up and clapped their hands in applause. They really never ever thought of it. Sutong. She actually has such fluent and graceful moves. That move just now. That was so cool. That was awesome. Was truly explosive. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. Pang Pang was clapping his hands and showing a look of amazement. Yeah. Sutong is so awesome. His younger sister, Zhang Zifeng, stood by his side, also showing a fangirl expression, clapping her hands repeatedly and screaming excitedly. That's right. At this moment, our little sister has completely transformed into one of Sutong's little fans, just like the staff members around her. There's nothing we can do about it. The most handsome moment for a man isn't when he's lifting his shirt to show off his abs and flaunting his charm. But when he is. The real deal, when it comes to tough guy moves. At that time. Was truly amazing. Girls, how many of you don't like a guy like this? I never would have thought so. Mr. Huang shook his head and said, "Even when I was young, I wasn't this agile." Speaking of which, he looked down at his increasingly bulging belly, couldn't help but sigh to himself, shook his head, and continued. Now there's even less. Ha ha. Mr. Huang successfully made everyone laugh. I told you he'd be fine. Lu Shirshir said with a smile. That's right, he's been working out consistently. How could his skills have deteriorated? They can only get better. Tang Yan also said with a smile. It was obvious. They have never been concerned about Sutong. He knows many authentic Tai Chi moves. Would you like him to demonstrate them? Hu Ge, seeing this, also said. Yes. Hurry up, hurry up. Ah. I really want to see it. Many staff members at the scene, including our sister and others, were all excited. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Ah. I can't wait. Sutong, hurry up. Netizens were also buzzing with excitement on the spot. The entire mushroom house was filled with screams. Even the 2 dogs, 2 peacocks, and a duck in the house all joined in the commotion. Ha ha. Old Who laughed loudly, pulled out a chair, and said to Sutong. We're already here, so let's do it. It's been a while since we practiced together. Sutong saw the situation. Looked around. The people are furious. He asked with a bitter smile. Can I not practice? What do you think? Everyone said almost in unison. It's already come to this. The arrow is on the string, it must be released. If Sutong shows up now, he'll ruin everyone's mood. Everyone's gaze would be enough to kill him 1,000 times over. Alas. Sutong saw the situation. Silently held her forehead. He let out a wry smile. Indeed. At this point, it's not something he can just stop doing without practicing. Come on. Old Who didn't wait for him to agree, but burst into laughter and rushed straight at him. As everyone knows, Old Who isn't an action actor. So right now, he's giving it his all, focusing 120% on sparring with Sutong. However, face his attack. Sutong merely shifted his body slightly to dodge the attack, simultaneously reaching out to grab Old Who's wrist. With a gentle tug. Press down with your right hand and attack with your wrist. At the same time, everyone move together. Walking around, go behind Old Who's feet. Thud. In an instant. Dodge the attack. Sweep your sleeve close to your body. A fierce attack. All that could be heard was a dull thud. Ugh. Old Who was directly pushed out by Sutong. But it was just in time. Just in time to bring Old Who along on the recliner. Hey, that's enough. Sutong said this. Old Who saw this. Also burst into laughter, lying back in his chair without getting up, and simply said with a smile. I'll still be knocked out by you in one move. I really haven't improved at all. Wow. That was so cool just now. Where's Master Ma? Come on, step out and show us what using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds means. Sutong was absolutely amazing just now. Netizens are buzzing again. Oh my goodness. The staff on site were also in an uproar. I can see it now, I really can. Mr. He clapped his hands and smacked his lips as he said, just these two moves show your true skill. No wonder the Xianjian crew wanted to hire Su Tong as their martial arts director. These two moves are simply amazing. Exactly. Mr. Huang nodded repeatedly and said, with just these two moves, if they were actually filmed, they would definitely outshine all other wuxia dramas. Everyone nodded in agreement. Until now. No one will ever doubt what Old Hu said earlier. And no one will ever doubt Su Tong's identity as the martial arts director. Just look at those two moves just now. Even Master Ma would have to admit defeat. And when Su Tong performs it, it's still so cool. This man has truly become the driving force behind everyone's obsession with celebrities. Wow. Return to the pavilion. Old Hu picked up his teacup and took a big gulp. It was clear that he was still a bit upset that Su Tong had knocked him out with a single move. Alright, you've improved. Lu Shishir covered her mouth and smiled reassuringly at him. Haha, that's right. Tang Yan said so too. What is it? Lao Hu rolled his eyes and said with a sneer. This is just a TV show. This guy obviously held back. Didn't you see that he pushed me onto the recliner? If this were in private, he'd be lucky if he didn't throw me into the water. Ha! Old Hu's words successfully made everyone laugh. I said, Old Hu, don't say that. Mister, he said with a smile. You're making us look like violent maniacs. That's. Everyone agreed. Ha ha. After a burst of laughter. Old Hu also said. At the time, our martial arts choreographer was really terrible. The moves he taught looked like kids playing house. I saw that this wouldn't work, so I called Su Tong over. Speaking of which. He patted Su Tong on the shoulder and smiled. This guy is pretty loyal. I mentioned it, and he came right away without hesitation. But when faced with this statement, Su Tong said, Chapter 162, even if there's a scandal, Su Tong is still the best actor. Just as everyone was moved by Su Tong's sense of justice, Su Tong suddenly said, actually, I wasn't really after you. I was mainly there to check out all the beautiful women. Once those words were out of my mouth. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. So true. It's just too real. Indeed, what Su Tong said is the most genuine reason. Ah, that's hilarious. Look at Old Hu's expression. Netizens commented one after another. Lao Hu's lips twitched uncontrollably. It seemed like he was pretty upset. Ha, Old Hu, you two plastic brothers are really something. Mr. He was also covering his face, laughing so hard he was bending over. After laughing, Lu Shishir then said, actually, back then, we really owed it all to Su Tong. Without her, our show wouldn't have been so popular. Plus, we had to coordinate with special effects, which wasn't as easy as it seemed. Yeah. Tang Yan and Hugu also chimed in with a comment. Indeed. Everyone says how difficult it is to be an actor, how difficult it is. They have to film in the rain, and shoot in deserts and snowy landscapes. But aren't the behind-the-scenes crew actually the ones who have it the toughest? Take the martial arts choreographer, for example. Not only do they have to think about the movements themselves, but they also have to teach the actors the movements. You must also provide on-site guidance as needed. Especially at that time, when special effects weren't very common and even fantasy dramas were rare. The success of The Legend of the Condor Heroes can be attributed in no small part to the various action sequences in the show. Or perhaps it can be said that Su Tong deserves all the credit. And Su Tong's acting is excellent. Tang Yan also said. At that time, we were all just starting out. Whether it was finding the right camera angles, positions, or acting naturally, we weren't very good at it. Su Tong helped us a lot. Indeed. Lu Shishir also nodded. Actually, besides me, the other two were also newcomers back then. Old Hu also said. Plus, at that time, they were filming a fantasy drama, which wasn't something they were very good at, and the two of them weren't very skilled either, which indeed caused a lot of trouble for the production team. If it weren't for Su Tong, I'm sure the two of them would have gotten scolded. Speaking of which, Old Hu looked at Su Tong again. Everyone else also turned their gaze toward them. Su Tong, however, remained calm and composed. She merely smiled and said, it's only natural. After all, she's a beauty. Ha! As soon as Su Tong opened his mouth, the jokes started flowing. While everyone was moved by Su Tong's actions, he would always take a turn and crack a joke, making everyone burst into laughter. Often. At this time, it is always very warm and cozy. However, this guy's acting is definitely worth praising. Old Hu also said with a smile. Even now, I wouldn't dare say I'm better than him. After hearing this, everyone was astonished. Is this real? No way. Old Hu is such a great actor. Yeah, if Old Hu said that, then Su Tong must be. Don't mention it, I've actually never seen Su Tong act before. Ah. Suddenly, I feel a bit excited. Same here. If Su Tong ever stars in a TV series or movie, I'll be the first to support her. Me too, I'm all in. Netizens are also buzzing with excitement. At the time, our directors all said that if my role had been played by him, it would have probably made the show even more popular. Old Who said this. Hey, don't say that. Mr. Huang said with a smile. I imagined it, and if it were Su Tong playing the role, she might actually be more suitable than you. Ha ha. Everyone was amused. I almost got my role stolen by Su Tong. This is really something, huh? Mr. He and the others were all laughing heartily. Old Who, however, didn't think much of it and said, it's just that this guy is low-key. Mentioning this, Old Who couldn't help but sigh and said, otherwise, if there were no underhanded dealings, I'm sure he would have won countless domestic and international film and television awards. I don't know if he was just too excited, but Old Who didn't even think about it before blurting it out. Ha ha. Everyone was just having fun and didn't think too much about it. It was Su Tong who caught everyone's attention. A flash of sharpness crossed his eyes as he smiled and said, what are you talking about? Even if there's a backroom deal, we can still get it. As soon as Su Tong said that, ha! Everyone laughed even harder. That's right. Who is Su Tong? A big capitalist. Who could possibly be more corrupt than him? Exactly. Old Who's judgment is off the mark. When it comes to being shady, Su Tong is the shadiest of them all. Ha, talking about shady deals with Su Tong? Who dares? Netizens also shared their thoughts. Ha, Su Tong, you really hit my funny bone. Mr. He also said with a smile. Inside the mushroom house, there was a joyful atmosphere filled with laughter. Alright, you guys chat while we tidy up. It's getting late. Lunch had already been finished while we were chatting. But the table hadn't been cleared yet. So Mr. Huang left with a parting remark. He then led Mr. He, Peng Peng, and Zifeng to tidy up the table together. Su Tong, Hu Ge, and others also helped clear away the bowls and chopsticks. After everything was cleared away, at the insistence of Mr. He and Mr. Huang, they all went to the pavilion to chat. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Zifeng, and Peng Peng stayed in the kitchen to help out for a while. Ha, it's clear that Su Tong is quite happy that Old Who and the others have come. Mr. He helped wash the dishes while smiling. Yes. Mr. Huang glanced over at the few people chatting and laughing in the pavilion. He said. Not only Su Tong, but Hu Ge was also overjoyed, speaking without restraint. He. After hearing this, Mr. He exchanged a glance with Mr. Huang. It seemed as though everything was understood without words. Indeed. Everything that just happened, they heard clearly. I was just about to remind Old Who, but I didn't expect Su Tong to react so quickly. Mr. He said. Ha ha. Mr. Huang smiled and said. Joan, after all these years, you finally met someone who reacts faster than you? Really? Mr. He also nodded repeatedly. Mr. He. It was at that very moment. Peng quietly crept over. He whispered between Mr. Huang and Mr. He. He asked in a low voice. What are you talking about? What do you mean speak quickly? I didn't catch that. I have to say. After being educated by Mr. Huang and Mr. He many times, Peng Peng thought he had grown up, but it seems he still often fails to notice certain things. For example, right now. Mr. Huang and Mr. He are clearly discussing something related to Su Tong. But why didn't he notice? Peng Peng, who was eager to learn and not ashamed to ask questions, came over to inquire. Su Tong just now. Exactly what did she do? Chapter 163, Su Tong's words to save Old Who were so clever. Peng Peng, I thought you had grown up. When Mr. He heard Peng Peng's question, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're still just a good-for-nothing kid. You're nowhere near as good as Su Tong. Mr. Huang also said with some disappointment. As a teacher dedicated to educating students, Mr. Huang has taught so many students, and Peng Peng is undoubtedly the most naive among them. There is no one else like him. This kid's brain works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he sees things clearly, and other times he can't make heads or tails of anything. Ha, you can't blame Peng Peng for that. Mr. He said with a smile. I guess no one else noticed either. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang also found it reasonable. He didn't bother to argue with Peng Peng. What are you guys talking about? Peng Peng asked, still a bit confused. Seeing this, Mr. He, of course, was more than happy to offer him some guidance. He asked Peng Peng a question. Did Hu Ge just say that if there were no underhanded dealings, Su Tong would definitely win the Best Actor award? Peng Peng heard this. He was taken aback at first. He nodded and said, you did say that. Do you think that's appropriate? How can you be so dense? You silly boy. Mr. Huang responded directly. He felt that if it were Su Tong, this reminder alone would probably be enough to get everything out. Oh, no, that's not right. Su Tong didn't need to be reminded. It seemed a bit inappropriate. Peng Peng smiled foolishly and scratched the back of his head. Haha, that's right. Mr. He seems much more affable. He said. What Laowu said makes it sound like there's a lot of dirty business going on in our circle. When the program airs, what will the netizens think? Pang Pang heard this. He finally began to understand a little. He nodded and said, yeah, netizens will definitely speculate when the time comes. If there are marketing accounts with malicious intent, stirring things up will only make it look worse. That's true. Seeing this, Mr. Huang didn't say anything else about how stupid this kid was. Pang Pang was able to think of this, which means he wasn't completely beyond hope. So, this statement is quite serious. Mr. He nodded and said, yes. For an artist or celebrity. Especially for someone like Laowu, who is the focus of everyone's attention. Every word he says, even every single action, will be magnified endlessly by everyone. There have been precedents in this industry. Many celebrities and artists have been blacklisted and suffered severe setbacks in their careers, some even failing to recover, all because of a single misplaced word. This isn't something that hasn't happened before. In a nutshell. For others, 2 sentences might be enough to smooth things over. But for celebrities, once they say something, those with malicious intent can take it and twist it however they want. That's the crux of the matter. Pang Pang also nodded in agreement. It seemed as though he had also realized the importance of this statement. Do you remember what Su Tong said afterward? Mr. Huang asked. Su Tong. Pang Pang was really serious, turning his eyes and thinking for a long time. For a long time. But he shook his head and said, I forgot. Mr. Huang was so angry that he immediately picked up his big slippers. He had just thought that this kid wasn't that stupid, but then he forgot the most crucial part. He's a lost cause. I completely forgot. Pang Pang, that silly boy, kept backing away, scaring me half to death. All I see in your eyes is food. Mr. Huang said with disappointment. Ha ha. Mr. He burst out laughing and said, Pang Pang, did you hear that? At the dinner table, pay more attention to what everyone is saying and don't just focus on eating. Oh, I understand. Pang Pang nodded repeatedly and laughed foolishly. But what did Su Tong really say? Pang Pang asked again. You dare to ask me that? Mr. Huang took off his own big slippers. Ha ha. Mr. He hurriedly smiled and stopped Mr. Huang. It was obvious that Pang Pang, this silly boy, really made Mr. Huang angry. Just now, Su Tong said that even if there's some underhanded dealings, he can still win the award. Mr. He smiled and explained to Pang Pang. Oh. Upon hearing this, Pang Pang's eyes lit up. If you still couldn't tell by now, how could you not realize how much Su Tong was saving old Hu's face? If you didn't get it, you'd really have lived all these years for nothing. He truly wasted all those days under Mr. Huang's slipper-wielding tutelage. Su Tong's words were really powerful. Pang Pang turned around and thought about it, then nodded repeatedly in admiration. Yes, that's right. What Su Tong said is truly thought-provoking. You should know that. What old Hu just said can easily be misunderstood. At that time, some malicious marketing accounts will emerge and engage in malicious editing. Some users on short video platforms will also repost these clips for a little bit of traffic. At that time, with a little hype, we can really make old Hu look bad. But Su Tong's one sentence perfectly saved old Hu from the awkward situation. And he redirected all the blame onto himself. Laowu said that without any underhanded dealings, Su Tong would definitely win awards hand over fist. The term corruption is clearly a subtle dig at many people, isn't it? But Su Tong said that even if there is a dark underbelly, he can still win the award. Doesn't that clearly imply that he could also be involved in the underhanded dealings? What is a backroom deal? Isn't it just about using money, connections, and influence to buy awards? And let me ask you this. Which of these does Su Tong lack? Why can't he be the mastermind? And keep in mind, Su Tong's words were just a joke. He skillfully turned old Hu's earlier words into a joke as well. If it's a joke, no matter how much editing is done, it can't be taken too seriously. Anyone who watches longing for the past would come to the rescue. Su Tong's words are really sophisticated. It seems like it was precisely this thought that came to mind. Pang Pang nodded repeatedly, with a look of astonishment on his face. And indeed, I finally understood why Mr. Huang and Mr. He had such high praise for Su Tong's actions earlier. What did Su Tong do? Truly deserves their high praise. Yeah, they are. Seeing that Pang Pang had finally understood, Mr. Huang, unusually, did not resort to his usual slipper service. Instead, he said, You should know that even you, Mr. He, didn't have time to react just now. Indeed. Mr. He himself nodded in acknowledgement and said, By the time I realized what was happening and tried to say something, Su Tong had already resolved the situation perfectly. You tell me, was his reaction quick or not? Pang Pang was completely speechless. When Mr. He finally came to his senses, Su Tong had already finished speaking to smooth things over. Exactly as Mr. He asked. Just say whether Su Tong's reaction was fast or slow. Not only is she emotionally intelligent, but in situations like this, it's like a natural reaction. Su Tong is truly sophisticated. She's amazing. Chapter 164, Advice from Su Tong. Snap. Mr. Huang finally decided to go up and give Peng Peng a slap on the head. Oh my. Peng Peng hurriedly covered his head and fled. You little brat, all you know is eat, eat, eat. You've eaten yourself into a bear. You have no ambition at all. If you keep this up, the gap between you and Su Tong will only grow wider. Mr. Huang said. I'm no match for Su Tong anyway. Peng Peng puckered his lips and said with a look of grievance. You little brat, you're driving me crazy. Mr. Huang was so angry that he immediately took off his big slippers and threw them at Peng Peng. Ah! Murder! From the kitchen came a series of loud screams. What's going on? Su Tong and the others, who were chatting, heard the noise over there and asked. Nothing. Mister, he said with a smile. Mr. Huang is slaughtering a pig. He saw you guys coming, so he's going to stew some pork knuckles for dinner. Ha ha. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Who couldn't tell that was Peng Peng's agonized scream just now? My brother is so miserable. Zifeng, who was carrying a fruit platter, let out such a sigh. Ha ha. Everyone listened and laughed even harder. About 10 minutes later, Peng Peng walked over slowly, with several distinct slipper prints on his buttocks. The dishes in the kitchen were finally cleaned up. Mushroom House entered a rare state of tranquility. I said. But then he suddenly appeared holding a large water gun and walked over from the courtyard. And laughed. Friends, it seems like the village is having a water festival. Let's go have some fun. Sure. After hearing this suggestion, my younger sister Zifeng was the first to raise her hand and agree. I've been wanting to go for ages. Tang Yan and Lu Shishir also laughed. Hee, me too. Peng Peng also smiled foolishly and agreed. You're still going to the water festival? Mr. Huang was so angry that he started waving his big slipper again. Ha, poor Peng Peng, what did he do to offend Mr. Huang? Yeah, look at how Peng Peng got punished. Look at that big shoe print, haha. Netizens were also laughing their heads off. It must be said. Peng is so unfortunate. Oh, it's the water festival. Old Hu heard this and suddenly felt excited for no apparent reason. He pulled Su Tong and said. When I first arrived, I heard you discussing this matter. Hey, I still remember the last time we were in Huanghua. Oh my goodness, they were truly insane. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. Have the two of you been to Huanghua together? Mr. Huang asked. Yes. Everyone else also looked over. These two really are good friends, they even travel together. Netizens are starting to feel a bit envious. Yeah, we went together. Old Hu spoke bluntly. You have no idea how crazy their water festival is. When we went there, as soon as we arrived, we were completely soaked. For the next hour, we didn't feel a single moment of dryness. Oh my goodness. Old Hu still gets a bit spooked when he talks about the water festival they went to back then. Yeah. Su Tong couldn't help but nod and said. It felt like standing under a waterfall the entire time. Looking back, it was as if water had actually entered my head. Ha, standing in a waterfall, that's a perfect description. Su Tong's description successfully made everyone laugh. Is that really necessary? Our straight-laced friend Peng, on the other hand, looked completely unconvinced. He even said, it's just a little water, right? At most, it's like swimming, isn't it? I've swum in the ocean and didn't feel much, so a little water festival couldn't possibly be that difficult for me, could it? He said it with great conviction. These two are different, Peng Peng. Try it and you'll see. Seeing this, Su Tong laughed. Indeed. Old Hu also nodded and said. The water in the pool is calm, but the water in the waterfall is forceful. It's like taking a bath at home and using a high-pressure hose, two extremes. Peng Peng listened and was about to argue back. I said, Peng Peng. He couldn't help but interject, saying, did you forget the flag you set last time it rained? Upon hearing this, Peng Peng was taken aback. Then, scratching the back of my head, I gave a silly laugh. Yeah. Last time it rained, this straight guy, trying to save face, made a big deal about how he liked getting caught in the rain and refused to use an umbrella. The result? It's hailing. It's soaking them to the bone. What you said this time was pretty good. I'm not afraid at all. If I end up getting splashed and confused, it'll just be another case of I told you so. So, when Peng Peng thought of this, he couldn't say a word either. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Every time I set a goal, nothing good happens. He knows it himself, haha. The brief amusement is over. Alright, everyone, go change your clothes. Under Mr. He's guidance, everyone went to their rooms to change clothes. I'm going to put on my battle gear. Peng Peng walked around in a show-off manner, laughing loudly as he said this. Oh, you mean that black one? Zifeng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yes. That's the one. It seemed like someone was praising him, and Peng Peng was very happy, nodding repeatedly. Ha? Su Tong quietly leaned in and asked. What clothes? Ah. My younger sister, Zifeng, helped explain. It was a custom-made cloak my brother had made for a previous gathering. He treats it like a battle robe. It's a bit flashy when he wears it, but it does look pretty cool. Really? Su Tong looked at Peng Peng with a smile. Su Tong, just wait for me to make my grand entrance. Peng Peng said with a smile. By then, your leading role will be completely stolen by me. Ha, Peng Peng is so funny. Netizens were all amused by Peng Peng. Peng Peng. But who would have known that at that moment, Su Tong came over, hooked her arm around Peng Peng's shoulder, and said, Here's some advice, wear less, or you'll be in trouble later. But by now, our friend Apang has already gotten into the groove. Who would he listen to? He won't listen to anyone. Su Tong, are you afraid I'll steal your spotlight? Peng Peng asked with a smile. Ha ha. Su Tong laughed loudly and walked away without saying another word. Of course. Peng Peng walked into the room triumphantly, searching for his battle armor. The two left one after the other, leaving their younger sister, Zifeng, behind. Watching this scene, especially Peng Peng's smug expression, she couldn't help but pout slightly and mutter under her breath. Why does it feel like my brother is about to get into trouble again? Chapter 165. Why does Su Tong seem a bit sly? Come on, over here, everyone gather around. Everyone who has changed into their clothes, gather at the pavilion at Mr. He's call. Hey! Su Tong, Lao Hu, why are you two dressed so lightly? Mr. He clearly noticed that Su Tong and Hugo were both dressed very lightly. A sleeveless tank top over the shoulders, paired with a pair of loose-fitting shorts. That's all there is. Nothing else. That's refreshing. That's refreshing. Su Tong and Hugo exchanged a glance. Ha ha. They shared a knowing laugh. Mr. He, you'll understand why we're dressed so lightly once we get there. Su Tong said with a smile. Old Hu also nodded with a smile. I can't help but feel that the two of them are a bit sly. The person above is right, I feel the same way. Is it just my imagination? Illusion my foot. Those two went to the water festival, they know how crazy it is, of course they were prepared. You're right. Just wait and see. I always knew these two sly foxes were going to rise to the top. Ha! Netizens have also been actively commenting. We've changed too. On the other side, Tang Yan, Lu Shishir, and their younger sister Zifeng, three girls, walked out of the room together. Wow! How beautiful! Everyone took a quick look. Three female celebrities who are already stunning in their own right have donned traditional ethnic attire. The distinctive attire has given them an exotic and breathtakingly beautiful charm. Wow! So beautiful. Shishir's figure is simply perfect, there's nothing to criticize. Tang Yan isn't bad either, is she? She looks so cute in that outfit. Our little sister is also very cute. Netizens commented enthusiastically. So what should we do now? Mr. He quickly counted the number of people and said. Only Peng Peng is missing? As he spoke, Mr. He asked his younger sister. Little sister, where's your brother? Oh, he's messing around with his battle suit. His younger sister, Zifeng, couldn't help but giggle and said. That outfit is hard to put on, and he's gained some weight recently, so it's a bit of a struggle, haha. In the end, Zifeng finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey! Look! Isn't that Peng Peng? Suddenly. In the kitchen, Miss Huang suddenly pointed toward the room and shouted. At the same time. Cut to the next scene. Everyone also turned their gaze in that direction. And were shocked by what they saw. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter, creating a sea of joy. What on earth is Peng Peng wearing? Is he going to a masquerade ball? Oh no, I can't take it anymore, my ribs are killing me, I'm dying of laughter, ha. Viewers watching Longing for 4 were also laughing so hard they were bending over, almost laughing out loud. Because at this moment, Peng Peng had already changed into a stylish black cloak. This thing is meant to be draped over the shoulders, like a cape, but to wear it, you actually have to tie numerous straps to secure it. No wonder my sister said this outfit is so hard to put on. It really is hard to wear. And at this moment, Peng Peng, perhaps because he had gained weight, had the straps digging into his flesh. It looks like pretty funny. Ha! Everyone in the mushroom house was still laughing so hard they were bending over. Peng Peng, what are you wearing? Mr. He walked over and asked playfully. Are you going to a masquerade ball? Yes, haha. Mr. Huang couldn't resist coming over and kicking Peng Peng, saying, Are you crazy? Walking down the street like that, people will think you're insane. Exactly. Everyone laughed out loud. Peng Peng, you, haha. Su Tong just silently held her forehead, laughing so hard she couldn't even speak properly. He had just found out that Peng Peng had gone to change into his battle attire and had also heard from his sister that it might be a bit over the top. But even with prior warning, now that I see it, I just couldn't resist. Pang Pang is so funny. Is it really that exaggerated? Pang Pang wasn't very willing and said with a pout. I think it's pretty good, and look, it can even block water. Dear, let's not talk about anything else. If you wear this out, you might get heatstroke just walking down the street. Lu Shirshir said with a laugh. Indeed. Tang Yen said. Black absorbs heat. We still have a ways to go to the village square. You might really get roasted. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Oh, never mind, it's just a short passage. Pang Pang said boldly. Pang Pang said casually. It looks like. This guy is really planning to wear this thing to the water festival. Pang Pang, let me give you a friendly heads up. Old Hu, wearing a cross-shoulder vest, came over and said. You'll get soaked if you wear that. You're too naive. That won't protect you. No way. Who knows? Pang Pang flatly refused. He also said. The person who will drown me hasn't even been born yet. Ha ha. Pang Pang made everyone laugh again. Hey, hey. Seeing this, Su Tong hurriedly pulled Old Hu back. She didn't let him say anything else. He just gave Pang Pang a thumbs-up gesture and said, Pang Pang, I support you, you can do it. Hearing this, Pang Pang proudly nodded his head and said, You really understand me, Su Tong. Huh, whatever, just don't cry later. Old Hu also forced a smile and said. Only he knew that Su Tong was a sly fox, deliberately setting Pang Pang up. Ha, Su Tong is so sneaky. I've been to the water festival before, and Pang Pang is definitely going to get soaked. You're right, he actually thinks this thing can keep the water out? He won't even know how he died. Exactly, those water festival people are crazy. He's so naive. Ha, I can just picture Pang Pang being pinned to the ground and drenched in water. Same here, I can totally picture it too. Netizens commented one after another. Finally, at Ping Ping's insistence, he still wore the black cloak and joined everyone else at the water festival. Actually, Pang Pang saw it all clearly. His cloak was more than capable of blocking the water coming straight at him. Then he'll bring a big water gun. All set. Totally invincible. The king is back. Alright, let's go. In the end, I couldn't persuade Pang Pang. Mr. He led everyone and prepared to depart. Be careful. Mr. Huang waved goodbye to everyone at home, saying, Be nice to Pang Pang, don't let him die too miserably. Ha ha. Everyone was amused once again. Great. Mr. Huang, don't worry. I will protect Pang Pang. Yeah, me too. We promise not to let him die too miserably. But he must die. Ha ha. Chapter 166, You deserved it for not listening to Su Tong's warning. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The Mushroom House family is on their way to the water festival at Manhwa Village Square. Along the way, they greet passers-by with a cheerful Happy New Year. Today is the Water Splashing Festival, which is also the New Year according to the Dai calendar. It's kind of strange to see someone and shout Happy New Year in the middle of summer. Su Tong said with a smile. Ah, that's right. Old Hu said so too. Usually, we celebrate the New Year in winter, so it's indeed strange to do so in the middle of summer. Ha ha. Everyone is having a good time. It's just us Pang Pang. It's so hot. I'm wiping sweat off my forehead as I walk. It was so hot today, and he was wearing a big black cloak. It's like he's wearing a coat. It's unbearably uncomfortable. Pang Pang, how are you? Are you okay? Mister, he said with a smile. Of course I can do it. How could I possibly have something to do? When Mr. He asked this, Pang Pang suddenly felt a surge of strength. He suddenly seemed as if nothing had happened. But the sweat on his forehead gave him away. Haha, poor Pang. There's nothing we can do about it. This is probably the price you pay for trying to show off. Yeah, haha, didn't you see how everyone was looking at Pang Pang when he was on the road? Haha, that's true. The comments section is also filled with laughter. Pang Pang, the worst is yet to come for you. Old Hu said with a smile. Finally, everyone has arrived at the village square. When they arrived, there were already so many people gathered there. They were all villagers. And everyone is wearing traditional ethnic attire, some holding water guns, others carrying basins, etc. It looked very lively. Oh. Su Tong and the others chose a more secluded spot and entered the battlefield. Finally, they arrived. Pang Pang pulled open his cloak and assumed a defensive stance. He thought to himself, finally, it's time for him to start slaughtering. But what awaits him? But what greeted him was a bucket of cold water. Wow! The large group of villagers at the front. Each person is holding a large basin. The bowls are filled to the brim with water. After our Mushroom House team entered the venue, they just poured it all over us at once. Oh my god. Ah. Oh my goodness. Oh. The Mushroom House team was completely thrown off guard. Wow. That's so intense. Huh, look at my sister, she's all splashed. Little one, do you have a lot of them? There's also Tang Yin and Sure, haha, look quickly. Mr. He's little frame was completely drenched. Netizens were already laughing so hard they couldn't stop from this unexpected scene. Ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Look at Peng Peng. Suddenly, a netizen's comment drew everyone's attention to Peng Peng. But then, Peng Peng's cape, which he had just prepared. Under such relentless bombardment, it didn't last more than 3 seconds. That's it. Completely soaked. And the water keeps coming. Wave after wave. It completely soaked Peng Peng, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone, but also exhilarated. Oh no! Spray him! Haha, that's him. Several children from the village were also holding water guns, aiming at Peng Peng and spraying him with water. Hey! Peng Peng is so miserable. He was sprayed so badly he couldn't even open his eyes. Haha, look. After a brief reaction, everyone in the mushroom house also looked at Peng Peng. Ha, Peng Peng, you. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Why are you just pouring water on me? Peng Peng himself is also completely confused. What's going on here? It seems like all the villagers are targeting him. Ha, this isn't that difficult, is it? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. You're dressed so conspicuously, who else would they spray but you? As soon as I heard that. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing on the spot. Yeah. Peng Peng is wearing something so flashy. If you don't criticize him, who else would you criticize? Me. Peng Peng was speechless for a moment. So, dressing stylishly is wrong, right? Wait a minute. Just as Peng Peng was standing there dumbfounded, trying to fend off the water being splashed at him, he suddenly realized. The voice that had just called out to me among the villagers sounded familiar. It wasn't just Peng Peng. Netizens have noticed too. Wait, wasn't that Su Tong shouting Peng Peng among the villagers just now? Hey! It does seem like it. Look quickly. It really is Su Tong. This guy actually went to hang out with the villagers. And old who too, these two of them. Ha, that's interesting. At the same time. Cut to the next scene. The program director played back footage from about 5 minutes earlier. Here it comes. We're almost at the venue. Old Hu and Su Tong, who were walking behind, were quietly discussing something. If we go in like this, we'll be too conspicuous. We'll be sitting ducks as soon as we step inside. Su Tong said this. Yeah, I think so too. Old Hu looked at He Laoshi and the others walking ahead, then pointed to the side. Pfft, ha ha. Su Tong laughed. You mean, the two of us sneak away from the group, go in through another route, and then have them draw their fire for us? Haha, that's exactly what we were thinking. Old Hu raised his hand. Slap. Su Tong and I hit it off immediately. Ha, let's go, hurry up. Then, the two of them left the team. Mr. He and the others were in a hurry to enter the venue and didn't notice that Su Tong and Old Hu had left the team. So, these two sneaky little devils just went in from both sides. Instead, they let Mr. He and the others walk in front, acting as targets. This time, a violent storm. They struck the cheeks of Mr. He and the others, while Su Tong and Old Hu only endured a few attacks before managing to dodge them. Moreover, successfully integrated into the village community. Even while the villagers were violently attacking Peng Peng, someone also fired a few more shots at Peng Peng. Ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. These two are so mean. Ha ha. Peng Peng, I'm so upset, I'll fight you. If I were Peng Peng, I'd probably be ready to die right now. Ah, that's right. Not only did he take bullets for Su Tong and Old Hu, but they turned around and finished him off. Hiccup. Netizens were completely blown away by Su Tong and Lao Hu's amazing move. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Me. I'll go all out with you guys. Upon learning the truth, Peng Peng was so angry he clenched his teeth. Stand up. Be a tough guy. The result. Wow. 3 or 4 buckets of water were suddenly splashed in my face. Oh no! And poured the water that Peng had poured on me directly onto the ground. Do you think that's the end of it? No! We're still a long way off. Clatter! A large basin of water poured down. At this moment, Peng Peng finally understood what it felt like to stand under a waterfall. Chapter 167, Congratulations to Su Tong on getting a magical weapon. Just looking at Su Tong and Old Hu, you can tell they've got experience. Yeah, these two are dodging the tough stuff. They know going head on won't end well. The funniest part is that they actually infiltrated the enemy camp. Exactly. Look at Peng Peng, he's really suffering. Netizens are absolutely rolling with laughter. Peng Peng is so unlucky. Originally, I had every intention of standing up and fighting back. What was the result? He was knocked down and fell to the ground. During the water festival, if you fall to the ground, you won't be able to get back up. Clatter. Clatter. One basin after another of water was poured continuously onto Peng Peng's forehead. Oh my god. Pang Pang screamed repeatedly. Ha ha. Everyone is laughing so hard. Ha, Pang Pang, who told you to wear such a ridiculous outfit? Now you can't even walk. Mr. He ran while mocking Pang Pang. Speaking of which, now, let's get to the point. Su Tong and Lao Hu reminded everyone not to wear too much, and then they came out. Because, no matter how much you wear, you'll still get soaked through. If there's less, it'll just get wet, but it's no big deal. It's just a tank top and a pair of shorts, not that heavy. But if they were dressed in traditional ethnic attire, or put on a large cloak, there. That's it, we're done for. For specifics, you can refer to our three colleagues, Zifeng, Tang Yan, and Lu Shishir. These three girls were completely stunned. Oh my goodness, it's so heavy. Her younger sister, Zifeng, was running and shouting that the clothes she was wearing were heavy. Of course it's heavy. This ethnic clothing absorbs water, and she was wearing 2 or 3 layers. She was soaked from head to toe and could barely walk. Yeah. Tang Yan and Lu Shishir also smiled bitterly. I can't imagine how Pang Pang manages to get around. Lu Shishir said with a smile. Haha, look at you guys. Just at that moment, Mr. He rushed over and pointed at Pang Pang over there, saying something. At that glance, the camera pans. Puff. Ha. Everyone was laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Compared to the ethnic costumes worn by the 3 girls, our Pang. Mr. Pang wearing a large cloak. He was stuck to the ground by the cloak and couldn't even get up. Oh my goodness. Pang Pang is absolutely hilarious. Disregarding the advice of elders leads to immediate consequences. Su Tong reminded him so many times, but this youngster just wouldn't listen. Ah, that's right, he truly deserves it. Hiccup, poor Pang Pang. Netizens couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yeah, right. Pang Pang's big cloak. It was hot on the way here. When I arrived here, it was sticky. There's absolutely nothing good about it. Completely overshadowed. And, possibly due to the fact that Pang Pang was dressed in a very eye-catching manner, he became the target of the villagers' collective attack. Especially the children of those villagers. Almost all aimed their water guns at Pang Pang. You should know that the water guns in the hands of these kids are incredibly powerful. They can even soak Pang Pang to the bone. Oh my goodness. Help! Help me! Pang Pang was thrown to the ground and immediately started shouting for help. Ha, poor child. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. Poor Pang Pang. Hey, don't feel sorry for him. Didn't he just set himself up for failure on the way here? Exactly, didn't he just say his battle armor was invincible? Yeah, let's just watch. Don't say anything. I'm actually kind of enjoying this. Ha! All the netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. At the same time, a post reading, Pang Pang may have suffered, but he deserved it, went viral on social media. It left many netizens in stitches. It was at that very moment. Cut to the next scene. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. That was a figure standing in the biting cold, a lonely silhouette. But if only what he was holding in his hand wasn't a water gun. His body wasn't completely soaked. Perhaps that would be more convincing. What is Su Tong up to? Are the two of them acting? Pang Pang got splashed like that, and these two are actually acting it out here. I feel so sorry for Pang. The comments slowly drifted by. A good person? I haven't even been a good person yet. The camera cuts again. Old Hu, wearing a large tank top and completely soaked, holds a water gun and aims it at Su Tong. Come and get it. Saying. Pulled the trigger. Bang. But suddenly, Su Tong spun around and began dodging while attacking at the same time. Whoosh. Swoosh. Whoosh. Streams of water guns swept through the air. Ha ha. The two of them are having a great time. It's really like a battle between Su San and Hu Lusue. Exactly, how old are these two? They're acting like children. Ha ha. Netizens watching this scene couldn't help but smile. At the same time. Oh, my goodness. After being bombarded for nearly 10 minutes, Pang finally managed to break free. And, at this moment, the large cloak he was wearing, his battle robe, had vanished without a trace. Pang Pang, where's your battle robe? Mister, he asked with a smile. I don't know. Pang Pang said with a miserable look on his face. Pfft, ha ha. My younger sister Zifeng and the others are laughing pretty hard. How could you not know? They asked. Pang Pang looked miserable, with a face that seemed to have lost all will to live, and sat dumbfounded on the stone. He tilted his head to the side and poured out the water that had entered his ears. Since arriving here, until now, approximately 20 minutes, he had just struggled out of the water. He said, I just felt a sudden sense of relief, so I took the opportunity to run away as quickly as I could. I didn't even dare to look back. How would I know where my battle armor went? Put. Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. Pang Pang, you're too funny. Tang Yan couldn't even cover her mouth to stop laughing. Exactly. Mister, he also said. Your brother Su Tong has reminded you so many times, yet you still refuse to listen. Who is to blame for that? Indeed, back at the mushroom house, Su Tong and Hugo had hinted at it to him many times. They said it was like a waterfall. But who can blame Pang Pang for not believing it? He deserves it, doesn't he? Ha ha. Everyone was having a great time at the same time. Su Tong Gu. Pang Pang suddenly clenched his teeth and saw Su Tong and Hugo having a great time playing in the distance. Ah! I must take revenge. Pang Pang stood up angrily. He grabbed his water gun. Just now, Su Tong and Hugo not only didn't help him, they even joined the villagers in attacking him. I couldn't take it anymore. Ah! He charged toward Su Tong and Hugo. Meanwhile, on the other side, a water truck slowly drove over. This is an amazing tool. Chapter 168, Su Tong. Avenge me. Attack him. Over here. Su Tong and Hugo were having a blast. Suddenly, whoosh! A jet of water shot out from the side. This is an attack. I'm going. Su Tong hurriedly dodged. At the same time, a loud roar echoed from the distance. Su Tong, Hugo. I'm here to avenge you. Pang Pang right now is completely buzzing with excitement, gritting their teeth, staring with wide eyes, charging toward Su Tong and Hugo. The water guns in their hands were filled with water. There's even a bucket right beside me. Refill anytime. Hey! He broke free? Su Tong saw this and laughed too. She exchanged glances with Hugo, and they both burst into laughter. Ha ha! Their laughter made Pang Pang even more furious. Laugh. He grabbed the water gun and started spraying it everywhere. Ah! I'll fight you all. Saying, he charged at Su Tong and Hugo. And these two people dodged Pang Pang sideways while also fighting back. Ah! Oh! Oh! The result. Although the two were also splashed by Pang Pang. But in the end, two can't fight four. Pang Pang was completely overwhelmed by Su Tong and Hu Ji's verbal assault, leaving him completely defeated. Ha, this is interesting. This straight guy must not have a brain in his head to go head to head with the two of them. Ha, who says otherwise? This is great. Now you've been completely flustered, haven't you? Ha! Netizens watching this scene also got excited in front of their screens. Ah! Pang Pang looked utterly dejected, standing in place and letting out a mighty dragon's roar. Fortunately, not long after, Su Tong suddenly disappeared. Hugo! I'll fight you to the death. Pang Pang saw that Hugo was alone, so he grabbed a bucket and charged toward Hugo. Hey! Hey! Don't! Result! Hugo was completely drenched by Pang Pang. Ah, finally! Finally, I got to vent my frustration. Pang Pang, who poured water all over Hugo, finally got his revenge. But at this moment, he was already dripping wet. And what about Hugo? Didn't shout either. Instead, he gave a wicked smile. Quietly, while Pang Pang was gloating, he made a quick getaway. Once he had run to the side, Hugo just stood directly on a large stool, facing the distance. He shouted, Su Tong! Avenge me! Spray him! Hey! Pang Pang, who was listening to this, still looked completely confused. He instinctively covered his face, thinking that Su Tong was nearby. But when I looked up, I realized that Su Tong wasn't there. Turns out you were just trying to scare me. Pang Pang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he couldn't even catch his breath to mention it. Wow! A crazy jet of water. From an angle of approximately 45 degrees. Straight ahead. The water flow is extremely strong. If we were to compare it, it would probably be hundreds of times more powerful than a water gun. Not exaggerating at all. Because, at this very moment, Su Tong is standing on top of a water truck, using the water truck's thick hose to deal with Pang Pang. Ah! Pang Pang was directly knocked down to the ground. He was completely stunned. Right now, I finally feel it. What is a waterfall? Ha! Su Tong, standing on the water truck, was laughing heartily. Pang Pang, how about that? What goes around comes around. Su Tong was clearly having a blast and wouldn't let Pang Pang off the hook. It turns out that earlier, Su Tong didn't just disappear out of the blue. She saw the water truck. So, he and Old Hu decided together. Old Hu stayed behind to draw Pang Pang's fire. He went to the water truck to seek artillery support. This time, won't make Pang Pang submit completely? Not convinced? No way. It doesn't exist. Oh my goodness. These people are so playful. Especially Su Tong. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. My stomach hurts. Pang Pang, this guy dares to go head to head with Su Tong? That's not just asking for trouble. What else could it be? Poor kid. He got drenched for over 20 minutes, and just as he was thinking of striking back, the other guy pulled out the ultimate move. Ha, you're right, it's the ultimate weapon, it's a water truck. This is awesome. So awesome. I'm enjoying watching it. I actually want to spray ping pong too? Hiccup. Netizens watching the video were laughing so hard they couldn't move. Pang Pang is so funny. He actually dared to take on Su Tong and Hu Go. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Ha, our silly child is so pitiful. Mr. He stood by the side, laughing so hard with Tang Yan and Lu Shishir that they were almost in stitches. My brother is really hilarious, asking for trouble. My younger sister Zifeng is laughing so hard she can't stop. Come. At the same time, Old Hu also took advantage of this opportunity to sneak onto the water truck. Pang Pang. How refreshing is that? He unleashed a barrage of attacks on Pang Pang. Ah. Help. Pang Pang isn't even trying to fight back anymore. He knows that resisting is pointless. Everyone still remembers. When he was at the mushroom house, he said, "What's so great about splashing water? It's not as good as swimming." As it turned out. Now. Don't even think about arguing. I can't even speak. Ha. The scene was filled with laughter and joy. Even the staff members who were following along couldn't help but laugh until they were bent over double because of Pang Pang, who was asking for trouble. That day. Pang Pang may have suffered, but he deserved it. This trending topic dominated the charts all day long. There is no news that can take this down. Across the entire network. Almost all of them are scenes of Pang Pang being violently rubbed on the ground by Su Tong and Hu Gu. Various short video platforms are all filled with scenes of Pang Pang being humiliated. A single episode of Longing managed to provide viewers with an endless supply of laughs. This episode was spent in the water. No escape. Bye. See you. Happy New Year. After the fun, this joyful water festival has finally come to an end. And when it ended, everyone was completely soaked. For everyone, being soaking wet was already quite severe. But, for us, Pang Pang, this guy's hands are all swollen from soaking. When he arrived, with a proud and confident stride. So proud and confident. Wearing a black cloak, you're so flashy. Take a look at it now. The large cloak is gone. It was swept away in the battle. The clothes on his body were tightly stuck to him. And his hair had been blown into a stylish hairstyle. Of course. None of that is the point. The point is, his entire expression was one of expression of despair. All the way there. Everyone was entertained by Pang Pang, who kept everyone laughing non-stop. Under the setting sun. Everyone at the mushroom house. In the evening breeze. Walking back home. The laughter remains the same. This is what it's all about. The life we aspire to. Chapter 169, Big Trouble. Pang Pang has lost his mind. Mr. Huang. We're back. Amidst laughter and joy. As the evening sun sets. After a tiring day at the water festival, everyone finally returned to the mushroom house. Oh? You're back? Mr. Huang heard the sound and smiled as he went out to greet them. How was it? Did you have fun? I had so much fun. Mr. He took the lead, pointing at everyone and said, "Look at us. Isn't it obvious? Right now. Whether it's Su Tong, Old Hu, or Mr. He, or Tang Yan, Lu Shishir, and Zhang Zifeng. Or perhaps Pang Pang, still trailing behind with a buzzing head. His clothes were soaked through. There wasn't a single dry spot on my entire body. However, it seems that everyone else, except Pang Pang, is in a pretty good mood. Ha, that's great." When Mr. Huang saw this, he was also very happy. "Mr. Huang, you have no idea how enthusiastic the villagers are." Mr. He pulled Mr. Huang aside and kept talking about how much fun they had during the water splashing festival. "Mr. Huang, you really should go." Su Tong also said. "That's awesome." While saying that, he glanced at Pang Pang. Ha ha. As soon as Su Tong spoke, everyone laughed along with him. I don't know why. Made Mr. Huang a little puzzled. At the same time, he also noticed Pang Pang, who had been standing there all along, staring blankly, looking completely lost and utterly dejected. "Hey, Pang Pang? What's wrong with this kid? Has he gone crazy? By the way, where's your cloak?" Mr. Huang couldn't help but go over and ask. Watching at the same time, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Speaking of which, our Pang is usually very lively. When something like this happens, I couldn't help but rush over to excitedly tell Mr. Huang about it. But today, seemed like he had lost his soul, standing there in a daze? What's going on? Ran. Ha. Mr. Huang never expected that when he asked the question, everyone burst out laughing again. Mr. Huang, you didn't expect that, did you? Pang Pang must have water in his head. What else could it be? He was sprayed and got confused. A cloak? I bet a Pang doesn't even want to wear his battle armor anymore. Ha, Ping Pong is so funny. Ha ha. Netizens are also having a great time. The comments slowly drifted by. Ah. I need to clear my head. Peng Peng, however, left a single sentence behind and walked into the room. A short while later, the sound of a hairdryer came from inside. It seemed like he had gone to get the hairdryer to blow dry his ears. It seems like he's lost his mind. Hey, what's with this kid? Seeing this, Mr. Huang was also puzzled. What's going on? Nothing. What situation? Su Tong smiled and led everyone inside. Everyone should take a hot shower first, change your clothes, and don't catch a cold. Mister, he instructed in this manner. Everyone hurried into the house. This made Mr. Huang even more puzzled. Sister, come here. He grabbed Zifeng and asked. What's going on with your brother? Hey. Zifeng covered her mouth to stifle a laugh as she said. My brother is being retaliated against. Was he beaten into submission? Beaten into submission? Mr. Huang couldn't help but find it amusing and asked. What's going on? Tell me about it. Zhang Zifeng gave a silly laugh and said. Here's what happened. When Peng Peng first arrived, she poured something on him, leaving him completely stunned. Later, he was brutally attacked by Su Tong and Hugu working together. And finally, Su Tong unleashed his ultimate weapon, the water truck, overwhelming Peng Peng in a decisive blow. I've said it once. Ha, this silly boy, ha. After hearing this, Mr. Huang also burst out laughing on the spot. Especially when Peng Peng was knocked down by the water truck and couldn't even get back up. Just by listening, he could vividly imagine how terrible Peng Peng must have felt. Ha, Mr. Huang, you should have gone with him. Right now. He changed his clothes and came out of the room. Hearing the sound, he also laughed and chimed in. You have no idea how miserable Peng was. Although we stayed dry the whole time, Peng was almost completely submerged in water the entire time. Ha ha. Mr. Huang listened and was also very amused. Just at that moment, everyone had finished changing and was coming out of their rooms. I said to Su Tong. Mr. Huang smiled and said. You guys are really picking on our kid. Look what you sprayed on him, he's completely stunned. Everyone heard that. Also turned their heads to look at Peng Peng, who had just finished blowing his ears and walked out. Ha ha. Another burst of laughter and joy. Mr. Huang, don't say that. Su Tong saw this and laughed. If you were there, you'd probably be with us too. I think so too. Mr. Huang replied. Ha. Everyone, it's still early to go home. Mr. Huang is in the kitchen preparing dinner. So, I'm spending this leisurely time in the pavilion. Brother. His younger sister, Zhang Zifeng, saw Peng Peng still standing there in a daze, afraid he might really be in trouble, so she shook him. She asked. Are you okay? Peng Peng clearly took it to heart. He said. Let me be alone for a while. This trip was a huge embarrassment. Even the battle armor has been lost. Don't we need to calm down a bit? He. Seeing this, the younger sister felt relieved and gave a silly smile before going to read a book. Achoo! On the other side, Lu Shishir suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? Sitting beside him, Tang Yan noticed his condition and asked with concern. That's too weak. Hugo saw this and also said a sentence, which couldn't help but draw the disapproving glances of Tang Yan and Lu Shishir. Ha, who would have thought that old Hu was such a straight guy? You clearly don't know him. He's always been a straight guy. Otherwise, why do you think he's still single? Old Hu is just one step away from being a single dog. Indeed, if it weren't for his good looks, he'd be a single guy too. Ha ha. The comments section is pretty lively. Should I go get you some cold medicine? Seeing this, Mr. He immediately stood up and said. Just as he was about to go and get some cold medicine. Come on. Let me go first. Su Tong suddenly walked over holding a fairly large tray. The tray was filled with 7 or 8 cups brimming with a brown liquid. What is this? Everyone looked at the scene and began to wonder. I found some ginger and boiled it with brown sugar and cold medicine. Su Tong smiled, clapped her hands, and said. Everyone got wet today, so drink some to prevent colds. As he spoke, he picked up a cup and handed it to Lu Shishir first, smiling. Come, everyone have a drink. Chapter 170. This is the difference between Su Tong and other men. The words were spoken. Then, he handed out the cold medicine to everyone in turn. Wow. Su Tong is so thoughtful. Exactly. Can he predict the future? He actually went ahead and boiled some cold medicine in advance. Seriously, if I were Su Tong's girlfriend, I'd be so happy I'd die. You upstairs, get lost. You're dreaming. Stop talking nonsense and draw your sword. Hooray! Netizens were also buzzing with excitement over Su Tong's heartwarming gesture. At the same time, inside the mushroom house, there was also a continuous stream of laughter and joy. Thank you. First, he took the cold medicine that Su Tong handed him. He took a small sip. A few blushes appeared on Lu Shirshi's face. Immediately afterward, the look she cast at Su Tong was tinged with emotion. At the same time, when Tang Yan also looked over, the two of them, almost simultaneously, turned their gaze to the old man who on the other side. Noticing that the two were looking at him, Old Hu froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me?" Tang Yan and Lu Shishi almost simultaneously rolled their eyes and said, "They're all men, all handsome, all single. Why is there such a huge difference between you and Su Tong?" Put. Ha. As soon as the two of them spoke, everyone at the scene burst out laughing. Ha, that's so true. Exactly. Shishi has a cold, so Su Tong went ahead to boil some cold medicine, but by the time she got to Lao Hu's place, it turned into him being physically weak. That's life. Speaking of which, Lao Hu is such a straight guy. Old Hu, if you had just tried a little harder, you wouldn't have been single for so long. Alright, everyone upstairs says Old Hu was a straight guy, so I'll just take him away. Take him away, next one. Su Tong is mine, haha. The netizens' comments are even more interesting. Hu Ge. At the scene of the mushroom house, Hu Ge was also speechless. He rolled his eyes. I never thought that even I would encounter such treatment. It's really so hurtful. Ha. Everyone was so surprised by this scene that they burst out laughing. I realized that no matter who it was, it seemed like everyone was outshone in front of Su Tong. Yeah, to be honest, I used to have a pretty good impression of Old Hu. He's still not bad now, but I just can't help feeling he falls short when compared to Su Tong. No need to think about it. Our Su Tong is a jack of all trades, not just anyone can compare to her. Indeed, Old Hu is already on par with Su Tong in terms of looks and acting skills. What else do you expect? Exactly. Many people can't even compare to Su Tong in the slightest. Netizens commented one after another. Laugh it off. Su Tong also picked up a cup of cold medicine. She walked over to Pang Pang, who was still in a daze. Pang Pang. Su Tong handed him the cold medicine and smiled. Drink this cup of poisonous chicken soup, laugh away our grudges, and we'll still be brothers in the future. Well, you know. Everyone had just finished laughing. As a result. Ha. As soon as Su Tong said this, everyone burst into laughter. We, Pang Pang, were just sitting there feeling down by ourselves. Su Tong suddenly came over, handed Pang Pang a bowl of poisoned chicken soup, and said it in such a witty way. How could that not be funny? Ah, that's hilarious. I'm starting to realize that Su Tong has a real talent for comedy. Exactly. Su Tong is just too funny. Of course, I'm also quite unfortunate, haha. Netizens were all laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Pang Pang. Right now. Pang Pang suddenly felt a sense of shared suffering with Old Hu. Sigh. Old Hu saw this, shook his head, and walked over with his cold medicine. Bang. Clinked glasses with Pang Pang and said, "Brother, we're both down on our luck. Let's drink this cup of poisoned chicken soup." As he spoke, he did it. Pang Pang saw this. Sighed. With a bitter sigh, I finished it. Haha, these two brothers in misfortune are really something. Everyone who saw this scene burst out laughing. Alright, let's eat. In a moment. Mr. Huang finished his work over there. Let's sit down. It is a large plate filled with a variety of dishes. Wow. Just look at this. Everyone's eyes widened. Oh my goodness, Mr. Huang, are you showing off your signature move? Tang Yan covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed. Yes, that's right. Such a big plate with so many things on it, including Huang Xiaochu's signature fried meatballs and all kinds of special side dishes. There's plenty to go around. Countless. At first glance, they all give a refreshing impression. Pang Pang, the foodie, couldn't even bother to stay calm and quietly wiped his mouth. Now, Mr. Huang's status as the mushroom house chef is unshakable. Seeing this, Su Tong also chimed in. Ha ha. Everyone was suddenly amused by Su Tong. There was nothing to be done about it. Mr. Huang laughed. The netizens looked at the delicious-looking dishes on the screen and couldn't help but express their admiration. Ha, Mr. Huang is probably worried that Su Tong will take his job. This whole table of food, I can't help but feel that if Su Tong had cooked it, it would taste even better. The person above is being biased. Don't always bring up Su Tong. Su Tong isn't tired, you know? Exactly, you've been bashing Pang Pang all afternoon, he's exhausted. Ha ha. Amidst a burst of laughter and joyful chatter. Everyone, please take your seats. Mister, he said. So everyone sat down. Today is New Year's Day here. Mr. Huang pointed to the large table of food and said. So, this dinner is like our New Year's Eve dinner. Oh, no wonder it's so lavish. Su Tong nodded and said. Of course, this is also because of our guests today. Mr. Huang then picked up his cup and smiled. Welcome Hu Ge, Tang Yan, and Shishi. Welcome. Everyone clinked glasses one after another. Mr. Huang didn't dare to say it, but in truth, he had also noticed how happy Su Tong was today, so he had specially prepared such a large spread. He also laughed. Really? Su Tong heard this and was truly enlightened. He said, "I am truly honored." Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Indeed, it was nice to see Su Tong today. Teacher Huang smiled and said to Hugo, Tang Yan, and Lu Shishir, "You three are different. It's obvious that you're quite happy to be here in Su Tong, especially old Hu." "Is that so?" After hearing this, old Hu also laughed and looked at Su Tong strangely, saying, "You miss me that much? Then maybe I won't leave after all?" "Hey, don't go." Su Tong hurriedly waved his hands. Ha ha. Then, there was another burst of laughter. "Alright, everyone, dig in. Let's not waste any time. Peng Peng is drooling. Look how hungry our child is. He was scolded all afternoon, so he needs to eat something to replenish his energy." Mr. He laughed. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter and cheer, everyone began to eat. A pleasant evening came to an end. Chapter 171, Feeling Guilty Because of Su Tong. Drizzling. Time passed, and it was the next day. The sky over Zishuangbana finally rained after a long time. However, it wasn't a heavy rain. It's nothing like the hailstorm we had last time. It's just a light drizzle. And it's not bothersome. Instead, it gives people a pretty good feeling. Listening to the rain outside, even getting out of bed has become much more difficult. Goo goo. Woof woof. The mushroom house in the early morning. There are dogs barking, ducks quacking, and peacocks calling. In any case, it's very lively. Ha, this rain is perfect. Mr. Huang stretched his body and walked out of the house. No need to go out for a run, hey. I can tell. Mr. Huang seems quite pleased. There's nothing we can do about it. People who run regularly, even if they don't admit it, secretly hope for a timely rain shower to fall just as they're out running. That. One can steal a half day of leisure from the fleeting life. No need to go running. A long-awaited leisurely and relaxed time. This is how Mr. Huang is right now. Ah, that's so satisfying. Mr. Huang looks pretty happy. It's early in the morning, and it's raining lightly. Everyone is sleeping soundly, which is so refreshing. Even my younger sister, Zifeng, didn't get up to study this morning. I guess she's probably doing the same as Mr. Huang, taking a break from her studies for half a day. In this day and age, who doesn't want to sleep in and be happy? Mr. Huang got up so early. Not long after, Mr. He also got up. "Good morning." After greeting Mr. He, Mr. Huang smiled and said, "Look at these young people. As soon as it rains, they all get lazy." Not only did our younger sister not get up, but even Su Tong didn't get up to exercise this morning. They're still young, after all. Oh, Su Tong didn't get up either. Some netizens also expressed their disappointment. "I got up early this morning just to see Su Tong." Haha, yeah. After hearing this, Mr. He also laughed out loud and said, "No one is perfect. Su Tong is human too, she can't be flawless. It's understandable that she wants to rest early on a rare day off." Ha, that's true. Mr. Huang nodded in agreement. Although they didn't see Su Tong get up this morning, they assumed she was sleeping in. But they didn't think anything of it. People aren't made of steel, and they're not machines. What's wrong with wanting to sleep in occasionally? So someone downstairs commented, "Mr. He is absolutely right. We're not robots, so how could we possibly be perfect?" Exactly. Even the most disciplined person has moments of indulgence. What's wrong with Su Tong? Exactly. If he's too perfect, I'd feel unworthy of him. I'm talking to you, old woman upstairs. You should know your place. Even if Su Tong isn't perfect, do you really think you're good enough for him? Damn it, it's you, you dog of a woman, always picking on me. Draw your sword. Afraid of me? Come on. Nebula Chain. Netizens are all talented individuals. Early in the morning, they're already starting to argue with each other. I don't know why, but when I saw Su Tong didn't get up to exercise, I suddenly felt quite happy. Mr. Huang suddenly said this out of the blue. Happy? Why is he happy? Just as everyone was puzzled and about to post a comment to ask, Mr. He provided the answers. He replied to Mr. Huang with a smile and asked, "You didn't go out for a run either, so you don't feel guilty seeing everyone else not exercising, right?" You really know me. Mr. Huang nodded repeatedly. Ha ha. Seeing this, netizens also found it amusing. It turned out that Huang Xiaochu was so happy because of this. Indeed. Lately, Mr. Huang and Su Tong have been getting up at almost the same time to exercise. This has given Mr. Huang a sense of mutual encouragement. And this morning, it rained. If he hadn't gone out for a run and Su Tong still got up early to exercise, he would naturally feel guilty. He feels like he has slacked off today. But Su Tong not only didn't get up, but was actually sleeping in. So he not only felt no guilt, but was actually quite happy. At least, he didn't sleep in. Isn't that great? I'm so happy. Mr. Huang, you're really something, Mr. He also found this remark quite amusing. That's enough. Mr. Huang was pleased and said, "I'll go prepare some breakfast." Usually, he's busy going out for a run, and everyone wakes up late, so he doesn't usually make breakfast. Or Su Tong does it. Isn't today a rare day when we don't have to go out for a run? And I'm in a good mood. I'll make breakfast to cheer myself up. Really? Mr. He also shook his head with a wry smile. He felt that Mr. Huang was acting like a child. He said, Huang Xiaochu hummed a tune as he made his way to the kitchen. What should I make? This. Who knows? He just walked into the kitchen. All of a sudden. Just in time. In the kitchen, busy cooking and frying something, Su Tong. Hey, isn't that Su Tong? Yeah, our Su Tong is finally up, isn't she? Exactly. I was just feeling disappointed, but Su Tong never disappoints me. In an instant. Seeing Su Tong, the netizens also became excited. Hey, Mr. Huang, good morning. Su Tong saw Mr. Huang get up and waved at him with a smile. Greetings and good morning. No, this. Mr. Huang was completely baffled upon seeing Su Tong. When I just arrived, you weren't here, were you? Yeah. He had walked around the entire mushroom house before confirming that Su Tong hadn't gotten up yet. When he walked past earlier, he clearly didn't see Su Tong. Now. What's going on here? What the heck? Yeah. Mr. He also heard the commotion and came over, looking puzzled and asked. I didn't see you either. Listening to these words. Ha ha. Su Tong smiled and pointed to the large pile of firewood in front of him, saying, I just went to chop wood in the back. It's normal that you didn't see me. At the same time. Cut to the next scene. The scene shifts back to about half an hour earlier. Huff, huff. Su Tong, who had just finished exercising, entered the kitchen, panting heavily. No firewood left? When he saw that there was no firewood left, he walked toward the back of the kitchen, where there was an area specially prepared by the production team for splitting firewood. It's to avoid running out of firewood in case it rains. Then I'll chop some firewood. Su Tong stretched his arms and legs, then started chopping wood. Then, the camera starts to fast forward. The firewood split by Su Tong is piling up higher and higher. It's even more than several times the pile Pang Pang chopped earlier. During that time, Mr. Huang got up and walked to the kitchen without noticing Su Tong chopping wood behind him. And so it went. Ignored. And what about Su Tong? Not only did he get up. It's not just exercise. I also chopped a whole pile of firewood. Chapter 172, Being Su Tong's wife is simply blissful. Goodness. Su Tong is so hardworking. Exactly. I thought he was still sleeping in. Who knew this guy had already finished his workout and been splitting firewood for half the day? That's so tough. I really admire people like that getting up on a rainy day. Oh my goodness, look at all the firewood he's chopped. It's unbelievable. Wow. It was worth getting up early this morning. I finally saw Su Tong. Netizens were also buzzing after seeing everything Su Tong did early in the morning. Poor Mr. Huang and the others thought Su Tong was also being lazy and sleeping in. But look at this. Su Tong got up earlier than all of them. Not only did he not sleep in, but he didn't slack off either. He got up earlier than everyone else. And he even stuck to his exercise routine. He even chopped all the firewood. This person is unbelievable. How could there possibly be such a self-disciplined person in the world? Mushroom house. Kitchen. This. Seeing the scene, Mr. Huang's face turned green. Looking at Su Tong, who looked completely bewildered, he said, Su Tong, how could you get up? How could you not sleep in? That's not scientific. What? Upon hearing this, Su Tong was completely confused. Does that mean I should sleep in? Su Tong asked tentatively. Ha ha. Mr. He stood to the side and burst out laughing. Ha. Netizens were also laughing their heads off. Mr. Huang is just too real. Now I feel so guilty. Ha, he thought Su Tong was sleeping in. Awesome. So awesome. To be able to see Mr. Huang get humiliated in my lifetime is just too awesome. Only Su Tong could make Mr. Huang's face turn green, right? Ha, that's right. Look at Mr. Huang, haha. Mr. Huang's face looks really bad right now. His lips are twitching. The skin on my face is being pulled and stretched. My heart is torn. I didn't go running this morning. I didn't go out to exercise. But Su Tong got up early to exercise, chopped so much firewood, and now plans to cook. His image as the first person to get up in the morning at the mushroom house has been shattered. It's completely over. This is a complete disaster. Ha, Mr. Huang, give it up. Mr. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and came over to break it up, saying, Since it's already like this, why don't you go back and sleep for a while? When Su Tong finishes cooking, I'll call you. Saying this, he pushed Mr. Huang out of the room. This. Originally. Mr. Huang was still looking rather displeased. He was pushed out like that. Is actually quite appealing. He actually went into the room to sleep. He said. It's already like this, so I might as well just give up. Ha ha. This scene had the audience in front of the screen and almost all the staff laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Mr. Huang really is hilarious. The real Mr. Huang. I've never met anyone more genuine than Mr. Huang. Netizens are even more interesting. So on this day, a post titled "The Real Huang Teacher in the Human World" once again dominated the trending topics. In recent days, because of Su Tong, almost the entire trending list is filled with news related to the 4th season of The Good Life. The production team is basking in the glow of success. They were beaming with pride. Ah, this old kid, really? After seeing off Mr. Huang, Mr. He smiled and walked back. At that moment, Su Tong is preparing breakfast. What's going on with Mr. Huang? He couldn't help but ask. Mr. He laughed and said, seeing that you got up early and exercised, you're feeling a little jealous, aren't you? He didn't explain much, and simply approached the pot in front of Su Tong. Hey, what's this? It's white. Can you fry it? Right now. Su Tong was frying a pot of hot oil, holding several pieces of creamy white dough, dipping them in flour, then in beaten eggs, and finally rolling them in breadcrumbs before tossing them into the hot oil. They looked delicious when fried. Mr. He didn't recognize what this white thing was. It seemed to be beyond his understanding. However, the thing that was fried up looks pretty good. Oh, this is milk curd I made last night with some milk. Su Tong said with a smile. This is fried milk, a pretty famous dish. Fried milk? Just hearing the name, Mr. He's eyes lit up, and the netizens watching the screen were dazzled by the flashes. Milk explosion? Oh my goodness, our Su Tong is truly a jack of all trades. Wow, I've never heard of this before. You can actually fry this thing. From now on, Huang Xiaochu can retire and be called Su Xiaochu. Wow. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Whoever marries Su Tong will be so happy they'll die. Ah. I'm so jealous. Netizens are all buzzing with excitement. This morning, Su Tong is already spreading rumors. Who can stand this? At the same time, the scene shifts back to last night. Good night. Good night. Right now, everyone said good night to each other and went to rest. Almost everyone went to sleep. Even some of the staff have gone to rest. Su Tong, however, emerged from the room at that very moment. Su Tong hasn't gone to bed yet? A young girl from the film crew was fiddling with the camera. When she saw Su Tong come out, she thought something was up. Oh, I'm just heating up some milk to make breakfast for everyone tomorrow morning. Su Tong smiled, took 2 cartons of milk, and walked into the kitchen. Hey, Su Tong. A few young girls from the production crew quietly gathered around and asked in hushed tones. Can we watch you work from the side? These little girls all have stars in their eyes. There's nothing more exciting for a fan than watching their idol cook. They're all big fans of Su Tong. Watching Su Tong cook is a real treat. A true pleasure. You can tell they're looking forward to it. Of course you can. Su Tong didn't refuse either. Everyone was asleep by now, and the cameras were probably turned off, so it was considered private. Everyone gathered around to chat, which was actually quite nice. Besides, he's doing it all by himself. How lonely is that? At least there are a few young women to chat with and liven up the atmosphere. Ah, that's great. Then we won't hesitate. A few young girls each grabbed a stool and managed to surround Su Tong tightly. And it's clear that they were really surprised and delighted. Everyone sat in front of Su Tong with joyful expressions on their faces, watching him operate the pot in front of him. Why is it a surprise? Because Chapter 173, Su Tong never takes credit for herself, yet she quietly moves everyone. Because, you see, nowadays, many celebrities are one way in front of the camera and another way behind it. Take many idols, for example. These days, to establish their persona, they act lively in front of the camera, are nice to staff members, and even treat fans on the street with kindness. But once the cameras are off, in private, the camera turns off. The whole person changes. Usually smiling and cheerful, but in private, she looks like a zombie, cold to everyone she meets, as if she's seen her father's murderer. Even when faced with fans' kindness, such as gifts, some of them don't even glance at them before ignoring them. They completely act aloof. The contrast with her on camera is too stark. That's why so many young girls from the production crew were so cautious when they mentioned wanting to watch earlier. They were afraid that Su Tong might act differently in private than she does on camera. After all, this is the modern age. There are simply too many hypocrites. But, to their surprise, Su Tong didn't act like those hypocrites. One person in front of the camera, another behind it. He remains the same, the gentle, warm-hearted neighbor boy. Still the same warm-hearted guy, Su Tong. And that's not all. He looked at the little girls who had gathered around him, staring at the milk in his pot as if he were about to drool. He even handed them a few bottles of milk. He looked like such a gentleman. Su Tong is just so kind. At this moment, viewers watching longing for four. Viewers who watched this segment. Almost everyone was touched by Su Tong. Yeah. Su Tong isn't just like that on camera. Behind the camera, in private, she's just as warm. He'll only get warmer. He won't be like those hypocrites. This is the real Su Tong. A netizen commented. Do you think he deserves to be respected by so many big-name celebrities? Why is every guest so familiar with him? He has real talent. That's right. Another netizen also immediately chimed in with their opinion. Let's talk about Su Tong. He's extremely self-disciplined. Even on rainy days, he never slacks off, and he's such a warm person. Why wouldn't he be popular? Indeed. Su Tong's current status and achievements are entirely his own doing. If there are those who envy Su Tong, I hope you will take a look and see the difference between yourselves and Su Tong. Almost all netizens were deeply moved by Su Tong. Early in the morning, Su Tong really warmed the hearts of so many people. And when everyone else was asleep, only Su Tong took the time to get up and prepare breakfast for everyone the next morning. That's right. After a busy day, the water festival was exhausting, and everyone was so tired they could fall asleep as soon as they lay down. Su Tong. Despite being extremely tired, she was able to come out and prepare breakfast for everyone the next morning, and still had the patience to chat with the staff. Saying that Su Tong's quality isn't up to par? That's really just being blind. What Su Tong did. Netizens, everyone is watching. Early in the morning, Su Tong warmed everyone's hearts. Yet she acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Sitting in the kitchen, stirring the pot. It doesn't seem like I'm finding it particularly difficult. He does what he does, and he never takes credit for it. He is simply the kind of person who prefers to work quietly and selflessly. Oh. Right now. He picked up a piece of fried milk that Su Tong had already fried and took a bite. Immediately. A bright idea. Give Su Tong a thumbs up. Exclaimed in awe. This is so delicious. It's truly delicious. This is what you call crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. While saying that, he also held the fried milk closer to the camera, so that the camera could see the fried milk. Friends, I'm not exaggerating, I really am not. Just take a look and you'll see for yourselves. At the same time, what is captured in high definition is a golden brown crust on the outside, but inside is pure white fried milk. The milk curds are fresh and white, clearly cooked to perfection. Some netizens commented. And the seasoning is just right, otherwise, it would fall apart when fried. It's not just about the milk curds, is it? Isn't the crispy fried crust the real star here? Indeed, you can see it clearly on camera. The crispy flour and breadcrumbs are almost separated, with distinct layers, showing real technical skill. Exactly, Su Tong's frying technique is clearly Japanese-style tempura, and the color is perfectly cooked. She definitely has some serious skills. It's evident that many netizens watching the program at this moment are also quite knowledgeable about cooking. In their eyes, Su Tong's fried milk dish was truly a masterpiece. Wow, it's amazing. He said with admiration while eating. It's absolutely delicious. Not only is it technically impressive, but the texture and flavor are absolutely flawless. Su Tong, how on earth did you make this so delicious? He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As long as it tastes good. Su Tong just smiled simply and didn't explain further. Fortunately, Mr. Huang had gone to sleep. If he had been there, he would have worried about his job again. The person above is right. Mr. Huang, why do I feel like someone is calling me? Netizens also laughed in response. A short while later, when Su Tong had already fried a full plate, I saw that it was almost done. He said. I'll go wake everyone up for breakfast. Okay. Su Tong nodded, quickly packed up her things, and carried the fruits of her morning's labor to the dining table in the pavilion. On a rainy day in the middle of summer, being able to enjoy a hearty breakfast in a small pavilion was indeed a pleasant experience. Good morning. In a little while, the Mushroom House group led by Mr. Huang came out of the rooms one after another. Wow. It smells so good. Her younger sister, Zifeng, ran over and headed straight for Su Tong's fried milk. My little sister is so cute. Don't just say my little sister, they're all so cute. They look like they haven't brushed their teeth or washed their faces. You're right. Look at them, all scrambling for a bite to eat. They're moving so fast. Hurry up and grab some. If you don't, it'll be gone. Netizens are commenting enthusiastically. Seeing something to eat. Tang Yan and Lu Shishir's goddess-like image be damned. Hugu also disregarded his own male idol image. One after another, they didn't even brush their teeth or wash their heads, rushing out one after another. Straight for the milk bomb in front of Su Tong. You guys. He is laughing so hard he can't even stand up straight. Is it that delicious? Mr. Huang also felt a bit envious, walking slowly at the back, arriving late. Of course it's delicious. Pang has already forgotten how badly he was attacked by Su Tong yesterday. He blurted out without thinking. Mr. Huang, come and try some. In the end, he saw Mr. Huang's face. As if he had discovered himself. Like. Said something wrong? Chapter 174, ever since Su Tong arrived. No comparison, no hurt feelings. Ha, Pang Pang said the wrong thing. Look at Mr. Huang's expression. Ah, that's hilarious. Mr. Huang must be so angry he could rip Pang Pang's head off and kick it like a ball. Mr. Huang, my big slippers are already dying to get their hands on him. Pang Pang is in big trouble now. I don't know why, but I'm inexplicably happy. Netizens rushed to comment. Ha ha. Mr. He was also laughing hysterically beside him. He said. I said, Pang Pang, you really are hilarious. Mr. He was so stunned he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Pang Pang, this kid really is so funny. He didn't even think about it before saying it out loud? Did Mr. Huang really ask that just to find out if it was tasty? This guy is truly a straight guy. I have no idea how to find a girlfriend. Oh. Pang Pang also reacted immediately and said, it's delicious, but it's still not quite as good as what Mr. Huang made, huh? As soon as Pang Pang said that. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing again. Speaking of which, Pang Pang was a bit late with that move. Exactly. Didn't you see that Mr. Huang was already taking off his shoes? Here comes the big slipper. It's coming, it's coming. Mr. Huang threw it over here. Netizens were left laughing so hard their stomachs hurt thanks to Pang Pang. Ha ha. Inside the mushroom house, there was also a lot of laughter and joy. Pang Pang, it looks like the water that got into your head yesterday hasn't completely dried out yet, has it? Old Who burst out laughing and said. Ha ha. He made everyone laugh again in an instant. I think it's because it got wet, so it's acting up. Mister, he said with a smile. Are you okay, brother? His younger sister, Zifeng, actually believed it and came over to touch her brother Pang Pang's head, asking with concern. Pang Pang. He rolled his eyes. He never expected that his off-the-cuff remark would cause such a huge misunderstanding. This is really. He's scared. Yeah, it's pretty tasty. Mr. Huang is not the type to be picky, but he's just doing it for the show. Amidst the laughter and cheer, he pulled out a small stool, sat down, and enjoyed a piece of fried milk. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Give Su Tong a thumbs up. Good job, Su Tong. I didn't expect that. They discovered another delicious dish made by Su Tong. This is amazing. Ha, it's just something I did on a whim. As long as everyone likes it, that's all that matters. Su Tong said with a smile. Of course I like it. Lu Shirshir sat to one side and asked quietly. How is this made? I've never heard of milk being fried before. Yeah. Tang Yan also looked over curiously. It instantly captured everyone's attention. Hey, it's really no big deal. Su Tong said with a smile. It's just mixing milk with water, white sugar, starch, and other ingredients, boiling it, then chilling it until it freezes. Once frozen, you coat it in flour and fry it. It's nothing special, not worth mentioning. He made it sound so simple. For Su Tong, it was nothing worth mentioning. He just did it casually. But for us, it's as hard as climbing Mount Everest. Indeed, I tried it once before, and I burned the milk in the first step. Me too. It didn't burn, but it fell apart as soon as I fried it. It was so disappointing. Indeed, this dish isn't just about timing and technique, it's not that simple. I must say, Su Tong's technique for frying is truly masterful. I've never seen anything like it before. That's Japanese-style tempura, and there's a lot of skill involved in making it. Netizens commented enthusiastically. So that's how it is. There aren't many people who have actually cooked properly in our mushroom house. After hearing this, everyone looked surprised, thinking they could do it too. Hey, don't underestimate this. At this moment, Mr. Huang stepped forward and addressed everyone. It's not easy to endure, and it's not easy to fry. To achieve what Su Tong has done is even more difficult. It's not that simple. That's right. At this time, Mr. He also stood up and said, these milk blocks were made last night after we all went to sleep. Su Tong got up to boil them, and they were refrigerated overnight before use. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised and looked at Su Tong. Is this what you stayed up all night to make last night, Su Tong? Mr. Huang was also a bit surprised. Wow. Su Tong is so kind. Zifeng also praised him repeatedly. I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up to move around a bit and made this while I was at it. Su Tong said with a smile. He had never thought of taking credit for it, and hadn't expected Mr. He to mention it. Mr. He stood to the side, quietly watching the scene unfold. He couldn't help but purse his lips, feeling moved as he looked at Su Tong. Su Tong, you always know how to touch the heart in the quietest moments. If I hadn't said anything, you probably never would have, would you? Mr. He thought to himself. This is Su Tong. This is what makes him unique. When others do good deeds, they always think about how to take credit for them. Perhaps they do those things solely for the sake of taking credit. But Su Tong is different. He really did it for that reason, never seeking credit. That's just Su Tong for you. This level of quality, Mr. He feels, even he himself cannot match. Pang Pang. Stop eating. Teacher Huang looked at Su Tong, who was hard-working yet completely unpretentious, and Pang Pang, who hadn't done anything but just knew how to eat. He couldn't help but think, how can there be such a huge difference between men? I was so angry I slapped Pang Pang across the face. He said, "You should learn from Su Tong. You keep talking about role models all day long, but in the end, it's just empty talk." It's really. Poor Pang Pang. Netizens who saw this scene all burst out laughing. If it weren't for Su Tong, Pang Pang wouldn't have ended up so badly. Su Tong really highlights Pang Pang's misery. Speaking of which, Pang Pang is such a loser. He should learn a thing or two from Su Tong. At the same time, Pang Pang also looked depressed. He put down the fried milk in his hand with a look of grievance. And looked at Su Tong. He said, "Su Tong, I recorded all 4 seasons of Longing. Since you came, I've noticed that Mr. Huang scolds me every few days. The thing is, I've improved a lot compared to before. Speaking of which." Pang Pang let out a deep sigh. It was obvious. He is very sad. He participated in 4 seasons of Longing, and in the first season, he couldn't even start a fire. This season, starting a fire is almost second nature to him. When it comes to multitasking, he's definitely the one with the stamina. Even when it comes to looks, he could easily pull it off with a little weight loss. But after Su Tong arrived, he no longer had any of these responsibilities. After Pang Pang finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted inside the mushroom house. Chapter 175, Su Tong, I'll take care of you. Indeed. Mr. He also said. In the first season, Pang Pang couldn't do anything, but now he can do at least a little bit. Yeah, that's right. And by the second and third seasons, even if Pang Pang was a bit clumsy, he was at least the physical powerhouse. He was known for having unlimited stamina. As strong as an ox. Whether it's carrying radishes up the mountain or catching fish in the water, Pang Pang always comes out on top. His efficiency and speed are more than double that of others. But now, carrying bananas. He also needs to carry one with 2 other people. And it will take most of the day to carry it back. Su Tong could do it effortlessly on her own. And she can do it at twice his speed. When it comes to physical strength, Pang Pang experienced for the first time what it felt like to be completely dominated by someone else. Su Tong was really as strong as an ox. Don't let his youthful appearance and gentle, refined demeanor fool you when he gets moving. He's tougher than any muscle-bound guy out there. At this point, when it comes to this particular advantage, Pang Pang is also outshone by Su Tong. In other aspects, there's no comparison at all. He's truly useless. And when Su Tong kept showing more of himself time and time again, Pang Pang was being dragged further into the mud. There's absolutely nothing to compare it to anymore. This is also the reason for his grievance. He clearly didn't do anything wrong. He's clearly improved. But why? Am I getting scolded more than before? Everyone in the mushroom house was also amused by Pang Pang's words. Perhaps I really have been too strict with this child. Mr. Huang covered his face and laughed as he said, "This child is actually quite good. Compared to Su Tong, there's no comparison, but compared to others, he's actually quite good." Yes. Old Hu nodded and said, "Pang Pang's acting is still quite good, with some standout moments." Indeed. Su Tong also said, "Your appetite is also impressive. I don't think anyone can match you." Su Tong suddenly interjected, once again making everyone laugh. What was supposed to be a heartfelt consolation for Pang Pang turned into a complete turnaround, with everyone now making fun of me and Pang Pang. However, it's really funny. Pang Pang, getting scolded isn't a mistake. You have to remember that next time you won't get scolded, right? If you keep adding them up, eventually you won't get scolded at all, right? Mr. Huang said with a smile. Indeed. Everyone agreed. Pang Pang scratched the back of his head. Sigh. He sighed and ultimately said nothing. He couldn't help but feel that what Mr. Huang had just said sounded like a bitter pill to swallow. As long as Su Tong is here, he seems to have no chance of turning things around and getting praised. This kid is so funny. Pang Pang once again made everyone laugh. You 3 are leaving after dinner, right? Laugh it off. Mr. He finally asked Hugo a question. Generally, guests record 1 episode, which takes a whole day. They arrived yesterday and leave today. Most of the flights are in the afternoon. It's already getting late, and they need to pack up and get ready to head to the airport. Yeah. Old Hu shrugged his shoulders and said with a hint of regret. Things aren't like they used to be. Everyone's famous now, and they're all busy with their work, traveling all over the world. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Tong, and the two shared a smile before continuing. Think back to when I wasn't famous yet. He was just running a small business, and all we did was hang out at bars here and there or go sightseeing at tourist spots. How carefree we were. Unlike now, where even if we want to get together, we have to bring work with us. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he was famous now, but he had lost much of his freedom. Lu Shishir also sighed. Isn't that just how it is for entertainers? Tang Yin sighed wryly and said. Indeed, that's how it is in our line of work. As a qualified teacher, Mr. Huang also comforted everyone, saying, bringing joy to the audience and helping them pass the time is a good thing. That's true. Everyone nodded with a smile. It was Su Tong who. He glanced at Hugo, thought for a moment, and said, then don't do it anymore. Quit your job. What? Hugo heard this and was a bit confused, asking with a smile. Are you joking? Su Tong laughed and uttered a sentence that gave many people goosebumps. I'll take care of you. Oh my god. So many people are shaking in their boots. Su Tong. Are you even human anymore? You're supposed to be taking care of me. It's me. I'm the one who should be supporting you. How could it be old Hu? He's a man. Exactly. Su Tong, you dog, I'll give you 1 minute to take back what you just said. Netizens are going wild. Put. Ha. In the mushroom house, everyone was also amused by this teasing remark and burst into laughter. Su Tong was so funny, I've never seen him like this before. Mister, he said with a smile. Exactly. Do you think you're in a movie? Mr. Huang also covered his face and laughed, saying, quickly take back what you just said. If this gets out, Su Tong, you'll have trouble finding a wife in the future. Ha ha. The entire venue was entertained by Su Tong. Even many of the staff members were laughing so hard they couldn't control themselves. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Su Tong hurriedly waved his hands. She said to Hu Gu. Alright, let's go. If you're a woman in your next life, I'll take care of you. Ha ha. His words once again succeeded in making everyone laugh. Old Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation. You two are really. Tang Yan doesn't even know what to say anymore. They used to do this all the time. It's so disgusting. Lu Shishir rolled her eyes repeatedly. Netizens, seeing this, also commented. It's clear they have a good relationship. Yeah, if they weren't close, who would dare to joke like that? Speaking of which, I was really scared just now. That dog, Su Tong. The person above is being one-sided. That's clearly a joke. Are you taking it seriously? Exactly. Su Tong loves me. How could he possibly be with someone else? You old hag upstairs, draw your sword. Alright, we're leaving. We finished breakfast. After chatting for a while, Lao Hu, Tang Yen, and Lu Shishir, the three members of the Xianjian trio, were finally ready to bid farewell to everyone at the mushroom house. Goodbye. Su Tong, accompanied by Peng Peng and Zifeng, stood at the door to bid them farewell. See you again in Kyoto. Old Hu waved his hand and laughed. Sure. Su Tong stood where he was and waved goodbye to them. Honestly, this was the first time I'd seen it, and Su Tong didn't want to rush the guests. Mushroom House Pavilion. Mr. He and Mr. Huang stood together, watching the scene, and said, yes. Mr. Huang held a cup of tea in his hands and said, this is friendship. In a lifetime, how many friends like Su Tong can one have? It's rare. Chapter 176, to marry Su Tong, this life would be without regret. Mr. He, you make it sound like Su Tong is always kicking guests out. Exactly. People who don't know us might think Su Tong isn't a nice person. Mr. Huang is right. A friend like Su Tong is truly rare. The comments from netizens floated by slowly. Su Tong is truly a good friend. It's clear that he is important to old Hu. Mr. He agreed with Mr. Huang and added a comment. Someone who can pull you out of the shadows at such a time, someone who can wake you up, how could they not be important? Mr. Huang took a sip of tea and said, yes. Mr. He nodded. The two of them felt a bit down for a while. The production team even went to the trouble of editing the blazing sun outside the pavilion into a sunset, giving it a sense of the sun setting in the evening. Mr. He and Mr. Huang are like two old men. Ha ha. This had netizens laughing so hard they were bending over. Speaking of which, it's really hot today. Mr. Huang put down his teacup and said with a smack of his lips, let's wait for them to come back, then we can go inside and cool off. Mr. He also said. At the same time, the camera cuts to a different scene. Su Tong and the others are waving goodbye to the car as it grows smaller in the distance. The car also gradually disappeared, leaving no trace. And at that moment, Peng Peng almost did it without thinking. Glanced at Su Tong standing beside him. I felt like I sensed something. A netizen commented in the chat. Then, Su Tong gave Peng Peng a half smile and exchanged a glance with him. He said, if it's one of these three, I choose old Hu. Put. Ha. Netizens are all laughing their heads off. This has become a running joke every time they say goodbye to guests on The Good Life 4. Yeah, every time Pang Pang has to ask Sutong which one she likes. This kid has been teased by Sutong several times, yet he still hasn't learned his lesson and keeps looking. This time, Sutong just answered directly, haha. Yeah. Every time they bid farewell to a guest, Pang Pang would ask Sutong which one she liked. This has almost become a must-see laugh in every episode. And the jokes are super funny. The most interesting part is, every single time, Sutong's response to Pang Pang was different each time. For example, these 2 times. Sutong has learned to answer quickly. Pang Pang doesn't even ask, he just blurts out the answer. Pang Pang. You've got us so worked up, we don't even have the energy to get angry anymore. Ha ha. Even the younger sister behind her was covering her mouth and laughing so hard she was bending over. Brother, Sutong is really your nemesis. Ha ha. The younger sister said this. Ha, that's spot on. Netizens also expressed their admiration. Yeah. Sutong is really Pang Pang's nemesis. There's no doubt about it. Alright, let's all go back. After the laughter and commotion, Sutong looked up at the bright sun in the sky and couldn't help but cover her head, saying, "It's really hot today." Yeah, it's so hot. Pang Pang is also fanning himself, sweating profusely. Even his younger sister, Zifeng, had her little face sunburned red. Hurry back inside to cool off. I hope the guests arrive later. Sutong said this. I bet Sutong is the only one who dares to hope that the guests will arrive later. A netizen commented on this statement. Indeed, if someone else had said it, they would have been taken out of context by certain nitpickers. It's only Sutong who can do it. Anyone else would be useless. Sometimes, having capital is a very good thing. Due to the various circumstances Sutong had accumulated in the past, it seemed that no matter what he said now, as long as it wasn't overly excessive, no one would take the bait or follow his lead. Come on in and cool off. Wait until Sutong and the others return. Mr. He and Mr. Huang were already in the living room using the air conditioner. Wow! As soon as Pang Pang and his younger sister Zifeng entered, they immediately felt as though every pore in their bodies had opened up. In the sweltering summer heat, the ground temperature reaches around 40 degrees Celsius in Zishuangbana. An air-conditioned room is an absolute pleasure. Hey! Where's Sutong? Seeing only the brother and sister enter, Mr. Huang couldn't help but ask. Oh, Sutong went to the kitchen to get something. Zhang Zifeng replied. Really? Mr. He was just about to go over and ask. Z? As it turned out, Sutong had already pushed the door open and walked in. In her hands, she was holding 2 ice cream molds. When Pang Pang saw this thing, his eyes widened in amazement. Ice cream? Her younger sister, Zifeng, also lit up. Yes, I used the leftover fresh milk pudding from last night, mixed it with some cream, and added some fruits. Sutong said with a smile. I saw the weather forecast yesterday and knew there would be a high temperature warning today, so I knew I would definitely need this. Wow! Sutong is so thoughtful. Seeing this, Mr. He exclaimed repeatedly. But it wasn't just Mr. He. Netizens are even shouting out. If any woman could marry Sutong, she'd have no regrets in life. That's right, he's truly considerate. Not only is he warm-hearted, but he's also thoughtful. Ah! Sutong, I want to be your woman. The comments were flying by non-stop. Since Sutong became a regular cast member, the bullet comments for longing for have never stopped. Even at night, it's the same. Come on. Sutong took the ice cream out of both molds. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Pang Pang, and Zifeng, come here. He gave each of the 4 a stick. Thank you. Everyone thanked each other in turn. On a day like this, in an air-conditioned room, eating an ice cream bar is absolutely perfect. Pang Pang took a big bite. A series of exclamations of admiration. I was speechless. It's so delicious. Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Sutong, how did you do it? Mr. He was puzzled too. Yeah, when I made it before, it was like an ice pop. This is what you call ice cream, right? Mr. Huang also asked a question. You should know. Although people nowadays don't really see much difference between ice cream and ice pops. But, in fact, these 2 things are fundamentally different. Ice pops. Nothing more than ice cubes, hard and watery when you bite into them. Ice cream. Yet it melts in your mouth and is rich and aromatic. The molds in the mushroom house have always been there. Mr. Huang had previously made them for everyone, originally intending to make ice cream, but they always ended up as ice pops. But Sutong's is different. This is real ice cream. Take a bite, and it really melts in your mouth. It doesn't even stick to your teeth. They haven't studied this thing. Why can't they make it work when they try, but when Sutong does it, it turns out so delicious. How does Sutong do it? Chapter 177, Sutong is indeed single, but there are countless women who want to be his girlfriend. It's that simple. Sutong took a bite of the ice cream she had made herself and smiled. Just change the proportions and add more cream. Butter? After hearing this, Mr. He, Pang Pang, and the others looked at each other, confused about the connection between the two. Oh, cream. It's actually Mr. Huang! Exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? What do ice pops, ice cream, and cream have to do with each other? Yeah, I've been eating them for so many years, and I still don't know anything about them. Same here, I don't know either. Please help. At the same time, in the mushroom house, Mr. He also looked at Mr. Huang and smiled. Mr. Huang, could you explain? What's going on? I guess Mr. He, who let out that exclamation, must know what's happening. When it comes to chefs and culinary matters, Mr. Huang is the one who truly understands. There's really nothing more to explain. Mr. Huang silently rubbed his forehead and said with a wry smile. Most ice cream on the market today is made with cream, especially homemade ice cream. If you don't add cream and only use milk, there will be too much moisture, and when it solidifies, it will turn into an ice pop. On the other hand, if it's the cream that solidifies, then it's ice cream. After hearing this, oh, everyone, show your enlightenment. So that's how it is. So you have to add cream when making ice cream at home? I've learned something new. As someone who's completely clueless in the kitchen, this is the first time I've ever heard of that. In fact, this isn't such a difficult problem. But these days, takeout is everywhere, and there aren't many people who really know what they're doing. Everyone knows how to eat, but not everyone knows how to do it. Hey, here, I need to remind the audience once more. And it was precisely at this moment. Su Tong suddenly stepped forward and waved at the camera. And smiled. The so-called cream is actually a special cream made for baking, not the kind we whip up at home. The latter doesn't taste very good. Ha ha. Su Tong's words successfully made everyone laugh. Laughter. Su Tong, Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Pang Pang, and Zifeng sat lazily in the living room, enjoying the air conditioning and ice cream, plus freshly squeezed iced drinks in the morning. Comfortable. Pleasure. Joy. I'm very happy. This kind of weather is perfect for staying cozy at home. Pang Pang couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. I said, Pang Pang. Mr. Huang suddenly gave a wicked smile and said in a mischievous tone. Right now, the entire national audience is probably wondering about you and your girlfriend. How's it going? Care to share? Upon hearing this, Su Tong, Mr. He, and Zifeng all perked up with interest. They all lit up their eyes and stared intently. Oh, don't mention it. I almost forgot that the straight guy has a girlfriend. Indeed, his actions have successfully made me forget that he's no longer a single guy. Ah, how could I keep thinking he was still a single guy? That's so strange. Netizens are also getting a good laugh out of this. The fact is, they are still quite curious about Pang Pang and his girlfriend's relationship. Speaking of this, Pang Pang hesitated a bit. He clearly didn't want to say anything. Hey, tell me about it. Mr. Huang was being mean, pointing at Su Tong and saying, your brother Su Tong is here. Why don't you tell us about your little story? Maybe your brother Su Tong can give you some advice. Then you'll be set for good. After hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. Ha, our Su Tong has become an expert on emotions? You're absolutely right. Su Tong is so warm-hearted. Pang Pang really should learn a thing or two from her. You straight guys, hurry up and spill the beans. Netizens also shared their comments. Everyone is demanding answers about Pang Pang and his girlfriend. On the other hand, Su Tong, Mr. Huang. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, you can't say that. I'm still single myself, so how can I give advice to others? After hearing that, Pang Pang seemed to have found a way out. He immediately said, yeah, Su Tong is still single. Suddenly, this straight guy seems to have found an outlet for his frustration. Yikes. He has a girlfriend. Su Tong doesn't. He did it for the first time. In certain things, better than Su Tong. Pang Pang. It's actually Mr. He. Held back a laugh and said, Su Tong is indeed single and doesn't have a girlfriend, but the number of girls who want to be his girlfriend, whether they're fans, celebrities, or socialites from prominent families, can be counted in the millions. I estimate that if they were to line up, the queue would stretch all the way from here to Kyoto. After hearing that, that's right. Mr. Huang immediately clapped his hands and laughed heartily, saying, you silly boy, haven't you seen all the young ladies here? Look at the way they're looking at Su Tong. Just look at Songyun, Runan, and Yuchi, those young ladies. Do you believe me? If Su Tong wanted to, none of them would dare to refuse. 2 sentences left us speechless. Yeah, he actually forgot about that. He was too busy getting off the stairs. Forgot what Su Tong said. It seems like it's not just a staircase. It's a trap. Ha, look at Pang Pang's expression, it's hilarious. This straight guy is comparing himself to our Su Tong? Ha, that's so funny. Don't even mention Son Yoon and Yuchi. Even my goddess Dami has secretly developed feelings for Sutong, hasn't she? Exactly. In the first episode, when they walked together, they were so sweet. I even suspected that Sutong and Mimi had a special relationship. Netizens are commenting on it. Indeed. Sutong is indeed currently single. She has not yet publicly announced a girlfriend. But the girls who want to be his girlfriend could form a line all the way from here to Kyoto. That's putting it mildly. Not exaggerating at all. That's how fierce it is. Even in the eyes of so many netizens, these goddess-level celebrities all admire Sutong so much. From that time onward, Tan Sonyun, Zhang Runan, Jin Yuchi, and others, couldn't it be seen clearly? Admiration for someone can be seen in their eyes. Netizens can all see it. Ah Peng, you fool. Those words just slipped out. He deserves it for being scolded by Mr. Huang all the time. As the elementary school teacher would say. That's just talking without thinking. Ha ha. In the cool mushroom house with the air conditioner on, there was a string of laughter. Sutong laughed as she patted Peng Peng on the shoulder and said, "Bro, I'm really single and don't have much experience to share with you. Just keep going and stay true to yourself." Ha ha. Sutong's words once again made everyone laugh. Inside the mushroom house, there was a chorus of laughter and joyful voices. However, it must be admitted that Sutong's move, while shifting the focus of the discussion onto himself, but it also let everyone temporarily forget about the recent news regarding Peng Peng's girlfriend. Indeed, he did help Peng Peng out of a tight spot. Chapter 178, New Guest Orders. Tempura. This is Sutong. He always quietly does things with high emotional intelligence. For example, just now. Mr. Huang might not have noticed it, but he just thought that as an elder, it was only natural to offer condolences to a younger person on such an important matter in their life. Besides, this isn't even a secret anymore. In this day and age, the information network era. As a public figure, Peng Peng's personal life has been thoroughly scrutinized by netizens. Since everyone already knows, then he should take it out and explain it again. It might also add some buzz to the show The Good Life. Just talking about it, no big deal. But Mr. Huang didn't notice one thing. That is, it seems that Peng Peng doesn't really want to talk about this. From the time it was exposed until now, he has only posted one Weibo message and has done nothing else. He has not mentioned this matter at all since then. It was only stated that Peng Peng did not wish to elaborate further. Just now, when faced with Mr. Huang's question, he was clearly a bit embarrassed. Not answering. Mr. Huang, this makes him seem a bit petty. The production team probably also thinks he's being a bit overly sensitive. But the response? He really didn't want to answer. Sutong understood him. Not all celebrities who fall in love want to make it public for everyone to know. Those who do end up in the spotlight often don't last in the end. Therefore, Peng Peng still plans to keep a low profile. That is precisely why Sutong decisively came to Peng Peng's rescue. Taking advantage of the moment when Mr. Huang was speaking, she redirected all the blame onto herself. Sutong really had nothing to say. Some netizens have clearly caught on to these tricks as well. So they posted comments. Don't look at how Sutong likes to fight with Peng Peng and make fun of him all the time. When it comes down to it, Sutong is the one who protects him. Indeed, I doubt even Mr. He noticed Peng Peng's awkwardness just now. This child just likes to keep everything to himself. He always looks cheerful, so no one notices his embarrassment. Yeah. Peng Peng, this child, just doesn't like to express his feelings. He's always been so optimistic. Even when embarrassed, he doesn't say a word. It's just Sutong. If it were anyone else, even Mr. He, they wouldn't have noticed. Therefore, at this moment, Peng Peng's gaze toward Sutong was also quite touching. He truly understood why Sutonga was such a sought-after person. A person like him? Who wouldn't like him? Ding ding ding. That topic just ended. In the mushroom house living room, the phone started ringing. Who could it be on such a hot day? Mr. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile. I was thinking no one would come on such a hot day, hee. Mr. Huang also said with a smile. I'll go answer the phone. Peng Peng jumped up and rushed toward the landline phone. Generally speaking, at this point, Peng Peng's strengths became apparent. This child was not lazy at all. To highlight this quality, Sutong didn't try to compete with him either. I'll go too. My younger sister, Zifling, found it quite interesting and bounced over to listen. Hello? Peng Peng pressed the speakerphone, said hello, and then said, "This is Mushroom House." Ah, hello. On the other end of the phone, a young girl's voice came through. As soon as I heard the voice, Sutong's eyes lit up. That voice sounds familiar, he said with a smile. Who does that sound like? Mr. He asked with a smile. Haha, that's right. Mr. Huang said so too. Ha ha. The three looked at each other and smiled. Yes. Which guest is coming that Su Tong doesn't recognize? Whose voice is that? Su Tong doesn't recognize it? Even if others don't recognize it, he can. What would you like to order? Pang Pang asked politely. I'd like to order some tempura. The young girl on the other end of the phone said in a crisp voice. Tempura? Pang Pang heard this and was completely confused. What is that? Put. Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone in the mushroom house burst out laughing. Pang, you don't even know what tempura is? Mister, he said speechlessly. Such a famous dish. Yes. Mr. Huang also covered his face and laughed while slapping the table. Don't tell anyone you learned how to cook from me. I can't afford to lose face. Bro. Even Lian Zifeng's younger sister thinks Pang Pang is embarrassing. Pang Pang's face flushed red in an instant. Pang Pang, such a straight guy, he'd never know. Speaking of which, has Pang Pang also become a 2G teenager? It's possible. Ha. Netizens also flooded the comments section with criticism directed at Pang Pang. That's a Japanese-style dish. The girl on the phone was also very patient in answering his questions. But he was also quite amused by it. Oh, I see. Pang Pang immediately turned his head and subconsciously looked at Su Tong, asking, Su Tong, can we do it? He hadn't even finished asking. Suddenly. Stopped. Because of him. Seemed to sense a sudden surge of murderous intent. Killing intent. Where does it come from? Phew. I can't take it anymore. Mr. Huang, my big slippers are dying to get out. Is he stupid? Why ask Su Tong when the guest is ordering? Of course you should ask Chef Huang. Oh no, now Chef Huang isn't even as highly regarded as Su Tong in Pang Pang's eyes. Pang Pang is definitely doomed now. Why did he ask Su Tong? Isn't that asking for trouble? It can only be said that Su Tong's current status in Pang Pang's heart has surpassed that of mystery. Netizens were also amused by Pang Pang and burst out laughing. Su Tong silently held her forehead, laughing while waving her hands and saying, Bro, I can't even make sense of this anymore. Ha. Mr. He also laughed so hard he covered his stomach and said, Pang Pang, you're asking for trouble. Bro. My younger sister Zifeng also said repeatedly. I can't save you either. Hey. Pang Pang smiled awkwardly, looking completely bewildered. Just now. It was completely an unconscious action. When he cautiously looked at Mr. Huang. And their eyes met. He nearly jumped out of his skin. Mr. Huang, the head chef, can you make it? Mr. Huang didn't even hesitate. Slap. The big slipper slapped the floor. I can't do it. Saying. He turned his back and lay down to sleep. Ha! Inside the mushroom house, laughter filled the air, creating a joyful atmosphere. Pang Pang, Pong Pang. He managed to turn the situation around so completely that even Su Tong couldn't salvage it. What a ruthless guy. No. Werewolf. No. The wolves are gone. He's a wolf slayer. Chapter 179, Another Acquaintance of Su Tong. Ha! Inside the mushroom house, laughter filled the air, creating a joyful atmosphere. Pang Pang, that kid, is just too funny. You said the guests were ordering food. Ask if they can make it or not. Should we ask Mr. Huang? Asking Mr. Huang is the right thing to do. What does Su Tong mean? Does it mean that in his heart, Mr. Huang is no longer the culinary genius he once was? Has the culinary creator of our mushroom house been replaced by Su Tong? Originally. Regarding this matter, Mr. Huang could be said to have been deeply troubled by it. This is even better. He was completely outmaneuvered by Pang Pang's one remark. Mr. Huang is clearly feeling jealous. See? Just ignore everyone, turn your back, and sulk. I said, Pang Pang, what's with the haha? Mr. He didn't know what to say either. All he could do was go over to comfort Mr. Huang. Hello? And at this moment, the girl on the other end of the phone has no idea what's happening. Hearing that Pang Pang on the other end of the phone hadn't responded for a while, she thought it wasn't going to work out. She said, It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Isn't Su Tong here? He's clearly very skilled at this kind of thing. Better not mention it. Once you say it. Mr. Huang was so angry that he sat up straight in one go. She was so angry she couldn't speak. Hiccup. Netizens also burst out laughing. Well, they're clearly here for Su Tong's dishes. This is getting interesting. Huang Xiaochu is completely ignored now. By the way, who's the guest this episode? They sure can't talk. The person above is being one-sided. They don't know what happened here. Maybe it was just a coincidence? You're the one being one-sided. Coincidence, my foot. This sounds like someone who knows Su Tong and is targeting her. No difference. This morning I heard someone say that Su Tong's frying technique resembles Japanese tempura, and now someone's ordering that dish in the afternoon. Is that a coincidence? The netizens are getting off topic the more they talk. In the end, even the netizens had forgotten to send their condolences to Huang Xiaochu. This is quite interesting. Not only did Bang Pang Pang subconsciously mistake Su Tong for the head chef, even the guests who came ordered dishes made by Su Tong. This is really so interesting. Ha ha. When Mr. He saw the scene, he was both amused and a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but laugh, which was quite uncomfortable. That. Pang Pang on the other side. I have no idea how to respond directly. Scratching the back of my head, completely baffled. Looking at his sister, she was also confused. So, the brother and sister were both dumbfounded. It's so funny you can't help but laugh. These two siblings, haha, at the same time. Seeing this, Su Tong finally stood up as well. She hurried to the phone and said, Xiao Xiao, you guys go ahead. Let's talk about what to eat when you get there. Hey, how did you recognize me? On the other end of the phone, the young girl listened and looked even more surprised. She had already been trying to disguise her voice, yet she was still recognized by Su Tong? Is it that obvious? Is it that distinctive? Xiao Xiao? Who is that? Seeing this, the netizens also began to wonder. Who else could it be but Chang Xiao? Oh, it's her. I'm still her little fan. She's such a cute girl. I didn't expect the show to cast someone who's so satisfying to watch. Netizens also recognized the guest of this episode, Chang Xiao, who debuted as a member of a girl group while training abroad. She has the talent to back it up. If you want good looks, we've got that too. And the best part? She's only 20 years old this year. A proper egg-laying hen. Young, beautiful, and talented. These are the most basic labels. Nowadays, many young people regard her as a goddess. You don't even have to guess? You really underestimate how well we know each other. Su Tong smiled and said, Alright, if we keep talking, Mr. Huang will be ready to kill us with his slippers. Let's just leave it at that and talk more when we get there. As he spoke, he hung up the phone immediately. He didn't even give Chang Xiao a chance to say anything else. Ha, Su Tong is so straightforward. Only Su Tong would do that. Ask anyone else and they wouldn't hang up so abruptly. But Su Tong is right, haha. Mr. Huang killing someone with a slipper, haha. All the netizens were also entertained by Su Tong. Mr. Huang. Su Tong decisively and cleverly hung up the phone, successfully rescuing Mr. Huang. If the conversation had continued, Mr. Huang might have really shut himself off. Having said that, Su Tong slowly walked over and smiled as he patted Mr. Huang on the shoulder. Chef, can we cook lunch today? He asked with a smile. Pang Pang also quietly came over, but didn't dare to look at Mr. Huang. Sigh. Mr. Huang sighed softly and said, Su Tong, I suddenly realized that I think I understand how Pang Pang feels a little bit. What? This statement left Su Tong completely confused. Little one, do you have a lot of question marks? Mr. Huang, what do you mean by that? Mr. He also asked a question. Even the audience members didn't understand what he meant. On the contrary, Pang Pang seems to have gained some insight. Mr. Huang also sighed and said, With you around, everyone else's strength seemed to fade into the background. Put. Ha. When Mr. Huang said that, everyone burst out laughing. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So that's what Mr. Huang meant when he said to experience Pang Pang's feelings. Ha, Mr. Huang is so unlucky. No, it's more accurate to say that both Mr. Huang and Pang Pang are so unlucky. Ha, Su Tong is here, so now Mr. Huang and Pang Pang seem a bit out of place. Well, what can we do? It's all because Su Tong is too dazzling. Su Tong, is it my fault that I'm so outstanding? Ha! All the netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Mr. Huang is so funny. But speaking of which, at this moment, Mr. Huang truly understood how Pang Pang felt. You tell me, after all these seasons, hasn't his cooking improved at all? Of course he has. But the guests didn't notice this at all. What everyone seemed to notice was that the food Su Tong cooked tasted better. If we're talking about progress, then Huang Xiaochu is still improving. Then Su Tong must have already reached the pinnacle of his craft. That's the difference. This is the gap. No matter how much Mr. Huang resents it, there is indeed a gap between him and Su Tong. There's no arguing that. Ha, my teacher Huang. Mr. He was also very happy and said, Luckily, my sister and I don't have any special talents. Otherwise, we might have been overshadowed by Su Tong. He Laoshi and my sister, who usually don't have any outstanding talents, were actually feeling relieved at that moment. As the saying goes, no talent is a virtue. Nothing could be truer. Chapter 180, Tong Brother? Xiao Xiao, what kind of name is that? Now that I think about it, it really is. Su Tong has almost outshone everyone in our mushroom house in terms of their specialties. To say nothing of the rest. Pang Pang's physical strength, half of his good looks, and his hard-working nature have all been overshadowed by Su Tong. With Su Tong around, no one will ever notice Pang Pang. Speaking of our teacher Huang. As we all know, since the first season of The Good Life, Wang Xiaochu's meals have been a major highlight of the show. Within the industry, Chef Huang is also renowned for his culinary skills. But what about now? She was completely overshadowed by Su Tong, who dominated her with an overwhelming advantage, completely overshadowing her greatest and most prominent strength. It's completely no longer prominent. As long as Su Tong is around. It seems that any person's outstanding qualities pale in comparison when they are in Su Tong's presence. It's not that others are bad. It's just that Su Tong is simply too good. When the moon shines too brightly, who would notice the fireflies dancing freely below? The competition between fireflies and the moon for brilliance is nothing more than this. Moreover, in fact, Mr. He wasn't really as he claimed, with no areas overshadowed by Su Tong. Emotional intelligence. On-site emergency response. Mr. He was also beaten to the punch by Su Tong on more than one occasion. It was only our little sister Zifling left, sitting there quietly, enjoying that simple, unspoiled moment of beauty, untouched by Su Tong. So, you see. Finally. It's just that Su Tong is too dazzling. Well, never mind. Ah. Oh my god. Just at this moment. Outside the mushroom house, a car slowly pulled up to pick up the guests. Two elegantly dressed young women stepped out of the car. Looking up at the blazing sun, she couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar. It's so hot. Indeed. At this time of year in Zishuangbana, the weather has already reached over 40 degrees Celsius. It's really unbearably hot. Camera was directed at the girl wearing a green t-shirt. She was wearing white shorts, revealing her long, shapely legs. They weren't the slender type, but rather had a curvy, voluptuous appearance, a bit of an exception among female celebrities, but undeniably alluring. Chang Xiao. Xiao Xiao. My goddess. Netizens are already buzzing with excitement. What's everyone getting so worked up about? Didn't they just announce it when they made the call? Exactly. I know Xiao Xiao is cute, but you guys go ahead and chat. I'll take Xiao Xiao with me. The one who just arrived is none other than Chang Xiao, who can sing and dance. Hey, didn't anyone notice my sister Ziki? Just at that moment, the camera cuts to a new scene. The camera focuses on the girl with two small braids, looking very cute and playful. Oh my goodness. Dang Ziki. Wow. I really love her songs. Yeah, me too. Last year, I even had the chance to go to her concert. It was amazing. Wow. I didn't expect Ziki to be here too. Why didn't you mention it on the phone? It's all Su Tong's fault for being such a pig and hanging up before anyone could finish speaking. The person above is right, Su Tong is a big pig's hoof. Netizens began to comment enthusiastically. The petite yet playful young woman appearing on screen is none other than the rising star among today's 90s-born female singers. Dang Ziki. I never expected this season of The Good Life to go all out like this. They even brought in Dang Ziki. Actually, Dang Ziki wasn't actually invited by the show's production team. Someone of her caliber isn't the kind of person you can just invite to any variety show. The production team knows this anyway. They have invited top singers like Dang Ziki multiple times. But they just refuse to come to shows that have nothing to do with music. This time, if it weren't for the fact that this season of Longing featured a certain big pig's hoof as described by an Edison, perhaps they really wouldn't have come. Oh my goodness. It's so hot out here, I'm starting to regret coming. Dang Ziki said with a wry smile. I'm a little bit too. Chang Xiao also said something. Ha ha. The two silly people looked at each other and laughed out loud. Let's hurry up and go inside. It should be cooler in there. Chang Xiao said. Is there air conditioning in here? Deng Ziqi asked curiously. Chang Xiao was taken aback. This is it. In this remote wilderness, even having air conditioning is a problem. Otherwise, Sister Ziki, shall we go back? Chang Xiao said. Ha ha. The two of them amused themselves again. Ha, these two goofballs are really something. The netizens were also amused by them. Never mind, let's just go. Chang Xiao looked up and said. For my tempura. Yes. Deng Ziki gritted her teeth and followed suit, saying. For my 3 cups of chicken. See this scene. Everyone laughed again. Are these two together just for the food? Ha, I can tell that if it weren't for the food, these two would have turned back already. Ha, it's so hot today, Su Tong, that silly boy, is going to have his hands full. Hey, is anyone there? When the two girls walked into the familiar mushroom house, they didn't see a single person. He peered left and right, looking completely confused. At the same time, inside the mushroom house. Hey, it sounds like someone's coming. Peng Peng noticed that someone was coming outside. Everyone quickly stood up and went out to greet them. Oh, Ziki, Xiao Xiao? It really is Xiao Xiao. Mr. He is walking at the front to greet them. Peng Peng and Zifeng hurriedly followed to greet the guests. As for Su Tong, she was completely focused on accompanying Mr. Huang. After all, if she left Mr. Huang alone, he might get upset, right? Mr. He. Chang Xiao and Deng Ziki walked in with bags of all sizes. Long time no see. Greetings to everyone. Wow. Sisters Ziki? Little did they know that Ping Pang and Zifeng, the brother and sister, saw Deng Ziki and were both startled. They widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, they're your fans.